At the class reunion, all your classmates were mocking you, but you were actually quite happy because you knew they were just bragging. You had awakened the bragging comes true system, where anyone who boasted in front of you would have their claims fulfilled, but the rewards would go to you instead. As soon as the dishes were served, everyone started bragging about how well they were doing. Noticing your silence, the class monitor, Zhou Jiang, turned to you, Lu Yang. You're quite capable, but you lack patience. Look at me right after graduation. I joined Huijin International. In just 3 years, I became the marketing director. Just the other day, I bought a 20 million yuan luxury apartment in Thompson Riviera. Tell you what, if you can promise to stay focused, I'll put in a word with the HR manager to get you hired. On the surface, Zhou Jiang seemed to be helping you find a job, but in reality, he was just using you to show off. You stayed silent, but you already knew Zhou Jiang was just bragging to you. System detected Zhou Jiang's boast. Reward, 80% shares of Huijin International and a Thompson Riviera property. You couldn't stay calm. Huijin International was a Fortune 500 company with a market value of over 200 billion yuan. An 80% stake meant roughly 160 billion yuan, plus a Thompson Riviera apartment. How could you, who had been penniless just moments ago, not be excited? You blurted out. Holy! The sudden outburst silenced the noisy room, and all eyes turned to you. Zhou Jiang, who had just been bragging, flushed red, thinking you were about to expose him. Feeling awkward, you forced a smile and said, "Why is everyone staring at me? I just remembered something important I forgot to do." With that, the room buzzed back to life. The class rich kid, Wang Ergu, looked at you and boasted, "My dad just bought me a Koenigsegg. I happen to need a full-time driver. How about you take the job? Salary won't be an issue." The moment he spoke, the room fell silent, and everyone turned their gaze to you. You, however, shook your head with a bitter smile because you knew Ergu was just bragging to you. System detected Wang Ergu's boast. Reward, a Koenigsegg 1:1 worth 120 million yuan. Your silence and wry smile only provoked Ergu, who sneered, "If it weren't for our classmate bond, an opportunity like this would never come your way." His harsh words instantly made the atmosphere in the room tense. Frowning, you considered slamming the table to shut them up, but instead, you sighed and said, "I've been back in my hometown lately. I appreciate everyone's kindness." With that, the room's lively chatter resumed. As he spoke, Wang Chao, sitting to your left, grinned excitedly and said, "Today's on me. My uncle is now the manager of Junue Hotel and can give me a 50% discount." The system detected Wang Chao's boast to you and gifted you 100% ownership of Junue International Hotel. Hearing the system's prompt in your mind, you calmed down. 100% ownership? That means Junue International Hotel is now yours? Junue International Hotel is a well-known 5-star hotel in Shanghai, with a market value of around 3 billion yuan. In the past, you would have jumped for joy, but now you remained composed. After all, it didn't seem like that much anymore. After several rounds of drinks, the long-separated classmates began to open up, each bragging enthusiastically. You listened carefully, reaping substantial rewards. Now, you actually found boasting quite harmless. Yang Rui, who used to be the quietest in class, had learned to brag after being tempered by society. After this, let's go sing at the Red Romance Club. My cousin is a minor owner there, and I'll have him arrange it for us. The system detected Yang Rui's boast to you and gifted you 100% ownership of the Red Romance Club. You didn't mind their exaggerated claims. After all, there was no harm in it. Sure, sounds like a great way to unwind. With the alcohol in us, we might as well belt out a few tunes. Ha ha, back in the day, I was the king of karaoke in our class. Oh, and 2 years ago, during the Shanghai auditions for The Voice of China, I made it into the top 10. If I hadn't dropped out, I might have been that year's champion. Zheng Zan said with a flushed face. The system detected Zheng Zan's boast to you and gifted you master-level singing skills. Hearing the system's prompt, you couldn't help but murmur, "Impressive." Thinking you were praising him, Zheng Zan grew even more excited. "Pretty cool, huh? Later, I'll show you what I've got." After eating and drinking their fill, Wang Chao called the waiter to settle the bill. The waiter said, "Your total comes to 24,000 yuan. Will you be paying in cash or by card?" Wang Chao pulled out a discount coupon and, without batting an eye, declared, "My uncle is Wang Limin. He gave me this, said it's good for 50% off." The waiter was baffled at the mention of Wang Limin. After all, Junue International Hotel was huge, and as a low-level employee, she couldn't possibly know every executive. She glanced at the coupon and politely bent forward. "I'm sorry, sir, but this coupon is only valid for small private rooms of 3 to 5 people. Your party is in a large private room, so the coupon can't be used." At this, Wang Chao's face instantly turned red. He muttered, "Can't use it? No way." Suddenly, he looked very uneasy. The classmates egged him on. "Chao, isn't your uncle the manager here? Just call him and ask him to come over and sort it out. Yeah, it's a 50% discount over 10,000 yuan. Just a word from him, don't waste your money. Hearing this, Wang Chao hesitated, and the waiter standing nearby looked awkward. Seeing Wang Chao frozen in place, Yu let out a bitter laugh and said, "Let me handle it." As you spoke, you pulled out a black gold card from your pocket and handed it to the cashier. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward you. The moment the waiter saw the black gold card in your hand, their expression instantly became much more serious. Their posture involuntarily bent slightly further as they respectfully accepted the card with both hands. "Sir, please wait a moment," they said before leaving the private room with your card. Wang Chao wiped the nervous sweat from his forehead, relieved, and cast a grateful glance your way. Shortly after, the waiter returned to the private room, but this time, accompanied by a sharply dressed foreigner. The moment the foreigner saw you, his face lit up with an ingratiating smile. "Boss, why didn't you notify me when you came to dine? I'm just here for a class reunion, no need to bother you," you replied calmly, dismissing Henry with just a few words. However, everyone in the private room was staring at you in stunned silence. Many whispered among themselves, "Did that foreigner just call Lu Yang boss? Am I drunk, or was that real? Is he the owner of the Grand Hyatt International Hotel?" Shen Gang, sitting beside you, couldn't hide his flattering smile as he asked, "Why did that foreign manager call you boss? Are you really the owner of the Grand Hyatt?" The Grand Hyatt International Hotel was one of Shanghai's top-tier 5-star hotels, with a market value of at least several billion yuan. If you truly were its owner, you'd undoubtedly be a billionaire. When Shen Gang asked this, everyone turned their attention to you. You said, "I do have a small stake, just a minor shareholder." You didn't mention that you were now the sole controlling shareholder of the Junhua International Hotel. No need to shock your classmates. Hearing this, many secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier, their words had been dripping with thinly veiled mockery toward you. "Bro, turns out you're the hidden big shot in our class. If you're already a shareholder of the Junhua International Hotel, why even bother looking for a job?" Someone immediately tried to cozy up, switching from calling you by name to bro. "Lu, you're amazing. Didn't I always tell you guys that Lu Yang had the makings of a tycoon? Lu, my wedding is in a few months, think you could help arrange it at the Junhua International Hotel?" The fickleness of human relationships is something only you truly understand. Just moments ago, their words had carried a mocking tone, but now, one after another, they crowded around you, showering you with flattery. The rich second-generation Wang Ergo, however, seemed displeased. Today was supposed to be his day, with everyone revolving around him. Now it's good, one or two of them are surrounding Chu Yang. After eating and drinking, someone here looked at Yang Rui and asked, "Brother Rui, is your cousin's side arranged? We have more than a dozen people here, we have to arrange a large private room." Yang Rui is a person who was quite honest when he was in college. After graduating in the past 3 years, after the polishing of the society, coupled with the 2 cups of wine he just drank, he bragged without making any drafts. "Yes, Brother Rui, your cousin is not the small boss of Red Romance Club, it's not just a matter of words to arrange a big private room for us." Hearing someone say this, Yang Rui was also flushed, the tiny beads of sweat on his forehead also reflected his nervousness. "Ah, this is good, but I'll first make a call to my cousin to ask." Saying that, Yang Rui's side was also pretending to take out his cell phone and make a call out. "Hey, cousin, you guys have a private room tonight, I'm here for a class reunion, and I'm going to get high at your place later. Yes, a dozen or so people, I need a bigger private room." Yang Rui's voice on the phone was very loud, as if he intentionally let everyone hear it. "Ah? The private rooms are all booked out today? Brother, see if you can think of a way, I've blown this cowhide out." "Then okay, brother, I know." After more than 10 seconds, Yang Rui with a disappointed face said so to the phone. Almost everyone present understood what was going on. Hang up the phone. Yang Rui is also a face to say, "I'm sorry, my cousin just said that tonight all the rooms are booked out, there is no way, or next time for sure." "Next time? That means we can't do it today?" Hearing Yang Rui say this, all the students couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment. Yang Rui saw that his classmates didn't say anything else, he was also relieved. His cousin was indeed working at the Red Romance Club, but he wasn't the small boss he said he was. His cousin was just a small supervisor in the logistics department of the Red Romance Club, the kind that couldn't say anything at all. He didn't really call his cousin just now, he just pretended to call his cousin. Chu Yang naturally knew that Yang Rui was bragging, but he didn't bother to deliberately expose his bragging. "How about this, let me arrange it." Chu Yang spoke and directly called Wang Ji, the general manager of the Red Romance Clubhouse, over. "In a moment, my classmates and I are going to sing over there at your side, you arrange a bigger private room. 888 private rooms, right?" Okay, I know. Chu Yang hung up the phone, the corner of his mouth slightly rose. Red Romance Club side of the private rooms are indeed booked, but also left a diamond VIP room. We will go over and sing for a while. Chu Yang said this, did not let Yang Rui lose face too much, but instead confirmed what Yang Rui said. Yang Rui also threw a grateful gaze toward Chu Yang. I'm going. Brother Chu is bullish. The diamond VIP room of the Red Romance Club? I've heard my boss say before that the low sales all have to start at $100,000. Brother Chu, who did you call? So bullish? $100,000? We can't afford that. Don't worry, I'll arrange it. Chu Yang was now in a great mood and directly took charge. Brother Chu is awesome. I told you, the one who can accomplish great things will be my brother Chu. Brother Chu, do you still lack a little brother? I want to mix with you. One by one, his classmates surrounded Chu Yang, their faces were all fawning smiles. Coming out from the Grand Hyatt International Hotel, Wang Yu's face had been somewhat gloomy. After all, he had always been the one who was being courted by all the stars, but now it was good that the limelight had all been snatched away by Chu Yang. Definitely bragging. I would like to see how you should end up in a while. Wang Yu was thinking in his heart, when suddenly his eyes lit up and he saw a black supercar parked outside the hotel. I'll go. You guys look at that supercar. It's too cool. That's the Koenigsegg 11, right? Really? Is it expensive? Why are you guys so excited? The boys in the class were all very excited. After all, who doesn't love supercars? As for the girls in the class, they didn't quite understand. Hearing a girl say this, a boy said excitedly, Koenigsegg 11. A top-of-the-line supercar worth $120 million. I'm going. Just now brother Yu said that his dad just bought him a Koenigsegg. Brother Yu, this car can't be yours, right? Hearing that boy say that, everyone's eyes were cast towards Wang Yu. Just now at the dinner table, Wang Yu did say that his dad had just bought him a Koenigsegg. Wang Yu was actually confused. He was just blowing off steam and flirting with Chu Yang in the meantime. A top-class supercar like the Koenigsegg, any one of them would start at $10 million. Not to mention a top supercar like the Koenigsegg 11 that was worth $120 million. Even if his family was indeed quite rich and had several $100 million in assets, but then again, there was no way his old man would spend that much money to buy him a car. Besides, even if his family's old man was willing to spend money to buy him one, there was no way he would be able to buy a top-class supercar like the Koenigsegg 11, which was limited to only 6 cars in the world. After all, with this kind of car, in addition to having money, one would also have to have quite powerful forces to do so. This car isn't mine, my Koenigsegg has only just been booked and I haven't picked it up yet. Wang Yu is also very embarrassed, but he knows that if this is not explained clearly, in a moment he may have to make a fool of himself. The author has something to say. Chapter 4. This hiding is also too deep, isn't it? Wang Yu was actually embarrassed right now. However, he was also curious as to who actually owned a top-class supercar like the Koenigsegg 11. One must know that this car is not something that an ordinary person can buy. Returning to his senses, Wang Yu sighed, in order to relieve himself of his embarrassment, also walked over to Chu Yang's side. Chu Yang, didn't you come here by public transportation? Why don't you take my car and let's go together? No need, just now I called and asked them to bring my car over. I'll just drive over by myself. Chu Yang laughed and said. Your car? Where is it? It won't be that Wuling Hongguang, right? When Wang Yu heard Chu Yang say that, he pointed his finger at the Wuling Hongguang not far away and teased with a smile. He still felt that Chu Yang was just pretending. However, in the next second, his entire body froze. Because Chu Yang pointed his finger at the Koenigsegg 11, which was limited to 6 worldwide and worth $120 million, and said, Nah, just that one, just picked it up 2 days ago, it's okay, right? A sentence, like a thunderbolt, directly exploded in everyone's mind. Especially Wang Yu, the whole person was directly confused. When he said that he had just bought a Koenigsegg, that was blowing awesome. After all, even if it was an ordinary Koenigsegg, one would have to be around $10 million. You have to know, this one in front of you, but the global limited edition of only 6 Koenigsegg 11. The world's top supercar worth $120 million. Even if Chu Yang is rich, this car is not something that can be bought just by saying it, right? Chu Yang is blowing awesome? Wang Yu stood beside Chu Yang and couldn't help but resize Chu Yang. It's just that, it's not appropriate to still blow awesome at a time like this, right? Wang Yu frowned and swallowed his saliva. As a matter of fact, he already understood in his heart that there was absolutely no way that Chu Yang was bragging with them, but he just wasn't willing to accept this fact only. As he spoke, Chu Yang pressed the key in his hand, and the headlights of the Koenigsegg flashed twice, instantly shattering Wang Yu's assumptions. When Chu Yang stood next to the Koenigsegg 11 and easily opened the car door, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. So, the most powerful person in our class is Chu Yang. This hiding is too deep, isn't it? I'm dropping heaven. This Koenigsegg 11 is actually really Chu Yang's? Brother Yu, is the supercar your dad bought you also this one? When Wang Yu heard someone beside him ask this, the muscles on his face couldn't help but twitch a few times. The one my dad bought me is the ordinary model, it can't be compared to this one from Chu Yang, it can't be compared. Wang Yu's face is red, which he has what Koenigsegg, it is simply bragging. But, looking at Chu Yang sitting in the driver's seat of the Koenigsegg 11 without a word, Wang Yu could not help but show a bitter smile out. People don't brag, people really have awe. The girls in the class were all eager to try. Who wouldn't want to sit in the passenger seat of such a top supercar and experience it? Song Junjun was very direct, with a confident smile on her face she walked over towards the passenger seat side, and just about to open the car door, Chu Yang instead waved her hand towards Dai Shanshan, who had been silent during the meal just now. Dai Shanshan, sit in my passenger seat. Dai Shanshan counted as one of the few girls at work who didn't like to brag and compare, and hadn't had much of an existence during the meal just now. But Chu Yang did not think so. Because when he was in college, he accidentally learned that Dai Shanshan was the daughter of Dai's group, with a fortune of at least tens of billions of dollars. Of course, he was the only one who knew this secret in the whole class. Song Junjun froze. She had her hand on the car door, and Chu Yang's voice directly caused her face to swell red into a pig's liver color. Song Junjun had always been treated at the goddess level everywhere she went, so much so that she made herself think that no matter which boy would not reject her. But now, Chu Yang not only rejected her, but also, didn't put her in her eyes at all. Dai Shanshan had actually never been noticed by too many people, and looked very inconspicuous. But in truth, it was mainly because no one had ever really paid attention to her. Chu Yang also had a chance to take a look at her, and truly speaking, her face value definitely crushed Song Junjun's existence. Dai Shanshan was actually also very curious about Chu Yang's true identity. After all, university classmates for 4 years, all the classmates' information she had read. Chu Yang's profile she had also read, but she was now pretty sure that the one she had read was fake. Dai Shanshan walked towards Koenigsegg 11, ignoring Song Junjun who froze at the side, and directly opened the door of the passenger seat and sat in. Chu Yang's side foot stepped on the gas pedal and drove the car to the side of his classmates, then let's see you at the Red Romance Clubhouse later. After saying his words, Chu Yang then drove Dai Shanshan to leave the side. Car. Dai Shanshan used her hand to lift away the hair in front of her forehead, and looked at Chu Yang carefully with her head on the side. Chu Yang didn't say anything, noticing that Dai Shanshan was looking at herself. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. Hiding very deeply, Chu student. Dai Shanshan opened her mouth and spoke with interest. Aren't you too, classmate Dai? Chu Yang laughed. Koenigsegg 11, limited to only 6 globally, priced at around $120 million, of course, this kind of top supercar is not something you can buy with money. Dai Shanshan looked at Chu Yang's side face and said with a soft smile, so, Chu student, which big family's son are you from? If I say, I'm just an ordinary person, do you believe me? What identity and background of Chu Yang, could he himself not be clear? Moreover, it seemed like there was no need for himself to brag in this regard, insisting that he had a powerful family as his background. But, Dai Shanshan didn't believe it. Even if you are capable, after all, you have earned a lot of money in 3 years. But, being rich doesn't mean you can buy this car. There are many rich people in China, why didn't I see anyone buy Koenigsegg 11 before? Can't afford it? No, can't buy it. You know my real identity, right? Dai's group. Chu Yang said 4 words and didn't continue. Dai Shanshan naturally knew it by heart. Sure enough. On the road, the Koenigsegg 11 was exceptionally dazzling. After all, it is a 100 million level supercar, how many men dare not dream of something? I'll go, that supercar in front is so cool. Daughter-in-law, you drive slowly, this kind of car if hit, you were sold me, we cannot afford to pay. Is that so exaggerated? Our Mercedes-Benz Big G how to say 2 million. Supercars, our family can afford. The woman driving the car turned her head and said with a smile. This is Koenigsegg 11, worth hundreds of millions, can buy our family this big G50 or 60. Ah. When the woman heard her own husband say this, she instead braked sharply to bring the car's speed down. Bang! There was a loud bang. A Volkswagen Passat crashed into the ass of the Mercedes-Benz Big G. Author's word. Chapter 5. I have not seen such an arrogant person. Xu Yang drove the Koenigsegg 11, carried Dai Shanshan, and arrived at the Red Romance Club side. Not long after, Wang Yu and other people also came one after another. Xu Yang parked the car with Dai Shanshan and waited for the students to gather in front of the Red Romance Club. Yu Hong is in a good mood today, bringing a group of rich second-generation younger brothers to the Red Romance Club to have fun, and a glance at the Dai Shanshan standing in the crowd. Although Dai Shanshan was low-key, her temperament was not something that could be covered up by a low profile. As the sole heir of the Yu Group in Magic City, Yu Hong's vision has always been very high, and there are only a handful of beauties that can enter his eyes. Beauty, my name is Yu Hong, you and your classmates together? It's just right, I also came with my brothers, we have a supreme VIP room in the club, play together, I will drive my Rolls Royce to take you for a ride. Yu Hong walked right up to Dai Shanshan, his self-talk directly made everyone present change their face. Yu's group had made its fortune on automobiles, and up until now, it was the leading automobile company within the Magic City. A group like Yu's group that ranked in the top 20 amongst the companies in Magic City, even a rich second generation like Wang Yu who was worth over $100 million could not even say a word to Yu Hong. No need. Dai Shanshan's face changed, she took a step back with an icy expression. The little brothers behind Yu Hong began to coo, what did I see? Brother Hong was rejected. Brother Hong has hunted countless beauties, and there are actually people who are not impressed, long time no see. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Hong rejected, ha ha ha. There were a few of the rich second generation who had similar status as Yu Hong before they dared to open their mouths to tease Yu Hong. Yu Hong also felt that he was losing face by Sandra Dai. He got in the way of the juniors around him and said uncomfortably, I, Yu Hong, am at least a wanderer in love, so what is this? Beauty, let me introduce myself again, I am Yu Hong, the youngest master of the Yu Group, as long as you follow me, whatever car you want, I can get it for you. Detected Yu Hong bragging to the host, hereby gifting the host with 100% of the shares of Feng Yu car dealership and rewarding the protagonist with top charisma value. Top charisma value in Feng Yu car dealership? If Yu's group was the #1 ranked leader in Magic City, then Feng Yu Car Company was the #1 automobile leader in the country. The value was expected to be more than $50 billion. Xu Yang didn't expect that the system would give such a big reward. And Wang Yu and the others also looked at each other after hearing Yu Hong's words. Yu Hong himself was driving a Rolls Royce, but Xu Yang was driving a Koenigsegg 11. A luxury car that no one with money could buy. For a moment, Wang Yu and the others were silenced. They all coincidentally felt that the sole heir of the Yu clan group didn't seem to be as bullish as their classmate. Get me any car? Dai Shanshan looked at Yu Hong with some surprise, and then swept aside Xu Yang. Xu Yang's charm value was now at the top. Just by looking at him, one would be attracted by Xu Yang's unique charm value. Dai Shanshan glanced at Xu Yang and suddenly began to thump her heart. She subconsciously refused Yu Hong. I want a Koenigsegg 11, can you get it for me? Koenigsegg 11? A group of rich daughters instantly exploded. Is the Koenigsegg 11 something you can buy just because you want it? Bitch, you're making fun of my brother Yu Hong. Brother Hong, if I say so, this woman deserves a beating. The rich second-generation people were there to take out their anger for Yu Hong. Unbeknownst to them, Yu Hong's face had already stunk to high heaven. Although Yu's group already had a value of $10 billion, the Koenigsegg 11 was not a luxury car that could be bought with money. As the leading automobile group in Magic City, Yu Hong was actually hit in the face by a woman with a Koenigsegg 11? This feeling made Yu Hong furious. No one had ever dared to take a car and hit his Yu Hong's face. Dai Shanshan was the first and definitely the last. You're doing it out of respect. Brothers, teach them a lesson for me. Yu Hong said, and the rich second generation swarmed over in an uproar. Wang Yu felt the atmosphere of the swords being drawn, and had the intention to mediate, but did not know how to do it properly. Xu Yang lazily took 2 steps forward and blocked in front of Yu Hong. I advise you that it's better if you don't move my reunion. Xu Yang stepping forward caused many young girls' classmates to sprout starry eyes. I don't know why, such a Xu Yang looked so handsome. The female classmates had revealed their flamboyant faces, and Yu Hong looked at Chu Yang's dusty temperament, and even more so, he had a feeling of instantly being reduced to a background plate. He gritted his teeth and looked at Chu Yang angrily. "What's wrong with me moving your classmates? Is it possible that you still dare to hit me?" What Yu Hong and the Yu group behind him represented, everyone present knew it by heart. Wan Yu, they are very clear, and Yu Hong hard to fight with the consequences. All of them did not dare to act rashly. Chu Yang accepted. The corner of his mouth rose slightly and laughed softly. "If you dare to move, I dare to fight." When Yu Hong heard this, he instantly couldn't help but sneer. "Yohoi, you Deshao, have grown so big, but I haven't seen such an arrogant person." "Then you see if I dare to fight." Yu Hong was so angry that he punched over. The author has something to say. Chapter 6. I apologize to him, he deserves it? When Yu Hong made his move, Chu Yang's side was faster than him. A fist smashed Yu Hong's face, blinding Yu Hong. Yu Hong took 2 steps back, froze and touched his face, full of disbelief. Where did this douchebag come from? He really dared to make a move. Not only Yu Hong, even Yu Hong's side of the second generation of rich little brothers were also dumbfounded. This person actually dared to make a move. Wan Yu's group of people saw this scene and even called out that they were finished. They just want to participate in a class reunion only. Now to participate in a class reunion, even their lives must be taken in. Chu Yang, why are you so impulsive? Hurry up and apologize to Hong Xiao. Wan Yu hurriedly voiced his desire to make a remedy. His family company is only $1 billion or so, and Yu Hong this level of rich second generation is not in a level at all. If Yu Hong found out about him, it would be as easy to kill him as it would be to crush an ant. Wan Yu felt that he was going to be killed by Chu Yang. Yu Hong received a punch, originally was still a bit annoyed, but now when he heard that Wan Yu asked Chu Yang to apologize, his anger instead subsided a bit. He smugly looked at Chu Yang, the bottom of his eyes are full of superiority. "See, this is the attitude that should be to my Yu Hong, learn more from your classmates, kneel down and give me 3 kowtows, say Hong less I was wrong, today this matter, I can forget about it. I can forget about it." Yu Hong did not say anything on the face, but in his heart, he hated Chu Yang completely. The person who dared to hit him Yu Hong has not been born until now. Wan Yu's face didn't look good when he heard this, but he didn't dare to refute Chu Yang. He smiled and said, "Chu Yang, why don't you apologize to Hong?" Apologize? It was kowtowing and apologizing, right? Chu Yang glared at Wan Yu and did not say anything. Instead, the students in the class were more or less uncomfortable when they saw his worldly smooth side. That was kowtowing and apologizing. What's the difference between this and being throwing one's dignity on the ground and having to step on it twice? Under Wan Yu's persuasion, things seemed to have taken a turn for the better, and it all depended on Chu Yang. Is it kneeling down and kowtowing to apologize, or is it sitting equal to Hong's retaliation? For a moment, everyone's attention was on Chu Yang. Dai Shanshan was a little overjoyed, and when she wanted to step in, she heard Chu Yang faintly say, "What if I don't apologize?" As soon as Chu Yang's words fell, everyone present drew a breath of cool air. Chu Yang said that he would not apologize. Yu Hong's face was swollen as if he had been slapped numerous times in Chu Yang's light-hearted sentence. "If you don't intend to apologize, that's fine. I'll let my brother Morning Biao's little brother come over. You still want to keep your dignity after hitting me, Yu Hong? I'll let you know that in front of absolute strength, dignity is nothing," Yu Hong said angrily. Yu Hong's juniors knew that the matter was serious and could only try to lower their presence. Wan Yu was scared and sweating even more after hearing Yu Hong's words. "Chu Yang, just apologize to young Hong. Morning Biao is a big shot in Magic City, definitely not something you can mess with." Morning Biao was an underground godfather in Magic City. He was very popular in both the black and white worlds, and was extremely powerful. Anyone who went against Morning Biao did not have a good ending. Detected Yu Hong bragging about the host, hereby presenting the host with the underground godfather of the Magic City, Morning Biao, to become the host's little brother. Chu Yang didn't even want to bother with Wan Yu at all. He already knew that Yu Hong was bragging. Even if Funeral Biao really came, he would have to obediently call himself a big brother. Then let him get Morning Biao over, just so I want to see the demeanor of the underground godfather. Chu Yang said blissfully unconcerned. Yu Hong listened to Chu Yang's words and couldn't help but gnash his teeth in anger. "You wait, I'll let someone come over here." Seeing Chu Yang's softness, Yu Hong gritted his teeth and gave Morning Biao's little brother's little brother, Lu Feng, a phone call over. Yu's group was indeed a behemoth in the eyes of many, but not enough in the eyes of Funeral Biao. With Yu Hong's current energy, he was only worthy of calling himself a brother to Lu Feng. "Brother Feng, I'm at the Red Romance Club, you bring a dozen people over, I've been beaten up, copy the guys over. As soon as Lu Feng heard that Yu Hong was bullied, he quickly agreed to go over to support the scene. Not for anything else, just because Yu Hong is generous, and the people who messed with him are generally not great characters. With Morning Biao's current reputation, even if they beat someone up, they wouldn't dare to let anyone go looking for trouble. As the saying goes, it's good to be under a big tree. Lu Feng couldn't help but be comfortable in this kind of thing, and even more so, he raked in a lot of favors. Shu Yang, just apologize. Yes, Shu Yang, just kneel down and kowtow, consider it a Qingming ancestor sacrifice. Yu's group is not something that commoners like us can mess with. Shu Yang, you better apologize. As soon as the students heard that Yu Hong shouted for someone to cop out, they were all terrified. Even Dai Shanshan was wavering within her heart, contemplating whether or not to let her own family members step in to quell this fight that was about to be fought. Apologize? How does he deserve that? Isn't he just calling someone? I'll call someone over too. Shu Yang snorted coldly, opened his cell phone to find Morning Biao's number and dialed it. Yu Hong's juniors were dumbfounded. They had never seen such an arrogant person. There was still someone in Magic City who dared to disregard the underground godfather, Morning Biao? The author has something to say. Chapter 7. No one believes in telling the truth, but believes in bragging instead? Morning Biao happened to be at the Red Romance Club today to discuss cooperation with some people in the business world. The cooperation was reaching a critical time, and Morning Biao, who always disliked being disturbed on official business, had his private phone unexpectedly ring. Big brother, do you want me to mute the phone for you? Morning Biao's little brother looked at the two words written Big Brother, hesitantly took the cell phone over and asked carefully. Morning Biao looked at the phone number on the phone, his face changed, and he immediately picked up the phone. Big brother, why are you free to call me today? Morning Biao stood up, the excitement on his face overflowing. This scared the few old bosses who were talking business with Morning Biao. Big brother? Morning Biao had a big brother? They are not heard what is not good inside, will not be silenced. Ah? A few old bosses with tens of billions of dollars were shivering on the side, oblivious to the fact that Funeral Biao did not put them in his eyes at all. Shu Yang took the cell phone and looked aside at Yu Hong. There is no big deal, is that there is a person who said he is your little brother, called Yu Hong. I want to ask you to recognize, he is now shouting people in the Red Romance Clubhouse blocking me, your people. Morning Biao heard Shu Yang's words, his heart was furious. Which son of a was laying hands on his big brother in his name? If it wasn't for the fact that his big brother was too low profile, which turn would it be for this group of them to be reckless? Also, what kind of onion is Yu Hong? Is he worthy of being his little brother? Morning Biao was furious. A few of the $10 billion bosses who are talking about cooperation have more or less listened to the news. One of them shivered and said, Brother Biao, the Yu Hong that your big brother just said is most likely the youngest master of the Yu group. Yu Hong? Yu's group? Morning Biao did know about Yu's group. He was not happy in his heart. A seller of automobiles still dared to block his big brother? He is so bullish, how come he doesn't go to heaven? You guys go and tell Yu's group's boss, he moved someone who shouldn't be moved. Let him pack up his things and get the hell out of Magic City for me. Morning Biao's sentence directly caused Yu's group's lair to move from Magic City. The old bosses looked at each other and immediately agreed with their heads nodding like garlic. With things having developed to this situation, Morning Biao didn't have the heart to talk about cooperation anymore. He hurriedly walked out of the private room. A few 10 billion old bosses looked at each other, coincidentally decided to follow over to see. They could all hear that Morning Biao's big brother was being blocked by Morning Biao's people outside the Red Romance Clubhouse. Involuntarily, they were all very curious about Morning Biao's older brother whom they had never met. In the end, what kind of person can be the elder brother of Funeral Biao? Yu Hong watched Chu Yang hang up the phone and was also a little dumbfounded. Listening to Chu Yang's tone, the person on the other end of the phone is Morning Biao? No, absolutely impossible, this person must be scaring me. Yu Hong forced himself to calm down. He laughed coldly and mocked, when this young man was drinking with Brother Biao at the Global International before, you still don't know where you are playing with mud? Dare to pretend in front of me, when my men come in a while, I'll let you roll out on your knees. Detected Yu Hong bragging to the host, hereby presenting 100% shares of Universal International. Bragging again? Shu Yang raised his eyebrows. This Yu Dishao really dared to open his mouth. He even had no doubt that as long as he gave this great young man time, Yu Dishao would be able to make up even more exciting stories. This sentence, I'll give it to you all the same, when I drove the Koenigsegg 1-1, you still don't know where you're playing with mud. Xu Yang hadn't thought of letting Morning Biao personally come out. After all, Funeral Biao's identity was not ordinary. Even if Chu Yang knew that Yu Hong was bragging, he would not easily get angry with Yu Hong. Koenigsegg 1-1? Ha ha ha, laugh me to death. With less than $1,000 of lines on you, you tell me that you have a Koenigsegg 1-1. Are you drinking too much horse piss and your brain is in water? After Yu Hong heard Chu Yang's words, he immediately burst into laughter. Not only Yu Hong, even his juniors also laughed with joy. Koenigsegg 1-1 has a price, money can't even afford it. Do you know what Koenigsegg 1-1 stands for? Koenigsegg 1-1 represents power, understand? Something you can't even buy with money. You still want the Koenigsegg 1-1. Mr. Hong can't even afford it, who do you think you are? As the heirs of the 100 Million Group, the rich second generation understood too well what the Koenigsegg 1-1 stood for. If Chu Yang had a Koenigsegg 1-1, they would go around when they saw Chu Yang in the future. On the other hand, after listening to Chu Yang's words, Dai Shanshan and the other students all looked like they were not going to spit out their words and held them back. Wang Yu wanted to say, Hong Xiao, don't be fooled by his appearance, Chu Yang, he really has a Koenigsegg 1-1. Other than Wang Yu, the rest of the people's eyes looking at Yu Hong and the others had completely changed. It was because they realized, it was as if having a Koenigsegg 1-1 was a great thing. The most important thing was that the Koenigsegg 1-1, Xu Yang really had it. Xu Yang helplessly held his forehead. He realized that this world was really strange. No one believes in telling the truth, but others believe in bragging? Just at this time, 5 vans came to the front door of the Red Romance Club. Lu Feng opened the door. More than a dozen little brother copied the guy from the van down. Lu Feng's sharp eyes swept over at everyone. Who beat up my brother? Stand out for your labor. The author has something to say. Chapter 8. You told my big brother to get out? In Lu Feng's anticipation, the one who beat up Yu Hong should be cowering in fear right now. He targeted Wang Yu. You're the one who hit my brother? Wang Yu was suddenly scared silly by naming people. He quickly waved his hands. No, it wasn't me, it was him, he hit him. With this wave of Wang Yu's maneuver, he directly sold Xu Yang out. Xu Yang looked at Wang Yu, and Wang Yu also knew that he had done something untoward. He apologized. Xu Yang, this can't be blamed on me. With this little asset of mine, it's not enough for Yu's group to deal with. Don't you know Sang Biao? Wouldn't you just let Sang Biao come over? Wang Yu's words made Lu Feng a little surprised. His heart was a little wavering. What if Chu Yang really knew Morning Biao? That was his big brother's big brother. Yu Hong saw Lu Feng's hesitation. He said to Lu Feng, Brother Feng, don't believe his words, this little brat is not wearing more than $1,000, and just now he said he has a Koenigsegg 1-1. Yu Hong, as the sole heir of the Yu Group, is no less familiar with luxury cars than he is with beautiful women. What he said made Lu Feng unable to refute. Wang Yu opened his mouth to speak, but once he thought about the behemoth behind Yu Hong, he closed his mouth again. Even if Chu Yang had a Koenigsegg 1-1, so what? What if he really knew Morning Biao and had Morning Biao personally come over to relieve him? However, Lu Feng still felt that Chu Yang was just bragging, and immediately moved his right hand and ordered a dozen people to directly smash the BMW not far away. That car is my Wang Yu looked at his BMW turned into a pile of scrap metal, heartache, but also dare not open his mouth to offend Lu Feng. He was afraid that he would be the same as the BMW in the next second. Smashing the car to prevent people from escaping, Lu Feng prepares to let his minions do it. This scene, coincidentally, was watched by Morning Biao, who rushed down from upstairs. Stop! Morning Biao's roar was ferocious with a fury. Under his command, quite a few people were so scared that their legs went limp and they fell to the ground. Even Lu Feng was shaken by his cry. Lu Feng turned his head and immediately became half stuttering. Biao, brother Biao, why are you here? Lu Feng never expected that Morning Biao would also be at the Red Romance Club. Why am I here? If I don't come, are you going to make a move on my big brother? Are you worthy? Morning Biao rushed to Lu Feng's side and kicked over. Morning Biao's force used a lot, directly kicked the person to roll 3 to 5 meters, visible Morning Biao's anger. Morning Biao's big brother? He really is Morning Biao's big brother? No way. The rich second generation behind Yu Hong were all dumbfounded by Morning Biao's words. Lu Feng and his minions were all stunned by Biao's words. The $10 billion bosses who followed behind Biao looked at the scene and were too shocked to speak. Even Xu Yang's classmates all opened their mouths wide, their faces full of incredulity. Xu Yang really didn't lie. He really was Morning Biao's big brother. Big brother, it's not about me, it's Yu Hong. Lu Feng had seen Morning Biao. Even if he had seen him from afar, Lu Feng remembered Morning Biao very well. He endured the pain and gave up Yu Hong, with an extra dash of ruthlessness on his face. Morning Biao was known for his love and loyalty. He almost beat up Morning Biao's big brother. Even if he didn't get it, Morning Biao wouldn't stop easily. Lu Feng knew that he was going to be finished, so he would definitely not let Yu Hong, who had harmed him, have a good time. Yu Hong did not expect that his first meeting with Funeral Biao would be on the opposite side of him. Lu Feng's words even made Yu Hong's heart almost jump out of his throat. He stared at Yu Hong, his eyes full of sarcasm. I heard my big brother say that you are my little brother? And you called out Lu Feng to block my big brother? Morning Biao was just inquiring about things. His body's aura went to make people inexplicably feel a sense of fear. Yu Hong wanted to give himself a defense, but did not know how to go about it. Dai Shanshan's hand that was secretly on the phone was also put down. She also didn't expect things to take such a turn for the worse. Seeing that Morning Biao was willing to stand up for Chu Yang, Dai Shanshan immediately added for what Yu Hong had done. He didn't just call out Lu Feng, he also made Chu Yang kowtow and apologize to him, and even more so, he wanted Chu Yang to kneel and roll out of the Red Romance Club. Dai Shanshan's words caused Morning Biao to go up in flames. His big brother was actually pushed to this extent by a mongrel? He walked over to Yu Hong with a gloomy face. Yu Hong was so startled by his aura that his legs actually weakened and he fell to his knees. He collapsed in front of Dai Shanshan in a smooth manner, kowtowing while admitting his mistake. I'm wrong, sister-in-law, I'm wrong, please spare me, I shouldn't have drunk too much horse urine and molested sister-in-law. It's me who lost my head, I deserve to die, I'll kowtow to you, sister-in-law, help me beg Chu Yang for mercy, beg him to spare me. Yu Hong was really a little wit. After he reacted, he was able to bend and kowtow to Dai Shanshan. He was also considered a smart person. However, Chu Yang did not intend to let Morning Biao spare Yu Hong. Little Biao, you take care of the next matter. The author has something to say. Chapter 9 Be confident, remove the as-ifs. Morning Biao glanced at Dai Shanshan on the side and revealed a look of understanding. He answered, okay big brother, I happen to be going to take care of something, so I won't bother you and sister-in-law. Big brother, bring your sister-in-law over to my villa when you're free. Dai Shanshan was blushing at Funeral Biao's look. She knew that Funeral Biao had misunderstood. But there was no way to explain this. For a moment, Dai Shanshan was annoyed with Yu Hong, who was talking nonsense. Morning Biao also had to deal with the matter of Yu Hong and Lu Feng, and indeed did not stay longer at the Red Romance Club. Once Morning Biao left, the previous tense atmosphere instantly dissipated. The gazes of Chu Yang's classmates who once again looked at Chu Yang had been replaced by awe and shock. No one had expected that Chu Yang was really Morning Biao's big brother. That was the underground godfather awe. What are all looking at me like that for? Aren't we going to sing and get high? Of course Chu Yang knew why his classmates were like this. He pretended not to know about their shock, and Song Junjun and the others could only pretend to be happy as they headed towards the Red Romance Club. When Wang Ji came down from the Red Romance Clubhouse, he happened to also see the scene where Morning Biao cleaned up Yu Hong. For Wang Ji, a small conflict in front of the Red Romance Clubhouse was inevitable. If it wasn't for the fact that he had heard a few $10 billion bosses talking about Chu Yang's name, Wang Ji wasn't even going to stop. Director Chen, this person you guys are talking about, what's his name? Director Chen was Wang Ji, and there were a few more points of awe within his heart. Don't look at Wang Ji as just the general manager of Red Romance Club. The energy or background behind him was not to be underestimated. Chu Yang, Biao's elder brother, looking young, in his 20s, still a bit handsome, with a unique temperament. After Mr. Chen finished describing the general, Wang Ji knew. The person Mr. Chen's mouth was talking about and his boss, was the same person. Wang Ji's appearance immediately drew the attention of many people. Song Junjun looked at Wang Ji, who had a different aura, and hurriedly inquired to Wang Yu, who was at the side, Young Yu, who was this person? It looks so extraordinary. Wang Yu followed the direction Song Junjun was pointing and immediately changed his face. That's Wang Ji, the general manager of Red Romance Club. Don't look at him as just a general manager, it's Lu Feng who has to give him 3 points of face when he comes, even I can't afford to offend him. Wang Yu was popularizing Song Junjun and the others while not moving to look at Chu Yang. After Chu Yang's relationship with Morning Biao was exposed, the students all had an instinctive fear of Chu Yang. Got it, Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao, Manager Wang seems to be coming our way. Be confident, you remove the seams, he is really coming our way. What should we do? There's just been a morning Biao, and then there's a Wang Ji. I feel like today's encounter is like a roller coaster. The students were still muttering there when they saw Wang Ji coming over. When they saw the main guy, no one dared to spit out another word, for fear of being missed by Wang Ji and ending up as miserable as Lu Feng. As soon as Wang Ji took a look at Chu Yang, he knew that he was the boss of that funeral pugilist in Mr. Chen's mouth. Boss! As soon as Wang Ji's words fell, Song Junjun and the others immediately froze as if they were wooden chickens. Chu Yang, or the boss of the Red Romance Club. Almost subconsciously, everyone turned their eyes to Yang Rui. Isn't your cousin the little boss? Why don't you know that Chu Yang is the owner of Red Romance Clubhouse? Yang Rui shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. His cousin was just a small supervisor of the Red Romance Clubhouse's logistics department. Not to mention the high-level changes of Red Romance's boss, but even the high level, his cousin hadn't seen a few of them. Dai Shanshan's beautiful eyes flowed, looking at Chu Yang with eyes full of curiosity. It seemed like the longer he came into contact with Chu Yang, the more he felt that Chu Yang was too mysterious. He was both Morning Biao's elder brother and the owner of Grand Hyatt International and Red Romance Club, and in his hands, there was also a top-class supercar Koenigsegg 11 that money couldn't even buy. How could such a person be a nobody? She was even more convinced that the information she had seen before was all wrong. Class reunion, bring my classmates over to have some fun. Have you arranged my private room yet? Wang Ji saw Chu Yang's attitude is still easygoing. His heart could not help but feel relieved. Arranged, VIP Supreme Suite 888 is your exclusive private room in the future. Will not open to the public again, please rest assured, boss. Wang Ji's words fell, and there were more huffing sounds. That was a VIP Supreme Suite room. The low sale starts at least $100,000, and it is still not open to the public. It's too bullish. Well, then lead the way. Chu Yang nodded and was about to go when he saw a few more middle-aged men with respectful faces and business cards clutched in their hands in front of him. Each of them carried confidence and the demeanor of a superior. They should be a few businessmen with very successful careers. Boss, this is Mr. Chen, Mr. Zhao, Mr. Han, and Mr. Li. These are all tycoons with tens of billions of dollars. Originally, Diao organized the bureau today. Because of your business, I guess it didn't work out. When Wang Ji saw the four people coming over, he already understood the intention of the four people. His voice was not loud, but Song Junjun and the others heard it clearly. How could they not have expected to one day witness tens of billions of dollars worth of tycoons holding business cards and lining up to contact their old classmates? The author has something to say. Chapter 10, There are always people bragging in front of me. Mr. Chu, first time meeting, my name is Chen, I am the one who owns a clothing store. Mr. Chen took his business card and respectfully handed it to Chu Yang. On his business card, he wrote, President of One Phone Group, Chen Pei. One Phone Group had made its fortune on clothing, and now One Feng's clothing storefronts had opened all over the country, and even abroad. Such a bullish enterprise, and in Chen Pei's mouth, he was just a clothing seller? Song Junjun and the others had looked at each other in dismay, and then looked at Chu Yang, only to see him look at Wang Ji, who immediately took Mr. Chen's business card. The remaining three bosses had the good sense to hand over their own business cards as well, even skipping the self-introduction. 10 billion old bosses, when did they become so worthless? They weren't even worthy of introducing themselves in front of Chu Yang anymore? Oh, right, Mr. Chu, this is a little bit of my humble self, please don't excuse yourself, Mr. Chu. Chen Pei said and took out two Black Gold Supreme VIP cards of the One Phone Group. One Phone Group's Black Gold Supreme VIP card had only issued less than 20 cards nationwide. Chen Pei actually gave two at once in order to please Chu Yang. Aha! Chu Yang answered. Wang Ji took the Supreme VIP card and said with a smile, Mr. Chen is not only unique in the business world, he is also very famous in wine. I heard that Mr. Chen has a friend, opened a national chain of wine estates, 80% of the country's red wine are from there, is not this thing? Wang Ji's words made Mr. Chen's body stiffen. Where did he have any friends who opened a national chain of red wine estates? That was all fabricated by his wife in order to pretend with those broad wives. Yes, there is such a friend, it just so happens that I still have a bottle of Romane Conti from a friend here, a small token of appreciation, please accept Mr. Chu's smile. Detected Chen Pei bragging about the host, special gift of a national chain of red wine estates Bonjour. Bonjour is the real national chain of red wine estates. 90% of the country's red wine comes from Bonjour. Although the market value of Bonjour was only about $10 billion, Bonjour's position in the circle of red wine was indeed a real leading company. Since it's a piece of mind from Mr. Chen, I'll take it. It just so happens that I also have a red wine estate under me, and there are still a few bottles of good wine in my hand, so I'll have someone send it over to Mr. Chen later on. Chu Yang knew that Chen Pei was bragging. He did not poke Chen Pei. Judging from Chen Pei's performance so far, he was a businessman with a good eye for advancement and retreat. Since this was the case, he might as well go with the flow and send him a favor. Mr. Chen watched Chu Yang leave. His heart couldn't help but stumble a little. He didn't know if Chu Yang knew whether what he said was true or not, but he still had to harden his heart and realize the bull he had blown. Mr. Chen said goodbye to the remaining 3 bosses and immediately called his wife at the villa. You immediately have someone bring the Romane Conti that our family just got their hands on to the Red Romance Clubhouse. As soon as Mrs. Chen heard Mr. Chen's words, she immediately exploded. What did you say, surname Chen? The Romane Conti that I managed to get with great difficulty hasn't even been flaunted with my little sister yet, and you're asking me to send it out? I tell you, impossible. Impossible has to be possible. I just met Morning Biao's big brother. Who is Morning Biao, don't you know? If it's not for you bragging to people that you have a friend with a wine estate, I wouldn't have to take out the Romane Conti. Hurry up and let someone send it over, or I'll divorce you. Mr. Chen was also very angry. His lungs were about to explode. If not for his wife's vanity, would he be as bad as taking out the Romane Conti to give her a lie? It didn't take long for the Romane Conti to be delivered to Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen took the Romane Conti and came to the 888 Supreme VIP room under Wang Ji's gesture. Inside the Supreme VIP private room, a dozen or so students were all seated in the large private room. Because they knew that Mr. Chen would still come over, no one dared to let go of their hands. The atmosphere was a bit chilly. Mr. Chu, this is the Romane Conti, how about you taste it? Mr. Chen came over with the Romane Conti and personally poured and sobered up Chu Yang. The way this $10 billion boss was busy and groveling like a little brother, looking at it inexplicably felt so good what to do. Song Junjun stared at Mr. Chen's every move, her eyes straightened. She had the intention to hook up with the current Chu Yang, but Chu Yang couldn't see her off. The taste is not bad. I have arranged for someone to send the wine to your villa. Later on you should receive a call, going forward to drink, or go to my red wine manor will be better. Mr. Chen responded by saying yes, and didn't say yes or no. At this time, Mr. Chen's phone rang. He looked at the name displayed on the screen and couldn't help but feel his heart beating wildly. Could it be that the wine sent by Mr. Chu was arriving? Pick it up. Chu Yang said in a faint voice, and Mr. Chen picked up the phone. Hubby, just now Bonjour Manor sent over a dozen bottles of treasured red wine. Said it's a gift from their boss to you. Oh my god, Bonjour Manor which? That's the real red wine mecca where 90% of the country's red wine is produced. Mr. Chen's wife's voice was a bit loud, and everyone in the private room heard her words. What? Prajna Manor is also Chu Yang's property. The author has something to say. Chapter 11 Big Brother is Big Brother, magnificent. Gosh, that's the national red wine's place of origin, Bonjour. Chu Yang, you're also too bullish. Chu Yang, can we have a bottle of Lafite for today's class reunion? Boss Chu, I'm looking for a bottle of Lafite. Nyobi. Chu Yang, you're the real big brother. Chu Yang's classmates were all shocked by the words of Mr. Chen's wife. Bonjour was actually Chu Yang's property as well. How rich must this be? It was only then that Mr. Chen realized that Chu Yang and these people were classmates, and they were still at a class reunion. At that moment, Mr. Chen had an idea. Mr. Chen still has a small villa in the eastern suburb of Magic City, Forest Garden, which is just right for a class reunion. Why don't you bring them over for a small gathering? Mr. Chen's words made Song Junjun and the others light up. East Suburb Forest Garden was a high-class villa area near the top rich area, East Suburb 1. The worst villa was over $30 million at the bottom. With Mr. Chen's current wealth, the villa he bought would have to start at $50 million at least, and it might still be a villa worth over $100 million. Just thinking about the images inside the villa, Song Junjun and the others were already getting excited. Chu Yang, I've never been to a villa before. Why don't you say yes? Yes, it doesn't matter if we sing or not, I'll be satisfied if I can see the villa. I also want to see what a villa in the eastern suburbs Forest Garden looks like. Chu Yang, just say yes. Dai Shanchan and Wang Yu saw their classmates coaxing, they also couldn't help but look at Chu Yang. The current Chu Yang wasn't poor in money, much less lacking such tens of millions of dollars. Would he accept Mr. Chen's gift? I appreciate Mr. Chen's good intentions, forget about going to the villa for a small gathering or something. I, Chu Yang, make friends, and I'm not running to the villa. Chu Yang politely rejected General Manager Chen's proposal. After listening to Chu Yang's words, Mr. Chen's heart was relieved and grateful. Because in the future, he could straighten his back and say to people, "I, Chenpei, know old Mr. Bonjour, he is my friend." Just this one sentence could make Mr. Chen's future connections go to the next level. Mr. Chen thanked him gratefully and left the private room. After General Manager Chen left, a wail went out from the private room. They hadn't even seen the villa yet. How could Chu Yang refuse? Dai Shanshan looked at the hard-pressed classmates and couldn't help but smile. This group of old classmates, in front of General Manager Chen, they were quite proud of themselves. At this time, Song Junjun suddenly thought of something. She turned her head to Zhou Jiang, who was at the side. "Zhou Jiang, don't you have a big bungalow of more than $20 million in Thompson? Why don't you take us over there to take a look today?" "Yeah." After Song Junjun finished speaking, Wang Chao and the others came to a realization. They couldn't see the villa that Mr. Chen was planning to send Chu Yang, but Zhou Jiang's large bungalow could always be seen. Zhou Jiang heard, cannot help but face some embarrassment, where he has more than 20 million tons of awe. It is looking at the reunion, want to pretend to mix a little better blowing awesome, who can think, their own blowing the bolden will be at this time by Song Junjun think up, also really beep the dog. My house hasn't been handed over yet, in a short time, I can't go to see the house yet. Zhou Jiang's Thompson Epine couldn't be seen either? Wang Chao and the others couldn't help but show a disappointed expression. Song Junjun really wanted to see the villa. She turned her head to Wang Yu again. "Young Wang, your family is so rich, there are always villas, take us to see them." Wang Yu's father is worth hundreds of millions of dollars, not to say more than a dozen is there. But how could Wang Yu bring his classmates to play in his family's villa? This is a dozen people. What kind of mess would it be? My family has recently come to have an honored guest, it's not convenient to go over to play. By the way, Chu Yang, do you have a house in Thompson Epine? Wang Yu excused himself to politely refuse and turned the spearhead to Chu Yang again. Wang Yu's words instantly also made Wang Chao and the others ignite hope. Right, now Chu Yang is a big boss, will he have a house in Thompson Epine again? Chu Yang's eyebrows slightly raised, he looked at Wang Yu. The gloating in the bottom of Wang Yu's eyes was not overly disguised, and even carried 3 points of provocation. Aren't you Chu Yang a cowboy? You are bullish, do you have a house in Thompson? I do have a house in Thompson's first class, but it's not big, it can only be convenient to visit, not convenient to move in. Let's do it this way, it's not too early today, I'll arrange for my classmates to rest at the Grand Hyatt International Hotel, and all the accounts will be credited to my name. Chu Yang's words caused many people to draw a breath of cold air. Chu Yang still really had a house in Thompson? And tonight, he even let them stay at the Grand Hyatt International Hotel. As soon as Chu Yang's words fell, cheers instantly surged out from the private room. Chu Yang Nyobi, big brother deserves to be a big brother, bravado. Chu Yang, you're a god, ho ben hoa. The Grand Hyatt International Hotel is wrapped when you say so. Boss, do you still lack employees? Do you think I'm suitable? Wang Chao, you get to one side, Boss Chu, consider me. Wang Yu, who was ready to see Chu Yang's joke, was also stunned after hearing Chu Yang's words. How could he not expect that Chu Yang actually had a house in Townsend? After Wang Yu froze slightly, he revealed a smug smile again. So what if there was a Thompson's first class, wasn't it not too big? Chu Yang is worthy of being the boss of Bonjour, even I didn't buy a house in Townsend first either and I was able to get my hands on it. It's only a little after 8 now, after 9, how about you take us to see your Thompson first house? The author has something to say. Chapter 12, Song God Chu Yang. Yes, I'll show you guys around later. Chu Yang could see Wang Yu's unkind intentions, but didn't care too much about it. He was planning to receive his Thompson's house anyway, so it didn't matter if it was a little early or a little late. Wang Yu didn't know Chu Yang's intentions, he couldn't wait to see Chu Yang make a fool of himself. And Wang Yu's words amounted to a dozen loud slaps on the bragging Zhou Jiang's face. Imagine, even Wang Yu, this kind of rich second generation, cannot buy on the house. Zhou Jiang, a Huijin international marketing director, can be bullish to where? This guy is absolutely bragging However, compared to Zhou Jiang bragging, then, night stay in the Grand Hyatt International Hotel is more exciting to some people. Grand Hyatt International Hotel is a well-known 5-star hotel in Magic City. They were all going to stay in it tonight. Just thinking about it is a great feeling. Song Junjun even picked up the microphone and acted as a mic. I've blown through the evening breeze that you've blown through, so do we count as embracing each other, but as if waking up from a dream with empty hands and an empty heart? Song Junjun's voice was clear and on the sweet side, sounding very comfortable. The atmosphere and lights in the room were also gradually warmed up by Song Junjun's mobilization. After the song ended, Song Junjun took the microphone and said to Chu Yang, Thank you Chuyang for giving us such a perfect day for our class reunion. Below, please invite our Chuyang student to sing a song for everyone. Everyone welcome. Good. Chuyang quickly go up and sing. Not only is a billionaire not only my classmate, but he's also going to sing for me. I'm just going to applaud him even if these hands are ruined. Cheer up Chuyang. Chuyang, why don't you just sing the song of the good man? Sing what good Han song? Sing Sweet Honey. The students were coaxing at the bottom, and Song Junjun also handed the microphone to Chuyang without any ambiguity. Dai Shanshan snickered on the side, watching the situation in front of her with interest but not stopping it. Chuyang helplessly took the microphone and walked over to the song ordering table, ordering a song called Someone Like Me. A good person like me should have lived a splendid life. How is it that after more than 20 years in the end, still floating in the sea of people, a smart person like me bid farewell to innocence? Why did you use a love affair in exchange for a bruise? People like me who are lost. People like me who are searching. People like me, who are doing nothing. How many others have you seen? Chuyang's patriarchal level of singing brought everyone directly into a picture. The youth had been bumbling around for more than 20 years, even sinking in the sea of people, confused, struggling, experiencing the sweet and sour of life. In the end, disappearing into the sea of people, becoming a drop in the ocean of people. Without the appearance of the system, Chuyang's future life was not much different from people like me. What Chuyang sang was not only the song, but also his previous life. When the song ended, everyone was too shocked by Chuyang's song to return to their senses. It's too good, isn't it? Eddie Zhang came back to his senses and clapped his hands desperately. This song, what was sung was not his life. Chuyang listened to the sound of clapping in his ears as he came back to his senses before he smiled and said, offerings. Wang Yu was so shocked by Chuyang's song that he couldn't speak, but he wasn't willing to let Chuyang make such a fool of himself. He couldn't help but mock, you have indeed made an offering, Chuyang, if you have the ability, turn off the original song and try singing it again. Wang Yu's words caused many people to look at each other in disbelief. What's going on? Chuyang sang a song and played the original song? It wasn't so bad, was it? Could it be that Chuyang's singing wasn't good and that's why he intentionally played the original song? Chuyang looked at Wang Yu, his eyes were light, like he was looking at a clown. Wang Yu was somewhat annoyed by his eyes. What are you looking at me for, sing? Dai Shanshan was not used to seeing Wang Yu's attitude towards Chuyang. She said unhappily, Wang Yu, you said that Chuyang played the original song for no reason. What are you going to do if he didn't play the original song? Yes, if Chuyang didn't play the original song, then wouldn't he be wronged for no reason? Dai Shanshan is right, Wang Yu, if you're so openly questioning Chuyang, isn't that an insult? If Chuyang didn't play the original song, what are you going to do, Wang Yu? Wang Yu, are you tired of seeing Chuyang trying to pick a fight? The students had more or less gotten some benefits from Chuyang, so of course they were helping Chuyang. Wang Yu had never been openly disliked by so many people. Seeing that Wang Yu was about to take out his young master's temper, Chuyang didn't want the hard-earned class reunion to break up unhappily, so he had to open his mouth to relieve himself. It just so happens that I'm not playing very well, so I'll just clean up the song for you all one more time. Chuyang said nice, but not want everyone to make a scene. The students sat back in their original places with indignation. With Chuyang's clean singing, everyone forgot their anger. They looked at Chuyang, who was sitting at the jukebox and singing in shock, and their emotions were gradually pulled in by the song. In Chuyang's singing voice, there was the translucence and spontaneity of having gone through the vicissitudes of life. With the ups and downs of the song, even people cannot help but recall their own ups and downs over the years. After the song ended, all the people in the room were immersed in the song, and could not return to their senses for a long time. No one had expected that Chuyang, who had no backup singers, sang better instead. The author has something to say. Chapter 13 $10 billion Big Brother ate up with a slap. It's so good. This is the best song I've heard. God, Chuyang, from now on you'll be my god. Chuyang, one more song. A tidal wave of applause and cheers rang out in the private room. If it wasn't for the lack of support sticks in their hands, they would have wanted to treat this as a live concert. Wang Yu looked at this scene with an iron color. He also didn't expect that Chuyang, who was singing cleanly, had sung better instead. Only a bang was heard. The door of the 888th private room was pushed open from the outside. The one who pushed the door was a middle-aged man wearing a suit who came in a fierce manner. Behind the middle-aged man, there was also a youth with a swollen nose. Chu Young finally recognized the identity of the youth after a careful identification. "General Manager Yu, it's not quite appropriate for you to bring Yu Hong to forcefully barge into my private room, is it?" Chu Young didn't move and picked up his cell phone to dial a call over to Wang Ji. "Yu Qian personally came. I'm afraid that the visitor is not a good one." Wang Yu knew Yu Qian, and also knew that Yu Qian was originally a very capable fighter. In the business world, Yu Qian is one of the bosses who can fight. Looking at the aggressive Yu Qian, Wang Yu couldn't help but recall the image of Chu Yang kneeling down and admitting his mistake. Immediately after, Yu Qian moved. He pulled Yu Hong to Chu Yang and put the person on the ground. "Mr. Chu, Yu Hong is young and unintelligent, he offended you, I'll apologize to you, but please be magnanimous and spare Yu's group." Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded by Yu Qian's action. They hadn't seen it wrong. The president of the Magic City's leading automobile company was actually pressing his own son to kneel and kowtow to Chu Yang. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes at Yu Qian, truly worthy of being the president of the Magic City's leading automobile company. A sentence of being young and unintelligent, apologizing to you took off the matter of Yu Hong molesting Dai Shanshan. If the person today was not Dai Shanshan and he didn't recognize Morning Biao, I'm afraid that the person who was forced to kneel and kowtow now would be him. "Mr. Yu, the person Yu Hong offended is Morning Biao, you guys can't do anything by looking for me." Chu Yang spread his hands and with one sentence, he directly dumped the matter onto Morning Biao's head. Of course Yu Qian knew that he should go to Morning Biao to make amends. But he didn't dare. According to Morning Biao's temper, he might be lying in the open sea waters tomorrow. "Mr. Chu, aren't you Biao's big brother? As long as you're willing, Yu's group can give it to you." Of course Yu Qian knew that Chu Yang would not be able to let go so easily, and even was prepared to give up the Yu clan group. As long as he could keep Yu Hong, paying even more, Yu Qian could accept it. As Yu Qian's words fell, Wang Yu and the others all drew in a breath of cold air. That was the Yu clan. A large group worth tens of billions of dollars. Just because he offended Morning Biao, he directly gave up this $10 billion to Chu Yang? No, it's not that Yu Qian was willing to give it up, but Yu Qian had to let it go. Because as long as Chu Yang does not open his mouth, Yu's group will cease to exist tomorrow under the suppression of Funeral Puma. A tens of billions of dollars group, life and death in a flash, surprisingly just a matter of Chu Yang's words. The students couldn't help but be in a bit of a trance. When did it start? They were no longer on the same level as Chu Yang. Is a Yu's group very powerful? I can make Funeral Biao overhaul a Yu clan group and can't get another Yu clan group out? The corner of Chu Yang's lips slightly hooked, and there were a few faint disdain in the bottom of his eyes. If it was in the past, Chu Yang might have been ecstatic over the $10 billion group that was about to arrive. But the current Chu Yang was not poor in money, and was not even willing to commit himself for the sake of money. Yu Qian was dumbfounded by Chu Yang's dislike. Chu Yang was indeed right, one word from Funeral Biao was even worth most of Yu Qian's efforts. This is the power of the underground godfather, Morning Biao. Seeing that begging for mercy did not work, a flash of ruthlessness appeared in Yu Qian's eyes. He stood up violently from the ground, raised his fists and ran wildly towards Chu Yang's position. As long as he could catch Chu Yang, all the difficulties would be solved. With such a crazy thought, Yu Qian rushed to Chu Yang. He said with a grimace on his face, "Kid, when I, Yu Qian, was 1 for 100, you still don't know where you're playing with mud." Chu Yang did not expect Yu Qian to suddenly attack. Seeing Yu Qian's fist close to his eyes, Chu Yang knew that he was careless. Chu Yang, quickly dodge ah. Dai Shanshan had more or less some understanding of Yu Qian. She hurriedly spoke out, but it was too late. Yu Qian's speed was simply too fast. Chu Yang simply couldn't dodge his fist. Right at this moment, the system's beep sounded again. Detected Yu Qian bragging to the host, hereby gifting the host with the National Art Patriarch realm. Chu Yang's mind instantly gained a lot more martial arts knowledge and power, and his physical quality also radically took a qualitative leap. When Chu Yang looked at Yu Qian again, he only felt that his body was covered with broken bones. Only to see Chu Yang stretched out his hand and slapped Yu Qian's face. In the next second, Yu Qian's entire body flew backwards and then fell from the wall to the ground, alive or dead. Yu Qian, disabled by Chu Yang's slap? In just a moment's effort, Yu Qian was slapped away by Chu Yang? No one had ever thought that the usually weak Chu Yang had 2 brushes in his hands. The author has something to say. Chapter 14. The whole building belongs to Mr. Chu. By the time Wang Ji rushed up with the security guards, Yu Qian's father and son were already lying dead on the ground. "Boss, Wang Ji has been derelict in his duties, please punish him." Wang Ji had his men take Yu Qian's father and son down, and his men would send Yu Qian to Morningdao. Wang Ji was a very powerful person outside. Even the rich second-generation Wan Yu had to respectfully call him Manager Wang. A person that powerful, the moment he came, he recognized Chu Yang's mistake. This made quite a few people who were watching inexplicably feel a little cool in their hearts, and a little envious. When would they also be able to achieve Chu Yang's level? Chu Yang's brows moved slightly. Since you said so, then I'll fine you 3 months' salary as a warning to others. However, the Supreme VIP's private room being broken into is indeed a problem. You take care of it. Saying that, Chu Yang looked at the time and ordered, right, prepare a few cars for me, my classmates want to go and see my Thompson's house, you arrange it. Okay, boss. Only then did the students present wake up as if in a dream. Right. They still had Thompson's house to look at. As Chu Yang's words fell, the atmosphere of the scene once again came alive. In the evening, at 9:30. A dozen or so famous cars plus a Koenigsegg 11, parked in front of Thompson's gate. The person in charge of handing over Chu Yang's property was called In Feng, the manager of the sales department of Thompson First. Mr. Chu, please come over here. When In Feng received Chu Yang, he was shocked by Chu Yang's young appearance and unique temperament. There weren't many houses in Thompson First Class, and there were even only a handful of floors. Especially customers like Chu Yang who were so quick to buy a building were a rare existence. Currently, Chu Yang had already been listed as a super VIP customer of Thompson's First Quality. At this point, from In Feng's respectful attitude towards Chu Yang, one could see the extent to which Thompson Nippon cared about Chu Yang. Wang Yu didn't know just how big Chu Yang's handiwork was. He just wanted to see with his own eyes what kind of house Chu Yang had bought. And In Feng's attitude towards Chu Yang also made Wang Yu feel more and more wrong the more he looked at him. Wasn't Chu Yang just buying a house? As for letting the sales manager to receive, but also behave so respectfully? It is not possible that this so-called Townsend 1 sales manager is Chu Yang invited to fill the facade, right? The more Wang Yu thought, the more he felt that it was such a thing. The house of the Townsend First Class has a price without a market. How could it be because Chu Yang bought a house and respectfully? Thinking that he had seen through Chu Yang's scheme, Wang Yu's mood was very comfortable. When he saw Chu Yang's house, he must ruthlessly mock him. Soon, In Feng brought Chu Yang and the others to the front of Thompson's A building. The 44-story building that towered like a cloud and had a gorgeous appearance was a sight to behold. No wonder so many people pursued the houses of Thompson Ipin, just the appearance alone was like this, the interior decoration must be even better looking. Mr. Chu, here it is, this is your house. In Feng respectfully introduced. Wang Yu looked at the entire building and only felt bleeped. He didn't even see the door of the room right now, yet In Feng introduced it as Chu Yang's house. Where is the house? He simply said that the whole building was Chu Yang's. Manager In, is it? You rather say, building is so many houses, which one is Chu Yang's? Wang Yu's sudden questioning made In Feng a little surprised. Wasn't the person who was with Mr. Chu a piece of Mr. Chu's friend? How come they didn't even know that Mr. Chu had bought a building? In Feng subconsciously looked at Chu Yang. Only seeing the corner of Chu Yang's lips slightly hooked, with a look of total disregard, he knew the relationship between the two people by heart. This, sir, what I just said might not be clear enough. What I mean is that the entire building A is all Mr. Chu's house. In Feng's words were like a pair of invisible hands that ruthlessly contained Wang Yu's neck. What? The entire building, it's all Chu Yang's? Song Junjun and the other students were all shocked after hearing In Feng's words. Townsend a product this kind of inch of gold house, a square meter to be 350,000. If a building like this comes down, it must be billions of dollars. This isn't true. My old classmate actually bought a building of Thompson's? Wake up, don't be dizzy, it's true, Chu Yang really bought a building of Thompson Ipin. Wait, didn't Chu Yang say that his house isn't big? Thompson Ipin is only 100 or so square feet, it's not big. But Chu Yang didn't say that his house isn't tall. Looking at the Thompson Ipin building as standing in front of them, Chu Yang's classmates all went crazy. How powerful Morning Diao was, they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they didn't know. How powerful Wang Ji was, they hadn't seen him bullish, they didn't know either. But how rich Chu Yang is, they have seen it with their own eyes. A whole building of Thompson's first class. It was really Mrs. Too rich and too luxurious. Impossible, I didn't even get a house in Townsend 1, how could he buy a building? You guys can't be colluding. Wang Yu said incredulously. The author has something to say. Chapter 15, Not for Sale, I'm Not Short of Money. In Feng was also a bit upset by Wang Yu's questioning one after another. Sir, even if you don't believe in our Thompson first, you have to believe in the real estate certificate. Everyone wait a moment, I will move Mr. Chu's real estate certificate over here. In Feng opened the trunk of his Volkswagen in the sight of the crowd and carried out a large box from the car. He found a piece of cloth and spread it flat on the ground and took out the real estate certificates in the box one by one. Dozens of real estate certificates were piled half a person high, like a pair of invisible hands pulling Wang Yu's face left and right. Wang Yu opened the top of the housebook to see that Xu Yang's name was clearly written at the top. Wang Yu casually flipped open another book. Xu Yang's name and the steel seal on the top all silently explained the fact. Wang Yu's heart only felt 10,000 haystacks running through. Xu Yang is sick. Who buys a house in Tangcheniping, stepping on the horses to buy one building by one building? Dai Shanshan looked at the real estate certificate that was scattered by Wang Yu, and a touch of shock flashed in her eyes. Even if Dai Shanshan's status was not bad, she rarely saw a tycoon like Xu Yang who spent billions to buy a building. Quite a few students looked at the real estate certificates scattered all over the place and couldn't help but open their mouths wide. This was too capricious. The real estate certificates are all here, can they still be faked? What kind of mind are you resting on, Wang Yu, that you have to prove that Xu Yang is cheating? That's right, Wang Yu, what kind of mind are you resting on? Such a building, billions of dollars. Who can take billions to make a fake? Zhou Jiang led the coaxing, causing many students to follow and accuse Wang Yu. Wang Yu was pointed at and scolded again, his face instantly turned blue and black. At the same time, Xu Yang was also urged by his classmates. Xu Yang, when can we go see the house? Yes, I've never seen a house in Townsend. That's right, Xu Yang, we all believe that the house in Tongcheniping is yours. Xu Yang, quickly take us to take a look. Xu Yang signaled In Feng to open the door for his classmates to go in and take a look. The interior decoration of Tongcheniping was beautifully chic, every room was designed to be high-end and elegant, exquisite and cool. As the manager of the sales department, In Feng was already familiar with the design of the villas in Tongcheniping, and his colorful introduction and on-site design made the students who were listening to him want to make money and buy a set for themselves. The house of Tongcheniping sold 350,000 square feet is too much money. Many students were so attracted by In Feng's introduction that they forgot to take pictures. It wasn't until they saw Song Junjun taking pictures that they woke up as if from a dream and scrambled to take pictures. Song Junjun usually likes to post selfies to show off her daily life and publish news. Like this opportunity to stroll through the Thompsons' house, of course she had to show off hard. Soon, Xu Yang's classmates all posted their friend circles, bragging about how they had a tycoon classmate and how much of an eye-opener they were. As the classmates' dynamics were forwarded, liked, and commented on, in just less than 30 minutes, it gathered a reprint volume of 1,000 plus. And as it continued to grow gradually by doubling, more and more people knew that the Building A of Townsend 1 had been bought by a young tycoon. The time quickly came to 10 o'clock. The students felt that they could not get enough of photographing and visiting the rooms of Thompson Place. Most importantly, they felt cool like never before. After the news of the Thompsons' room tour was dynamically sent out, their friends, relatives, and even potential customers at work that they hadn't contacted in a long time were taking the initiative to negotiate contracts because of the Thompsons' room tour. All of these substantial benefits were only because of the Thompsons' one piece owned by Xu Yang. I've already asked Wang Ji to arrange for a car to come and pick you up and drop you off, so tonight you can rest at the Grand Hyatt International Hotel for the night and go back tomorrow. Xu Yang planned to find a random room at the Thompsons tonight to sleep for the night. Xu Yang, I have a friend who wants to buy your house, is your Townsend for sale? When it was time to disperse, Song Junjun opened her mouth and asked what everyone wanted to ask. Ever since they had sent out the new developments of Townsend 1, a lot of people wanted to buy a set of Townsend 1 from Xu Yang's hands, and some even opened their mouths and gave a price twice as high, wanting only a set of Townsend 1's house. They were curious to know what Xu Yang would do with Townsend 1. Not for sale, I'm not short of money. Xu Yang directly refused without even thinking about it. His sentence of not being poor in money even made the male students present feel their blood boiling. Awesome. Buying billions of dollars of Thompson, I won't sell it, I'm just doing it for fun. The world of the rich, I can't understand it at all. So envious, I also want to eat a bun, throw a bun later. Wake up, don't dream. The students were envious and at the same time excited about Xu Yang. Not everyone could casually refuse $100 million. But Xu Yang was qualified to refuse it. Zhou Jiang looked at Wang Yu, who was on the side. He said, "Young Master Wang, listening to Manager Ian say so, I think you can also get your hands on a set of Thompson. You've seen the layout of the room. It's only 100 or so square meters. More than 20 million is not too expensive for you, right?" The author has something to say. Chapter 16. Such a big brother, I want to get to know him so badly. Wang Yu was suddenly named by Zhou Jiang, and his entire body was confused. What the hell? Buy a set of Thompson's house? He's seen the layout of the Thompson premiere, and it's really quite good. The key was that it was expensive. Even for a set of 100 or so square meters, at the very least, it would be more than $30 million to start with. He had this money, for a big villa with tens of millions of dollars, wouldn't he smell good? For the time being, I won't buy it. I just bought a villa in the eastern suburb, one house, and I don't have much liquidity on hand right now. Wang Yu said with an embarrassed face. Chu Yang then heard the system beep and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He looked at Wang Yu in surprise, his eyes filled with interest. Detected Wang Yu bragging to the host, hereby presenting a villa of the 9th villa of the 1 eastern suburb. Villa number 9 of the east suburb, 1 courtyard. That is the most luxurious villa in Magic City, covering an area of thousands of square meters and worth $1 billion. As soon as Wang Yu's words left his mouth, he immediately attracted the attention and exclamations of many students. The villa in the east suburb, 1 courtyard, is at the very least a villa worth over $1 billion. More than over 100 million. The villa of 1 eastern suburb is not at all comparable to Mr. Chen's small villa in the forest garden. What? This can't even be compared? Then which building is the most expensive? The 9th villa, worth $1 billion, no one has bought on until now. Hiss, that Wang Yu is too good to be true. If only I could go and see the villa in the eastern suburb's number 1 courtyard. Under Song Junjun's popularization, everyone understood the greatness of the east suburb 1 yard. Of course, comparing with the villas of the eastern suburb's number 1 courtyard, the tens of millions of dollars a set of Thompson's first class was indeed not comparable in terms of price. But in reality, the two are not comparable. After all, the uses were different, and it was normal for the price points to be different. Not bad, not bad. Wang Yu once again became the center point of his classmates' attention, and his psyche was finally balanced a bit. Alas, you are being modest. Just now Chu Yang also said that his house is not big. What's the result? A building of Thompson's? Wang Yu, which building did you buy? When is it convenient to take us on a tour? When Song Junjun heard Wang Yu's modesty, she immediately became anxious. She simply did not believe Wang Yu's claim that it was okay. What's more, Song Junjun also wanted to borrow Wang Yu's relationship to take a look at the villa in 1 eastern suburb. She also wanted to take her chances in the 1 eastern suburb in the rich area to see if there was any suitable tycoon that she could hook up with. Not only Song Junjun, many of her classmates also don't believe Wang Yu when their kind of rich people say it's okay and the house is not too big. Yeah, you rich people are just too modest. I also want to visit it. I also want to take pictures. I want to try eating Western food in the villa. Wang Yu almost didn't vomit a mouthful of blood as he listened to his classmates' words. He just wanted to vaguely brag, but he was even being pursued in detail. After thinking about it, Wang Yu could only delay. After the house is handed over, I will ask you guys to go over and get together again when I have time. Listening to Wang Yu vaguely dealing with Song Junjun and the other classmates, Chu Yang finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chu Yang, what are you laughing at? Wang Chao inquired curiously. Wang Yu's heart was even more cold and sweaty, fearing that Chu Yang would dismantle him. Nothing, it's getting late, everyone take an early rest. Not long after, the people from the Grand Hyatt International Hotel arranged for a dozen or so $1 million luxury cars to come over for transportation. I'll go, Grand Hyatt International is also too luxurious. A few $1 million limousine, I've never sat in one in my life. Old Chen, quick, take a picture for me. Hurry up and video with my darling, his husband is awesome today. Wang Chao and the others happily rode in the limousine to the Grand Hyatt International Hotel and received the highest level of courtesy. It wasn't until they were invited inside the VIP room by the waiter that they completely let go of their egos. As a 5-star hotel, a VIP private room at Grand Hyatt International Hotel, the cheapest one would start at $100,000. In other words, Chu Yang had spent millions at the very least to make his classmates happier today. Thus, apart from Chu Yang, Dai Shanshan, and Wang Yu, all of them frantically brushed up the dynamics in their friend circles. After the class reunion, my rich classmate directly arranged for me to stay at the Grand Hyatt International Hotel. Today is really a wonderful day. Visited the Thompson-Epine so tired that my legs are running out of breath. Fortunately, I soaked in a pedal bath at the Grand Hyatt International Hotel. It's so hard, the reunion is dazzled just to visit the Thompsons' house. It's so hard to get to the hotel, but there is actually an invitation to go swimming in fitness. My location, Grand Hyatt International Hotel. Finally arrived at the Grand Hyatt International Hotel, hurry to drink a mouthful of red wine to suppress the shock. Rich students of the Thompson-Epine has too many house types, dozens of layers of shopping so tired Sitting in a $1 million limousine to the Grand Hyatt Hotel, can't help but take a handsome photo to make a card. That night, a dozen or so classmates' friend circles were almost bursting with people because of the things that happened in the Townsend and Grand Hyatt International Hotel. Everyone wanted to ask Xu Yang's classmates who the tycoon in their mouths was. So eager to get to know The author has something to say. Chapter 17 The Arrogant Stick. Xu Yang slept until 10 o'clock the next morning. After washing up, Xu Yang simply drove his Koenigsegg 11 out for a stroll and bought some breakfast along the way. Xu Yang carried a cup of soy milk, 2 fries, and was about to go back into the Koenigsegg 11 when he was suddenly attracted by two people's conversation. Hurry over to take a look, Goryo's martial arts experts opened a ring in front and fought with our Magic City's experts. So exciting, hurry over to take a look. Xu Yang's eyebrows moved slightly, and he also followed over to take a look. Not far ahead, a large martial arts ring had 2 men in a martial arts stool. At the bottom, there was a group of black pressurized heads, all of which were spectators who came to watch the fun. Above the dueling ring, there was a banner that everyone could see, Goryo Kim Chong-won martial arts duel ring, challenging the great masters. Kim Chong-won had short black hair, single eyelids, a medium build, and a superior arrogance in his eyebrows that marred his relatively clean-cut appearance. Combined with his well-toned muscles, he drew a lot of screams from the nymphomaniacs on stage. The one who fought against Jin Chong-won was a middle-aged man with an athletic figure and a Chinese character face. His body was full of bruises and purple bruises from being abused and beaten, but for some unknown reason, the middle-aged man who was in a disadvantageous position did not open his mouth to admit defeat. Tisk, is trash like you the only one left in Magic City to fight me in the ring? Kim Chong-won punched the country-faced middle-aged man's face heavily, and the middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood as he was hit in the twinkling of an eye. Kim Chong-won raised another hook and hit the middle-aged man's abdomen. Aren't you pretty good? Fight back, scumbag. The middle-aged man seemed to have been beaten to the point where he was a bit out of it, and the whole man's feet went limp and he fell down on the ring. Uncle Lin, wake up. Uncle Lin, why don't you admit defeat? Below the ring, 2 young people were nervously shouting at the middle-aged man on the stage. Jin Chong-won smiled with hooked lips as he grabbed the middle-aged man's hair and leveled it with himself. Hey, are you admitting defeat or not? As long as you admit defeat, I'll let you get off the stage. The middle-aged man stared at Jin Chong-won and pulled out a contemptuous smile. I, Mordor, have no cowards. Admit defeat? Don't even think about it. Uncle Lin. On the stage and off the stage, 2 very different voices sounded at the same time. The middle-aged man was completely unconscious from Kim Chong-won's furious blows. Jin Chong-won shouldered the middle-aged man and threw him down from the ring. Boom! The muffled sound of flesh hitting the ground caused many to subconsciously take a step back. This Goryo stickman, he really hit hard. Kim Chong-won Appa is so handsome. Kim Chong-won Appa, I love you. Kim Chong-won Appa, rub wolf black. Under the stage, there were also a few nymphomaniacs who were nymphomaniacs towards Kim Chong-won, and that act of pandering to foreigners made many viewers look at each other angrily. Jin Chong-won listened to the voices under the stage and revealed a smile that he thought was charming. Who else dares to fight with me, Jin Chong-won? Xu Yang stood under the stage, looking at this farce that wasn't considered a farce, and frowned slightly. This Jin Chong-won was really too arrogant. On the contrary, Jin Chong-won, who had won the battle, started to clamor on the stage again. Are the people of Magic City all wastes? There isn't even anyone who can beat me. Xu Yang's furrowed brows suddenly stretched. He stepped into the ring from the stage, and his sharp stance, unique temperament, and slim figure instantly attracted the attention of many girls. Gosh, this boy is so handsome. I also think it's so handsome, like a noble gentleman. At a closer look, that what's his name Kim Chong-won is nothing. After comparing it, I actually feel that this Jin Chong-won is actually not that great. Xu Yang was very handsome, his temperament was outstanding, and he didn't look like someone who worked out a lot, which couldn't help but make people worry about whether he would become the next middle-aged man. That one on stage is the one who isn't great. Look at him, he's as skinny as a, can he beat my Kim Chong-won Appa? That's right, he looks like an intellectual. Can he take a few punches from Kim Chong-hwan Oba? Handsome man, if you don't come down, our Kim Chong-hwan Oba can spare your life. Under the stage, Kim Chong-hwan's fans and Chu Yang's supporters disliked each other, and there were even people who wanted Chu Yang to voluntarily admit defeat. For the sake of my fans, I advise you to go down better. Kim Chong-hwan, don't fight weaklings, you're not even half as good as that guy just now. I can even win over Brandon's masters with ease, you'd be better off rolling down on your own would be better. On the stage, Kim Chong-hwan was very proud of being complimented by the fans on stage. As he spoke, he made a generous gesture. Detected Kim Chong-hwan bragging about the host, hereby gifting the host 100% of Brandon in Goryeo. Brandon was the most famous security company in Goryeo, worth over $30 billion. Among them, Brandon also had quite a few experts below the sovereign realm, and any random person would be able to beat Kim Chong-hwan to the point of kneeling down and calling out to his father. Hurry up and start, you don't even deserve to waste a minute of my time. The author has something to say. Chapter 18, A Slap to Solve the Problem. Jin Chong-hwan had never seen such an arrogant person so far in his martial arts studies. Within 3 moves, I will definitely knock you down. Jin Chong-hwan raised his middle finger at Chu Yang, and his domineering words immediately drew a scream from the stage. So handsome. Chong-hwan Appa, hurry up and beat him down. Handsome my ass, hurry up and knock down that Goryeo pretender. How dare you pretend to be a pussy in my magic city, just anyone can clean you up. Handsome, go. Below the ring, Kim Chong-hwan's face dogs were already arguing with Chu Yang's budding fans. The next second, Chu Yang stretched out his left hand and directly snapped Kim Chong-hwan's upright. The intense and sharp pain caused Jin Chong-hwan to be unable to stop himself from screaming out miserably. Immediately after that, Chu Yang clenched his right hand into a fist and slapped Jin Chong-hwan in the face. With just a touching sound, Jin Chong-hwan fell from the ring like a sandbag to the ground and fainted. This is done? Handsome really took less than a minute to finish off Kim Chong-hwan. Kim Chong-hwan, just this? Just this? Laughing my ass off, 3 minutes, not even a minute. So handsome. I want to know his name, I want to lick my little brother's face and strength. Kim Chong-hwan was handsome for only 3 seconds before he was KO'd. Thinking about 3 seconds ago, he swore that he would defeat Chu Yang. 3 seconds later, he was slapped down by Chu Yang. This sense of image was simply not too good. With this amount of ability, you still want to challenge my Magic City's experts, go back and practice for a few more decades before coming back. Chu Yang flicked the dust on his body. His light-hearted sentence was not much different from holding the Goryeo man down on the ground and popping him with a hammer. Jin Chong-hwan's companions looked at Jin Chong-hwan on the ground and were all dumbfounded. What in the world was this man? He had disabled Kim Chong-hwan with a single slap? And still 3 seconds, no, maybe a second did not use to Jin Chong-hwan to the disabled. When did Magic City have such a great character? Chong-hwan, wake up. Hey, that guy on the stage, that was a sneak attack. That's right. How could Chong-hwan be knocked out by your slap? Chong-hwan Appa is hurt, it hurts. Kim Chong-hwan's face dogs couldn't help but angrily dislike Chu Yang off stage. Chu Yang's fans weren't willing to show weakness either. Just your Oba who didn't even have 10 seconds doesn't deserve to waste a minute of our male god's time. It's only our male god who's merciful, otherwise your Oba probably wouldn't have lasted a second. It really hurts my male god's hand, with such a thick skin I wonder if his hand hurts. Heartache +1. When Kim Chong-hwan's face dogs heard this, they almost didn't fight with Chu Yang's fans. Chu Yang's eyebrows moved slightly, he swept the stage and said in a faint voice, whoever wants to fight, come up and fight, there just happens to be a ring, use it for nothing. Chu Yang's sentence directly caused the fight under the field to call a halt. Joking, Chu Yang won face to waste Jin Chong-hwan, they went up to last more than a second. Sir, you're going overboard if you sneak attack. We didn't yell to start before you made your move. It's simply corrupting the martial virtues of the Magic City's martial arts community. Jin Chong-hwan's companion, Jin Chang, ran to the ring with his men, and the first thing he did was to sling a big black pot at Chu Yang. The martial virtue of the martial arts world is that the strongest is the king. It's a fact that Jin Chong-hwan can't beat me. If you guys aren't convinced, then come up with another person to fight me. This time, I can let someone live for 5 more seconds, and within 15 seconds, I'll count it as a loss if one of you can touch the corner of my coat. Chu Yang put his hands behind his back. With an expression that counted me as losing if you guys could touch the corner of Labor's clothes, he was simply arrogant to the extreme. What did it mean to let someone live for 5 more seconds? Jin Chang's companions were so infuriated that they almost swarmed over him. They had never seen such an arrogant person. Jin Chang, you go up and fight him. Jin Changwan's companions immediately arranged for Jin Chang, who had the strongest combat power here, to fight. Jin Chang also intentionally wanted to beat Chu Yang to establish his authority. He walked to the ring and said to Chu Yang provocatively, "My Jin Chang's men never beat nameless people, so report your name." The line does not change its name, the name does not change. Chu Yang, cut the crap, hurry up and come, it's a matter of 10 seconds or so. Chu Yang's attitude angered Jin Chang. After saluting, Jin Chang immediately swung his fist at Chu Yang. Chu Yang faced Jin Chang's attack like an idle stroll. A hook punch, missed. A leg kick, missed. A tiger pounce, pounced empty. 3 moves down, Jin Chang unexpectedly didn't even touch Chu Yang's corner. Shushin, 15 seconds are up. Below the ring, I don't know who shouted that the time was up. Only to see Chu Yang's movements suddenly become stern as he dryly stretched out a slap and slapped Jin Chang's face. Immediately afterward, Jin Chang's body flew up and spun around in the air before flying backwards. Boom! Jin Chang's body fell to the ground in response. Watching as Jin Chang was once again sent flying by a slap, the entire room fell into the midst of silence. This time, everyone had seen Chu Yang's movements. From start to finish, Chu Yang had really only used one slap. Author has something to say. Chapter 19, Smoking Out a Bunch of Rods. Society my Chu God, people are ruthless. A slap solves all problems. I, Chu God, teach you to be a man with one slap. My heart aches for Chushin, another 15 seconds of time wasted. Chu God is bullish. Another pretender has been scrapped. If I hadn't taken the video, I wouldn't have thought that Jin Chang could lose so cleanly. Chu Yang's supporters reacted, and a roaring applause resounded under the ring. With the video as proof, Chu Yang's fans held their heads high as they opened up online to spray Golden City's partners. Now, let's see how they can still play the fool. Jin Chao looked at Jin Chang, who was once again slapped and laid down under the ring, and were all dumbfounded as well. No one had expected Chu Yang's strength to be so strong. That was Jin Chang. Their strongest man here. You guys lost. Chu Yang said indifferently. Looking at his clouded appearance, it seemed that he didn't place this bout in his eyes at all. It was also true that a fight that could be resolved with a slap, what kind of a bout was it? We didn't lose, isn't there a saying of 2 out of 3? Jin Chang lost, but we only lost 1 round. Of course Jin Chao knew that there was no way for him to cheat. But if he didn't get one back, their ring would be completely equivalent to being smashed by Chu Yang. Wow! The moment Jin Chao's words left his mouth, they instantly drew countless group taunts. Do you Gorios want some face? That slap from Kim Chong-won doesn't count? It's been a long time since I've seen this, everyone else is playing tricks to try to make money, and the Goryeo people are playing tricks to actually beg for a slap from the Chu God. Chu God, will agree to them? Who knows, I guess Chu God is also quite puzzled, since he has been learning martial arts for so long, he has never seen anyone begging to let him slap them. The words of the spectators under the ring almost caused Jin Chao on the stage to spurt out a mouthful of blood. What do you mean they begged to be slapped? It was Chu Yang, his only routine for fighting was slapping. They also wanted Chu Yang to change his ways up. But Chu Yang would listen to them. Chu Yang listened to Jin Chao's words, his eyes also flashed with a flash of complexity. You guys should not go on together, getting slapped is after all a labor of strength, if you guys think about it in a while, maybe you won't put your faces together for me to hit. As Chu Yang's words fell, the audience under the stage almost went crazy with laughter. I thought that Chushin was a high cold emperor, I didn't expect him to be a poisonous tongue emperor. Ha ha ha, laughed to death, I've never heard someone be able to talk about slapping someone's face in such a refreshing way. Chu God is bullish. Being slapped is indeed a laborious job, the Goryeo people are not just lining up to put their faces over for Chu God to hit them. Appraisal complete, Chushin is in Versailles, but I want to hear him say more. Jin Chao was disliked by Chu Yang's words and his face turned green. He is not hard to put his face up for him to slap. Jin Song, you guys come with me. Jin Chao and Jin Song and a dozen other people came to the ring. The audience at the bottom had already prepared their cameras and cell phones, wanting to capture the highlights of Chushin's battle. Everyone's here, so let's begin. Chu Yang swept his eyes at Jin Chao and the others. As his words fell, Jin Chao and a dozen others attacked Chu Yang without hesitation. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and threw over a backhanded slap. Boom! Jin Chao was flipped to the ground by a slap, foaming at the mouth, unconscious. Slap! Another resounding slap. Jin Song collapsed to the ground, his eyes rolled white, his body twitching, obviously dumbfounded by the slap. Slap! 3 more figures fell to the ground from. All 3 people had their eyes rolled white, their bodies twitching and foaming at the mouth, looking very miserable. Bang 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 bang! Several more sounds rang out. Several silhouettes fell on top of the ring along with Chu Yang's movements. In less than 10 seconds of work, the large ring was filled with more than a dozen people lying all over the place. Above the ring, Chu Yang's clothes were fluttering, dancing with the wind, and his calmness was so calm that many people's spirits were lifted. This is the demeanor and temperament of my Magic City's experts. Are there any Goryo people who haven't been slapped? Your ring has no one to tear it down, so I'm not doing it for nothing. Chu Yang's brows furrowed lightly, and his disgruntled words made the fans on stage almost die of laughter. Chu God beat the Goryo and his biggest concern is actually this. OMG, Chu God probably wants to laugh me to death and inherit all my debts. I want to kneel down and kowtow to the Chu God right now. The Chu God is the Chu God. Even after winning the fight, he still doesn't forget to let people tear down the ring. The Goryo people are probably spitting out 3 liters of blood. The Goryo little brother in charge of managing the ring was a fat little man. He looked at the people lying all over the stage, and then looked at the disgruntled Chu Yang, and was scared in his heart. He was really afraid that he would be shouted up there and be slapped in the face as well. Chu God, when the people in the ring are sent to the hospital, I'll immediately dismantle the ring for you. The fat little guy shivered and said, his respectful appearance full of comedy. Chu Yang glanced at him. There were some one-liners in his gaze. You remember to tell your companion, next time when you're fine, don't come to Magic City to hang around. We don't have anything else in Magic City. There are still quite a lot of people who can slap. After saying that, Chu Yang in the crowd's line of sight, opened the door of the Koenigsegg One, sent the car to leave. The author has something to say. Chapter 20, What's my specialty? My specialty. Shu Shin Nyobi. Not only are people great at fighting, even the car looks cool. Chu God slapped a Goryo. Can he be an ordinary person? Brothers are right. Chu God, this kind of high person, should drive a luxury car, live in a villa, fight Goryo people. Lao Tai 66666, I also think Chu Shin deserves to live like this. After Chu Yang left, some people decided to stay and keep an eye on the progress of the Goryo's demolition. At the same time, the video of Chu God fighting the Goliaths was also being frantically reproduced and commented on online. In just half an hour's time, the video of Chu Yang battling the Goliaths was topped on the top 10 of the hot searches. This image of this Goryo begging for Chu God to slap him looks so fragrant. Laughing to death, seeing the fat little brother shivering and explaining to Chu Shin made my rice squirt with laughter. Am I the only one who noticed that the car Chu Shin drove was a Koenigsegg 11? Koenigsegg 11 sounds awesome, but I've never heard of it. It's normal that you don't know about it upstairs. The Koenigsegg 11 sells for $120 million, there's no market for it, and people without some background can't afford it at all. Chu Shin is even a super godly man? With the exposure of the Koenigsegg 1 and the Goliath, Chu Yang has completely caught fire online. While Chu Yang, who was the party involved, knew nothing about it. After playing the Goliath, Chu Yang inadvertently brushed to the high school old classmate Su Nuwa is looking for investors in the circle of friends. After a detailed conversation, Chu Yang realized that Su Nuwa is now in a company called Shengtian Investment Company Manager. Speaking of investment, Chu Yang remembered the hand of the value of 3.3 billion bitcoins, and Su Nuwa asked Shengtian Investment Company's address. He intends to use the hands of the idle money to invest. Although Su Nuwa did not often contact Chu Yang, but also know that Chu Yang in recent years is not as good. Hearing that Chu Yang wants to invest, Su Nuwa is grateful for the occasion, but also prepared for the fact that he does not have much money. Chu Yang drove the car halfway to some thirsty, went to buy a bottle of water. On the way back, he happened to encounter a live street interview scene. Hello handsome, how are you? I'm Anchor 77, I want to interview you some questions, can I? Chi was an anchor with millions of fans, her looks were outstanding, her body and tone fit the image of a goddess that boys dreamed of. Very few guys would refuse a request from a pretty girl like Chi, and the guy being interviewed by Chi certainly didn't refuse. Seeing that the guy agreed, Chi found a relatively simple interview question from the netizens' pop-ups. Handsome guy, may I ask what you are capable of? Hey, 20. The guy shocked countless netizens with this sudden rise of pride and bragging. 6666, brother you're so Thai. I'm at least drunk, driving again, right? 77 said, "Me, this is a live broadcast ah." Laughing to death, 77's sister you hurry to dislike him and tell him that you have e. The pop-ups from 77's fans instantly exploded the screen. Detected Songjin bragging with the host, system rewards bragging realization. How could Chu Yang not expect that he watched a street interview to eat melon and actually ate it to himself? This Songjin bragged about anything bad, bragged about this. Chu Yang felt the changes in his body and his expression was a little bit awkward. Just as he was about to leave, his outstanding face value and temperament immediately attracted Chi-Chi's attention. 77 caught up with Chu Yang, "Handsome guy, I am Anchor 77, today there is a live street interview event, can I interview you some questions?" Chu Yang didn't expect her to catch up, he stopped his steps and readily agreed, "Of course." "Then handsome, may I ask what are your specialties?" Chi-Chi's eyes were filled with anticipation, she was very curious about what kind of specialties a handsome man like Chu Yang would have. As a result, Chi-Chi heard Chu Yang say, "That, same as the one in front? Also 20? The same question, the same dialogue, made the netizens watching the live broadcast almost die laughing. 6666, Chi-Chi, the temperamental handsome guy is so proactive, so don't be shy, hurry up and enjoy your happy life. Yes, Chi-Chi, there aren't many handsome guys who can still brag about it nowadays. I wish you a long and happy life. Mom asked me why I bowed my head, I sighed lightly, I'm just a dozen, not worthy of marrying a beautiful anchor woman. Upstairs is overdoing it. You have to have someone's face value to do that." For a while, 777's live broadcast room was lively for a while, the atmosphere was very warm. Chi-Chi also didn't expect Chu Yang, who looked so handsome, to answer the same question as Songjin. She was so angry that she stomped her feet, only to have her feet unsteady and pounce towards Chu Yang. Ouch I go. Chi-Chi is so hungry and thirsty that she can't help but throw herself at him. As the netizens' flirting fell, Chu Yang also hugged Chi-Chi. 77 struggled to get up, and immediately after, the touch on her hand made 77 stiffen. This. Chi-Chi blushed and stood up. She just stood up straight, but she failed to grasp her balance, and in a twinkling, Chi-Chi fell into Chu Yang's arms again. This second time throwing herself into the arms of a tart operation, flashed the old waist of the fans in the live broadcast room. Chi-Chi's sister, it seems that she hates to get married ah. Chapter 21 The Man Called God by His Fans. Beauty, you're throwing yourself at me so much. Chu Yang wasn't Lu Xiaohui, after being pounced on twice in a row by Chi-Chi, he couldn't help but flirt. I didn't do it on purpose, I just twisted my foot a little bit, and now I can't make any strength to do so. 77 explained somewhat aggrieved, her pitiful voice was heartbreaking and hilarious to listen to. After all, she was the one who pounced on Chu Yang twice and twisted her own foot. It was too much of a loss. Well, you didn't mean to pounce on me. Chu Yang helplessly said to Chi-Chi. His serious words made the wolf friends in the live broadcast room snap up 666 on their pop-up screens. Handsome guy completely failed to get the point that Chi-Chi was trying to explain, and incidentally gave Chi-Chi a fillip. 77, I think don't resist when fate arrives, you guys are still a good match. Little 77, after reading the cause and effect, I want to say to you seriously, I don't believe you didn't do it on purpose, I suspect you did it on purpose. 77 is still struggling, however, the handsome man has absolutely no intention of listening to her explanation. Laughing to death, 77, from now on you'll be a cute girl in my heart who can pounce on a handsome guy alive. In Chi-Chi's live broadcast room, a group of wolf friends were going crazy with laughter. Having encountered a big brother of Chu Yang's level, 77 couldn't wash herself even if she jumped into the Yellow River now. Well, it's indeed twisted, wait for me here for a while, I'll go get you some medicine and have someone come to pick you up. Chu Yang examined Chi-Chi's foot, and his unblinking look once again made Chi-Chi's fans laugh. 77, I'm done identifying, the handsome guy is really checking your feet very seriously. 2333, 77 said, it turns out that in the eyes of a serious man, my blooming beauty is actually worthless. 77 doesn't really want to talk to you and lunges at you. Chi-Chi looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast and killed Chu Yang's heart. But compared to Chi-Chi, the netizens were more interested in seeing what Chu Yang was actually doing. 77 who had no choice but to huff and puff and aim the camera at Chu Yang who was at the door of the Koenigsegg 11. I told you why this handsome guy looks so familiar. He's Chu Xin. Hiss, I also remembered when upstairs said so. Chu Xin was driving the Koenigsegg 11 before he left. Koenigsegg 11? A $120 million car, and the Chu God actually used it for transportation? Chi-Chi was dumbfounded by the sudden revelations from the netizens. "What the hell are you guys talking about?" Chi-Chi asked curiously. As a result, she was then subjected to a reverse koan by the netizens. The overall central point was, Chushin is a fierce 1-2 and the kind that hits people, specifically picking the face to hit. Not only did he go to the ring and dry over a dozen goryeos, he also let them tear down the stage, and now there are still people staring at the goryeos there in the ring to tear down the ring. After Chi-Chi learned about Chu Yang's glorious deeds, she was completely unable to connect the god of cookery with this person in front of her. Was this really a person? As the news of Chu God appearing in 7-7's live room spread, more and more people flooded into 7-7's live room. In only about 3 minutes, the number of people online in 7-7's live room had flipped from 1 million to several million, and it continued to increase. "What are you looking at me like that for? Pass your feet over, I'll rub the medicine for you." Chu Yang brought over the medicine and very seriously medicated Chi-Chi. Chu Yang didn't realize that since his identity as Chu God was exposed, his every move had been surrounded by millions of people. "Alright, I have arranged for a car to come over. With your feet like this, it's not very convenient to go back alone. I still have things to do, so I won't send you back." After Chu Yang finished medicating Chi-Chi, his straightforward words made the netizens laugh again. Laughing me to death, I can now identify that Chushin is definitely single by strength. 7-7's dignity as a million-fan female anchor is gone. 7-7, I'm not as good as your business? The face dogs are crying on their knees. Is Chushin blind? How come he didn't see our 7-7's magnificent beauty? Upstairs, please stop the dog-licking behavior. If it wasn't for him being so straight, your goddess Chi-Chi would probably have been arched. Farewell, kitchen god, please continue to be single based on your strength. As the person in question, Chi-Chi was also really shocked by this wave of Chu Yang's flirty maneuver. She was still very confident in her face value, but she couldn't help that Chu Yang didn't follow the rules. Chu Yang not only didn't intend to personally send her back, he even told her, "I still have things to do, so I won't send you back. Even if you don't personally send me, you can just make up a reason. Why do you have to tell the truth?" Netizens were still discussing Chu Yang being single by strength. Wang Ji, who received Chu Yang's contact call, personally drove and also came to the location address that Chu Yang had sent over. "Boss, are you sending this young lady back?" Wang Ji's figure appeared beside Chu Yang, and the netizens in the 7-7 live streaming room all saw Wang Ji's true face. "I'll go, Wang." Wang Ji. This person is the general manager of the Red Romance Club. What? The general manager of the Red Romance Clubhouse was called Boss Chushin? Chapter 22, Guess, how much am I going to invest? Wang Ji, you're just in time. This girl just interviewed me and ended up with a twisted foot. You take someone to take a look, and by the way, send the person home safely. The netizens who knew the ins and outs of the live broadcast all laughed so hard they couldn't help themselves after hearing Chu Yang's words. "Chushin, please be a person. You personally send Chi-Chi back and pick up a girl along the way, doesn't it smell good?" Ha ha ha, upstairs, Chu God even arranged for someone to keep an eye on the matter of letting the Goryo people tear down the ring. Arranging for someone to send the female anchor is nothing. Laughing to death, the second floor is right. I just came from the ringside and I'm still there tearing it down. The brothers in the stands are fierce. 6666, social my Chushin, people are ruthless, not much to say, by strength single to understand. No, I just want to understand Chu God's specialty. The netizens took in all the joy given by Chu Yang. In comparison, Chi-Chi, who had twisted her foot, was not so happy. Magic City Central Hospital VIP ward. Chi-Chi was lying on the hospital bed, enjoying the highest specification treatment ever for being sick, but she wasn't happy. Is it because I don't have a good face, or I'm not worthy? I just want to go home. Chi-Chi was lifeless and opened the live broadcasting room. Ever since the matter of Chushin's specialties hung on the hot search, the number of 7-7's fans online reached more than 5 million people and continued to grow. She turned the camera to the inner view of the hospital room. The bandaged ankle and the ward were a stark contrast. This is a hospital room. Ha 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 ha, laugh your ass off. At the end of the day, the anchor was actually sent to the hospital. What's wrong with the anchor? She just wanted to learn about Chushin's specialties. 7-7 isn't wrong. What's wrong is that she shouldn't have asked Chushin what his specialties are. 23333, 7-7, the clown is actually myself? Inside 7-7's live broadcast room, the joy still continued. What was even more hilarious was the conversation between the loud nurse practitioner and Wang Ji. This was the beginning of what sent 7-7 into the depths of despair. Head nurse, how long does the patient need to be discharged?
According to the CT, it will take at least a month. Fine, then I'll make another 2 months payment. The netizens in the 7/7 live streaming room almost laughed into the hospital by Wang Ji's reply. How is it that Chu God and his subordinates never follow the rules?
On the other hand, Chu Yang also came to Shengtian Investment Group where Su Nuo was. Su Nuo is Chu Yang's old classmate, at the same time as also Chu Yang's high school period of the school flower and school bully. Su Nuo was Chu Yang's high school joke and school bully. She had outstanding looks and strong abilities, and was the object that many people secretly liked, but didn't dare to confess. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to sit in the manager's seat in just a few years. Su Nuo, I'm here to invest. I'll invest $500,000 in you. How about you have a meal with me? No trouble for you, young Master Tang. My old classmate will come over to invest soon. Chu Yang stood outside the office and listened to the conversation inside, knowing that Su Nuo's edges had been smoothed out quite a bit in the years she had been crawling around in the workplace. At the very least, she wasn't as crisp in her refusals as she used to be. On your old classmate, hold up a few thousand investment, but you this investment project, at least have to be more than 5 million investment, a few thousand enough for what, Su Nuo? I just want to ask you to have a meal, you cannot accompany me to eat once? Tang Xinran was the young master of Feiyu Group. He was very dissatisfied with Chu Yang's existence, because Chu Yang's appearance gave Su Nuo an excuse to refuse his investment. Su Nuo was questioned by Tang Xinran and didn't know what to say. Chu Yang's knock on the door was sort of a disguised relief for her. Su Nuo, I'm Chu Yang. Chu Yang's low voice came, and Tang Xinran, who was so angry that she had no place to take her anger, went over to open the door aggressively. As soon as the door opened, Tang Xinran looked at Chu Yang, who was a head taller than himself, with outstanding face value and excellent temperament, and was almost dumbfounded. This man is Su Nuo's classmate? Isn't it said that Su Nuo's old classmate Chu Yang is a poorer then? Just this temperament, how to look at it is not very poor. Chu Yang? Hurry up and come sit down. Su Nuo joyfully greeted Chu Yang. She looked up and was immediately stunned by the current Chu Yang. Chu Yang, after not seeing you for these few years, your person is getting more and more handsome. Su Nuo joked while asking people to prepare refreshments. Chu Yang was also in a pretty good mood when he saw his old classmate. He smiled and responded, "You're also getting prettier and prettier. I thought that when you were in school, how come the school has such a good-looking girl? I'm really lucky, and right now, I still think I'm pretty lucky." Su Nuo was amused by Chu Yang, and the two of them inevitably began to talk about those interesting things in high school. Tang Xinran, who was ignored by Su Nuo and Chu Yang, was very unhappy. He slammed the table and said, "Are you Su Nuo's old classmate Chu Yang?" "Introduce myself, I am Tang Xinran, the young master of Feiyu Group. I want to ask you, how much do you intend to invest in Su Nuo?" "I don't have much money on hand, just $500,000, how much do you plan to invest?" Su Nuo didn't expect Tang Xinran to speak like this. She was embarrassed within her heart, but she also knew that Chu Yang didn't have much money on hand. Her heart was inevitably a little unhappy. "Young Tang, how much Chu Yang invests as a recognition of my Su Nuo? Please don't disturb me and my old classmate Su Jiu." Tang Xinran was very disdainful of Chu Yang's financial strength. He despised, just how much can a poorer than him invest? Chu Yang's brows knitted lightly at Tang Xinran's noise. He stretched out 5 fingers and turned his head to look at Su Nuo. "Guess how much I plan to invest?" The author has something to say. Chapter 23 suddenly became the boss of Shengtian Investment Company again. Su Nuo's heart couldn't help but beat wildly after hearing Chu Yang's words. $50,000? Chu Yang smiled and shook his head, saying, "You can guess further up." Tang Xinran was dying of laughter. Having seen those who bragged about bragging, he hadn't seen those who bragged so powerfully. 5,000 was already tops for someone of his class. Also upward guess? Can he come up with $500,000? With your clothes that don't cost more than $1,000 up and down, I find it difficult to say 50,000, and you actually want Su Nuo to guess 500,000? Why don't you just tell Su Nuo that you are ready to invest $5 million? Tang Xinran had never seen such a pretentious person. He couldn't even afford a $5,000 dress, and in order to pick up a girl, he had to say that he was going to invest $500,000. Wasn't that hilarious? Chu Yang disliked Tang Xinran's raving. He slightly clustered his eyebrows and said to Su Nuo on the side, "5 million is too little, it doesn't meet my expectations, guess again." Hearing Chu Yang said so, Tang Xinran wanted to have not seen pretending to be so natural. Said as if it were true. "Who are you bluffing? You poor bastard? How can you have $5 million? Is that too little? $5 million is too little, do you still want to say $50 million?
Shangtian investment is only worth $50 million now.
If you had $50 million, I would still be the boss of Shangtian Investment.
Tang Xinran was furious. Who doesn't know how to brag? I, Tang Xinran, can brag to death.
Detected Tang Xinran bragging to the host, hereby gifting the host with 100% of Shangtian Investments shares. Chu Yang was caught off guard and became the president of Shangtian Group again.
He looked at Su Nuwa and decided to conceal his identity.
Su Nuwa is a person who distinguishes between public and private matters. If she knew her identity, she would definitely have to seriously call out to her boss. Anyway, it is to invest in his own company. $50 million is too little, simply invest $500 million. Xu Yang made up his mind and said to Su Nuwa, "You guess upwards again." Su Nuwa's beautiful eyes widened. 500 million? Tang Xinran finally couldn't hold back. He just didn't believe that Chu Yang could have $500 million. Good. You said you want to invest $500 million, right? Tang Xinran held a bellyful of fire, but he didn't dare to make a move in front of Su Nuwa. As he spoke, he shouted Su Nuwa's little assistant over, "Shawan, go and get an investment contract over here. Your manager's classmate is going to sign a $500 million contract." Assistant Shawan was dumbfounded to hear Tang Xinran's words. What investment project was going to cost $500 million? The investments that Shangtian Investment had taken so far hadn't exceeded $50 million, alright. What are you waiting for? Don't go yet. Seeing Shawan froze, Tang Xinran roared in dissatisfaction. Shawan couldn't afford to mess with Tang Xinran, so she hurriedly withdrew and did as she was told. Her hurried appearance also made many of her co-workers curious, so they asked Shawan in passing, "What happened? You ran out in a hurry." "Manager Su's old classmate wants to invest $500 million, I'm going to look for a contract." Shawan's voice was a little shaky. She was scared by Tang Xinran. Colleagues also trembled after hearing her words. 500 million, how much money would that be? Not long after, the entire Shangtian Investment knew that Su Nuwa's classmates had come to Shangtian to invest $500 million, and even alarmed the top management of Shangtian. Su Nuwa's office. After Shawan sent the contract in, the contract was snatched by Tang Xinran into his hands. He took the contract and slapped it onto the desk, choking, "Don't you like to pretend? Come on, sign, this is the $500 million contract you wanted." Su Nuwa did not expect that Tang Xinran's appearance would cause the original investment of a few $1,000s to snowball to $500 million. Chu Yang's family wasn't rich, let alone $500 million, taking out $5,000 would already be very good. "Young Tang, this is an investment contract, not an overbearing contract, so what's the point of signing?" Su Nuwa disliked Tang Xinran very unhappily. After saying that, Su Nuwa saw Chu Yang picking up the pen and signing the words. "Chu Yang, don't gamble, this is a $500 million contract, where did you get so much money?" Su Nuwa spoke sharply, a little more annoyed at Tang Xinran's messing up. If it wasn't for him, things wouldn't have turned into the current situation. "It's fine, it's only $500 million, I'll transfer it to you guys in a moment." Xu Yang heard Su Nuwa's kind words of comfort, and only felt that this area of $500 million of investment was still worth it. Seeing that Xu Yang was still pretending at this time, Tang Xinran couldn't help but laugh. "Are you being funny? $500 million, not $500, my BMW is only more than $2 million, do you know what the concept of 500 million is?" Xu Yang didn't care about Tang Xinran's words. $500 million only, it's only the money for 4 Koenigsegg 11s. Koenigsegg 11? Tang Xinran couldn't help but hilariously laugh. Koenigsegg 11 is a $120 million luxury car, are you worthy of it? Don't be ridiculous. As soon as Tang Xinran's words fell, the door to Su Nuwa's office was opened. Su Nuwa looked at the Shangtian security captain that she usually rarely met, and couldn't help but be a little confused. "Captain Su, why are you here?" Captain Su swept past Tang Xinran and finally fixed his gaze on Chu Yang. "Sir, could you please move the Koenigsegg 11 outside? The author has something to say." Chapter 24. $500 million of free money can be okay. Koenigsegg 11? Captain Su, you're not mistaken. He's just a poor guy. How could he have a Koenigsegg 11? Tang Xinran roared with his finger pointing at Chu Yang with a face full of incredulity. This kind of person who doesn't have more than a few $1,000s can afford to buy a Koenigsegg 11? That's a top-of-the-line supercar that has a price that can't be found on the market. And Tang Xinran, his old man, has long been on his ear, so that he encountered a person who cannot afford to offend, kneeling to ask for his forgiveness. Tang Xinran, just think of their own, not only to kneel to ask for forgiveness of the enemy,
but also have to look at the sweetheart and the enemy of the picture, the heartaches. It was too unbearable.
Mr. Tang, I'm beyond certain that Mr. Chu is driving the Koenigsegg 11.
Mr. Chu, your car is blocking the road below, you see?
Captain Su's words were like two loud slaps on Tang Xinran's face. He had just said that poorer people like Chu Yang didn't deserve to drive a Koenigsegg 1. The next second Captain Su came. Let Chu Yang move the car, this is not a slap in the face.
Tang Xinran wasn't the only one who heard Captain Su's words, the employees near Su Nua's office all heard it. Did I hear it right? Manager Su's classmate's car is actually a Koenigsegg 11?
Driving a $120 million top-of-the-line luxury car, but wearing a pair of streetwear.
Are all tycoons so good at this nowadays? Wait, if I remember correctly, I think he said he wants to invest $500 million in Shengtian? You did remember correctly, I didn't believe him 3 minutes ago, but now, I do.
After the employees of Shengtian Investment determined that Chu Yang's car was a Koenigsegg 11, they all exploded. Only then did Chu Yang remember that his car was still parked outside.
He apologized, Captain Su is sorry, I didn't expect it to be delayed for so long, help me move it.
Saying that, Chu Yang casually threw the car key with Koenigsegg logo to my Captain Su. Shengtian employees look at his action of throwing the car key, heart can't help but a burst of wildly jump. This car key is worth 120 million which.
Tang Xinran, Su Nua at this time also stared intently at the car keys in the hands of Captain Su.
On the top of the Koenigsegg logo is fake. In other words, Chu Yang not only drove a luxury car with over $100 million, but also really invested $500 million to Shengtian. Su Nua watched this Captain Su leave, her beautiful eyes full of incredulity.
Chu Yang, how could he be so rich?
At the same time, Shengtian Investment's financial director Zhang Chen immediately rushed over to Su Nua's office after receiving the $500 million investment. He had long heard the company rumors that Su Nua's old classmate was going to invest $500 million.
But he didn't believe it. Because Shengtian Investment is only worth a total of $50 million, Chu Yang to an investment of $500 million, that is not the cart before the horse? But do not believe it, Zhang Chen still cannot help but pay attention to the dynamics of the company's account. Until the account really more than $500 million, he believed that it was all true. Manager Su, just now, the company received $500 million of investment funds. Zhang Chen's words shocked all the Shengtian employees who heard them. Su Nua's old classmate really smashed $500 million into it. Nyobi. Nyobi. I've never seen such a ruthless customer, smashing $500 million in one go. I want to be smashed in the face with money by Manager Su's old classmate. I also want to be smashed in the face with money, please. Su Nua was now incomparably certain that Chu Yang had truly invested $500 million in Shengtian. She looked at Chu Yang, her eyes full of incredulity. Chu Yang, didn't you say that you have some free money in your hands that you want to invest? Your family's free money is $500 million? Zhang Chen and the other employees instantly laid down a big chow after hearing this. The world of the tycoon we do not understand. 500 million in their eyes is idle money. Wait, Chu Yang, this name how so familiar? Zhang Chen's heart wondered, suddenly, his brain a bright light, thought of this name from where he had heard. Just 3 minutes ago, his best friend and boss called to tell him that the company had changed to a new boss. The boss' surname was Chu, and his full name was Chu Yang. Zhang Chen reacted, only to feel that the new boss's scheme was so deep. He pretended to be a customer to invest in his own company, and if he didn't perform well, I'm afraid that he would have to lose even his job. I originally just wanted to invest $50 million, but when I looked at the account, it seems like there's still some spare money, so I thought I'd say investing $500 million would be okay. Xu Yang didn't realize that his identity was already known by Zhang Chen. He found an excuse that was as far-fetched as possible to try and get Su Nua to accept it. The Shengtian employees who heard this only felt like they were about to suffocate from the entirety of the tycoon's bravado. What did it mean to say that you originally wanted to invest $50 million, but when you saw that you still had some free money in your account, it was okay to invest $500 million? Your family's free money is $450 million? Xu Tuahao, please be a person. Right, the rest of you have no need to invest in the project? Xu Yang thought that he still had more than $1 billion on hand that he hadn't spent. Investment is a good direction, anyway, it is also Shengtian Investment is its own company, more smashing a little money into it does not matter. Shengtian employees and the finally someone cannot help but fainted in happiness. This horse is really God Hoa. He invested $500 million and asked if there were any other projects that needed to be invested in. At this time, Xingtian's employees only wanted to say to Chu Yang, "God magnificent, if you really want to invest, consider me." The author has something to say. Chapter 25. This is too good to be true. No. No more. Su Nuwa hurriedly waved his hands, lying that he currently had no other investments that needed to be made. The risk of investment was already extremely high, and it was possible to accidentally lose all of your money. The 500 million invested by Chu Yang had already exceeded the original expectation by 10 times, where would she dare to let Chu Yang invest again? Then next time there is something to invest in, contact me again. Chu Yang did not dwell on too much, but instead, Zhang Chen had the good sense to excuse himself and run away. The door to Su Nuwa's office closed again. Tang Xinran was calm on the surface, but inside he was panicked a batch. How he did not expect Chu Yang handsome even if, actually also so rich. The car is Koenigsegg 11, at least have more than $500 million of liquidity on hand, and this is still idle money. Tang Xinran knew that he had offended a great man. If he was so vague, maybe Chu Yang's next step would be to deal with them, Feiyu Group. Thinking of this, Tang Xinran clenched his teeth and plopped down on his knees. Mr. Chu, I admit that I like Su Nuwa very much, but I haven't done anything to Su Nuwa that goes against her own wishes. Everything today is my Tang Xinran's fault. As long as you don't make a move against the Feiyu Group, I, Tang Xinran, am at your disposal. Tang Xinran was the young master of the Feiyu Group and had always been arrogant. Su Nuwa had never imagined that one day, Tang Xinran would also kneel for someone, or kneel for his old classmate. Could Chu Yang's background be even more powerful than the Feiyu Group? Su Nuwa, what do you think about this? Chu Yang actually didn't put Tang Xinran on his mind. Compared to that, Su Nuwa's opinion was more of a concern to him. Tang Xinran saw Chu Yang ask Su Nuwa's opinion in turn. Within his heart he couldn't help but feel more than 3 points of apprehension. He was also curious to know how Su Nuwa's impression of him was in the end. Su Nuwa looked at Tang Xinran with complicated eyes. Tang Xinran, this person is not bad. In addition to like money smashing outside, there is no rich family young masters to take the common disease. Linking it to Tang Xinran's previous contempt for Chu Yang, Su Nuwa deliberated and only said, "Young Master Tang is not a bad person." Hearing this, Tang Xinran's sevenfold heart was finally put back into his stomach. In that case, then Tang Xinran, you can follow me. Chu Yang decided to give Tang Xinran a chance to make up for his mistakes. Of course, this opportunity could only be had by being a junior to Chu Yang. Thank you, Mr. Chu, thank you, Su Nuwa. Tang Xinran was prepared to be embarrassed by Chu Yang long before he knelt down. But he didn't expect that Su Nuwa's words would instead make this kneeling of his own take a turn for the better. Su Nuwa, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Chu Yang looked at the time, and after saying to Su Nuwa, the two of them left one after the other. Mr. Chu, where are we going next? Tang Xinran followed behind Chu Yang, working very hard in putting himself into the role of a little brother. Chu Yang saw that he was doing a decent job. He also became interested. From now on, you can just call me Brother Yang. It's getting late, let's go and have a meal first. By the way, you know how to drive, right? Tang Xinran heard that it was his area of expertise, immediately patted his chest and assured, Brother Yang, not to mention, I drive this piece that is an old driver, that is, in the circle of rich young people, I racing dare to recognize the first, no one dares to recognize the second. Detected Tang Xinran bragging to the host, special gift god-level car skills. Chu Yang could sort of see that Tang Xinran's driving was okay. As for racing or something, it was estimated that it was not very reliable. That's fine, in a moment you drive, find a place to eat, and then later go with me to collect villas in the eastern suburbs 1 yard. Tang Xinran almost didn't drop his jaw when he heard Chu Yang's words. I go, the villa in the eastern suburb 1 courtyard. A villa over there was at least $100 million to start with. Especially the 9th villa of the east suburb 1 courtyard, it was worth $1 billion. Good, then we will go to Michelin 3-star hotel to eat squat meal, there's a new chef over there, do is not bad. To say the piece of eating and drinking, Tang Xinran was definitely a qualified guide. Chu Yang nodded, and came with Tang Xinran to the gate of Shengtian Investment, and saw the Koenigsegg 11 park not far away. And near the Koenigsegg 11, there was also Zhang Chen who had been waiting for a long time. Good day boss, once again a formal introduction, I am the financial director Zhang Chen, this is my business card. Zhang Chen was a smart man. The fact that he chose to wait for himself here showed that he was a person who had a good sense of advancement and retreat yet. Chu Yang was satisfied with Zhang Chen's performance. He took Zhang Chen's business card and said in a faint voice, I don't much like people knowing my identity, you know what to do, right? As Tang Xinran listened to the conversation between the two, he couldn't help but be shocked by Chu Yang once again. Shangtian Investment wasn't considered a big company, but its development prospects were quite good. Especially Tang Xinran's father, Tang Zhong, had wanted to buy Shangtian Investment before, but due to the person behind Shangtian Investment, there were no negotiations. Now Chu Yang just came less than half a day, Shangtian Investment changed ownership? This is also too bullish. Boss, don't worry, besides me, there won't be a third person in the company who knows your identity. The author has something to say. Chapter 26 thought it was a little puppy, didn't realize it was a little wolf dog. Zhang Chen answered and left on his own initiative, and Tang Xinran personally went to find Captain Su to get the key. People come and go outside the Shangtian Investment Gate, a ground floor goods, handsome Chu Yang looks very eye-catching. Su Ruoyun is Su Nua's young niece. Currently in her third year of high school, her academic performance has always been pretty good, her only hobby is chasing stars, and her favorite star is Zhou Luanjia. She and her best friend Jin Yu want to come to Su Nua today to help take them in for the night. Zhou Luanjia has a concert tour in Magic City in 3 days, and she wants to go to the concert with Jin Yu. But the concert tour was a bit far from both of their homes, so the two of them decided to stay at Su Nua's house. Jin Yu, can you really get tickets to Zhou Luanjia's concert? Su Ruoyun had asked many times along the way. Jin Yu sighed helplessly and could only repeat grandly to her own BFF once again, Ruoyun, didn't I tell you, I know Ji Wenhua, a famous agent in the entertainment industry, so I can get her to give us 2 tickets to Zhou Luanjia's concert when the time comes. Detected Jin Yu bragging about the host, hereby gifting the host with the Huanxing Entertainment Company, and rewarding Zhou Luanjia for becoming a fan of the host, with a permanent black and gold card of Zhou Luanjia for an unlimited number of people. Ringhing Entertainment was currently worth around $20 billion, and was an entertainment company with a large number of popular stars and many gold medal agents. Chu Yang didn't expect that his efforts of waiting for an individual had even brought out the entertainment company. Then let's go to my Auntie Nua and ask her to cover for me, then we'll go to the concert 3 days later. Once again getting a definite answer from her best friend, Su Ruoyun walked to the front door of Shangtian Investment with a heart full of excitement. At this time, Su Ruoyun and Jin Yu both noticed Chu Yang as well. Wow, what a handsome little brother. Jin Yu was a bit bolder, and her compliment also caught Chu Yang's attention. The two people looked at each other, and Jin Yu even smiled at him. This little girl is not bad except for the bullskin blowing a little bit. Chu Yang also gave Jin Yu, a bold little girl, a smile back, immediately attracting Jin Yu's flamboyant screams. Su Ruoyun breathlessly rolled her eyes. Jin Yu was good at everything, just too nymphomaniacal. As long as he was good looking, he was a little brother. Even though Jin Yu was dragged away, she kept looking back. Ruoyun, that little brother has a good temperament, and a great body, that smile, love love love, it's definitely a little milk dog. Jin Yu said, suddenly. Silenced. Su Ruoyun looked back with some curiosity and instantly widened her eyes. That was Koenigsegg 11. A top-of-the-line luxury car that was worth $120 million and money couldn't even buy. That little brother, got into that Koenigsegg 11. Jin Yu watched over the Koenigsegg 11 that was going away, her eyes filled with shock. The Koenigsegg 11 with the little brother looked so eye-catching, suck it up. Jin Yu, hurry up and put away your drool, or don't go see my aunt in a while. Su Ruoyun looked at Jin Yu with disgust, turned her head and pulled Jin Yu towards Shangtian Investment again. Jin Yu wiped her saliva clean, and didn't get angry when Su Ruoyun pulled her back. Ruoyun, you say, what kind of person is that little brother, actually able to afford to drive a Koenigsegg 11? Su Ruoyun knew that she would ask this question, just now that handsome man is standing at the gate of Shangtian waiting for people, that is to say, it is likely that he is here to invest, we go in and ask not to know. Jin Yu immediately brightened up after hearing Su Ruoyun's explanation, she hemmed and hawed and said, let's go, let's hurry and find your aunt. Chu Yang's appearance had indeed caused a commotion. With his departure, the atmosphere of Shangtian Investment gradually calmed down. Just as Su Ruoyun and Jin Yu entered the door, an employee's voice attracted their attention. Mr. Chu is also too fierce. More than a dozen Goliaths, all of them were slapped unconscious by him, bullish. Slapped unconscious? Holy, how powerful must this be, I'll come and take a look. I'll go, one fight a dozen and still beat the opponent to the point of foaming at the mouth, I'm also convinced. Haha, Goliath Online being ordered by Chu God to tear down the stage, tearing down his own stage, it's funny and heartbreaking to hear. Su Ruoyun and Jin Yu looked at each other and coincidentally opened up and searched for the 2 key phrases of Goliath Chu God on the webpage. In the top 10 of the hot search rankings, Goryo Man Chu Shin occupied 4. Goryo man online was ordered to dismantle by Chushin. Chushin, I can slap a Goryo. Chushin seat car Koenigsegg 11. Chushin's specialty. Su Ruoyeon clicked on the second search bar. The image of Chu Yang unilaterally beating up the Goliath jumped onto the screen. The footage was edited and was only a little over a minute long. Chu Yang stood in the ring floating like an immortal, slapping Kim Chong-won unconscious. Another slap knocked out Jin Chang. A dozen more slaps, slapping the dozen or so Goryos on the stage to the point where they were convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Good, good. Jin Yu was still a bit floored, but after watching Chu Yang's video again, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva as well. What she thought was a little puppy was actually a little wolf dog. A dozen people, all of them were slapped unconscious by him. How powerful must this be? The author has something to say. Chapter 27, Chu God, the God of Forever Drops. Su Ruoyeon looked through quite a few videos about the Goliaths and found that the Goliaths who had been taught a lesson by Chu Yang had been very rampant recently. They would purposely set up rings in places with high traffic in Magic City, and in the name of sparring, they would abuse the martial arts experts in Magic City. Chu Yang had gotten into the ring based on this kind of foundation and had slapped all the Goryos unconscious with a strong gesture of a slap. Even after getting off the stage, Chu Yang ordered the Goryos to tear down the ring. Many of the watchers in the stare-down demolition of the stage also posted a number of videos on the internet, the content of which is mediocre, but let the audience watch inexplicably comfortable. Linking the comments and the Koenigsegg 11 that Chu Yang sat in before, Su Ruoyeon is basically sure that Chu Yang is the Chu God in the mouths of the netizens. Understanding the ins and outs, Su Ruoyeon greatly admired Chu Yang, who she had only met on one side. At this time, Jin Yu curiously clicked on the fourth search bar, Chu God Specialties. What is it, Chu God Specialties? Jin Yu curiously clicked on the page, which was the dialogue from Chi-Chi's interview with Chu Yang. Handsome guy, I'm Anchor 77, there's a live street interview event today, can I interview you with some questions? Sure. Then handsome, may I ask what your specialty is? That specialty of mine, 20 centimeters. Su Ruoyeon's face instantly darkened after listening to the conversation. What kind of tiger and wolf words were these? Jin Yu's cell phone sound was not turned on much. Quite a few after hearing Chu Yang's voice, they went over to watch a wave of spectators. After they watched the video content they were all shocked by Chu Yang. Is this still the Chu God they knew, the one who fought the Goliaths? Despite the staff's inner shock, there were still people who couldn't help but burst out laughing. I'll go, the Chu God still has two faces. Ha ha ha, this billionaire who invested $500 million actually has such a cute side, laughing off my breath. Now I just want to know what Manager Su will do when he sees his old classmate talking nonsense in a serious manner. Chushin V587, from today onwards, I'm Chushin's fan. Shengtian's employees had all met Chu Yang. Everyone expressed their own heartfelt admiration for him for taking in Tang Xinran and investing $500 million. After the video of Chu God fighting the Goliath was played, Chu Yang's image gradually grew great within them. It wasn't until Jin Yu played the video that another face of that trenchant tycoon was exposed. Looking at the pop-ups below the video, many of them were laughable. It's me who lost. I've known astronomy and geography for tens of thousands of years before I realized that specialties can be used this way. Followed Chu God stormed the Goryo in an instant, the persona of my male god collapsed in front of me. Suggest that upstairs take a look at the video of Chu God letting the Goliaths demolish him, guaranteed to let you rebuild your persona. Koenigsegg 11 to understand, the persona immediately pulled full. I often donate to the thinly dressed young ladies on the side of the road, and they very much want to learn about my specialties every time. 6666, the original understanding of specialties can also be explained in such a clear and elegant way, long knowledge. Su Ruoyeon no longer dared to look on. She was afraid that if she looked any further, Chu Yang would be able to shatter her admiration even more. Xiao Yun, you're also concerned about Mr. Chu Ah? Don't look at Mr. Chu being so inconspicuous, he's a billionaire. Assistant Xiaoan saw that Su Ruoyeon had also seen Chu Yang in Chi-Chi's interview. Su Ruoyeon knew that Chu Yang had come to Shangtian Investment, but she didn't know the specifics. Sisterin, what exactly is Chushin here to do when he came to Shangtian Investment? Xiaoan was questioned by Su Ruoyeon and couldn't help but praise Su Ruoyeon. Mr. Chu is manager Su's old classmate from high school. Not only did he invest $500 million in the company today, but he also took the Feiyu Group's youngest master in as his follower. Looking at the entire Magic City, it is estimated that you won't be able to find someone as powerful as Mr. Chu. Su Ruoyeon listened to Xiaoan's elaboration, and her understanding of Chu Yang deepened another layer. Excluding the words of the immodest specialty just now, Chu Yang indeed not only had money, a face, but also could fight. Most importantly, he was also his sister's old classmate. If it wasn't for that, Su Nuo wouldn't have gotten an investment of $500 million. Because of this investment, Su Nuo's position in the company is now as solid as gold. A lot of people in the company saw Su Nuo have to call a sister Nuo. This was all the changes brought about by Chu Yang. When Su Ruoyun and Jin Yu arrived at Su Nuo's office, they happened to hear the phrase, "That specialty of mine, 20 centimeters, playing in the office. Su Nuo immediately turned off the video with a black face after realizing that her little niece and her best friend had arrived. She adjusted her emotions and asked Su Ruoyun, "Ruoyun, why are you here today?" "Auntie, I want to go with Jin Yu to see Zhou Luinjia's concert in 3 days, but, as you know, my parents definitely won't allow it, so Jin Yu and I want to stay at your place for a day that day." Su Nuo was not surprised by this. Su Ruoyun and Jin Yu were originally star chasers, and although they said that they chased after them very sensibly, attending concerts had always been their dream. It was not easy for Mordor to have Zhou Luinjia's concert, so they definitely would not let go of this opportunity. The author has something to say. Chapter 28. This is the power of a male god. Su Ruoyun and Jin Yu came to the famous Michelin 3-star restaurant in Magic City. With Su Ruoyun and Jin Yu's family background, spending money in a 3-star Michelin restaurant was no problem at all. Su Ruoyun and Jin Yu chose their seats under the guidance of the waiter, and after ordering their meals, they played with their cell phones in boredom. At this time, when Jin Yu looked up, she saw a man wearing a khaki-colored trench coat, sunglasses mask and fisherman's hat. He was angular, slender, and elegant, and a sky-blue string on his right hand was memorable at a glance. "Ruoyun, look at that man in the khaki-colored trench coat, does he look like our male god?" Su Ruoyun looked over in the direction Jin Yu pointed out. "It's really the male god, why would he come here?" Su Ruoyun looked ahead in shock. Wasn't Zhou Luinjia about to embark on a concert tour recently? How did he still have time to come to a 3-star Michelin restaurant? "Let's go, let's follow over and take a look." Without saying a word, Jin Yu pulled Su Ruoyun up to follow Zhou Luinjia. She had just received a notification from home that she hadn't bought tickets for Zhou Luinjia's concert. Although Jin Yu was righteous, she was very good at saving face. If Su Ruoyun knew that she didn't know Ji Wenhua at all, wouldn't she become a shabby if she didn't realize that she had blown the bull's eye? But now it was different. She and Zhou Luinjia had a chance encounter at a 3-star Michelin restaurant. As long as she is softly persuaded by Zhou Luinjia, the tickets and so on will not have it. Jin Yu and Su Ruoyun traveled all the way to the VIP room of the 3-star Michelin restaurant. The two girls looked at each other, the bottom of the eyes are surprised. Michelin 3-star restaurant VIP room at least also have to be 100,000 to hit the bottom of the room. This room is what people? Identity is not general even if, but also let Zhou Luinjia personally rush to meet. Zhou Luinjia stood outside the box, the mood is also very apprehensive. He had recently been preparing an original martial arts style song, but since he hadn't found a suitable source of inspiration, he brushed up on his videos. When he saw the video of Chu Yang's battle against the Goliaths, he was instantly amazed, and even the inspiration that he hadn't been able to find began to appear like a spring. Under Zhou Luinjia's furious writing, it only took him less than 10 minutes to write out the new song. Immediately after that, Zhou Luinjia, stimulated by Chu Yang's video, wrote 2 more songs consecutively, and whether it was the style of the song or the lyrics, they all made him feel very satisfied. This was the power of a male god. Just being in the video gave him an infinite source of inspiration and motivation. What if could meet him in person? The more Zhou Luinjia thought about it, the more he couldn't help but resist the urge to meet his idol in person. He asked his agent to check out the latest developments of the Koenigsegg 11 in the video. This led to the scene where Zhou Luinjia personally went to the front of the 3-star Michelin restaurant box. "Come in." Zhou Luinjia knocked on the door, and a rather familiar voice came from within the door. Su Ruoyun and Jin Yu felt odd inside their hearts, only to see that the VIP box was opened up, and Chu Yang and Tang Xinran's faces appeared in front of their eyes. He. Isn't he that little wolf dog? Jin Yu forgot Chu Yang's name for a moment and almost said the pronoun little wolf dog. Su Ruoyun covered Jin Yu's mouth. Just then, he heard Zhou Luinjia excitedly say to Chu Yang, "Hello Chu God, I'm your fan, my name is Zhou Luinjia." This world's unified self-introduction process for fans surprisingly appeared on Zhou Luinjia. Su Ruoyun, Jin Yu, and Tang Xinran were shocked by Zhou Luinjia's opening statement. "Zhou Luinjia, I know you, and I also know that you have a concert tour in 3 days." When Chu Yang heard Zhou Luinjia's name, he knew that it was the little fanboy who had come to his door. Zhou Luanjie didn't expect Chu Yang to know about his concert as well. He nodded excitedly and inquired with some anticipation, "Shushin, will you come to see my concert? I still have tickets."
Saying that, Zhou Luanjie took out a bunch of tickets and handed them over to Tang Xinran's hands. Su Ruoyun and Jin Yu looked at this scene and almost couldn't hold back from going up to grab the tickets. The gap between idol and fan was too big. They couldn't even grab the tickets even after trying their hardest, and all Zhou Luanjie had sent up to his own male idol was a bunch of them. "I have some time in 3 days, I'll go over to see your concert then." Zhou Luanjie nodded his head in excitement after hearing this. "Okay, I'll go back and prepare properly." After saying that, Zhou Luanjie happily went back. Tang Xinran looked at the table of dishes and swallowed back all the words he wanted to say to invite him. Tang Xinran closed the door and looked at Chu Yang with a surprised expression. "Brother Yang, when did you become Zhou Luanjie's idol?" Chu Yang shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands. He didn't know exactly how the system arranged for Zhou Luanjie to become his fan. In short, the system's output must be fine, so there was no need to care about so many details. Su Ruoyun and Jin Yu returned to the table, and the two of them coincidentally drank a mouthful of red wine to suppress their shock. Su Ruoyun's aunt's old classmate not only had money and a face but could also fight, and was also their idol, Zhou Luanjie's idol. The amount of information was too much, they had to eat something to digest it again. Jin Yu ate the delicious Michelin food and decided that she would follow Chu Yang and beg for the tickets. Of course, this matter, she was dead set on not letting Su Ruoyun know. The author has something to say. Chapter 29, A top villa worth $1 billion. "Ruoyun, I have something to do later, you go back first." Jin Yu ate her meal, pulled an excuse and separated from Su Ruoyun. Chu Yang and Tang Xinran had eaten and drove to the eastern suburb's one-yard villa. The eastern suburb 1 villa was the most famous rich villa area in Magic City. Those who could buy a house here were mostly non-rich or noble tycoons. Therefore, the security system of the east suburb 1 house is also very strict. When Koenigsegg 11 came to the gate of 1 east suburb, it did not see any security guards on duty in the guardroom. Tang Xinran was puzzled, and was about to undo his seatbelt and go down, when he saw Chu Yang undo his seatbelt and go down. Shortly after Chu Yang got off the bus, he saw a youth wearing a security uniform walk out of the small door inside the janitor's room. Sam was attracted by the Koenigsegg 11 that stayed outside the gate just as he came out of the inner door guard room. He was about to go and get close to the owner of the car when he saw the grounded and handsome-looking Chu Yang standing not far from the doorman's room. East Suburb 11 was a top-rich area, and every day there were many poor saps who wanted to mix in and see if they could try their luck with any rich man. Especially if it was a good-looking man like Chu Yang, most of them wanted to mix in to evening out the rich woman as a gigolo. "You, yes that's you, hurry up and walk away, don't look at yourself, what the hell, do you think that the East Suburb number 1 courtyard is what kind of cats and dogs can come here?" Sun's words made Tang Xinran in the driver's seat change his face immediately. He hurriedly unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Little Tsung heard the car door open and hurriedly greeted Tang Xinran. "Why are you coming down, sir? Which villa are you planning to go to? I'll register it for you." Chu Yang compared Sun's attitude with his own and couldn't help but touch his nose. This outfit of his seemed to be a bit worse. Tang Xinran was so angry by Sun's arrogant attitude that he laughed back in anger. "The security guards of 1 East Suburb courtyard are quite powerful. My brother Yang spent hundreds of millions of dollars to buy a villa, and he still has to look at your face when entering a door? Call your manager to me." Sun was dumbfounded by Tang Xinran's yelling. His attitude towards Tang Xinran was quite good. Why did he bring the manager into this? Immediately afterward, Tang Xinran walked briskly to Chu Yang in front of Sun's shocked gaze. Only to see Tang Xinran carefully say, "Brother Yang, I'll handle this, you go back to the car to rest first." "Well, speed up, I'm in a hurry to see the villa." Chu Yang nodded his head and turned around to get into that Koenigsegg 11. Seeing this scene, Xiao Tsang instantly crouched down. This Nima, are all the tycoons nowadays so good at playing? Sitting in a luxury car of tens of millions of dollars or more, wearing $1,000 less than the ground stall goods, this is not a pit. Sang's heart was cold, he knew in his heart that he was finished. Tang Xinran saw Chu Yang get into the car, and immediately had someone check the phone number of the manager in charge of 1 East Suburb. Sang knew that if the manager knew, he would definitely not be able to keep his job. He didn't dare to beg Chu Yang, he could only beg Tang Xinran. Sir, I'm wrong, please don't call the manager. If the manager knows, I won't be able to keep my job."
Tang Xinran dialed the manager's phone, couldn't help but sneer. The job can't be kept because you're dog-eyed, offended my brother Yang, only let you lose your job as already my brother Yang does not take it personally with you. If I were to change me, I would directly let you in the Magic City can't mix. Now, Sung dare not beg Tang Xinran.
The manager in charge of the villa in the eastern suburb of One Courtyard is surnamed Han. Manager Han looks a little round, he ran sweaty occasion, the heart has been responsible for today's security guard cursed a bloody head. Feiyu Group's young master is his a small security can offend up. Manager Han came to the front door, was shocked by the Koenigsegg 11 in front of him, his heart beating wildly. Can afford to drive a Koenigsegg 11 people as their own boss came to have to talk to people in a good voice. If you can't handle this, 80% of the same with the small Hamlet roll cover to roll away. Manager Han's mind is just a momentary thing. He nodded to Tang Xinran and smiled. Young Master Tang, my name is Han, you call me Manager Han, I will immediately deal with this dog's eyes to see people's low things. Saying that, Manager Han turned his head and roared at Song, Sang, you're fired, hurry up and get the hell out of here. Manager, please give me this chance again. Song wanted to struggle a little more, he tried to pull on Manager Han's fat arm, but he was kicked to the ground by Manager Han. I'm giving you a chance, who's giving me a chance, hurry up and get out. After Manager Han cleaned up Xiao Song, he turned his head to Tang Xinran again and smiled curtly, Young Master Tang, things have been settled, where do you want to go? I'll lead you there. Tang Xinran also didn't know which villa Chu Yang bought, he looked at Chu Yang beside him and said in a faint voice, Villa number 9. What? Villa number 9? Both Tang Xinran and Manager Han were shocked by Chu Yang's words. Under Manager Han's guidance, Koenigsegg 11 arrived at the front door of the 9th villa, which covered an area of more than 600 square meters, with a magnificent atmosphere and chic scenery. With just a glance, Tang Xinran was shocked by the sight before him. This was at a top-notch villa worth $1 billion? It was too cool. The author has something to say. Chapter 30 Top Rich Second Generation also bragging. Jin Yu was secretly following the car behind Koenigsegg 11 to come in. After the incident with Song, the new security guards on duty did not do anything to stop the Jin Yu who was not wearing a vulgar dress, which allowed her to muddle through. Jin Yu followed Koenigsegg 11 all the way to the front of the 9th villa. Mr. Chu, this is the 9th villa, please take your time to enjoy it. Manager Han left with a sense of humor. The 9th villa was designed from the outside to the inside in a simple and elegant style, and set up a forest garden landscape with flower platforms and water pavilions. If someone were to take a closer look, they would be able to glimpse the splendor from the elegance, which was breathtaking. It really deserves to be a top mansion worth $1 billion. Tang Xinran marveled on one side and followed Chu Yang to the hall of the 9th villa. Chu Yang was quite satisfied with the design of the 9th villa. He said to Tang Xinran on the side, this villa is not bad, sit down first. Tang Xinran sat on the sofa, and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion in his heart. Brother Yang was Brother Yang, even villa number 9's evaluation in his eyes was only average. The movement of the Koenigsegg 11 quickly attracted the attention of Qin Mu, the owner of Villa 8. Qin Mu was a top-tier rich second generation who liked to play games and collect luxury cars. Villa number 9 has been bought? Qin Mu opened the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling window and took a look next door from the second floor. Koenigsegg 11, really? Qin Mu decided to go over and pay a visit in the name of getting to know his new neighbors in order to get up close and personal with the Koenigsegg 11. Qin Mu carried 2 bottles of red wine worth millions of dollars in the collection and went to Villa 9. Jin Yu stood in the corner of the 9th villa to cover her figure, and just when she was wondering whether to go out or not, Qin Mu's figure coming out of the 8th villa was seen by her. ISN. T that the top rich second generation Qin Mu? He was actually neighbors with Chu Yang. Jin Yu opened her small mouth wide, her eyes filled with shock. Qin Mu didn't notice Jin Yu's presence, he was in a hurry to determine whether the car in front of the 9th villa was the Koenigsegg 11 or not. He carried 2 bottles of red wine to the front of the 9th villa and took a look at it, and was pretty sure that the car was the Koenigsegg 11. Thinking that the only other Koenigsegg 11 in Magic City was his neighbor, Qin Mu also froze for a moment and casually rang the doorbell of Villa number 9. Tang Xinran and Qin Mu had a one-sided relationship, only that Tang Xinran knew Qin Mu and Qin Mu didn't know him. Hello, I'm the owner of the villa next to me, my name is Qin Mu, I'd like to pay a visit to my new neighbor, please inform me. Qin Mu courteously handed 2 bottles of red wine to Tang Xinran. This difference in treatment made Tang Xinran inexplicably feel good. One must know that the previous Tang Xinran was not qualified to speak to Qin Mu, but now, Tang Xinran had.
Young Qin, wait a moment, I'll go talk to Brother Yang. Tang Xinran carried the red wine and folded back to Villa 9. Not long after, Tang Xinran went and returned, inviting Qin Mu to go in and have a seat. Taking advantage of the two people entering, Jin Yu sneaked into Villa number 9. She looked at the scenery around her and couldn't help but be in awe. Only when she reacted did she notice that something was wrong. Young Qin lives in Villa number 8, and his next-door neighbor is either number 9 or number 7? Xu Yang is also too rich. Jin Yu swallowed her saliva, but thinking about her idol Zhou Luanjie, she decided to continue following Chu Yang. Qin Mu followed Tang Xinran to the villa and saw Chu Yang sitting on the sofa. Xu Yang had outstanding looks and a dusty temperament, the type that made people notice at a glance. Hello new neighbor, I'm Qin Mu, the owner of Villa number 8. Qin Mu greeted Chu Yang as he entered. Hello young Qin, I've heard a lot about you, I'm Chu Yang, the owner of Villa number 9, this is my friend, Tang Xinran. Chu Yang politely introduced himself and Tang Xinran, his affable attitude made Qin Mu relax the tension within his heart. Confirming his eyes, the new neighbor was a person he could get along with. Young Chu, just now I parked a Koenigsegg 11 outside the door, is that car yours? Qin Mu couldn't wait to ask about the Koenigsegg. It's my car, that car was just bought not long ago. Chu Yang said lightly, but Qin Mu was shocked by the amount of information in Chu Yang's words. This is where the top rich second generation. Look at that Koenigsegg 11's brand new degree, estimated to have just bought less than a month. He just spent $120 million, and then turned around and spent another $1 billion? Tang Xinran on the side of the heart also lying in a big groove, Brother Yang good luxury ah. Qin Mu also knew that Chu Yang was newly moved in not long ago, so he began to give Chu Yang the benefits of having a team of servants. As he spoke, Qin Mu couldn't help but brag. When I was in Tianhai there was also a specialized maid team, with that team, basically I don't have to worry about anything, but now that I'm living permanently in Villa number 8, I don't use that team anymore. After Qin Mu finished speaking, Chu Yang knew that Qin Mu was bragging. Detected Qin Mu bragging to the host, hereby gifting the host with 100% shares of Tianhai Home Management Company. Since young Qin said it so well, then I'll hurry up and arrange it too. The author has something to say. Chapter 31 What are you little girl following me for? Qin Mu was stunned by Chu Yang's words. Tianhai Home Management Company was a high-class home management company for high-end people, and it was very famous in the rich and powerful circle, so to have a regular team of maids, one would have to wait in line for a month at the very least. Xu Xiao. Qin Mu was about to tell Chu Yang about the matter when he saw Chu Yang dialing a call out. Manager Chang, arrange 30 servants for me, chefs from the 8 major cuisines, 20 special security guards, and arrange for another senior doctor to come over. Will an MIT economics graduate do? Okay, it's now 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you guys arrange for the people to come to the 9th villa of the East Suburb 1 courtyard by 3 o'clock. Chu Yang hung up the phone before remembering that Qin Mu just seemed to have something to say. He turned his head and asked Qin Mu, Young Qin, what did you want to say just now? Qin Mu swallowed his words of persuasion and turned to inquire, Young Chu, the call you just made was to the Chang manager of Tianhai Home Management Company? Qin Mu had met manager Chang a few times, and although he couldn't pick on the attitude of the rich young man, he wouldn't overstep his authority to deal with the situation because he was afraid of your status. Manager Chang would tell you, sorry, I can't do it. It was this statement that made Qin Mu's impression of manager Chang relatively deep. Yeah, the maid will be here soon. Xu Yang's reply made Qin Mu very envious. He had also wanted to book a maid from Tianhai Housekeeping to serve at Villa 8 before, but manager Chang had put his booking on the back burner with resource constraints. So far, Qin Mu hadn't even used Tianhai Housekeeping's maids yet. Ouch! Outside the villa, a little girl's cry of pain caught the attention of Chu Yang's trio. Tang Xinran immediately went out and caught Jin Yu in. You're gentle, it hurts. Jin Yu was escorted into the villa by Tang Xinran twisting his hands. Jin Yu grunted while walking forward without resisting in the slightest. Chu Yang was a little surprised by Jin Yu's appearance. Tang Xinran, let her go. Tang Xinran let go of Jin Yu in response, and Jin Yu nonchalantly sat on the sofa, greeting Qin Mu in passing. Qin Mu was a little confused by the little girl's self-consciousness. He looked at Chu Yang, who also felt a bit of a headache. He rubbed his throbbing eyebrows and asked Jin Yu, Little beauty, you followed me here all the way from Shengtian Investment, what are you trying to do? Chu Yang could see that the little girl didn't have any malicious intent, or else she wouldn't have intentionally made a noise and let Tang Xinran catch her coming in. Jinyu smiled at Chu Yang and said shyly, actually, I just want Zhou Luwenjie's concert tickets. You should have also heard that I told my best friend that I could get Zhou Luwenjie's concert tickets, but now I don't have the tickets in hand. You have so many concert tickets, sell me a few. Tang Xinran was mesmerized after hearing Jinyu's answer. This kid was outrageous in his pursuit of stars. In order to concert tickets, actually chased from Shangtian Investment to one east suburb? Xinmu was also a little amused at this little girl's behavior. This action was very uptight once he heard it. How do you know I have concert tickets? Xu Yang was a little surprised. Jinyu embarrassedly scratched his head. I followed Zhou Luwenjie in the Michelin 3-star restaurant in the past, just see it. Tang Xinran was speechless. This child can be really desperate in order to chase stars. Right, little brother, I know Su Nuo. Su Nuo is the aunt of my best friend. You look at the face of your old classmate, just help me. You 500 million are smashed Xingtian, not bad. These few concert tickets at, please small brother, you sell a few to me at. Jinyu was afraid that Chu Yang wouldn't give her concert tickets, and immediately brought out the promise. This little girl's thinking is quite clear. In order to prove yourself, and even rummaged out several photos of Su Nuo, Su Ruoyun and her together from her cell phone. Looking at the date on the cell phone, it was the last 1 or 2 months, so it was evident that the relationship between her and Su Nuo was very close. Xin Mu, who was on the side, listened to the little girl's words and looked at Chu Yang with a gaze that once again had shock written all over it. He thought that Chu Yang getting his hands on Koenigsegg 11 in Villa 9 was already very impressive, but now it seems that this is not his limit? Then Shangtian Investment, what project let Chu Yang smashed 500 million in one smash? And Shangtian Investment, this is what salary, how he has never heard of. Chu Yang looked at Tang Xinran, who pulled out a bunch of concert tickets from his pocket, and Jinyu looked straight. Just as Tang Xinran was about to take a few for Jinyu, Chu Yang said in a faint voice, give them all to her. I have a permanent black and gold card for Zhou Luwenjie's concerts. I don't need concert tickets at all. Jinyu received the pile of concert tickets, and shock was written all over her small face. What? Chu Yang still had a permanent black gold card. This was too awesome. Xinmu still knew something about Zhou Luwen, especially the Wanqing Entertainment that Zhou Luwenjie was in. The few executives he knew had internal permanent black gold cards, but the number of black gold cards was extremely small, only insiders could get them. What kind of relationship did Chu Yang have with Wanqing Entertainment, to think that he could also get the permanent black gold card? Young Chu, I've heard that permanent black gold cards are only given out within Wanqing Entertainment, is that true? The author has something to say. Chapter 32, Genius Housekeeper by Yu Wei. Xin Mu feigned ignorance as he inquired. But then again, Xu Yang didn't know much about the issuance mechanism of the permanent black gold card. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he laughed softly and shook his head. I don't know much about it, but if you want one, I'll have my men send you one later. Xin Mu felt his heart and liver tremble a little. Chu Shao, Wanqing Entertainment. Xu Yang nodded, sort of. Wanqing Entertainment is now my property. Jinyu was at the side, and when she heard Chu Yang say that, she almost didn't fall to the ground with a poof. What? Wanqing Entertainment is Chu Yang's property? Jinyu held the Zhou Luwenjie concert tickets in her hand and suddenly felt a bit unscented. Xinmu also began to make a new assessment of Chu Yang's financial strength. Tang Xinran was even more impressed with Chu Yang. Brother Yang deserves to be Brother Yang. Even Wanqing Entertainment is owned by his family. That was an entertainment company worth $40 billion. For the time being, no need, I don't follow stars. Xinmu smiled and didn't dare to answer. He found that this new neighbor of his was a bit bullish. By the way, little girl, how did you get here? Chu Yang watched Jinyu get up on the ground and suddenly remembered the question of the little girl's going and staying. Jinyu then remembered that she hadn't introduced herself yet. Mr. Chu, my name is Jinyu, I came here by taxi. Took a cab over? Xu Yang had some headaches with Jinyu. For the sake of Zhou Luwenjie's concert tickets, the little girl was desperate enough. Then you can stay here for a while, later when my servants arrive, it's just right to go with me to buy a few cars. Xu Yang said. Jinyu couldn't help but have her eyes light up. Mr. Chu actually has servants, so powerful ah. There was still more than half an hour before the maids came over. Xu Yang asked Tang Xinran to go ahead and bring the car in. Xinmu was interested in the Koenigsegg 11 and followed over. Jinyu is full of curiosity about the 9th villa. Holding his cell phone is a wild shot, self-familiar. Xu Yang facing the large and empty villa, think there are servants in is also a good thing, at least more angry. However, Xu Yang still predicted the execution of Tianhai's housekeeping wrongly. Around 2:40, the servants of Tianhai Home Management all came. Dozens of Tianhai home management's maids dressed in Shiji's clothes came in. The scene looked very spectacular. The one in charge of coordinating was a shrewd and capable OL professional dress beauty with an aura of 1 meter 8 and a face value of 8 points or more. Hello Mr. Chu, I'm your personal butler, Bai Yue, graduated from MIT, specializing in economics. Xin Mu returned from the underground garage just in time to hear Bai Yue introducing herself to Chu Yang. Bai Yue was the gold medal private butler of Tianhai Home Management Company, and there were more than 100 tycoons who wanted to get her service in Magic City alone. The private butler he had booked at the time was Bai Yue, but manager Chang had refused on the grounds that Bai Yue's appointment had been scheduled for next year. Now that the person whose reservation was lined up until next year was giving Chu Yang a private butler, to say that there wasn't some inside information, Xin Mu didn't believe half a word. Well, Butler Bai introduces you, this is Tang Xinran, if there's anything you can also contact him, this is Qin Mu, the owner of Villa 8, my neighbor. This is Jin Yu. After Chu Yang introduced the three, they were considered to know each other mutually. Bai Yue also began to formally take over the management of Villa number 9. Seeing Bai Yue start to get busy, Chu Yang asked Tang Xinran to find a car dealership to look at cars. Not long after, the 9th villa and the 8th villa of the eastern suburbs 1 villa respectively drove a Koenigsegg 11 and a Ferrari towards the city. After about 30 minutes, Tang Xinran parked his car at the Fengyu car dealership. Chu Yang looked at the car dealership and froze slightly. This car dealership, isn't it my property? Brother Yang, this Fengyu car dealership is the #1 ranked automobile company in China, but before that, it had been suppressed by the Magic City's automobile leader, Yu's Group, so its fame in Magic City is not high. However, yesterday, the young master of Yu's car dealership offended a certain big brother, and the other party had the whole group destroyed overnight. Tang Xinran was still very perceptive about what was going on in the circle. Chu Yang had thought that Morning Biao would need to spend 2 or 3 days to take care of Yu's Group, but now it seemed that Morning Biao's mobility was not bad. Yu Hong didn't offend any big brother, he just offended me. Let's go see the car. Chu Yang's words fell. Tang Xinran was so shocked that he could barely speak. After half a day, the reason why the huge Yu's Group was gone was because it offended Chu Yang? What level of big brother is he in the end? Chu Yang traveled to the site of Fengyu car dealership. The staff of the Fengyu car dealership were obviously all trained. Every guest that came in had a special person to receive them, and would not be despised by the staff because of the other party's identity or clothing. This feeling of being at home more or less made people feel relaxed. Xu Xiao, do you have any cars you want to mention? Xin Mu didn't lack ordinary luxury cars, he only lacked the top-of-the-line luxury cars like the Koenigsegg 11. Rather, there are a few that I want, you help me refer to them. Xu Yang said, and went to the luxury car area with Xin Mu. Xin Mu was worthy of being a top-tier rich second generation, his level of understanding of luxury cars was no less than Chu Yang, who possessed divine car skills. The two people were chatting about cars, and because of this common hobby, their relationship improved by a few more points. Right at this moment, a tall, thin, suited and booted man hurriedly came in front of Chu Yang and said with a somewhat terrified face, "Boss, why didn't you notify me in advance when you came over? My name is Zhang Chao, I am currently the general manager of Fengyu car dealership." The author has something to say. Chapter 33. Okay boss, I'll arrange it right away. Don't look at the fact that Zhang Chao was only the general manager of Fengyu car dealership, he was also considered a dignified figure in the circle of rich youngsters. Xin Mu didn't expect that someone as arrogant as Zhang Chao would bow down to Chu Yan. Especially with Zhang Chao's voice of boss, it shocked Xin Mu at that time. Boss? Fengyu car dealership wouldn't also be owned by Chu Yang, right? Xin Mu looked at Chu Yang, and saw Chu Yang nodding his head sharply and of course, well, Zhang Chao, you've managed the Fengyu car dealership well, do a good job. Zhang Chao smiled and said modestly, "Boss, I'm just doing what I should do. Are you coming over to inspect Fengyu's car dealership today?" Chu Yang waved his hand. "I came today just to pick a few cars to go back. The newly bought villa doesn't have a car yet, it's not very convenient to travel." "Okay, I will introduce you here." Zhang Chao answered and was about to introduce Chu Yang. Chu Yang raised his hand and stopped him. "There's no need for an introduction, young Master Qin has already discussed this with me. You give me a Mercedes-Benz Big G, a Land Rover, and a Ferrari, try to keep the price between $2 and $4 million, not too expensive, low profile is best." Only then did Zhang Chao notice that the one who came with Chu Yang was actually the top rich second generation Xin Mu. "Okay boss, I'll go make arrangements." After a short period of shock, Zhang Chao obediently went to make preparations for the car delivery.
Speaking of making preparations, it was actually just a matter of Zhang Chao moving his lips and going through the process. After all, Xu Yang was the big boss of the car dealership. It would be a joke if he had to wait even to buy a car. After about 3 minutes or so, Xu Yang's formalities were almost done. Zhang Chao came over with a flyer and wanted Xu Yang to pick a model and color. Xu Yang bought the car just for the convenience of traveling. He wasn't too particular about the model or anything else. Tang Xinran, come over here and make your selection, and get the car done with Zhang Chao. Xu Yang called out to Tang Xinran. Zhang Chao didn't realize that Xu Yang's connections were so powerful. Just a top-tier rich second-generation Xinmu was already impressive enough. Now there was actually another Tang Xinran who was also a rich second generation. What shocked Zhang Chao even more was that listening to Xu Yang and Tang Xinran's conversation, Tang Xinran was the boss's little brother? This boss of his, it seemed like he was very bullish. Okay, brother Yang. Tang Xinran took the flyer as a matter of course. His respectful appearance was completely different from the brashness that Zhang Chao had felt when he knew Tang Xinran before. After Tang Xinran had confirmed the model number, Zhang Chao asked Tang Xinran for the address. Just write the address as the 9th villa of the East Suburb 1 courtyard. If I don't have time to sign for it at that time, you can call this number. Tang Xinran pulled up his cell phone text message and filled in Bai Youwei's phone number as well. Why not say that Bai Youwei's appointments were fuller than anyone else's? The things she handled could almost be described as dripping with water. Even if he and Xu Yang were just here to buy a car, Bai Youwei had sent him her cell phone number in advance, just in case. This was the small details of a top private butler. What? The 9th villa of 1 East Suburb? Zhang Chao, who was preparing to write down the address, involuntarily trembled a bit. Not only does the new boss have powerful connections, even the villas he lives in are extraordinary. Zhang Chao went to do the formalities with his heart stirred beyond measure. It was not until he had gotten things done that Zhang Chao reported to Xu Yang, "Boss, the car you picked will be delivered on time by 6 o'clock this afternoon." Zhang Chao's words directly confused Tang Xinran and Jinyu. Didn't they come to Fengyu's car dealership to buy a car? Why in the blink of an eye had Xu Yang become the owner of Fengyu car dealership? Alright, got it, just contact my personal butler or Tang Xinran yourself. I'll go to the bathroom first. Xu Yang said, calling out a male guy to point the way to the bathroom. Seeing that Xu Yang had left, Zhang Chao hurriedly handed the 3 Fengyu car dealers' supreme VIP cards respectfully to Tang Xinran, Xinmu, and Jinyu. The Fengyu car company's supreme VIP card had absolute priority in the purchase of luxury cars, and only less than 100 cards had been issued in the country so far. With this card, it is in the powerful people buy also have to rely on the back row. Xinmu is worth over $100 million, and there is naturally no shortage of luxury cars. Tang Xinran and Jinyu were much more agitated when they took the supreme VIP card of Fengyu car dealership. For one thing, the two people's pocket money was controlled by their families, and there wasn't much they could buy. Secondly, the supreme VIP card of Fengyu car dealership also had some status recognition within it. After all, not everyone is qualified to obtain a VIP card of Fengyu car dealership. Fengyu car dealership doesn't have much else, just a lot of cars. These are a little token of appreciation from Zhang Chao, please don't mind. Manager Zhang Chao said modestly, and Tang Xinran and Jinyu hurriedly waved their hands. This kind of supreme VIP card, how could they dislike it? I'll thank Manager Zhang then. Thank you, Manager Zhang. Tang Xinran and Jinyu pretended that they were calm inside. However, their slightly excited voices betrayed them. When Xu Yang came, he noticed the supreme VIP cards in Tang Xinran and Jinyu's hands. Obviously, Zhang Chao was very good at what he did. Zhang Chao, arrange for someone to send Jinyu back. The author has something to say. Chapter 34, Huijin International Trading Company is also Chu Xiao's. Xu Yang said as he then also called Jinyu over. Jinyu was looking at the luxury car and was curious about what Xu Yang was calling herself for, when she heard him say to Zhang Chao, "You send her back." This is going back, I haven't seen enough. Jinyu didn't expect to be sent back so quickly, and couldn't help but feel a little unhappy within her heart. But on second thought, anyway, she and Xu Yang would still meet at Zhou Luanjia's concert in a few days, so there was no rush. Anyway, Jinyu, had made up her mind to hug young Master Chu's thigh. If you haven't seen enough, come over to see it next time. Didn't you say you have the VIP card that Zhang Chao gave you? Are you still afraid that you won't have time to come and watch? Xu Yang didn't feel that Jinyu wanted to see the luxury cars. She should have another small mind. Sure enough, Jinyu revealed a pitiful and expectant look and said to him, "Brother Chu Yang, you're so handsome,
you shouldn't reject a little cutie who wants to ask for your phone number, right?
Shu Yang had some headaches with this little girl. Tang Xinran, give him your phone number. Tang Xinran also awed when he heard Shu Yang say that, although he was also a bit reluctant, but he still gave his phone number to Jinyu. After Tang Xinran and Jinyu exchanged contact information, the little girl bounced around and followed the driver that Jun Chao had arranged to go back. Shu Yang's trio also left the Fengyu car dealership afterwards and returned to Chu Yang's ninth villa.
Welcome home, young master.
When Chu Yang and Qin Mu returned to their own villa, the servants' loud, respectful voices couldn't help but lift one's spirits. Immediately afterward, the servants did their best to start handing Chu Yang towels to wipe his hands, serving water, etc. in an orderly manner. Just a small detail made the person who had just returned from the outside world feel relaxed both physically and mentally. Qin Mu was served by the servants once, and his envy for Chu Yang rose to another level. This was the executive power of Tian Hai's housekeeping. This was the reason why the genius housekeeper by Yue was fought over by many tycoons.
Young Chu, do you have any activities today? Do you want to go out and have fun together? Qin Mu asked Chu Yang while drinking the tea handed over by the servants.
After the Tian Hai domestic servants service and today's various encounters, Qin Mu felt more and more that his new neighbor was a hidden bigot. Not only because Chu Yang possessed the Koenigsegg 1-1, but also because the feeling Chu Yang gave him was just too mysterious. He had originally thought that Chu Yang at most only had Huanqing Entertainment, but as a result, in the next second, Chu Yang told him that Fengyu Car Company was also his property.
And then the next second? Would Chu Yang have any other very impressive industries? It's now 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm going to go to Huijin International in a while to take a look.
Chu Yang thought about it and decided to go to Huijin International to have a look.
Why do you suddenly want to go to Huijin International?
Qin Mu couldn't help but associate it with the previous situation again and couldn't help but swallow his saliva.
Young Qin, it wouldn't be that Huijin International is also your property, right? Chu Yang was flabbergasted by Qin Mu's words. How do you know that's my property? Qin Mu instantly crouched down. Huijin International was really Chu Yang's industry.
Huijin International Group is one of the top 500 enterprises in the country, with a market capitalization of more than $200 billion.
This is also Chu Yang's industry. No, nothing, I just casually asked, huh?
Qin Mu laughed, only to feel his mouth dry to the bone.
How could he not have expected that he would know another unimaginable thing by casually asking? Right, what are your plans in a while? Are you going back to rest or going with me to Huijin International to have some fun? Chu Yang casually asked.
There's no point in going back to rest, I'll go to Huijin International with Chu Shao to have some fun. Qin Mu was thinking about how to go out and play with Chu Yang piece by piece. He agreed without even thinking about it. Right at this moment, the beautiful private butler by Yue came over and respectfully said to Chu Yang. Young master, outside there are Fengyu car dealerships and 3 cars, already put them in the underground garage for you. Do you need to travel today? Chu Yang nodded and said, in the future, the Mercedes Big G and Koenigsegg 1-1, I will use them frequently. In addition, you can deploy the Land Rover and Ferrari as you wish, and then arrange a driver for me. I will use the Mercedes Big G to travel at 5 o'clock today. Qin Mu couldn't help but be even more envious as he listened to Chu Yang's words. What level of immortal boss is this? Chu Yang had bought a total of 3 cars. He drove the Mercedes-Benz Big G, and the rest were all given to Bai Yue for her to deploy at will. And then look at their own luxury cars, all is to beg his father to buy. The gap between people, how can it be so big? Okay. Bai Yue answered, finished picking up the cell phone on operation, about dozens of seconds later, and heard Bai Yue whispered, young master, the driver has been arranged for you, you can leave at any time.
Qin Mu took a look at Bai Yue and then thought about his own personal butler, and his envy of Chu Yang rose a few more points. He also wanted to have a private butler and maid team from Tian Hai Home Management as well. Good, then let's set it to depart at 5 o'clock. Young Qin, for this spare hour, are you planning to rest or?
Chu Yang turned his head to look at Qin Mu. Qin Mu remembered that he was going to go to Huijin International with Chu Yang in a while, and in his heart, the desire to show off with his own rich young men rose. He smiled and said, I'm going to go back to rest and relax first, and I'll come back before 5 o'clock.
Okay, then gather at my place at 5 o'clock. The author has something to say. Chapter 35, The Very Delightful Golden Moon.
Qin Mu said in Chu Yang 5 o'clock gathering, then returned to his own villa. He opened the Wixen group and sent out the photo of the Koenigsegg 1-1 that he had taken the time to take today in the group of the Magic City's Great Few. The Koenigsegg 1-1 is really good.
Immediately afterward, only 20 or so people Magic City Big Young group instantly exploded. Koenigsegg 11, Qin Xiao, where did you get it? Whose car is this, Mr. Qin? Mr. Qin, you haven't been playing games lately, have you been playing with cars? Mr. Qin. The chat in the Magic City Big Young group instantly reached 99 plus. Qin Mu was peering at the screen while laughing until he hammered the bed. However, what Qin Mu didn't expect was that without a moment's effort, someone in the group actually started exposing Chu Yang's information. I know who this car belongs to, the owner is called Chu Yang, 23 years old this year. Qin Mu couldn't help but be a bit dumbfounded as he looked at the messages in the group. He ate Intelligence Little Prince, Young Chen, how do you know the car is Chu Yang's? Intelligence Little Prince Chen Wei sent a hand showing emoji, it's not just me, as long as the people who are paying attention to today's hot searches know about Chu Yang, here, look for yourselves. After saying that, Little Prince of Intelligence sent a connection in the group. Qin Mu glanced at the title, Chu God Battles Goliath, teaches him to behave with a slap. Qin Mu curiously clicked on the title, and saw Chu Yang as if he was possessed by the god of war, slapping a Goryo. This short 1-minute video made people go to their heads at first glance. This video looks so uptight. 6666, driving a Koenigsegg 11, slapping a Goryo man with his bare hands, awesome. Not right Qin Xiaoan did not go out, how did he shoot the Koenigsegg 11? I took a closer look, not only is there a recent photo in Young Qin's photo, but there is also Chu Yang himself in the photo. After the rich young men discovered some small details, they began to bombard Qin Mu repeatedly. Qin Mu, you know Chushin? Qin Mu watched the video and then automatically refreshed his understanding of his new neighbor. His new neighbor was not only rich and mysterious, but also very capable of fighting. Qin Mu operated the mobile interface back to the Weixin interface, and after seeing the message in the group, he couldn't help but feel a sense of dejection within his heart. Xu Xiao is now a neighbor with me, and we've made an appointment to go to Huijin International in the afternoon to take a turn. Qin Mu sent the message out. The queue of rich young men downstairs neatly sent a bunch of question marks. When everyone went out to play, they all went to some kind of bar, gaffer and other places. How come he went out with Chu Yang and went to Huijin International? Oh, I forgot to tell you guys, Huijin International is Chu Xiao's property, he's currently in Villa number 9 with me as a neighbor. As soon as Qin Mu's words left his mouth, all of Magic City's great young men were shocked. Where is this top rich second generation from? Not only does he have a Koenigsegg 11, but he also lives in the billion-dollar East Suburb 1 Villa 9. Even Huijin International, the market value of more than 200 billion. How come they have never heard of this character in Magic City? Intelligence Prince Chen Wei looked at the information on his cell phone, could not help but begin to doubt life. Is this information in my hand a fake? Why is it completely different from what I investigated? Chu Yang's sudden rise had indeed attracted the attention of the Magic City's great young men, and quite a few of them had also gotten up the idea of befriending Chu Yang. Qin Xiao, since Chu Xiao is so awesome, why don't you pull them into our circle and get together later? A great young man suddenly proposed. His proposal was quickly recognized by most of the great young men. Right at this moment, Wang Song also spoke up, Qin Mu, make a time to get together with Chu Xiao, I also want to get acquainted. Wang Song was the most powerful top-tier rich second generation other than Qin Mu. The two of them, he and Qin Mu, had a good personal relationship, and even more so, they had great power of speech in the circle of rich youngsters. I'll go, Wang Xiao is all blown out. The Koenigsegg 11 has enough charm. There's no way, none of the supercar clubs have a Koenigsegg 11 for now. Right now, Xu Xiao's Koenigsegg 11 is the only one in the entire Magic City, if I could, I'd also like to buy one to drive. Qin Mu didn't expect Wang Song to show up as well. He knew that he had played a big game by showing off, and after deliberating on his vocabulary, he said, if Chu Xiao has time in a few days, we will get together again. With Qin Mu's words, the hustle and bustle of the great young group quickly subsided. Xu Yang, who was still resting, didn't know that he had been missed by the top-stream rich second generation of Magic City because of Qin Mu's showing off. On the other hand, Jin Yu also returned home without incident. When she picked up her cell phone and sent a bunch of tickets for Zhou Luinjia's concert to Su Ruoyan, she immediately received Su Ruoyan's shocked expression. Jin Yu, all of these are Zhou Luinjia's concert tickets? Jin Yu sent a dejected expression, that's right, didn't I tell you that I know a gold medal agent? Right now, I'm looking forward to Zhou Luinjia's concert starting soon. After taking so many concert tickets, I don't even know how to spend them. Then,
Use one, collect one, and then in sending a bunch of tickets to show off in the circle of friends. Su Ruoyun was silent for a while and uttered a very bold suggestion. After hearing this, Jinyu was both shocked and felt very moved. Sister Ruoyun, you're awesome. Sister approved. Not long after, Jinyu sent a circle of friends, so looking forward to Luwenjia's concert with a picture, a bunch of Zhou Luwenjia's concert tickets and a picture of a VIP card from Fengyu's car dealership. The author has something to say. Chapter 36, How Chu Yang Suddenly Became So Powerful. Oh my god. It's all tickets to Zhou Luwenjia's concert. Jinyu 666, I've never seen someone show tickets with a bunch of shows. Jinyu, please sell me one. I want to go to the concert too. Jinyu had been showing off with the concert tickets for the whole morning and could be considered quite proud of herself. Many of her classmates who were not on good terms with her licked their faces and came over wanting to buy Zhou Luwenjia's tickets from her. Jinyu was pleased, but did not have the intention to sell the tickets. She just wanted to crave those who wanted the tickets but could not buy them. Thinking of this, Jinyu could not help but think of Chu Yang. She clicked on the video of Chu Yang's battle against the Goliaths, and knocked up beautifully. And the main character of the video, Chu Yang, also with Qin Mu, sitting in a Mercedes-Benz Big G, came to Huijin International. Today is a working day, more than 5 o'clock, Huijin International headquarters flow of people is not much. Zhou Jiang hurriedly came down from upstairs, ready to go outside to buy coffee for the marketing director. Although Zhou Jiang had bragged about being the director of the marketing department at the class reunion earlier, in reality, Zhou Jiang was only the director of the marketing department. But in reality, Zhou Jiang was just a small staff in the marketing department. Not to mention that Zhou Jiang was deliberately targeted by the director of the marketing department, and every day, he was in deep water and miserable. If it wasn't for the fact that Huijin International's salary was really substantial, Zhou Jiang even wanted to mention leaving the company. Chu Yang, why are you here? Zhou Jiang couldn't help but freeze after seeing Chu Yang. I came over here to take a look. Zhou Jiang, if you have other things to do, go and get busy first. After Chu Yang finished speaking, he raised his feet and prepared to enter. Zhou Jiang hurriedly stopped Chu Yang. He didn't forget that he had bragged with Chu Yang in their classmate reunion then saying that he was the director of the marketing department. If Chu Yang asked someone and found out that he was not the director of the marketing department, wouldn't it be a great loss of face? Chu Yang, when the recent class reunion didn't you just collect a building of Thompson? How come you came to Huijin International headquarters? Zhou Jiang said while pulling Chu Yang. As for Qin Mu on the side, he didn't pay attention to it. Zhou Jiang preconceived the idea that Chu Yang and Qin Mu just happened to come to the headquarters of Huijin International. Since they don't know each other, then even if Qin Mu is a top rich second generation, he can't climb up to it's better to persuade his classmates to retreat more real. Qin Mu see Zhou Jiang a professional dress, and Chu Yang seems to have a good relationship, then did not interrupt the two people to catch up. Unexpectedly, this does not disturb, really let him hear shocking news. Chu Yang actually has a building of Thompson. This has to be how luxurious. What is more interesting is that Zhou Jiang, as Chu Yang's classmate, did not know that his classmate was the person in charge of Huijin International? Just thinking about Chu Yang's chairman's identity being exposed in front of Zhou Jiang, Qin Mu found it very interesting. I just came to take a look. You have something to do first, go and get busy. Chu Yang smiled and shrugged off Zhou Jiang without a trace. Zhou Jiang was trying to dispel Chu Yang's mind of entering the headquarters of Huijin International, and didn't care about these small actions of Chu Yang at all. What's there to see in Huijin International? It's just a trading company, it's still early, I'll treat you to coffee. Zhou Jiangbian said, and was ready to pull Chu Yang again. Qin Mu on the side finally couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't seen any company's employees blocking their own boss from entering. Qin Xiao. Zhou Jiang was attracted by Qin Mu's laughter before he noticed that Qin Mu hadn't even left. Qin Mu laughed and said to Chu Yang, Young Chu, it's getting late, let's just hurry and go in. As soon as Qin Mu made a sound, Zhou Jiang's hand was so frightened that he immediately let go of Chu Yang's hand. How could he not expect that Qin Mu and Chu Yang actually knew each other, and that a top-tier rich second generation like Qin Mu still called Chu Yang Chu Xiao? In just a day or two of not seeing him, how did Chu Yang become so powerful? Chu Yang did not have Zhou Jiang's obstruction, smoothly came to the Huijin International internal. The receptionist received a notice an hour ago that the big boss was coming to inspect, and she has been paying attention to this matter. When she saw Qin Mu and Chu Yang at the point of time, she was shocked. The protagonist of the latest appearance on the internet, Shushin vs. the Koryo,
was actually still the big boss of Huijin International. No wonder Chu Sheng could afford to drive a Koenigsegg 11. The receptionist lady had just finished informing the executive president of Huijin International when Chu Yang came in with Qin Mu. She hurriedly got up and bowed. "Good day, boss. Welcome, boss, to visit the company for inspection." Zhou Jiang on the side was about to speak when he was shocked by the words of the receptionist lady. He couldn't have heard it wrong. The front desk young lady called Chu Yang boss? Huijin International is worth more than $200 billion. Chu Yang bought it and became the boss himself? Zhou Jiang was shocked in his heart when he saw the executive president of Huijin International, Mr. Liu, hurriedly coming down from the upper floors. Mr. Liu has a high position of power in the company. Zhou Jiang has only seen him from afar a few times. He quickly and respectfully greeted him and said, "Mr. Liu." Zhou Jiang was about to speak when he saw that General Manager Liu directly skipped over himself and walked towards Chu Yang with a respectful look. "Boss, welcome to the company inspection. This way, please." General Manager Liu, calling Chu Yang his boss? Chu Yang really bought Huijin International? Zhou Jiang felt his heart beating a little hard. How did Chu Yang suddenly become so bullish? The author has something to say. Chapter 37, The Bull Skin Blown Out Realized. Well, just go up and take a look first. Chu Yang nodded. He glanced at Zhou Jiang on the side, and Qin Mu couldn't help but laugh out loud. As expected, Zhou Jiang didn't know about Chu Xiao being the owner of Huijin International. When General Manager Liu saw Chu Yang glancing at Zhou Jiang, he couldn't help but thump in his heart. The matter between Zhou Jiang and the marketing director had caused a lot of jokes in the office, and even he, the executive president, had heard about it. Now it seemed that Zhou Jiang and Chu Yang seemed to have a great relationship? Chu Yang, are you really the boss of Huijin International now? Zhou Jiang unbelievably inquired once again. The way he addressed Chu Yang as well as his attitude made General Manager Liu even more certain that Chu Yang and Zhou Jiang knew each other. I also just bought it not long ago. I'm just here to inspect it today. If you don't have anything to do, go up together and take a look. Chu Yang's impression of Zhou Jiang wasn't very good. Remembering that he was a classmate, he still gave Zhou Jiang a bit of face. He personally opened his mouth. Mr. Liu will also weigh his own attitude towards Zhou Jiang. Zhou Jiang has been in the workplace for so long, of course, know that Chu Yang's words are to give himself face. His heart is grateful, more remorseful of his own reunion, show off a moment of bravado under the face of Chu Yang. Fortunately, Chu Yang adults do not remember the small man over, or else he is afraid that today cannot end the scene. Good, I don't have much to do anyway. Zhou Jiang smiled and followed Chu Yang's side, standing together with General Manager Liu and Qin Mu, and took the exclusive elevator. The news that the big boss was going to inspect had long spread in Huijin International, and everyone was curious about the big boss's looks and identity. When Chu Yang brought Qin Mu and General Manager Liu over together, many people were shocked by Chu Yang's high face value. I'll go, nowadays when you're the big boss of the 100 billion group, is your face value also resistant? So handsome, I want to be the big boss's face dog. Roll aside, let me lick it too. You group of nymphomaniacs, hurry up and open your eyes to see, there's a top-ranking rich second generation beside the big boss, young Qin. Qin Xiao. I've only seen him in the news, this is the first time I've seen him in person. Do any of you feel that big boss looks a bit familiar? Am I the only one who feels familiar? The two of them, Chu Yang and Qin Mu, attracted the attention of many female employees. On the other hand, Zhou Jiang's presence attracted the attention of quite a few male staff members. Why is Zhou Jiang there? He wouldn't know the big boss, right? Impossible. If he knew the big boss, how could he be targeted by the marketing director? That's true, but we mustn't offend him in the future. Zhou Jiang is afraid of getting a high promotion after today. I usually in Zhou Jiang and no grudges, but the director of the marketing department, it is estimated to do the head. Huijin International is because of Chu Yang's appearance and talk a lot. Chu Yang is in the lead of General Manager Liu and Qin Mu together, did an inspection of Huijin International. Not long after Chu Yang understood the situation, he left with Qin Mu piece by piece. The whole time, Zhou Jiang followed Chu Yang around, and from time to time, he also gave Chu Yang a detailed introduction of the things within his business. And Mr. Liu also learned from their chat that Zhou Jiang and Chu Yang were even classmates. Based on all of the above, Mr. Liu returned to the office and immediately wrote to prepare a letter of dismissal for Director Zhao, and by the way, he also wrote a notice of appointment for Zhou Jiang. Director Zhao, after all, was quite familiar with Mr. Liu, and in order to give Director Zhao face, he deliberately asked someone to notify Zhou Jiang to come to the office later. Director Zhao, our Huijin International Temple is small, cannot accommodate you this big Buddha. This is your resignation letter. I have arranged the personnel department to give you double wages. You can rest assured that you can go. Director Zhao just arrived at the office and was dumped with a letter of dismissal by Mr. Liu. He looked at what he had in his hand and his entire being was baffled. No, Mr. Liu, what's the situation? What is it that you suddenly won't let me do? I'm not going to be the director of the marketing department anymore. Who's going to be? Director Zhao's heart is a little small, but his ability to work is still very strong. In the future, Zhou Jiang is the director of the marketing department. As Mr. Liu said, Zhou Jiang also pushed the door in. He walked into the president's office with a big smile and looked at Director Zhao with eyes full of provocation. Of course, Director Zhao knew that Zhou Jiang had gotten the eye of the big boss. But he didn't expect that Zhou Jiang was so villainous that he came up and let Mr. Liu jack his seat. Superintendent Zhao, also have to thank you for making things difficult. If it wasn't for you, my old classmate wouldn't be able to come to Huijin International to see me. Incidentally inspecting, this is not, took your seat is really sorry, my old classmate this person, what all good, just can't see their own classmates being bullied, too righteous. Zhou Jiang seems to be in the narrative, in fact, is to show off. You Zhao director is not bullish? You also find an old classmate to go off. I Zhou Jiang, my old classmates are too righteous, in a minute I'll be on the throne, what can you do with me? Mr. Liu saw Zhou Jiang's bragging, and Director Zhao saw Zhou Jiang's bragging even more. But what can he do? It's not like he has a classmate as awesome as Chu Yang. Zhou Jiang, just be complacent, even if you get rid of me, I have the ability to make you so that you won't be able to sit in this seat. Director Zhao also knew that Mr. Liu couldn't be relied on anymore. He took his resignation letter and left with a vicious release. Zhou Jiang watched Director Zhao leave. He turned his head to Mr. Liu and said, Mr. Liu, since Zhou Jiang has taken this seat, he will definitely do a better job than Director Zhao. Thank you Mr. Liu for giving me this opportunity. After saying that, Zhou Jiang took the posting letter and sat the bowl that he had blown out. And all of this is just the result of Chu Yang's casual behavior. The author has something to say. Chapter 38, carrying 2 cases of reserve red wine there. Xu Xiao, what's the next activity? Xinmu looked at the Huijin International that was getting farther and farther away, and asked Xu Yang at the side. Xu Yan looked at the time, it was only 6 in the afternoon. There's not much activity in the evening, it's time for dinner, do you want to go to my place for a meal first? Xu Yang did not say okay, once he said it Xinmu was really a bit hungry. That feeling's good I happen to be hungry. Xinmu didn't forget that Xu Yang had arranged for the chefs of the 8 major cuisines to be sent by Tianhai Home Economics today. Xinmu had visited most of the restaurants in Magic City, but the meals made by the chefs of Tianhai Home Management were not something that anyone could taste. After all, not everyone can be the same as Chu Yang. A phone call can be asked to have a team of maids with manager Chang. By the time Chu Yang and Xinmu returned to the villa, it was already 6:30. Ever since Xinmu bragged about Chu Yang with the top rich second generation in Magic City, he was on the road to bragging. For example, before dinner, Xinmu took a few photos in advance and sent them to the group of Magic City's great young men. The 8 dishes made by Tianhai's domestic chef are just fragrant. As soon as Xinmu's words left his mouth, the group of Magic City's great young men once again exploded with information. Xin Xiao, you're toxic lately. Showing every day, releasing poison every day. It doesn't matter if you're releasing poison or not, what matters is that I want to know which villa he's in. Needless to say, Xu Xiao's villa, TSK, this interior, worthy of $1 billion villa wow. Xin Xiao asked Xu Xiao if he's free today, we've opened a private room at the Red Romance Club, let's play together. The Magic City's great young men couldn't wait to get to know Chu Yang under Xinmu's poison release. I'll ask for you guys. Xinmu beautifully turned his head to Chu Yang and said, Xu Xiao, do you have something to do tonight? If not, let's go to Red Romance Club to play, my friend opened a private room, how about going to get high together? Xu Yang didn't expect Xinmu to actually propose going to his own property to play. His eyebrows moved slightly, which private room is your friend in? Xinmu was stunned by the question as he said, wait, I'll ask. Xinmu inquired about the room number and turned to Chu Yang, Supreme VIP 666 private room. After saying that, Xinmu thought of it as an afterthought, why did Chu Yang ask for this? Subsequently, Xinmu saw Chu Yang pick up his cell phone and dialed a call out. Wang Ji, it's me, I have a friend who booked a room in the Supreme VIP 666 private room, you arrange for them to be in my 888 private room, well, as soon as possible. By the way, go to Bonjour Manor again to hold 2 boxes of nice red wine over, to help the fun.
Chu Yang hung up the phone. Shin Mu was shocked after hearing Chu Yang's words. Red Romance Club's background is very unusual. Along with the Red Romance Club, Wang Ji's general manager's identity has also risen, reaching the point where he is equal to the top stream of rich young people. Now Chu Yang a phone call, directly let Wang Ji move the private room to the best 888 private room. Wang Ji agreed? Suddenly, Shin Mu thought of a possibility. He swallowed his saliva and inquired Chu Yang, Shu Xiao, it can't be, the Red Romance Clubhouse is also your property, right? Xu Yang nodded, well, it's my industry, and it's also just arrived a few days ago. Shin Mu did not believe Chu Yang in half a word right now. He had known Chu Yang the most for less than 2 days, and there were several things that he said hadn't arrived recently for a few days. Koenigsegg 11, Villa 9, Huijin International, Circle Entertainment, Fengyu Car Company. Now he said that the Red Romance Club is also just a few days old. Who else would believe this? Anyway, he does not believe it. Wait a minute, Chu Yang just seemed to have said Bonjour manner. Shin Mu turned his head to look at Chu Yang, once again tentatively asked, Chu Yang, like a manner, is your industry? Chu Yang lightly held down a sound before continuing to eat. Shin Mu was all confused. This Tama. He just asked a tentative question. As a result, the Bonjour manner is still really Chu Xiao's. For a moment, Shin Mu unexpectedly did not know what to say better. On the other hand, the Supreme VIP 666 private room. Wang Ji received the call and was also a bit confused. He had just heard the front desk report the news that Wang Song and 20 or so other top stream rich second generation had come and asked him to step in to handle it. Wang Ji just arranged the people in the Supreme 666 private room, and then Chu Yang called and said that the people were in the Supreme 666 private room, and asked him to arrange the people to Chu Yang's Supreme 888 private room. Boss, this is not a joke. If there were other people, he would have casually changed them. The key is Wang Song, they are not poor in money. Any one of them can give you hundreds of millions of dollars. How can you let them change the box? What's more, Wang Ji had never heard that Chu Yang and Wang Song knew each other. The little prince of intelligence, Chen Wei, was playing a game with his legs crossed. Just see Qin Mu Weishin's Magic City Big Young Group said, brothers cooperate with General Manager Wang to go to the Supreme 888 rooms. Chu Yang prepared 2 boxes of Bonjour Manners collection of wine for everyone, later a piece of drink a pain. The precious wine of the Prajna Manor? Chen Wei, this person is not good at sex, but good at wine, especially collector's wine. The longer the time, the more he will be happy to drink. Like Bonjour Manor, this level of red wine manor, the general collection of wine are worth millions of levels, and some may also have a price without a market. Changing a private room and getting 2 cases of reserve wine to drink? That would be too good to be true. Young Wang, Xu Xiao has arranged the Supreme 888 private room for us, and also prepared 2 cases of Bonjour Manners reserve wine. Let's go over there and take a look. The author has something to say. Chapter 39, Who in the World is the Rich Second Generation? Chen Wei's words caused a group of top stream tycoons to unify their actions looking at their cell phones. Even though Wang Ji had seen a lot of big waves, he had never seen this kind of situation. Wang Song also saw Qin Mu's words in the group. The Supreme 666 box had always been the box that they, the top stream rich second generation, often played in, and it was also the top box in the Red Romance Club. This Supreme 888 box they have never heard of, is obviously only to the Red Romantic Clubhouse internal box. That kind of box Chu Yang can let Red Romantic Club open? Wang Ji reacted and hurriedly answered, yes, Xu Xiao has arranged for the Supreme 888 box, please follow me. After saying that, Wang Ji hurriedly opened the phone to have the Supreme 888 private room checked again. Wang Song looked at Wang Ji thoughtfully. As he got up, he sent a separate WeChat private chat over to Qin Mu, Red Romance Club and Xu Xiao, what's the relationship? On the other end of the WeChat, Qin Mu didn't reply. He was preparing to get on the car with Chu Yang and rush to the Red Romance Clubhouse. Supreme VIP 888 private room. Wang Song sat on the sofa with his legs crossed playing with his cell phone. Chen Wei and the other 20 or so rich second generation were also swiping their cell phones and nagging, looking bored. When Qin Mu brought Chu Yang to the 888 private room, this was what he saw. I recently invested in a tech company that specializes in new energy batteries, and I just received news that there's a major technological breakthrough that can achieve the small goal of charging for a minute and using it for a whole day. Detecting Meng Xiao by bragging with the host, the system specially gifted the host with new energy battery technology. The new energy battery technology was an advanced new energy development technology. Once it was put into experimentation, it could achieve the effect of charging for 10 seconds and standby for a whole day. Chu Yang didn't expect that a group of billionaire second-generation people who were worth over $100 million would also brag about themselves when they were chatting idly.
I've seen a lot.
Meng Xiaobai had just finished bragging about being awesome when he realized that the nearby bragging sound was gone.
He followed everyone's line of sight and instantly looked. When did Chu Xiao come? How come they all didn't notice much?
Chu Yang's arrival made the top-stream rich young men rise to welcome him. The Supreme 888 private room looked extravagant and gorgeous, and the decoration inside the private room alone had laid down at least tens of millions of dollars. The rich young men knew at a glance that this was a private room open only to insiders. Other than Wang Song and Qin Mu, who had such great energy, only Chu Yang was worthy of them to get up and welcome them. Chu Xiao is here, welcome, welcome, welcome.
Welcome Chu Xiao. The rich young men showed their friendliness to Chu Yang.
Chu Yang also smiled and greeted them, with Qin Mu maneuvering in the middle. Chu Yang and these people were also considered to know each other. Wang Song also took the initiative to get up after all of them had gotten to know each other, and introduced himself, saying, "How are you, Chu Xiao, first time meeting, I'm Wang Song." As soon as Wang Song exited, the rich young men all band their voices in unison. Chu Yang reached out and shook the hand handed over by Wang Song, and said politely, "Hello young Wang, I am Chu Yang."
Wang Song personally shook Chu Yang's hand, which was equivalent to indirectly recognizing Chu Yang, as well as affirming Chu Yang's identity in the top-stream rich young circle. In the future, Chu Yang was the only person other than Qin Mu who could speak to Wang Song. Under Qin Mu's devoted guidance, the atmosphere in the Supreme 666 private room was once again active. Chu Yang played for a while and left on the pretext of going to the restroom. After Chu Yang left, Qin Mu was immediately surrounded by the top-stream rich young men. Young Qin, what kind of person is young Chu in the end? Yeah, didn't he recently live in a villa worth $1 billion? And what about Huijin International? Did he buy the Koenigsegg 11 recently?
The top-stream rich youngsters transformed into 100,000 reasons and started asking Qin Mu in turn. Qin Mu listened to their questions and decided to let them understand how awesome his new neighbor was. I'm not really sure what kind of person Chu Xiao is, but Chu Xiao is a very good person to get along with, and also very rich. Qin Mu racked his brain and came up with a word that better fit Chu Yang's situation. The crowd of rich young men were shocked by Qin Mu's adjective.
What does it mean that a person who gets along well is also very rich? If Chu Yang was even richer, could he be richer than Wang Xiao and Qin Xiao?
Let me put it to you this way, Chu Xiao recently, in addition to getting his hands on the Koenigsegg 11, Villa 9, and Huijin International, the Red Romance Clubhouse that we are in is his, the Prajna Manor is also his, and the number 1 Fengyu vehicle dealership in China is also his, and all of these are recent acquisitions. In addition, he also has a building of Thompson, but also smashed 500 million investment in what Shengtian investment. Even the team used in Chu Xiao's villa is a team from Tianhai's housekeeping, and the private butler is by Yu Wei, the genius butler that you guys booked before but didn't get to book. Qin Mu said all the information he knew in one breath. The crowd of top-stream rich young men were all shocked by Chu Yang's bravado. This Nima, Huijin International alone had a market capitalization of more than $200 billion, as well as the Red Romance Clubhouse, the Bonjour Manor, and a Tengchenipin.
Even the villa's team of maids were using Tianhai's housekeeping?
Comparing Qin Mu's words to those of the top-stream rich young men, they actually coincidentally felt that the 4 words very rich aptly described Chu Yang.
This was outrageous. They thought they were rich enough. It turned out, Chu Yang was richer than them. Who in the end was the rich second generation? The author has something to say. Chapter 40. How many other industries does Chu Yang have? Shen Xiao, didn't you investigate Chu Xiao? How come that information of yours doesn't match what you found out at all?
A group of rich second generation saw that Chu Yang hadn't returned yet, and after understanding Chu Yang's financial strength, they then wanted to understand his true identity. Chen Wei, who was named, rolled his eyes, and his mood, which was still quite manageable, instantly turned cloudy. Where the hell am I supposed to know? Chu Xiao is really too mysterious. The information I checked out in addition to the name, age, and gender, there is no one in Chu Xiao right. Under Chen Wei's eyes there was also a touch of melancholy that he couldn't detect. He had arranged for his family's top hacker expert to do a thorough check on Chu Yang's news overnight, resulting in a lonely night of checking. It would be strange for Chen Wei to be happy when he was rehashed and asked about this again. The rich second-generation people sort of understand, feelings of intelligence. Little Prince and Chu Yang this overturned. No wonder the face is black. Because of Chen Wei's personal testimony, the rich second generation started to make up Chu Yang's identity on their own. Qin Mu and Wang Song also came to the side, for eyes, more or less some guesses within their hearts.
Wang Xiao, do you think Xu Xiao could be someone who came out from there? There is a great possibility, otherwise it's not so bad that even Chen Wei can't find out his identity.
If it wasn't for Chen Wei I wouldn't have thought of this, no wonder he was able to suddenly become so rich overnight, and even have such a strong financial power, so it's someone from there. I didn't think of this at first either, let's wait and see what happens first. Qin Mu and Wang Song were chattering in a low voice there, and the rich second generation had their own plans. As the door of the Supreme 888 private room opened, everyone's coincidentally stopped talking and looked at Chu Yang outside the door.
Why don't you say anything? Didn't you come here to get high? Not singing?
Chu Yang strangely looked at everyone present. Everyone instantly woke up like a dream, those who ordered songs, those who took mics, the scene looked harmonious. With everyone's intentional closeness, coupled with drinking some red wine, Chu Yang also quickly integrated into their circle of top rich second generation. Wang Song's favorite thing was beautiful women, and what he chatted with Chu Yang about was naturally women. Speaking of women, Wang Song couldn't help but think of the two goddess-level beauties he had seen 2 days ago.
No, after a mouthful of wine, Wang Song also couldn't help but brag.
Xu Xiao, let me tell you, I met 2 more goddess-level beauties 2 days ago, the body is called a hada, and wearing silver clothes, it's cool and valiant. Detected Wang Song bragging with the host, the system specially gifted the host with 2 beautiful women Silver Stream escorts.
Silver Stream escorts? Chu Yang froze for a moment, what the hell?
However, after checking the information of the Silver Stream guards, Chu Yang's hand holding the wine glass almost didn't hold it and fell down. If set according to the force value of this world, the force value of an ordinary special forces soldier was almost 30-50 points, and the force value of a soldier king-level powerhouse was almost around 100.
As for Chu Yang, the Sect Master Realm, the force value was almost around 200.
But the Silver Stream guards were the generation guards of the Cosmic Technology Company, and their force value was surprisingly as high as 5,000 points. Placed in this world, it was definitely the peak level of combat power. Even Chu Yang, who possessed the National Martial Arts Master Realm, couldn't walk more than a single move in the hands of the Silver Stream escort.
If there's a chance, I really want to meet them.
Chu Yang suppressed the excitement within his heart and smiled as he took a sip of wine. Wang Song very much agreed with Chu Yang's words, if there was a chance, he would also like to see those 2 beauties again. This banquet, under the intentional creation of the top stream-rich second generation, the atmosphere continued to be very high. It wasn't until 10 o'clock in the evening that the banquet was dispersed. After Chu Yang, Wang Song and Qin Mu joked and walked out of the Supreme 888 private room, they came to the hall. The man who came face to face happened to be Kim Chong-won, who he had met in the ring before and was still knocked out by Chu Yang's slap. Mr. Park, this is the man who demolished my ring, please also make your move and waste him. When Kim Chong-won saw Chu Yang, it was like an enemy meeting an enemy. What was even more shameful was that the image of him being slapped unconscious by Chu Yang was constantly repeating in his mind. He was still really afraid that Chu Yang would slap him again. Kim Chong-won screamed while looking at Park Xingxian. Park Xingxian was Brandon's martial arts expert. It was a bit inferior to Chu Yang, who possessed the National Martial Arts Master Realm, but in the ranking of Goryo Brandon, it was still considered a relatively top-notch expert. Park Xingxian stared at Chu Yang with a grave expression on his face. Wang Song and Qin Mu also recognized that Jin Chongwan was the Goryo who had been slapped unconscious by Chu Yang earlier, and had moved a pretty strong-looking rescuer. This made Wang Song and Qin Mu couldn't help but be a little worried about Chu Yang. Good day, boss. Park Xingxian stared at Chu Yang for a while, and after determining that it was his own big boss, he gave him a 90-degree bow very matter-of-factly as a sign of respect. Kim Chong-won was directly dumbfounded when he saw this scene. What the hell, the Brandon expert that he found himself, how did he become Chu Yang's subordinate? Wang Song and Qin Mu were shocked in the face of the situation before them. How did this Mr. Park suddenly call Chu Yang his boss? What a situation! Wasn't he called out by Kim Chong-won to deal with Chu Yang? Not only Wang Song and Qin Mu, even Wang Ji, who had called for the security guards to save the day, also felt confused. What kind of operation was Kim Chong-won doing, calling the big boss's men over to deal with the big boss? You're Brandon's men? Chu Yang sized up Park Xingxian and inquired with some surprise. Park Hyun-hyen nodded and respectfully responded, yes, I am Brandon's Park Hyun-hyen, boss. It was Kim Chong-won who spent a lot of money to ask me to deal with you, but I did not know about it beforehand, so please give me the chance to make up for my mistakes. The author has something to say. Chapter 41, Xu Xiao, do you want to be so bold and horizontal?
Park Xingxian, in order to express his loyalty to Chu Yang. As soon as he grabbed Jin Chongwon, he greeted Jin Chongwon's face without saying a word. It was a one-sided, inhumane beating. Kim Chongwon's miserable screams were extraordinarily miserable just for people to hear. However, Park Xingxian had no intention of stopping. Wang Song and Qin Mu were also actively searching for relevant information about Brandon in their minds.
Young Wang, Brandon is a very famous security company in Goryeo, with a market capitalization estimated to be around 50 billion, and the top 50 ranked by Brandon are all martial arts experts, and some of them can be compared to special forces. Chen Wei did not leave with the rich young men. His sudden appearance also happened to answer Wang Song and Qin Mu's doubts. Chen Wei's family came from doing network technology, and the little prince of intelligence wasn't just a reputation. However, Brandon's people have always been very xenophobic. I didn't expect that. Not only is Chu Xiao the brand boss, but he's also respected so much by Brandon's people, it's really amazing. Chen Wei said, looking at Chu Yan with eyes full of shock. Wang Song and Qin Mu looked at each other, their eyes were similarly filled with shock. They had thought that Chu Yang's industry in the country was very impressive, but they didn't expect that there were also his industries abroad. Chu Yang didn't notice Wang Song and Qin Mu's dynamics. He observed Park Xingxian's stance and nodded in satisfaction. Park Xingxian, stop, I've seen your sincerity, your martial arts are not bad, go and tell the martial arts director who was looking for Brandon to say something, let him arrange for 20 security guards to report to the 9th villa in the eastern suburbs 1 courtyard. Park Xingxian didn't expect that he could still have such an opportunity after some will-o'-the-wisp. He excitedly replied in a loud voice, boss, I'll go contact General Manager Wu right now. Chen Wei listened to the two people's conversation, his eyes coloring one more point. Mr. Wu is the executive president of Brandon, his full name is Wu Xing. Wu Xing is a very xenophobic person. I'm really curious to know how in the world did Chu Xiao take Brandon from his hands. Wang Song and Qin Mu looked at the excited Park Xingxian, their eyes were full of complex colors. Who would have thought that simply coming out to a party had exposed another industry to Chu Yang? This kind of Chu Yang let people the more contact, the more it feels Chu Yang whole person with a fog-like. When you were filled with the thought that you thoroughly understood Chu Yang, his new industry would immediately catch you off guard. I'm also curious to know just how he did it. Qin Mu said quietly. Not only did he want to know how Chu Yang took down Brandon, he also wanted to know how Chu Yang managed to get a house in Thompson, or a house. Suddenly, Qin Mu suddenly thought of something. He turned his head to Wang Song and said, Young Wang, should we make a bet? Wang Song was interested in Qin Mu's sudden bet. Interesting, what do you want to bet? Qin Mu pointed to Chu Yang on the side. I'll go over there later and ask Chu Xiao when he got Brandon. If he says it arrived recently, you'll send me your newly acquired Ferrari. If I lose, I'll invest $100 million in your recent new project. Wang Song had recently been whisked out by his dad to start a company, although Wang Song wasn't worried about money, but who would mind having too much money? Okay, no problem. Wang Song agreed with alacrity. Chen Wei on the side was also very interested in this. He smiled and said, Young Qin, I'll follow this bet. I'll bet on a limited edition Rolls Phantom. I'll bet that he didn't get his hands on it recently. If I lose, you'll send me your Ferrari. Qin Mu didn't expect Chen Wei, who was always only interested in intelligence, to also get involved. However, someone was giving away a new car, so it was a gamble. Qin Mu collected the dejectedness within his heart and walked to Chu Yang's side. Chu Xiao, you are really powerful. Even Brandon in Goryeo is your property. When did you get Brandon? Chu Yan lightly smiled and said, only recently did I get my hands on it. Wang Song and Chen Wei instantly crouched after hearing Chu Yang's words. How did Qin Mu know that Chu Xiao would say that? Qin Mu smiled proudly at Wang Song and Chen Wei. After he had experienced the Koenigsegg 1, Villa 9, Huanqing Entertainment, Fengyu car dealership, and a building of Thompson's, he had long ago thrown the word common sense into the trash can when facing Chu Yang. Chu Xiao's bravado was simply not something that could be expounded upon by the above. A Goryeo's Brandon was nothing. It was tomorrow when Chu Xiao suddenly became the richest man in the Magic City. He wouldn't even find it very rare. Ha, thanks Chu Xiao, in a moment I'll send you the limited edition Rolls Phantom that Chen Wei lost me to your villa. Chu Yang was a little surprised by Qin Mu's sudden gift of the limited edition Rolls Phantom. Chen Wei lost his car to Qin Mu. What does it have to do with him? It's like this. Qin Mu immediately elaborated on the bet between himself and Wang Song in 3 words, and as Qin Mu spoke, he complimented Chu Yang. Chu Xiao, honestly, it's you who said that Tianhai Home Management is yours. I don't even think there's anything. Chu Yang did not expect Qin Mu to say such a sentence. He nodded indifferently and said, Tianhai Home Management is indeed mine. Qin Mu felt like his throat was choking on something. Chu Xiao, do you
Want to be so bold? The author has something to say. Chapter 42 Top Hacker Alliance is also in the bag. When Wang Song heard Chu Yang personally admit that Tianhai Home Management was also his, not only did his eyes reveal a shocked expression out. What? Tianhai Jiazheng was also Chu Yang's? Impossible. If there is a change in Tianhai Home Management's shareholding in the country, it's impossible for us, Extreme Rhyme, not to have received the news. Chen Wei reacted and denied Chu Yang at the first opportunity. Extreme Rhyme was the Chen family's enterprise, and Chen Tao, the Chen family's most powerful hacker, was even a first-rate technical expert who ranked among the top 100 hackers in the world. If even the number one domestic information technology enterprise like Extreme Rhyme couldn't be traced, unless Chu Yang had an even more powerful technical expert than Chen Tao in his hands. But if Tianhai is not Chu Xiao's industry, with manager Chang's style of behavior, would he dispatch by Yue over there? Wang Song did not deny the leading position of Extreme Rhyme in the country, but manager Chang's behavior could indeed match Chu Yang's words. Chen Wei was silent for a moment before saying, Chen Tao is our family's topmost expert. If Extreme Rhyme didn't find out about the changes in the equity of Tianhai domestic management, unless someone from the Red Heavenly Alliance stepped in, only then would it be possible to stop Chen Tao's probing. Chen Wei was blowing this cowhide big time. The Red Sky Alliance is ranked as the first hacker alliance in the world, and there are 30 or so known within the alliance that are ranked in the top 100 globally. But outside the Red Sky Alliance, hackers also have no less than 50, although the quality of the individual is not as high as the Red Sky Alliance. Randomly out of a person to defeat Chen Tao is still easy. Detected Chen Wei bragging with the host. The system hereby gifts the host with the world's #1 hacker alliance, the Red Sky Alliance. Chu Yang didn't notice the conversation between Chen Wei and Wang Song. He couldn't help but be a little surprised after hearing the system prompt. What kind of bold did Chen Wei and Wang Song brag about bringing out the world's #1 hacker alliance? Qin Mu was still thinking about the Ferrari in Wang Song's hand, and he called Chu Yang over, anxious for Wang Song and Chen Wei to fulfill their promise. Chu Yang was shouted to Wang Song's side by Qin Mu. Jin Chongwan, who was pretending to be dead on the ground, hurriedly glanced with his eyes that were hammered into a slit, and in his heart he exclaimed that he was lucky. When he crawled out, it is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years, and he will definitely look for a more powerful expert to deal with Chu Yang. Brandon was his blunder, but it definitely won't happen again. Jin Chongwan was fuming fiercely within his heart while quietly moving his battered and bruised body, struggling to crawl on the ground like a maggot. Almost there, the hall door is almost there. Kim Chongwan's bruised and swollen face revealed a joyful smile. The next second, Jin Chongwan's smile froze. He looked up along a pair of black leather shoes king that suddenly appeared in front of him, and Wang Ji's leathery face appeared within his line of sight. Mr. Kim, you don't think that the security of our Red Romance Clubhouse is a dry meal, do you? Kim Chongwan looked at Wang Ji's face and cursed his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that Park Xingxian had beaten him up too hard, he wouldn't have been unable to even deal with Red Romance's security. Hee, Mr. Wang, you're a serious businessman. You can't make a move on me, Agorio. If something happens to me, I'm afraid that your Red Romance Club is not going to be able to explain it, right? Kim Chongwan barely made himself speak clearly enough. He wanted to let Wang Ji know that he also had someone behind him. Wang Ji heard Jin Chongwan's threat. He smiled and said, "Of course, our Red Romance Club is a proper business. Come on people, help Mr. Jin up and treat him well." Jin Chongwan was respectfully helped up by the two security guards, and he couldn't help but show a smug look on his bruised and swollen face. Those companions of his had instructed him not to provoke General Manager Wang of the Red Romance Club when he arrived, but now it seemed that he was just a wimp. Jin Chongwan was waited on and sent to the car, and that meticulous attitude made Jin Chongwan feel that all his pores were stretched. Wang Ji stood in front of the car and said to the driver with a smile, "All of you serve the people well. If you let them get away before arriving at Morning Biao's territory, then go and figure out a way to take Morning Biao's fire off yourself before coming to see me." What? What Morning Biao? Jin Chongwan was dumbfounded after hearing that. The only man in Magic City who was called Morning Biao was only one man, and that was the underground godfather of Magic City. No. Wouldn't be that Morning Biao, right? Jin Chongwan cannot help but a little bit of legs trembling up. Wang Ji saw Jin Chongwan's fear. He had a very gentle patch. "Mr. Jin, I forgot to tell you, our boss, that is, the Chu Yang you know, is the elder brother of Funeral Biao. I have already called Funeral Biao. He will personally come to take over this matter." "Don't worry, General Manager, we will definitely complete the task." The people inside the car were equally nervous and very tense when they heard the name of Morning Biao, who was known to change color. Not to mention Jin Chongwan, who was going to be sent over in a while. How could Chu Yang be Morning Biao's big brother? Jin Chongwan was almost scared to death. His companion had instructed him two things before. First, don't mess with Mordor's underground godfather, Morning Biao. Second, don't offend manager Wang of the Red Romance Club. Jin Chongwan didn't realize that not only did he have it all, but he would also be sent to Morning Biao by Wang Ji later on. By this time, Jin Chongwan realized that Wang Ji is not a wimp, but a ruthless character who eats bones without spitting. Jin Chongwan looked at Wang Ji deliberately arranged a left and a right two strong security guards, heart suddenly dead gray. It's over, it's all over. The author has something to say. Chapter 43 Proceeding to arrange your own technology company. Wang Ji stared at the car leaving and immediately straightened his clothes and headed inside the Red Romance Clubhouse. Jin Chonghuan arrived in the hall of the villa where Morning Biao was located with a heart full of fear. Morning Biao sat on the sofa, exuding a fierce aura. I heard that you spend a lot of money to deal with my big brother? And you dare to openly set up a ring in Magic City? Morning Biao stared at Jin Chonghuan with a pair of tiger eyes, scaring Jin Chonghuan to the ground with a plop. Jin Chonghuan relied on the fact that he was a foreigner to dare to open a ring in Magic City, challenging all kinds of experts and acting recklessly. If he had known that Chu Yang, who looked handsome and had a bit of money, and Morning Biao were brothers, he wouldn't dare to go against Chu Yang even if he was beaten to death. Brother Biao, this is all a misunderstanding. Jin Chonghuan knelt on the ground, trembling his voice, and Morning Biao begged for forgiveness. The corner of Morning Biao's mouth hooked up a cold smile. The brothers at the bottom had the good sense to drag the bruised and battered Jin Chonghuan out and beat him up again. I have found someone to deal with my big brother, but still say that it is a misunderstanding? Is it when Morning Biao is still a dilettante? Jin Chonghuan was inexplicably beaten again, and almost half of his life was lost. When the dying Jin Chonghuan was dragged into the villa hall again, the face of Funeral Biao's anger and self-confidence made him instantly epiphany. Wasn't he the one who had offended Chu Yang before because of the ring, and then picked a fight with Chu Yang? What if there was no more ring? Jin Chonghuan's desire for survival immediately came up after he figured it out. Brother Biao, I'm wrong. It's the people above me who had to let me set up the ring. That's why I offended Mr. Chu. I know where they usually set up the ring, and... Jin Chonghuan's clear thinking sold Jin Song and the others short. Morning Biao did not expect Jin Chonghuan to be so uptight, and after taking a beating, he sold everything. After listening to Jin Chonghuan's words, Funeral Biao deeply felt that what Jin Chonghuan said made sense. You're right, if it wasn't for this garbage ring, my big brother wouldn't have to personally take care of you trash brothers. Within one night, I want to see you all tear down the ring. As for those people, you guys just watch and deal with them. With that, Morning Biao waved his hand, signaling them to drag Jin Chonghuan out. Jin Chonghuan was dumbfounded. How was this not quite what he expected? Brother Biao, ball, you spare me. Jin Chonghuan's miserable voice sounded outside, but it was soon blocked again. In the eastern suburb 1 courtyard, inside the 9th villa, Chu Yang returned from the Red Romance Clubhouse. Extract the silver stream guards. After Chu Yang washed up and lay on the large European-style bed, he directly extracted the silver stream guard from the system. Just as he finished speaking, he saw two beautiful women with chiseled figures and stunning looks, wearing silver-colored clothes, suddenly appear in the room. Silver stream guards, chasing flowers moon by moon meet master. You guys have the ability to be invisible? Chu Yan looked at the silver clothes on the silver stream guards and couldn't help but ask in delight. Chasing Flowers and Moon by Moon respectfully answered, Yes master, for the absolute safety of the master, the silver stream guards will only protect and hide close to the master's side. As long as the master has the need, the silver stream guards will appear at any time and be at your disposal. Chu Yang was instantly overjoyed. Being able to be invisible, this ability was awesome big. Forget about master or whatever, you guys can just call me young master. There's nothing to do now, you guys leave first. Chu Yang was somewhat not quite comfortable with being called master, so he simply let them change their name. Alright young master. After Chasing Flower and Moon by Moon answered in the affirmative, they hid their forms in front of Chu Yang. After getting to know Chasing Flowers and Moon by Moon, Chu Yang was also able to sense the presence of the two. Not long after Chasing Flowers and Moon by Moon retreated, Chu Yang's cell phone rang again. It was an encrypted number for a cross-border call. Chu Yang associated it with the Red Sky Alliance that he had just acquired, so he picked it up. Boss, this is Yuan Liang. There is a company called Extreme Rhyme that has been trying to find out about you, and despite looking harmless, it is very undeterred. Boss, do you need me to have someone from the Red Heavenly Alliance take action? Yuan Liang was the alliance leader of the Red Sky Alliance, which was also his code name in the Red Sky Alliance. Yuan Liang's real name was Liang Yuan, and he was the third-ranked hacker expert in the world. You keep a close eye on the matter of extreme rhyme. If there is anything wrong, you can teach a small lesson. Xu Yang knew that extreme rhyme was the company of Chen Wei's family, and coupled with Yuan Liang's words, he instructed 2 sentences and hung up the phone. Lying on the bed again, Xu Yang only felt extraordinarily comfortable within his heart. The harvest from today's trip to the party was quite bountiful. Not only did he obtain a bottom card like the Silver Stream Guards, but he also got a hidden line like the world's #1 hacker alliance. Oh yeah, speaking of harvest, Xu Yang almost forgot. Today there was a Meng Xiaobai's rich 2nd generation bragging about sending a new energy technology over. This matter can be arranged by Yue. Yue, you go and start a new energy company, mainly doing new energy technology development. Help me get this done within 3 days. Xu Yang finished giving instructions to Bai Yue and slowly entered the dreamland. What Xu Yang did not realize was that after he fell asleep, the shock of the entire magic city had quietly begun. Author has something to say. Chapter 44, Chu Xin is on the hot search again. Early the next morning, the news of Chu Xin and the Goryeo people was once again put on the hot search. Goryeo Taekwondo Dojo was smashed, which god's handiwork is it, begging the all-powerful netizens to answer. Goryeo Taekwondo Dojo smashed follow-up, Goryeo people hospitalized en masse. In the end, who did it? Goryeo Taekwondo Dojo smashed, a heart of nymphomaniacs crying broken, Oba turned into a pig's head to understand. Chushin slapped the Goryeo people in the front foot, then someone smashed all the Goryeo sticks Taekwondo dojos in the back foot. Could this be Chushin's revenge too? Chen Wei, who saw the inside information, was confused. How a night's work, the Goryeo people were all beaten into the hospital, especially that face, swollen with a pig's head like the mother does not recognize. This must be how much hatred and grudges to be so ruthless. Young master, found out who it is. Chen Tao, who had spent a day and 2 nights in the liver, appeared in front of Chen Wei with a pair of panda eyes. Who is it? Chen Wei inquired curiously. Mordor's underground godfather Morning Biao. I don't know what the reason is. Last night Mordor all the Goryeo sticks Taekwondo dojos were smashed, and all the relevant people were all sent to the hospital. As for the reason is unknown. Now the Goryeo people are all requesting doctors to ask to go back to their country to treat their injuries, and they are supposed to be threatened. Chen Tao's words fell. Chen Wei could not help but furrow his brows. Are you sure that person is the underground godfather Morning Biao? If Chen Wei didn't know that Kim Chongwan was looking for trouble with Chu Yang, perhaps he would have thought like everyone else that it was the Goryeo who had angered Morning Biao. But after combining all the things that happened last night, Chen Wei didn't believe it anymore. To insist that the reason why the Goryeo ended up being targeted by Funeral Pyo was definitely because of Chu Yang. Is there a new result for Chu Yang's information? Chen Wei was still very much mindful of Chu Yang's correct information. Speaking of this, a hint of torpidity appeared on Chen Tao's calm face. Just now, the Red Sky Alliance sent a warning, telling us to stop checking on Chu Yang's information, and that if we do so again, we'll be responsible for the consequences. The Red Sky Alliance was very mysterious and would rarely appear in front of hackers. On the contrary, the person who appeared today was also the Red Sky Alliance's alliance master Yuan Liang. How much importance did this have to place on Chu Yang to make the alliance leader of a super large alliance appear? Due to the threat of the Red Sky Alliance, Chen Tao had to stop probing Chu Yang. Are you saying that the Red Sky Alliance is also harboring Chu Yang? This Chu Yang's head is too big. Chen Wei was very shocked after learning the news. Yuan Liang and Morning Biao of the Red Sky Alliance were resounding figures both internationally and domestically. How was it that such characters were both standing up for the same person? Chen Wei's doubts were destined to be explained to him by no one. As for Qin Mu, after learning the news, he went to the villa at the first time to test Chu Yang's reaction. He wanted to know if Morning Biao's outburst had anything to do with Chu Yang or not. Xu Xiao, you're on the hot search again today. When Qin Mu arrived in Chu Yang's villa, he saw that Chu Yang was sitting on the sofa drinking hot tea. Chu Yang's hand holding the hot tea gave a start. He hadn't gone to many crowded places in the past 2 days, so how was he on the hot search again? Yu Wei. Xu Yang shouted. Bai Yue immediately took an IPAD worth nearly $10,000 and handed it to Chu Yang. The content on the screen was exactly today's hot search ranking. What kind of people did those Goliaths offend that they were actually beaten to the point of asking to return to their country for treatment? Xu Yang was a little surprised, and his words made Qin Mu a little confused as well. This matter had nothing to do with Xu Xiao? Just when Xu Yang was puzzled, his cell phone suddenly rang. Xu Yang took a look at the contact note, Morning Biao. Qin Mu's eyes widened. The Morning Biao on Xu Xiao's contact would not be that Magic City's underground godfather Morning Biao, right? Xu Yang connected the phone. Morning Biao from the handset came out. Big brother, disturbed your rest?
Shinmu listened to the familiar voice coming from the phone, and the shock in his heart was like 10,000 haymakers rushing by.
The person on the other end of the phone was really Morning Biao, the underground godfather of Magic City. But what's with this cautious attitude? What's wrong with Big Brother? Shinmu felt as if he knew something extraordinary. Magic City underground godfather Morning Biao actually had a big brother? And the big brother is still Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao was worthy of being from there, even Funeral Biao had become his little brother. No, this is not the point anymore. The point was that he had heard so much news, how could he return unharmed? It didn't bother me, Xiao Biao what's the matter with calling in the morning? Chu Yang didn't notice Qin Mu's complexion. His casual address almost didn't make Qin Mu fall to the ground at once. That was the underground godfather of Magic City. Is it appropriate for you to call him Little Biao? As soon as Morning Biao on the other end of the phone heard Chu Yang's inquiry, he knew that his big brother hadn't watched the news yet. While he breathed a sigh of relief, he also felt that it was a matter of course. Just those Goliaths were worthy of alarming his big brother? Big brother, those ungrateful Goryeo people offended me. I gave you an advance to clean up the people, you won't blame me, right? Morning Biao organized his language and decided to take the pot of Wangji, sending Kim Chongwon to himself. No, it won't, just a bunch of insignificant characters, pack it up. Big brother is right, it's just a bunch of minions, I'll let them roll back to Goryeo. Not long after Chu Yang and Morning Biao's phone call hung up, the news that the Goryeo sticks rolled out of Magic City immediately spread in Magic City. The author has something to say. Chapter 45 Cousin Su Wenjing. The group of Magic City's great young men that Qin Mu was a part of had already blown up. No one expected that Morning Biao would suddenly make a move overnight, and still move a few seemingly insignificant Goryeo rods. Looking at those few Goryeo sticks that were beaten to the point of not even recognizing their own mothers, everyone coincidentally thought of Chu Yang. The previous video of Chu Yang slapping and knocking out a Goryeo stickman was still hanging upwards as a hotspot even now. Young Chu, do you have any activities today? Shinmu glanced at the group chat message, pretended not to know anything and started to change the topic. Where did Chu Yang know Shinmu's mind? He was about to shake his head when the phone that had just hung up came back. Chu Yan looked at the phone number on his cell phone and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Su Wenjing? Su Wenjing was Chu Yang's cousin. Although both of them are in Magic City, they have always seldom contacted each other. Coupled with the fact that Su Wenjing has just graduated from the university, there is even less time to contact him. Hey, Wenjing. Shinmu couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw Chu Yang pick up the phone. However, when Shinmu thought about it, he also felt that Chu Yang's relationship with Morning Biao wasn't much. After all, he was a person there, so what was a Morning Biao? Cousin, do you have time to come to Deping neighborhood? I have some things I want to find you to help. Su Wenjing was a self-reliant girl who would rarely look for Chu Yang to help. Now it seemed that there should be no way to beg Chu Yang's head. Good, I will go over in a while. Chu Yang hung up the phone, immediately let Bai Yue arrange for a driver. He got up in a hurry, and said to Qin Mu, Xin Xiao, I have something here today, I don't have much time for the time being, let's get in touch when we have time. Yue, give my WeChat to Qin Xiao. After Chu Yang finished speaking, he hurriedly left. Qin Mu only then remembered that he had known Chu Yang for so long, but actually did not have Chu Yang WeChat. This is the WeChat of brother Morning Biao. Shinmu beautifully looking for Bai Yue to ask for WeChat to go, as for Chu Yang is where to go, he did not dare to ask more. He thought, well, anyway, the outside world speculation is speculation, who can be sure that the matter of Funeral Biao drive Goryeo people with Chu Yang has a direct relationship? This side of the driver drove the Mercedes-Benz Big G to the downstairs of the Deping neighborhood. Deping neighborhood is famous for its affordable rents in the East District of Magic City, and many tenants are willing to rent a house here. Relatively speaking, there are not many rich people. The neighborhood periphery suddenly came a Mercedes-Benz Big G instantly caused the tenants to crowd. Oh my god, whose car is this? It looks like several $1 million. At the very least it's $1 million or so, see that front end, it's a Mercedes. Snort, you two have never seen the market, this is Mercedes-Benz Big G, more than 2 million My gosh, more than 2 million Chu Yang didn't get off the car before he heard a group of grandparents marveling outside the car. Thinking of Su Wenjing's request for help, Chu Yang asked the driver to wait in the car, while he himself got out of the car to go to the room 2032 rented by Su Wenjing and her best friend Chen Fei. As soon as the grandmasters and grandmothers saw that the one who came out was a handsome white boy in his early 20s who looked handsome and rich, they started to get close.
The first time I saw him in his early 20s, looking handsome and rich.
Auntie here tenants all know, known as Deping Pepsi. Young man, how old are you? Are you looking for a girlfriend? My granddaughter is 18 this year. Auntie Ma, you are not ashamed, your daughter has a boyfriend. Still introduced to this young man. Young man, listen to the grandpa, my granddaughter this year 20, is a high school student.
Shu Yang just came out was a group of Moncler Jackets Outlet UK women to force the introduction of a bunch of girlfriends. Shu Yang was able to get out from the circle of grandparents, and hurriedly accelerated his pace to rush to Su Wenjing's residence. Fortunately, the design of the large flat neighborhood is not complicated, and it didn't take long for Chu Yang to arrive near building 2030. Seeing that he was almost at 2032, he heard an extremely loud Big Mom there pointing at the two little girls in 2032.
What's wrong with little girls nowadays?
This garbage you put outside stinks. It's summer. How big is the smell? My family has a pregnant daughter-in-law. Can you afford to pay for smothering her? Su Wenjing had been disturbed by the garbage outside for several days. She was already upset and scared, and then she was being hassled by a Big Mom, so her heart couldn't be any worse. Auntie, this really isn't our garbage, someone else put it here for us. Su Wenjing wanted to explain to the Big Mom, and when the Big Mom heard it, she felt that this little girl's family didn't take out the garbage even if she lied.
Hey, you this little girl's family, how to say you 2 sentences you also lied, you learned from my distant nephew, just got into MIT, graduated to be accepted by the top 500 companies in the country, what is called?
Detected Gu Zhuyu bragging about the host, specially gifted the host with the ability to forget everything. Shu Yang can kind of see, cousin, this is a person sitting at home, the pot comes from the sky, but also by a Big Mom staring at not letting go. This Big Mom, if you keep talking like this, my cousin's garbage is going to be put away for a while longer. If you are worried about your daughter-in-law, why don't you go over and take a look at her first? Shu Yang was wearing a white leisure suit, handsome, and had an extraordinary demeanor at first glance. Big Mom originally also smelled something to come over to talk about Su Wenjing and the girls. She didn't realize that she also had a cousin who looked extraordinary. Forget it, since it's your cousin, then you let them hurry to clean up. I'll go to my daughter-in-law first.
Hey, where are the young people nowadays? The author has something to say. Chapter 46, just recently made a little money. Seeing Chu Yang intervene on her behalf, Su Wenjing was very pleased to let Chu Yang enter the house. Chu Yang just sat on the sofa in the room and surveyed Su Wenjing's rental house. The rental house was a 2-room, 1 hall and 1 bathroom design. The room was on the side of minimalist style. The arrangement was well organized, looking very cozy. Click. Only to hear the sound of the door opening, Chu Yang turned his head to look. It was a girl wearing a halter dress, with a lowly face and at least a pair of D's on her chest walked out from the room. She froze as she stared at Chu Yang. A pair of good-looking eyes were filled with starry eyes. Are you Wenjing's cousin? I'm Chen Fei, Wenjing's roommate. Chen Fei was a bit self-conscious. She made it to Chu Yang's side in her suspenders, and occasionally when she moved a lot, you could still see half a smattering of white balls. Hello, I'm Chu Yang. Chu Yang was not very comfortable with this girl's enthusiasm. Chen Fei did recognize Chu Yang. As a young generation, brushing up on hot searches was the norm, and the video of Chu Yang punching the Goryeo man had exploded all over the internet with the label of being a high-color giant fighter. More importantly, Chen Fei also wanted to know about Chu Yang's specialties. Chen Fei, can you pay attention? You be reserved. This is my cousin. Su Wenjing felt an incomparable headache towards Chen Fei, who was wearing a halter dress. If it wasn't for Chu Yang's recent video of him fighting the Goliaths on the internet suddenly exploding in popularity, she wouldn't have begged for Chu Yang's head. Tisk, if it wasn't for your cousin, I wouldn't be able to look at it. Chu handsome, I want to understand your specialty. When do you have time? Chen Fei just did a flying kiss to Chu Yang. Her back foot was covered by Su Wenjing. This naked confession made Su Wenjing almost die of shame. It was the first time Chu Yang had encountered such a straightforward girl. He smiled and laughed as he replied frankly, I've been free lately. If you're free, I think we can explore this. Su Wenjing was stunned. Was this still the same cousin she used to have? Chen Fei, you've brought my cousin down. Su Wenjing said furiously. Chen Fei couldn't help but snicker as she looked at such Su Wenjing. Alright, I won't tease you, let's get down to business today. Next time I'll get to know your cousin's specialties, alright? Su Wenjing was so angry that her pretty face was covered with a reddish hue, but there was nothing she could do about it. Speaking of business, Su Wenjing's face was a little more melancholy.
She took out her cell phone and played a video. On the video was a man wearing a white undershirt, with flip-flops on his feet, unable to see his face, throwing the garbage to the door of 2032, and then quickly leaving. From the time it showed, it was 3 in the morning. Our room entrance has been getting garbage thrown at us by this man. At first we didn't care, but we found out that it was like this for a few consecutive days. We bought a camera before we captured this image. Cousin, can you help us catch him out? Su Wenjing had seen Xu Yang's force value. She was confident in Xu Yang's fighting ability. Xu Yang stared at the video for a while. He couldn't help but shake his head and said, "There are too many people here mixed with dragons and snakes. It's not very good to catch him. Although looking at his attire, he's a tenant here. But even if he catches him today, it's inevitable that he'll hold a grudge again. I can't come over all the time to protect you guys." Xu Yang wasn't that he couldn't catch the man, but even if he did, at most he would only be detained for a few days and then released. It would be impossible to predict what the man would do then. Not to mention the fact that both Su Wenjing and Chen Fei were school flower-level beauties. After living here for a long time, it was unavoidable that someone would have their mind set on it. Then, "Cousin, what do we do now?" Su Wenjing wasn't stupid. She quickly understood Xu Yang's concerns. Chen Fei also understood the reason why Xu Yang said so. After all, this man came every day at a fixed time of 3 in the morning, and just throwing garbage made everyone tremble with fear. In case that man forced his way in, what should they do? "Let's do it this way. I have a house in Townsend. You guys will live in it for now, and when the follow-up is stabilized economically for you guys, it won't be too late to change your place of residence." Xu Yang thought about it and decided to arrange Su Wenjing and Chen Fei in Thompson Epine. Chen Fei's pair of beautiful eyes similarly revealed a shocked color. She had always thought that the video of Xu Yang driving the Koenigsegg 11 was blown up online. After all, Su Wenjing had been telling her that her cousin's finances weren't very generous, and that the Koenigsegg 11 was probably a fake. Now what? Out of the box is a set of a flat 350,000 Townsend 1, you tell me that this is the economy is not generous? This is still not economical, then they are now not so poor that they have to live in the sewers. Chen Fei looked at Su Wenjing. A pair of beautiful eyes filled with doubt, said, "Good, your cousin economy is not very generous? Is the promised Koenigsegg 11 estimated to be fake as well?" Su Wenjing's pair of beautiful eyes similarly glared round and round. "Cousin, where did you get so much money to buy the Thompson 11? Xu Yang touched his nose and said with a smile, "Recently, I got lucky and invested in some bitcoins and made some money." Su Wenjing was relieved when she heard that it was her own cousin who invested in bitcoin and earned it. She happily said, "Then, cousin, your luck is too good. That's the Thompson first class. I heard it's $350,000 a square foot." Chen Fei looked at her own best friend in disgust. So she believed her cousin? She didn't believe a word of it anyway. If the Koenigsegg 11 rumored on the internet is true, then Su Wenjing, her cousin, is at least billions of assets. Billions of assets, is that a little money? The author has something to say. Chapter 47, Trying to Understand Xu Yang's Specialties. Since your cousin has said so, let's pack up and get ready to go over. Chen Fei did not feel burdened by living in Thompson Epine. As the saying goes, near the water, you get the moon first. Xu Yang, this big moon, Chen Fei, still had to pick it. Chen Fei had thought about it. After she deeply understands Xu Yang's specialties, she must let him understand what it means to kill 10 billion elite soldiers in one fell swoop. Seeing that her best friend had said so, Su Wenjing, after weighing her options, also started to pack up her things. Her big deal was to share a room with Chen Fei. Anyway, with 3 people, it was nothing. Xu Yang didn't realize that both girls thought that they were living in a suite with themselves. He had to lament that the way girls looked when they were serious was indeed very pleasing to the eyes. Especially Chen Fei, this little girl looks not tall, the light bulb is indeed bright enough. Su Wenjing was a tall type imperialist model beauty. The light is that pair of white and straight long legs, shaking and looking good. 1 hour later. The 2 little girls were drenched in fragrant sweat as they sat on the sofa, obviously tired. "Cousin, we're all packed up, when do we leave?" Su Wenjing wiped the fragrant sweat on her forehead and asked in a warm voice. "Wait for a while, I called out the moving company, come over in a while just in time to move all your things." Xu Yang had called the moving company long before they started. "Anyway, Xu Yang is not short of money now. What can be solved with money, can that be called a thing?" Still. Also called out the moving company. Chen Fei didn't expect Xu Yang to have already called the moving company. Xu Yang hummed and saw Chen Fei and Su Wenjing getting up in a panic. "No, why are you guys going?" Xu Yang somewhat did not understand the behavior of the 2 women.
We can still take some more things,
Su Wenjing and Chen Fei said in unison. Chu Yang didn't expect that the existence of the moving company would instead make the two women's desire to pack even stronger, and didn't stop it anymore. Chu Yang didn't forget about that lewd man who threw garbage in the middle of the night. Daring to scare his cousin, it was time to teach him a lesson.
Chu Yang walked out of the room and gave Morning Biao a call over. Seeing that it was his big brother's call, Morning Biao quickly picked it up and said respectfully, "Big brother. Little Biao, you bring someone to come to 2032 in the Deping neighborhood tonight to squat an individual." Chu Yang's command came, causing Morning Biao to rush into incomparable excitement. The person who could make Big Brother command to squat should be a very strong expert. It seemed like which ungrateful one had angered Big Brother again. "Okay, Big Brother, little brother will definitely get it done for you." After Morning Biao promised, the phone was hung up. He gathered 50 good men and said to his own brothers with an impassioned look, "Brothers, my big brother is here on a mission. You guys are coming with me today to squat an individual in the Daping neighborhood. The other party is most likely an expert. Copy all your guys. Brother Biao, don't worry, brothers will definitely beat him to the point where his own mother doesn't recognize him." Guaranteed completion of the task assigned by Big Brother. "Brother Piao, I'll bring the baseball bat." Morning Biao and his little brothers were all feeling feverish for this mission, while Chu Yang was completely unaware that Morning Biao had misunderstood his meaning. He just hung up the phone not long ago. The moving company came over, a dozen big bags were directly loaded away in one car and sent over to Thompson's side. "Alright, we can go now." Chen Fei clapped her hands, two soft masses looked a little shaky as she moved. Chu Yang shifted his line of sight elsewhere and went downstairs with these two women. Downstairs, the Mercedes-Benz Big G is still being surrounded by grandparents. Many young people also came over to take pictures with the Mercedes-Benz Big G. It looks very lively. Cousin, where are you going?" Su Wenjing saw Chu Yan walking towards the Mercedes-Benz Big G, and hurriedly called out to him. "Take the car, that car is mine," Chu Yang said and walked in the direction of the Mercedes Big G. "Excuse me, make way, I want to go in," Chu Yang shouted as he tried to get the grandparents to make way. Young man, what are you squeezing for? It's not your car. There's nothing to see inside, so you can just watch it here. Young people nowadays really don't respect the elderly at all. Forget it, why bother with the younger generation? But who is the owner of this car? It's been parked for more than an hour. Chu Yang was stopped by the grandparents, and incidentally, he was also curious and spit out by the grandparents, so he couldn't help but be a little helpless. He would let someone drive the car away, but you guys also have to let me get on the car. Uncles and aunts, please pass, this is my cousin's car. Su Wenjing saw Chu Yang being spat on by the AMA, and after snickering, she hurriedly shouted two sentences in a loud voice. Su Wenjing was still quite famous among the big moms. As soon as she opened her mouth, the crowd immediately separated a path. When the driver in the Mercedes-Benz Big G saw Chu Yang, he immediately pushed the door out from the driver's seat and went around to the passenger seat, opening the door for Chu Yang in advance. This absolutely respectful attitude made the crowd of grandparents fall over. This is really that lad's car. Does the lad have a girlfriend, my daughter? A big mom noticed Chu Yang's face value and was immediately shocked. As she was talking, she saw the driver make a decisive decision to close the passenger side door, isolating the crowd's line of sight. Su Wenjing and Chen Fei also did not expect Chu Yang actually so powerful. Even the Mercedes-Benz Big G is now driving. The two women took a look at the changing eyes of the grandpas and grandmothers, and inwardly exclaimed that it was not good. Hurriedly and quickly ran to the back seat of the Mercedes-Benz Big G and quickly closed the car door. Xiaozhong, drive to Thompson's. After Chu Yang saw the two women get into the car and commanded, the Mercedes Big G started. The grandparents looked at the Mercedes-Benz Big G that drove away from the Deping neighborhood, and in their hearts, they greatly regretted that they had just not grabbed this golden son-in-law of Chu Yang. The author has something to say. Chapter 48: The Tower Defense Game in Chen Fei's Mouth. The Mercedes-Benz Big G came from the Deping neighborhood to Building A of Thompson Epine. In addition to the Mercedes Big G, the moving company's car was also waiting at Building A of Thompson Epine. Not only was the amount of items in Chu Yang's order small, but the money given was also large enough, so they just waited for an hour or two without any problems. Su Wenjing and Chen Fei looked at Thompson Epine's Building A, their eyes filled with longing. In the future, they were going to live here. Do you guys usually like to live on a higher floor or a lower floor? Chu Yang didn't intend to let Su Wenjing know that this building of Thompson Epine was all his own. He just tentatively asked Su Wenjing how high a floor she wanted so that he could arrange to move in.
A higher one, the view will be better, and there's an elevator, so going to and from work every day shouldn't be a big problem.
Chen Fei was the first to say.
Chu Yan looked at Su Wenjing and saw her nodding excitedly, so he arranged the room on the 42nd floor.
Chu Yang brought the two Su Wenjing girls to the 42nd floor.
The 130-square-foot house was set up with 2 rooms, a hall, kitchen, bathroom, study, etc., and the well-designed interior construction made the room as a whole look simple, atmospheric, and high-end luxurious. "Cousin, I'll just share a room with Chen Fei," Su Wenjing said in a low voice.
Chen Fei also patted Su Wenjing's shoulder to show her comfort.
After all, she was the one who was going to become Su Wenjing's cousin's wife in the future, so for the time being, she would just commit herself to a room with Su Wenjing.
"There are 2 rooms, why are you two sharing a room?"
Chu Yang was a little confused.
Su Wenjing was even more confused.
There were only 2 rooms in total. If they didn't sleep in one room, could they spare one of them to sleep with their cousin?
Subconsciously, Su Wenjing looked at Chen Fei. The latter's face of generosity and surrender was unbearable to look at.
That was her cousin so quickly by Chen Fei. This cabbage arch, always feel a little bit wrong taste. Alright, when Jing you're in a room, I'll be in a room with your cousin. It just so happens that I also want to chat with him about tower defense games.
Chen Fei very bravely stood out, and was even a little excited. Chu Yang now recalled, feeling Su Wenjing and Chen Fei thought that he wanted to stay with them However, what was the tower defense game that Chen Fei was talking about? "You want to play tower defense games recently?"
Chu Yang had also played a lot of tower defense games in college, and although he was not considered an expert, his strength was not to be underestimated. "Yes, I want to chat with you about how to use my 3-inch tongue to raid your millions of elite soldiers."
Chen Fei threw a wink at Chu Yang. Su Wenjing reacted and immediately covered Chen Fei's mouth.
This little hoof, at the drop of a hat, she starts teasing her cousin. Every day her mind is full of arching pigs, and she does nothing net.
Chu Yang.
He still encountered for the first time, so capable of flirting with the sister.
"That, cousin you want not, into the house."
Chen Fei's headlights were a bit bright, and his cousin looked at his eyes in a bit of a trance. Chu Yan looked at Chen Fei who was desperately struggling and Su Wenjing who was desperately covering, and he was looking at Chen Fei who was extraordinarily excited by the way he wanted to speak.
"Chu Yang, this is the intention to move? She is going to flirt with Chu Yang?
This is a rich, beautiful, and well-built man of God."
Just by looking at Chu Yang's tight inverted triangle, Chen Fei couldn't help but suck on it.
"Cough, it's getting late, I'll call the movers in. You guys clean up the room, I won't even sleep here from now on. You guys can have 1 room each, I'll go downstairs first." Chu Yang slipped out from the 42nd floor on the pretext of shouting for someone. Only then did Su Wenjing let go of Chen Fei, a pretty face filled with redness. "Chen Fei, it's even if you usually flirt with me, why are you always teasing my cousin?
Look at what you're saying, scaring people away. Can you be a little more reserved?"
Chen Fei rolled her eyes indecently. "Your cousin is obviously interested. If it wasn't for you, I would have teased your cousin. Do you know how many of your cousin's fans are on the internet? I'm not going to get my hands on them in case a demonic comes out and snatches them up someday." After Su Wenjing heard Chen Fei's clear-thinking logic, she actually felt speechless. If Chu Yang registered a public account or something, it was estimated that there would instantly be tens of millions more wife fans. At that time, one Chen Fei was really nothing.
"Girl, we're moving things in, where's a good place to put things?"
The 2 people stayed in the room for less than 3 minutes before the movers came up from downstairs. The floor was full of big bags and small packages. Without an hour or 2 I don't think they could finish tossing them. "Another hour or so will be almost dinner. In a while we go to Michelin 3-star restaurant to eat a meal. By the way, in the next 2 days are you guys free?
Do you want to go see Zhou Luwenjia's concert?"
Chu Yan looked at the things on the ground, then looked at the time, and then suddenly remembered Zhou Luwenjia's concert, so he casually asked.
"What? We can still go to a 3-star Michelin restaurant for dinner in a while? We can still go to Zhou Luwenjia's concert in 2 days?"
Chen Fei didn't expect that once she and Su Wenjing checked in, there would be so many high-class treats. Chu Yang saw Chen Fei revealing a little girl too. He couldn't help but slightly move his eyebrows. "Well, we can go, you guys hurry up and pack up. After you pack up, we'll go to the Michelin 3-star restaurant to eat."
The author has something to say. Chapter 49. This is my big brother, Chu Xiao. Su Wenjing and Chen Fei packed up and were brought by Chu Yan to a 3-star Michelin restaurant for dinner.
Su Wenjing and Chen Fei still came to this kind of high-end restaurant for the first time, and their beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity.
And the high face value of the three of them also attracted the attention of many customers in the restaurant. There were even quite a few people who recognized Chu Yang as the protagonist of the Great Battle of the Goryo Stick, and the recent speculations on the internet were varied, causing Chu Yang to burst into flames on the internet once again. "Hello sir, please order your meal." The waiter led Chu Yang's three people to their seats and immediately handed over the menu. Chu Yang knew in his heart that if he looked at the menu, he would probably scare Su Wenjing, who had just graduated. He waved his hand and said, "There is no need for a menu, take the most expensive dishes you have here and have 3 portions." The waiter froze. The most expensive dishes here were $88.88 a set. How could 3 servings be a small $30,000? "Okay, sir." After the waiter retreated. Only then did Su Wenjing ask Chu Yang in a low voice, "Cousin, how much is the most expensive one here?" Chu Yang was stunned by the question. He smiled and said, "It's only $1,000 or $2,000 for 3 people, it's not expensive, just wait for the delicious food in a while." "Good." Su Wenjing heard Chu Yang say this, so she didn't inquire anymore. The process of waiting for the dishes was slightly boring. Chen Fei was whispering with Su Wenjing when she saw a young man wearing a famous brand and a pure and lovely woman walking over arm in arm. "Su Wenjing, Chen Fei is really you guys this Michelin 3-star restaurant to eat a meal how to also need more than $1,000, why did you come here to eat?" Song Lana was holding on to Yi Yuan, the youngest son of Zhongqing Group, the boyfriend she had just gotten. With her seemingly harmless words, she was close to asking Chen Fei and Su Wenjing if you guys were willing to come here to eat, if you were on the list of big spenders. Chen Fei had a hotter temper, and once she heard Song Lana's words, she was instantly a little fired up. "Song Lana, you family see tube so wide, just allow you and young master Yi out to eat, we with Wenjing cousin dinner cannot?" Chen Fei usually loves to tease people, but externally she is still very hot. Yi Yuan instantly fell in love with Chen Fei when he saw the childishly bright Chen Fei. He had thought that Song Lana was just saying hello to her co-workers, but he didn't expect Song Lana's co-workers to be so good-looking. Then looking at Su Wenjing, who had a clean temperament, Yi Yuan suddenly felt that the Song Lana who had just arrived didn't seem to be very good, and wasn't as good-looking as Su Wenjing and Chen Fei. "Hello two beauties, my name is Yi Yuan, I'm the personnel director of Zhongqing, this is my business card, I've been in Zhongqing for so long, it's still the first time I've seen such beautiful beauties, and it's still 2 of them at a time, it's really an honor for me." Yi Yuan took out his business card in Zhongqing while sizing up the 2 Su Wenjing women. His heart was very hot. From his countless experience in controlling women, these 2 women were definitely still serious little girls. If he could get one of them, he would definitely make a lot of money. Su Wenjing was aware of Yi Yuan. She pulled Chen Fei, telling her not to go against Yi Yuan. It was hard for them to find a good company. If they offended Yi Yuan, they would lose their jobs. How could Chen Fei not know what Su Wenjing meant? She glanced at Song Lana with hatred and sat down on the chair with a huff. The waves of undulation made Yi Yuan's eyes go straight. "Hello young Yi, our dishes are about to come up. Please also go dine with Song Lana as well." Su Wenjing did not want to offend Yi Yuan, so she had to open her mouth to invite people away. Yi Yuan instantly fell in love when he heard Su Wenjing's voice. "No need, it's my honor to be able to eat with 2 beautiful women in one place," Yi Yuan said as he greeted the waiter over. "Waiter, add 2 more chairs for me, and serve 2 more dishes that are the same as theirs, and put the cost on my account." Yi Yuan was a regular customer at this 3-star Michelin restaurant. After hearing this, the waiter immediately arranged for 2 chairs to be placed at Chu Yang's table. Song Lana was not happy in her heart, but she had to condescend to sit with Su Wenjing. Looking at Yi Yuan again, both of his eyes were almost glued to Su Wenjing and Chen Fei, making Song Lana, who originally wanted to show off, extraordinarily irritated. "Right, Song Lana, what are the names of these 2 beauties? Do the 2 beauties like jewelry?" "The Tang Xiao who calls himself a brother to the top rich 2nd-generation Chu Xiao is my brother. It just so happens that there's an auction today. How about I take you guys to have some fun later?" Yi Yuan sat next to Su Wenjing, and that increasingly frivolous speech couldn't help but make Chu Yang's eyebrows cluster. What Chu Yang didn't expect was that this Yi Yuan was actually a brother to Tang Xinran, and also mentioned his name. Outside the door of the 3-star Michelin restaurant, Tang Xinran had just received a call from his little brother, Yi Yuan, and was planning to bring his newly recognized beauty to show off with Yi Yuan. Suddenly, Tang Xinran's body lurched as he looked at the Mercedes-Benz Big G that had stopped nearby, and he couldn't help but look happy. Brother Yang was also at the 3-star Michelin restaurant. Recently, because of Chu Yang's relationship, he had been enjoying a great deal of success in the Tang family. Not only had the Qin family established a cooperative relationship with the Tang family,
but even some of the top-tier rich daughters that he couldn't come into contact with before would occasionally speak to him.
This also indirectly led to Tang Xinran's father directly doubling his allowance.
However, after Bai Yue went to the 9th villa, Tang Xinran didn't have much of a role there and was invited back to the Tang family by Bai Yue. Right now there was an opportunity to give Chu Yang a dog's leg. It would be strange for Tang Xinran not to be happy.
Let's not go eat today, this is a tip for you, go play by yourself.
Tang Xinran took the money and shoved it towards the beautiful woman's chest, while the person quickly entered inside the 3-star Michelin restaurant. Soon, Tang Xinran saw the frowning Chu Yang as well as his own little brother Yi Yuan.
Tang Xinran hurriedly ran to the table where Chu Yang was.
Yi Yuan was still fighting to get closer to Su Wenjing when he felt a slap on his head. This big young master was instantly on fire. Who dares to hit you, Yi Yuan? Young master, my brother Tang Xinran is Chu. Yi Yuan cursed. Finished turning his head, he saw Tang Xinran standing behind him with a black face.
Tang Xiao, you came? This is the 2 beautiful women I just ran into, positive point to put? My company, you know Chu Xiao best, do you think Chu Xiao would like this type of girl? Yi Yuan pointed to Su Wenjing and Chen Fei. The undisguised invitation to credit made Tang Xinran's heart even more furious. Nima, can't you see my brother Yang's frown?
Thinking of this, Tang Xinran slapped Yi Yuan's face. What's the point of being right? Blind your dog's eyes, can't you see that my brother Yang is right here?
These 2 beauties are my brother Yang's friends, do you want to pick them up too? Tang Xinran's slap was extremely hard, and the clear 5 fingerprints looked particularly obvious. Yi Yuan was dumbfounded after hearing Tang Xinran's words. This very handsome man is Tang Xinran's big brother Chu Xiao? The author has something to say. Chapter 50. Hurry up and apologize to Chu Xiao. Yi Yuan looked at Chu Yang's dress, and in his heart, he felt that he had beeped a dog. Who would have thought that Chu Yang, a top-ranking rich 2nd generation, would bring 2 girls to eat at a 3-star Michelin restaurant in such a low-profile dress? And good grief, or his new girlfriend Son Lana egged her over. Chu Xiao. Yi Yuan looked at the expressionless Chu Yang and was scared in his heart.
Tang Xinran looked at his own little brother like this heart is also angry enough. It's not easy for him to have a chance to beat Chu Yang's lapdog. The result is to see, or his own little brother is here to add to the blockage. Thinking of this, Tang Xinran again is a slap buckle Yi Yuan head, still frozen. What? Hurry to Chu Yang apologize. Tang Xinran's sudden appearance and chiding attracted the attention of quite a few Michelin 3-star restaurant patrons.
I didn't see it wrong, did I see it right? Tang Xiao even called Chu Shin brother Yang?
You didn't read it wrong. At this very moment, we're dining with a top-tier rich 2nd generation at a 3-star Michelin restaurant. Really beat me to death. I didn't expect that Chu God is actually Chu Xiao. No wonder he can afford to drive a Koenigsegg 11. Chu Xiao is not like beautiful women. I also have an 18-year-old daughter. Also do not know whether I can send over. To say that the most recent windy and not a top-stream rich 2nd generation rich young man, that must be Tang Xinran Tang Xiao. The Qin family and other top-stream rich 2nd generation show of goodwill. A lot of rich young people have seen it in their eyes.
But what was it about the Tang family that had won the favor of so many top-stream families? Wasn't it because Tang Xinran had followed the recently emerged Chu Xiao?
Everyone had never dreamed that Chu Yang, a top-tier rich 2nd generation, would be so low-key as to dine with 2 sisters at a 3-star Michelin restaurant. And still in the hall. There were even quite a few people who noticed that the Chu Xiao that Tang Xinran was talking about was none other than the Chu God who had previously taught the Goryo stick to behave with a slap. And then associating it with the Goryo stick who had been beaten by Morning Biao to the point where he had lost his dojo. Many people felt that the news that caught wind that Morning Biao and Chu Yang had a great relationship didn't seem to be an empty rumor either. Chu Xiao, it's me who was blinded by lard and wanted to find a few beautiful women to please you, but it's not my fault alone. The reason why I came over here to find them today is all because of this woman, Son Lana. Yi Yuan knelt on the ground and apologized to Chu Yang, his mind flashing with all the recent rumors of Chu Yang. In case his old dad knew that he had offended Chu Yang, he was afraid that he would have to whip himself to death and would have to be personally escorted to the door to apologize again. Instead of waiting for his old man to come, it would be better if he himself knelt down first. Losing face is nothing, losing his life would be the end of everything. With that said, Yi Yuan pulled Son Lana aside to the ground and pressed her to kneel down. This is all your fault, hurry up and apologize to Chu Xiao. Son Lana was pulled by Yi Yuan, the person had long been stupid. To her death, she could not have imagined that Su Wenjing, who stole her thunder, was even associated with Chu Xiao, who has been in the limelight recently and has a very mysterious background. Chu Xiao, I'm wrong, please forgive me. Son Lana reacted, shedding tears with pear blossoms on one side, and apologizing with a pretense of weakness on the other.
She thought to herself, Shu Yang is a man that even Yi Yuan has to kneel down. If she can hook up with him, she will not be prosperous in the future. When Yi Yuan looked at her behavior, he felt a surge of anger in his head. He was already angry that Song Lana had allowed herself to offend Chu Xiao, and even more so, he didn't expect this woman to have the audacity to tease Chu Xiao in front of him, the current incumbent. Snap! Yi Yuan angrily flung Song Lana in the face. You, seducing laborers, even if it's not enough, you still want to take the opportunity to seduce Chu Xiao? When the laborer is what? A stepping stone. Song Lana was caught off guard by the slap, and her entire body directly fell backwards. Immediately afterward, the sound of things falling to pieces rang out. Song Lana was really hurt by something this time, and it hurt so much that she couldn't even speak. Yi Yuan reacted and respectfully knelt in front of Chu Yang again. Chu Xiao, this is all Song Lana's fault. It was she who misled me first. Please Chu Xiao, give me a chance to make up for my mistakes. Yi Yuan's series of actions were really quick to react. No wonder Tang Xinran was willing to accept him as his little brother. Xu Yang clasped his hands on his chest and had a change of heart towards Yi Yuan, who was kneeling on the ground. Tell me instead, how do you intend to make up for your mistakes? Yi Yuan was stopped by Xu Yang's question. He racked his brain and came up with two options. I'll return to the company and immediately fire Song Lana and promote these two beauties. In addition, I can give Zhongqing to you. Anyway, Zhongqing will be mine in the future. I'll dispose of it however I want. Detected Yi Yuan blowing awesome with the host, hereby gifting the host Zhongqing Industrial Company Limited 100%. Xu Yang was a bit strange about the system's judgment. According to the current situation, Zhongqing would indeed fall into Yi Yuan's hands right off. Why did the system judge that Yi Yuan was bragging? Ding, detected that Yi Yuan's strength is currently ranked in the position of the second successor, and the first successor is not in the country. Xu Yang curiously checked, and as a result, the system replied with such a message. In a situation like Yi Yuan's, it is highly likely that Yi Yuan's father had an illegitimate child a long time ago, but for various reasons has been raised abroad or elsewhere, just waiting for the time to be ripe for the first heir to inherit Zhongqing. Unfortunately, Yi Yuan's old man's plans were not as good as God's plans, and he even let Yi Yuan blow his brains out, sending the long-planned Zhongqing directly to his own hands. Tang Xinran, the next matter, leave it to you. Xu Yang paused, and as his words fell, Tang Xinran knew that his own little brother was saved. He said with a smile on his brow, all right brother Yang. Tang Xinran said while walking to Song Lana. This woman looked harmless, but the heart is very bad, have to deal with it properly. It's you who instigated my little brother to say that my brother Yang needs a woman? With my brother Yang's face, body, and wealth, he needs my little brother to send a woman? Tang Xinran had always refrained from hitting women. Today, however, he couldn't endure it. If Chu Yang really got angry today, even he, who was the boss for Yi Yuan, would have to be implicated. This slap, it was absolutely necessary. Tang Xinran slapped Song Lana's face, knocking out Song Lana's incisors. Xu Yang had originally planned to talk to Tang Xinran in private, that he didn't need others to send women at all. Tang Xinran himself, however, knew very well that today it was simply Yi Yuan who was blinded by lard and was fooled by Song Lana. If anyone sent beautiful women in the future, wouldn't his 18-year-old cousin be hopeless? Manager, throw this woman out for me, and all the bills, put them under my name. After Tang Xinran finished venting his fire, he spoke to the Michelin 3-star restaurant's experience, and immediately someone threw Song Lana out. In less than 3 minutes, the Michelin 3-star restaurant returned to calm. Even the tables with missing arms and legs were cleaned up. The Michelin 3-star restaurant, which previously had a fairly good atmosphere, became extraordinarily quiet after this outburst. Everyone was afraid of annoying Chu Yang and ending up like Song Lana. The author has something to say. Chapter 51, Tang Xinran, I just want to be a qualified lapdog. The 3-star Michelin restaurant was once again calm. The waiter respectfully served all the dishes and then retreated. Su Wenjing and Chen Fei sat on their chairs, their faces full of skepticism. Were they hallucinating just now? Zhongqing's young master Yi Yuan had knelt down and admitted his mistake to Chu Yang? The handsome man in the back who beat up Song Lana was Yi Yuan's elder brother and called Chu Yang brother Yang? Didn't Chu Yang only make a little money? To be called brother by a rich second generation, how powerful must that be? Cousin, just now, am I dreaming? Su Wenjing inquired somewhat incredulously. Her simple and baffled words caused many customers to choke on their throats in the process of eating. Immediately afterward, the always quiet 3-star Michelin restaurant was unexpectedly filled with the sound of coughing. Where did this come from, cousin, to think that she was dreaming? What about being inexplicably poked in her cute spot?
After Chen Fei calmed down, combined with what Tang Xinran and Yi Yuan had said, she was sure that Chu Yang was the newest and most mysterious top-ranked rich second-generation Chu Xiao in Kyoto recently. Otherwise, Chen Fei really couldn't figure out why a Chu Yang who invested in bitcoins to make some money would be respected and even called brother by Tang Xinran. After Chu Yang's brain spun at high speed, he chose a more reasonable explanation and said, "You just weren't dreaming. I recently made some money, and after following Tang Xiao and the rest of them and investing some money, I got acquainted with those rich youngsters." Xu Yang and Su Wenjing were from the same village. His roots. Su Wenjing could be said to know everything. If he suddenly told Su Wenjing that he had made a lot of money, billions or even tens of billions, it is estimated that this little girl cannot mentally withstand. Xu Yang decided to slowly let Su Wenjing accept the fact that she was very rich, but the customers of the 3 Michelin star restaurant were not very able to accept it. Just listening to the nearby sounds of plates breaking and knives and forks falling to the ground was enough to show that the customers were flustered. Who doesn't know that Chu Xiao's assets are very rich? Just the investment has smashed $500 million. Living is the most expensive villa in the eastern suburb of the one courtyard. Start of other people have money cannot afford to buy a luxury car. Even the industry also has a value of more than 200 billion Huijin International.
You care about these called earn some money? Then what do we count?
Chen Fei could see that Chu Yang was afraid that Su Wenjing wouldn't be able to accept it, and that's why he kept only saying that he had made a little money. But in reality, Xu Yang's wealth had been able to make Tang Xiao respectfully call out to him as a brother. "Wenjing, this event is good. Your cousin can play with a character like Tang Xiao and still call out brother. How awesome is that?" Chen Fei said with a smile, but the envy in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Xu Yang was now worth hundreds of millions or even billions more than that, yet he had always taken care of Su Wenjing's feelings. How come she couldn't meet such a cousin? "Fei, you're right, cousin, it's not easy for you to earn some money now. Don't accidentally offend people like Yi Xiao." Su Wenjing nodded and poured Chu Yan another cup of water to drink. This elder staring tone made the customers who heard it have the urge to die a death.
"What do you mean don't accidentally offend people like Young Yi? In the entire Magic City, who dares to offend Chu Xiao?"
Those Goryo stick who set up the ring offended Chu Xiao, did not suffer a day. The dojang were demolished. Serious illnesses are still afraid to be treated in the country. Just such a character, others are thankful if they don't offend him, okay? "Good, cousin is right, come and eat. The food is getting cold, you can eat as much as you want, don't have enough and call again." Xu Yang nodded in response. If it wasn't for the customers knowing that they were in a Michelin restaurant, they almost thought that they were down on the street with Chu Yang. Su Wenjing ate her food peacefully and quietly, and even Chen Fei was also a lot more honest. Even though she still wanted to be Su Wenjing's cousin's wife, but right now, it seemed that with this bit of beauty of her own, it seemed that she wasn't qualified enough. Then, how could she herself match up with Chu Xiao, who was known as the newest top-tier rich second generation?
While Su Wenjing and Chen Fei were struggling with their food, Song Lana was having a miserable time.
Yi Yuan, as Zhongqing's young master, already had a sense of pride in him. He was only attracted to Song Lana because he thought that this woman was kind and weak enough. As a result, when something happened, this woman dared to hook up with Chu Xiao in public. There weren't many people who dared to cuckold him in public, and Song Lana was the first to be so bold.
"Young Yi, please stop hitting, I was wrong." Song Lana covered her bruised and purple face and begged for mercy with a tear-stained face. Yi Yuan heard Song Lana's words and couldn't help but sneer out, "Now whether to spare you or not, it's not for this young man to say, it's for my big brother, Tang Xiao, to say, the account of you counting on the laborers, will be cleared up with you later on." Yi Yuan said, casting his gaze to Tang Xinran on the side. Tang Xinran was currently holding Song Lana's cell phone to look up some information. He wanted to know if this woman had done something unfavorable to Su Wenjing or not. Originally, Tang Xinran was just holding the intention of trying to check, but he didn't want to get it wrong, and it really let him find out quite a few disgusting things. "The 2 women you want to deal with today are Su Wenjing and Chen Fei, right?" Tang Xinran pulled up Song Lana's cell phone photos, and quite a few of them were pictures of Su Wenjing and Chen Fei. Even this woman had bought out the people in Su Wenjing's neighborhood to go over and throw out garbage at 3 in the morning every night. Imagine how scared 2 little girls living in a rented house would be when they encountered this kind of thing. "No, not mine, these aren't my things." Song Lana didn't expect things to turn into this situation. She wanted to pounce over to snatch back her chief, but was kicked to the ground by Yi Yuan. In addition to this matter, you also created rumors about Su Wenjing and Chen Fei, saying that the 2 women had indiscretions in their private lives. Song Lana, right?
You can, a goddess in front of people and a green tea afterward.
Tang Xinran was almost laughing in anger after checking the news.
He almost planted himself because of such a green tea whore.
Yi Yuan was even more angry and furious after hearing this. He actually thought that such a thing was a goddess before?
Young Tang, please leave this matter to me, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer.
Yi Yuan said, took Song Lana's cell phone and let people drag Song Lana away. Tang Xinran watched with satisfaction as Yi Yuan left with Song Lana and turned back to the 3-star Michelin restaurant.
Recently, it had been Bai Yue who had been following Chu Xiao around, so he hadn't had the chance to be a qualified lapdog. But Bai Yue as a housekeeper, how could there be places that he couldn't take care of? This time, there was a place for him to play a role. When Tang Xinran returned to the 3-star Michelin restaurant, he saw Qin Mu was chattering with Chu Yang.
He instantly fell into a petrified state.
What was this? Before the dog's leg could come into play, another great young man came.
What is Qin Xiao doing here all of a sudden? The author has something to say. Chapter 52. Cousin He, did he really just make a little money?
Tang Xinran, you've come at the right time. I'm preparing to invite Chu Xiao to go racing. You're responsible for sending these two beauties back. Qin Mu learned that Chu Yang was at the 3-star Michelin restaurant based on his men's report. In order to be able to contact Chu Yang as early as possible, Qin Mu was also working very hard to invite Chu Yang to participate in various activities.
This is not, the circle of top rich second generation has a large-scale racing entertainment activities. In addition to Qin Mu as Chu Yang's neighbor, no one is closer to Chu Yang. So the task of inviting Chu Yang to fight was placed on Qin Mu. Today's Qin Mu is still able to show off. It was not easy for him to add Chu Yang's WeChat. Just in the Magic City's big young group, he showed off the sky. Until just now there were still people urging Qin Mu to pull Chu Yang into the Magic City Great Youngster group. Tang Xinran was suddenly somewhat baffled by Qin Xiao making a call. What racing? Are there any racing activities today?
Chu Yang does not have any interest in racing. He himself has god-level car skills. Racing with people that is like playing, completely can do strength crushing.
Besides, it's quite late now. Chu Yang is worried that it's not safe for the two girls to go back.
I still have things to do here, so I won't go first. Tang Xinran, you go over with Qin Xiao to have some fun. Chu Yang looked at Su Wenjing and shook his head to reject Qin Mu's invitation. Qin Mu had bragged with Chen Wei and the others long ago today, saying that he would definitely bring Chu Yang over. If he couldn't bring it back, his newly arrived hot spring hotel would have to be given away.
Qin Mu was a little anxious. He was about to persuade Chu Yang again when he heard Chen Fei inquiring with starry eyes, "Young Qin, can we girls go visit the racing competition?"
Qin Mu didn't know what kind of relationship Chen Fei and Chu Yang had, but in the current situation, there was nothing to do but to beat a dead horse. He smiled and said, "Of course girls can visit, but if we want to compete, it would be better if Chu Xiao himself competes." Chen Fei was still very interested in racing. She loved this kind of thrilling type of thing, and due to life's constraints, Chen Fei had never seen a real racing competition.
Chen Fei knew that this matter still needed Su Wenjing to loosen up. "Wenjing, can you accompany me?"
Su Wenjing was there eating quietly, being a qualified gourd eater. However, what Su Wenjing didn't expect was that she had eaten melon to her own body.
Su Wenjing looked at Chu Yang, a pair of pure eyes filled with inquiry. "Cousin, should I go or not?"
Chu Yang was amused by this look in her eyes. "If Wenjing wants to go, cousin will take you there." Qin Mu then realized that Su Wenjing and Chu Yang were actually cousins. In the future, it seemed like they would have to get closer.
Then, just go.
Su Wenjing glanced at Chen Fei who was on the side. The thirst in her eyes made Su Wenjing choose to agree to her good girlfriend's request. Chen Fei sniffed and immediately hugged Su Wenjing with excitement, smiling happily. "Then you guys eat a little to pad your stomachs. In a moment we'll set off. If you're hungry at night, call Tang Xinran, he'll arrange for a chef to send you dinner." Chu Yang said, and the two girls immediately sped up their eating. The patrons of the Michelin restaurant were even online transformed into melon-eating crowds, too excited to be themselves. "I've long heard that there are racing activities between the top rich daughters. I didn't expect it to be true. Chu Xiao deserves to be the most mysterious newly minted top rich young man," saying that he rejected Qin Xiao.
"That's right, who made Chu Xiao bullish? If you have the ability, you also the entire Huijin International to go?"
Recently, Huijin International's momentum is quite fierce. I heard that it is a change of a director of the marketing department, doing quite thunder and lightning. What is called?
Zhoujiang.
The eastern suburbs of one courtyard. Recently the price of housing suddenly high. I heard that to get into the villa cannot buy a. Chu Yang is the newest and most mysterious top rich second generation.
Every single one of his dynamics would most likely represent the next wind direction in Magic City. Therefore, without Chu Yang's knowledge, but anything related to Chu Yang would be one of the hotspots in the Magic City's rich circle.
Su Wenjing didn't know that her own cousin was already powerful to this extent. She was now filled with the food in front of her. Chen Feiyi's eating was even faster than Su Wenjing's. In order to be able to go and see the race car as soon as possible, the little girl was also desperate enough. After about 10 minutes or so, the two little girls followed Chu Yang onto the Mercedes-Benz Big G and headed to today's racing point, Shunning Bend. Shunning Bend is a track that is exclusive to the top rich youngsters, and before the start of the race, the class will be open to clean up the track and check the barricades and a series of other issues. Unlike other racing with a purpose, the racing races organized by Wang Song and others are for entertainment. The Shunning Bend organized once a year is mainly to enhance the contact and fun between the rich and young. Of course, despite the different purposes, there are still some commercial purposes included. For example, if Shang so-and-so has his eyes on so-and-so's property, but wants to acquire it privately for some reason, he can add bets by racing, and the winner will get the corresponding betting jackpot, while the loser will have to fulfill the promise. However, the conditions between the parley and the lottery must be recognized as reciprocal by both parties and witnesses before the parley will come into effect and be raced.
Good day, Chu Xiao. Good day, Qin Xiao. Good day, young Chu. Good day, young Qin. Yo, young Tang is also here. More than that, even young Master Chen is here. It's rare that all of the Magic City's great young men have gathered today. Xu Yang brought Su Wendian and Chen Fei to Shunning Bend Road, and quite a few top-rich second generation took the initiative to greet Xu Yang and Qin Mu. Su Wenjing originally wanted to follow over to watch the fun, but she was a little confused by the top-rich second generation's active greetings. Didn't cousin earn some money before mixing with the rich daughters?
Why do you think these rich young men respect your cousin? Chen Fei, who came along with him, was even more amazed. Xu Yang really deserves to be the newest and most mysterious top-rich second generation in Magic City. Just by looking at these top-rich second generation taking the initiative to greet each other, one could tell that Chu Yang's status among the top-rich second generation was absolutely extraordinary.
That's a limited edition Ferrari, right? There's also the Lamborghini Big Bull. So many top supercars.
Chen Fei noticed the doubt in Su Wenjing's eyes, and was about to snub Su Wenjing when she was attracted by the top-class luxury cars skimming past her.
Su Wenjing's character was pure, but not a cutie.
She noticed that everyone treated Chu Yang differently, and that kind of respect was like treating some big person.
Did cousin really just make a little money?
Xu Yang did not know that this racing today had actually allowed Su Wenjing to plant a seed of doubt in her heart. If he had known earlier, perhaps Chu Yang wouldn't have agreed to come here to race today, not to mention that it wouldn't have led to his rich man's identity being exposed in advance.
Young Qin, who are you looking for to have some fun today?
Qin Mu came here with Chu Yang in one piece, and correspondingly, quite a few people had lost a little bit of small industry betting against him. No, before the match time had officially started, some people started asking about Qin Mu's next plans.
Qin Mu's purpose for inviting Chu Yang today was twofold.
Firstly, Qin Mu wanted to improve some contact and communication with Chu Yang. Secondly, he wanted to win a house in Thompson-Epine from Chu Yang. In addition to Qin Mu, no one knew that Chu Yang also had a house in Thompson-Epine. Qin Mu had been waiting for today's match in order to take a set of Thompson's first class. That goes without saying. Of course it's Chu Xiao, who doesn't know that our Chu Xiao is the most luxurious amongst the big youngsters in Magic City. Not to mention Qin Xiao, even I would like to compare with Chu Xiao, but unfortunately the chips in hand are not high enough.
Meng, you can shut up. Just your family's assets of tens of billions of dollars is not high enough?
Tisk, Meng Xiao is really modest, so modest that I want to compete with him. Meng Xiao, I'm weaker, pick me. Young Zhang, your car skills are at least in the top 10 in the circle, how dare you say you're weak?
According to my situation, where do I have to lean?
A group of top-tier rich second-generation people were talking and laughing there, and the topic of opening tens of billions of dollars made Su Wenjing panic in her heart. These rich second-generation people had inevitably gambled a little too much. Su Wenjing suddenly felt that she had been a bit reckless in agreeing to Chen Fei coming over.
The author has something to say. Chapter 53. Don't cry if you lose. Cousin, why don't we go back?
Su Wendian pulled Chu Yang aside, her heart already harboring the intention to retreat. Just what Su Wenjing didn't know was that her hesitant look had long been seen by quite a few people. It was not easy for them to wait for such a heavenly opportunity today. If they were able to bet against Chu Yang, no matter if they won or lost, there would definitely be unexpected gains. It was with this thought in mind that they collectively recommended Qin Mu, and made sure to do everything they could to pull Chu Yang over for the match.
Chu Xiao, the rules have already been told to you. Chu Xiao, who do you choose to bet against?
It's fine for Chu Xiao to pick me, I just want the Red Romance Clubhouse. I'm not that greedy, I want the shares of Sheng Tian Investment. I also want shares, Huijin International will just give me some.
Xu Yang also did not expect Su Wenjing to suddenly raise the request to go back.
He thought carefully and immediately understood Su Wenjing's intention. He touched Su Wenjing's soft black hair and said with a smile, Wenjing, what's the point of going, the big boys came to send money, don't want it for nothing. Su Wenjing only felt that her cousin was too blindly confident after hearing Chu Yang's words. The big boys are here to give away money? The competition was supposed to have both losers and winners, how could cousin be so sure that he would definitely win? Chu Xiao is right, we are just sending money, this is entertainment, Sister Su, don't worry, there will be no danger. Yes, Sister Su, if you don't feel confident, you can follow Chu Xiao and press the car for him. Then again, which one of you will date Chu Xiao first? Chu Xiao is driving a Mercedes-Benz Big G today, which one of you will give Chu Xiao a different car first? Hearing Chu Yang's confident words, the great young men began to follow behind Chu Yang's words. If one looked closely, one could vaguely see the arrogance and disdain flickering in the bottom of the eyes of several great young men. Although Chu Yang, a newly promoted top rich second generation, was bullish, it didn't mean that he was also very good at racing. In terms of racing, they were the strongest top rich youngsters. There's no need to change cars, I've already called someone to send my brother Yang's Koenigsegg 11, it'll be here in 3 minutes or so, in a while if the race starts, can you let my brother Yang familiarize himself with the terrain before the race starts? Although Tang Xinran didn't usually look very reliable, his judgment and execution power when he really acted was not to be underestimated. Even if Chu Yang didn't accurately put forward the need for a racing car, he still prepared the Koenigsegg 11 and put forward the request to familiarize himself with the terrain. Of course, this request by the first-timer Chu Yang was not excessive, and was even a very normal request that no one would disagree with. Chu Yang was satisfied with Tang Xinran's arrangement, considering that the Koenigsegg 11 still needed some time to come over. He simply let the driver drive him around the shunning curve, just as if he was familiarizing himself with the track. No way, Xu Xiao, this is too much of a show. Letting the driver take the driver for a skid or something, so fanatically confident. Inexplicably, I feel that Chu Xiao is looking down on us. The crowd of top youngsters were flipped over by Chu Yang's operation show. Numerous racers would personally drive to familiarize themselves with the venue before racing, making it easy to control the terrain and use it for overtaking at key moments. Chu Yang not only did not do this, but instead let the driver take him around. Like Chu Yang, this practice, there are generally only two situations. Either Chu Yang has excellent car skills and doesn't need to personally get started at all, or Chu Yang is a rookie and doesn't understand the rules of racing at all. Wang Song and Chen Wei did not stay out of this race. He was analyzing with Chen Wei the reason why Chu Yang did that. Young Chen, what do you think, is Chu Yang really blindly confident, or can he really win a race? Chen Wei listened to Wang Song's casual question and went over the information in his head before he began to answer the question cautiously. I think that Chu Xiao is not someone who was aimless, and even more than that, I think that there is a high possibility that he will become the champion this time. Even though Extreme Rhyme was prevented by the Red Sky Alliance from continuing to look into Chu Yang's information, Chen Wei was still persevering in collecting all the information about Chu Yang. However, every time Chen Wei collected information on Chu Yang, the more incredible he felt. Because Chu Yang's seemingly random every move was being targeted. Some seemingly unintentional moves, again, seemed like well-thought-out plans. And every time, he would obtain great success. Chen Wei couldn't help but speculate if Chu Yang had some kind of leverage to flip the whole situation. You're quite confident in him, do you want to gamble and try? Wang Song laughed and cursed, inquiring to Chen Wei. I don't have any opinions if young Wang is interested. Chen Wei agreed without saying a word. Seeing this, Wang Song directly used his cell phone to send out the content of the latest bet to Chen Wei's Weixin. The content of the message he sent was a piece of land in the western suburb of about 500 square meters, which was currently worth about $50 million. Due to the recent rumors that Magic City was in the midst of urban division planning in the western suburbs, the land in the western suburbs had become an inch of gold. Specifically, the western suburbs, in the end, there is no urban planning, in fact, no one has received a specific notice. Chen Wei took out is also a piece of land, coordinates addresses in the southern suburbs of the Magic City, about 1,000 square meters. Chen Wei gave out this piece of land, is currently under construction, the future direction of development is preferred factory or large-scale warehouses. Many tycoons who want to enter the industry want to get a piece of land in the southern suburbs. The real value of this piece of land is still being evaluated, and the price will fluctuate between $40 and $50 million. Just as Wang Song and Chen Wei completed their bet, Chu Yang's Koenigsegg 1-1 had also arrived.
Young Chu, have you chosen and match for your opponent this time? Qin Mu inquired towards Chu Yang.
Chu Yang had skipped around and returned, and had already used his unforgettable memory to whisk through all the details of the tracks nodes and other issues. As long as Chu Yang was given a car, he would definitely be able to outlast the other party to the point where he would lose and call his father. I don't have much time, I can give you a chance, you discuss with someone again, arrange for 2 other people to compete with me, the conditions can be opened by them as they please, as long as it's something that I have, I can bet against it, but I won't agree to the race if it's not reciprocal. Chu Yang got down from the car, his breezy tone as if he had already won. Especially when he set the condition of 3 people betting against himself, the root style stirred up the desire to win of quite a few rich second-generation people.
The match between Young Qin and Young Chu has already been set. Which one of you intends to compete with Young Chu? Wang Song understood the situation and also asked the crowd in the first place.
In the end, 2 people were selected among the great youngsters. One was Meng Xiaobai. He was the #1 ranked racer among the crowd in terms of racing skills, specializing in corner overtaking, and had also won the World Amateurs Racers Championship. The other one was surnamed Zhang, called Zhang Jing. Although Zhang Jing's racing skills were second only to Meng Xiaobai's, his fame in the racing world could not be underestimated, and he was also a very famous player.
The author has something to say. Chapter 54, Witnessing the Birth of the God of Cars. Chu Xiao, if I lose, you give me a set of Thompsons, if you win, what do you want you tell me?
Qin Mu stood in front of his limited edition Ferrari and said in public what he wanted to bet against Chu Yang. His words were immediately met with uproar from the great young men.
Young Qin, you're out of place, aren't you, saying what you want yourself and letting Chu Yang choose whatever he wants? That's right, now how can a set of Thompsons be $60 million? Doesn't Qin Xiao your reciprocal bet have villas and properties?
I think you should give the Hot Spring Hotel to Chu Xiao.
Indeed, just right, the Hot Spring Hotel is worth $60 million, just right.
Then again, what will Zhang Jing and Meng Xiaobai bet against Chu Yang in a while? The top darons were coaxing there, and Su Wenjing's small face turned white as she listened. She had originally responded to Chen Feiyi's words to come over to see the fun, but she didn't expect that these rich young men would bet so much with their cousin. Su Wenjing couldn't help but regret, if she had her own opinion, how good it would be. Otherwise, cousin wouldn't be in such a passive situation. Qin Mu also knew that he had said this somewhat casually. He laughed and said, all right, then let's bet on the Hot Spring Hotel. But Chu Xiao, if I lose, do you want to give me back a different set? With Chu Yang's current unforgettable ability, he quickly recalled that Qin Mu knew that the Thompson is in Huijin International, and this information was still exposed by Zhou Jiang. Luckily, Qin Mu was quite decent and didn't tell the news that he had a Thompson one. It's okay, if I win, you get a set of Townsend one, if you lose, I'll swap a set with you. Chu Yang nodded his head, and his light-hearted attitude made the top daimyos collectively shout.
That's Tangchen Ep na. To say you're changing it?
I recently wanted to get my hands on a set of Thompson Epine, but I couldn't even get one. Do you guys remember before there was gossip that there was a Hori tycoon who bought a Thompson one?
Hiss, it can't be that tycoon is Chu Xiao, right?
Hearing Chu Yang casually agreeing to exchange a Thompson Epine, the top great young men quickly matched the information in their minds.
A Thompson Epine was billions of dollars. Chu Xiao spread his hands and went out? What a bold and arrogant ah!
The reason they couldn't buy a house in Townsend one was because Chu Yang had gotten his hands on one ah. Chu Yang, who was standing at the starting point of the racecourse with Qin Mu, didn't realize that the news of him owning a Thompson first house was still exposed in front of the many rich youngsters. Let's start then, I also want to try how strong young Qin's racing skills are. Qin Mu got Chu Yang's personal promise and immediately got into the car with a joyful smile.
Chu Yang also got into the Koenigsegg 1-1.
He sat on the driver's seat and prepared to fasten his seatbelt, but Su Wenjing, who had been in a state of spectatorship, suddenly ran to the passenger seat.
Wenjing, what are you doing here?
Chu Yang froze, not knowing what Su Wenjing was trying to do here. Cousin, it's all my fault, I'll press the car for you. Su Wenjing opened the car door, a pair of pure and clean eyes were red and flushed, very endearing. There's no need to pressurize the car or anything, I can win.
Chu Yang was somewhat dumbfounded.
What's wrong with this little girl all of a sudden, why does she have to press the car? Chen Feiyi also did not expect Su Wenjing to suddenly make this kind of move. But soon, she figured out the reason. This little girl was too guilty and wanted to press the car for Chu Yang. It was just that this kind of thing was too dangerous, and with Su Wenjing's character, it wasn't appropriate. Chen Fei inwardly sighed. She pulled Su Wenjing and said, "Wenjing, you also know that I prefer this kind of thrilling and exciting program. Why don't you leave the matter of pressing the car to me?" "But, Fei." Su Wenjing was just about to refuse, when she saw Chen Fei say to Chu Yang, "Chu Xiao, let's decide it like this." Chu Yang glanced at the calm Chen Fei, and then looked at the red-eyed Su Wenjing. He nodded and said, "It's fine, come up, Wenjing, go to the side and cheer for your cousin." Chen Fei was relatively bold, so it shouldn't scare her. Su Wenjing saw that her cousin had agreed, so she had to let Chen Fei get into the car. Both the Koenigsegg 11 and the limited edition Ferrari got on the press car with one beautiful woman each. Outside the arena, the top rich daughters started to get up in arms and even started a betting game. "This hand, I'll bet on Chu Xiao to win, no more, no less, put in $30 million. 1:2 odds. I'll go to Chen Xiao, you're smashing $30 million in one go, it's really scary. It's really scary, but I'll go with it. $50 million, I'll bet on Young Qin to win. Tisk, why are they all playing so big? I'll put in $40 million, $20 million each for Young Qin and Young Chu." The reason why Shan Ning Bend was favored by the top rich youngsters was mainly because his bendy race path was more twisted. Starting from the starting point, Shan Ning Bend Road has a total of 5 sharp curve points, each of which is a great test of a racer's skills. Moreover, the road width of Shan Ning Curve is just wide enough to allow the distance between two supercars to be about 30 centimeters. Beyond this distance, the car that is lagging behind will not be able to overtake the car in front. Because if the car owner chooses to take the risk, the cliff on the right side of the Shan Ning Curve is very likely to become the burial place of the supercar. Shan Ning Bend is dangerous and difficult to conquer. Testing the car's skills is the main reason why Shan Ning Bend was chosen. 3, 2, 1, start. The referee at the very front pulled the trigger, and a gunshot rang in everyone's ears. The two top supercars sped towards the finish line, and whoever reached the finish line first won. The Koenigsegg 11 was still a step slow and was stolen by the limited edition Ferrari. The Ferrari was stuck in the center, causing the Koenigsegg 11 to not have enough space to overtake the Ferrari. Unless Chu Yang could drift close to the mountain next to the Shan Ning Curve and overtake the Ferrari straight away, completing the corner overtaking, then there was a possibility to win. However, such a possibility was very small. Drifting not only requires superior skills, but also requires the racer to be able to make all kinds of precise judgments based on the time period of the track. Chu Yang had also let the driver take him around the track today, and was still not driving in person, so how could he overtake the car? I go. Koenigsegg 11 overtook the car. This kind of superb car skill, Chu Xiao actually knows it. It's too awesome. We're going to have a car god in Shan Ning Bend. Suddenly, a group of rich second-generation people collectively exclaimed. Just see the original Ferrari behind the Koenigsegg 11 in the corner when suddenly came a cool drift. Koenigsegg 11's to the right side of the flip, the bottom of the car close to the inside of the corner of the mountain, completed a beautiful corner overtaking. Immediately afterward, Koenigsegg 11 increased its horsepower to right the car. Subsequently, the Koenigsegg 11 quickly completed several sharp drifts in the remaining 4 corners at a speed that shocked people. With an absolute advantage, it arrived at the terminus of the shunning curve. Chu Yang's superb car skills directly made everyone present forget their words. They witnessed the birth of the car god. The author has something to say. Chapter 55, Never Look for Chu Xiao Racing Again. It's bullish. The god of cars is born. I've never seen such an awesome racer. I now want to ask if Chu Xiao still accepts disciples? Chu Yang's astonishing car skills had invigorated all the rich youngsters. The best racers in Shan Ning Bend were Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing. Even the two of them had never flipped the entire field like Chu Yang's show. I declare that Chu Yang wins. The referee's announcement sounded. Chu Yang walked out from the Koenigsegg 11, followed by Qin Mu, who also walked out from the Ferrari. Chu Xiao, your car skills are too awesome, right? I didn't lose unfairly in this hot spring hotel. Qin Mu was shocked by Chu Yang's handful of car skills. He had never seen someone dare to drift past the side of a mountain. A hot spring hotel in exchange for a divine drift from me, you've earned it. Chu Yang smiled and teased. Qin Mu couldn't help but laugh, that was indeed earned. Outside the arena, Su Wenjing, who heard the referee announce Chu Yang's victory, had crystallized tears accumulating in her eyes. Cousin really won. Great. Su Wenjing had just watched the battle from outside the arena and was so scared by his maneuvers that her heart was about to jump out of her chest.
Fortunately, Xu Yang had won. Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing looked ahead and were even more slightly confused.
They had just disdained Xu Yang's car skills. Now that they turned their heads, their faces were swollen by Xu Yang's car skills. If it wasn't for the fact that they had been in the circle for quite a long time, and even suspected that Xu Yang was the world's top professional racer. With that hand-drifting technique that Xu Yang had just done, if they really wanted to compare with Xu Yang, then they would definitely lose. However, it was not easy to have a chance to compete with an expert. No one was willing to just throw their hands away.
Young Meng, what are you going to do?
Zhang Jing looked at Meng Xiaobai on the side. Meng Xiaobai originally wanted to get his hands on Huijin International. Now, it seemed that it would be good if he didn't hitch a ride into his own industry. I'm going to compare myself to Chu Xiao. I've thought about it. Huijin International's assets are too strong. I'll take a 10% stake in Shengtian Investment. When you say that, I also think that the Red Romance Clubhouses is not quite suitable, so let's replace it with a 5% stake in the Prajna Manor. Zhang Jing and Meng Xiaobai both changed their original plans. On the other hand, Shen Wei, who had made a lot of money, had now begun to open his mouth to ask for money. Hey today is really the god of wealth. I made $30 million in one turn. Tisk, old Zhang, when will you pay? Zheng Xiao, who was named, rolled his eyes. Shen Xiao, how could I be worse off than your $60 million?
Isn't there another hand at the bottom? Are you betting on it?
Shen Wei tasted the sweetness and chose to continue to follow without hesitation. $60 million, I'll buy all of it for Chu Xiao to win.
Zhang Xiao almost exploded. This Nima, still open a fart disc, a moment to open another disc, pants have to lose in. This also open what disc, on the Chu Young that car skills, I can still win. Not open. Zhang
Xiao suddenly backtracked, causing a group of great young men to laugh. At this time, Xu Yang drove the Koenigsegg 1-1 back to the starting line. Seeing Chu Yang who came out from the car, Tang Xinran immediately took a bottle of mineral water and went up, and even doggedly brought a small fan to fan Xu Yang. Brother Yang, your car skills are also too bullish. Professional racers don't necessarily have this level of yours. Tang Xinran doggedly said, the heartfelt voice of the great young men. Xu Yang listened to Tang Xinran's dogged words, smiled and said, Tang Xinran, this is a bit of an exaggerated statement. The race is just for fun, no need to take it too seriously. After the great young men heard Xu Yang's words, they all felt that Xu Yang was too modest. But these words, however, made the great young men feel very comfortable in their hearts. Worthy of being Chu Xiao, his words were just beautiful. I see that it's getting late. I still have to send my cousin back, so let's do it this way. The remaining two players will go together. As long as one of them wins against me, I'll honor all the bets of both of them. Xu Yan raised his hand and looked at the time. It was almost 6:30 p.m. Then looking at Chen Fei Yi in the car, she had been in a state of excitement after the thrilling racing just now. Now she even picked up her cell phone and took a wild shot at the Koenigsegg 1-1, so it was estimated that she wasn't going to come down in a short time. Zhang Jing and Meng Xiaobai, ready to deal with the enemy one-on-one, did not think that Chu Yang ready to singles out two at once. 666, Xu Xiaonyobi. Suddenly I'm a bit envious of young Zhang and Meng. You can switch with them if you want. Forget it, I don't want to experience the fear of being tyrannized by the god of cars. Wang Song and Shen Wei were also shocked by Chu Yang after hearing his words. One person singled out too, and it was still at Shun Ning Bend. Could he really win the race? The crowd of rich youngsters watched the three stations set at the starting line and couldn't help but look forward to the upcoming race with great anticipation. 3, 2, 1, start. The referee's gun sounded again. The Koenigsegg 1-1 surprisingly rushed in the first place on the runway at the first time. I'll go. Did Chu Xiao just race against Qin Xiao to hide his strength? Am I the only one who thinks that Chu Xiao drove so fast because he wanted to send his cousin home earlier? Song Xiao, be more confident, remove the think. Chu Xiao really wanted to finish quickly to send his cousin home. Isunan, you guys look at Chu Xiao's Koenigsegg 1-1, inside drift, finished one in less than 5 seconds. Hiss, what kind of god-level car skill is this? It actually got to the third corner so quickly. Young Zhang and Meng are still at the first corner. The race had just started less than a minute ago. Xu Yang's Koenigsegg 1-1 had directly pulled the situation to a white-hot stage. At 1 minute and 30 seconds, Xu Yang had already reached the fourth corner. Zhang Xiao and Meng Xiao and their top-of-the-line sports cars were drifting on the second corner. With just such a comparison, everyone knew how superb Xu Yang's car skills were. After 30 seconds had passed, Xu Yang arrived at the finish line. His dazzling car skills once again made the audience lose their words. Referee, how long did it take Chu Xiao to reach the finish line?
Zhang Xiao, who was the opener, asked naively. The referee numbly looked at the time. 2 minutes.
It only took 2 minutes to complete the entire course of the Shun Ning Bend, and it also broke the highest time and record of previous Shun Ning racing competitions.
Is it really the first time for Chu Xiao to come to Shun Ning Bend? Hearing the time announced by the referee, everyone was shocked. Even Zhang Xiao and the others, their best time was 3 minutes away. Not only did Chu Yang spend less time than them, even his speed was faster than them. The rich young men couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief, and they secretly decided they would never look for Chu Xiao to play racing again. I lost, Chu Xiao, my bet was on a beauty company worth $80 million. I lost as well, Xiao Chu, my bet was the computer city worth $60 million. Xiao Zhang and Xiao Meng came out of the car and smiled as they explained their bets. If not, why don't they say that there are people outside the sky? When compared to Chu Yang, they realized that their proud racing skills were nothing at all. The car skills that Chu Xiao displayed today were enough to seal the gods. The author has something to say. Chapter 56, Are you the one who's giving my big brother a hard time? Cousin, when did you learn how to race? Su Wenjing inquired to Chu Yang in surprise. The moment she said that, she instantly attracted the attention of all those present. To say that the person who understood Chu Yang the most, it must be Chu Yang's cousin Su Wenjing. According to what she said, Chu Yang had never been able to get stuck in traffic at all in the past. Just thinking about this possibility, quite a few rich young men who were good at tucking couldn't help but draw in a breath of cool air. Just now, Chu Yang's operation was enough to seal the gods, and in their opinion, at the very least, it had a level of more than 10 years. Now it seemed that they were probably thinking wrong. I just learned it a while ago, didn't I make some money, then I learned it by watching, it's quite interesting. Chu Yang said with a smile. His light-hearted attitude made many people so angry that their hearts, livers, spleens and lungs hurt. How many racing skills had they painstakingly learned, but the result was not as strong as Chu Yang casually looking at it. The gap between people, was it that big? Oh my god, Wenjing, your cousin's car skills are simply too sick. That maneuver, I really can't believe that someone can achieve that level of car skills. Chen Fei finally snapped out of her obsessive state. She ran to Su Wenjing and gave her a fierce bear hug. The collision of two beautiful women with very different styles and different models of headlights was eye-catching to watch. Chen Fei didn't realize that her words made the rich young men even more jealous and envious. Just by looking at it, it was amazing that they even learned the operation in place. How awesome must this learning power be? It's getting late, so I'll send my cousin back first, Tang Xinran, the car will be driven back for me later. Chu Yang threw the key of Koenigsegg 11 to Tang Xan at the side and then, he went ahead and got into his own Mercedes-Benz Big G and left. Zhang Xiao and Meng Xiao would be really shabby if they didn't know the reason why they lost so fast. I'm suddenly envious of Chu Xiao's cousin. I wonder if Xiao Chu still lacks a cousin. Am I the only one who noticed the Koenigsegg 11 key in Tang Xiao's hand? Envious, a $120 million sports car, Tang Xiao can actually use it to drive. As soon as Chu Yang left, Tang Xinran, who was holding Chu Yang's Koenigsegg 11, became the center of attention of all the great young men. Tang Xinran was not in a hurry to leave, and was also planning to take this opportunity to have a good deal with the great young men. This racing liaison was also considered to have come to a successful conclusion. Chu Yang sent Su Wenjing and Chen Fei back before returning to the villa to rest. On the other hand, inside room 2032 of the Deping neighborhood, Morning Biao led 50 brothers with athletic figures, holding baseball bats, wooden sticks, etc., squatting inside the narrow room 2032. Big brother, it's already 3 o'clock in the morning, why haven't we seen anyone come yet? One of Morning Biao's close minions inquired curiously. Today, Morning Biao led his minions to squat people from 3 p.m. until 3 a.m. Today's weather was still a bit sultry, and the narrow 2032, even with the ventilation, was hot enough for a group of people. Especially the smell of sweat in the room, that don't mention how smoky it is. Right now it's almost 3 in the morning, that expert is likely to want to take advantage of this point in time to come over and sneak attack the master here. Brothers, cheer up. Funeral Biao actually didn't know when that expert would come. But to be a big brother, one has to have some prestige, right? Morning Biao casually pulled a reason, and immediately made a group of junior brothers all very much agree with their own big brother's point of view. After all, the masters of the fight, a second can determine the winner, they have to get up the spirit. Morning Biao's little brothers were all shaken up, and their spirits were tightly focused on the dynamics outside the door. Only to hear a bam.
The squatting juniors who had been guarding the door for a long time showed excitement on their faces. The expert had come. The juniors guarding the door immediately opened the door to the room. Outside the door of 2032. A man wearing a white undershirt, black 5/4 pants, and flip-flops on his feet looked at the door guard. The door guard little brother reacted and only felt a wave of anger rushing through his head. They squatted all day today, just squatting such a dir? The man in flip-flops saw the door guard little brother and also felt very bad. Didn't the employer say that there were 2 beautiful women in the room? How did the beauties turn into big men? The flip-flop man glanced over and couldn't help but feel a shiver in his heart. Looking at the minimum of 30 or so big men in the room, each with a ferocious appearance, the flip-flop man almost peed in fear. Bold 2 beautiful women. The flip-flop man in his heart madly greeted the employer from within 18 generations of women, turned around and was ready to run away. Besides, Morning Biao who was preparing for a big show. The moment he met the flip-flop man at eye level, the hostile aura in his body became extraordinarily thick. Arrest him for me. Morning Biao gave an order. 40 to 50 big men swarmed up, going up to the first one to make up 2 kicks, used to vent their anger. They had smelled the sweaty odor all day today, and it turned out to be such a thing that messed things up. If it wasn't for the fact that Brother Biao still had something to ask, they would definitely want to kill this calf. The flip-flop man was caught in front of Morning Biao like a chicken after he was beaten up. Morning Biao was originally an underground godfather, and now because of the anger of the body exudes fury, directly to the flip-flop man's scared urine. That fishy smell, so that dinner did not eat and smelled half a day of sweaty stench of funeral pal almost did not vomit. It's a thing like you that's giving my big brother a hard time? Morning Biao was so angry that he picked up a baseball bat and smashed it onto the flip-flop man's body. The next second, another foul and unpleasant odor emanated from 2032's room. This time, quite a few of Funeral Biao's minions gave into nausea and vomited when they smelled the odor. Funeral Biao's stomach was also turned upside down by the whole smell. Hurry up and bring the people down to ask them properly, and see what kind of unethical thing came up with the idea. Morning Biao cursed and left 2032 first. Some of the brothers left behind hated the flip-flop man even more. If it wasn't for this calf, they would have been sleeping at home. Throwing garbage in the middle of the night. Why don't you go to heaven? The more they thought about it, the more angry they were, so they cleaned the man in flip-flops, and then took turns to beat him up several times. Fong's man was so beaten that he was screaming. He didn't even know why the 2 little beauties that he had charged $1,000 to throw out the garbage in the middle of the night to scare him, why they turned into 40 or 50 big men. Much less know why he would be this group of people will specialize in squatting himself. Say, in the end, who sent you to my big brother's big brother to add to the trouble? The little brother tied the flip-flop man to the chair 5-fold, and his voice-throwing words left the flip-flop man in a daze. He didn't even know his big brother, and how could he offend his big brother's big brother? Ouch, your kid's mouth is still quite hard. You've taken so many beatings and still won't say anything. Brothers, give me another beating. Fong's man on it. Thomas, you all don't tell that what big brother's big brother is who? How do I Tama know how I add to his trouble? Fong's man wanted to talk to come, just opened his mouth, then received another beating. It wasn't until after 6 in the morning that the flip-flop man finally figured out the ins and outs. Oh, big brother, I really just received this person $1,000 to give the house of the little beauty to add a bit, you do not hit me, okay? After the flip-flop man finished crying in pain, the whole person could no longer hold on and fainted. Before fainting to death, the flip-flop man's mind just one idea: don't let yourself run into the employer of that dog, then fight to the death. He also want to get killed that employer. The author has something to say. Chapter 57, Yue, don't be like this. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the sun was shining brightly. Xu Yang, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, suddenly received a call from Morning Biao. Xiao Biao, what's the matter? As soon as Chu Yang's words fell, he only heard 3 thumps. Qin Mu, Meng Xiaobai as well as Zhang Jing came to a flat fall in Chu Yang's villa. Qin Mu was frightened by Chu Yang's words. Because he knew very well that there was only one person who could be called Xiao Biao by Chu Yang, and that was the underground godfather of Magic City, Morning Biao. But Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing didn't know. They thought it was the rules in the villa and followed the fall. When Chu Yang saw that it was Qin Mu's trio, he signaled Bai Yue on the side to receive them. On the other end of the phone, Morning Biao was likewise very excited after hearing his own big brother's voice. Big brother, I've already found out. the person who targeted 2032 is called Song Lana, and she gave $1,000 commission to have someone come out at 3 in the morning in the middle of the night to throw garbage to scare the homeowner. As Morning Biao spoke, he couldn't help but associate it with the flip-flop man's incontinence. He didn't know if the homeowner of 2032 had been scared by the flip-flop man. But the matter of adding to the blockage, that Song Lana did knuckle down and add to his blockage once.
Okay, got it. That what's-her-name Song Lana should be in Tang Xinran's hands, you watch and arrange it. Hearing that it was Song Lana, Chu Yang didn't have much heart to manage any further. Around is just a small person, not worth Chu Yang's trouble. Okay, big brother. When Morning Biao heard that Chu Yang was willing to hand that person over to himself, he couldn't mention how happy he was. After hanging up the phone, Morning Biao immediately had someone look up Tang Xinran's phone number and dialed it. Tang Xinran, Tang Xiao, right? I'm Morning Biao, you hand Song Lana over to me. Tang Xinran picked up the phone and was dumbfounded. The underground godfather of Magic City, Morning Biao, called me? This is also too scary. Song Lana has already run away, we're arranging people to prepare to chase her. Tang Xinran was a bit confused. He had just asked people to catch Song Lana on the front foot, and then Morning Biao came to his door on the back foot. It couldn't be a mess, could it? Ran away? When did you run away? Morning Biao did not expect such a bad coincidence. Just now, should not be out of Magic City. Okay, Song Lana, this matter you do not have to manage, I'll take over on the line. Tang Xinran listened to the hung-up phone, the whole person is still in a state of bewilderment. Morning Biao called to ask about Song Lana? What had Song Lana done that was so outrageous that she had provoked Morning Biao again? At this time, Song Lana, who had escaped from Yi Yuan's house, was trying to find a way to escape from Magic City. She has lost her job, and she has been beaten up all night. If she stays here, she might not be able to save her life, so she might as well go back to her hometown. Song Lana took the money that she got from Yi Yuan and went to the bus station to buy the earliest ticket and prepare to run away. As a result, Song Lana just went up and was directly dragged down by two strong men who suddenly came up and brought her to a rich and magnificent villa. Who are you guys? Why are you arresting me? Song Lana, with a bruised and swollen face, inquired fearfully. You're the one who arranged for someone to give the homeowner a hard time at 2032? Treading to someone's place to throw garbage at 3 in the morning at night? When Morning Biao faced Song Lana's face, he immediately recalled yesterday's encounter. If it wasn't for this woman, would he have squatted someone until 3 in the morning? How? Why are you giving Song Wenjing a head start again? It's not like I did it on purpose. Song Lana heard that it was another person who had come to give Su Wenjing an early start, and all of a sudden she completely broke down. If she had known, she wouldn't have run away from Yi Yuan. The person who was arresting him now was much more aggressive than Yi Yuan. Heh, you have the ability to give people a hard time, but not the ability to take the consequences? No one has managed to give me a hard time since I became famous. Chick, you're quite successful. Morning Biao grimaced, frightening Song Lana so much that she even forgot to cry. She just wanted to know how she had added to Funeral Biao's blockage. You guys take the people down, greet them properly, when it's done, then throw them out of Mordor for me, and that other guy, throw them out for the laborers. Morning Biao looked at Song Lana is annoyed, simply let people throw people out. Besides, Tang Xinran who received Morning Biao. He pondered for half a day, but still did not figure out what the purpose of the phone call of the funeral puma in the end. Tang Xinran, who could not get an idea, gave Chu Yang a phone call again, hoping that he would give himself some ideas. Chu Yang at this time is with Qin Mu, Zhang Jing, and Meng Xiaobai to honor yesterday's racing bet. The process was not cumbersome, but it required my signature to agree. Bai Yue herself had a background in economics and was relatively good at this part of the law, so confirming simple contract terms was still no problem. Soon, Chu Yang got Qin Mu's Rendezvous Hot Springs Hotel worth $60 million, Zhang Jing's Renmei Beauty Company worth $80 million, and Meng Xiaobai's Changning Computer City worth $60 million. Moreover, Qin Mu also purchased a set of Thompson from Chu Yang at a price of $60 million in the envious gazes of Zhang Jing and Meng Xiaobai. After Chu Yang signed the contract, he received a call from Tang Xinran. Brother Yang, just now the underground godfather of Magic City, Morning Biao, called me to ask me about Song Lana's whereabouts. What should I do? Tang Xinran's words sounded a little anxious. That feeling of a big disaster was really making Tang Xinran anxious. It was only then that Chu Yang remembered that he didn't seem to have told Tang Xinran about Morning Biao being his little brother. Oh, it's fine, I was the one who told little Biao to contact you, is there anything else for the rest?
After Chu Yang finished, Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing listened to the conversation between the two and accidentally fell to the ground again. They now finally understood why Qin Mu would fall flat on the ground in the villa. The original so-called Xiao Biao in Chu Yang's mouth was Morning Biao. Who could stand up to this? Nope, nothing else. Tang Xinran's legs went soft and fell to the ground. Nima, after all this time, it was Brother Yang who told Biao to contact me. Luckily, it's not here to find out my business. Afterward, Tang Xinran fiercely arise? Yang how let funeral Puma contact me, just contact me ah. There is also Xiao Bao, what is going on? Tang Xinran shocked to take the phone has been sharply hung up the phone. Tang Xinran stared at his cell phone screen and came to a horrible conclusion, funeral Biao is also Brother Yang's little brother? After Chu Yang hung up the phone, he was again attracted by Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing's movements. Young Wei, what's going on? The stool at home is so unstable? Chu Yang frowned and chided Bai Yue. Bai Yue's eyes fatally looked at Zhang Jing and Meng Xiaobai, then lowered her head again and said in a faint voice, Young master, if you hadn't said that Morning Biao was your little brother, the two young masters wouldn't have fallen. Yue, don't be like this. You've stoned Chu Xiao's identity, can we still get out of the villa in a while? Zhang Jing and Meng Xiaobai were suddenly a bit flustered for no reason. It seemed like they knew some unbelievable secret. The author has something to say. Chapter 58 So handsome you can't keep your legs together. Bai Yue didn't care about the two young masters, Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing. And Qin Mu, who had experienced fear on the side, couldn't help but snicker a little, finally someone was like him at first. When the two people, Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing, were invited out by the servants, the entire group felt like they were stepping on clouds. Chu Xiao, did I hear it right, that Biao is actually Chu Xiao's little brother? Right, how long has Morning Biao been famous? Surprisingly, he is Chu Xiao's little brother? It's incredible. Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing went out of the villa and immediately turned to Qin Mu, who was at the side, for help. Qin Mu knew that Chu Yang didn't care much about exposing his relationship with Morning Biao, but he still couldn't help but remind the two. Chu Xiao is not a normal rich young man, no matter what, and is so it may become reasonable, you guys just get used to it slowly. After all, Chu Yang was a person there, what else was impossible? If he really pissed him off, it wouldn't be as simple as a funeral Puma. Don't worry, young Qin, we will definitely not leak it. Yes, don't worry, Xiao Qin. Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing nodded their heads in succession. They couldn't even compare to Qin Mu, and it was even more unlikely that they would go out of their way to expose Chu Yang. Qin Mu was very satisfied with the two people's reply, and as soon as he was in a good mood, he issued an invitation to Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing, asking them to go to his villa to have some fun. If it were usual, Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing would have been happy that they could get close to Qin Mu. Now, however, they understood that Qin Xiao was using this method to comfort himself. Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing wanted to say, thank you, young Qin, we weren't comforted. After Qin Mu's trio was invited to leave the villa, Chu Yang also received a message from Tang Xinran. Even though there were still several hours to go before the concert, that little girl Jean Yu couldn't hold back her flood of energy. She asked Tang Xinran to tell Chu Yang that today at 7:30 was Zhou Luwenjia's concert and asked him to be on time for the appointment. Also, gave the address. Tang Xinran silently added another sentence at the back. Jinyu, this little girl, quirky and occasionally talkative, really wasn't easy to deal with. Chu Yang smiled. He sent a message back to Tang Xinran, tell Jinyu that I'll arrange for a car to pick her up today, so you can tell her to wait quietly. Tang Xinran was so excited after hearing Chu Yang's command that he was on the verge of jumping up and down. This little girl Jinyu was simply a little abrasive spirit, no one knew what he had endured alone these days. After ending the conversation with Tang Xinran, Chu Yang called out to Bai Yue. You go and prepare 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, around 6 o'clock, send one to this address to pick up a girl named Jinyu and Su Ruoyan. Also in arranging for a car to go to Thompson, pick up my cousin and her best friend. After Bai Yue had noted down all the messages, she also remembered something. Okay young master, the new energy company that you instructed me to run before has already been done, what are you going to call it? It was only then that Chu Yang remembered that he did seem to have forgotten to give the company a name. Let's call it Golden Yang New Energy. After Bai Yue wrote down the name, she respectfully retreated. After Chu Yang gave his orders, he started resting at the villa in his residence. On a rare day of leisure, it was true that one still needed a wave to be happier. Young master, it's 6:30, the driver is on his way to prepare to meet up with you, it's time for you to depart.
Bai Yue reminded Chu Yang in a low voice.
Chu Yang gave a got up and found a set of fairly formal clothes from the huge closet, and also set off in the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Since Bai Yue took over the villa, Chu Yang's clothes, food, housing and transportation were all taken care of by Bai Yue. Let's just say that this closet full of clothes are all low-key luxurious and introverted clothing that Bai Yue personally purchased. These brands can't be seen on the surface, but they are all private customized clothes, and the price is very expensive. Half an hour later, the three Rolls-Royce Phantoms converged and sped towards Zhou Luwenjie's concert. The well-organized array of Rolls-Royce Phantoms caused many passers-by to cast envious gazes. My goodness, I actually saw 3 Rolls-Royces worth $10 million.
So lucky.
Hiss, $30 million.
So envious, when can I have $30 million?
Pfft, I see you're thinking about fart eating, still $30 million, I want to have a Rolls-Royce Phantom, I can wake up laughing even in my dreams. Then you mustn't wake up. Once you wake up and realize that you are still a poor person, cry the sheets all wet. Passers-by started to YY like crazy after seeing the Rolls-Royce Phantom. It's just that no one expected that Zhou Luwenjie's concert was so hot to such an extent that the 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms were actually stuck in a traffic jam while traveling to the entrance of Zhou Luwenjie's concert. Aya, so annoying just come to see a concert and give me a traffic jam. In front of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, a young couple sat in a baojun. The girl muttered with dissatisfaction, immediately gaining the boy's light coaxing. Don't be angry, daughter-in-law, the traffic jam means the concert we're going to see is good. Your favorite Luwenjie is very famous, isn't he? The girl looked at her boyfriend and also felt that it made sense. She looked around and saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked behind the cars, but after seeing the Rolls-Royce Phantom, the girl couldn't help but smile. Now I'm balanced, hubby, look, rich people are blocked just like us. After the girl finished speaking, she saw a very handsome-looking man with a unique temperament walk out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Subsequently, there were 4 more girls with extremely high face value and a man wearing a famous brand following him towards the entrance of the concert. The girl was curious in her heart, this man is out, so who's driving? She glanced behind her at the Rolls-Royce Phantom, only to see that there was also a driver sitting in the car. Wannabe rich people. The girl couldn't help but grunt twice in exasperation. She was just trying to find a sense of superiority, and the next second she was severely slapped in the face by the owner of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. It would be strange if she could be happy. The boy from Baojun couldn't help but feel a little helpless after hearing his girlfriend's words. He turned his head to look at the few people who had just come down from the Rolls-Royce Phantom, only to see that after the staff saw those few people, they even personally introduced the people into the VIP channel. This is too luxurious. Driving 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, even if it's not enough, you can still enter the VIP channel of Luwenjie's concert. I'm instantly sour after blocking the traffic and still having to line up. Brothers, don't be sour, I just flipped down my cell phone and found out that the big handsome guy who just walked in the front is Chu Xin, and his previous car is still a Koenigsegg 11, which is worth $120 million, and the 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms count for nothing. What the hell? A $120 million Koenigsegg 11. I can't afford it in my life. My husband is so handsome that he can't close his legs. I didn't expect to come out to watch a concert and still run into my husband, the mood is super great, hurry to shoot down and send a dynamic. Suck it, husband's body and face value is resistant, every time I look at it, I feel like I can't see enough. Chu Yang's handsome face and the 3 windy Rolls-Royce Phantoms attracted a lot of attention. If it wasn't for the traffic jam, some of the face fans and nymphomaniacs would have rushed up to find Chu Yang to take pictures and sign autographs. Hate this evil traffic jam, let them can only watch Chu Yang into the VIP channel, but can't lick Chu Yang's face value more. Until Chu Yang's figure disappeared, Chu Yang's fans began to frantically summon their buddies to inform the news of Chu Xin's appearance at Luwenjie's concert. The author has something to say. Chapter 59, I suspect Chu Xin is going to smash the scene. Chu Yang didn't realize that his appearance had caused the fans to frantically start grabbing tickets from scalpers in order to lick his face value, causing the scalper ticket sellers to all go off the cliff by the time Zhou Luwenjie's concert was nearing its opening, allowing these scalpers to all make a fortune. Zhou Luwenjie was worthy of being the king of the singing world. When Chu Yang brought Tang Xinran and the others to the front row seats, they saw quite a few glow sticks waving. There were also quite a few LED signs that said Luwenjie I love you, Luwenjie is so great, and so on. Jinyu followed Chu Yang to the front row seats and couldn't help but marvel, Mr. Chu, you're also too awesome, this kind of VIP seats were all obtained by you. Tang Xinran snorted at his words. He wanted to say, this is marveling?
If I were to reveal the identity of my young brother, the old president of Hwanching Entertainment, I guarantee you wouldn't be able to sit still right now. Tang Shinran, what are you laughing at? Jin Yu sat down with a puff of air and turned to launch another selfie, starting to show herself live at Luwenjie's concert. Tang Shinran already knew the little girl's temper after these few days of contact, and didn't much care. He followed and sat down as well. Soon, 7:30 arrived. The concert officially opened, and Zhou Luwenjie took the stage, immediately drawing screams from the fans, Luwenjie, Luwenjie, Luwenjie. Zhou Luwenjie stood on the stage and saw Chu Yang for the first time. He suppressed the excitement within his heart, and listening to the voices of the fans under the stage, he couldn't help but smile and say, "I'm glad that so many fans can attend my concert today, thank you." As for today, the song I want to sing with you all first is my new composition, Martial Forest. Martial Forest is one of my new compositions, a martial arts style song. I hope everyone likes it. Zhou Luwenjie's words fell, once again causing the fans to scream. Music began to play, and Zhou Luwenjie's unique timbre sang along. The fans screamed and waved the glow sticks in their hands. The atmosphere was electric. Jin Yu also began to howl at her idol. Su Ruoyun was busy taking handsome pictures of her idol. Su Wenjing, who had a hard time coming across this kind of opportunity, was busy recording videos, and Chen Fei was also not shy about fiddling with her cell phone there. Only Chu Yang and Tang Shinran weren't moved. They really came purely to listen to the song. The song ended. Jie Zhou picked up the microphone and thanked the fans on stage. Thank you all, your support is my greatest motivation to create a song, but this time, the inspiration came from my idol, whose name you should have heard of, he's Chushin. As Zhou Luwenjie spoke, the lighting technician made a wave of maneuvers and hit Chu Yang in the front row. His handsome and compelling face and unique temperament immediately drew screams from the face dogs. Hubby is so handsome. 360 degrees without a dead angle, holding the temperament to death. Hubby's body is so great, I want to close my legs. Get lost, I'm the one who can't close my legs. With your model, can it be as voluptuous as mine? What's the point of being plump? Do you have the face value of my mother? Roll aside. Zhou Luwenjie didn't expect that his simple introduction of his idol would almost make Chu Yang's fans fight. Excited female fans over there, please calm down. Chushin is an idol that I had a hard time hiring, and is also the source of inspiration for the creation of this martial arts. Please be sensible in chasing after your stars, and give the other fans a chance off. Zhou Luwenjie calmly persuaded on stage. However, his words made his own fans laugh to death. Luwenjie, please take on the posture of a heavenly king, chasing after idols and whatnot, we cannot steal from you. Luwenjie, I'm sorry. I licked up Chu God's face, I'm going to climb the wall. Luwenjie, although my heart is yours, I want my body to be Chushin's. Luwenjie, don't be afraid, there are still hardcore fans over here, let's give up on the face fans over there. A group of fans seriously messed up, making the atmosphere of the scene look extraordinarily warm. Chu Yang couldn't help but be a little helpless. He really just wanted to simply come and watch a concert. Why were there still Yin fans who wanted to climb over the wall from Zhou Luwenjie? This thing called face value was innate, he couldn't control it either. So envious of the 4 girls there. I also want to sit with my husband, just switch. I also want to sleep with my husband in my arms. Who are you? Me, the oldest in the family. And also the woman who aspires to be Chushin's wife. Scram, all the people here who want to become Chu God's wife, the ones with bad figures go aside. Chu Yang's high face value and Su Ruoyun and the others immediately attracted the attention of the female fans. The photographer was also very helpful. After Zhou Luwenjie introduced Chu Yang, he immediately turned the camera to Chu Yang's side. That astonishing face value, under the high-definition camera, seemed to be even more handsome. The cameraman felt himself somewhat suffocated by the handsomeness. Zhou Luwenjie also felt speechless as he listened to the fans. His idol was too powerful, and just relying on an absolutely unparalleled face value made the entire concert almost get out of control. Zhou Luwenjie, who had no choice but to continue singing and attracting the attention of the fans, which stopped the restlessness within the fans. The concert lasted for about an hour or two before it ended. Chu Yang's appearance on the fans' recording screen, despite only lasting less than 3 to 5 minutes, still made it to today's top hits with his super high face value. Hashtag Luwenjie concert pleads with fans to be sensible stargazers. Hashtag FaceDogs online licking Chushin's stunning face value. Hashtag this group of fans even almost fought for the status of Chushin's wife. Hashtag Chushin's handsome, rich, good looking and a good fighter, but he's a bit too much of a show off. Hashtag Chaoluan Kit idolizes Chu God. Hashtag. Just after the concert, both Chu Yang and Zhou Luanjie were on the hit list.
The images of Zhou Luanjie announcing that he is a fan of the god of cookery, requesting his fans to be sensible in chasing after his star, and singing helplessly under Chu Yang's high face value were quickly uploaded to online platforms by his fans. Once the video was aired, it made many netizens laugh out loud and squeal like pigs. Now, did Chushin really go to a concert? I doubt he went to smash the venue. Other people rely on specialties to smash the venue. Chushin smashes the venue with one face. Speaking of specialties. Upstairs, do you want to learn about my specialties? I go, am I the only one who envies Chu God's specialties? Humph, you vulgar humans, I'm not like you, I just want Chushin to understand my depths. Luanjie is so difficult, he just wants to introduce his idol. What's wrong with that? Chu Yang and Tang Xinran almost ran out before the concert ended. Rarely, they were still almost caught up by the fans. Su Wenjing and the other women followed behind Chu Yang, remembering the experience they just had, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was all because Chushin was so handsome and charismatic that even Heavenly King Luanjie's singing voice couldn't resist their restlessness. If there's nothing else, hurry back. Chu Yang coughed and said in a low voice. Su Wenjing laughed lowly, cousin, it seems that I'm not afraid that my little sister-in-law won't be able to find her. As Su Wenjing's words fell, she saw Zhou Luanjie, who had come down from the backstage, hurry over. Chushin, do you have any activities lately? How about bringing me one? The author has something to say. Chapter 60 on the degree of Chushin's magnificence. Chu Yang was pitted by Zhou Luanjie's tawdry maneuvers today, and now he wasn't very trusting of him. I don't have any activities, isn't your concert over? Nothing else to be busy with? Zhou Luanjie was busy. He had just finished his concert, how could he not be busy? However, being busy couldn't stop Zhou Luanjie's passion for chasing stars. What's more, he came over because he also had something serious to say to Chu Yang. Chushin, if you want to go back now, it's better to go through another exit. I just heard from the staff that there are several hundred of your fans outside blocking people at the entrance. Zhou Luanjie said in a low voice, and couldn't help but think of the fiery scene just now where the fans were chasing after Chu Yang wanting to touch him. After what just happened, Zhou Luanjie realized that there were so many female fans who craved his idol's body. Cough cough, brother Yang, why don't we go another way? As Tang Xinran listened to Zhou Luanjie's words, he also couldn't help but think of those female fans who were itching to strip brother Yang naked. Jinyu and Chen Fei recalled the scene they had just witnessed and laughed out loud with a very faceless hilarity. Although Su Wenjing and Su Ruoyun didn't laugh too obviously, the frequency of their shoulders trembling could still be seen. Well, let's go a different way then. Chu Yang swept his eyes at Jinyu and Chen Fei, and the two women very sensibly curtailed their smiles. Even though Chu Yang didn't say it, his behavior was honest, he really didn't want to face those female fans with explosive fighting strength. Okay, idol, follow me this way. Seeing Chu Yang agreeing, Zhou Luanjie joyfully led Chu Yang in the other direction. Jinyu reacted and suddenly remembered that this was a good opportunity to ask for an autograph and a photo. She walked in front of Zhou Luanjie, a pair of clear eyes full of pleading. Luanjie idol, can you take a picture with me and sign an autograph for me? If it was anyone else, Zhou Luanjie might not be able to take the time to take a picture with a fan at this point in time. However, the current Zhou Luanjie couldn't wait to strike a good relationship with Chu Yang, so how could he refuse Jinyu who was with Chu Yang? Thus, Jinyu was under Chu Yang's acquiescence. Not only did she take a picture with her beloved idol, but also with Su Ruoyun's 3 daughters, she took a few pictures that were absolutely unique and had Zhou Luanjie's unique signature. Chushin, is there any place you want to go recently? Jinyu had taken Zhou Luanjie's favors, so of course she had to do things for people. This was not the case. When the 4 girls finished working on the group photo, Jinyu immediately began to condescend for her own idol. Chu Yang looked at Jinyu, who had her elbow turned outwards, and then looked at Zhou Luanjie, who had a prayerful face, and could only say helplessly, yes, I have just recently gotten my hands on a set of hot spring hotels, and I intend to go and take a dip in the bath in the next 2 days. Jinyu has always wanted to go to a hot spring. After hearing Chu Yang's words, his eyes brightened up immediately. Jinyu had also wanted to go to the hot spring hotel to make a scene. Unfortunately, this intention was mercilessly dashed by Su Ruoyun. Jinyu, don't forget that we're graduating, and from tomorrow onwards we're going to start reviewing. The little stars in Jinyu's eyes instantly broke. Su Wenjing and Chen Fei couldn't help but hold back a bit when they saw Jinyu's little face instantly collapse. However, the 2 people who were laughing happily completely forgot that they also had to work tomorrow. Chu Yang and his group arrived at the back door of the concert under Zhou Luanjie's guidance. The concert venue was huge, and although there were no fans at the back door, there were quite a few paparazzi squatting at the back, hoping to capture any news.
Zhou Luanjie didn't care what these paparazzi were scribbling.
Xu Yang cares even less, he is not in the circle. Just like that, Zhou Luanjie sent Xu Yang and his party to the back door in front of the paparazzi. Subsequently, 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms worth $10 million came from the back door to take Xu Yang and his party away. This bold and luxurious scene made the paparazzi pick up their cameras and frantically shoot. The close-ups of the 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms coupled with Xu Shen's absolutely unrivaled face value was just too eye-pleasing. Unfortunately, the Rolls-Royce Phantom stayed too short. The paparazzi thought regretfully while starting to quickly edit the text and send it to their own platform as fast as possible. After Xu Yang returned to the villa, he comfortably laid down to rest. He didn't realize that he was once again on the hot search because of Zhou Luanjie personally sending himself off. Hashtag Tian Wang Zhou personally sent his idol away from the concert. Hashtag on how magnificent Xu Shen is. Hashtag a handsome face that even a Rolls-Royce Phantom can't hide. Hashtag Xu Shen's face fans actually did this kind of thing. Hashtag Xu Yang woke up the next day and found himself occupying the top 4 hot searches. Zhou Luanjie doesn't give a, it's not easy for a concert, actually didn't top me. After Xu Yang lightly sighed, he called out to Bai Yue. Yue, I'm going to go to a hot spring today, you arrange it. Xu Yang had eaten breakfast and lazily moved his arms and legs. The visual impact given by his handsome face and visible muscle lines was really not normally exciting. Okay, young master, I'll go and just arrange it for you. Not long after, Bai Yue once again returned in front of Xu Yang and reported, Young master, Zhou Luanjie and Tang Xiao have already converged at the Rendezvous Hot Spring Hotel. Xu Yang sniffed with some surprise and looked at the time. It was only 9 o'clock and they had already gone over, quite fast. Then get ready to depart, Xu Yang said in a faint voice. Bai Yue operated on her cell phone and continued to report. Okay, young master, the vehicle arranged for you to travel today is the Mercedes-Benz Big G. The basic information and contact information of the person in charge of the Rendezvous Hot Springs Hotel has been sent to your cell phone, and the room arranged for you is V1011. Aha! After Xu Yang responded, surrounded by the servants, he arrived at the Rendezvous Hot Springs Hotel in the Mercedes-Benz Big G. Today's Rendezvous Hot Springs Hotel seemed to be a bit unusually lively. Before Xu Yang had the chance to turn around with the 2 Tang Xinran, he was attracted by the voices of beautiful women to the vicinity of the Rendezvous Hot Springs Hotel's only public bath. Our skincare company has recently developed a beauty and skincare product with a good effect. It's not that I'm bragging, this product of ours is definitely an epoch-making product in whitening products. As long as it's used for a week, it will be able to beautify to a new height. You guys take a look at my skin, how white and tender it is. In front of the public bath, a beautiful woman in a bathrobe introduced the beauty cream in her hand while praising how good the effect of the beauty cream was. Her pretty face, delicate skin, and body indeed attracted many female customers. Detecting Chen Jingting bragging with the host, the system hereby presents a copy of Xueji's beauty cream prescription. This woman has been talking about bragging for half a day? Xu Yang raised his eyebrows. It seems that the management of the Appendix Hot Spring Hotel is not very good. Manager Luo, you come over here to the public bath. Xu Yang dialed the phone of Manager Luo, the person in charge of the Rendezvous Hot Springs Hotel. Author has something to say. Chapter 61 Handsome Man can add microblogging well. Manager Luo had originally made plans today to show his new boss his management ability. Unexpectedly, the new boss unexpectedly did not follow the rules. The first step to check up on the hotel's situation, checked on Chen Jingting. Chen Jingting in the public bath is his wife's niece. Good looking as she is, she's just too career-oriented. Chen Jingting's ability was already good, just the weekday performance was already the top seller of Yuqing Beauty Shop. But she was still not satisfied with this, so she relied on Manager Luo's connections to sell products in the Rendezvous Spa Hotel. The Rendezvous Spa Hotel was a hotel for the high-end crowd. The people who can come here are not bad money lord, Chen Jingting, and extremely colorful. She is most aware of what women care about what they want, and will be so spared no effort to promote their own products. Unfortunately, Manager Luo was negligent and forgot to remind Chen Jingting that today was the day of the new boss's inspection. This was not the case. Manager Luo had not even met Xu Yang himself and had already flipped out. Still being said, this little girl's hands are really quite pretty, white and tender. Beauty, is this beauty cream of yours really so effective? Then look at how long it will take for this skin of mine to whiten back off. That's great, it just so happens that I got tan last time I went to the beach for sunbathing. Quick, give me a bottle. I've been running business outside every day lately, I've also gotten a few degrees of tan, give me 3 bottles. Listening to Chen Jingting expounding on the role of beauty cream, many women were very moved. This beauty cream of ours can work wonders in a week, beautiful woman, like you take a bottle of stick with it for 3 weeks and it will be white back. Beauty, 3 bottles of words are enough for you to be whiter than me, suggest you buy 2 bottles on it. Beauty, you have a somewhat serious case of sunburn, I suggest you buy 2 bottles as well. Chen Jingting smiled as she replied back to the customers. Her easygoing demeanor was a master of insight into people's hearts. Sure enough, after listening to Chen Jingting's words, the female customers immediately wanted to pay for the products. Chu Yang saw the customers want to pay out money, only then stood out and leisurely said, "This young master's cousin just happens to need beauty recently. Beauty, why don't you sell them all to me? I'll spend 10,000 to buy all the beauty creams in your hand." Chu Yang's handsome appearance and dusty temperament made the crowd of customers who wanted to spit out fragrance stop their mouths.
What a handsome young man.
The female customers suddenly launched into a nymphomania, and Chen Jingting even more didn't expect that she would push out such a big customer. She looked at the female customers who wanted to buy before with some difficulty, then looked at Chu Yang, and finally gritted her teeth and said, "This young master, everything is about first come first served, isn't it? If you really want it, I can have someone send it over to you later, do you think it's okay?" Chu Yang was not going to let her sell it in the first place, how could he agree to this program?
"This young man is going up and down a few million a minute, can you compensate me for my loss?"
Chu Yang's words were not bragging. Just one Huijin International let Chu Yang a few million up and down a minute, not to mention he had other industries, saying it was tens of millions a minute was not too much.
This isn't too good, right?
Chen Jingting swallowed her saliva.
Even if this handsome guy was good looking, he was also so rich? It's fine, we can wait.
Handsome guy is so sweet, he even bought beauty products for his cousin.
Yes, so envious of handsome's cousin. Is it convenient for handsome brother to add a WeChat? I have time tonight.
As Chen Jingting's words fell, a group of sisters immersed under Chu Yang's face value rebelled. This driving speed caught Chen Jingting off guard. That beautiful girl who wanted to give WeChat, can you close your legs that you want a fork, please be a person. They've all agreed, what else do you have to agree to, but, is this beauty cream really that effective?
It can take effect in a week?
Chu Yang pointed at the beauty cream on Chen Jingting's hand, and the doubtful attitude on his handsome face also made the female customers curious about the efficacy of the beauty cream. Speaking of her own beauty cream, Chen Jingting immediately went on and on about the benefits of the beauty cream. That's for sure, handsome, our beauty cream is an epoch-making whitening product. It can be effective in a week, even if it is a leading product in China. If not for our company's recent activities, I may not even come here. Chen Jingting thought of this as a big patron, pulling into the heart want to let Chu Yang buy their own products. Manager Luo just came to the public bath to take a look, he only felt that his head on the top of the brain green smoke straight. What the hell did he see? Chen Jingting was actually selling his family's beauty cream to the new owner of the Rendezvous Spa Hotel. The market value of Rendezvous Spa Hotel alone was more than $60 million, and the human boss was short of this beauty cream?
Chen Jingting, shut up.
Manager Luo really didn't dare to imagine what the new boss's thoughts and attitude towards him was. The dozen or so plans he had prepared to deal with the new boss ended up being ended by Chen Jingting's hand before it even started. What a pit of good relatives.
Auntie, why are you here?
Chen Jingting froze for a moment when she was yelled at by Manager Luo, and her brain went into overdrive, exposing the relationship between the two as relatives. Manager Luo almost didn't hold back his flood of power to strike when he heard Chen Jingting call out to his aunt.
What are you shouting blindly? Who is your aunt? How on earth did you get mixed in?
And you dare to sell products to Mr. Chu, the new boss of our Rendezvous Hot Springs Hotel? The entire Rendezvous Hot Springs Hotel is owned by him, short of this piece of beauty cream of yours?
Get the hell out of here. Manager Luo was roaring at Chen Jingting.
Chen Jingting looked at Chu Yang, and her heart thumped. The new owner of the Rendezvous Spa Hotel? It's over, this sale is afraid to be cut off. Right, sorry, I was also momentarily blinded by lard. I'm leaving.
Chen Jingting reacted and immediately planned to run away.
The customers around them reacted and all of them turned their gazes to Chu Yang. Heavens, it's not even a problem that this handsome man is handsome, even the Appendix Hot Spring Hotel is also his. Look at his age, he's only in his 20s, young, golden and handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I also want to know if he has a girlfriend. I want to chase him. Boss Chu is so handsome, from now on he'll be my male god. If I were 10 years younger, I would go after him right now. Chu Yang originally wanted to handle this matter properly. As soon as he heard the words of the female customers, he instantly remembered the picture of the female fans' enthusiasm at the concert yesterday. Going out, boys still have to protect themselves. Cough cough, Manager Luo, you deal with the customers first. Chen Jingting, you bring your beauty cream and come over with me. Chu Yang inserted his hands into his pockets, and after instructing Manager Luo, he immediately left the scene. Manager Luo watched Chu Yang leave, and secretly screamed in his heart, Boast-True is angry. The author has something to say. Ahem, readers who like this book can leave me a message in the book review area, call He. Bless the boys who leave me a message are handsome so that beautiful women cannot close their legs, leave me a message to the girl confined to let their legs close the rich handsome. Chapter 62, Do young people nowadays play so openly? Chu Yang brought Chen Jingting inside room V1011. Next door to V1011 was Tang Xinran's room, and next door to that was Zhou Luwenjie's room. Tang Xinran, as Chu Yang's junior, the mobilization of rooms within his authority could still be done. Tang Xinran noticed the dynamics next door and immediately ran to Chu Yang's room, intending to brush his presence in front of Chu Yang as a qualified dogleg. Tang Xinran cheerfully opened the door, and saw Chu Yang sitting on a chair, and across from him stood a beautiful woman wearing a snow-white bathrobe with a concave and convex figure. Hasty. Tang Xinran did not expect that he had crashed his big brother's good deed. Almost subconsciously, Tang Xinran was ready to close the door and run away. But Chu Yang was not an ordinary person. He listened to the movement outside the door and saw Tang Xinran, who was preparing to run away. Tang Xinran, what are you running for? Come in here. Chu Yang shouted at Tang Xinran's back. Zhou Luwenjie, who had been waiting for his idol's call, also heard Chu Yang's voice. He listened to V1011's closed door, and just like Tang Xinran, he also opened the door and went in. As a result, Zhou Luwenjie saw Chu Yang sitting on a chair, and opposite him stood a beautiful woman in a snow-white yukata. Next to the beauty also stood a hand and foot Tang Xinran. Nowadays, do young people play so openly? Should I pretend not to know? Zhou Luwenjie quietly closed the door. Chu Yang, who was thinking about the problem, did not notice Zhou Luwenjie's movement at the door. However, Tang Xinran saw Zhou Luwenjie, who was preparing to silently vanish. His shocked eyes and expression of wanting to speak were telling Tang Xinran, Zhou Luwenjie had misunderstood. Zhou Luwenjie, don't go away. Things are not what you think. You come back. Tang Xinran looked at the closed door of the room, and then looked at Chen Jingting, who was wearing a bathrobe on the side. He felt like he couldn't wash himself even if he jumped into the yellow river. Zhou Luwenjie stood outside the door and began to put himself in Chu Yang's shoes. What should he do to keep his idol from being embarrassed? Just as Zhou Luwenjie was seriously thinking, the sound of Manager Luo's footsteps hurrying over made Zhou Luwenjie startled. He was worried that he would be noticed as abnormal if he stood outside the door, so he returned to his room to watch. However, the watching Zhou Luwenjie was even more shocked when he saw the situation in front of him. Xu Shen's room, another man had entered. Zhou Luwenjie's heart was very complicated at this time, yet he could not resist the curiosity within his heart. In the end, Zhou Luwenjie decided to listen to the movements within the room before making a decision. Inside room V1011. Chu Yang was sitting on a chair. His calm emotions could not be seen as joy or anger. Manager Luo, why don't you explain why your niece is openly selling these beauty creams at the public bath vat? Manager Luo was suddenly named by Chu Yang. His heart suddenly panicked a batch. The reason why he would use his power for personal gain was not because of his wife. But this matter, could he sell his wife? Manager Luo didn't know how to explain the complicated situation in front of him. Tang Xinran originally thought that he had spoiled his own brother Yang's good deed, and when Manager Luo came, it was even more so that Tang Xinran had brainstormed a blockbuster family drama. However, as soon as Chu Yang opened his mouth, Tang Xinran almost didn't stagger and fell to the ground. This girl was wearing a bathrobe and using her relationship with her own aunt to sell her own beauty cream in the public bath of the Rendezvous Hot Springs Hotel? Could there be anything more showy than this girl? Boss Chu, this matter is all my fault alone, please don't blame my aunt. I'm an employee of the Yuqing Pharmaceutical Cosmetics Company. My name is Chen Jingting, and I'm also the company's top seller. It was because I personally wanted to develop my own business potential that I begged my aunt to allow my aunt to use her power for personal gain. Chen Jingting adjusted her mindset in a short period of time and took the matter into her own hands in a few words. Manager Luo originally still had some grievances against Chen Jingting. Hearing that she had taken the matter onto herself, she didn't know what to say for a moment.
You're quite sentimental, since you're so sincere, it's not like I can't give you a chance.
Xu Yang originally intended to let manager Luo and Chen Jingting directly roll away, but Chen Jingting's words made Xu Yang change his mind again. Xu Yang had a beauty store under his command recently, and now that he had Xueji's beauty formula, then Xueji must be put into production. In that case, the question arose, who would Xu Yang arrange to do this? Chen Jingting is a good talent. As long as there is a good development channel, the future potential is unlimited. It was just that character-wise, there was still a need to test it again.
What does Boast-True want me to do?
Chen Jingting was a smart person, and her questioning also satisfied Xu Yang.
Your sales pitch.
Which is profiting with the help of my hotel. Manager Luo used his power for personal gain, and also caused some losses to my hotel. These economic losses, if you have to keep your aunt's position within the hotel, then you have to compensate me $100,000 in accordance with the losses. Xu Yang's words made manager Luo, who was at the side of the room, couldn't help but draw a breath of cool air.
100,000.
No matter how good Chen Jingting's sales performance was in a month, it was only a few $1,000s.
For Xu Yang to ask for $100,000 with his mouth, wasn't he pushing Chen Jingting to the brink of extinction?
Yes. Chen Jingting agreed without thinking.
Xu Yang didn't expect this girl to agree so dryly. You have 100,000 in your hand?
Chen Jingting paused, her hands unconsciously clenched a few points. No, but I can go and market it. You give me a month's time, I can definitely earn 100,000.
Only, it's not in Yuqing.
Good, since you were so sure, then the 3 months' time will be shortened to 1 month. I still have a beauty company under me. The products I can let you go and market them first. Within 1 month, the cost plus $100,000, all of them will be sent to me. Is there any problem? Xu Yang nodded appreciatively to Chen Jingting. His cry of good hearing made Chen Jingting want to slap herself twice.
Why do you have to say 1 month with a bad mouth? Saying 3 months, it doesn't smell good. No, no problem.
Chen Jingting said as she spoke, her heart still somewhat aggrieved. It was hard to pit oneself against oneself. Since there's no problem, Tang Xinran, you take manager Luo and Chen Jingting down, the contact information of the drugstore, you go get it from Bai Yue. Xu Yang instructed Tang Xinran. For now, Chen Jingting's character was quite passable. Just whether her personal ability was passable or not, that would have to be seen a month later.
Okay, brother Yang. Tang Xinran could see that Xu Yang was trying to recruit Chen Jingting.
Relatively speaking, that $100,000 was just a test for Chen Jingting from Xu Yang. Tang Xinran had received the task given by Xu Yang with great difficulty, so of course he wanted to get things done right away. He opened the door in a flash, only to hear a poof as Zhou Luanjie fell to the ground.
The author has something to say. Chapter 63. I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Zhou Luanjie, this hobby of yours is quite special. Tang Xinran looked at Zhou Luanjie, who was lying on the ground with an odd expression.
Zhou Luanjie awkwardly climbed up from the ground, opening his mouth to deny the trifecta. I'm not, don't you talk nonsense. Tang Xinran glanced at him, his eyes that were not trusting in the slightest made Zhou Luanjie feel very solid.
Zhou Luanjie.
Chen Jingting saw that it was Zhou Luanjie, and shock was written all over her beautiful eyes.
The Heavenly King actually had this kind of fetish.
Zhou Luanjie had the urge to cover his face when he heard Chen Jingting call out his name.
He was really just worried about Chu Shina. Why did it cause such an unwashable misunderstanding? Zhou Luanjie, what are you doing standing at the door? Xu Yang also noticed the movement at the door.
His words made Zhou Luanjie feel even more groundless.
It's so hard, he just wanted to be a good fan who loves his idol. Nothing much, Xu Shun, I've come to find young Tang for something.
Zhou Luanjie originally wanted to explain, thinking of the possibility that it would get darker and darker the more he described it. He simply didn't explain.
Tang Xinran was dragged away by Zhou Luanjie with a confused face.
Chen Jingting followed closely behind the two men, her eyes filled with curiosity and gossip.
What was the reason for Tang Tianwang slumping at the door? Did Tang Xiao and Heavenly King Zhou have any special secrets when they hooked shoulders? Boast-True was addressed as Chu God by Heavenly King Zhou. What was the relationship between the two?
Zhou Luanjie and Tang Xinran moved away from V1011, and the two began to dislike each other. Tang Xiao, what the hell were you just doing in there with Chu God? I was just trying to save my idol. Why did you just suddenly open the door? Zhou Luanjie made the first move. This dislike was justified, making Tang Xinran laugh.
Didn't you just mistakenly think that I was playing Fight the Landlord with Brother Yang? Now you're talking about saving the idol, lying on the door to save it? Don't think I didn't see you bring the door with you. Tang Xinran disliked back unwillingly.
Chen Jingting quietly ate melon on the side, feeling so exciting.
The reason why Heavenly King Zhou was lying on the door to listen to the corner was because he misunderstood that he was playing Fight the Landlord with Boast-True and young Tang. Also, what kind of operation was it to bring the door along with him? Was Heavenly King Zhou that good at showing off? After I brought the door with me, didn't another man enter?
I'm afraid I can't help if you guys fight. Zhou Luanjie was also aggrieved in his heart, and Tang Xinran was surprisingly speechless for a while. According to the general plot, Zhou Luanjie indeed didn't think of the wrong script. The point is, that's not how things work.
Tang Xinran pulled aside the melon-eating girl Chen Jingting.
This woman, who was selling her beauty products in Brother Yang's spa hotel, was caught by Brother Yang and asked me to take care of things. As for that man just now, he's her aunt and the manager of the hotel. Zhou Luanjie was speechless after hearing Tang Xinran's words. Wearing a bathrobe in a hot spring hotel to sell products and whatnot was also a sinkhole.
If Chen Jingting wore a more decent outfit, would he have to lose so much face?
Ahem, in that case, then we've both misunderstood each other once, we're even.
Zhou Luanjie coughed awkwardly twice.
Chen Jingting heard the ins and outs and the two people's mutual dislike. How could she not have expected that in private, Heavenly King Zhou would be so adorable?
Put. Chen Jingting couldn't hold back one moment and burst out laughing.
Zhou Luanjie and Tang Xinran inclined their heads to look over. Chen Jingting coughed twice in embarrassment as she formally introduced herself. Heavenly King Zhou, Tang Xiao, how are you all doing? My name is Chen Jingting. I just feel that the two of you are getting along with each other in a very friendly manner, and looking at them is very CP-ish. Chen Jingting, this was really rotting her eyes at the human base. A pinnacle could even say such livestock-like words. CP, what CP? Hurry up and follow me. You owe my brother Yang $100,000, can you pay it back? Tang Xinran disliked Chen Jingting and dragged her downstairs. Chen Jingting knew that she had to get down to business next. She waved her hand at Zhou Luanjie and obediently followed Tang Xinran downstairs. Zhou Luanjie watched the two go downstairs and turned his head to enter room V1011 again. Tang Xinran, that dog leg is not in, his own performance opportunity does not come. Zhou Luanjie thought happily, and suddenly couldn't wait for Tang Xinran and Chen Jingting to be busy for a while longer. Unfortunately, Tang Xinran, in order to be able to perform a little better in front of Chu Yang, had already taken Chen Jingting's proposal and led her to Yu Qing to resign. Otherwise, he would have definitely dumped the matter on his little brother Yuan, and then fought to brush up his presence more in front of Chu Yang himself.
Young Tang, what are you looking at?
Chen Jingting sat on Tang Xinran's BMW, still wearing the set of yukata on her body. Without Chu Yang to deter him, Tang Xinran could see Chen Jingyi's long white legs and white tender plain hands with a casual glance. For some reason, Tang Xinran actually felt some nameless restlessness looking at these images. In order to alleviate this emotion, Tang Xinran chose to harass Bai Yue, housekeeper Bai. Brother Yang asked me to ask you for the contact information and information of the drugstore. When Tang Xinran heard Chen Jingting's inquiry, he happened to receive Bai Yue's reply, and he casually said, I've just asked Butler Bai for the drugstore's information, but I really didn't expect that young Zhang would lose Yiren Mei Beauty Company to Brother Yang, TSK Tisk.
Tang Xinran looked at the message on his cell phone and was caught off guard and ate a shocking melon.
How could he not expect that Zhang Jing would give the still good Yiren Mei in his hands to Brother Yang? By the looks of it, it was safe to please Brother Yang.
The Yiren Mei you're talking about, it wouldn't be the Yiren Mei Beauty under Aurora Corporation, would it?
Chen Jingting even more didn't expect that her casual question had asked such shocking news.
What exactly was Boast-True? And how did he win $80 million of Yiren from the hands of top-rich second-generation Zhang Xiao? Chen Jingting looked at Tang Xinran in shock.
Just as she was about to inquire further, she saw Tang Xinran pointing out the window. Yu Qing has arrived, so hurry up and get things done so I can rush back to deliver. Only then did Chen Jingting notice that she had arrived at the office so soon.
Okay, I'll go and resign with my boss and then report with you to Yiren Mei. Chen Jingting knew she couldn't ask anymore.
But it didn't matter. In the future, she would have more time to understand Chu Yang's financial power. The self-confident Chen Jingting had forgotten that she was still wearing the bathrobe she had sold at the Rendezvous Spa Hotel. When Yu Qing staff members saw Chen Jingting get down from Tang Xinran's BMW, their original respect immediately turned into snarky mockery. Everyone, take a look. Sales champion Chen turned out to be a sales champion by relying on this kind of relationship. Still wearing a bathrobe and went out, really shameless, a vixen. That's right, only the boss values her for her ability to make money. She's the only one who's capable of making money, and she's still the top seller. I think she's just a bad influence.
Sisterly, why do you say that? If it wasn't for Chen Jingting, how would we have made so much money? That's also true, she's coming in, hurry up and I'll get busy.
After the woman known as Sisterly droned at the group of colleagues, she piled up her smile again and greeted Chen Jingting, who had entered the room.
Jingting, why are you here? Didn't the boss give you a vacation? The author has something to say.
Chapter 64. She offended Chu Xiao. Are you sure you want to protect her? I'm looking for my boss for something. Sisterly, please help me inform him. Although Chen Jingting had been busy with her career, she still knew about the cattiness between Sisterly and her boss, Mr. Zhao.
Fine, then take a seat, I'll go give you a heads up.
Sisterly was displeased with Chen Jingting. She was pretty incapable, and basically with her around, all the women in the store became a backdrop. Even General Manager Zhao, who Sisterly had hooked up with, couldn't get enough of Chen Jingting. So when Sisterly saw Chen Jingting coming down from the BMW, Sisterly was 100% at ease with Chen Jingting. Boss Yu Qing was horny as hell, but he didn't need everything. The current Chen Jingting was nothing to be afraid of. Chen Jingting sat down in the store before realizing that she was still wearing her hotel bathrobe. She turned her head to look around, and the disdain and contempt in her co-workers' eyes couldn't help but give Chen Jingting a lurch. Originally, she had thought that her relationship with these co-workers was quite good. Now it seemed that she had made a fool of herself.
Unbeknownst to Yu Qing's sales clerks, their contempt instead intensified Chen Jingting's determination to leave the company. Just then, the cell phone that was placed close to Chen Jingting suddenly vibrated.
Chen Jingting opened her cell phone and saw that the stranger's text message had only one sentence written on it: "You only have 10 minutes to deal with things." Even though the owner of the cell phone number didn't know the name, Chen Jingting knew that this person was Tang Xiao. Suddenly urged by Tang Xinran, Chen Jingting had to take the initiative to go to her boss's office to resign. Chen Jingting had just arrived at the office when the flirtatious laughter of a man and a woman in the office clearly reached Chen Jingting's ears. "I am Mr. Zhao, don't touch anything, Chen Jingting is still outside." Mr. Zhao hemmed and hawed. So what if Chen Jingting is outside? If it wasn't for her, Yu Qing wouldn't have grown to the point she is now. Just now, Yu Qing took a $50,000 bill, but Chen Jingting doesn't know. "Wait, I'll put it all on your account." "Mr. Zhao, you're so good to me. If it wasn't for you spotting Chen Jingting in the first place, she's a little girl who doesn't even have a junior high school education. Where can she go to find such a good job?" "Li Jia, you are getting better at talking. Come on, Mr. Zhao Xiangwan." Mr. Zhao was coaxed by Li Jia, oblivious to the fact that the nasty things he did with Li Jia were already known by the rightful owner. Chen Jingting clenched her fists, and the anger inside her erupted like a volcano erupting. She could endure her colleagues' mockery and contempt, she could endure Mr. Zhao's harassment, but she couldn't endure being cheated and treated like a monkey.
Boo!
Chen Jingting pushed open the door, not the slightest bit of anger visible on her calm face.
"Chen Jingting, are you trying to rebel?"
Mr. Zhao was so frightened by the sudden loud bang that he hurriedly let go of Li Jia. The two people looked exceptionally wretched with their disheveled clothes.
"Mr. Zhao, I'm here to resign."
Chen Jingting stood in the doorway wearing a bathrobe, but her cold and chilly aura gave away the owner's inner anger. Mr. Zhao had never seen Chen Jingting in a bathrobe before and was momentarily mesmerized by the sight. As soon as Li Jia heard that Chen Jingting was going to resign, she couldn't help but feel happy within her heart. She delicately said, "Mr. Zhao, Chen Jingting has found a lover outside and wants to leave Yuqing, so why don't you just let her resign?" As soon as Mr. Zhao heard that Chen Jingting had found a lover, he immediately became angry and furious. If he had known that Chen Jingting was this kind of woman, he should have taken her down earlier.
"No, Chen Jingting can't resign."
After being furious, Mr. Zhao still calmed down.
Other people might not know that Mr. Zhao made his fortune from his wife.
If it wasn't for the unattractive and vulgar female tiger in Mr. Zhao's family, Li Jia wouldn't have been able to hook up with Mr. Zhao. And Mr. Zhao likewise knew very well that if it wasn't for Chen Jingting's overly excellent work ability, Yu Qing wouldn't have grown to the point where it was now worth several $1,000,000, and Mr. Zhao wouldn't have been able to cheat on his wife outside as openly as he was now. Chen Jingting was Mr. Zhao's treasure bowl, which was also Mr. Zhao's capital to be reckless outside. If there was no Chen Jingting, it was only a matter of time before Yu Qing declined. "Mr. Zhao, it's no longer up to you to say whether I resign or not. To tell you the truth, I've offended someone outside. The owner of that BMW just now is the one I offended is now the new boss of the Appendix Hot Spring Hotel. Are you sure you won't let me resign?" Chen Jingting heard the words of Mr. Zhao and Li Jia, where she still did not understand why she worked hard but could not get a salary of over $10,000. It turned out that it was these people who were secretly playing tricks and enriching themselves.
Hee, Chen Jingting, I'm telling you, even if the King of Heaven comes, you won't be able to leave from me. General Manager Zhao didn't believe Chen Jingting's words at all. If she had really offended the new boss of the Rendezvous Spa Hotel, would she still be able to come out? Just as General Manager Zhao finished speaking, Tang Xinran's voice approached from afar. 10 minutes have come and gone, Chen Jingting, this young man is a few $1 million a minute, can you afford to pay for it?
Tang Xinran hadn't intended to get involved in Chen Jingting's matter. It was just that those sales clerks were too harsh, making him unable to resist wanting to meddle in this irrelevant and idle matter.
Young Tang, Mr. Zhao won't let me resign, so if you want to look for him, look for him.
Chen Jingting followed Tang Xinran's words and pointed the finger at General Manager Zhao. She didn't hear anger in Tang Xinran's words at all, and was even more certain that she hadn't exceeded the 10 minutes Tang Xinran had agreed to. Then, there was only one reason why Tang Xinran had appeared to help her out. Mr. Zhao originally thought that Chen Jingting was lying, and it was only when he saw Tang Xinran that he really believed Chen Jingting's words.
Tang Xinran was the most recent sensation amongst the second generation of the rich. Heard that he was the follower of the most mysterious rising top-rich second generation, Xu Xiao, and had a very close relationship with fellow top-rich second generation, Qin Xiao, Zhang Xiao, and so on. If he really offended Tang Xinran, tomorrow I guess Yu Qing would be gone. Mr. Zhao, Chen Jingting has offended my brother Yang, are you sure you want to protect her?
Mr. Zhao was dumbfounded at Tang Xinran's words.
Protect Chen Jingting?
No, he didn't want to go against Zhu Yang. Young Tang, you've heard wrong, what I mean is that it's simply impossible for Chen Jingting not to want to resign.
Chen Jingting, you've already been fired by me.
In less than a minute, Mr. Zhao had shot himself in the foot and fired Chen Jingting.
This drastic contrast made Chen Jingting couldn't help but laugh.
How could she have sold her life under such a thing for 5 years? General Manager Zhao, it's not you firing me now, it's me firing you, remember, it's Yu Qing who can't afford me, Chen Jingting. Chen Jingting smiled blandly, her cloudy smile filled with a condescension that made Mr. Zhao feel piercing.
Yu Qing couldn't afford a Chen Jingting?
Heh, after offending Xu Xiao, could she, Chen Jingting, still turn over a new leaf? General Manager Zhao wanted to dislike her, but he gave up because he couldn't afford to offend young Tang. Tang Xinran didn't expect things to turn into such a situation. He wanted to open his mouth and ask General Manager Zhao to turn the dismissal into a separation. However, he heard Chen Jingting faintly say, Xiao Tang, let's go.
The author has something to say. Chapter 65, Xiao Tang, thank you just now. Tang Xinran's BMW.
Chen Jingting had been in a muted mood ever since she left Yu Qing, making Tang Xinran inexplicably feel a little flustered. It was the first time he'd seen a woman who was still so calm when she ran into such an asshole of a boss as Mr. Zhao.
Young Tang, thank you for just now.
Chen Jingting noticed Tang Xinran, who was about to speak, and she raised her smile, her entire spirit suddenly revitalized again. Such Chen Jingting was like a sunflower, after a short period of emotions, she reverted back to being the one who lived towards the sun.
You're welcome, what are you going to do next? Tang Xinran asked curiously.
Chen Jingting seemed as if she didn't understand the deeper meaning of Tang Xinran's inquiry. Of course it's to pay back the debt, I'm still short of more than $100,000 from Boast-True. Seeing that she wasn't willing to say more, Tang Xinran didn't ask again. Old Ox listened to the conversation between his young master and Chen Jingting, and could only silently speed up the car so that the awkward atmosphere would end.
Soon, Yi Runmei arrived.
Supervisor Han, I'm sure you should know that Yi Runmei has been taken over by my young brother, this is Chen Jingting, there are some special reasons why she needs to study over here for a month, you'll need to provide her with $100,000 worth of products, the rest of the things you don't need to care about. Tang Xinran personally brought Chen Jingting to explain the situation to the supervisor, but he didn't notice a flash of undetectable fluttering in Chen Jingting's beautiful eyes as she looked at him.
Okay, young Tang.
Supervisor Han knew that Tang Xinran's status today was not what it used to be, and treated him with great respect.
Tang Xinran left Yi Runmei under Supervisor Han's personal send-off.
Unable to help himself, he looked back at Chen Jingting, who was headlong into her work, and saw that she had a serious expression before returning to the Rendezvous Hot Springs Hotel.
Room V1011 of the Rendezvous Hot Spring Hotel.
After Chu Yang comfortably took a bath, he began to brush up his friends. Zhou Luanjie had originally planned to take advantage of Tang Xinran's absence to properly promote the relationship between idol and fan with Chu Yang.
Unfortunately, the agent was a ruthless character, and even killed directly to the Appendix Hot Spring Hotel to take the person back.
Xu Yang, who didn't have anyone to bother him, swiped and saw Chen Fei post an attention-grabbing dynamic.
Chen Fei, BFF's computer broke down, sharing a computer from now on, Stormy crying.
Picture. Xu Yang and Chen Fei were added after Zhou Luanjie's group photo. Not only Chen Fei, but even Jin used several girls. Although Jin Yu was quirky, she was very smart, which was the reason why she dared to harass Tang Xinran, but didn't dare to really piss off Xu Yang. Thinking about Su Wenjing and Chen Fei's current situation, Xu Yang thought about it and decided to go to Changning Computer City to buy 2 computers to send to Tang Xinran.
Brother Yang, where are you going to go?
Xu Yang came out of room V1011 and just happened to bump into Tang Xinran, who was coming back.
I'm going to make a trip to Changning Computer City, do you want to go there with me? Tang Xinran couldn't help but brighten up when he heard that. He couldn't wait to say, go, Brother Yang, are you leaving now?
Xu Yang listened to Tang Xinran's words, and suddenly didn't quite want to let Tang Xinran follow how to break it. Xu Yang and Tang Xinran arrived at Changning Computer City in a Mercedes-Benz Big G.
Because it was a weekend, the customers were all over the place.
Because today is the relationship of the weekend, the traffic is not less, the huge Computer City people come and go look very lively. Xu Yang and Tang Xinran, 2 people, are not bad-looking and extraordinary temperament, not long to be the focus of the Computer City people received.
What kind of computer do you 2 gentlemen intend to buy? Is it a desktop or a notebook? Or an all-in-one? The one who received Xu Yang and Tang Xinran was a male salesman who treated people quite warmly and couldn't hide the calculations between his eyebrows.
Xu Yang looked at Tang Xinran. Tang Xinran already knew what he should do, he said in a faint voice, buy 2 laptops, the highest configuration, the most expensive kind. As soon as the salesman heard Tang Xinran's words, he immediately brightened up. These were 2 big customers. Okay sir, you go this way please, I'm not hiding from you, our Changning Computer City uses the best computers in the Magic City, I'll introduce you to this. The sales enthusiastically pulled Tang Xinran to explain the products, while Xu Yang silently observed the surrounding situation without making a sound.
Changning Computer City's traffic is not bad, the customer turnover rate can also still reach more than 60%.
The only bad point is that Changning Computer City does not seem to distinguish between the needs of customers and customer groups, hanging sheep's head to sell dog meat, involving a store to deceive customers. Young man, before I bought this computer with you, not worth $3,000, how can you cheat me, an old man?
My grandson now simply do not use such a broken computer, you are not shoplifting?
Xu Yan looked at not far away, a white-haired old man in shabby clothes pulled the male sales who introduced him to Tang Xinran, a wrinkled face full of aggression.
Sales was remembering the old man.
In the sales' opinion, the old man's money was the best to cheat, not to mention that he was conscientious enough to give 1,000 or more computers.
Old man, can a company as big as our Changning Computer City cheat you?
At that time, you said you wanted more than 2,000 computers, it was only more than 1,000, I even discounted more than 2,000 computers to more than 1,000 for you, and now you tell me that it's not worth $3,000, this is to blackmail our Changning Computer City, ah? The little spoon obviously hadn't done this kind of thing too often, and his ability to backtrack made a lot of customers believe his words.
Old man, are you old and misremember, this computer is worth $1,000.
Yes old man, you are now so old don't come to toss, this Changning Computer City behind the people are not good to mess with. This old man also for the old not respect, so old still come out to blackmail. It's only this sales heart is good, is me I would have thrown people out. The uninformed masses began to point their fingers at the old man. An old man who has labored hard all his life, how does he understand the curves on the computer? He spent years of savings trying to make his grandson happy, he was cheated not to say, but also beaten back. The old man did not expect to encounter such unethical things in his old age. He was so angry that he was trembling all over and cursed angrily, young man, you have to be conscientious. You cheated my old man's hard-earned money, but also a rake. Sooner or later, you'll get what's coming to you. Sales was not happy to be scolded by someone pointing at his nose like this. His face turned cold, and he called for the security guard, invite this troublemaking old man out.
Tang Xinran received Xu Yang's hint and no longer stayed on the sidelines to watch the fun.
He stepped forward and said with a smile on his face, is Changning Computer City also arrogant now? Even if you sell low and sell high, you still dare to call security to drive people away, who gave you the guts? The sales didn't expect Tang Xinran to suddenly step in, considering that he was a future big customer. His tone slowed down a bit. This gentleman, I've already made it clear, it was this old man who blackmailed our Changning Computer City first, cursed me afterwards, and I hired the security guards. Saying that, the sales turned his head and said to the old man again, elderly man, since this gentleman gave you an appearance, then please take out the receipt from our Changning Computer City. If you bought a computer from us, there is always a receipt, right?
The author has something to say.
Chapter 66. What service cost has to be more than $200,000?
Yeah, this young man is right, old man, just take out the receipt. Having the receipt will prove that your computer was bought at Changning Computer City. Old man, where is your receipt?
What the male salesman said did make sense, and the customers present began to ask about the old man's receipt. No one noticed the smug smile after the sales finished speaking. When Chu Yang saw that the sales was so smug, he knew that the old man definitely didn't have something like a receipt and couldn't help but cluster his eyebrows.
What receipt? Ah.
The old man took a computer back then. There was no such thing as a receipt as you guys said. The old man was on the verge of tears in his anxiety. That was his savings for several years. All year round, he earned $1,000 in the field, saved for 3 years to buy a computer for his grandson. How did he come across such unethical people?
Changning Computer City always issues receipts for computers sold. Old man, have you forgotten your home? You didn't buy the computer here, did you?
Old man, think again, where did you buy the computer? The customers were still toward the old man, and the help in their words warmed people's hearts. Unfortunately, the male salesman didn't give the old man a receipt at all, and the old man just couldn't get a fake receipt if he wanted to. My old man is old, his memory is still good. I came here to buy a computer 3 days ago at 6 o'clock in the evening. It's impossible to remember it wrong. The old man spoke in a clear and organized manner, obviously not without reason.
Tang Xinran could see it. This is the male sales rely on Changning Computer City store bully customers it.
If Chu Yang hadn't suddenly come to buy a computer, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even have discovered this kind of problem.
Since this is the case, then check the surveillance. Changning Computer City has always had a reputation for honesty. The surveillance from 3 days ago in the evening can still be checked. Tang Xinran received Chu Yang's hint and immediately came up with a masterstroke. Yeah, it's possible to check the surveillance.
Since it's the surveillance within 10 days, why don't you guys just check it?
Checking the surveillance won't waste much time. It's just the right time to return Changning Computer City's innocence.
The customers were reminded by Tang Xinran's reminder, and all agreed that checking the surveillance was the most reasonable way. This way, of course, was unreasonable for the male salesman. Because he was originally an old man who intentionally punked the old man, how could he possibly allow the old man to access the surveillance? I'm sorry everyone, our Changning surveillance was broken yesterday, and it's still being repaired today. If the surveillance wasn't broken, it would be possible to check it.
The male salesman didn't even think about it and just said the monitoring was dead. Tang Xinran had never seen such a shameless person.
Obviously the monitor was still properly on in the corner. This person had to say it was broken. Since the monitor is broken, then let your manager come out. We came to buy a computer to seek a guarantee. If the old man's computer is really no problem, the most expensive computer you have, I'll buy 100 of them back. Chu Yang said in a light voice. The bravado of the opening made everyone present draw a breath of cold air. Changning computer a minimum of $20,000 to $30,000. This 100 units go down, it has to be a few million.
Can't see that this handsome guy is still a tycoon. It's so cool, this gold-wielding bravado. I'm grateful for a few more puffs. 6666, I've never seen such an awesome person. The male salesman didn't expect that an old man's matter could attract a big tycoon who offered millions of dollars. But this matter, he couldn't make the call. After thinking about it, the male salesman hurriedly said, Sir, wait a moment, I'll go find our manager. Not long after, a man with an athletic figure and gold glasses looking very civilized walked over. Hello sir, I am the manager here. My name is Sue. Just now I personally went to check the records, found that this old man's situation is indeed a bit special. This way, our Changning Computer City is willing to replace the old man's more than $1,000 of computers with computers valued at $3,000. Do you think this is okay? What Manager Sue said would be very standard, and he didn't admit his mistake from beginning to end. Once his words were out, he was even praised by the customers' dreams. Manager Sue is a good person. This is all replaced for people. Old man, that computer of yours can be replaced with a 3,000 plus computer. Your grandson won't mind it anymore. You're lucky to have such a handsome man to stand up for you. The customers said while also praising Chu Yang, who was on the side. When the old man heard that, he immediately bent down and followed Chu Yang to say thank you, young man, thank you. If it wasn't for you, the old man would really have to cry to death. Chu Yang dodged the old man's bow. The sight of Tang Xinran immediately helped the old man up. He smiled and said, Elderly man, we also have a little bit of money in our hands. We just happen to want to buy something. You still have things to do. Just take the computer and go back first. Saying that, Tang Xinran snatched the bag handed over by the male salesman and took a look at it, making sure that it was a computer worth more than 3,000 before giving it to the old man. The old man repeatedly thanked Xu Yang, before slowly out of Changning Computer City. Outside Changning Computer City, Tang Xinran's people were quietly following the old man, paying attention to the follow-up of the matter. Manager Su, since the computers have been replaced, then please prepare 100 of the most expensive computers for me, and send them to the 9th villa of the East Suburb 1 house. Xu Yang intended to spend a little money to try Manager Su and the others, to see if there was really a big fish behind them. I'll go, the first, 9th villa. That's a top-class mansion, it's worth $1 billion. 1 billion. I've never seen so much money in my life. So envious, this should be the villa's secretary, assistant, or something like that. Are all secretaries this handsome? Nowadays, all secretaries have to have a face value that is resistant to fighting? The customers were once again shocked by Xu Yang's words when they heard him. Okay, sir. Manager Su was equally shocked by Xu Yang. These two people actually came from the 9th villa of the East Suburb 1 courtyard. No wonder they would spend $2 to $3 million to buy a computer. Manager Su was mindful of the $2 to $3 million in Xu Yang's hand and immediately arranged for someone to make arrangements for the computer. Xu Yang took out his bank card and let Manager Su swipe it, and before long, Xu Yang received a spending reminder of more than $3,200,000. Manager Su, this amount doesn't seem right. I only bought 100 top high-end computers of $30,000, why is the spending here more than $3,200,000? Xu Yang raised the receipt in his hand, and Manager Su instantly changed his face after hearing that. He originally thought that people who came out of a mansion like the 9th villa should not be able to check this small 1 to 200,000, but he did not expect that he would be noticed. However, very quickly, Manager Su calmed down, he smiled and said, "Sir, the 200,000 is the cost of service on our side." As soon as Manager Su's words fell, he heard a thumping, slightly angry voice ringing out from far and near from outside Computer City. Manager Su, tell me instead, what service fee requires $200,000? Manager Su heard that voice and looked towards the front, immediately changing his face. How did Meng Xiao come? The author has something to say. Chapter 67, Xiao Chu, How to Deal with These People. Meng Xiaobai came in front of Manager Su, and the cold smile on the corner of his lips made Manager Su shudder. He really couldn't figure out how Xiao Meng, as a top-tier rich second generation, would suddenly come to Changning Computer City. Meng Xiao, why are you here, this service fee? Manager Su was a bit confused in his head, and he was rapidly pondering on countermeasures. The reason why Manager Su dared to be arrogant in Changning Computer City was also because he had some kinship with the junior of one of Morning Biao's juniors. As the saying goes, it's good to ride under a big tree. Manager Su has encountered some customers who don't know what's good for them before, and all of them were calmed down by that little brother of Biao's men. Over and over again, Manager Su's ability to collect money is getting more and more refined, and his appetite is also getting bigger and bigger. Even in the case of Manager Su knew that the new boss, but also just a little more cautious. Unfortunately, Manager Su counted and didn't expect that Xu Yang would come to Changning Computer City as a customer to buy a computer because Chen Fei's computer was broken. The service fee is what the service provider side asked to charge, Manager Su knew in his heart that no matter how bullish that little brother under Morning Biao was, it couldn't be compared to a top-tier rich second generation like Meng Xiaobai, so he simply dumped the matter on the service provider's side. This idiot still dared to give him a kind of lie. Meng Xiaobai laughed at Manager Su's words. The service provider is this young man's brother. What do you mean, he dares to pit me, Meng Xiaobai? Manager Su was dumbfounded after hearing Meng Xiaobai's words. He didn't even know that the service provider had a great relationship with Meng Xiaobai. It's over, it's all over. Manager Su was just about to speak when two men suddenly came out of the doorway and shackled him with one on the left and one on the right. Tang Xinran looked at his own bodyguards, his eyes couldn't help but be filled with interest. Meng Xiao, these two are my men. I had my men check the old man's computer, and it turned out that these two men took the broken $3,000 computer and exchanged it for my Yang's $3,200,000, that's quite a calculator. Tang Xinran had just received a message from his men and was also shocked by Manager Su's lack of virtue. Manager Su secretly draw the matter even let funeral Puma little brother to those who want to protect the rights of the customer's door threat. All kinds of arrogant behavior, simply is not put the king law in the eyes. Meng Xiaobai had received Tang Xinran's message and rushed over. How he did not expect, he intentionally gave to Xu Yang's store, not only did not play any role in easing relations,
but because of the relationship between Manager Su's relationship with each other has become more tense. If it wasn't for Tang Xinran contacting him in time, he wouldn't have known that his previous company still had this kind of eaters. $3,200,000, huh, Su Guang, you're a wolf with a really big heart. Meng Xiaobai was truly enraged this time. He made a call to the bodyguards outside the door, and the huge computer city was cleared in the blink of an eye. Meng Xiao, please spare me, it's none of my business, it's Brother Long who forced me to do it. As soon as Manager Su saw that the field was cleared, he knew that Meng Xiaobai was getting real with himself. He was extremely scared and started to dump the blame on Brother Long. Meng Xiaobai couldn't help but frown at his words. He didn't even know which little person was the so-called Brother Dragon in Su Guang's mouth. My people just found out that Manager Su has connections with someone from the underground godfathers of Mordor, extremely famous in this area, called Brother Long. However, according to what I've learned, this Manager Su was related to that Brother Long. Tang Xinran opened his mouth at the right time, also causing Chu Yang at the side to raise an eyebrow as well. After Lu Feng, another junior under Morning Biao who wanted to use his power for personal gain was encountered by Chu Yang. Manager Su's face went white now. His relationship with Brother Long was very hidden. How did Tang Xinran find out? Interesting, even knowing to join forces with Morning Biao's people to bully customers. Meng Xiaobai hooked up her lips and sneered, lifting her foot and kicking Manager Su to the ground. Manager Su was suddenly kicked by Meng Xiaobai, and immediately fell to his knees on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood in a raw manner, looking like he was not lightly injured. Xu Xiao, next, what should we do with these people? Meng Xiaobai suppressed the fire in his heart and inquired towards Chu Yang at the side. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and made a call to Morning Biao. Xiao Biao, is there anyone in charge of you in Changning Computer City named Brother Long? Well, it's him, have someone escort him over, I have some questions I want him to answer. Meng Xiaobai was still burning with anger. As he listened to Chu Yang's words, the fire in his heart instantly doused a large portion of it. The Xiao Biao that Chu Xiao was talking about, it couldn't be that person, could it? Meng Xiaobai swallowed his saliva and didn't make another move for a moment. He looked to the side of Tang Xinran, only to see that Tang Xinran was similarly somewhat dumbfounded. Tang Xinran was now also doubting that the Xiao Biao that Chu Yang was talking about was not the one he was thinking of. If that was what they thought, then even if the relationship between Chu Yang and Morning Biao wasn't superior or subordinate, it wasn't far off. The reason why Morning Biao was called the godfather of the Magic City Underground was because Morning Biao was ruthless enough and scary enough. Even such a person bowed down to Chu Yang. Then how powerful Chu Yang must be. The waiting time was always difficult. Manager Su's heart was suffering right now. How could he have never imagined that a small computer city would gather three extraordinary characters today? Brother Yang, Brother Long has brought you. It wasn't long before a big bald man with a burly figure and tattooed flower arms arrived inside Changning Computer City. This bald man's name was Zhang Guang, and he was the person in charge of this area. Zhang Guang heard that Brother Long had offended Brother Biao's big brother, and without saying a word, he tied someone over. As he spoke, two more burly men grabbed Brother Long, who looked like a dead dog, and threw him to the ground. Well done, nothing much for the rest. Chu Yang was very satisfied with Zhang Guang's speed. Zhang Guang was very happy to get a compliment from Chu Yang. He smiled shyly. It's my honor to serve Brother Yang. Brother Yang, this is my business card. If you have something to do, you can call on me at any time. Zhang Guang was a man with a good eye. After he left his business card behind, he led his minions away in a swarm. With this swiftness, if it wasn't for the fact that there was still a Brother Long here, one couldn't even help but wonder if anyone had come here before. Zhang Guang's attitude surprised Meng Xiaobai and Tang Xinran. What kind of person was Chu Yang to Morning Biao? How come even Zhang Guang would lower himself to please him? Long awoke from his coma just in time to meet Manager Su at eye level. He didn't even know exactly how he offended Zhang Guang, and after receiving a severe beating, he was thrown by Zhang Guang to come to Changning Computer City, and his entire body was in a daze. Until he saw Manager Su. Su Guang, did you say something to them? Long wasn't stupid, he quickly understood the key. Tang Xinran was now making a scene. He added fuel to the fire to Brother Long. Brother Long, right, you really guessed right. Manager Su said that the $200,000 he asked for in computer service fees was all your idea. The author has something to say. Chapter 68, Wealth and Risk, in case of success. You big master, Su Guang, you want to swallow $200,000 yourself and falsely accuse me? Long heard Tang Xinran's words, immediately on fire. He did not think, walked towards Su Guang. If it wasn't for Su Guang, he wouldn't have received a beating from Zhang Guang, and he wouldn't be in a position where he couldn't keep his position. Brother Long, 100,000 out of this 200,000 is yours. Su Guang looked at the furious Brother Long walking over and was terrified at that moment. It was fine if Brother Long didn't listen to Su Guang, but once he heard him, his brain was blinded by his anger. Brother Long swung out a fist to hit Su Guang's face, cursing under his breath. 100,000 UMMP, 200,000 will give capital 100,000, you horsehair collar it, capital said with you agreed with you 50-50? Brother Long is a small gangster, and more love of money, otherwise it would not be with Su Guang in the same. Although Long and Su Guang cooperation, but he still bottom of the heart cannot see Su Guang this kind of moral appearance of the lack of goods, even if it is the dragon brother accounted for 80%, he still looked down on Su Guang, so when Su Guang said 100,000, Long only more fire. You, Su Guang, are also worthy to go 50-50 with me, Brother Long? Chu Yang smiled as he watched Brother Long and Su Guang dog each other, and Tang Xinran and Meng Xiaobai couldn't help but gulp their saliva. This smile of Chu Xiao's, it's a bit panic-inducing. Brother Long, calling you Brother Long I'm flattering you, what do you think you are, without Brother Biao you're just a punk, what the hell? Su Guang received a beating, the fire also came up, he cursed the bitterness, raised his hand and hit the past. Seeing that this bastard also dared to fight back, Long hit even harder. You stepping horse still say me, which lack of virtue thing to increase the service charge tax evasion, but also at least laugh at Meng less? Rolling Nimas, if it is not you stepping horse with me 2-8, I as to the idea on this? Last time that 70-year-old old man's coffin book where you whole know, if not labor, you can still be arrogant for so long? Heh, why don't you say that you scared the person so much that he lost his life and threatened his son and daughter to calm down? Tang Xinran's men couldn't help but swallow their saliva as they listened to Long and Su Guang explode each other's black information. These two were horse-trotting retards, weren't they? In front of Chu Xiao and Meng Xiao, they had exposed all the bad things they had done in the past. Then look at Meng Xiao, face is almost black into coal, Su manager you rat-tail juice it. Chu Xiao, this manager Su, please also leave it to me. Sure enough, Meng Xiaobai opened his mouth and asked Chu Yang for Su Guang. The two people who fought each other's noses and faces were all pulled back to their senses by these words. Who am I, where am I, what did I just spray? Long and Su Guang's entire body was dumbfounded. Where did Meng Xiaobai care so much about them? He turned his head to Tang Xinran and said, Tang Xiao, lend me 2 people, I'll return them to you later. Tang Xinran nodded, and immediately 2 people dragged Su Guang away. Meng Xiaobai stared at the dragged away Su Guang with a deep gaze. He took a deep breath before saying, Xiaochu, Su Guang's matter is a result of my negligence that led to the outcome at hand, I'll go and take care of it first, and I'll make special amends to you on another day. After saying that, Meng Xiaobai walked out of Changning Computer City in large strides. Meng Xiaobai's apology shocked the employees of Changning Computer City who had been eating their melon. Manager Su actually did so many other unethical things. How did Meng Xiaobai, such an awesome top-tier rich second generation, apologize to Chu Xiao? I'll go, you can't still not know, right, that this Chu Xiao is the newly promoted top rich second generation. Am I the only one concerned that the person that Chu Xiao called out to is the big brother under the underground godfather? Hiss, when you say it like that, I suddenly feel that Chu Xiao is so bullish Be confident, remove the sudden feeling, Chu Xiao is bullish. The employees sorted out the ins and outs in their heads, and the summarized sentence was, Chu Xiao is so bullish. Tang Xinran also appropriately opened his mouth at this time. Ahem, after Changning Computer City is our Chu Xiao's industry, please work well, do things seriously, don't engage in some messy stuff, Chu Xiao is not bad, and will never allow anyone to mess around. Tang Xinran said, waved his right hand, and out came 2 more big men with sturdy figures. The male salesman who had been enthusiastically selling products to Tang Xinran before was caught by the 2 big men as if they were catching a chicken. Chu Xiao, I did all of this because manager Su threatened me to do it. The male salesman was caught, and the first thing he did was throw dirty water on Su Guang. Tang Xinran couldn't help but laugh, you've done all your lack of virtue, and now you're quite aggrieved at being caught? Take the person away. 2 big men answered and racked away the male sales. In the huge Changning Computer City, there was still 1 Long left to deal with. Tang Xinran was somewhat unable to figure out the relationship between Chu Yang and Morning Biao, so he walked to Chu Yang's side and inquired in a low voice, Brother Yang, how to deal with this Brother Long? Chu Yang was satisfied with the way Tang Xinran handled the situation today. You can just personally take someone and send them to Xiao Biao. Tang Xinran was still thinking about how Chu Yang would handle it, and once he heard Chu Yang's words, he almost went weak in the legs and knelt down for Chu Yang. What did Brother Yang call the underground godfather? Xiao Biao?
How high of a seniority does this have to be to call little Biao? Okay. Tang Xinran reacted and couldn't help but be happy again. The more powerful Chu Yang's identity was, didn't it mean that his own status was also rising?
At this moment, Tang Xinran set his mind to this, to be the most bullish follower amongst the juniors.
What's wrong with being a follower? How many followers have gotten to the point where they have gotten acquainted with the top rich kids?
Suddenly, Tang Xinran had someone tie up Brother Long and headed out.
That majestic look inexplicably a little beaten.
Chu Yang lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, fortunately, endured. This little brother is after all his own, can't be punched.
Chu Xiao, then next, what should we do? Shenhizi summoned up courage and cautiously asked Chu Yang.
Chu Yang liked bold and careful people to do things for him, and Shenhizi's sudden outburst showed that he was different.
What is your name?
Chu Yang turned his head to look at Shenhizi. It's over, Shenhizi is going to get cold. What is he asking Chu Xiao for at this time? Chu Xiao is still angry, I guess. I also think Shenhizi is finished. TSK, I have long been Shin and Zay is not easy on the eyes, along with the white boy, but also every day smiling.
Hearing Chu Yang inquire about Shenhizi, many people sang for Shenhizi.
Not only being people, even Shenhizi himself felt that he was going to be finished.
My name is Shenhizi.
After only being scared for a moment, Shenhizi still straightened his chest and answered Chu Yang's question.
Riches and riches, what if you succeed?
For a person to have no dreams, what difference was there between him and a salted fish?
Shenhizi right, good name, from today, you are the manager of Changning Computer City. The author has something to say.
Chapter 69, Chu Xiao, don't worry, I will not let you down.
I go, Shenhizi became a manager?
I should have known, I would have asked. Oh no, have my words just now been heard by Shenhizi? Shenhizi is so handsome, I suddenly feel that he and I are quite compatible. Match you my ass, with your looks, go home and look in the mirror before you come out.
Shenhizi's sudden promotion shocked a group of Changning Computer City employees.
No one had expected Chu Yang's assignment to be so casual, and many of them had some regrets as to how they hadn't inquired just now. Much thanks to Chu Xiao. Shenhizi couldn't help but feel a burst of ecstasy after briefly freezing, he had gambled right. Chu Yang looked at the elation on his face, the corner of his lips slightly hooked and said, don't be in a hurry to be happy first, you first say what you intend to do after taking over Changning Computer City, or rather, what do you want to make Changning Computer City into? When Shenhizi heard Chu Yang's question, a confident smile suddenly appeared on his face. I am confident that I will make Changning Computer City the #1 computer city in Magic City. As long as one buys a computer in Magic City, there is no one who doesn't know about my Changning Computer City. This was Shenhizi's ambition, and something that Shenhizi could indeed accomplish. Not bad, then you do it well. Chu Yang didn't hear the system's tip of Shenhizi bragging, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. This Shenhizi, there is something Chu Yang, you rest assured, I Shenhizi absolutely will not appear to manager such a situation. Shenhizi must honestly treat customers, sincere people, and will be before the manager Su did everything all flat down, will Changning Computer City's reputation, to the Magic City first. Shenhizi is not completely unaware of manager Su's small action, just as a small staff, Shenhizi knows how to protect himself. Otherwise, Shenhizi would have long become a traitor to manager Su just like the mail sales. Well, I'll give you a month's time. Within this month, you have the right to mobilize all the resources of Changning Computer City. I hope that after a month, I can see one of the ones you mentioned. Chu Yang didn't care about exactly where Changning Computer City would go. Don't worry, Chu Xiao, Shenhizi will definitely not let you down. Shenhizi sent Chu Yang off with a delighted face and secretly swore inwardly that he would definitely create a computer city for Chu Xiao that would shock everyone in Magic City. Chu Yang went out of Changning Computer City before he remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to ask Shenhizi to send the computer to Thompson. Xiaozhang, you asked Shenhizi to send 2 of the most expensive computers to the 42nd floor of Thompson Epin's Building A.
The recipient's name is Su Wenjing.
Chu Yang said to the person guarding the outside of Changning Computer City. After possessing the ability of unforgettable eyes, Chu Yang was able to clearly call out the names of people he had only met once. Xiaozhang was one of Tang Xinran's juniors who occasionally helped Tang Xinran run errands. He didn't expect Chu Yang to remember a small person like himself. Okay, Chu Xiao. The Mercedes Big G started and sped away. Xiaozhang watched the Mercedes-Benz Big G leave and quickly entered Changning Computer City to explain the situation to Shenhizi. Not long after, a Changning Computer City's special vehicle departed from Changning Computer City and was delivered to the 42nd floor of Thompson Epin's building.
Drip, drip. The doorbell with an electromagnetic tone rang outside the door, and Chen Fei responded that she was coming while rushing towards the door. She glanced through the cat's eye at the door, and the man wearing the Changning Computer City's work uniform caused Chen Fei to faintly stare. She pushed open the door and inquired somewhat strangely, "Hello, may I ask what can I do for you?" The delivery boy from Changning Computer City didn't expect the owner of the room to be such a good-looking girl. He froze and said with some embarrassment, "Hello, I'm bothering you, this is the computer that Xiao Chu ordered us to deliver, may I ask if you are Miss Su Wenjing?" Only then did Chen Fei remember that she and Chu Yan had WeChat. Then associating the computer, Chen Fei didn't need to think about it to know that it must be that Chu Yang had seen her friend's circle before she asked someone to send the computer over. Even more want to raid Chu Xiao how to do. At this time, Chen Fei did not know that it was her one WeChat that had pitted Su Guang, Long and the male sales all. Right, Su Wenjing is my roommate, hurry up and come in. She joyfully let the courier boy in. The courier boy carried the two most expensive computers into the hall on the table. These two were the most expensive and the best laptops, all of them were top-notch and highly configured, worth 30,000 RMB. Fei, what is this? You bought computers? Su Wenjing heard the commotion and came out from her room, looking at the two valuable computers on the table. She was stunned. It's from your cousin, didn't I add WeChat friends with him yesterday for the concert of King Zhou Tian Wang? I forgot about friending him, so I sent a WeChat friend circle, I guess he saw it. Chen Fei spread her hands. There was no way, Su Wenjing's cousin was too earthy, what else could she do? Of course, she would gladly accept it and try to raid Chu Xiao again. Chen Fei, you really are, you don't know to block my cousin when you post your friend's circle, it's not easy for him to earn some money. After Su Wenjing heard Chen Fei's words, she was so angry that her pretty face turned red. She turned her head to the courier boy of Changning Computer City and asked, "This gentleman, I would like to ask, how much is this computer?" The courier boy of Changning Computer City listened to Su Wenjing's words, and his entire body was still a bit confused. How did he feel that Su Wenjing was not the same person as the Chu Xiao he had heard? Even top-tier rich second-generation Meng Xiao had apologized to Chu Xiao, and rich second-generation Tang Xinran was still Chu Xiao's follower, not to mention that there was also Morning Biao's appearance today. These things, since Shen Heezy became the manager, almost spread all over Changning Computer City. Such a remarkable character, to the mouth of Su Ningjing is to earn a little money? Miss Su, I admit that my personal culture is not very high, but you can't bully a person who reads less like this. Chen Fei looked at the courier boy's face that changed extremely brilliantly, and knew that things were going to be bad. She quickly nodded her head and said, next time I will definitely shield your cousin, he also has a good intention, you first watch the computer, I will go send this little brother. Saying that, Chen Fei hurriedly took the courier boy out of the door. The courier boy was pushed and shoved by Chen Fei, and his original thoughts instantly disappeared. Chen Fei looked at the closed door and hurriedly pulled the courier boy aside. Little brother, you go back first. Wenjing doesn't know that her cousin is a top-ranking second-generation tycoon, so you'll have to keep it a secret when you see her in the future, okay? The courier boy nodded stiffly. He really didn't know what to say about what was happening now. Chu Xiao was so bullish, it seemed that he still couldn't hold his own in front of Su Wenjing. The young people nowadays were so good at playing Right, this computer, how much does it cost Chen Fei then remembered to ask the courier boy about the price. The courier boy really knew the price of the computer, he stretched out 3 fingers and said, 30,000. 30,000. Chu Xiao Nyobi. Chen Fei couldn't help but wail with excitement. She hurriedly sorted out her emotions and said to the courier boy, next time, if Su Wenjing asks you again, just tell her that the company bought it at a discount, just 3,000. Courier boy. This has to be a price that you have to fight until you get a shattered bone, right? The author has something to say. Chapter 70 Chu Less Anger, no one dares to mess with the Magic City. Chen Fei didn't care what the courier boy thought, she sent the person to the elevator and hurried back. Su Wenjing was studying the computer. Chen Fei walked to Su Wenjing with a brisk pace, pretending to be delighted. Wenjing, I just asked the courier boy, said. This computer is a discount in Changning Computer City, half sold, half sent, as long as $3,000. 3,000? Wow! So cool, I thought this would cost tens of thousands of dollars. Su Wenjing didn't think much of it when she heard it was on sale, she muttered and went in holding the computer. The smile on Chen Fei's face stiffened at her words, she watched Su Wenjing enter the room before she dared to pat her not-so-stable heartbeat. She almost thought that Su Wenjing had found out that she had lied.
After the brief thrill, Chen Fei hugged her computer, pressed her sheepishness, and trotted back inside her room. Back in her room, Chen Fei hurriedly sent out another friend circle, a new computer delivered at a discount of $3,000, so happy. Picture. Xu Yang had already returned to the villa at this time. He saw Chen Fei's latest friend circle and was very satisfied with Shen Hezi's efficiency. At this time, Yi Yuan's sudden likes coincidentally made Xu Yang see it. Since Yi Yuan had accosted Su Wenjing earlier, Song Lana's follow-up Xu Yang had not paid much attention to it. Speaking of which, Yi Yuan's acting style of doing things is quite similar to Tang Xinran, and generally the ability of someone who can be recognized by Tang Xinran should be quite good. Tomorrow, take the time to go to Zhongqing to see it. Xu Yang went out for a run and felt a little sweaty. Young master, already prepared hot water for you, do you want to go upstairs or to the pool? Bai Yue appeared by Xu Yang's side at the right time, still in a ready stance. It's fine for me to go upstairs, I'm going to take a lunch break for a while, call me again at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Xu Yang intended to wash up and rest for a while. Okay, young master. Bai Yue answered and watched Xu Yang go upstairs before once again devoting herself to her duties. At the same time, in Morning Biao's villa. Zhang Long, you're quite bold, daring to join up with a small manager to do such a heartless thing. Morning Biao sat on the sofa, after reading the information sent by his men, a pair of tiger's eyes were filled with anger and ice coldness. Brother Long was kneeling across the sofa, as he listened to Morning Biao's words, he only felt his scalp tingle. He originally thought that even if he had committed a big offense, at most he would be sent to Zhang Guang's hands. He didn't expect Xu Yang to intervene and send himself to Morning Biao. Just thinking about it, Long couldn't wait to get Su Guang killed. If it wasn't for his bad ideas and fawning, how would he have become like this? Brother Biao, it's all because of that Su Guang, if it wasn't for him. Brother Long was about to dump the pot on Su Guang who wasn't there. Immediately behind Morning Biao, a person came out and in the blink of an eye removed one of his arms. Ah! Brother Long was caught off guard by someone unloading his arm, and the intense pain caused his face to distort. After Brother Long eased through the pain and passed through, he didn't even dare to kneel, he stumbled and clutched his weakened hand and took a few steps back, his face filled with fear. This person was one of Morning Biao's inner circle, nicknamed Viper. Viper was said to be from an extraordinary background, exactly where he came from besides funeral Biao almost no one knew. However, Morning Biao was able to become the underground godfather of Magic City, and Viper had a lot to do with it. You'd better honestly explain what you've done, Brother Biao's time is not something that trash like you can waste. Viper said indifferently, if he looked closely, he could still catch a glimpse of a murderous aura at the bottom of his eyes. Viper hated gabbing people the most. If Morning Biao snapped right now, Viper would not hesitate to wring Long's neck off. I. Brother Long was afraid of Viper, he had seen Viper do it with his own eyes. Immediately after, Brother Long's face changed, was I hit by the splitting tendon hand? The corner of Viper's lips outlined a cold smile, you're still smart, it's best to honestly explain what other people you're colluding with, otherwise, I'll continue to let you taste something other than the splitting tendon and bone hand. As Long listened to Viper's words, the fine sweat on his forehead instantly rustled down like rain. Viper's means other than the splitting tendon and bone hand could definitely make one's life worse than death. I said. Brother Long was certainly more than just a person when he was running such a big errand. He honestly explained that he colluded with a little brother under Zhang Guang, and that little brother colluded with the big brother in another area. I have to say that a gang's crime is just like a condom. Long only said a few names of people, and before long, it turned out that no less than 20 people were found out from Morning Biao's men. It's really unexpected. There are still so many unclean hands and feet under my funeral Biao. Morning Biao received the list handed over by his underlings, the cold smile at the corner of his mouth was chilling. He had never revealed such an appalling smile since he became famous. Viper, since you're back, it's up to you to purge these people. The tiger took a nap and made people forget about the tiger's power. Morning Biao handed the list to Viper, I'm afraid that none of the downfalls on the list were good. Brother Long swallowed his saliva, the trembling in his heart arrived almost to the extreme. Brother Piao, I was wrong, please spare me. Brother Long didn't care about the pain in his hands, he cowed out frantically, soon making the pure white floor let haloed with a faint red color. Morning Biao waved his hand, and his minions quickly dragged Brother Long down. On that day, Viper struck at extreme speed. The 20 people on the list were all purged by Morning Biao in a unified manner. The magnitude of the sound was so great that even the rich young men and others who were not in the circle had heard about it. Have you guys heard?
Viper went out and purged more than 20 regional level juniors. I heard about it. I don't know what caused Brother Biao to get so angry. The gossip coming from my side says that the reason why Viper struck out was because of a computer. What the hell? A computer? The rich young men gathered together, listening to the rich young man explain the ins and outs, all dumbfounded. Where did this godly plot come from? The rich young man went to buy a computer, but in the end, he didn't get the computer, but Brother Long and the others were all killed by the Viper. This computer is so powerful. It happened in Changning Computer City. From now on, brothers go there to buy things are honest. The rich young man kindly reminded and then walked away. Along with the rich young circle of knowledge, Morning Biao angry news in the Magic City secretly spread. A group of not yet been purged of the little brother is even more by their own big brother scared two strands of war, have begun to self-check under the little brother did not do anything unethical. Because of the purging of Brother Long, the atmosphere of Magic City has once again fallen into a state of harmony. When Brother Biao is angry, no one in Magic City dares to disobey him. The author has something to say. Chapter 71, There is a little thing I want to beg Chu Xiao. Yi Yuan was in the middle of the magic capital and also heard the news of Morning Biao's anger. But more than this matter, he had a headache is his own family affairs. Yi Yuan did not expect that his own old man would be with another person as early as 19 years ago. To be honest, Yi Yuan looked at his so-called brother, who was no younger than himself, and the anger in his heart was like a volcano erupting, which he could not hide. Looking at Yi Yuan's mother, Huang Liwen, her well-maintained face was already streaked with tears and grief. Yuan, your father, he has long been ready to abandon us mother and son, you absolutely cannot let him get the seat of the president of Zhongqing. Huang Liwen forced herself to regain her emotions after a brief breakdown. It was said that being a mother was hard work, and Huang Liwen's heart grew more and more hateful when she considered Yi Yuan, and then thought about the illegitimate son that Yi Yuan's father had brought back. Mom, don't worry, I will definitely not let Yi Qing get the seat of the president of Zhongqing. My elder brother and Chu Xiao are brothers, I will go find my elder brother to help. Yi Yuan said to Huang Liwen, turned his head and went to call Tang Xinran for help. When Tang Xinran received the call, he happened to have just come out of Morning Biao's villa. Tang Xinran, who had learned of Morning Biao's true identity, was still somewhat fluttering. How could he not expect that Chu Yang was actually Morning Biao's big brother? Just the identity of Chu Yang's little brother, he was in the same position with Morning Biao? Just thinking that he was on par with the godfather of Magic City Underground because of Chu Yang, Tang Xinran felt that the hard road surface was very soft on his feet. Yuan, what are you looking for me for? Tang Xinran sat in the driver's seat, his voice was all pleasant as he picked up the phone. Yi Yuan glanced at his sad mom inside the house, and while walking outside, he said, Brother Ran, can you help me by Zhongqing down? By Zhongqing down? Tang Xinran couldn't help but look surprised when he heard Yi Yuan's request. Zhongqing could not be ranked among the first-class enterprises in Magic City, but it was considered one of the best among the second-class enterprises. How can Yi Yuan suddenly think of letting him acquire Zhongqing? Yi Yuan lowered his voice and said, My father had an illegitimate son as early as 19 years ago, only 4 years younger than me, receiving elite education abroad, just returned to China yesterday, and today my father couldn't wait to bring the person in, announcing that he would let him inherit the position of president of Zhongqing. Tang Xinran suddenly ate a shocking melon, and his mouth didn't really close. This Yi Yuan's father is really not a thing. More than 20 years ago by marrying Huang Liwen before the development of Zhongqing, has been outside the couple to love, the result of that grandson as early as 4 years after the marriage had an affair, there is a 19-year-old illegitimate child? Treadmill, Yi Yuan his father hid tightly enough Really show Don't worry about this, I'll go to Brother Yang's place first and see if he can think of something. Tang Xinran left the vicinity of Morning Biao's villa and drove to Chu Yang's villa. When Bai Yue saw Tang Xinran come, she thought there was something, so she went up and asked, Young Tang, what are you looking for young master? Tang Xinran looked at the time, it was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, was Brother Yang resting? Tang Xinran had been in contact with Bai Yue for some time and knew that in this situation, only Chu Yang's absence would be inquired by Bai Yue. There's a little matter that I want to discuss with Brother Yang. Tang Xinran scratched his head, Yi Yuan's matter, it really wasn't good to say to Bai Yue. Chu Yang woke up from his sleep and was about to go downstairs, he raised his voice and said, What do you want to discuss with me? Bai Yue saw Chu Yang woke up on her own, and hurriedly greeted people to pour water for Chu Yang. Chu Yang sat on the sofa and took a sip of the water handed over by the maid, his complexion was light, no emotions could be seen. Tang Xinran weighed his words, he carefully said, Brother Yang, I want to buy Zhongqing, can you lend me some money? Chu Yang was a bit surprised. What are you doing buying Zhongqing?
Tang Xinran scratched his head and said, my little brother Yuan, his father has an illegitimate son outside, and now he wants to grab the president's position with him. Yuan has always been more filial, and does not like to compete, but this thing, I guess auntie can't swallow this breath, and only then want to let him fight for a fight. Although Yuan did not tell him how much, but Tang Xinran had dealt with Yuan for so long, even if he was not there in person, he could guess a 7 or 8 points of the situation. Chu Yang instantly realized, the feeling that Yuan's father had brought that bastard back. Now the Yi family is in a state of disarray, causing Yuan to beg to Tang Xinran's head. You don't need to borrow money, I've already acquired Zhongqing. Yue, you give the contact person of Zhongqing to Yuan, so that he can get in touch. Chu Yang's words fell. Tang Xinran, who had long been prepared to borrow a huge sum of money, almost didn't drop his jaw in shock. Brother Yang deserved to be Brother Yang. Acquiring a Zhongqing that was worth over $100 million didn't even leak out a little bit of wind. If it wasn't for Chu Yang revealing his identity, he wouldn't even know that Zhongqing had changed ownership. Okay, young master. Bai Yue took the cell phone in her hand and operated it. Tang Xinran's cell phone shook, and the contact information written on the text message immediately made Tang Xinran overjoyed. He was now eager to see what kind of scene Yuan's father would be in if he knew his company was gone. You have prior errands to run, tomorrow is just the right time to accompany me to inspect Zhongqing. Chu Yang glanced at the joyful Tang Xinran. He is a righteous one, he needs to borrow money at the exit, he didn't count on the wrong person. Okay Brother Yang, tomorrow at 8 o'clock I will definitely come over on time. Tang Xinran said happily, and walked away neatly. Looking at the way he was talking on the phone while walking down the road, I guess he also wanted to quickly punch Yuan's father in the face. Yue, notify the personnel side of Zhongqing, appoint Yuan as the executive president, you tell Yuan for me, I'll give him half a year, if he doesn't raise Zhongqing's performance, let him get the hell out of here. After Chu Yang instructed Bai Yue on the side, he walked over in the direction of the swimming pool. As Bai Yue watched Chu Yang leave, the corner of her lips couldn't help but outline a trace of an arc. Young master really has a hard mouth and a soft heart, obviously already helped Tang Xiao to hit the face of the old president of Zhongqing, but also promoted Yuan to become the executive president. This is not a double kill. Bai Yue thought about it, but the speed of her hands was not slow. Tang Xinran, who was out of the villa, also immediately dialed the contact information given by Bai Yue. Hello, I am Chu Yang, Chu General Manager's assistant. Tomorrow our Chu General Manager will go over to Zhongqing to inspect. I would like to ask, what is going on in your Zhongqing side? Did not notify the former boss of the company's equity ownership of the news of the turnover? Tang Xinran spoke a bit impulsively. The person in charge on the other end of the phone had the same bitter look on his face. The news of the company being acquired had also been around for a few days, and on the contrary, he couldn't contact Zhongqing's boss. I'm sorry, we haven't been able to contact Mr. Yi in the past few days, but please don't worry Mr. Chu, we will definitely handle this properly. The person in charge said in a kind voice. Tang Xinran had achieved his goal and his anger had subsided quite a bit. Then you guys should hurry up and deal with this, tomorrow we're going over for an inspection. After saying that, Tang Xinran hung up the phone. The person in charge was inexplicably disliked by Tang Xinran, and his heart was also very upset. He didn't even think about it, he dialed the former general manager Yi's number. The author has something to say. Chapter 72, Never Betray Chu Xiao. Manager Zhao, what's the matter with the sudden call? Mr. Yi had been in a very happy spring these last few days. He had always felt that he was a bit inferior for relying on Huang Liwen to make a fortune. With a certain night 19 years ago, after Mr. Yi and Mr. Yi Qing's mother had indulged, Mr. Yi had only felt like a man. In order to be able to let his beloved son inherit Zhongqing, Mr. Yi has been spending a lot of money and energy to cultivate his illegitimate son all these years, just waiting for him to come of age and finish his studies, and come back from abroad with gold plating to directly inherit the family fortune. As for Huang Liwen, Mr. Yi has not put her in his eyes at all. In Mr. Yi's opinion, apart from the efforts made by Huang Liwen's family at the beginning, Zhongqing had always been a struggle for him. Now that his son was able to inherit Zhongqing, was he still afraid that Huang Liwen would mess with him about the position of Zhongqing's president for the sake of Yuan? Mr. Yi, I just came to inform you that the company's shares have been changed, and you have nothing to do with Zhongqing anymore except for the $100 million of equity profit. Lu Ming was suppressing his fire to speak to General Manager Yi. If it wasn't for the fact that no one answered this thing's calls these days, would he have been disliked by Tang Xinran? What? A change in shareholding? How come I didn't receive any news about this? Mr. Yi was so scared that he jumped up from the sofa. Yi Qing and Yi Qing's mom, who were relaxing on the sofa playing games on the side, were startled by him.
After the two heard Mr. Yi's words, they exchanged a look that Mr. Yi hadn't noticed. "I've been stepping on your phone for the past few days, hell I don't know what you're doing by pulling labor into the blacklist." Lu Ming had just changed his phone number on a whim to call Mr. Yi. "I didn't expect to get through at once." Zhao manager than Lu Ming is still lower than a level, his phone can get through to Mr. Yi's phone, his own cannot get through? "I don't need to guess to know that my number has been blacklisted. Manager Zhao, I advise you to speak properly, even if I'm not the president of Zhongqing, it's a matter of minutes to replace a small manager like you." Mr. Yi was very dissatisfied with Lu Ming's outburst. Lu Ming was about to laugh in anger. What the hell is wrong with this general manager Itama? He couldn't even hear his voice. "I'm still telling you, me, Lu Ming, if you have the ability, you can make laborers get laid off." Lu Ming hung up the phone and turned his head to report the progress to Tang Xinran, saying that he notified the former boss, and if there was any problem, it was the boss's personal problem, and it had nothing to do with these subordinates of theirs. In order to prove himself, Lu Ming also sent over the chat recording that he had recorded in advance. Tang Xinran listened to the content of the recording and almost laughed out a pig's squeal. This Nima, if it wasn't for the fact that Yi Yuan was certain that this thing was pro-life, he would have been laughed to death by Mr. Yi. The people under his own command still can't tell who's who, what's the joke? After Tang Xinran received the news, he leisurely sent a WeChat to Yi Yuan. "Zhongqing has been acquired by Brother Yang. Tomorrow Brother Yang will go to Zhongqing to inspect your father's calculations. I am afraid that it will fall through." The recordings.mp4. Yi Yuan was still at home anxiously waiting for the results. A look at the news of Tang Xinran, suddenly his heart fell a big stone. He happily found Huang Liwen. "Mom, Zhongqing has been acquired by Chu Xiao. Even if I don't get Zhongqing, Yiqing won't be able to get Zhongqing." Huang Liwen's heart was extraordinarily complicated as she listened to Yi Yuan's words. Over the years, she and Mr. Yi had been working diligently to run Zhongqing, and it wasn't that Huang Liwen didn't know that he had slowly grown to disdain her over the years. She was just thinking, the child is so big, disdain is disdain. Who would have thought that Mr. Yi would have cheated on her long ago, and even wanted that illegitimate child to inherit the family fortune? Good. If Zhongqing is gone, it's gone. With Mom here, how can we both not starve? I'll call your great uncle and ask him to help me deal with the divorce with your dad. Huang Liwen was also decisive, otherwise she wouldn't have raised a son like Yi Yuan. She thundered to find someone to handle the divorce property division. Her thunderous gesture was as if she had returned to the demeanor of a businesswoman in the early days of fighting in Zhongqing. "If I could do it all over again, I would choose Li Bai." Yi Yuan's phone suddenly rang, and when he saw that the mark on the phone was Zhongqing's, he hastily pressed answer. "May I ask if this is Yi Yuan, Mr. Yi?" On the other end of the phone, a sweet female voice came over. "It's me, what are you looking for me for?" Yi Yuan already knew about General Manager Yi losing his stake. He really couldn't think of anything else Zhongqing could contact him about. "Hello Mr. Yi, I'm the personnel manager of Zhongqing, Xiao Xiao. I just received a notice from the president's office that you've been appointed as the executive president of Zhongqing. Please come to the company with your ID card at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to start your job." Xiao Xiao's words made Yi Yuan almost lose his grip on his cell phone. Executive president of Zhongqing? Okay. Yi Yuan froze and hastily answered okay. Xiao Zhaozhen hung up the phone, and Huang Liwen couldn't help but be a little flustered when she saw her son's uncontrollable smile. "Son, what happened?" She had only asked Yi Yuan's great uncle to handle the divorce. How come in the blink of an eye her son was happy like this? "Mom, it's Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao made me the executive president of Zhongqing. Even if Dad's shares in Zhongqing are gone, I'm still the CEO of Zhongqing." Yi Yuan happily hugged Huang Liwen, his excited words causing Huang Liwen to shed tears of joy as well. "Chu Xiao is a great man." Huang Liwen cried tears of joy, and Yi Yuan's mood was also very excited. He really wanted to see what a wonderful expression General Manager Yi had when he realized that he was the executive president of Zhongqing. "Son, you have to work hard and make Zhongqing bigger and stronger in order to repay this favor of Chu Xiao." Huang Liwen exhorted Yi Yuan in a serious tone. Yi Yuan solemnly said to Huang Liwen, "Mom, don't worry, my son will definitely work well and will definitely not betray Chu Xiao." "Good. With your words, Mom is relieved." As Huang Liwen's words fell, Yi Yuan's cell phone vibrated once again. It was a WeChat from Xiao Xiao, the manager of Zhongqing's personnel department. Posting notice.jpg, I just received a notice from the president's office. Please ask Yi Xiao to make a performance within half a year, and if you don't meet Mr. Chu's requirements after half a year, Mr. Chu will choose someone else. Yi Yuan looked at the words on WeChat and instantly smiled. He would definitely not let Chu Xiao change people.
Within half a year, he definitely had the confidence to take Zhongqing to the next level. Huang Liwen also saw the message on Yi Yuan's phone and she happily said, "Son, you send the appointment notice to mom wants to go show off." Yi Yuan looked at his happy mother and went along with her. Not long after, Huang Liwen published a circle of friends. "My son has grown up and started to support his family, what a happy day. Notice of appointment.jpg. The author has something to say." Chapter 73, This is what killing a man to kill his heart. Once Huang Liwen's friend circle was sent out, it immediately infuriated General Manager Yi. "The phone call just now must be fake, and how dare you join forces with Lu Ming to cheat me?" General Manager Yi was furious and was about to go find Huang Liwen. Yi Qing's mother was all set to run away, but as a result, when she heard General Manager Yi say that it was a fake news that Zhongqing changed ownership, she posted over to give General Manager Yi an idea. "Hubby, Yuan will not take office until tomorrow. Today you just go over, there is no time. Why don't you go over there before 8 o'clock tomorrow, before Yuan doesn't get into Zhongqing? Let him give the executive president to Xiao Cheng." Mr. Yi listened to her words and also felt that this was a good idea. Zhongqing was originally his, it was just a matter of getting Yi Yuan to give up his seat, there was no need to enter Zhongqing at all. "Then, let's go tomorrow." After General Manager Yi readily agreed, he went to rest. In the middle of the night that night, Mother Yi Qing got up in the middle of the night and sent a message to Doggy less than, "Tomorrow, Zhongqing building, there's big news." After doing this, Mother Yi Qing quickly deleted the message before returning to her room for a few moments to rest. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. Yi Yuan appeared in front of the door of the Zhongqing building in full formal attire, causing many of the employees rushing to the door to look sideways. Why was the young master dressed so formally for work today? Yuan, stop. General Manager Yi rushed to the Zhongqing building, and when he saw that Yi Yuan was going to enter the Zhongqing building, he was instantly enraged. The long-waiting paparazzi on the side squatted not far away and used the hand speed of a single person for 30 years to frantically capture the shot. At the same time, the high face value of a beautiful anchorwoman on the street also attracted the attention of passers-by. Hello fans of 77's live broadcast, welcome to 77's live broadcast. Today it's time for our street side interview session. Chi was doing her daily live broadcast on the street when the pop-ups on the screen made Chi froze. 77, look back, the two big guys seem to be having an argument. Upstairs, remove the seeming. Chi pull a little closer, let me Magic City Pepsi see who it is. Upstairs, so grizzled, known as Pepsi? Brothers, pay attention to the coordinates, this is the Zhongqing building. 77 turned the position of the camera to Yi Yuan's father and son's end, and he himself followed and approached the Zhongqing building, ready to eat a wave of melon online. Yi Yuan, you really dare to serve in Zhongqing? I order you to hurry up and give up the position of president of Zhongqing to Qinger. Seeing Yi Yuan stopping his steps, General Manager Yi hurriedly walked up to Yi Yuan and issued an order. Yi Yuan didn't even bother to listen to General Manager Yi, he waved his hand towards the security guards. The two security guards had been notified long ago, how could they still be afraid of a General Manager Yi? He wanted to serve well now, he did not want to fix so many meaningless things. You guys, what are you doing? I'm the boss of Zhongqing, I'll have you guys laid off in minutes, you believe it or not. Let go of me. The two security guards were both strong and sturdy men and easily tackled Mr. Yi. One of the security guards was threatened by Mr. Yi and snapped a slap on the back of Mr. Yi's head. Just you still let me get laid off, Itue, the old president of Zhongqing changed a few days ago. Are you looking at me as a small security guard who is not well informed, and you want to bully me? The small security guard's voice was clearly recorded into the live broadcast by Chi, and a crowd of melon eaters were shocked. What is this situation? How do I feel like I'm eating a lot of melons today? Pepsi out, didn't you say that you are the Pepsi of Magic City? How come you don't know about the replacement of the old president of Zhongqing? Yeah, and what's up with Mr. Yi and Mr. Yi? The fans in 77's live broadcast room were crazy with curiosity about what was in front of them. Zhongqing's old boss changed, Mr. Yi and Mr. Yi turned against each other, and what's that Qinger? I've never even heard of him, is he Mr. Yi's illegitimate son? The fans in the 77 live streaming room were scratching their heads in front of their computers when they saw Chu Yang bring Tang Xinran to the front of the Zhongqing building. When Tang Xinran saw General Manager Yi, he had already started laughing maniacally within his heart. He had long guessed that General Manager Yi had come back to make things happen, so he had gone to Chu Yang's villa in advance today and had investigated some good news that had brought General Manager Yi to his head. How did my male god appear in Zhongqing? 666, 77 Nyobi, once again captured the Chu god alive, send you a rocket.
It's me who lost. 7-7 should go buy a lottery ticket with this luck. I'll send a yacht in honor. I'm curious, what is Chugad doing appearing in Zhongqing, connecting to Zhongqing changing people? I have a big single guess. The fans in 7-7's live broadcast room were frantically snapping pop-ups. And the anchor 7-7 is curtain pile path staring at not far away Chu Yang, a pair of beautiful eyes are full of shyness. This time, will not let her understand his specialty again. Chu Yang looked at General Manager Yi, who was racked up, and instructed Tang Xinran, contact the top management of Zhongqing to let them come and explain to General Manager Yi in person. Tang Xinran immediately answered yes and quickly called Lu Ming again. After Lu Ming heard Tang Xinran's words, he really wanted to rush downstairs to get Mr. Yi killed. But Lu Ming is also very clear. Downstairs is very likely that the new president and executive president will be there today. He thought about it, or shouted. The company's senior a group of people went down hugely. When Lu Ming came, he happened to see General Manager Yi threatening Chu Yang. Kid, since you know the top management of Zhongqing, you should know who I am. I am the of Zhongqing. General Manager Yi's words were interrupted by Lu Ming's witty words. Hello General Manager Chu, welcome General Manager Chu to visit Zhongqing for inspection. Along with Lu Ming's words, the group of executives behind him also greeted Chu Yang, Tang Xinran and Yi Yuan. The image of a group of executives bowing their heads to greet Chu Yang shocked the melon eaters. Shushin is actually the trusted boss of Zhongqing. The ones upstairs are uninformed, right? Chugad even has a Koenigsegg 11 as his seat, a top supercar worth $120 million. What's one Zhongqing? That's right, what's one Zhongqing? Mr. Yi was even more dumbfounded by Lu Ming's words. Supervisor Lu, you guys are wrong, right? I'm the boss of Zhongqing. Lu Ming was fed up with Mr. Yi to the extreme. I called you yesterday, Zhongqing has changed ownership. After saying that, Lu Ming revealed a pleasing smile again and said to Chu Yang, Mr. Chu, Mr. Yi, and Mr. Tang, you three please come inside. Stop, you guys stop. General Manager Yi was not afraid to die and shouted at Chu Yang and the group of executives. Tang Xinran's patience with General Manager Yi had already reached its limit. He said irritably, General Manager Yi, you have time to bicker at us, why don't you go and see if your own illegitimate son is your own or not? I, Tang Xinran, haven't seen someone who has smashed a lot of money to give someone a son to raise for 19 years. Tang Xinran said, pulling out a randomly folded A4 paper from his jacket and threw it to the ground, and signaled the security guard to let go. Mr. Yi fell to the ground uncontrollably. He opened the paper to take a look, and the content on it made Mr. Yi bare his teeth. That. Suddenly, there was a click and the flash of the camera caught everyone's attention. The doggy saw that the opportunity was not good and rushed to hide. This time he ran. By the way, he exposed Chi-Chi as well. When Mr. Yi saw the live broadcast of Chi-Chi, he had only one thought in his mind, it's over, the whole world knows he's been green. The author has something to say. Chapter 74, My $10 billion president's body is exposed by Netflix. Chi-Chi also didn't expect that eating melons would mess with her. She awkwardly stood out and greeted Chu Yang. Hi, Shushin. The fans in the live broadcast room all burst out laughing as they listened to Chi-Chi's words. Pfft, the sudden turn of events made me unable to stop myself from laughing out a pig squeal. Where is this divine greeting? And hi, Chugad, 7-7, Chugad probably doesn't want to see you at all. Shushin, if it wasn't for you, would my identity as the president of Zhongqing still be exposed? Zhongqing's wave of melons is so fragrant, for the cheating and still green on the head of Mr. Yi, I've already used my meager efforts to send it online for the crowd to mock. Upstairs you're really a little witty. I, Zheng San, decided to wish you luck. I'll send it too. The netizens were feverishly contributing to Mr. Yi's rise to fame. Chi-Chi looked at the cheerful pop-ups, but inside she was on the verge of crying. She was also embarrassed right now. Okay. Chu Yang didn't care that his identity as the president of Zhongqing had been exposed. Like an old friend meeting, he opened his mouth towards Chi-Chi and flirted, Beauty Chi-Chi, this time you're here because you want to learn about my specialty? Chugad's flirtation caused many netizens to be shaken, and they even couldn't help but hold onto their old waists. Although Chushin's response dissolved 7-7's embarrassment, the speed of the car was a bit too fast, making me flash my waist. Let go of me, this is not a car to kindergarten. Upstairs being trying to run, the car doors are locked, you don't want to get out of the car. Mom asked me why I lie down to see, I told her, I waste pain. My mom turned to me to get 2 bottles of kidney tonic. Laughing to death, your mom probably thought your back hurt. Chi-Chi glanced at the joy in the live broadcast room, and the embarrassment within her heart dissolved quite a bit. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, No, I just wanted a street interview this time. By the way Chushin, are you the president of Zhongqing now?
Xu Yang nodded non-committally. Zhongqing is just one of my industries. In the future Zhongqing will be solely in charge of Yuan, the executive president. Xu Yang chatted with Chi. The casual introduction not only made Yuan's position in Zhongqing as stable as a rock, but also made the crowd of executives not dare to take a breath.
7-7 A small anchor might not know what the two words Xu Yang stood for.
But after seeing Tang Xinran, Zhongqing's executives knew that their new president was the newest and most mysterious top-tier rich second generation, Xu Xiao.
Please rest assured, Mr. Chu, we will do our best to cooperate with Mr. E.
Yes. Under the leadership of General Manager E, Zhongqing will definitely be able to go to the next level. Mr. E is young and talented, he will definitely be able to lead us to glory. A group of executives who had climbed through the ranks in the workplace immediately shook their wits and expressed their loyalty in front of Chu Yang. As for the General Manager E who ran away, no one paid attention to his movements.
The netizens in the 7-7 live broadcasting room couldn't help but laugh and spurt once again as they watched a group of bigwigs that they usually couldn't even see expressing their loyalty there. The Zhongqing executives were afraid that Chu Xin would be dissatisfied and hastily expressed their loyalty. I'm now wondering if the former General Manager E will spit a mouthful of blood out when he sees this scene.
Tisk, brothers, I just ran into the former General Manager Green on the road. Oh, General Manager E, waiting for the traffic light.
2333, almost laughed to death by the upstairs. The name of Mr. Green General, I actually think it matches perfectly.
Being a Pepsi, I just found out the news. General Manager Green smashed hundreds of thousands of dollars to cultivate his illegitimate son abroad, named Yi Qing, 19 years old this year, graduated from. The wave of news from Pepsi, even more so, made the atmosphere in the live broadcast room even hotter.
Brother Yang, are you going up now or?
Seeing that Chu Yang and Chi seemed to be very familiar with each other, Tang Xinran hurriedly asked Chu Yang's opinion. Anyway, Zhongqing only had over $100 million in assets, he didn't even put it in his eyes, let alone Chu Yang.
If it wasn't for Zhongqing being involved with the Yuan, Tang Xinran wouldn't even look at Zhongqing. You and Yuan go handle it.
Xu Yang thought about it, and it seemed like there was no need to personally inspect it. With a wave of his hand, he directly let Tang Xinran go and handle it with full authority.
Alright Brother Yang, then I'll go first. Tang Xinran obediently answered and left.
The crowd of executives watched with bated breath as the opportunity to flatter Chu Yang slipped away, and could only settle for the second best, pleasing Tang Xinran instead. Seeing this, the security guards also nimbly chose to run away.
Soon, the first floor of the Zhongqing building was left with only Chu Yang and Chi.
When Chi was alone with Chu Yang again, her pretty face couldn't help but slightly redden, and she even forgot to pull away the distance between her and Chu Yang. Only to see Chu Yang's handsome face being enlarged by the cell phone screen, the 360-degree death angle free face value made a crowd of face dogs lick their screens madly.
Hubby is so handsome.
In the screenshot, from now on my new screensaver will be this. I can't help but show a demented smile and even want to pull down my pants and pull out my big baby. Upstairs, please stop your BT behavior.
You're the one who's BT, I can't even eat a banana?
I $% hashtag. Only then did Chi notice that she had accidentally given out benefits to the Yin fans again, and hurriedly pulled away from Chu Yang. Chu Yang did not know the dynamics of the live broadcast, thought she was still a little embarrassed, then changed the topic and said, You this time, and what do you plan to interview? As Chu Yang's words fell, 7-7's live broadcast room once again went crazy. 7-7, help me ask Chu God's special length. I'm not asking for much, I want to find out how many girlfriends Chu God has had. You fish-lipped humans, what kind of messy questions are you asking? 7-7, help me ask Chushin about the type of girl he likes. That's enough of you upstairs, what a bunch of shallow people. Chi, don't listen to them, you tell Chushin for me, I'm also a businessman, I have a multi-million-dollar project I want to talk to Chushin about.
A few $1 million? Do you believe I can come up with tens of billions with a wave of my hand?
Chi's legs went limp from the speed of the netizens' cars.
What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Ahem, that, I wanted to ask you today, after becoming the president of Zhongqing, what is your deepest feeling?
Chi automatically ignored Chu Yang's previous statement that this was just one of his industries.
There was no way, the netizens were too enthusiastic, she could only ask Chu Yang as an interview.
Chu Yang looked at Chi with a deep gaze, he lowered his voice and said, to say the deepest feeling is that I can now talk about a project of tens of billions of dollars at my fingertips. The viewers in 7-7's live broadcast room were once again flashed to their waists by the sudden speed of the car.
Chushin, the tens of billions of dollars project you're talking about is the same project as the tens of billions of dollars project we understand?
After hearing this, Chi-Chi only wanted to apologize to Chu Yang. I'm sorry, I was wrong, Chushin, you're the god of cars. Cough cough, Chu god, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. 7-7 had no choice but to run away, right 3 can't afford After running away, Chi-Chi didn't forget to take down the live broadcast. Her teammates were too pitiful, and she couldn't afford it for the time being. The fans in the live broadcast room all laughed when they saw Chi-Chi go off the air in a hurry. They don't care if the anchor went off the air in a hurry, anyway, today's melon is full enough. Not long after, the internet's hot searches were once again held up by Chu Yang. Hashtag Chushin, my Zhongqing president's identity was exposed by Chi-Chi. Hashtag generally the king of the Magic City cuckolds hashtag. Hashtag Yi Dishao, the executive president of Zhongqing hashtag. Hashtag Chushin, my deepest feeling is to casually talk about a project of tens of billions of dollars hashtag. The author has something to say. Chapter 75, My Life Oil I Don't Oil the Sky. Chu Yang did not know that the internet had once again started a hot debate about himself. He did not care about the follow-up of the Zhongqing. Chu Yang thought about it. It seems that there is nothing to do today, simply let the driver send himself back to the villa. Chu Yang just returned to the villa and sat down. A servant sent a cup of medium temperature, tea fragrance refreshing extreme quality Longjing. After all, this superb dragon well is a tea that is extremely difficult to get, and the price is relatively expensive. 100,000 for less than 1 or 2, it was indeed very good to drink. Young master, this is the fruit that was just flown in, it's fresh, do you want to try some? Bai Yue saw that the servants had served tea and immediately asked the servants to bring in fruits. A platter of carefully cleaned and sliced fruit platters were brought to the table one after another by the servants. The fruits that looked so good made one's fingers tingle at the sight of them. Then try some. Chu Yang nodded happily, and immediately a good-looking servant came over to feed Chu Yang. Ding dong. Chu Yang took a bite of dragon fruit and saw a new message from WeChat. He clicked on it and saw that it was a group chat invitation from Qin Mu. Magic City's great young man? Kind of interesting. Chu Yang swallowed the fruit, clicked agree, and once again ate a mango meat. Chu Yang's WeChat name was Chumen San Shao. The circle of top rich youngsters in Magic City was this big, and the only one with the surname Chu was Chu Yang. Welcome Chu Shao to the Magic City's great young men. The circle of top rich youngsters is finally full of people. Xin Shao 6666, Chu Shao was all pulled in by you. Welcome Chu Shao. As soon as Chu Yang appeared, 20 or so people in the group bubbled up one after another. It didn't take long before Chu Yang received friend requests from everyone except Qin Mu. Thanks for the warm welcome everyone, everyone has something to continue to be busy, just contact often when you have time. Chu Yang's faint sentence, not much, the great youngsters in the group were extraordinarily comfortable seeing this sentence. See, Chu Yang how to understand us. The Magic City's great young men, as the top rich second generation, most of them had billions of family properties to inherit, and just like what Chu Yang said, they were really busy. Even Wang Song was sent by his labor to start a company, not to mention the other great young men who were not as good as Wang Song. As a result, Qin Mu, who plays games every day and drives a Ferrari with all kinds of Eileen, has also become the envy of many great young men. Now there is another one, the group has another object of their envy, that person is Chu Yang. After Chu Yang added the group, he brushed up the microblogging, discovering that his name even appeared in the hot searches. Immediately after that, Chu Yang with a strange face clicked in one of the links in the top 10 of the hot searches, National Husband Kneeling Pig Killing Woman. If Chu Yang remembered correctly, Wang Song had a nickname of National Husband. He clicked in and immediately ate a shocking melon. A pig killing woman is a platform of a network-read female anchor, called Sun Ningning, with outstanding face value in the platform to mix in the wind, and pig killing woman is very rampant, and even to kill a pig is ID, in the network to ride, all kinds of demon. It even attracted the attention of National Husband Wang Xiao. When Wang Xiao saw that Sun Ningning was good-looking and a web celebrity, matching the setting in his mind, he swiped the gift and met with Sun Ningning offline again. As a result, Sun Ningning unexpectedly treated Wang Xiao with love and disregard during the years he was with him. Weibo's A Certain Big V broke the news, this ocean spills a few thousand words, with him as if he really saw it, the content is very real. Specifically how, Chu Yang is not clear, but this Big V clearly organized, looking at the degree of authenticity seems to be quite high. Now basically hammered, the national husband is Wang Song Wang Xiao, as for this Sun Ningning is a net red. Now it seems to be Wang Song and Sun Ningning hammered on each other, the battle is very fierce. Even put the chat record, look so exciting look. Chu Yang had a rare whim to eat melons for once, and he continued to scroll down.
I got vaccinated today. What kind of vaccine? Thinking about you every second. Bao, you are good by my side. Abalone lobster is not as delicious as you. I'll feed you, stupid. I've been thinking about you every day for the past few days, and I can't sleep thinking about you. Chu Yan looked at the earthy love words in the chat logs and ate his melon with gusto. In the past it was Wang Xiao hammering others. I didn't expect to fall in love, but in turn the love object was hammered. After Chu Yang read Wang Song's microblogging message, he clicked in the hashtag #eGeneral the King of Magic City Cuckolds hashtag message. This melon is far from Wang Xiao's words, but the title of Green Total has been stoned by the whole network. Chu Yang also quite admired this General Green. The growing Zhongqing is gone, his wife and son have turned against him, and even his illegitimate son is someone else's and has been raised for 19 years. This series of combinations could be called a human tragedy. Even though Mr. Green is miserable now, the combination of some of this series just makes people inexplicably want to laugh. After almost 20 years he didn't even realize that his son wasn't his own, and he still wanted his illegitimate son to inherit the company. If it wasn't for the change of ownership of Zhongqing, it's estimated that Mr. Green wouldn't have realized that he'd been green for the rest of his life until he died. That taste, TSK, is impossible to describe in words. After Chu Yang finished eating the melon, he closed Weibo. He turned to WeChat and brushed up the circle of friends, and he saw that Wang Song had updated a new circle of friends, so angry, and labor is not a licking dog. It was only then that Chu Yang remembered that Wang Xiao was now being talked about as a licking dog because of that pig-killing woman thing. Alas, it's not easy to fall in love. Or single is good. Chu Yang just thought, Magic City Big Young Group suddenly once again because of eating melon hot up. I got vaccinated today. What kind of vaccine? Thinking about you every second. Bao, you are good by my side. Abalone lobster are not as delicious as you. I'll feed you, stupid. I've been thinking about you every day for the past few days, so much so that I can't sleep. A group of great young men who should have been busy came to the group to join in the fun after Wang Song's circle of friends. Xin Mu even spared no effort in picking up the words of the great young men. You all hated La, is this how you love and ignore someone who likes you? This pouting tone, this shy emphasis. Young Qin, aren't you afraid of being beaten with a sack tomorrow? Wang Song had just finished sending a friend circle and was in a rage, then he saw Qin Mu's words and immediately caught fire. Scram! Young Wang looked like he was really angry. A group of great young men saw the bad opportunity and withdrew after flirting. The last message in the Magic City Deshao group was still Qin Mu's line, is this how you guys love and ignore someone who likes you? No matter how you look at it, you feel that Qin Mu is the fastest cool one. Xin Mu at Chu Yang, Chu Xiao, what's that? There's been a power outage at my house these past few days. I'd like to stay at your house for a few days. The great young men who were secretly peering at the screen all laughed as they watched Qin Mu's desire for survival. God damn it, there's a power outage at my house. With the billions of assets of Qin Xiao's family, is there still a lack of that little utility bill? The author has something to say. Chapter 76, please give Chu Xiao a chance. Chu Yang did not respond to Qin Mu's desire to live. Anyway, people came he could not stop, love to stay. With Chu Yang's non-response, the group of Magic City's great young man once again fell into silence. Chu Yang looked at the time as still early and went to the swimming pool after swimming, went to the villa's gym. The gym in the villa adopts the top standard equipment, the effect of fitness is directly pulled full to the extreme. After sweating all morning, Chu Yang went to the pool again to swim freely for a while, and was invited by Bai Yue to eat lunch. In the large dining room, the 8 chefs of the 8 major dishes of Tian Hai's household management were putting in line to deliver their carefully crafted dishes to Chu Yang's table. Soon, the table was set with a dozen or so exquisite-looking, colorful and flavorful dishes that made people's mouths water when they smelled them. Chu Yang casually picked up a piece of meat near the front and tasted it. The meat was delicate and delicious, sweet and salty, chewing with full strength. Biting down there was even soup juice bursting out, into the mouth aftertaste. Not bad. Chu Yang praised. The chef got Chu Yang's praise, immediately thanked him with joy and returned to the kitchen. The remaining 7 chefs also watched Chu Yang eat with bated breath, fearing that the young master would not be satisfied with the dishes he made. After a tense and sumptuous meal had ended, Chu Yang decided to walk around the villa to digest. Bai Yue saw that Chu Yang had eaten before handing over Chu Yang's cell phone. Young master, there was just a man named Zhou Luanjie looking for you. Zhou Luanjie? Chu Yang was a bit surprised. Wasn't Zhou Luanjie just arrested by the agent? How did he find himself again? Okay, you go and get busy first. Shu Yang took the cell phone and dialed back, and Zhou Luanjie on the other end of the phone immediately picked up. Shushin, I've just finished busy things, are you free in a while? I'll go over to find you to play ah. Zhou Luanjie was still grumbling about not soaking in the hot springs with his own idol, and his resentment towards the broker deepened another layer. If it wasn't for the broker temporarily going over to arrest someone, he wouldn't have been forcibly deprived of the qualification to soak with his idol. There shouldn't be any time today, but I can go over to Huanqing tomorrow. Shu Yang had also recently had the intention of going to inspect Huanqing Entertainment, however, he couldn't go right now. It was because Tang Xinran had come, and he had also brought along an unexpected person, Chen Jingting. Calculating carefully, it seemed that the month that Chu Yang and Chen Jingting had agreed upon had only passed less than 3 days, and that $100,000 of performance, she had completed it? After Chen Jingting came to the villa, she had refreshed her knowledge of Chu Yang's financial strength. By today, Chen Jingting already knew that Chu Yang was the newly promoted most mysterious rich second-generation Chu Xiao, so her attitude towards Chu Yang was even more respectful. Chu Xiao, this is the 100,000 and the principal agreed with you totaling 200,000. Chen Jingting pulled out a bank card, she confidently stood in front of Chu Yang, her eyes flashing with an imperative light. Chen Jingting was a woman with a strong sense of enterprise and at the same time a very smart mind, and she knew very well how to utilize her own advantages and those around her to achieve what she wanted. Most importantly, Chen Jingting was very emotional and righteous, bold and careful without losing her sense of propriety, a rare business wizard. Well done. Tang Xinran took the bank card given by Chen Jingting, and immediately a servant took over to check the amount of money in the bank card. It didn't take long for the servant to return the data, $200,000. Tell me first, how did you obtain this $200,000? Shu Yang's eyes were filled with interest as he inquired. Speaking of business matters, Chen Jingting's eyes immediately flashed with countless starlight. It seemed that she really loved this business. Yirenmai is one of the extremely famous brands in Magic City. What I want to do is to find a reliable sales channel, then, in the face of saturated sales in the domestic channel, the fastest situation is to penetrate the foreign market or open up the market outside Magic City. The resources in my hand are not much, but to open the market outside of Mordor is indeed not a lot. Coupled with the brand effect of Yirenmai, I quickly acquired 3 available channels and sold millions of products in 2 days, obtaining nearly $300,000 in commission. Chen Jingting briefly elaborated on her experience in the past few days. It had to be said that Chen Jingting's working ability was indeed very strong. Selling 1 million products in just 3 days was enough to show her ability. Shu Yang nodded as he said with satisfaction, "Not bad, you have already exceeded my expectations." Chen Jingting listened to Chu Yang's praise and gave him a big smile without hiding it. In the next second, Chen Jingting furtively said, "Thank you for your praise, I hope to continue working with Chu Xiao, please give me a chance." Shu Yang was not surprised by her choice. Originally he also had the intention of recruiting Chen Jingting. "I can give you a chance, but your place of development is not in Yirenmai. I have a new product in my hand, I need you to fully develop it from scratch. Do you have the confidence to do a good job with this product?" Shu Yang decided to hand over Xueji to Chen Jingting. Yes. Chen Jingting didn't know what the product was, but she definitely had the confidence to do a good job with it. "Good, this product in my hand is a beauty cream called Snowji. Its main function is whitening, and the most important thing is that it can do the whitening effect within a week, and it doesn't have any side effects." Shu Yang faintly introduced the role of Snowji. Chen Jingting listened to Chu Yang's words, her beautiful eyes were full of disbelief. When she was selling it at the Appendix Hot Springs Hotel, she was only doing it to make the customers' hearts flutter and then spend money to buy it. She didn't expect that she was actually playing with the sword in front of the Guangong, and she even bumped into the rightful owner. "Young Chu, do you really intend to let me make this product?" Chen Jingting's expression was somewhat excited. If Xueji was really given to her to make, he could definitely make Xueji catch fire domestically and even internationally. "Well, what you lack can be told to Tang Xinran, from the store to the factory, the arrangement of the staff candidates, all of them will be selected by yourself. I will allocate you $100 million as the company's operating capital, and you, the store manager of Xueji, will also be the president and the person in charge." Shu Yang's words made Chen Jingting so happy that she was about to be speechless. "Okay, Xu Xiao, don't worry, I can definitely make Snowji a domestic, no, international premier brand." Chen Jingting happily followed Tang Xinran outside. After leaving the villa, Chen Jingting's pair of beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. "By the way, Tang Xiao, just now did Xu Xiao say that whatever store I choose is up to me, and that I have the right to dispose of everything?" Chen Jingting's words caused Tang Xinran to give a start as he nodded. "That's right, indeed." "Well then, young Tang, please come with me to Yuqing." Chen Jingting said with a smile. The author has something to say. Chapter 77 Refund? As Tang Xinran listened to Chen Jingting's words, he couldn't help but light a candle in his heart for Yu Qing's boss. Ding dong, you have a new short message. A beep came from Chen Jingting's cell phone, and she tapped it to see that it was a bank reminder. Your savings card with the tail number 6868 was renewed at 9:30 on June 17 with a deposit of 100 million yuan, and the balance after the transaction is 10,000 yuan. Huaguai Industrial and Commercial Bank. Bai You's execution efficiency was quick, and $100 million quickly arrived on Chen Jingting's current bank card. Chen Jingting counted the $100 million on her bank card, and she was about to turn over in joy. Oh my god, 100 million 100 million Are my glorious days coming? Even if Chen Jingting had closed a few $1 million of orders, it had only been in the past 2 days, her mindset hadn't been completely solidified yet. $100 million had just arrived, and Chen Jingting was not exempt from being so happy that she couldn't help herself. Tang Xinran looked at such Chen Jingting and couldn't help but laugh lightly. Chen Beauty, congratulations on making it to the top. Encountering a top-tier rich second generation like Xu Yang, even a character like Tang Xinran was able to soar to the heavens, not to mention Chen Jingting, who was about to take control of Xueji. Then I'll borrow Tang Xiao's good advice. Let's go to Yuqing to take a look, and dish out the store in the meantime. Chen Jingting had money in her hands and began to concentrate on her own business. In fact, the location of Yuqing's store is considered to be relatively good in magic. The location of the lot, the decoration and the design of the store, etc., are all relatively good. Together with Chen Jingting has been outside the business, marketing, fame and the beauty brand is also the existence of the top 10. Unfortunately, Mr. Zhao is not honest, even in Chen Jingting's performance on the hands, so that this sales champion is their own ability is not enough. Instead, Xu Yang got a loyal and incomparable business wizard for free. Chen Jingting took Tang Xinran's BMW and came to Yuqing Beauty Store again. Only to see the store outside the door around a lot of people, men and women, young and old, a piece of the great, do not need to see all know is to find fault. I really didn't expect that, after 3 days of separation, Yuqing has mixed into this appearance. Chen Jingting wasn't the least bit surprised by Mr. Zhao's current predicament. With her public relations skills, when faced with Yuqing's situation, she would definitely be able to take care of it in less than 3 minutes. Unfortunately, Yuqing didn't have a second person who could match Chen Jingting. Everyone, like this, will have someone check the product, and if it's really bad, will fake it and pay for it. Li Jie stood outside the door and maneuvered with a group of women. Yuqing's general manager Zhao, however, hid in his office probing his head and waiting for Li Jie to finish dealing with the matter. Fake 1 to compensate 10? Compensate for 10 fakes. What do we need fakes for? That's right, we spent thousands to buy a lonely Hurry up and return the money. Without manager Chen, you guys, this Yuqing is getting worse and worse, but also the second best. I'm a poo. Yes, if I hadn't seen manager Chen at Yarenmai, I wouldn't have known that manager Chen had left Yuqing. I also saw manager Chen at Yarenmai. I thought there was nothing wrong, but as soon as I used the beauty cream yesterday, look, my face is allergic. A group of women all exploded with anger at Li Jie's words. When Chen Jingting was around, she was the one who personally controlled all the quality. Even though Yuqing's beauty cream's efficacy wasn't that impressive, it did have a whitening effect. But the product fell into the hands of Li Jie and Mr. Zhao, and for the sake of money, they directly smashed the reputation, saying that it is not too much to say that they killed the chicken to get the eggs. Li Jie was originally a bit jealous. She listened to these customers compare themselves with Chen Jingting. Her heart was furious. She looked at Chen Jingting and Tang Xinran who came down from the BMW. She was even more furious. Chen Jingting, what are you still standing there for? These customers are all recruited by you, don't hurry over to deal with it. Chen Jingting had left Yuqing, and gave her a whole bunch of things to do. Manager Chen is here, you come to comment. Sister Lu pulled Chen Jingting over to the store. She still had a good impression of Chen Jingting, especially since a lot of people knew that she had been forced to leave Yuqing, and were very angry at the unfairness of Yuqing's boss. Fortunately, Chen Jingting was working at Yarenmai and was a manager. Her status was even quite a bit higher than Yuqing. Sister Lu, please take the beauty cream for me to smell. Chen Jingting said, and Sister Lu immediately handed over the beauty cream. Chen Jingting opened the beauty cream with familiarity. The pungent smell coming from the beauty cream made her eyebrows cluster. Li Jie, you'd better refund the payment now, or else this, when it goes to the top, won't be as simple as a refund.
The clear fragrance of the beauty cream has turned into a cheap scent, and the original clearly visible transparent milky white color has also changed somewhat, not to mention the effectiveness of the product.
Good really you are in the second best. Hurry to give me a refund, I don't want the goods. I don't want it either, give me my money back. And mine too.
If you don't give me my money back, I'll find a reporter to expose you. Customers said one thing and I said another, just about to enter the door to make trouble. Li Jia looked at this battle and was angry in her heart, but she had to do what Chen Jingting said. After a riot, tens of thousands of dollars were returned. Manager Chen, this time, thanks to you, if not for you I guess this money can't be returned.
Yes, Manager Chen, thank you for the idea. Manager Chen, thank you.
After the refund was over, obviously it was Li Jia who gave the money, but the one who was thanked was Chen Jingting. It would be strange if Li Jia wasn't angry.
However, after her brief exasperation, she didn't dare to lash out in front of Tang Xinran, could only hold it in.
Mr. Zhao had already told her that Tang Xinran's status was not bad, and now he was with a big shot, not a small store that could afford to offend them. Hiding in his office, Mr. Zhao saw that the customers had left before he dared to come out of his office.
Young Tang, you're here today, is there something you want?
Mr. Zhao's face wasn't looking too good right now, and his eyelids were still a little greenish black, so it was clear that he hadn't been living as well as he'd hoped these past few days. Tang Xinran spread his hands, pointing at Chen Jingting on the side. I came today to give Chen Jingting a hand. Xu Xiao thinks highly of her and is ready to hand over a big project to her. The company's location is currently in the process of selecting a site. Originally, this is also under consideration. It seems that now, why don't you make it this one? Mr. Zhao's face turned green when he heard Tang Xinran's words.
What did he mean by let's do it this way?
However, Mr. Zhao didn't dare to dislike him, because the company was indeed about to open. The tigress of the family was making a mess of the divorce in the past few days. The matter between himself and Li Jia was blown out of proportion for some reason, and even the customers were coming over to Yuqing one after another to make trouble, and he hadn't slept well in the 3 days since Chen Jingting had left the company.
Disc store?
Chen Jingting, how much are you going to spend to buy my store?
After Mr. Zhao's exasperation, he revealed endless hope.
If this money fell into his hands, then divorcing that tigress wasn't out of the question. Chen Jingting, at least I know you well, how about giving a price of $5 million? Seeing that Chen Jingting didn't say anything, Mr. Zhao quickly said in a peaceful manner. Chen Jingting listened to Mr. Zhao's words and was exasperated by his shamelessness. The current Yuqing was being made to look like this by them, saying $3 million was too much for her, and Mr. Zhao actually wanted $5 million. Mr. Zhao's dream is quite beautiful, but I can't afford $5 million, I'll give $1 million at most. If Mr. Zhao is unwilling, I can negotiate with Tang Xiao for another home. Chen Jingting pulled out a fake smile. She had no intention of pulling the wool over Mr. Zhao's eyes. When Mr. Zhao heard Chen Jingting's offer, he was dumbfounded. If he really dished out $1 million, he wouldn't even be able to recover his capital. But if this $1 million really dished out... The little calculations in Mr. Zhao's heart crackled, when a middle-voiced female voice boldly agreed. Good. $1 million I sold. Little girl, thank you for revealing the information to me, otherwise I really didn't know that there was actually a vixen hooking up with him every day. Mr. Zhao only felt a shiver run through his body. Why was his family's tigress here? Chen Jingting revealed a gentle smile to Mrs. Zhao. You're welcome, Mrs. Zhao, then you take care of things first. I'll arrange for someone to come over and sign the contract with you later. Mrs. Zhao answered yes and greeted the dozen or so people behind her, closing the store's door with nimble hands and feet. Soon, a gurgling scream came from the closed storefront. Chen Jingting listened to the miserable screams within the hall. She revealed a charming smile and clouded her eyes as she brought Tang Xinran back to the BMW. Tang Xinran swallowed his saliva, suddenly seeming to understand the context. Today's customers, were you the one who shouted over? Chen Jingting smiled. What are you talking about, Tang Xiao? How could I possibly do such a thing? I just gave the customers an idea. Then, that Mrs. Zhao who went to the store today, it was always you who shouted over, right? The arc of Chen Jingting's mouth widened. Not really, I just told her that I wanted to dish out the store, and that I accidentally sent the wrong message, and it turned out like this. Tang Xinran sort of realized that although most of what happened to Yuqing today was his own doing, Chen Jingting's role was a credit to him.
The author has something to say. Chapter 78, It was an accident.
As the car started, Tang Xinran looked at the Yuqing men's store that was getting farther and farther away, and had already made up his mind not to make Chen Jingting angry. Being beaten by the family's tigress at every turn like Mr. Zhao or something was just too scary.
How come there's still an ambulance going over? Tang Xinran looked at the whistling ambulance with some curiosity. The target was still the location of the Yuqing men's store.
Chen Jingting revealed an innocent smile and said, "It seems that Tang Xiao doesn't know about this. Mr. Zhao's wife is related to the first brother of the area here. The two families were opposite each other when they were young, and their relationship is extremely good. Tang Xiao, if your sister was bullied, what would you do?"
Tang Xinran was silent. If his sister was bullied, he could definitely hammer that person's legs off. Well, out of the news. Chen Jingting let out a murmur and clicked on a photo.
Tang Xinran went over to take a look. Holy, Mr. Zhao was really hammered off his legs. Looking at the photo, Mr. Zhao, whose parents couldn't even recognize him, had his legs hanging like noodles and was being carried on a stretcher. Although it looks miserable, but somehow some want to laugh how to do. Cheating on the president was beaten so badly, Mr. Zhao is the first of its kind. But cheating is even worse, or Mr. Green, oh no, Mr. E. After hearing that Mr. E has now divorced Huang Liwen, he immediately took I Ching to do a paternity test, and the results of the test just came down, and found that the mother and son of I Ching ran away. The circle is still laughing at the fact that Mr. E's own son doesn't want to give someone a son. Compared to Mr. E Yuan's son is much more successful. Not only is his career in Zhongqing flourishing, but he has also negotiated several billion-dollar projects one after another. Now, whether it's online or in the business circle, he's getting rave reviews. Of course, the one that everyone praised the most was Chu Yang, who was the one who recognized the pearl with his eyes. Speaking of favorable reviews, Tang Xinran also noticed that the one who tweeted was a big V. No matter how you looked at it, Yu Qing's matter looked like Chen Jingting had arranged it. It seems like I don't have to worry about you getting screwed over in the future. Tang Xinran had just been shivering a bit at Chen Jingting's behavior. But on second thought, he felt that it might not necessarily be a good thing. Xu Yang's men didn't need someone with a soft heart. Chen Jingting could definitely make Xueji the strongest. Chen Jingting laughed, "Don't worry, Tang Xiao, I was pitted in the past, that was because I wasn't cautious enough, but not anymore. I will definitely make Xueji the strongest in the country, even internationally." Tang Xinran was non-committal about Chen Jingting's words. "I'm looking forward to the results you said. Where are you planning to go next?" "I was arranged by Brother Yang to come over and follow you to settle things." It was already an open secret that Tang Xinran was Chu Yang's little brother. His existence had almost become Chu Yang's spokesperson in the circle. Having Tang Xinran step in was a million times more useful than Chen Jingting stepping in herself. "I still have to go to the factory to choose a location, including the issue of the source of goods that also needs to be considered." Hearing that it was a work-related matter, Chen Jingting's eyes immediately lit up. She wanted to use faster speeds to solve all of the problems with Xueji's store and supply. "Let's set off then." Tang Xinran reported an address to the driver, and the BMW changed direction and set off once again. In the blink of an eye, the time came to afternoon. Xu Yang looked at Tang Xinran, who had returned from outside, and then remembered that he had made an appointment with Zhou Luanjie to go to Huanqing Entertainment today. Xu Yang looked at the time. It was exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. "Yue, get ready, I'm going to make a trip to Huanqing Entertainment." Bai Yue heard Chu Yang's command and immediately arranged for a driver to prepare for the trip. Not long after, Chu Yang's Mercedes-Benz Big G arrived at Huanqing Entertainment. Zhou Luanjie had been waiting at Huanqing Entertainment for a long time. "Chu God, you finally came, go, I'll take you to my office room." Zhou Luanjie excitedly brought Chu Yang up the stairs. That little fanboy gesture shocked a crowd of employees of Huanqing Entertainment. Heavenly King Zhou is really a fan of Chu God. "Chu God is so handsome, this face value is too high. I feel like I'm about to be suffocated by Chu God's handsome face value. I want to close my legs too. Chu God, I love you." Xu Yang's appearance caused quite a few company employees to send out screams and displays of love. Xu Yang listened to the voices outside and was also a little unsettled. Why did his industrial inspection turn into a fan star chasing scene in seconds? And the one chasing was still himself? Zhou Luanjie couldn't help but feel happy in his heart as he listened to those words. "Chu God, still you have a big charm, these ones that show you love, will definitely have to be deducted when they turn around." Huanqing Entertainment has its own rules and regulations. Showing love and whatnot is not allowed to appear in the staff layer. There was no way around it. Huanqing Entertainment was originally a large star-making company. If the employees were to ogle and show love to their own stars every day, it would probably be a mess. Do you need to show love even if you're fined? Xu Yang was somewhat powerless to spit. He and Zhou Luanjie arrived at the 18th floor, which was the floor of Zhou Luanjie's workroom. Most of the more famous as well as the newest traffic kids and the like were on this one floor. "Shenliang, when are you going to make our relationship public with the fans? My family is already starting to rush me." A warm and soft female voice resounded in the stairwell of the 18th floor. That aggrieved voice made people feel a little heartbroken when they heard it. Zhou Luanjie was also a bit embarrassed. He felt that he was a bit backward today. It was not easy to wait until his idol was willing to come to his company, but he actually ran into this kind of thing. "I can't publicize it for the time being, I'm in the rising period of my career right now. Quiet, you give me some time." The boy called Xin Liang obviously didn't want to publicize the relationship so early. Quiet immediately cried lowly after hearing this, "But I already have your child in my stomach, if I wait any longer, I won't be able to cover it up." It was only then that Chu Yang truly understood what it meant that your circle was really messed up. He looked at Zhou Luanjie, who immediately dutifully introduced Chu Yang. "The man's name is Xin Liang, he's the company's newest popular star, he's been very hot in the circle lately, he's very handsome, and his singing and dancing is also good." Zhou Tianwan was not fond of commenting on other people's private lives, and simply said Xin Liang's information. As for the woman's identity, Zhou Luanjie did not say. From this stage name, it should be an actress outside the 18th line. If Xin Liang wasn't also in the 18th floor, Heavenly King Zhou might not have recognized him. The showbiz industry is full of newcomers coming out every day, some suddenly catch fire, and some have been active for more than 10 years without catching fire. This all depended on luck and strength, and it was normal for the same company not to recognize them. This kind of thing, does it happen a lot? Chu Yang slightly furrowed his brows. He was not satisfied with what he had learned. Not a lot. The company has a contract that explicitly states it. Most stars should be forbidden to fall in love during a big hit. Looking at their situation, it is estimated that they are privately involved. The agent should be unaware of it. Huanqing Entertainment was considered to be one of the more strict economic companies in the entertainment company. Even so, there were still quite a few people who would violate the company's rules and regulations for various reasons. Well, that's not bad. Xu Yang nodded. He wasn't going to personally deal with this matter, but what should be understood still needed to be understood. "Let's go, a company need to continue going around," Xu Yang said in a faint voice, and Zhou Luanjie couldn't help but show a joyful face. This was a chance to walk around with his idol. Zhou Luanjie unambiguously led Xu Yang around. Chushin, among the many entertainment companies, Huanqing Entertainment is still not bad anymore. Like Subterfuge and whatnot, there's usually none. Zhou Luanjie was still very satisfied with the current situation of Huanqing Entertainment, and as he spoke excitedly, he saw a beautiful woman with her arm around a fat, middle-aged man walking in the company's corridor. "Mr. Han, you're annoying. I've been eyeing an endorsement recently, so help me out, will you?" Zhou Luanjie only felt an invisible slap on his face as he listened to the woman's coquettish words. He had just finished speaking, and then he stumbled upon the company's general manager Han submerging an actress? Ahem, Shushin, this was an accident, Zhou Luanjie said with some embarrassment as he hurriedly took Chu Yang in the elevator and arrived at the next floor. The elevator doors had just opened, when they saw two stunning and even-looking girls with a bunch of assistants confronting each other not far from the elevator. "Zhou Xiao, you can How dare you rob my resources? I'm the one who robbed you of your resources. It's obviously because you're incapable that people chose me for endorsements. What about my movie and TV drama roles? Weren't you the one who robbed them?" The two actresses tore up in front of Chu Yang. That scene of cursing each other was really something else. Chu God, why don't we go to the next level?" Zhou Luanjie closed the elevator with a red face and ears, and in his heart, he felt that he was extremely backward. Why is it that today he encountered both subterfuge and celebrities pinching each other? Can we have a normal one? Zhou Luanjie looked at these scenes, the heart is almost crying. Chu Yang knew that what he had seen was just the tip of the iceberg, but he also decided to personally straighten out Huanqing Entertainment. Xu Yang Bing wasn't bad, likewise, he didn't want his company to be so messy. Subterfuge what Chu Yang simply do not need. The company under him should use strength to speak. The author has something to say. Chapter 79 Mr. Chu, everyone is here. Chu God, why don't we go and sit in my workroom? Zhou Luanjie brought Chu Yang to stroll around for a while, and decided on the spot to stop bringing Chu Yang to continue shopping down the road. If he let this stroll on, his face would be swollen. After Chu Yang went through this stroll, he likewise gained a lot. He smiled and said, "No need, you take me to the Huanqing president's office." Zhou Luanjie reacted with a look of excitement on his face.
Shushin, what kind of cooperation are you planning to talk about with Wanqing? What type of one? Do you think I can do it? It wasn't a secret that Chu Yang owned the Koenigsegg 11 in Magic City, and likewise, many people knew that Chu Yang was rich. Exactly to what extent he was rich was a mystery. There's no rush, your matter can be put aside first, I have other things. Chu Yang faintly waved his hand, the entire Wanqing Entertainment was his, letting Zhou Luanjie obtain higher resources wasn't just a matter of words. Alright, Chu God, you go this way. Zhou Luanjie was very familiar with the location of the president's office. He brought Chu Yang to the outside of the president's office and knocked on the door. Come in. The second secretary had already informed about Zhou Luanjie coming over, and Lu Lixuan was busy with his office. Zhou Luanjie pushed open the door before he looked up and inquired, Luanjie, what do you have? As soon as Lu Lixuan saw Chu Yang, he hurriedly got up to greet him. President, what brings you here? President? Zhou Luanjie watched Lu Lixuan invite Chu Yang to his desk, that respectful look, just like a subordinate. Chu Xin was the latest incoming president of Wanqing Entertainment? Zhou Luanjie was confused. After the change in the shareholding of Wanqing Entertainment, Lu Lixuan became the executive president in charge of Wanqing Entertainment. And the new president of Wanqing Entertainment's God of the Dragon has always been the object of much talk among the employees. I'm afraid no one expected that the boss behind their scenes would be Chu Yang. Thinking about the various large-scale rollover scenes that he had encountered today, Zhou Luanjie seemed to know Chu Yang's purpose for coming to Lu Lixuan. Prepare to hold a high-level meeting, I have something important to announce. Chu Yang faintly commanded, and Lu Lixuan immediately went and complied. Soon, the news of the new president of Wanqing Entertainment holding a high-level meeting spread, and many employees were filled with countless curiosity about the identity of the new president. You guys, who exactly is our new president? I cannot know who he is, I just want to know if the president is handsome, how tall he is, how old he is, and I also want to learn about his specialties. It's broad daylight, don't daydream. I hate it, if I'm as good as Chushin in specialties, daydreaming is fine. You roll aside. The employees eyed the executives who went upstairs and once again had a heated discussion about their own mysterious new president. Wanqing's high-level conference room. Chu Yang had just sent a message to Liang Yuan, asking him to thoroughly investigate the senior executives of Wanqing Entertainment and send the information to Tang Xinran. It didn't take long for the executives to arrive one after another. A fat-headed middle-aged man, upon seeing Chu Yang, panicked then, You are the new president? The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. In the front foot, he was still flirting with the company's women in front of Chu Yang with impunity. The next foot Chu Yang shifted and became the new president of their company. Sit down first. Chu Yang had the ability to forget everything and naturally remembered who this middle-aged man was. The middle-aged man obeyed Chu Yang's words and sat down on the chair, only feeling as if he was sitting on pins and needles. General Manager Chu, everyone has arrived. Lu Lixuan's positioning of himself was very clear, he was dutifully doing what a subordinate should do. Chu Yang nodded his head, swept a glance at the executives present, and said indifferently, I came to inspect the company on a whim today, and I didn't expect the executives to give me quite a few surprises indeed. Chu Yang's words made quite a few executives with unclean hands feel uneasy. However, on second thought, they felt that Chu Yang might not check on them. Chu Yang took in the looks of the executives, he made a call to Tang Xinran, and the familiar ringtone rang outside the door. The executives listened to the unfamiliar ringtone and looked at each other in dismay, who else would come at this hour? Tang Xinran pushed open the door and came in, his face was not only very popular in the circle of rich young people, even people with a little bit of status remembered Tang Xinran vividly. Mr. Tang was the one who followed the newest and most mysterious rich young man around. Why did he come to Wanqing Entertainment? Once the executives contacted Mr. Chu with Tang Xinran, the executives who still had luck in their hearts had two wars. The new president of Wanqing Entertainment, Mr. Chu, is a top-ranking rich young man. With Chu Xiao's ability, what information could not be found? Brother Yang, these are the information you wanted. Tang Xinran handed the printed information to Chu Yang's hands. In the conference room of a dozen people, it was so quiet that only the sound of Chu Yang turning over the information could be heard. I've finished reading the information, so let's get to the point now. Chu Yang put the information down. His casual movements caused all the executives present to have their hearts startled, and many of them straight away felt that they were going to be finished.
There have been subterfuges artists secretly enrich themselves. You leave on your own, I can forget about it. Of course, the number of enrichment, eat how much they spit out how much, I will arrange for Lu Lishuan to follow up.
Xu Yang only looked at the information of the top management. As for its artists, brokers and other issues, Xu Yang would leave it all to Lu Lishuan to deal with. As Xu Yang's words fell, several of the top brass immediately stood up and asked for their own departure. Mr. Chu, I thought about it, I'm quite old now, I want to ask for my own departure. Mr. Chu, my wife's child is about to be born, I also want to ask for my own departure. Mr. Chu, I've been a little sick lately, I need to go to the hospital for medical treatment, I'd like to leave my job. Xu Yang listened to these various requests to leave the company, nodded and agreed to them one by one. These people included the middle-aged man who had just gotten fat-headed. The rest of the two senior executives with unclean hands were still untouched, obviously still having a lucky break. Lu Lishuan, I'll leave the rest for you to handle, I want a Wanqing that obtains resources based on strength, you can do it, right? Xu Yang threw the information in his hand to Lu Lishuan, who was on the side, got up and was ready to walk out. Those two executives saw that the information had reached Lu Lishuan's hands, and they both unanimously sighed in relief. As long as it is not in Xu Yang's hands, they are not afraid of what Lu Lishuan will do. If Lu Lishuan really had any ability, he would have arrested them long ago, but still waiting for now? Okay, General Manager Chu. Lu Lishuan picked up the information given by Xu Yang and scanned it for a couple of moments, looking at the two senior executives with his eyes becoming very deep. This high-level meeting broke up with Xu Yang's departure. The two senior executives saw that everyone had left before they slowly got up and walked outside the conference room. If the information was in Xu Xiao's hands, I'd still be a little bit scared. Lu Lishuan is just an executive president, what can he do at the top? Snort, isn't it? Go downstairs. Outside the door of the high-level conference room, the two executives had just walked to the door when they were subdued. Qi Wanrui, Ran Mingjia, you are suspected of tax evasion issues, come with us. The men who subdued the two were wearing police uniforms. Not only that, but there were quite a few executives who hadn't left who also saw this scene. Qi Wanrui and Ren Mingjia didn't expect Lu Lishuan to be so ruthless. They looked at Lu Lishuan. Lu Lishuan loosened his tie and said to the two men in a faint voice, Qi Wanrui, Ran Mingjia, it's fine for you to look down on me, but don't forget that now Wanqing is Chu Xiao's world, reflect properly inside and come out and behave properly. Qi Wanrui, Ran Mingjia looked at such Lu Lishuan before suddenly realized, the original Lu Lishuan is not cowardly at all, but the previous environment does not allow. Chu Xiao, however, gave Lu Lishuan a platform for development. From now on, Lu Lishuan's Wanqing will be like a tiger with wings. What's annoying is that they didn't see through Lu Lishuan's true colors and thought he was a timid and fearful CEO. Why don't they think about it? Lu Lishuan can sit in the position of executive president, can it be an ordinary person? Qi Wanrui and Ren Mingjia were taken away by the police with a heart full of remorse, and then the news of the change in the top management was also circulated in Wanqing Entertainment. The author has something to say. Chapter 80, How did Chu Xiao buy a rotten building? The new president is so awesome. Once he came, he sacked several top management, and also put two top management into the hole. I just took a picture of it, and now it's all over the internet. Who do you think the new president of our company is? I also want to know exactly where the president is a ruthless person. The company has several popular artists who are clamoring to terminate their contracts. Hiss, terminate their contracts? Mr. Lu agreed? More than agreeing. Mr. Lu also said that those who want to terminate their contracts should say so as soon as possible so that he can uniformly arrange for the legal affairs to handle the follow-up. My goodness. The employees of Wanqing clearly felt the difference in Lu Lishuan's treatment of Wanqing Entertainment. Many people had a premonition that Wanqing Entertainment would definitely be refreshed after today, and would even undergo a major blood change. Wanqing Propaganda Department Private Group. Xiaoko, who was known as Wanqing's little smart man, announced an explosive news in the group, Sisters, I know who the new president of our company is. Hua. Xiaoko deserves to be called Wanqing Xiaolingson, tell me quickly, I'm dying of curiosity. Yeah, the new president just came over and sacked 1/3 of the top management, I'm panicking. Xiaoko listened to the news from her sisters in the group, her small face in front of the computer was full of complacency. I just listened to the top management of the sacked ones, how could they not expect? Chu general manager is Chu Xiao, sisters, you find taste. My mama, it's actually the top rich second generation Chu Xiao. No wonder I just saw Tang Xiao in the hallway. Wanqing is going to heaven. No wonder Mr. Lu directly let them go without saying a word, just ask you, our Chu Xiao is the one who was poor in money?
I suddenly remembered those artists who are going to terminate their contracts. If they know that Chu Xiao is in charge of Huanqing, they should be crying and begging for it back.
Chu Xiao wouldn't want such crooked dates.
Knowing that Chu Xiao was in charge of Huanqing, the ladies in the publicity department immediately began to brag to their colleagues. Soon, all the employees of Huanqing all knew the news that Chu Yang was in charge of Huanqing Entertainment. Chu Yang did not know that he had been exposed once again. With the news of the change in shares of Huanqing Entertainment coming to light, the news that the new president was Chu Yang also hit the hot search.
#shocked, another industry of top rich second generation Chu Xiao
Hashtag on the trenches of the top rich second generation, starting with the dismissal of the top management Hashtag Huanqing Entertainment's big change of blood, several popular artists terminated their contracts Even though things were still in the stage of catching wind, under the media's massive coverage, it still brought the attention of many tycoons and bigwigs in the entertainment industry to these things.
Chen Wei was one of them. He had been secretly investigating everything about Chu Yang lately, and he didn't expect that he had just investigated a little bit of clues, and in the twinkling of an eye, the media broke the news about Huanqing Entertainment.
What's going on? Why didn't Extreme Rhyme receive a bit of news? Chen Wei brushed the latest news, his heart suffocating. Extreme Rhyme was the premier information group in the country.
Surprisingly, he didn't even receive any news about the turnover of Huanqing Entertainment's shares.
It's so frustrating. Chen Tao was operating the computer next to Chen Wei, looking at Chen Wei with a gaze full of sympathy. Since Chen Wei became the family's youngest son, what information he wanted to wave his hand to get, but Chu Yang is an exception. Not only did he have a top hacker alliance like the Red Sky Alliance in his hands, even his own industry was a mystery. Young master, don't be depressed. After all, Chu Xiao has the Red Sky Alliance. No matter how powerful Extreme Rhyme is, it can't be compared to the Red Sky Alliance.
Chen Tao's straight man counseled.
Chen Wei's heart, which was already quite hard to bear, became even harder after a wave of manipulation by him.
I also want an alliance as awesome as Red Sky Alliance. But I don't have one.
Chen Tao looked at his young master's increasingly saddened face. He hurriedly changed the topic and said, "Young master, to tell you a fun piece of news, Universal International has recently been bought by someone unknown."
Universal International?
Chen Wei looked at Chen Tao in shock. What's going on here?
Which big young man in Magic City got screwed over?
Universal International was also originally a large company worth tens of billions of dollars, but due to improper investment and the loss of the rotten building, it faced a broken capital chain. Originally, Chen Wei also had the intention to get his hands on it, but the boss of Universal International asked for too much and the negotiations fell apart. Not only Chen Wei estimated that the boss of the global international wide net to fish basically the top of the rich second generation have asked once, it is estimated that did not come to fruition. But estimate to estimate, Chen Wei curiosity was inspired by this to the maximum.
He sent a message in the Magic City Big Young group, just listen to the staff said, the Global International was bought down, is our which big young hand?
What?
Universal International has been bought? I don't think so, it can't be, it's just like Universal International, can it be bought by someone?
I'm suing Non, I checked, Universal International really changed owners, but I didn't find out who it was.
You guys don't have someone who's negotiated a partnership with Universal International, do you? Just that rotten building of Universal International give me don't even want it, still talk about cooperation, is it possible?
Most of the top rich second generation people knew all about Universal International, who would buy Universal International? Wang Song and Qin Mu didn't say anything, but the big young men came to be interested in the person who bought Universal International.
Chen Wei, can you not find out who bought Universal International?
Chen Wei was once again suddenly asked a question, and his entire body was a bit bad.
This was because he had just asked Chen Tao to look into it and did not find out any useful information.
Universal International is my property. Chu Yang had just come out from Huanqing Entertainment, when he saw the chatting in the WeChat group, and when he checked carefully, he was actually talking about the matter of Universal International. Speaking of which, Universal International had also arrived in his hands for quite a while, and he had been too busy to look at it.
I'll go, Global International was bought by Chu Xiao? Chu Xiao, are you being cheated by someone?
Universal International capital chain broken and a rotten building, that's a big hole. Definitely a bottomless pit, can't level it out without $1 billion or so. The top rich second generation people learned that Chu Yang had bought Universal International, and they all thought that Chu Yang was being punked. However, after careful consideration, according to Chu Yang's current financial strength, $1 billion or so might just be the same as casually buying a bottle of water in his eyes. In contrast, they wanted to consult and ask, and felt that their hearts had been stormed.
Both are top rich second generation, how Chu Yun how bullish. Chen Wei wasn't feeling too good right now either.
This day is still not letting people live, how is it Chu Xiao's industry again? He covered his heart and lay down on the sofa with difficulty. He had only flirted with Universal International for less than a minute, right, and the next second Chu Yang said that Universal International was his.
No wonder he couldn't find out about Global International's shareholding changes. The sentiment was that it was Chu Xiao's property again. Chen Tao listened to Chen Wei's words from the side and silently picked up his computer and disappeared.
Chu Xiao has now been included in his blacklist, but all Chu Xiaos, he does not check.
The right three cannot afford to The author has something to say. Chapter 81. An old friend asks for cooperation, you have to give face to it. I go.
Where is Chu Xiao being cheated? He's definitely made a fortune. Suddenly, Zhang Jing's reply attracted everyone's attention.
What's the situation? How did he suddenly make a big profit? That's right, how can a rotten building still turn over? Young Zhang, what's going on? Yeah, what's with the half talk?
The top tycoons were all shocked as they listened to Zhang Jing's words. They couldn't figure out how a lousy building that wasn't looked upon favorably by everyone had made a fortune.
You'll know if I show you guys a message.
Zhang Jing sent a link to the group.
Famous schools will be relocated en masse to the Global International neighborhood. Once Zhang Jing's link was sent out, everyone who read the content of the link was all shocked.
They had just finished saying that rotten buildings were bad. Chu Yang must have been cheated and didn't even want to give it to them for nothing.
Now what?
The rotten building turned into a meat and potatoes. If the real remodeling down, the rotten building will become the school district housing.
At the very least, they can earn more than $1 billion or even a few billion. Chu Xiao is Chu Xiao, if you don't make a move, you'll be amazed. Admire admiration, Chu Young Bolden actually already knew the news in advance to take down.
Envious, this time at least have to earn more than $1 billion bar. Universal International others still have industry it, count up estimated to earn a few billion bar. After the top youngsters were shocked, they had a higher opinion of Chu Yang's vision and vigor. According to the previous situation of Universal International, Chu Yang had at the very least smashed more than $1 billion to get Universal International. The entire magic city of the rich who did not have to buy, but Chu Yang bought.
This has to be how big the vigor to smash more than $1 billion down.
Chu Yan looked at the envy and admiration on the screen and was somewhat baffled himself.
He had only delayed a few days to collect Global International, and in the blink of an eye the rotten building was going to be changed into a school district house?
I just happened to get it, and didn't spend much money. Chu Yang felt that the people in the group were bragging too much. He really just happened to get Global International.
Chu Young, you're being modest, more than $1 billion, how is it not much money?
Chu Xiao, even his seat is a Koenigsegg 1-1, what is $1 billion or so?
You're right, Chu Young is different from us.
When the group heard Chu Yang's words, every one of them felt that Chu Yang was being modest. Chu Yang felt that he couldn't explain this, so he let them go. The Magic City Dashao group was still touting Chu Yang's discerning eye. Chu Yang also remembered the subsequent construction problem of the rotten building. He said to Bai Yue, you tell the executive president of Global International, let him find a construction team to do a follow-up to the rotten building to finish, and then give Global International's public account to allocate 500 million. Bai Yue answered and went to dial Universal International's executive president, Mr. Gu Hanggu's phone number.
Chu Yang was prepared to go to Universal International tomorrow to take a look.
After experiencing what happened to Huanqing Entertainment, Chu Yang realized that inspections that did not reveal their identities were more capable of discovering problems than inspections that revealed their identities. Young master, there is an employee called Qin Jingting who wants to come and report to you about the work progress.
Bai Yue reported. Chu Yang didn't expect Chen Jingting to come over again today. The company's matters had already been finalized?
Chen Jingting followed Bai Yue into the villa. The confident smile spreading from the corners of her mouth, wearing a black OL suit, a wrap-around skirt, and black silk on her feet, she was really fashionable and capable.
General Manager Chu, according to the formula and funds you gave me, yesterday I have arranged for the workers to put in production overnight. At the moment only 1,000 small samples have been made, and they have already been delivered to the hands of the Magic City's rich taijis and celebrities. I believe that in less than 3 days, Xueji will also welcome a batch of big customers.
Chen Jingting had arranged everything on the same day with the help of Tang Xinran. After a day or two of operation and placement, the results were simply too good to be true. Chen Jingting alone had received several orders so far, and they were still rising.
Your movements are quite fast.
Xu Yang did not expect Chen Jingting to move so fast. He had thought that Chen Jingting would need more than half a month at any rate, and in less than 3 days of work, she had even conveyed a small sample out? Thank you for Mr. Chu's compliments. In fact, it's the fact that currently, Xueji has encountered some operational problems, and needs you, Mr. Chu, to step in and help solve them. Chen Jingting realized that her own president was truly becoming more and more mysterious. Ever since she knew that Chu Yang and the god of cookery on the internet were the same person, she had been paying attention to Chu Yang. As a result, it was only on the front foot that he was exposed as Zhongqing being his industry, and then on the back foot, he was exposed as the new president of Huanqing Entertainment. This one shocking melon ate her up to the point where she couldn't hold her breath.
Operational problems, like what?
Xu Yang narrowed his eyes. He was interested in Chen Jingting's next plan. I want to ask Mr. Chu to step in and arrange for a few beautiful stars to help Snowji, so that Snowji's advertisements can be spread all over Magic City, and make a name for itself within half a month. Of course, the group we are targeting is the high-end crowd, and the price is set at 36K a bottle. Xueji's is divided into 3 kinds of basic, advanced and advanced, each of which has a different price, and the whitening efficacy is also different. Chen Jingting had already thought of the words to impress Chu Yang before she came. Xu Yang listened to Chen Jingting's eloquent speech. It was obvious that she had put in enough effort to understand Xueji in the past few days, wanting to make Xueji bigger and stronger.
Well, the arrangement is very good. What's the purpose of you spreading all over the advertisements?
Xu Yang smiled and threw out another question. Chen Jingting was about to answer Xu Yang when her cell phone suddenly rang. It's Miss Dai's call. Chen Jingting looked at the name displayed on her cell phone, her small mouth slightly opened, filled with delight and incredulity.
Xu Yang listened to the name. There weren't many famous women surnamed Dai in Magic City?
It couldn't be Dai Shanshan phone call.
Answer the phone. Xu Yang wanted to enjoy and let Chen Jingting connect the phone.
Soon, Dai Shanshan's electric voice came out from the receiver. Hello Manager Chen, this is Dai Shanshan. Xu Yang signaled Chen Jingting to continue chatting with Dai Shanshan. If he thought correctly, Dai Shanshan called over most likely to work with Snowji.
Hello Ms. Dai, how does the small sample of Snowji feel? Is the effect still satisfactory?
Chen Jingting's easy flirtation was very moderate, making people feel relaxed without being abrupt. Dai Shanshan's mood seemed as if she was still in a good mood. She lightly smiled and said, the effect of Snowji is very good. I would like to negotiate with your company about cooperation.
Chen Jingting looked towards Chu Yang, a pair of beautiful eyes asking for Chu Yang's opinion.
Xu Yang nodded, and Chen Jingting politely replied, then when does Ms. Dai have time recently? I'll arrange it. Dai Shanshan did not expect Chen Jingting to agree so dryly. She paused and said, let's say 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. I will go to your company to negotiate.
Okay. Chen Jingting answered, and Dai Shanshan hung up the phone.
Only then did Chen Jingting inquire in a puzzled manner, Xu Xiao, with Xueji's current form, there is no need for cooperation at all. Why did you agree to cooperate with Miss Dai? Xu Yang spread his hands and said indifferently, old classmates come to beg for cooperation, one must always give face.
The author has something to say. Chapter 82. What's the secret?
Chen Jingting was so shocked by Xu Yang's words that she couldn't speak.
It was true that outstanding people would only be with outstanding people.
The newest and most mysterious rich second generation was actually classmates with the Dai group's daughter. Well, I'll also be there the day after tomorrow to catch up with her on the side. If there's nothing else, you can follow your pace. Xu Yang did not have a lot of money and assets in his hands right now. He did not care about money, but no one would mind having too much money, no.
Okay, Mr. Chu. Chen Jingting smiled, obviously very happy with Xu Yang's indulgence.
She had already pulled the channel of Xueji Xiao sample full in the past few days through Tang Xinran's relationship. Without any surprises, it was no problem to make a small profit of a few $1 million in the short-term capital return. Yue, transfer another 500 million to Chen Jingting as the company's working capital. Xu Yang shouted to Bai Yue, who was at the side. Bai Yue responded and immediately started the transfer operation. A few minutes later, Chen Jingting looked at the $500 million that had suddenly appeared on the company's account again, and was very excited inside. With these $500 million, she could set a small goal first, earn him $100 million first. With more funds in hand, Chen Jingting immediately proposed to say goodbye. Xu Yang had nothing to do this afternoon and simply ran to the gym again. At the same time, Xueji's reputation and fame also gradually spread in the rich and powerful circle.
Inside a luxurious villa.
The rich wives rubbed mahjong and chatted idly, expressing their envy towards one of the wives with fair skin and three-dimensional features. "Aya, Mrs. Chen, your skin looks so much whiter recently, you look 10 years younger." "Yes, Mrs. Chen, how have you been taking care of yourself lately? It's too enviable. Do you have any secrets to introduce?" Mrs. Chen listened to the words of her poker buddies, and her heart was already bursting with joy. Mr. Chen had some cooperation with Tang Xinran's company, and over, his business cooperation with Tang Xinran was quite good. A few days ago, Tang Xinran's men said that recently there is a called Shueji beauty effect is good, a week can see the effect, so he sent Mr. Chen a small sample. What kind of person is Mr. Tang Xinran? He was the man beside the top rich second-generation Chu Xiao. How bad could the things he recommended be? This, Mr. Chen let Mrs. Chen used, not out of 3 days, her skin became fair, even the essence of people look good. That white and red look, and as if back to more than 10 years ago, just because of this reason, Mr. Chen recently socializing or less, home more often. Alright, I won't hide it from you guys, you all know about Chu Xiao, right? Mrs. Chen was a bit fluttered by the wives' boasting, she spoke proudly, her eyes full of smugness. She originally had no qualifications to sit with these rich wives, if it wasn't for the fact that Tang Xinran suddenly followed Chu Yang, and her family had a cooperation with the Tang family, she wouldn't have been dragged by the rich wives and treated as a poker player. Of course we know about Chu Xiao, but this person Chu Xiao is really too mysterious. I just heard from the servants that Chu Xiao has 2 more properties worth over $10 billion. I've also heard about this matter, it's really something. Chu Xiao has heard that he's only in his 20s, how is he so capable? Zhongqing that thing, I also heard an ear, said that Mr. E is really funny, good wife and children do not want, have to give others to raise a son. Now Zhongqing heard in the E family under the operation of the young master of the light over $100 million of cooperation on the negotiation of a number of, always live to the dog to go. Speaking of Chu Yang's 2 latest exposed industries, the rich wives were all giddy as well. Their sons counted as about the same age as Chu Yang, how come they were all in their 20s, Chu Yang was just so powerful. The topic is far away. What does this have to do with Chu Xiao? The rich wives finished gossiping and hurriedly brought the topic back. I recently used this Snowji. Is Tang Xiao let someone send? You guys see, this is a small sample of Snowji. I used it for 3 days. Look at my skin, the effect is not particularly great. Mrs. Chen took out her phone and started to show off to the rich wives what she had done after using the Snowji. The rich wives were shocked at first glance. They hadn't even heard of the brand Snowji, how could the effect be so good? It's only been 3 days. Look at Mrs. Chen's white skin, white and red, just like being 10 years younger. Mrs. Chen, can you ask where Shueji got it from? I can pay for it. I can buy it too, the small sample doesn't look big, how come it's so powerful? I'm so envious of Mrs. Chen. Mrs. Chen, does your company have any new cooperation recently? The rich wives learned about the role of Shueji and became even more envious of Mrs. Chen. How much they had suffered and spent for this face. Unexpectedly, the world had come up with such a beauty cream with such a good effect as Snowji. This is just a small sample. What if they bought the real thing? The rich wives were excited just thinking about it. There is no cooperation for the time being, however, I did ask my husband to come to the phone number of the store manager at Shueji, and I've already booked an order of 100,000. Mrs. Chen took out her cell phone as she spoke. The rich wives excitedly took out their cell phones and entered Chen Jingting's phone number. They also had to hurry up and book Shueji before they could do so. It was late in case it was gone. Chen Jingting returned to the store from the villa and started working non-stop again. She was really busy lately. Every day, there were people inquiring about Shueji, and there were also people urging for orders. Chen Jingting received dozens of phone calls every day alone, and everyone's status was still unusual, they were all wives of rich families who didn't lack money. Alas, what a headache! Here the orders alone are 1 million. And there is still a steady stream of people wanting to buy. Shueji is now in short supply. Chen Jingting was now in pain and happy, enjoying the endless order troubles. While she had a headache, she called Tang Xinran. Tang Xiao, see if you can find me another factory, recently the orders are in short supply, I'm getting too busy, and I have to go to Huanqing to find a few beautiful stars later, so I'm counting on you for this. Tang Xinran was not surprised by Chen Jingting's current situation, because he had also received quite a few calls from the president asking about matters related to Shueji. It was important to know that women's love of beauty was terrifying, and for the sake of beauty, what was the point of urging one's own husband to inquire about Shueji? Small problem, I'll immediately arrange for someone to find a place, right, I'll arrange another secretary for you to go over there. Tang Xinran had already imagined Chen Jingting's busy state, but there was no way around it. Shuiji was just starting out, everything had to be done by Chen Jingting herself. However, arranging a secretary could still be done. Of course, this matter Tang Xinran really cannot do the main. In the piece of personnel arrangement, Chu Yang was the person who had the most say.
Thank you so much, young Tang, I'm really busy enough on my own.
Chen Jingting hung up the phone and immediately drove to Huanqing Entertainment to prepare for the star selection.
The author has something to say. Chapter 83, Mr. Chen, Happy Cooperation.
Mr. Liu, the person in charge of Shuiji, came to call, wanting Huanqing to arrange for a few actresses to do endorsement publicity. Moreover, the person in charge of Shuiji is also the person who Chu Xiao arranged to come over. The news that Chen Jingting wanted to cooperate with Huanqing was immediately reported to Lu Lixuan by his secretary. Then when the person in charge of Shuiji comes, you invite her to the conference room, I'll receive her personally. Lu Lixuan heard that Shuiji was arranged by Chu Yang to come over and immediately placed a high priority on Chen Jingting's matter. Of course, the other reason was still because of Shuiji's explosion in the rich and powerful circle. Even though Shuiji had only appeared for 2 or 3 days, Shuiji's position in the rich and powerful circle was unshakable. Even the actresses of Huanqing had quite a few of them obtained the small samples of Yuki gifted by the tycoons, and once again, they were on fire. Okay. The secretary hurriedly contacted the front desk. It wasn't long before Chen Jingting arrived at Huanqing Entertainment and had her first meeting with Lu Lixuan.
Hello, Mr. Liu, I'm Chen Jingting, the head of Shuiji.
Chen Jingting entered wearing a black casual professional suit, her feet stepped on 1 meter 8 height sky high plus her slender thighs, tall, beautiful and capable.
Hello Mr. Chen, I'm Lu Lixuan, what kind of star does Mr. Chen want to choose to be the Snow Ji? Lu Lixuan shook Chen Jingting's hand in a friendly manner. Chen Jingting was also quite impressed with Lu Lixuan as a person.
Ever since Lu Lixuan had rectified Huanqing under Chu Yang's authorization, in just 2 or 3 days, Huanqing Entertainment had undergone a major blood change.
Obviously, Lu Lixuan as a person was a decisive and outstandingly capable person. I want to personally go and see if it's okay for the actresses?
It wasn't that Chen Jingting hadn't thought of having popular female stars to endorse. But compared to the appeal of popular female stars, those with potential were more worth cultivating.
Yes, Xiao Chao, take Mr. Chen over to take a look.
After Lu Lixuan instructed at the door, his secretary Xiao Chao immediately brought Chen Jingting to wander around Huanqing Entertainment.
What's the name of that girl with darker skin? Chen Jingting arrived at the 17th floor under Xiao Chao's guidance.
The 17th floor was filled with a number of beautiful celebrities with their own distinctive looks, and everyone's temperament looked good. Among them, there was a girl with atmospheric and delicate features, sunny and cheerful, who looked very bright in the crowd. The only pity was that her skin was a little darker, and judging from the smile she raised and her actions, she should be a forthright and straightforward girl. Her name is Lu Jejia, she is a small star recently signed by the company. Her fame is not too big, her reputation in the company is also good, she has also recently appeared in 2 or 3 female secondaries, her acting skills are also highly praised by the directors, she is an extremely promising female star.
Xiao Chao filtered down Lu Jejia's information and gave an objective evaluation. Well, she's the one then. Chen Jingting was satisfied with Lu Jejia. Having darker skin Shuiji was not a problem at all. The key was her atmospheric features, and once her skin was white and then she put on a beautiful goddess makeup, she could definitely bring Shuiji on fire.
Good. Xiao Chao didn't expect Chen Jingting to settle on a spokesperson so casually. However, Chen Jingting being able to settle on a spokesperson so quickly was also a very good thing for Huanqing Entertainment, and Xiao Chao didn't have any opinions about it. She walked over to Lu Jejia and said, Lu Jejia, bring your agent with you and go with me to sign the endorsement contract for Shuiji. Lu Jejia's entire body was confused when she heard Xiao Chao's words.
What's the situation? Shuiji's endorsement? She had never even heard of it, okay?
On the contrary, it was a sultry-looking beauty next to Lu Jejia who had her mouth wide open, her eyes filled with incredulity.
Sister Xiao Chao, are you sure you want Lu Jejia to endorse Snow-ji?
Shuiji is a hot beauty product in the circle of rich wives.
Sister Xiao Chao, help me ask if I can do it, let me try.
After the sultry beauty finished speaking, the actresses next to her all reacted as well, and they nodded their heads like garlic.
Yes, Sister Xiao Chao, we can too.
Yes, Sister Xiao Chao, as long as the person in charge of Shuiji is willing, I can do anything. Sister Xiao Chao, if the person in charge of Shuiji chooses me, I will definitely do a good job.
Sister Xiao Chao, I can do it too.
The actresses didn't control their voices, and almost all of the employees on the 17th floor knew the news that Lu Jiejia had become the spokesperson for Snow Ji. It was believed that in another half an hour, the head of Shuiji's appointment of newly debuted starlet Lu Jiejia as the spokesperson of Huanxing Entertainment would spread throughout Huanxing. Xiaochao's impression of Lu Jiejia Ongpin, the sultry-looking beauty, was not bad, and she knew how big the temptation of Shuiji was to these actresses, but unfortunately, this matter was not something she could decide. The head of Shuiji only intends to find a spokesperson. You all give up your minds. Xiaochao finished speaking and pulled Lu Jiejia away. The sultry beauty next to Lu Jiejia watched Xiaochao and Chen Jingting walk away. Her entire body was almost dumbfounded. Why did Snow Ji choose Lu Jiejia as the spokesperson? So angry, didn't the person in charge of Snow Ji see my beauty? I don't look any worse than Lu Jiejia. Why does she have her eye on Lu Jiejia? I also want to know, a group of actresses are here, how come they chose Lu Jiejia? When the actresses learned that Lu Jiejia had been chosen as the person in charge, they were all dying of envy and jealousy. That was Shuiji. The rich wives and even actresses and the like of Magic City all wanted to get their hands on the Snow Ji. But whoever has got the Snow Maiden, as long as a little show off a wave, that starry-eyed feeling don't mention how good it is. Soon, the news that Lu Jiejia had become the spokesperson of Snow Ji spread throughout the entire Huanxing Entertainment. The entire female stars of Huanxing Entertainment and the staff of Huanxing Entertainment were all mad with envy towards Lu Jiejia. That's Snow Ji. A miraculous beauty cream that could whiten your skin after a week of use. In this world, there was absolutely no beauty cream that was more awesome than Shuiji. Such an important thing as a spokesperson had fallen to an actress who had been on the scene for less than a year or two. How could they not be envious and jealous? If I can get Shuiji's endorsement, young Zhan will be able to go out with me. So envious. I have to rely on cosmetics to save my acne-prone skin, but Lu Jiejia turned her head and became the spokesperson for Shuiji. I didn't have a doorway to buy Shuiji, but Lu Jiejia turned around and became the spokesperson. I'm so jealous. I'm also jealous. Maybe it's because she's black. A small assistant silently published the truth, surprisingly leaving a group of white-skinned actresses speechless. In terms of blackness, who here was better than Lu Jiejia? That's a healthy wheat color. Is it that they don't deserve it? Surprisingly, even being too white is a mistake. Lu Jiejia was signed in front of Chen Jingting by Xiaochao, and her entire body was still in a state of bewilderment. She stared blankly at Chen Jingting and asked incredulously, Mr. Chen, you're really letting me become the spokesperson for Shuiji? Chen Jingting couldn't help but smile as she looked at her appearance. Yes, I hope that you stay at your best for the rest of the month, and have fun working together. Lu Jiejia already knew what kind of product Shuiji was on the way. She excitedly signed Snow Ji's endorsement contract. Her small face was so excited that it was filled with a reddish hue. She had never dreamed that she had suddenly transformed into the envy of everyone in Huanxing Entertainment. Mr. Chen, happy cooperation. The author has something to say. Chapter 84, How many industries does Chu God actually have? With Chen Jingting's choice of spokesperson, the matter of Shuiji completely caught fire. Hashtag Snowji, the only beauty cream hashtag. Hashtag Snowji, the product that all the rich wives are using. Hashtag. Hashtag surprise. All the actresses are using it. Hashtag Shirkei Claptrap hashtag. The efficacy of Snow Ji's whitening effect within a week has also spread thoroughly on the internet. Shuiji is also the only beauty product in Mordor that has caused heated discussions among the general public before the product was made in large quantities. The beauty effect of Shuiji is so gluttonous. It's simply a savior for me who has experienced beach sunbathing. Snort, a week of whitening and whatnot, it's simply fake. Which product on the market can do what it's doing now? That's right, all scattered, must be another marketing promotion, claptrap only. The online discussion of the Snow Ji people also presented a two-level watershed state. One side thinks that the Snow Ji really is the world's only whitening products, one side thinks that the Snow Ji is simply bluffing, claptrap. The two sides did not say anything before the product came out. On the contrary, the rich wives of the Magic City began to frantically in advantage of the Snow Ji. Shuiji is super good, the me before whitening and the me after whitening, pictures. And Mrs. Chen rubbed mahjong only to know, recently she became so good looking even because of the Snow Ji. I hope Shuiji will hurry to increase production, I ordered 100,000 in one breath. What a coincidence, I also ordered 100,000. Rich wives of such words in the circle crazy, Snow Ji also therefore overnight in the beauty circle fire into a hotspot.
The next day, a sunny day, Xu Yang came to the front of the rotten building of Universal International. Global International's Mr. Gu spent 2 days to hire a construction team to come overnight, and is ready to reconstruct the building again today. When this news was released, it immediately attracted interviews from the media and crowds of spectators. With the news of the relocation of the famous school, every move of the Global International is highly concerned by the parents of the students, and there are quite a few residents in the neighborhood who want to buy a house to live in after the Global International is converted into a school district. When Xu Yang came, he saw the scene where Mr. Gu of Universal International was surrounded by media reporters. Universal International even arranged security guards in order to maintain order. The scene was very lively. General Manager Gu, congratulations to Universal International for starting construction again. I would like to ask you what power supports you to serve as the executive president of Universal International? Mr. Gu, I heard that Universal International was acquired before this. May I ask you to reveal the news of the new president? Mr. Gu, may I ask why you chose to start construction so soon? Mr. Gu, I heard that your company recently had a $500 million capital change. May I ask if it's because of the new president? The reporters asked very sharp questions. Xu Yang stood in the crowd and looked at Gu Hang, his eyes full of interest. He would like to hear how Global International's Gu Hang would answer. First of all, Universal International has indeed been acquired. The news of the new president is no comment for the time being. The reason why we chose to start construction so quickly is also our president's intention. As for the company's financial problems, this is Universal International's problem. No comment for the time being. Gu Hang's answer was just as simple and rough. Other than telling the media that everything was our new president's intention, he didn't answer anything else. The crowd of media reporters were dumbfounded. They hadn't seen such an insensitive interviewee. What made the media feel even worse was that Gu Hang even left after answering the news, and their trip was tantamount to asking a lonely question. General Manager Gu. Why did Mr. Gu just leave? Alas, Mr. Gu is hopeless. I'll shoot the passers-by later. The media reporters were all stunned by Gu Hang's maneuvers, so they had to retreat and focus on the passers-by. There was no way. The rotten building in front of them was still under construction, so it was impossible for them to go in and make inquiries. Instead, there might be more news that could be unearthed from the passers-by. Hello sir, I'm a reporter from the Chinese Daily News, and I'd like to ask you about your opinion on Global International being built as a school district house. A reporter immediately came into the crowd and interviewed a middle-aged man who looked very simple. This is a good thing. With this school district house, it will be convenient for us to bring our children in the future. The middle-aged man answered the reporter's words in a simple manner, and his words were immediately recognized by the nearby onlookers. Yes, with the school district house, the child is close to the school and we are relieved. I came here to watch as soon as I heard that Mr. Gu had arranged for the construction team to start work. The new president of Global International is a great guy. My son recently won a first place in the city, and recently participated in a domestic painting and calligraphy competition, and is about to win the first place, but I didn't realize that the school had moved. My granddaughter also recently won an award, first place in the city's calligraphy competition. Xu Yang stood in the crowd and suddenly heard two bulls. For a time he was actually speechless. Detected Pang Feiyu bragging with the host. The system specially presents the skill Grandmaster Painter. Detected Zhu Tianlu bragging with the host. The system hereby presents the skill Grandmaster level calligrapher. Amidst the crowd's bragging, many media reporters noticed the outstanding-looking Xu Yang. The video of Xu Yang slapping the Goryeo man had spread very widely, and almost all of the media reporters were impressed with Xu Yang. Moreover, Xu Yang was also the president of Zhongqing and Huanqing. They couldn't imagine what was the reason for Xu Yang's appearance at Global. There were even more resourceful reporters who had already opened their cell phone live streaming, with the title directly naming Universal International Interview Live capturing a Xu God. Not long after, the number of people in the live broadcast room rocketed from 0 to 100,000 and continued to rise. Hello Xu God, may I ask why you came to Universal International? Hello Xu God, are you also planning to buy a house in Universal International? Hello Xu God, what is your reason for acquiring Zhongqing? Xu God looked this way. Xu Yang was caught off guard and forced to interview. He couldn't help but be a bit helpless as well. He took one of the microphones and said somewhat helplessly, "The reason I came to Global International is because the entire building is mine. I was going to inspect it, but I didn't expect to be interviewed by you guys." What? What did they hear? Universal International was Xu God's property. Not only the reporters who interviewed Xu Yang, even the viewers in the live broadcast room all exploded. Just how many industries does Xu God have?
Same question, I also want to know exactly how many industries Chu God has.
Shushin, to tell you guys, you may not believe me, I didn't buy Universal International to make money, I did it for fun. Shushin said, actually I envy you ordinary people, because, you don't have money, but you are free and happy. The author has something to say. Chapter 85, want to keep a low profile, but strength doesn't allow it. After Chu Yang's identity exploded, the security guards of Universal International immediately called the upper echelons. Sister Hui, the secretary of the president's office, was dumbfounded when she received the news. No one had expected that the president of his own family would lay low to such an extent and be exposed by reporters. Mr. Gu, Mr. Chu's identity as the new president of Global International has been exposed by the reporters, and now the person is downstairs, and the security guards are trying to maintain order. Sister Hui hurriedly reported to Gu Hang, who was dealing with a mountain of contracts on his hands. He was almost dumbfounded after hearing Sister Hui's report. Mr. Chu is making a scene here. How hot he is now, he does not know in his heart. He was also exposed by a reporter when he was on a private visit. Hurry up and notify the security guards to maintain order, I'll be right down. Gu Hang hurriedly finished ordering and notified all the top management to go down to meet Chu Yang. Chu Yang was not only very hot on the internet right now, but he had a Koenigsegg 11 in his hands, Zhongqing and Huanqing Entertainment, and other industries worth tens of billions of dollars. Such a bullish old boss, how could Mr. Gu not dare to neglect Ah? Thus, under the recordings of many cameras, General Manager Gu brought the top management of Global International to Chu Yang with great vigor. General Manager Chu, welcome to Global International's inspection. I am Gu Hang, currently serving as Global's executive president. This is. Gu Hang respectfully welcomed Chu Yang while introducing the company's executives to Chu Yang. This image, recorded by the camera, was inexplicably awesome for the reporters to watch. Especially the fans in the live broadcast room, they had frantically unfolded their keyboard mode. Shushin 666, Shushin Nyobi. Am I the only one who feels great? Just now Mr. Gu had how bullish he was, and now he's groveling. I want to be Chu God so badly, I just want Mr. Gu to bow down to me. My husband's estate has been exposed in another place, you people are so hateful. My husband just wants to keep a low profile, is that not okay? That's right, Shushin was forced to show his hand online that he is the president of Universal International. It's really too hard. I also want to be memorized for a bit of embarrassment and then expound on my heartache of being rich, but unfortunately, I just woke up and can't do it. Another wave of envy from the envy of Shushin unfolded in the live broadcast room, and the reporters present all silently joined the envy of Shushin. It couldn't be helped, everyone was a mundane person, and they all wanted to see Mr. Gu bow his head. Well, go in and talk, it just so happens that I want to inspect it. After Chu Yang roughly understood the situation of the executives, he faintly said to Gu Hang. Alright General Manager Chu, this way please. Gu Hang sniffed and immediately respectfully welcomed Chu Yang in. The viewers in the live broadcast room were once again cooled down as they watched General Manager Gu respectfully lead Chu Yang in. See, this is my husband, condescending as General Manager Gu who said a bunch of things without saying anything, all have to listen to him. Upstairs get lost, that's my husband. General Manager Gu or whatever is his subordinate, excited what the hell. I straight call good guy, you all are Chu God wife, then I count what? The palace? Positive your sister's palace, all are Chu God's wife, why are you so showy, I just want to see how Mr. Gu serves tea to my husband. A bunch of Chu Yang's wife fans had turned on their self-improvement mode and started to YY the picture of General Manager Gu serving Chu Yang. Chu Yang didn't know that his casual actions had been brainstormed by the netizens for many more images. He was currently following General Manager Gu to inspect Global International. Mr. Chu, the new building is still under construction, the estimated time is around 3 months, we have hired the best reputable construction team within the Magic City, and we have hired a famous domestic designer to design it, how about you give the new building a name? General Manager Gu was introducing the situation of Global International and gave a general introduction of the rotten building. Chu Yang was satisfied with General Manager Gu's efficiency, he thought about it and said, let's call the new building Xiang Xan Yuan. Gu Hang also thought it was good when he heard it, and immediately nodded his head and asked his secretary Hui to write it down. Gu Hang then took Chu Yan to visit the office environment of Universal International. The employees of Universal International all couldn't help but get excited when they looked at the super elegant and handsome Chu Yang. I've always licked Chushin before, I never thought that one day, Chushin would become my big boss. So handsome, so handsome, so handsome. What if my legs are a bit soft? You horse-forked insect, your legs are soft now. Learn from me, how calm I am. Shut up, you, Hadizi, you're flowing my desk. Mr. Gu originally wanted to bring Chu Yang to have a good tour of Global International, however, he underestimated his own boss's charm. He looked at those female employees with green light in their eyes, and somewhat regretted bringing Chu Yang over for a tour. Hasty. Cough cough, Mr. Chu, please go this way. General Manager Gu panicked and invited Chu Yang to another office area. He confidently thought that the office area, which was mostly male staff, should not fall. However, Mr. Gu was wrong again. Because he saw those elite staff who were usually one by one looking at Chu Yang like little fanboys. Mr. Chu, is it convenient for you to give me an autograph? I'm a fan of yours, and I've also joined your backing club. General Manager Chu, I've also joined the backup club. General Manager Chu, your martial arts are really handsome. Mr. Chu, you are simply a model for our men. General Manager Chu. General Manager Gu looked at the staff's attitude towards Chu Yang, and then thought about his own usual attitude when he was out and about with the staff, and was suddenly heartbroken. He and General Manager Chu were both the president of the company. How come the difference in treatment was so big? Cough cough, General Manager Chu, I'll take you to take a look at the rest of the company. General Manager Gu completely gave up on his employee. As he spoke, he intended to take Chu Yang towards the other areas again. Chu Yang was still satisfied with the condition of Global International. He shook his head and said, "No need, I'm satisfied with all your arrangements. I'm satisfied that Universal International is under your full authority. If there's anything, contact my personal butler again." Chu Yang said, leaving by Youwei's phone number to Gu Hang before leaving. And the entire Universal International as well as the internet was once again buzzing because of Chu Yang. Hashtag Chushin, the new president of Universal International. Hashtag Chushin, I'm just here for an inspection. I didn't expect to be interviewed by you guys. Hashtag Chushin says I want to keep a low profile, but my strength won't allow it. Hashtag the whole building belongs to Chushin. Hashtag Chu Yang's news once again swept the online hot search. I almost died laughing at Chu God's helplessness. It's so hard to keep a low profile. Chushin should cover his handsome face next time. In the future, when others eat and swipe their cards, he reveals his face and swipes it directly. 666, upstairs Nyobi, Chushin is too difficult. Low profile is not even possible, strength is not allowed, ha 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 ha. The employees of Universal International have gone crazy. They have now opened a special post. Just say one sentence straight. I am an employee of Universal International. I'm sour, is Universal International still hiring? I want to jump ship. Don't even think about it. Upstairs, next door, Zhongqing and Huanqing Entertainment now have skyrocketing employees and are being forced to send out circulars to stop hiring. The author has something to say. Chapter 86, I'll let my husband invest $100 million. Chu Yang didn't realize that he was once again on the hot search because of the inspection. Chen Jingting had just reported on the progress of Shueji, saying that everything was going well. Immediately after that, Chu Yang received a message pop up. Snowji spokesperson Lu Jia is the blackest star in Magic City. Snowji was very hot in Magic City. Chu Yang was aware of that. Everything about Snowji was also under the full responsibility of Chen Jingting. What was up with the spokesperson Black Ugly? Chu Yang was a little curious in his heart. He clicked on the message and browsed through the contents. Lu Jia had been brought to her own company by Chen Jingting since she became the spokesperson for Snowji. And Snowji's hotness had become a thorn in the side of many people, and there were even some beauty companies that started to blacken Snowji's spokesperson, Lu Jia, all over the internet in order to suppress Snowji. Lu Jia is the blackest actress I've ever seen. Look at this face value, it's as black as a coal. I really don't know what kind of vision Shueji has. I'm also convinced of Shueji's obsessive confidence. Lu Jia is black into what kind, but also when Shueji's spokesman. Lu Jia, get out of the entertainment industry, don't taint the Snowji. If we don't change the spokesperson, we will boycott Snowji. That's right, boycott Snowji on the whole network. The internet was flooded with bad reviews along with Lu Jia's raw pictures. Lu Jia followed Chen Jingting in the original Yuqing, which is now the main store of Shueji. She looked at her fair-skinned self in the mirror, and then looked at a piece of bad reviews on the internet. Her heart was secretly happy. Just now Chen Jingting had already approached her and told her that recently, because of Shueji's hotness as well as other people's redness, there were quite a number of people who wanted to make a move against Shueji, and now there were people hacking her all over the internet, wanting to use this as a way to suppress Shueji. But how strong was Shueji? Lu Jia was the one who had the most say. Because her face was now gradually becoming white and flawless, and could even be said to be a different person from before. As the sole spokesperson for Snowji, Lu Jia vowed that she would make a splash at the Snowji endorsement launch in a few days. Sister Jingting, what should we do next?
Lu Jejia was only half knowledgeable about promotions, and her agent had been replaced with Yi Xian, the gold medal agent of Huanqing Entertainment. Yi Xian had been just as busy as Chen Jingting recently, as a number of collaborations had suddenly risen due to Xueji. Chen Jingting was currently doing better. The people she should have recruited had already been recruited more or less, coupled with the fact that Chu Yangside had arranged for a top-notch secretary, Li Qiangshi, to come over. On the whole, she had quite a bit of time to deal with the matter of the whole network blackout. Just let them bounce around, the Weibo I registered just went through, you wait a bit first.
Chen Jingting smiled, her bland and self-assured attitude made Lu Jejia's heart relax even more within.
Immediately afterward, Lu Jejia received an 8 from Chen Jingting using the official website of Xueji. Snowji at Lu Jejia, congratulations to at Lu Jejia for endorsing Snowji. 3 days later, Snowji will carry out a conference and will invite at Lu Jejia to attend. As for the product sales time that you are all looking forward to, we will also announce it on the same day. Lu Jejia retweeted Snowji's official website comment without even thinking about it, and retweeted the comment, "Thank you for Snowji's love, guys, see you in 3 days for the launch." Lu Jejia knew that she was now blacked out all over the internet, and even thoughtfully opened the comments for the spammers to spray her. Don't you close the comments? Chen Jingting was shocked by Lu Jejia's maneuver. Lu Jejia smiled brightly and said, as the saying goes, hitting the face should be symmetrical on the left and right, let them hack first, after they finish hacking, it's my turn to hit the face. Lu Jejia said and touched her fair face again. It had to be said that after Lu Jejia came back white, her entire temperament looked dignified and full of imperial sister, and with a change of clothes and hairstyle, she could definitely become the imperial sister goddess in the hearts of the geeks. Very good, looks like I didn't choose the wrong person, you can arrange for someone to hack yourself in passing. Chen Jingting smiled with satisfaction. Lu Jejia immediately went and did as she was told. It was just that what Chen Jingting didn't expect was that she hadn't made any moves yet, and the rich wives who had used Mordor Xueji's small samples weren't happy about it. The rich wives knew how well Snowji worked, and now that it was being boycotted all over the internet, how could they be happy about it? Snowji is a product that I personally certified. What happened to the spokesperson black? It can definitely whiten back in a week. Don't let me find out exactly which company bought the fluff, or I'll let you go bankrupt. Use Snowji samples and still want me to use other products? Don't buy it if you don't want to. The order is here, you guys love to buy or not. At Xueji, still lacking a collaborator? I'll let my husband invest $100 million. At Xueji, I can also invest $100 million. At Xueji pick me, I'll invest $300 million. The rich wives had come down to tear each other apart for the sake of beauty, and even completely disregarded the netizens, shouting at Xueji through the air to ask for investment. This sudden $100 million shouting, so that the beauty companies that bought the script to black Lu Jejia almost vomited blood, and even more so, a group of spammers felt that they were looking for the wrong opponent. They have never seen their own black people can instead let people pull investment. Xueji microblogging comment area, a crowd of melon eaters all by the operation of the rich wives to show spray rice. Snowji is the most amazing company I've ever seen, all blacked out by the whole network, but unexpectedly forced to plug the investment. Just want to know, who is Xueji Bull then, let the rich wives down a tier. Mrs. Chen dumped the order of the gesture so domineering, love. The rich wives are scared, they are afraid that Xueji won't sell the goods. Not only the melon eaters, a bunch of micro-vloggers waiting for the opportunity also started to reprint this dramatic development of Xueji. Xueji suffered a network-wide boycott and was unexpectedly asked to invest by the rich ladies. Snowji worth tens of thousands of orders are here, the whole network boycotted. On how powerful the efficacy of Xueji is, this is what the rich ladies say. Chen Jingting looked at the online comments and also felt that this was an unexpected blessing. She originally wanted to experience the benefits of Snowji through the rich wives and gain a bunch of heavyweight customers. She didn't expect that after the Snowji samples were sent out, not only did it make Snowji's orders skyrocket, but it also made the rich wives become Snowji's loyal supporters. With the voice of the rich wives, the situation of the whole network black has been dissolved without the need for Chen Jingting to personally come down. The beauty companies that had bought the script to blacken Xueji were even more dumbfounded after receiving refunds from the jet-setters. I'm sorry boss, you find someone else for Black Snowjade, we can't afford to mess with those rich wives. Boss, I've sprayed so many products, Xueji is the only product I can't afford to spray, will you accept the refund? Lord Goldmaster, I've been a sprayer for so long, I've never opened my mouth and been sprayed 10 times, refunded, see you in the jungle.
Hello boss, this job is I can't do it anymore, I just sprayed a sentence and now I've been blocked, you find someone else. The author has something to say. Chapter 87 Chu Total, you really Snow G boss? Shui Ji all network black counter transfer everyone caught off guard, but also let black Lu Jiajia's beauty company bosses with smothered a mouthful of xiang like, nausea to death, they steal the chicken cannot etch the rice, but also become a rival, which let them look for who to say reason to go? More let the beauty company feel desperate, they want to change a spray to black Shuiji, the results found that Shuiji on the blacklist of the spray. But anyone who sprayed Shuiji, gave more money, but not spray. Spending money to give back the word of mouth of the beauty company bosses of the Snow G also send word of mouth to look at the Snow G big fire word of mouth in that angry hammer chest. Office of expensive computers and cell phones have fallen I do not know how many. And then look at the microblogging on the comments that praised Shuiji's word of mouth. Many beauty company desk table is gone again. Mrs. Chen recently looked a lot better indeed, like 10 years younger, I adore it. Mom asked me why I saved money, I told her that I wanted to buy a copy of Shuiji. Mom said, I'm going to see if your father has enough private money. My house seems to have been burglarized, nothing was lost but my personal money. Upstairs, me too. My girlfriend said that if I don't save up money to buy her a Yuki, she's going to let me sleep on the couch. With the big fire of Yuki, Yuki has also become a pain and pleasure existence for many male compatriots. Many guys bragged that they had good-looking and fairy girlfriends because of the small samples of Shuiji, most of the married men had poor pockets because of the private money surrendered to them, and there were also a small number of guys who wanted to get out of the house who suddenly rose up to study and work hard to earn money in order to buy Shuiji. Chen Jingting looked at this positive scene and felt very satisfied with it. She said to Lu Jiajia on the side, Jiajia, there are still about 2 days left for you to prepare, I will arrange for an etiquette teacher and a form teacher to give you some urgent lessons later, and strive to be a hit at the lunch event 3 days later. Lu Jiajia saw Chen Jingting thinking so much about herself, she happily nodded her head and said, don't worry, Sister Jingting, I won't let you down. As Lu Jiajia's words fell, Chen Jingting's cell phone suddenly rang. She looked at the phone number displayed on the screen, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Why did Miss Dai suddenly call? Hello Miss Dai, what is your business? Chen Jingting picked up the phone and inquired suspiciously. Not much, I want to negotiate with Mr. Chen about the Shuiji agency rights, do you think it's convenient for you this afternoon? Dai Shanshan originally intended to negotiate with Shuiji about the agent rights tomorrow, however, being blackened by the whole network Lu Jiajia not only didn't make Shuiji's heat drop, but instead brought fire to Shuiji. Dai Shanshan and saw Shuiji's potential and business opportunities. Therefore, Dai Shanshan wanted to finalize the issue of agency rights as soon as possible. Okay, then go and consult if our president has the time. Chen Jingting thought of Chu Yang and Dai Shanshan being classmates, but ignored Lu Jiajia on the side. Behind Shuiji, there was a president? Dai Shanshan reacted and immediately understood that Chen Jingting was only the surface administrator, there were investors behind her. Lu Jiajia, on the other hand, looked at Chen Jingting with a shocked expression on her face. How could she not have expected that she had heard such hidden news? Good, then I'll trouble you. Dai Shanshan hung up the phone. Lu Jiajia could only pretend that she was playing with her cell phone, she hadn't heard anything just now. Chen Jingting didn't care about Lu Jiajia, she turned her head and made a call to Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, Ms. Dai wants to talk to you about the issue of the Shuiji agency rights, do you have time to come to the company this afternoon? Lu Jiajia, who was quietly eating melon at the side, felt as if she had eaten another shocking melon. If she remembered correctly, the new president of her own family was surnamed Chu, and if the president behind Shuiji was also Mr. Chu. Lu Jiajia gulped, it seemed like she had learned another amazing insider tip. Dai Shanshan? 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it just so happens that I don't have much to do, just have someone prepare the contract. Chu Yang hung up the phone after ordering. After Chen Jingting sent Shuiji's address to Chu Yang, she contacted Dai Shanshan again and asked her to come to the company at 2 o'clock this afternoon to negotiate. Lu Jiajia listened to Chu Yang's voice and became even more certain that the new president of Huanqing and the president behind Shuiji were the same person. OMG, how many more industries does Mr. Chu have in the end? Lu Jiajia couldn't help but open the video of Chu Yang slapping the Goliath that was a big hit on the internet before. After confirming the voice, it was his own general manager Chu. Sister Jingting, how long will it take for my form teacher to be booked? Lu Jiajia inquired, pretending not to know. Chen Jingting looked at her cell phone and casually said, 2:30, you stay until 2 o'clock today. Chen Jingting finished her instructions and went to work on something else. Lu Jiajia tried her best to stabilize her excited heart and trembling hands, then opened her own small number and joined Chu Yang's fan support club. From today onwards, she was a member of Chu Yang's backing club. After joining the backing club, Lu Jia began to learn about the events related to Mr. Chu, and time passed by in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Dai Shanshan arrived at Shueji's venue 10 minutes earlier, and at the same time, she also met Lu Jia, who was hacked by the entire internet. You are Lu Jia? Dai Shanshan had read Weibo, how black Lu Jia was. Dai Shanshan more or less counted. But this in front of her, the fair-skinned, dignified and atmospheric imperial goddess, was actually 3 days ago still black Lu Jia? Were those she watched in the morning photoshopped? Hello Ms. Dai, I'm Lu Jia. Lu Jia knew how famous she was on the internet. She smiled kindly, clearly not surprised by Dai Shanshan's shock. It seems that I have to take the agent rights of Snow Ji today. Dai Shanshan laughed. Although she had also used Shueji, the effect was not particularly obvious to Dai Shanshan, who had fairer skin. In contrast, the visual impact of the darker skinned Lu Jia turning into a fair, temperamental beauty was great. Miss Dai's willingness to cooperate with Shueji is of course Shueji's honor. Dai's group is an unattainable existence for the fledgling Shueji, speaking of which, I'm considered to have been blessed. Chen Jingting was deliberately letting Dai Shanshan see the effect of Chen Jingting having used Snow Ji, just to enhance Dai Shanshan's idea of wanting to become an agent. Mr. Chen is joking. Dai Shanshan smiled, 3 women with 90% face value sitting in the office talking and laughing. It looked very pleasing to the eyes. Chu Yang saw such a picture when he came to Shueji's office. It seems that I came at the wrong time, and I actually disturbed the chatting of the 3 beauties. Chu Yang's sudden appearance instantly shocked Dai Shanshan and Lu Jia. Chu Yang, you're the president of Shueji? Mr. Chu, are you really the president of Shueji? Author has something to say. Chapter 88 Magnifying Strike Whenever You're Not in Sync. Chen Jingting looked at the shocked 2 women and couldn't help but snicker within her heart. The more contact he had with this person, the more mysterious he felt that Mr. Chu was, because you never knew when Mr. Chu would suddenly expose a new industry. Recently, Mr. Chu was exposed as the president of Zhongqing by the female anchor in Zhongqing, went to inspect the Wanqing Entertainment and was exposed as the president of Wanqing by the staff, and wanted to go to the Global International for an interview in a low-key manner, but ended up being interviewed by a reporter again. Now, Mr. Chu was again known by his old classmates as the identity of the president behind Shueji. It would be strange if he wasn't shocked. Well, Shueji is my industry, of course, cooperation is not the point. The point is, I want to catch up with my old classmate. After all, my old classmate is the daughter of Dai Group. With my current identity, it's still a bit difficult to make an appointment to line up. Chu Yang flirted and pulled out a chair to sit opposite Dai Shanshan. This easy flirtation also lightened Dai Shanshan's mood. Dai Shanshan finally understood why Shueji had chosen Dai Group to cooperate with. With Chu Yang's current financial power, he could have completely not chosen Dai's group to work with. If it wasn't for the fact that she was his old classmate, perhaps Dai's group wouldn't have had such an opportunity. Then if I take the agent rights of Shueji, do I still have to treat Mr. Chu to dinner? Dai Shanshan replied with a smile. On the side, Lu Jia felt very happy as she ate her melon on the side. How could she not expect that in addition to having many industries, her own Chu general manager was even so bullish as his classmates? Dai's group was a top company with nearly $100 billion. The group's daughter was actually a classmate of Mr. Chu. It was true that outstanding people would only be with outstanding people. If Ms. Dai invites me to dinner, I still have to give up some favors out. How about this? If Ms. Dai is willing to treat me to a meal, Shueji's only agent will be given to Dai's. Chu Yang said with a smile. Dai Shanshan didn't expect Chu Yang to say that. She smiled and said, a meal for a sole agent, it's too worth it, but now it seems that in the future, I'll have to make an appointment to find Chu's classmates as well. Let me do the math. With Zhongqing, Wanqing, Globals, and Shueji, this is $100 billion at any rate. Dai Shanshan said and took out the prepared contract again. Lu Jia saw that the 2 sides were ready to formally negotiate the contract, and immediately excused herself. The next step was not something that she, a melon eater, could participate in. Chu Yang shrugged his shoulders and said with a slight movement of his eyebrows, Chu Yang, don't make friends by looking at money, you're speaking out of turn. Dai Shanshan rolled her eyes in a rare moment. You make friends without looking at money, because the friends you make are definitely not as rich as you are. Dai Shanshan didn't forget Chu Yang's Koenigsegg 1-1. Chu Yang lightly laughed, he took the contract and glanced at it, then started to finalize the details with Dai Shanshan. Cooperation was cooperation, the profits that should be obtained, Chu Yang would not concede. Of course, the cooperation between Shueji and Dai's group was a strong move.
In addition to looking at Dai Shanshan's face, the more reason was that Dai's group's channels and financial strength were worthy of Shuiji's choice.
Soon, the contract between Snow Ji and Dai's group was signed. Since the contract was signed, I wonder when Mr. Chu will have time. After signing the contract, Dai Shanshan's mood was quite good. She smiled and flirted with Chu Yan while putting away the contract. With Shuiji's channel, Dai's road in the future would get smoother and smoother. Beautiful woman invitation, I have time anytime, but, after a few days, these recent days, Shuiji is on fire, you are busy first, call me when you are busy, I have time to be invited anytime. Chu Yang spread his hands, a look of I'm very laid back made Dai Shanshan a little envious.
She had taken over the internal affairs of Dai's group since she graduated, and now every day was quite busy. The same were all old bosses, comparing to Chu Yang's words, it still hurt quite a lot. Then thank you old classmate La, I'll go and finalize the follow-up first, contact by phone then. Dai Shanshan revealed a rare playful smile, took the contract and left. Good, Chen Jingting, you also go and arrange the follow-up, I'll leave first. Xu Yang saw that Dai Shanshan was leaving, he happened to see Dai Shanshan off, so he followed apiece. Shen Jingting, who had been a wooden man in the office for a long time, looked at the handsome man and beautiful woman combination in front and behind, and couldn't help but feel a little lost within her heart. Dai's group's daughter and Mr. Chu seemed to be a good match, and in comparison, she herself was far behind. However, this made it more challenging. Chen Jingting raised her spirits and once again plunged into the busy work. Soon after, Shuiji's official website announced the news of Shuiji's cooperation with Dai Group, causing an uproar on Weibo. Shuiji is now also coming more and more bullish, zooming in at the drop of a hat. Dai's Group is one of the top 500 companies in the country. Holy, in the future, can I tell people that I have cooperation with the top 500 companies in the country? Hee, the hot chick upstairs, I don't just have cooperation with one of the top 500 companies in the country, I have cooperation with more than a dozen of the top 500 companies in the country. My gosh, Dai's Group has cooperated with Shuiji, Jime's, what reason do you have not to buy it? After the news of cooperation between Shuiji and Dai's Group was announced, it was immediately retweeted by Dai Shanshan, who had followed Shuiji, and she wrote on the retweeted comment, thank you for the opportunity given by my old classmates, and I look forward to getting better and better cooperation with Shuiji. Dai Shanshan's certification was the executive president of Dai's Group, and her retweet once again caused a furor among netizens. I'll go, Dai's Group's daughter and Shuiji's CEO are classmates? Impossible. Even though Snowji's president Chen came from a pinning background, she didn't have a connection with Dai's $1,000. That's not right, since it wasn't Ms. Chen, then who facilitated the cooperation between Snowji and Dai's? When you say it like that upstairs, I also feel that this person is very mysterious. So the question comes, who exactly is Dai's Qianjin's old classmate? I just analyzed it, with Shuiji's current situation there's actually no need to find an agent at all, so why would Dai's Group be the only agent? One of Dai Shanshan's comments forwarded immediately caused a hot discussion on the entire internet. All the netizens wanted to know who the mysterious person who promoted the cooperation between Shuiji and Dai's Group was. Xu Yang couldn't help but feel a little helpless as he looked at the comments on the internet. Dai Shanshan was a little naughty when she did that. It seemed like he had to keep a lower profile again recently. Immediately after, Xu Yang felt his cell phone vibrate. He clicked on WeChat, and it was Dai Shanshan chatting privately. She sent a naughty emoticon, and also sent a message saying that this was a punishment for hiding his identity as the old boss of Shuiji without telling him. Xu Yang was helpless. He had so many industries and assets in his hands, if he were to show his cards one by one, he would probably be able to write out half a page. Global International Update, construction of Xiangxing Garden will be completed in 3 months. Before Xu Yang had time to reply to the new message, he saw the latest news from Global International pop up on his cell phone again. The author has something to say. Chapter 89, Should We Be So Pitiful? Kudos to Universal International's power of action. A wave of parents who spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to carry a mortgage for their children's studies are about to arrive at Global International. It's so hard. Global International's house prices have started to rise before construction has even begun to finish, and now it's 15,000 per square foot. Moo, I don't even have a monthly salary of $15,000. I smoked a cigar, looked at my Swiss watch, and then picked up my Apple to check the arrival of the account text message. Alas, more than $1 billion again to the account. Make money so easy. I go, out of the billions of that you so Versailles not afraid of being beaten? If I know the address of the 1 billion or so that goods, I guarantee to shout dozens of brothers to teach him to be a man. Global international construction progress has caused a high degree of concern among netizens. After all, this is closely related to the future of children cannot go to school nearby. With the news of the construction progress of the Global International sent out, the price of housing has also become the focus of much discussion. After Chu Yang finished brushing the push message, he looked at the house price of Global International Shangxing Garden, which has now risen to 20,000 square feet. According to the current situation of the Global International, the house price of Shangxing Park should continue to rise. After Chu Yang closed the push message, he decided to go buy some literary treasures to bring back. This way, when he had nothing to do, he could still write and draw for amusement. Old Chen, go to the best place in Magic City that sells literary treasures.
Chu Yang instructed the driver, Old Chen.
After Lao Chen answered, he arranged for Chu Yang to go to the most famous Mei Xiang bookstore in Magic City. Just as Chu Yang's Mercedes-Benz Big G sped through the streets of Mordor, another message exploded on the Weibo platform. Golden Yang cell phone, 1-minute high play for 24 hours. After a certain Weibo V broke the news of Golden Sun Energy Company, it was quickly topped by netizens. I've never seen such a grippy battery, charging for a minute to high play for 24 hours, charging treasure is all compared to you.
I've seen so many false advertisements, Jin Yang is the most bullish advertisement I've ever seen.
66666, Jin Yang Energy is just fluff, 24 hours at the drop of a hat. Mom said that nothing on the internet is reliable. I didn't believe it before, but now, I do. I sat in my Maserati and couldn't help but laugh at the news. If Golden Sun Energy can stand by for 24 hours, I'll smash the Maserati.
Quickly come to the people, this is someone forcibly pretending, together to beat him to death. Golden Sun Energy Battery's message below the comments section is almost full of group ridicule.
What is even more unbelievable is that the official microblog of the Golden Sun cell phone has blatantly reproduced the message of the Big V. The Golden Sun cell phone launch will unfold on July 7th, with 5,000 units pre-sold on site. Netizens followed the Golden Sun Energy Battery's Weibo over, and saw that the Golden Sun Energy Battery had put the news of the Golden Sun cell phone's launch on top.
Golden Sun Energy is fighting them head-on.
Golden Sun cell phone is really bullish, opening 24 hours even if the price is also priced at $99.99, no money cannot afford to buy a cell phone. Jin Yang 6666, I give you crazy points, who buy your home phone who is a grandson. Nearly 10,000 cell phones, charging for a minute, I lose, I have no money I do not buy. After reading the message I almost died of laughter by Jin Yang, on the Jin Yang cell phone like this, backward to me do not want, but also $99.99. Brothers, pass by don't miss, Jin Yang $99.99, a minute to take you high finish 24 hours. Upstairs is Jin Yang's trusted, if I say, who by Jin Yang who bad luck. Jin Yang's cell phone news with Jin Yang Energy Micro Thin reproduced positive hard to be netizens bombarded more and more intense. Chu Yang opened the cell phone interface again when he saw the network dust and smoke battle. Golden Sun Energy things, Chu Yang has been dumped to the white UA, he brushed the message to no, the original white UA Golden Sun Energy development of new energy batteries made Golden Sun cell phone, priced at $9,999, and made good the launch of the intention. However, Bai Yue is, after all, his own housekeeper, and then Golden Sun Energy seems not quite right. He thought about it, and dialed a call to Tang Xinran. Brother Yang, what are your orders? Tang Xinran was half sitting on the head of the latest Rolls-Royce that had arrived to Natter with a group of rich second generation. After he saw that Chu Yang had come to the phone, he immediately switched to a doggy mode to wait for Chu Yang's orders. You'll go and take over Golden Sun Energy in a while, from now on, you're the new president of Golden Sun Energy. After listening to Chu Yang's words, Tang Xinran instantly laid down a big groove. The Golden Sun cell phone was priced at $9,999 alone, and it also claimed to be able to get high for 24 hours a minute, and now the entire internet was spraying Golden Sun. He hadn't finished eating all the melons, and then he became the new president of Jin Yang? Don't be so pitiful. Brother Yang, Golden Sun Energy, is that your industry too? Tang Xinran inquired with some confusion. Chu Yang gave a blessed him to do well and hung up the phone. Tang Xinran listened to the busy sound coming from the handset of the cell phone, half a day back to God. This became the old president of Golden Sun Energy? Tang Xiao, Golden Sun Energy is also Chu Xiao's industry? One of the rich second generation who had a good relationship with Tang Xinran also asked out with a surprised face. They all knew that Chu Xiao's industries were very numerous, but they didn't expect that the Golden Sun Energy that was mocked by the entire network was actually Chu Yang's industry. To know a minute ago, they were also spraying Jin Yang how bad. In the blink of an eye, Tang Xinran became the new boss of Jin Yang. This scene was just too awkward. After listening to the rich kids and organizing his emotions, Tang Xinran got out of the car and said to the rich kids, "Well, brothers, sorry, from tomorrow onwards, I guess I don't have the time to wave with you guys anymore. If you want to come and play with me, come and see me at Jinyang Energy." After saying that, Tang Xinran drove away in his Rolls-Royce Phantom. Tang Xinran was indeed very surprised at Chu Yang's arrangement just now, but after the surprise, Tang Xinran was very calm again.
Chu Xiao was the most mysterious top-tier rich second generation in Magic City. Was the Golden Sun under his name really as bad as rumored on the internet? Tang Xinran decided to go to Jinyang first to see. The rich second generation who were blissfully unaware of Tang Xinran's intentions watched Tang Xinran leave with a pitiful look in their eyes.
They all say how good Tang Xiao and Chu Xiao are, but I think it's just like that. Yeah, if young Tang really is that good with young Chu, why would he let him manage Golden Sunday? Jinyang is now being mocked all over the internet, and there's a launch party on July 7th. I just want to see how Tang Xiao will carry the launch party on by then.
TSK, I think I'd better be honest and inherit my billion-dollar family fortune at home. The thighs of the top rich second generation don't smell as good as my family fortune. Alas, I'm also going to serve in the company my dad gave me tomorrow. At least I won't be mocked by the whole internet. The rich second generation were talking about Chu Yang's decision, and the news of Tang Xinran's tenure at Jinyang Energy also spread out afterwards. The author has something to say. Chapter 90. Outsiders see the fun, insiders see the doorway. Tang Xiao serves as the president of Golden Sun Energy, and Golden Sun Energy is also Chu Xiao's industry? I sprayed for so long that Golden Sun is actually Chu Xiao's industry. I was wrong, I'll change my tune. 99.99 isn't expensive at all. Bye. Chu Xiao deserves to be the newest and most mysterious rich second generation, casually investing several hundred million more. Jinyang's registered capital is surprisingly 600 million, really poverty limits my imagination. Nyobi, rich people are just bold. Laughing to death, Tang Xiao tenure has exposed another one of Chu Xiao's properties. After the news of Tang Xinran's posting was announced, the news on the internet began to reverse.
No one dared to spray Chu Yang's industry as bad. They would only envy Chu Yang for being rich and capricious enough. Of course, even if they knew that Jinyang was Chu Yang's industry, the netizens were not optimistic about Jinyang. Therefore, the netizens coincidentally put their eyes on the July 7th Golden Sun cell phone conference. They want to see what the picture of 5,000 units of Golden Sun cell phone with zero sales is. And the attention of the crowd. Chu Yang hung up Tang Xinran phone call soon. People also arrived at the gate of Meixiang Shuji. Meixiang Shujian is the most famous bookstore in the Magic City. Not only the quality of the four treasures is excellent, and there is also a professor of national science, Mao Jianye, sitting in the Meixiang Shujian. Mao Jianye is an important professor of national science, extremely fanatical about painting and calligraphy, more good at identifying the authenticity of ancient paintings, very powerful. I heard that the owner of the Meixiang bookstore is another way to invite the old man to sit in the bookstore. Chu Yang came down from the Mercedes-Benz Big G, and saw that the walls of the ancient colorful and bookish Plum Fragrance bookstore were filled with priced ancient poetry scrolls of great value and very collectible significance. Rong, don't worry, I will definitely pick one of the most famous ancient paintings for your grandmother to send over as a birthday gift. Chu Yang was observing the ancient paintings when he heard the sound of a young couple talking and laughing coming from far and near. Gui Zhengyang and Tang Rongrong were a couple. The two of them were of similar age, and their family lineage was considered to be a match. This is not, recently Tang Old Lady 80 birthday, Gui Zhengyang as a junior, is to be with Guo Rongrong peace to Tang Old Lady to see the gift. Of course I believe you, but, my family's situation you also know, my grandmother does not nod, we cannot come to fruition. Tang Rongrong frowned and said with difficulty. Although Gui Zhengyang and Tang Rongrong are in love, strictly speaking, Gui Zhengyang and Tang Rongrong together, is considered to be a high climber. Tang Rongrong is the third generation of the rich, the ancestral heritage is there. More than 6 billion in assets and connections is not Gui Zhengyang this rich second generation can be compared to. If it wasn't for the fact that Tang Rongrong liked Gui Zhengyang might not even have the opportunity to greet old Mrs. Tang as a junior. Don't worry, I won't let you down. My dad is also one of the major shareholders of Plum Fragrance Bookstore. Picking ancient paintings I definitely have no problem. I guarantee that I can pick the paintings and calligraphy that will make your grandmother happy. Saying that, Gui Zhengyang pulled Tang Rongrong into the Plum Fragrance Bookstore and then concentrated on picking out the paintings and calligraphy. Detected Gui Zhengyang bragging with the host, the system hereby gifts 100% of the shares of Plum Fragrance Bookstore. Chu Yang listened to the system's prompt. He glanced at Gui Zhengyang before paying no more attention to him. As the saying goes, outsiders look at the scene, insiders look at the doorway.
Guo Zhengyang's level of understanding of ancient paintings was known to be a layman at a glance. He probably wouldn't be able to see any tricks even if he saw the end of days.
Xu Yang turned his back on Guo Zhengyang and Tang Rongrong to pick up his favorite literary treasures. With Xu Yang's current wealth, more than $100,000 was just a matter of sprinkling water.
Xu Yang didn't realize that his casual action of picking out the 4 treasures of literature actually made Guo Zhengyang on the side look sour.
His finances are basically controlled by his own father in the hands of the hundreds of thousands of dollars now in his pocket or saved for several months of pocket money. Thinking of himself and Xu Yang's age is similar, and his own in order to coax his girlfriend's grandmother happy to save money, and then look at Xu Yang out of more than 100,000 casual, Guo Zhengyang are fast and be deaf. Rongrong, we'd better take a look at it more. I just brought a few $100,000, I'm really afraid that I won't be able to pay it if the price is too high in a while. Guo Zhengyang was a person who loved face, otherwise he wouldn't have swollen his face and said that he wanted to personally select the ancient paintings. Just as Xu Yang saw, Guo Zhengyang didn't know anything about ancient paintings at all, he was just pretending that he would in order to cater to old Mrs. Tang's preferences.
What are you talking about? People came to buy things, what are you yelling about here? Tang Rongrong blankly glanced at Guo Zhengyang.
She went forward and was about to apologize to Xu Yang, but was pleasantly surprised to find that the man who had been soured by Guo Zhengyang was actually her idol, Xushin.
Hello Chu God, my name is Tang Rongrong, I'm your fan, may I ask if you can give me an autograph? Tang Rongrong said excitedly to Xu Yang.
She was even a little glad that she didn't carry her usual Chanel bag. Saying that, Tang Rongrong pulled out the notebook she carried from her bag, and that star-crossed look almost made Guo Zhengyang's jealousy spill over. In his heart, he incomparably regretted why he had to be cheap to provoke Xu Yang. Had he known that Xu Yang was Tang Rongrong's male god, killing him would not have been more mouthy and indebted.
It's okay.
Xu Yang sized up Tang Rongrong. He didn't expect that he would be able to run into his own fans even when he was buying a literary treasure at Plum Fragrance Bookstore. Tang Rongrong was wearing a title brand worth tens of thousands of dollars, her looks were pure, her demeanor was generous and forthright, and she looked to be a rich young lady who was extremely well protected.
Thank you Chu Shin. Tang Rongrong excitedly handed over the pen and paper.
After Xu Yang dashingly signed his name on the pen and paper, he went to the front desk and prepared to check out and leave. Ma Jianya came in from the doorway and saw Tang Rongrong's admiration for Xu Yang. He is now 50 or 60 years old, and is not a frequent surfer on the internet. One look at Tang Rongrong's posture towards Xu Yang, and then there was some displeasure in his heart. In Ma Jianya's opinion, Mei Xiang Shuzhai is a sacred place, star chasing or anything else should not appear in Mei Xiang Shuzhai. Ma Jianya was about to speak when he saw Tang Rongrong let out a cry of surprise, and the autograph book in her hand fell to the ground.
Ma Jianya looked down along the ground, and his face, which was still unhappy, was instantly replaced by shock.
He had never seen someone who could just sign their name with such intent. Looking at that casual and spontaneous brush stroke, it was obviously done by that person casually.
If this person was serious about writing and painting, how strong would he have to be?
Girl, how much do you pay for this book? I'll pay 10,000, you sell me the book. Ma Jianya actually picked up the autograph book one step ahead of Tang Rongrong, he said with an excited face, leaving Tang Rongrong and Guo Zhengyang both completely confused.
Xu God's signature written casually could be sold for $10,000? Suddenly, I felt that Xu God's signature was worth a lot of money.
Tang Rongrong was shocked but didn't want to let Ma Jianya have the item. She apologetically said, "Sorry old sir, I won't sell Xu God's signature even if you give me 100,000. If you want it, I can beg Xu God to sign another one for you."
The author has something to say. Chapter 91, It's Just a Show of Hands.
Where is that person now? I want to beg him to give me an ink painting. Ma Jianya finished excitedly before remembering that he had lost his temper a bit. He said with a rare blush on his old face, "Little girl, I'm sorry, I'm Mao Jianyi of the Plum Fragrance Bookstore, and it's been a long time since I've seen something with as much meaning as this signature."
Mao Jianyi? Then this old gentleman in Tang costume in front of her was the professor of national studies at Plum Fragrance Bookstore? Tang Rongrong couldn't help but be somewhat baffled. Not only had Xushin's casual pair of signatures caused Professor of National Studies Mao Jianya to lose his temper, but Professor Mao also wanted to beg for another pair? Guo Zhengyang was also dumbfounded after hearing Mao Jianya's words.
He didn't know much about ancient paintings in the first place, and he didn't even understand why Mao Jianya lost his temper because of a signature.
This signature, what's the difference? Guo Zhengyang reacted and looked at Mao Jianya with some hesitation.
He had previously heard from Tang Rongrong that Xu Yang seemed to be a rich young man with a rich family, handsome and able to fight, and also particularly humorous. There were tens of millions of female fans online who wanted to know about his specialties, and wanted to close their legs when they saw him in person. If Chu Yang also had great ability in calligraphy and painting, he was really afraid that his daughter-in-law's star chasing would chase him into a bachelor. So to explain it to you, some people casually draw a picture, can attract butterflies, some people casually write a word, let a person addicted to it, this is the realm of meaning, on top of this, is the peak of the realm of meaning. And there are only a handful of people in this world who can reach the pinnacle of mood. Mao Jianya excitedly held his signature and explained to Tang Rongrong. She looked at the calligraphy and painting in Mao Jianya's hands in shock, and she inquired with an incredulous expression, Professor Mao, do you mean that the realm of the owner of this signature is one of only a handful of people, even when looking around the world? Mao Jianya solemnly nodded his head and said, that's right, little girl, please also introduce me. I would like to beg for a piece of this gentleman's ink painting. If he gentleman is willing to draw a piece of ink painting with his own hands, I'm willing to offer $10 million to buy it. Mao Jianya admitted that he had initially wanted to use that bit of petty profit to get the little girl to let him have her signature. But since the little girl was no longer willing, Mao Jianya was also willing to take out his utmost sincerity to ask this Mr. Chu to paint a picture as the town treasure of Mei Xiang bookstore. $10 million? And it's still an ink treasure. Tang Rongrong's small mouth opened wide in shock at Mao Jianya's words. With a trembling voice, she turned her head to Chu Yang and said, Chushin, look, do you want to paint one? Tang Rongrong didn't expect much from Mao Jianya's request. Because the entire network knew that Chu Yang not only had a Koenigsegg 1-1, but was also the president of Zhongqing, Huanqing, and Global, with a fortune of more than 100 billion, not to mention letting Chu Yang paint a painting worth $1 million, even if it was worth 10 million, Chu Yang could turn his hand and dump it over for 100 million. Mao Jianya was embarrassed after hearing Tang Rongrong's words. He didn't think that the person who signed it was here, and also heard his words. Mao Jianya then thought about when he just met and said that he would give 10,000 to buy the signature. He couldn't help but blush a little. In fact, regarding this signature of Chu Yang, if it was placed in the eyes of people who knew what they were talking about, $1 million they would have bought it without even frowning. Hello Mr. Chu, I would like to beg for a pair of your calligraphy and painting. I know that 10 million is nothing to a person like you, but this is already the highest sincerity I can take out, please also paint me one. Mao Jianya spoke in a low voice, a piece of sincerity and modesty that shocked Tang Rongrong and Gui Zhengyang to the point of speechlessness. Mao Jianya's status in the National Academy was significant, it was their elders who had to shout Professor Mao when they came. Such a character had begged Chu Yang's head, and it was only for a painting? The painting is fine to paint, however, forget about the money, I'm not poor. Chu Yang said indifferently, and his words immediately surprised Mao Jianya. Mr. Chu, thank you so much. Mao Jianya excitedly thanked Chu Yang. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, it's nothing, just a show of hands. Chu Yang did not intend to reveal his identity as the new president of Plum Fragrant Bookstore in front of Mao Jianya. He walked towards the front desk's position, ready to send the good-looking literary treasures to the checkout. Mao Jianya looked at the things in his hands, how could he not understand Chu Yang's intentions? He hurriedly blocked, Mr. Chu is willing to go out and draw a pair of ink treasures, how can the small amount of money be paid by you, Xiao Wang, put it on my account. Plum Fragrance Bookstore's front desk Xiao Wang was also a smart one. He immediately responded to the sound of good, 3 times on the account to the settlement, and nimble hands and feet to prepare the pen, ink, paper and ink stone and so on laying. This is afraid of running away Chu Yang somewhat helpless, he put up a pen and casually drew a blowjob lady drawing, then stopped. Mao Jianya on the side looked at Chu Yang's casual drawing of a blowjob lady, instantly overwhelmed with joy. Mr. Chu's mood has really reached the peak, this simple drawing of a blowjob lady, under Mr. Chu's brush can actually draw such a vivid expression, wonderful, wonderful. Tang Rongrong looked at the blowjob lady drawing in front of her, her eyes were full of shock and surprise, she had never heard anyone say that Mao Jianya would not mince words and praise people to the extent of going to heaven. Thinking of this, Tang Rongrong took out her cell phone and carefully asked Chu Yang, Chushin, may I take a picture? Gui Zhengyang glanced at his own girlfriend and also couldn't help but silently take out his cell phone. Although he didn't understand ancient paintings, it was undeniable that Chu Yang's paintings were indeed very impressive. If it wasn't for the fact that he had watched the whole thing from the sidelines, he would almost have thought that this lady was a real person. No wonder Rongrong shouted Chu God every day, if he was also a sister, he would also be willing to chase after her every day. You'll have to ask Mr. Mao about this painting was made and I've already gifted it to him. Chu Yang looked at Mao Jianya. Mao Jianya smiled and said with joy, little girl, if it wasn't for you today, I wouldn't have been able to obtain Mr. Chu's ink treasure, you can take pictures if you want to. As the clicking sound of the cell phone taking pictures continued to ring out, the more Mao Jianye looked at the blowjob lady, drawing the more satisfaction in his heart. At this time, He Hongyun, the owner of Mei Xiang bookstore, hurriedly walked over. He was about to talk to Mao Jianye and Wang about the Mei Xiang bookstore's shareholding change, and at a glance he saw Chu Yang, who had just stopped writing. He hurriedly walked forward and respectfully inquired, "Mr. Chu, you just bought the bookstore, why did you come to the store to inspect it?" "Xiao Wang, hurry up and bring out the best dragon well in the store." Guo Rongrong, who was taking pictures, only felt the power in her hand loosen, and her cell phone almost didn't hold steady. What a situation! Xu Xin was still the president of Mei Xiang bookstore? Not only Guo Rongrong, even Mao Jianye and Guo Zhenyang also looked at Chu Yang with shocked faces. They all couldn't figure out that the Plum Fragrance bookstore, which had been operating in a good condition, had unexpectedly changed ownership. And the new owner was still Chu Yang. The author had something to say. Chapter 92, Hubby is so handsome. Tea is not necessary, I just stopped by to buy some literary treasures, and I just happened to run into Professor Mao, so I chatted a bit. Chu Yang smiled and waved his hand. No matter what reason you are here, since you are here, it is the honor of the bookstore. As it happens, the tea is here, why don't you taste the tea before you go and get busy? Little Wang arranged the dragon well over at the right time. He Hongyun hurriedly handed the dragon well to Chu Yang's hand, and personally moved the seat and invited Chu Yang to sit down. The first impression He Hongyun gave was one of elegance. Only after contacting him did he realize that this person is thoughtful and treats people very comfortably. No wonder Plum Fragrance bookstore was able to invite a figure like Professor Mao to sit down. It turned out that there was a figure like He Hongyun. Then let's sit down before we leave. Chu Yang had been arranged to such an extent, of course he would not easily flout He Hongyun's face. He Hongyun nodded his head repeatedly. He was about to instruct Xiao Wang to arrange seats for Mao Jianye and the others to sit down again, when he saw the blowjob lady picture spread on the table, and was immediately astonished. Professor Mao, which gentleman's masterpiece is this? This blowjob lady picture actually gives me the feeling of being there. I'm afraid this is the pinnacle of the realm of meaning that can make such an extraordinary painting. He Hongyun marveled. Professor Mao also adjusted his ecstatic state of mind. He had thought that Chu Yang was just a customer, but he didn't expect him to be a painting master at the peak of the realm of intent, and what was even more unexpected was that he had transformed into the new president of Plum Fragrance bookstore in the blink of an eye. Professor Mao had lived for so long, and had never experienced a twist and turn like today. General Manager this blowjob lady picture is precisely from Mr. Chu's handwriting. Professor Mao's personal relationship with He Hongyun was quite good, and as he spoke, he quietly waited for He Hongyun to be shocked. It was important to know that Chu Yang looked like he was only in his early 20s when he was able to paint a painting like Blowjob Lady that had the pinnacle of meaning. In time, it would be difficult for the world to find a figure who could match it in terms of paintings. What? You're saying that this was made by Mr. Chu? He Hongyun was truly shocked by Professor Mao's words. Mr. Chu, this painting of yours, is it still for sale? I'm willing to offer $100 million to buy it. He Hongyun was a businessman. He saw the value of the blowjob lady painting at a glance. If he could buy this blowjob lady painting made by Chu Yang, he would make sure to have this painting as the treasure of the store. Tang Rongrong and Guo Zhenyang had thought that Chu Yang being the new president of Plum Fragrance bookstore was already the biggest melon of the day, but it turned out that He Hongyun had made an even bigger move. That is 100 million ah. It is the painting that Chu Yang did casually. This is also too much for people's eyes to see. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh at He Hongyun's words. The two of you are funny. Professor Mao said earlier that he would buy my painting for $10 million, and then in a flash you offered 100 million. Professor Mao, this painting, what are you going to do with it? Chu Yang once again threw the question to Professor Mao. Of course Professor Mao heard He Hongyun's bidding. Compared to He Hongyun, this amount of his wealth was definitely not enough to look at. However, coincidentally, he and He Hongyun had the same thoughts. Hearing Chu Yang's flirtation, he said smilingly, what I originally meant was to beg Mr. Mei Xiang Shuji to leave a town treasure for Mei Xiang Shuji. Mr. He, what do you think? When Mr. He heard Professor Mao's words, after a slight freeze, he immediately smiled, just what I want, just what I want. Professor Mao, thank you. You're welcome, Mr. He. Professor Mao waved his hand, happy that his thoughts coincided with Mr. He's. Tang Rongrong suddenly had a twinkle in her eye, not knowing what she thought of. She suddenly requested to Chu Yang, Chushin, my grandmother's birthday is coming up, I would like to ask you for a pair of ink treasures. Even though I'm not as rich as General Manager He and Professor Mao, I can give you whatever I have available. Guo Zhengyang also reacted. He apologized. Chushin, I'm sorry, I was too rude just now. please also offer a pair of ink treasures. What I have I can also give you. Guo Zhangyang thought that his and Tang Rongrong's future was at stake. Instead of picking at the Meishan bookstore himself, he should beg Chu Yang to draw another pair. Of course, Guo Zhangyang also knew that this bit of his own fortune was probably not even in Chu Yang's eyes. But he really didn't have any way out. Forget about painting another one. How about this, Professor Mao? See if you can spare some time to personally inscribe a word as a congratulatory gift to send over. Chu Yang didn't expect Tang Rongrong to suddenly make such a request. He thought about it and still refused. Chu Yang wasn't short of money, much less to ask for money from two young lovers. No problem, little girl, don't worry. Although my ability is not as big as Mr. Chu, but in the world of nationalism, everyone still gives face. Which one is your grandmother? If it's convenient, I can also go over to celebrate that day. Professor Mao readily agreed to Chu Yang's arrangement. This was an opportunity to brush up his goodwill in front of Chu Yang. What was an inscribed congratulatory gift? Tang Rongrong had some regrets for not begging for Chu Yang's calligraphy and painting, but being able to get the opportunity to get Professor Mao's calligraphy and painting was also considered an unexpected pleasure. She gratefully said, "My grandmother is Tang Xuanfang, thank you Chushin, thank you Professor Mao." Guo Zhangyang also bent down to express his gratitude to the two. "Thank you God Chu, thank you Professor Mao. With the assistance of the two of you, if my marriage to Rongrong comes to fruition, I would also like to ask the three of you to have the honor of coming to our wedding." Tang Rongrong blushed a red face and pouted. "Guo Zhangyang, what nonsense are you talking about in front of the Chu God? The 8 characters haven't even been finalized yet, and you're just saying that." "Good. If the good thing really comes true, don't forget to send me a copy." Chu Yang smiled and answered. Guo Zhangyang laughed nervously, his face full of joy, and ignored his girlfriend's pout. Soon, Chu Yang finished drinking tea and left. The follow-up is the thing he will always deal with, does not need him to continue to show up. After Chu Yang left, Tang Rongrong two people also successfully got Professor Mao's inscription and arranged the invitation. But today's experience was just too mind-boggling, so Tang Rongrong immediately sent a Weibo to show off. "I ran into Chushin today at the Plum Fragrant bookstore, so it turns out that Chushin is not only rich and able to fight, he's even so good at drawing. Professor Mao himself certified it, yo." After Tang Rongrong's message was sent out, it immediately drew the shock of countless Chu Yang fans. "Chushin, this is going to take someone else's path to make someone else have no way out. I'm sour. Why isn't it me who ran into Chu God? Husband so handsome Envious, Plum Fragrant bookstore's address to me, I also want to go. Those who want to go +1. The author has something to say. Chapter 93, Going to your house tomorrow to show off. Tang Rongrong sent out a Weibo with a 9-panel photo. In addition to Chu Yang's painting of the blowjob lady, there was also a group photo of Plum Fragrance bookstore and Mao Jianye. The simultaneous appearance of Chu Yang and Mao Jianye, a man who had been made a husband by millions of female fans and was known as Chushin, and a pivotal figure in the world of national academia, had instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Amidst the envy of the female fans and the awe-inspiring overheard voices of the male fans, another shocking comment appeared in the comments section of Tang Rongrong's Weibo. "Hello Miss Tang, I'm Rinyu from Beidou Bookstore. May I ask if Chushin is willing to sell this blowjob lady picture? I'm willing to offer $300 million for it." "Hello Miss Tang, I'm Jean Sebo from the Feiha Bookstore. I'm willing to offer $500 million to buy the painting of the Chu God." "Ding Lechi of the Beacon Bookstore is willing to offer $700 million to buy the painting of the Chu God." "Shen Buotao of the Hongmeng Bookstore is willing to offer $1 billion. I'm Li Tianhe, I'm willing to privately ask for $1.1 billion. The Magic City's top-ranked bookstores had unexpectedly come out one after another to try to purchase Chu Yang's blowjob lady painting. The crowd of Chu Yang's fans were all stunned as they watched this scene. What's going on here? Why are the bigwigs all flocking to beg for one of Chu God's paintings? Cam, it's true that people die compared to people. Chu God casually paints a picture that's worth $1.1 billion, while I don't even have a girlfriend so far. That being said, why does this painting of Chu God's blowjob lady have so many big shots begging for it? +1, I looked at it and felt that the painting was pretty, and didn't feel that there was anything very impressive about it. What is the point of being worth $1.1 billion? Seeking an explanation. After the fans reacted, they were puzzled as to where the blowjob lady's painting was so awesome that it was worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Beidou Bookstore's Rinyu obviously cared a lot about Chu Yang's painting. After a series of inquiries from netizens, Rinyu actually replied to one of the netizens' question at the bottom of the comments. There are only a handful of people in the world who can reach the pinnacle of the realm of meaning, and the painter of this painting of the blowjob lady can be ranked as one of them.
Renyu was the owner of Beidou Bookstore, and his reputation was a thunderous figure in the circle. With his explanation, the fans then realized that the idol they had been fanning was actually a top-tier big shot when it came to paintings. I go, Shushin is so awesome. Mom asked me why I'm kneeling down to look at my phone. How do I tell her that a painting casually drawn by my idol can sell for over $1 billion? My dad just suddenly rushed into my room and smoked me, saying look at how powerful people's Shushin is at the age of 20 or so. Then my dad looked at me again and suddenly took out a thicker stick. Brothers, see you at the hospital. I suspect that upstairs is driving the car, but I have no proof. Does anyone know where Shushin lives? I don't mean anything else, I just want to ask Shushin for a painting. I also want to know where Chu God lives. If I can, I want to roll over the window and go in. A group of female fans were inspired by Chu Yang's paintings to turn on their mouth high mode, half of them craving Chu Yang's body, half of them craving Chu Yang's paintings. Tang Rongrong didn't expect that her grandmother's birthday hadn't arrived yet, and Weibo was attacked by Chu Yang's fans first, and the news at the bottom begging for purchase also made Tang Rongrong couldn't help but be dumbfounded. 1.1 billion? Plum Fragrant Bookstore's He Hongyun's asking price of 100 million is still considered low? Tang Rongrong suddenly some regret. He should beg Chu Yang, if you can beg a pair, how good ah? Immediately after, Tang Rongrong's cell phone suddenly vibrated. She refreshed her Weibo before realizing that it was He Hongyun, the boss of Meishine Bookstore, who had forwarded her own Weibo. I'm sorry, Blowjob Lady's drawing is already Plum Fragrance Bookstore's town treasure. If you all want to see it, come to Plum Fragrance Bookstore to take a look at it. He Hongyun was obviously very up to date, and the Weibo alone had been registered for 5 years. He Hongyun's public response left countless bigwigs disappointed, and the top rich second-generation people in the Magic City's Big Young group also forwarded it to the group after He Hongyun's reply. Chu Xiao is just bullish casually a painting can be sold for $1.1 billion. If these people knew that Chu Xiao was worth $100 billion, they should be crying their eyes out. I guess I will cry to death soon. Fortunately I knew Chu Xiao early enough. Does Chu Xiao lack a little brother? I think so. Go to one side, there are at least a dozen people here who want to beg for paintings. Even if you want to beg for paintings you have to line up to go. Suddenly I'm envious of young Tang. Young Chu, my family's old man recently celebrated his birthday and wants to request a painting. The great young men in the Magic City's Great Young Men group started to beg Chu Yang for a painting without the slightest regard for their faces. Paintings at the peak level of the realm of meaning were something that could be encountered but not sought in the world. Even these top rich second-generation people could rarely come across them. Even if they smashed $1 billion or so down, they were willing to buy them. All stop. Is Chu Xiao someone who can lack a little brother? But Chu Xiao is also really bullish. Casually a painting is the peak of the realm of meaning. With such a neighbor, I'm under so much pressure. Shinmu looked at the group in an uproar and couldn't help but show off another wave of his difference among the great young men. If Shinmu was in front of the great young men were afraid that they wouldn't be able to hold back their flood of power to swarm and beat people up. If Chu Xiao has plans to release a new work, consider me. Wang Song also made a rare remark in the group. Chu Yang had just returned to the villa when he received countless eights in the group. He didn't expect that a painting he casually drew was even known by the Magic City Great Young group. A casual painting, I've made you great youngsters laugh. Chu Yang's outburst shocked all the great young men in the Magic City Great Young Men's group. This was still a painting that Chu Xiao made casually? If Chu Xiao were to seriously make paintings, how awesome would that be? Chu Xiao, if you have any drafts or anything, just throw them next door, my house is spacious. Shinmu looked at his cell phone and held back a very shameless remark. Shin Xiao, you have to have some face. If it's not that the villas in the east suburb 1 courtyard are sold out, do you believe that I can also say this sentence? Chu Xiao, drafts and stuff, you can also give them to me, I'm very good at sharpening ink, pick me. Young Mr. Qin, I've got nothing to do lately, let's go to your house and have some fun. Young Qin, I've recently gotten a new car, let's go to your house tomorrow and show it off. Shinmu realized that this group of people are as shameless as himself. He refused without mercy. None of you come, in case you all come, draft I can still pick up? All go. The group of Magic City's great young men laughed and laughed, but they didn't bring up the matter of letting the request for a drawing again. Chu Yang closed his cell phone and received a WeChat from Dai Shanshan. Shu the painter, do you have time to make a dinner date together tomorrow? 8 o'clock in the afternoon, do you have time? The author has something to say. Chapter 94, I'm going, why is Chushin here? Okay, see you tomorrow. After Chu Yang replied, Dai Shanshan immediately sent an OK emoji, see you tomorrow then. After Dai Shanshan replied to Chu Yang, she plunged back into the busy work. In order to be able to have a successful dinner date with Chu Yang tomorrow, Dai Shan could only work overtime to dispose of all the documents that were piling up in front of her. Because of the relationship of becoming Shueji's agent, Dai Shan's status in the Dai group had also risen to new heights, and along with it there was also a lot of work, and once busy, sometimes she couldn't even care about eating. At this point in time, Dai Shan, on the contrary, was very envious of Chu Yang. Chu Yang not only casually painted paintings are worth more than $1 billion, and the company's management is also very powerful. She recently had someone pay attention to Zhongqing, Huanqing and Global, and each of the companies showed a flourishing state. Not to mention Chu Yang's pre-investment Shangtian investment, 500 million smashed down, recently said to have earned almost 1 billion. While being envied by Dai Shan, Chu Yang after Dai Shan replied, also after a proper rest, fell into the dreamland. The night was silent. A new day began with the rising sun. Chu Yang today, in addition to the meal with Dai Shan, basically there is no big deal, simply lying at home for a day. Soon, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. Chu Yang had just arrived at the entrance of the 3-star Michelin restaurant. He had just gotten down from the Mercedes-Benz Big G when he ran into Dai Shan, who had gotten down from the BMW. Classmate Dai has come quite early. Dai Shan smiled at Chu Yang, a cozy smile on her fair and delicate face. Classmate Chu is also quite early, it just so happens that this point in time is about the same, let's go in. Chu Yang nodded his head and Dai Shan went in one after the other. Outside the Michelin 3-star restaurant where cars were coming and going. No one noticed that a paparazzo secretly took a few pictures of the two and posted them on Weibo. Dai's Group 1000 Gold will also be mysterious Mercedes-Benz Big G-Man. Will the Mercedes-Benz Big G-Man be Dai's Group 1000 Gold's old classmate? Dai Shan was receiving a lot of attention on the internet due to her becoming an agent of Shueji. That paparazzi was also intended to squat a magic city within the still famous game company Boss Gossip, and squatting in the Michelin 3-star restaurant not far from the gossip. Paparazzi did not expect, the old boss of the news did not wait, but instead waited for a more powerful news. Unfortunately, the distance of the paparazzi is farther away, can only be photographed on the side of the face of the Nissan and Mercedes-Benz Big G and Bentley. Some of the images, although it is a catch-22, but enough to see the photo of the people floating. Recently dispersed, many people are curious about who Dai Shan's old classmate is, and even the internet also once launched a hashtag looking for Dai Shan's old classmate #hypertext, but unfortunately so far there is no result. Michelin 3-star restaurant is Dai Shan shows the address, seating and so on is also set by Dai Shan. Dai Shan, as the daughter of Dai's group, has extremely high requirements for seating, and the location she chose is not considered to be in the front of the Michelin 3-star restaurant, but the view is the best. After Dai Shan ordered the food, she familiarly brushed up Weibo, and saw that the internet had exploded with news of herself and Chu Yang. Classmate Chu, you're on the hot search again. Dai Shan finished brushing the message and smiled as she showed Chu Yang the message in her hand. Chu Yang received the phone and looked at it instantly, a little dumbfounded. He had only come out to have a meal with Dai Shan, but he had been brainstormed so much by the netizens. The internet is speculating if you are my mysterious old classmate, should I reply positively? Dai Shan took a closer look at the photos posted by that microblogging V. Apart from her side shot, the rest were all catch as catch can, not even Chu Yang's looks had been PO'd. If Chu Yang's frontal photo was captured by the V, I'm afraid that without even needing Dai Shan to say a word, his female fans would have jumped out long ago. Don't, I'm already famous enough by being on the hot searches for 3 days now, just let me rest and relax again. Chu Yang waved his hand, that helpless look made Dai Shan cover her mouth and laugh lightly. Suddenly, the lights of the 3-star Michelin restaurant dimmed. An original marriage proposal suddenly appeared inside the Michelin 3-star restaurant. It was obvious that the person who proposed the marriage had made the arrangements beforehand. Aside from Chu Yang and Dai Shan, there weren't many people who were surprised that this matter had happened. Shuelan, I didn't have much money in the past, I didn't dare to propose to you, but in the past 7 years, I've been working hard, and I'm finally worth $1 million, I think I can give you a happy life, marry me. Guan Pingdal was wearing a black suit, holding a ring in his hand, kneeling on one knee in front of Shuelan. Shuelan was Guan Pingli's schoolflower during his college days, and the woman Guan Pinglu had been secretly in love with for more than 10 years from college until now. In the past, Guan Pingdal didn't have any money, so he could only do what he could to help Shuelan, but just like this, he couldn't let Shuelan see himself in his eyes. So Guan Pingdal graduated from college and decided to start his own business. 7 years later, Guan Pingdal finally worth 500 million, and let their own game company in the Magic City also has a place. When Guan Pingdal know their dream goddess Shuelan, this goddess is still single,
Guanpingle carefully planned this proposal. He will be 30 next year, he hopes to marry the girl of his choice. Shi Shualan of course knew that Guanpingle had liked himself for a long time. But she didn't intend to marry Guanpingle. In Shi Shualan's opinion, Guanpingle was just a game company owner with a little bit of money. Compared to her other suitors, Guanpingle had never been very colorful. Guanpingle, you're only worth 5 million, not even over 10 million, who are you to say that you'll give me happiness? What's more, my pursuers like this over 10 million are there, if you're worth over 100 billion like Shushin, I'll marry you. Shi Shualan rejected Guanpingle without mercy. Her words caused Guanpingle's face to go white as he held the ring on one knee. It was as if the marriage proposal he had been carefully planning was a ridiculous farce. No one's life is necessarily successful, right? I haven't seen anyone who can become worth $5 million in 7 years, Mr. Guanpingle, right? I'm willing to invest in a dream, what do you want to do? Shu Yan looked at this farce and suddenly got up and appeared in front of the crowd. Shu Yang was very famous on the internet, his handsome and compelling face immediately made everyone recognize him. I'll go, why is Chu God here? Guanpingle is also too lucky, a failed marriage proposal can run into Chu God to save the day. I'm envious, why wasn't I the one who had my dreams invested by the Chu God? I'm envious too. I actually ate at the same restaurant as my idol today, I'm so happy. The author has something to say. Chapter 95 This is too enviable. As the many fans recognized Chu Yang, they all cast envious gazes at Guanpingle. Guanpingle recognized Chu Yang's identity, and his shocked eyes then revealed ecstasy and determination. Mr. Chu, I'll make the company rank at least in the top 20 in Magic City. Even though Guanpingle didn't know why Chu Yang was willing to help him, Guanpingle didn't hesitate to seize this opportunity. The moment Guanpingle opened his mouth, the onlookers were shocked by him. I'll go, how can a top 20 company in Magic City have a market capitalization of $5 billion? Guanpingle can be really bullish, the moment he opens his mouth, it's 5 billion. Then you also have to see who is willing to invest in the dream, Shushin is a 100 billionaire. 5 billion is a lot? Man, hearing you say that, I suddenly feel that Guanpingle said less, am I drifting? No, you didn't float, you just want to go to heaven. The onlookers were laughing and joking. They only thought that Chu Yang's so-called investment dream was just on the spur of the moment, but they didn't know that it was because Chu Yang recognized Guanpingle's hard work over the past 7 years to strive for $1 million fortune. Most of the people who can go in and out of Michelin 3-star restaurants are people with small fortunes, and most of them have never experienced the poverty of not having money, and they cannot understand how hard it is to struggle for 5 million. Chu Yang understands Guanpingle's hardship, so he is willing to invest in Guanpingle. Good, I can invest 100 million for you, accounting for 80% of the shares, if you agree, I'll sign a contract with you right away. Shu Yang was satisfied with Guanpingle's dream. 5 million worth of wealth doubled the road to 5 billion, for an ordinary person, it was already a huge dream. After Guanpingle glanced at Shi Shualan, he nodded and said, I agree. It was only then that Shi Shualan reacted that Guanpingle had actually gotten on Chu Yang's lap because of his refusal. Shushin was a 100 billionaire recognized on the internet. She said to Guanpingle with some anxiety, Guanpingle, I thought about it, in fact, it's not impossible to marry you, I agree to your proposal, give me the ring. Shi Shualan said, about to reach out herself to take the ring Guanpingle had prepared to put on. Guanpingle did not hesitate to withdraw the ring from his hand. He pulled up a cold smile and said, sorry, I don't want to marry right now, I don't have Chushin's ability to marry a woman like you. The crowd of onlookers only felt very relieved when they saw this scene. Guanpingle is good. This woman is average looking and thinks quite beautifully. Tisk, that's not it, I've never seen a man ask for $100 billion in order to propose, my family's assets are in the hundreds of millions of dollars and I don't even dare to be so cross. My family's assets are more than $10 million, and I've never seen a woman dare to be so cross with me, the ending makes people feel extremely comfortable. More than comfortable, simply cool, I have taken this woman's photo, I see how many rich young people are willing to marry her. 666, Brother Yukawa, at a WeChat. Most of the people who could eat at a 3-star Michelin restaurant were people with a small amount of capital. These people had seen beautiful women who were even many times prettier than Shi Shualan. But who dared to be horizontal in front of these people? It was only Shi Shualan who had a heart higher than the sky in the market that dared to open her mouth to compare herself to a 100 billionaire like Chu Yang. Are things settled? It's time for us to eat. Dai Shanchan's timely appearance made the crowd of onlookers all happy. Dai Shanshan's fair appearance and delicate features, the natural nobility and superior self-made temperament, at a glance as a non-rich or noble character, and then compared to Qi Shualan, harm, but also compared to what that is a background plate. Finished solving, Guan Pingdal, you go with us to eat over there, just in time for me to let my housekeeper come over to sign the contract with you. Saying that, Shu Yang picked up his cell phone and dialed Bai Yue over.
Guan Pingdal answered yes and followed Shu Yang without looking back. The crowd of onlookers saw the good show dispersing and also dispersed separately. Quite a few rich ladies who couldn't stand to watch didn't forget to dig at Qi Shualan a few times before they left. Do you know who the person next to Chushin is? Dai's daughter, with assets of over $100 billion, and the clothes you're wearing have over $10,000? I was almost laughed to death by this woman today. When Dai's 1,000 gold came out, I thought she was a backdrop that ran out from somewhere. Haha, you say so. I also feel a little disgusting. Just a background plate also portrait my idol. Look at it on the stomach. Think about Guan Pingdal is also really lucky, surprisingly by the Chu God to invest. The future of the future is unlimited. Have to thank some people to make a demon. Really want to see the future of the Guan Ping family over 100 million. Some people still dare to marry. Qi Shualan listened to those gossip no longer cannot stay cover face left the Michelin 3-star restaurant. After Qi Shualan left, Michelin 3-star restaurant once again returned to the original silence. It wasn't long before Bai Yue brought Yi Hang, the gold medal lawyer from the legal department, to the Michelin 3-star restaurant. I'll go. How did Yi Hang come here? Hubby, who is Yi Hang? Is it famous? More than famous, he's the most powerful gold medal lawyer in Magic City. Many tycoons want to hire him for lawsuits. Look at Yi Hang's posture, it doesn't look like he's here to eat, instead he's here to work. I don't know who is so capable to have invited Yi Hang. I really envy the person who hired Yi Hang. With Yi Hang, there is no lawsuit that can't be won. Yi Hang was a thundering figure in both the business and lawyer worlds, and his appearance immediately attracted the attention of many tycoons. Just as everyone was talking, Bai Yue brought Yi Hang to the seat where Chu Yang was. Young master, this is the company's recently recruited gold medal lawyer, Yi Hang. Your future contracts will be handled solely by Yi Hang. Bai Yue said respectfully. The fall of her words immediately caused an uproar in the 3-star Michelin restaurant. Didn't you say that Yi Hang is a very arrogant person? Why did he run to Chu God's hands in a muffled manner? I also want to know what the hell is going on here. What conditions did Chu God actually offer? Didn't you hear that pretty girl just now? Yi Hang is the company's recently recruited lawyer. Get your priorities straight. How many rich and powerful people's hearts are probably breaking into pieces? The person they wanted to recruit actually took the initiative to throw himself under Chushin. If you had $100 billion in assets, lawyer Yi would probably throw himself under you as well. I don't have hundreds of billions of assets, but if lawyer Yi can come work under me, I'll definitely offer all my highest treatment. The patrons of the 3 Michelin stars were talking there, and Dai Shanshan and Guan Pingdal were equally shocked. No one had expected that the most powerful gold medal lawyer in Magic City, Yi Hang, would actually follow Chushin and still be responsible for all of Chu Yang's contracts in the future. This was too enviable. The author has something to say. Chapter 96, I have a pretty good game on my hands. Chu Yang was a little surprised that Yi Hang had joined, but he wasn't too shocked. He smiled and said, Lawyer Yi, welcome to the team. It's my honor to work for young Chu. Yi Hang bent down slightly, his respectful attitude causing many people to look sideways. Chu God was worthy of being Chu God. Even the most powerful gold medal lawyer in Magic City, Yi Hang, had joined his banner. What else could Chu God not do? Right, this is Guan Pingdal. I plan to invest him 100 million with him, 80% of the shares. You arrange the contract. Chu Yang introduced Guan Pingdal, who was on the side. Guan Pingdal quickly stood up and took the initiative to shake hands with Yi Hang. His face was somewhat flattered. Thinking that he would have to draw up a contract with Yi Hang in a while, Guan Pingdal even had a feeling that he was dreaming. Okay, Mr. Guan, Butler Bai has reserved a seat here separately. Is it convenient for you to go over and talk about it in detail? Yi Hang nodded his head to show his understanding, and then spoke out to ask Guan Pingdal if he could go over. Yes, Chushin, then I will go over first. Guan Pingdal nodded his head busily, and after he spoke to Chu Yang, he followed Yi Hang. Dai Shanshan watched the two of them leave. Her beautiful eyes looking at Chu Yang were filled with flirtation. Chu student, you are hiding deep enough. Bai Yue of Tianhai Home Economics is actually your housekeeper, and the most powerful gold medal lawyer of Magic City is also your subordinate. While others didn't see Bai Yue's identity, Dai Shanshan recognized it. She thought she already knew Chu Yang well enough.
Unexpectedly, after understanding half a day herself, she only understood the tip of the iceberg of him. Xu Yang spread his hands and said, "If I can, I would love to eat soft rice, but when I went to the hospital before, the doctor told me that my stomach is twice as good and suitable for eating hard rice, so that I can match my specialty."
Specialty. When Dai Shanshan heard Chu Yang's words, she couldn't help but blush with a pretty face.
Since she was following Chu Yang's every move, she naturally also paid attention to 7-7's interview with Chu Yang.
Right now, as long as one knew about Chushin, there shouldn't be anyone who didn't know about his 20-centimeter specialty.
Then when if you don't want to work hard anymore, go to the hospital again, maybe you'll be able to eat soft food.
Dai Shanshan said, her cheeks flushed again. Chu Yang was slightly stunned. Was he being teased back?
He lightly coughed and changed his words. "Actually, the doctor also said that if one day I don't want to work hard anymore, it's okay to eat soft rice, but I must be tough." Dai Shanshan's hand, which was cutting the steak, lurched.
Why couldn't it get past the hardness piece? Eat the steak, this is soft enough.
Dai Shanshan passed the steak in her hand to Chu Yang's plate, attempting to stuff Chu Yang's mouth with food. Chu Yang also appropriately did not speak anymore, and the dining table became a little quieter.
Half an hour later, Dai Shanshan and Chu Yang were having dinner.
"Chu student, my company still has things to do, so I'll leave first."
Dai Shanshan saw Yi Hang coming this way one after the other and simply offered her farewell.
Xu Yang also knew that Guan Pingle's matter really needed to be dealt with. He nodded his head and said, "Good, today is considered my poor hospitality, I'll invite you to dinner again when I'm free."
"Okay, I will definitely go to the appointment then."
After Dai Shanshan readily agreed down, she left the 3-star Michelin restaurant.
Immediately afterward, Yi Hang and Guan Pingle arrived in front of Chu Yang one after the other.
At this time, the customers had basically all left, so Chu Yang simply took Yi Hang and Guan Pingle to a private room to negotiate cooperation. "Young Chu, this is the contract in duplicate, please take a look."
Chu Yang took the contract handed over by Yi Hang.
Underneath the contract, there was also a well-investigated information of Pingle Game Technology Company Limited, which should have been carefully prepared by Yi Hang.
After he scanned it twice, he looked at Guan Pingle with some surprise. "You opened or a game company?"
The company that Guan Pingle opened was called Pingle Game Technology Company Limited, with a market capitalization of around $500 million, and currently several developed games, which were already well known in the gaming world. Guan Pingle scratched his head in embarrassment. "It's all small." Chushin is laughing.
Xu Yang's current industry did not involve games yet. He inquired, "Now that the company has $100 million to invest, what kind of game are you planning to make?"
As soon as Guan Pingle talked about his specialized project, he immediately came into the spirit. "I want to make a domestic unparalleled VR immersive real-life simulation of a networked battle game." Detecting Guan Pingle bragging with the host, the system specially gifted the host with the Immortal Tour VR immersive matchmaking game. Immortal Tour VR immersive game is a multiplayer platform battle against the background of the immortal world. It is a game that can realistically experience the journey of immortal cultivation and travel across the world of immortal cultivation.
Chu Yang couldn't help but fall into deep thought after reading the system's prompts.
With the current level of technology, the span to produce a real-life battle immersive game could be said to be hellishly difficult. If Guan Pingle really wanted to make it that far, it would indeed be harder than reaching the sky.
However, with Immortal Journey, it was different.
Right now, it could be said that everything was ready, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that all we needed was the east wind. When Guan Pingle saw Chu Yang staring at the contract without saying anything, his heart was suddenly in a state of confusion. Of course he knows how difficult VR immersion is, not to mention Chu Yang smashed 100 million in, is 1 billion, may not be able to make a fully immersive multiplayer game. Thinking of this, Guan Pingle hurriedly remedied the situation by saying, "Chushin, this is something I want to do in the future. As long as I am given another 10 years, I will definitely be able to develop the best VR immersive game."
Guan Pingle's sudden exit also broke Chu Yang's contemplation.
He shook his head and said, "You don't need to change your mind, I just thought of something, I just said it, I want to take up 80% of Pingle's shares, more than just contributing funds, I can also give you the technology."
"Give me technology?" "You're not talking about the technology of the immersive game, are you?" Guan Pingle's heart trembled as an extremely unbelievable possibility suddenly surfaced in his mind. However, if that person was Chushin uttering the words, then it was most likely true.
"No, it's more than that, I have a complete game in my hands." Xu Yang took a sip of red wine and faintly said. Guan Pingle was so shocked that he almost didn't sit on his butt. VR full immersion technology was currently not fully popularized in the country, and the technical breakthrough was extremely difficult.
Chushin actually exported a fully immersive game?
If there really is such a game, at the very least it would cost more than $1 billion to start.
Guan Pingle was already too excited to speak.
Shu God, please make sure you let me do this. With this technology, I'll definitely be able to make Leping the top game company in the country, no, in the world.
Guan Pingle suppressed his excitement and said eagerly. He now finally understood why Chu Yang wanted 80% of the shares. Because even if Chu Yang only gave Guan Pingle 10%, it was still Guan Pingle taking advantage. Author has something to say. Chapter 97, this crossover is outrageous.
However, although I have the complete game, hardware technology-wise, I still need you to arrange for someone to attack it.
A fully immersive immortal game was required to have the corresponding VR high-end technology.
For example, the production of the VR helmet, as well as the immersive handle, etc. all needed Guan Pingle to lead the team to perfect it.
Guan Pingle was also seriously considering the follow-up of the technical attack after listening to Chu Yang's words.
The team under him was also ranked in the Magic City, but to really overcome the most difficult VR hardware technology, at the very least, it would take a year to complete, and $100 million of investment was simply not enough.
Guan Pingle frowned and began to think about the possibility of things progressing.
Xu Yang also knew that for Guan Pingle's current situation to realize the hardware technology was not very realistic. He handed the contract in his hand to Yi Hang. After Yi Hang respectfully received it, he exited the private room with a good eye. Xu Yang thought for a moment and said indifferently, I'll arrange for someone from the Red Sky Alliance to come over and expand the team for you. Guan Pingle's eyes widened, he hadn't heard it wrong.
Chushin was talking about the Red Sky Alliance. It couldn't be the world's top hacker alliance, the Red Sky Alliance.
If it really was that Red Sky Alliance, then how awesome would Chushin have to be?
Chushin, the Red Sky Alliance you're talking about, it wouldn't be the one from the world's top hacker alliance, would it?
After Guan Pingle was shocked, he hurriedly raised his hand and weakly asked.
It wasn't that he didn't believe Chu Yang, but the amount of information in Chu Yang's words was just too much.
He somewhat didn't quite dare to believe that he could have such a day.
It was too unreal.
Well, although the Red Sky Alliance is mostly hackers, there is no shortage of some technical experts. I'll see about getting Yuan Liang to call someone over. Xu Yang nodded, picked up his cell phone and called Liang Yuan over. Yuan Liang, I need a few people, the faster the better. Those who are good at virtual interaction technology are prioritized.
Liang Yuan sniffed and a few names immediately surfaced in his mind. He immediately responded, yes, you send me the address, I will arrange for them to go over.
Good, you tell them to go to Pingle Game, the address is. Xu Yang casually reported the address of Guan Pingle's game company.
Guan Pingle was stunned.
This memory of Chu God is awesome, he only looked at the contract and remembered it. Alright, done, let's go to the company and wait for the people, they will arrive in half an hour.
Xu Yang didn't think that Liang Yuan's people even had ones in Magic City.
Seeing that the time was still early, he took Guan Pingle in the Mercedes-Benz Big G and drove to Pingle Game Company. Xia Jianhua didn't expect that he would one day be able to be arranged by Yuan Liang to face the most bullish big brother of the Red Sky Alliance. He excitedly brought along his 9 little brothers and came to squat at the entrance of Pingle Game Company. The place where he lived wasn't far from here, it was a 10-minute drive. Brother Hua, who do you think the most bullish big brother of our Red Sky Alliance will be? I just checked the information, Pingle Game Company is just a small company with a market capitalization of $5 million, I can make it disappear in a minute. What did Big Brother ask us to come here for?
I'm also quite curious, what's so great about this small company?
The little brothers spoke in your own words, full of curiosity about the Big Brother they had never met before. 20 minutes later, a Mercedes-Benz Big G was ushered in at the front gate of Pingle Company, and 2 people came down from the Mercedes-Benz Big G.
A handsome-looking boy with an outstanding temperament, and a man in a suit.
Brother Hua, that man in the suit is the old boss of Pingle Company, called Guan Pingle.
One of Xie Jianhua's juniors hurriedly provided information and said.
As his words fell, everyone's eyes focused on the handsome guy next to the man in the suit. Big brother, this face value, it's a bit shaky. A junior brother whispered BB to say what all the juniors were thinking. It was more than just ice shaking.
That was simply shockingly handsome.
When Chu Yang approached, Xia Jianhua and his juniors all stared wide-eyed. The most bullish big brother of the Red Sky Alliance was actually the recently hot Chu God on Weibo.
Chushin is so deeply hidden. Even the Red Sky Alliance is one of his industries.
Chu God, hello, I'm Xia Jianhua, Yuan Liang arranged for me to come. After Xia Jianhua was shocked, he hurriedly stepped forward to introduce himself, and a group of juniors all walked up in a formal manner and greeted each other in unison. "Good day, Chu God." That neutral look was like a certain Big Brother's meeting scene. The employees within Pingle Games listened to a Big Brother's hello from the outside, and almost shivered their hands and gave the code away.
What's going on? Xiao Lu, go down and take a look. Xiao Zhang, be bold, you go and explore first. Xiao Mei, you're good looking, you go take a look. The employees quickly saved the things in their computers, still urging the people around them to go out and take a look. In the end, a tigerish employee, Xiao Li, came to the door at the instigation of his companions. Only to see his own boss standing beside a handsome man, and across the two stood 10 boys of all heights, shapes, sizes, and thicknesses. Old boss, what's the situation here?
Xiao Li peeled at the doorway. That cautious look was a bit unbearable to look at. You, a big man on all fours pickpocketing the door and still cautiously and probing inquiring, would be too much.
Nothing much, let's go in and talk. Guan Pingle invited Chu Yang inside the company.
Pingle Company rented a 2-story small bungalow. The first floor is the front desk plus office area plus rest area. The second floor is the meeting area plus test area.
The planning is quite good.
Chu Yang sat on the sofa that Guan Pingle had arranged.
A group of Pingle Games employees looked at Xie Jianhua and his minions and launched a brainstorming session. Did the boss offend some underground Big Brother? Were those minions the thugs that the underground Big Shot had called in?
These employees must seldom play with Weibo in general, or else they wouldn't have made such a mess. Guan Pingle glanced at the crowd. After he pressed down the sides of his rippling forehead, he said, "This is Mr. Chu Yang Chu, also our first major shareholder. Mr. Chu invested 100 million in Pingle, and a
fully immersive VR game technical support." Guan Pingle's face darkened as he looked at the employees who had fallen down. How could he have such a group of employees? It was only $100 million. And you all fell down? All get up. Guan Pingle's mouthful of teeth were about to be broken by this group of employees. The employees also felt that they were a bit out of line and got up in a hurry. Again, he heard his own boss say in dissatisfaction, "I haven't finished talking yet. Mr. Chu still has a fully immersive VR game worth at least $1 billion in his hands called Immortal Journey." In the next second, the employees knelt down once again. With that, Xie Jianhua and their minions didn't hold back and fell to the ground with a poof. What was this situation with Mr. Chu? They thought they knew more or less about Mr. Chu, and they were more or less prepared in their hearts. But suddenly $1 billion smashed down. Who can carry it? Not right. Wait, according to Leping's current economic strength and team base, they definitely can't do the hardware technical support for VR games. So our future direction is to make games? I'll go. I'm the 37th ranked hacker in the world under the Red Sky Alliance, and my subordinates are the top 300 experts in the world. How dare you arrange for me to make games, or hardware technology? This Nima cross-border is very outrageous, okay? The author has something to say. Chapter 98. Mr. Chu, are you serious? Big Brother, what should we do? Should we agree to it? Xie Jianhua's little brothers inquired in a low voice. There were also those among them who could do virtual technology, but the hardware technology piece was a real crossover for Xie Jianhua and his little brothers. However, it wasn't necessarily an impossible task. As long as they were given a few computers, finding out the relevant technical information that was only a matter of time. Take a look first. Xie Jianhua gritted his teeth. To be fair, Xie Jianhua didn't want his hacking skills to be buried just like that. It was just a game. Was it worthy of allowing itself to cross the border? Then again, it seems like you guys haven't seen Immortal Journey yet. Guan Pingle, do you have a VR device here? After Chu Yang swept his eyes at Xie Jianhua and the others, he pulled out a USB flash drive from his pocket. USB flash drive? Mr. Chu, are you serious? Something worth $1 billion is being carried by you on a USB flash drive? The crowd of Lu Ping employees and Xie Jianhua and the others all stared with wide eyes. Guan Pingle received the USB flash drive handed over by Chu Yang, and his heart trembled violently. This was $1 billion to get back the technology. Although Guan Pingle's heart was excited, his body was still very honest, and he quickly finished all this. Chu Yang arranged for Xie Jianhua to be the first crab to experience the Immortal Tour. After Xie Jianhua put on the VR helmet and handle device, his eyes immediately transformed into a newbie village in Xianyu. Immortal Journey's newbie village was an ancient town. The town's scenery was very realistic, and wherever you looked, it gave you a feeling of being there.
After Xie Jianhua was shocked by the scenes of the novice village, he soon received a prompt from the system. Young warrior, welcome to the world of Immortal Journey. This is the rookie village for Immortal Journey players, where you can obtain the pills, equipment, etc. needed to travel to the Broken Sky Forest and obtain the tiny immortal karma needed to become a Hotian expert. Now, please leave your great name in the world of Immortal Tour. A naming window popped up in Immortal Tour's system. Xie Jianhua thought about it and named himself Jianhua King. Young warrior Jianhua King, please receive your newbie gift pack. It has been sent to your backpack. Xie Jianhua tapped the backpack. The backpack contained the bone-breaking and marrow-cleansing pill, an ancient longsword, and 100 taels of silver tickets. Bone-felling and marrow-cleansing pill can cleanse the meridians and bones, remove impurities, and improve qualifications. Mysterious longsword, function unknown. What the hell? The role is still unknown? Then how to use it? A foreign treasure has been detected in the Broken Sky Forest. Are we going to investigate? Before Xie Jianhua finished being shocked, the system prompt came again. Xie Jianhua was speechless as he looked at the two options. Option 1, go immediately. Option 2, I've decided to cultivate a bit before going. Sentimentally, after half a day of this whole thing, there's nothing else. Alright young warrior, there are many dangers outside of the novice village. Fighting small monsters can raise your immortal edge to gain higher battle power. After Xie Jianhua chose 2, the system's reminder made him roll his eyes speechlessly. Fighting monsters and upgrading, wasn't that the normal formula for immortal games? Xie Jianhua didn't think too much about it, and after taking the meridian cleansing and bone-breaking pill, he carried his longsword and walked out to the outside of the novice village's entrance. After walking for about less than 2 minutes, Xie Jianhua encountered a single wolf. He looked at the wolf in front of him with hideous eyes, revealing a pair of wolf teeth, and hair exploding all over his body, and violently sweated. Xie Jianhua completely forgot that he was in a game. He really felt like he had run into a real wolf. Xie Jianhua raised his longsword and slashed madly at the wolf. The scene of the wolf's blood splattering, the realism was simply too strong. Of course, the wolf's counterattack was also very strong. Xie Jianhua was pounced on by the wolf after a few struggles. Xie Jianhua, who was in close proximity, could even see the white wolf's teeth. The sense of life and death crisis instantly made Xie Jianhua pull up to full strength. Go to hell! Terrified in his heart, Xie Jianhua put the longsword in his hand across and aimed it at the wolf's throat, killing it with a single blow. Congratulations to young warrior Jianhua King for killing an ordinary wolf, completing the novice quest and opening the function of returning to the novice village with one click. I wish young warrior Jianhua King a prosperous immortal fortune. Xie Jianhua didn't remember that he was in the game world until the system reminded him. The moment he had just fought the wolf, he really thought he was facing a real wolf. Without hesitation, Xie Jianhua tapped return to novice village. After returning to the village, Xie Jianhua went straight to the store in the novice village, exchanged 2 bottles of healing medicine, and sold his wolf. Only after making sure that his blood level had returned to 100% again did Xie Jianhua go offline and remove the VR device. The moment Xie Jianhua removed the device, the Leping employees and minions surprisingly all cheered. Jianhua King, you are also too awesome. That response to the wolf's reflexes is simply absolute. I don't know what to say except I surprisingly don't know what to say. I almost thought you were going to lose it. Brother Hua, you're also too awesome. The wolf killed it. This is only an ordinary wolf. The Broken Sky Forest should be this even more terrifying. Immortal Journey's game world setting was just too real. Even the onlookers couldn't help but sweat for the characters within the game. Especially when they saw the wolf, the moment they looked at each other was called a sweaty moment. The scene where Xie Jianhua and the wolf were alone in a solo was also extraordinarily thrilling. They couldn't even help but think, if they were to face this wolf, would they have the certainty to win? Still, okay, usually have a little exercise, reaction is not too bad. Xie Jianhua smiled, his inner sense of accomplishment instantly pulled full. The experience of fighting a wolf in the Immortal Journey world was too real, so much so that he was so nervous that his back was soaked. But it was precisely because of this that Xie Jianhua wanted to continue playing. A wolf outside a novice village was so realistic. What about the Broken Hollow Forest? What was it like after the Broken Hollow Forest? If one really stepped into immortal cultivation, what would it be like? Would the feeling of flying on the wind be even more realistic? Most of the boys had the dream of traveling to the ends of the earth with a sword. Xie Jianhua already had an incomparable yearning for the world of Immortal Journey at this time. Alright, all come back to your senses. Xu Yang was very satisfied with the results of this experience. After he clapped his hands and attracted everyone's attention, he raised his voice and said, "Your next job is to work wholeheartedly on the hardware technology of this immortal journey. As for your current game, I can arrange for an outsourcing company to assist you."
Xiajianhua, do you guys want to join Leping Games and participate in the follow-up of Immortal Journey together with Leping?
Chu Yang looked at Xiajianhua.
Yes, we all want to join. If there are fewer people, I'll immediately call for a dozen more brothers to come over. Xiajianhua answered in a loud voice.
Xiajianhua forgot that he had just thought that a game was not worthy of letting him cross the border before he played. As a result, after getting his hands on it, Xiajianhua immediately got real flavor.
Even Xiajianhua jumped at the thought, isn't it just hardware technology? Get it up.
Xiajianhua, backed by the Red Sky Alliance, still afraid of you a small hardware technology?
The author has something to say. Chapter 99. What the hell is going on here?
Good, then in that case, you can work on it with Guan Pingdal. It's getting late, so I'll go back first. Seeing Xiajianhua agreeing, Xu Yang shrugged things off and just left. Xiajianhua had already developed a strong interest in Xianyu. He couldn't wait to bring his minions and Guanping Games employees to have an in-depth discussion about VR helmets and other technologies. After a night of in-depth understanding, Xiajianhua topped off with dark circles under his eyes, a pair of eyes full of marvel. Immortal Journey is worthy of being a masterpiece, just the computer experience is ghostly. If we really made a VR helmet and handle device, it would definitely explode. After Xiajianhua became a top hacker, few people could make him stay up all night fighting. But Xianyu had broken that rule.
Yeah, fantastic. At the very least it's worth over $2 billion.
Guan Pingdal topped his black eyes with the same look of shock in his eyes. If Immortal Journey was really made, they could definitely make a fortune within a year after arranging for some equipment purchases and so on.
But how do we go about organizing the hardware technology?
The boulder literally weakly raised his hand. As his words fell, the room was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard.
Yeah.
It was said that a different line of work was like a mountain. If they were to integrate the hardware technology, they would all have to start all over again. Xiajianhua moved his stiff body and coughed twice before pretending, "I forgot to tell you guys, we are all from the Red Sky Alliance. These technologies, they are all trivial. Xiaolu, bring the computer over." Xiajianhua decided to request the full support of the Red Sky Alliance.
It was Chu God's intention to support Pingdal anyway. What else could Yuan Liang do but help?
Xiaolu and his other little brothers looked at their big brother pretending, and silently chose not to tear him down. As long as they could make the experience of Xianyu more enjoyable to play, not to mention the fake imperial decree, they wouldn't even frown if they had to live her for 3 days and 3 nights.
Brother Jianhua is actually from the Red Sky Alliance? Mr. Chu is so bullish. Even people from the Red Sky Alliance have been found. Jianhua.
I told you how this name sounded so familiar, the world's 37th ranked top hacker expert.
Hiss.
What level of big brother is Mr. Chu in the end? The world's top 50 have arranged for him to come over. Shaoli and the other employees reacted, having been shocked at Xiajianhua's true identity of them. Xiajianhua finished pretending to Little Li and the others and turned his head to Yuan Liang to ask for help. Pingdal needs VR hardware technology core information support. I'm begging for Yuan Liang's support.
Yuan Liang? Yuan Liang in front of the computer was dumbfounded.
The VR hardware technology core information is a top secret technology that ranks in the top 50 in the world.
Is it appropriate for you to ask me for such a high level of support as soon as you open your mouth? Mr. Chu requested it. Xiajianhua did not hesitate to pull Chu Yang out.
Yuan Liang froze when he heard the 2 words Chu Yang and did not reply immediately.
He was purely angry.
If this order was really done, he wouldn't be able to sleep well for at least 3 days. After holding his breath for 3 minutes, Yuan Liang replied a good word to Xiajianhua, "Give me 30 minutes to shout for someone." Xiajianhua listened to Yuan Liang's words and went crazy with joy. But mustn't he shout for people? The world's most powerful VR hardware technology is controlled by a foreign company called Westloss, and Westloss has 2 very impressive hackers.
One is the 20th ranked Bobby Wiley and the other is the 25th ranked Albert Jack.
These 2 people are skilled and very difficult to Yuan Liang's strength is enough to crush 2 people, but it depends on what is going on. Getting the information is needed to read the bar, time-consuming work of course is to call on the masters to get high together is more comfortable.
30 minutes later.
In the Red Sky Alliance's temporarily arranged chat group, there were a total of 20 people. 10 people led by Yuan Liang and 10 people including Xiajianhua. The target this time is Westlaw's VR hardware technology core information. Will take someone to interfere with Willie and Jack's line of sight. Xia Jianhua, you guys are in charge of the readings.
Yuan Liang finished instructing in the group. In the next second, the Westlaw's Corporation's network was attacked by the Red Sky Alliance's people. FK, what the hell is going on? Someone is attacking our servers, hurry up and have someone block them. The other party is definitely an expert. The firewall made by Willie was broken in 3 seconds. Hurry up and have someone shout for Jack to come over. Their targets are Willie and Jack. The technicians of Westlaws were in a complete mess by the sudden alarm. Yuan Liang started messing around with the Red Sky Alliance's men in a serious manner. One moment, he would open a small hole in the firewall, another moment, he would change the server, another moment, he would change the flavor of Westlaw's official website, and another moment, he would hammer words into the computers of the insiders, telling them to call Willie and Jack over for a match. The technicians of Westlaws were suffocating. They had never seen such an arrogant hacker since their establishment. What was even more frustrating was that they couldn't even defend against their offense. Nowadays, the masters were all idle and had no time to do anything. They attacked Westlaw's server just to compete with Willie and Jack? Where are Willie and Jack? Aren't they the best? Let them come out, or I'll paralyze the server for you. Another message was sent to the Westlaw's technician's computer, and the technician was about to break down as he looked at the message sent. Nima, even if we let Willie and Jack come over right away, it would take 3 to 5 minutes. You are less than 30 seconds and give us a whole scrap to server. Sitting on a rocket are not as fast as your hands, right? Give us 3 more seconds. The technician from Westlaws got excited. The English typed a 3 and added an M and sent it over. 3 minutes was forcibly interpreted as 3 seconds by the opposite side. Okay, in 3 seconds, we'll start attacking. 3 seconds? The technician from Westlaws had the urge to cry, as if he had already seen the image of his own company's servers being paralyzed. No, I can still remedy this. Westlaw's technician was about to add, when he saw the pop-up interface return to normal. You're giving me room to return instead. 3 seconds later, Westlaw's alarm sounded again. Xia Jianhua, who was watching the entire battle, struck the keyboard with his hands like a phantom and laughed so hard that he almost branched out. 3 seconds was okay? I'm afraid that the person on the opposite side of the computer wanted to die. Xia Jianhua led his 9 minions to stroll through Westlaw's database like they were strolling through their own backyard. They needed to find the information and start reading the entries within the limited time. Big brother, I found a folder named Big Baby, could this be it? Suddenly a junior brother voiced out a report, and Xia immediately ran over to arrange for a bar reading. The result was a bunch of blonde-haired beauties double study materials. This kind you usually can't find on your own? Hurry up and find some information. Xia Jianhua's face went black at that time. Victoria's Secret or whatever study materials, it's not too late to look at them later. Brother Hua, found an encrypted information database, come and help. Another junior called out to Xia Jianhua to go over. Xia Jianhua walked over to take a look, and it was really this little brother who found the information file. Not a big problem. Xia Jianhua looked at the encryption, and after spending 30 seconds cracking the password, he started to read the file, expecting it to finish in 3 minutes. Alliance Master Yuan, hold on for another 3 minutes. As soon as Xia Jianhua's words fell, Westlaws launched a strong counterattack. At the same time, the top 100 hackers in the world noticed that the Westlaws server had been breached. The author has something to say. Chapter 100, the average person can do this kind of thing to it. Westlaws went to war with whichever hacker. The server opened in less than 10 minutes and was scrapped by the other side for 3. The attacker is very powerful, at least ranked in the world's top 30. What the hell is Westlaw's official website? I've never seen such a fancy page. Shrinking Turtle Willie Jack, you didn't come out for the promised 3 seconds, go home and eat your milk. Laughing to death, this official website has been changed to a good 6. I also want to ask what the hell is 3 seconds, duration? Willie and Jack are so short? I was almost laughed at and went to see God. I wonder if David from Westlaws will be angry and go to see God when he sees the official website. After the Westlaws story broke out, hackers noticed the tampered Westlaws official website. The top 100 hackers in each country were directly stubbed out laughing at the jingle translated in multiple languages. In the end, which hacker did it? Too damned angry, right? At this time, the headquarters of Jin Yun Company.
The one who unfolded against Weslas is definitely the top 30 experts in the global rankings, and it's likely that it's not just one person striking out, but a team. Currently, there are no more than 10 people at home and abroad who can gather the top 30 in the global rankings, and Chu Xiao is one of them. Chen Wei was browsing the official website of Weslas when Chen Tao reported with a grave expression on his face. He suspected that the hacker of this operation was someone from the Red Sky Alliance, but it was only a suspicion. After all, the Red Sky Alliance didn't have any grudges with Weslas, and now, with just the tampering of the official website and the scrapping of the servers, Weslas had lost more than hundreds of millions of dollars at the very least. How big of a grudge does that have to be able to do such a vicious switch? Chu Xiao? Not so much, he has so many industries under his hand. Weslas's assets are not even 100 billion. Chen Wei intuitively this matter has nothing to do with Chu Yang. Chen Wei's words just fell. The Trojan horse arranged by Chen Tao detected that someone in Magic City was using a foreign server, and the coordinates were precisely the headquarters of Weslas. Chen Wei stared expressionlessly at Chen Tao's screen, and his face was about to be mercilessly swollen by reality. He now believed Chen Tao's suspicions. Other than Chu Xiao, who was very close to the Red Heavenly Alliance, there was no one in the Magic City who could still make the top 30 hacker masters of the rankings a major under the surveillance of Extreme Rhyme without spending a dime. You arrange for someone to keep an eye on the Weslas line. I want to see what Chu Xiao really wants. Chen Wei gave Chen Tao a death order before continuing to busy himself with the company. Chen Tao thought about it and arranged for his beloved little brother, Chen Feng, to keep an eye on Weslas's dynamics. Weslas headquarters. Willie and Jack shed tears of aggravation as they looked at the screen full of bye-bye. After 10 minutes of fighting, Weslas had scrapped 10 or so servers, and the official website still had a 3-second taunt on it. Now Weslas has dropped more than $1 billion, and his treasured big baby has been downloaded once. The promised match turned out to be for my big baby. Jack felt aggrieved. David of Weslas was even more furious and ran to the company's headquarters to question Willie and Jack. What in the world did you guys do to make the other side screw my Weslas like this? Jack wanted to cry a little at David's words. I don't know, I can't figure out why they went to all this trouble just to download my big baby. David? What big baby? David looked at his computer screen as he clicked on the big baby folder, displaying an extraordinarily shaky download at once. What made it even more mesmerizing was the English comment left at the bottom. Thank you for letting me learn more secrets. Goddamn more secrets. David's face was black. Don't look at Victoria in the company in the future. Just because of your big baby, I lost billions of dollars. Jack covered his face. I just got it yesterday. How did they find out? David didn't even know what to say. He raged, no matter how they found out, find out for me. Find out who downloaded Big Baby, FK, say it wrong, find out who dealt with Weslas, and if you don't find out, you're taking your big baby, and Willie, and getting the hell out of here. I'll find out. Jack and Willie immediately shut up and honestly went to check the clues. Xia Jianhua looked at the extra 1G of information in his computer and felt very excited. Brothers, I've gotten the information. Xia Jianhua pulled out the storage hard disk and said excitedly. Behind him, Xiaoli and the others nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice, their expressions very perfunctory. Xia Jianhua was a bit dissatisfied. What kind of expression is this on your faces? I worked hard to get the information, and you guys aren't even a bit surprised? Guan Pingdal opened his cell phone screen and handed it to Xia Jianhua. This is now being reported at home and abroad. Even if we're not here, we all know that you guys have done a big job. Xia Jianhua covered his face. This vote was a bit big, it's all over the news. Just as Guan Pingdal's words fell, Yuan Liang sent 3 question marks. Which one of you stepped on nothing to place any big babies? Now Willie and Jack are openly asking in the top hacker forums, which hacker went to war over a big baby, and I, the head of the Red Sky Alliance, went to war over a laborious big baby? Xia Jianhua was almost petrified after skimming through the message, goddamn big baby? He opened the top hacker forum. This is what Willie and Jack said. The one who went to war with Weslas today. If you want the big baby, you can find me privately. For a secret, letting Weslas lose more than $1 billion is too much of a wolf. Xia Jianhua's little brother weakly raised his hand and said, Brother Hua, I was careless and forgot to eliminate the traces. I percent. Xia Jianhua had an urge to hit someone. What kind of little brother is this? With Willie and Jack openly speaking at the top hacker forums, everyone in the hacker world knew that the one who attacked Weslas had moved because of Big Baby. Yuan Liang exited the group chat with a black face and led the group, leaving only Xia Jianhua who wanted to explain but had no way to speak. This matter is not my pot. My little brother pitted me.
Guan Pingel also did not know how to persuade Xie Jianhua.
Although this matter had done a good job of hiding the fact that they had obtained the Westloss VR information, the results of this matter blowing up were indeed a bit stifling. And Chen Fong, who had learned the news, looked at the news flying all over the sky, and felt even more lonely after squatting for 10 or so minutes. After Chen Wei was busy for a while, he heard his secretary report that there was a result and hurriedly found Chen Fong.
What results have come out? Who won? Chen Fong opened his mouth, surprisingly not knowing how to report this matter to Chen Wei. Young master, would you believe me if I say that this matter of Westloss being attacked was because of Big Baby? Those who attacked Westloss won, but the reason for the attack is somewhat complicated.
Chen Fong said, showing the computer screen to Chen Wei for him to see for himself. Once Chen Wei heard Chen Fong's words, he couldn't help but be a little confused. The reason for starting a war, how complicated could it be? After he finished browsing the computer screen, he suddenly felt that he was wrong to suspect Zhu Xiao. Where in the hell did this extreme hacker come from, for a Big Baby you ed Westloss to the point of being half crippled? Can an ordinary person do such a thing? The author has something to say. Chapter 101, Plastic Surgery doesn't even work that fast. The internet jokingly referred to the Westloss matter as the Big Baby War. The Weibo hot search was even topped by the netizens' power to the #1 hot search. Many netizens laughed so hard that they hammered the bed when they knew the cause and effect. They had never seen such a pure reason for starting a war. Some people even suggested giving Westloss an award for the most miserable foreign enterprise. The minimum loss of more than $1 billion in one day, miserable batch not to mention, but also by the majority of netizens to ask in the end what is the Big Baby. Xu Yang sat on the villa's high-class sofa, brushing to the Big Baby War microblogging almost put the air transport cantaloupe that just ate to the mouth sprayed out. He also wanted to know what exactly was the Big Baby that had triggered $1 billion war. Xu Yang was just thinking about it when Guan Pingel's phone call came in. Mr. Chu, we have gotten the latest VR hardware information. As long as you give us 2 months, we can definitely make the first generation helmet. They had already seen the core information of Westloss, and 2 months was their latest estimate. However, some things would be better with more surprises. Guan Pingel decided that he wanted to give Chu Yang a surprise in a month's time. The latest information? You guys did the Big Baby War on the internet? Xu Yang had a not-so-good premonition in his heart as he listened to Guan Pingel's words. Because he suddenly remembered that Westloss was the top foreign company in the world doing VR. Then associating it with the Big Baby War, Xu Yang had some urge to cover his face. It's not easy for me to not be on the hot search for a few days, but in a turn of events, my men actually topped the hot search with Big Baby with their own power? Mr. Chu, I think that this operation has done a good job of disguising our motives for obtaining the information and has successfully attracted a wave of attention from the VR hotspot, which is a good start for our subsequent releases in CNU. Guan Pingel's forced explanation surprisingly left Xu Yang speechless. You do say it in a good and reasonable manner. But the attention on Weibo is all about Big Babies. Where is the VR hotspot's attention? Westloss? Okay, arrange it properly according to your plan, and next time, if you have any plans, talk to me in advance. Xu Yang finally reorganized his language after 30 seconds had passed. Overall, although Westla's Big Baby incident was a bit shameful, it ultimately benefited CNU. With Westla's technology, Xianyou's VR hardware technology was just around the corner. Alright, don't worry Mr. Chu, we will definitely not let you down. Xu Yang listened to Guan Pingel's voice and silently hung up the phone. The impact of this matter was just too great, he had to slow down. At this time, Bai Yuwei came to Chu Yang's side and reminded him. Young master, it's 8 o'clock, Shuiji's conference is going to start. Do you want to use your iPad to see the live broadcast? It was only then that Chu Yang remembered that today was June 21st, and the Snow G launch was about to start. According to Chen Jingting's nature, this time, the Snow G launch should make a big scene. This could be much more interesting than Sword Body at home. Open it for me. Chu Yang said as he asked the maid to brew a pot of top-quality dragon well over. After Bai Yuwei took the iPad, it was projected onto the tens of thousands of dollars worth of LCD screen. Soon, the video of the Shuiji launch site was played. This was the live broadcast site of Mango Channel, and the sweet female host Chang Royan was warming up the live broadcast. Hello everyone, I'm Chang Royan, the host of Mango Live Broadcast. Now it's 8 o'clock in Magic City time. The position I'm standing at is the launch of Snow G. Snow G is a whitening product that has been on fire all over the internet recently, even a lot of rich wives are using it. Chang Ruoyan watched the words fall as Chen Jingting and Dai Shanshan appeared at the launch event at the same time. Chen Jingting today wearing a short 9-minute sleeve V-neck original trench coat, feet stepped on 5 cm high black fine heels, casual style dress with well-dressed modeling, very beautiful and moving.
Dai Shanshan wore a medium-length polo collar light-colored suit, white good-looking face with a faint smile, obviously in a good mood.
The crowd of reporters who came to interview and the viewers in the live broadcast room were all beautifully surprised by Chen Jingting and Dai Shanshan's high face value.
What divine face values are the president and agent of Snow G? This face value is more than enough for a debut. Is Mr. Chen serious about wearing a trench coat for his launch? Where's the promised boss? Mr. Dai's suit with a hateful high, the queen's paradigm is proper.
Dai, who is known as the high and cold queen, is suddenly not high and cold, and Mr. Chen is bullish.
Am I the only one who noticed that there was no host at the conference?
Yeah, where did the host go? After the netizens were attracted by Chen Jingting and Dai Shanshan's face value, they all coincidentally searched for the host.
Shui Ji was the hottest whitening product right now, and they didn't even arrange a host?
Netizens watched as Chen Jingting took the microphone handed over by her subordinates, and an incredulous look flashed in their eyes. It can't be.
Shui Ji's first launch was even hosted by Shui Ji's president himself?
Amidst the shocked gazes of the netizens, Chen Jingting stood still at the venue, a bright smile raised at the corner of her mouth.
Hello everyone, I'm Chen Jingting, and I'm also the president of Snow G. This conference, I expect it to be over in 15 minutes. The reporters on stage will have a 10-minute question session. Below, we have the spokesperson, Lu Jejia, to appear. Chen Jingting's opening proclamation of the 15-minute arrangement nearly caused the crowd of interviewing reporters to stumble. No wonder they hadn't received any flowchart.
It turned out to be that Chen Jingting was planning on hosting the meeting herself, and the interviews were still scheduled for 15 minutes.
Shui Ji would become the shortest interview in their careers, right?
The reporters couldn't care less at this point. They picked up the cameras in their hands and aimed them at Lu Jejia, who came out and started shooting furiously.
What did I tap to see? Black beauty turned into white beauty? Powdered it, I was almost scared to pee. Is this the same person? Just 3 days of work, white as a new person, plastic surgery are not so fast it.
I don't believe this white to glow person is Lu Jejia, she must have applied powder. Lu Jejia was wearing a vintage-style Chinese dress today, with a diamond-encrusted necklace around her neck, her dignified and generous demeanor and fair and delicate appearance, instantly blinding everyone's eyes. Compared to the previous black beauty, the current glowing white Lu Jejia is simply like a new person. Who would dare to believe that this was the same person? Jejia, your face is really resistant. Many netizens think you have makeup. How about we remove the makeup on site? Chen Jingting prepared to let Lu Jejia appear on the stage and foresaw the audience's reaction. She picked up the microphone and teased Lu Jejia, making everyone who saw Lu Jejia's eyes widen. Lu Jejia appeared in plain clothes. The Snow G conference was such a grand occasion, but you even appeared in plain clothes. After Snow G made you black and turned you white, did it give you such a strong self-confidence? The author has something to say. Chapter 102. Who is Lu Jejia's boy god? Since Mr. Chen has said so, then let's invite someone to remove my makeup and take a look. Lu Jejia said, and saw Chang Ruoyan, who was there eager to try. This beauty, please come and help me remove my makeup. Chang Ruoyan didn't expect Lu Jejia to pick herself. She excitedly went up to the stage, very excited about the truth that was about to be revealed. Lu Jejia is crazy, she actually let Chang Ruoyan go up to check. Laughing to death, I've never seen such a death wish. Chang Ruoyan is the famous truth emperor. If Chang Ruoyan found out the inaccuracies, Shelby is not as cool as Lu Jejia. Then the question comes, what if it's true? Black to white within a week, I don't believe it. If it's true, I'll fly upside down. Upstairs is fierce enough. If Shui Ji is true to whiten in a week, I'll wash my hair upside down. The audience in the live broadcast room saw Chang Ruoyan on stage, and they were all very shocked by Lu Jejia's arrangement. Of course, Lu Jejia knew Chang Ruoyan's identity. It was because of Chang Ruoyan's identity as the Truth Emperor that Chen Jingting had specially sent Chang Ruoyan an invitation and arranged for the makeup removal session. The Truth Emperor truthfulness of the whitening effect of Shui Ji is much more effective than playing 10,000 advertisements, and it also saves money. Lu Jejia looked at Chang Ruoyan, who was beside her without any knowledge, and then looked at Chen Jingting, who was smiling gently at herself, and silently put her face up. Chang Ruoyan first went up and touched Lu Jejia's face, and that silky smooth feel caused Chang Ruoyan to gasp for a while. Wow, Lu Jejia's skin is so white, so tender, so smooth. It's okay La, your skin looks good too can I touch it? Lu Jejia and Chang Ruoyan close contact also made their request.
Chang Ruoyan put her face over and casually said, "It's okay, but I brought a bit of makeup with me. Gosh, you're really veiled ah." Saying that, Chang Ruoyan touched the process Ruoyan hand to show the netizens. Only to see Chang Ruoyan's white fingers, there was not a dash of pure white after wiping powder. Lu Jia touched Chang Ruoyan's face, the soft touch was extraordinarily comfortable on her hands. "Wow, your skin is really good, it's so soft to touch." Which is not true, your skin is the one that's good. Did it get better after using shueji? Chang Ruoyan still didn't forget to ask the viewers what they cared about even at this point in time. "Yes, by the way, we also arranged for makeup remover, so help me remove my makeup." Lu Jia and Chang Ruoyan chatted while touching each other's little faces. The male viewers watching the live broadcast were very excited. "Chang Ruoyan, let go of that girl, let me do it." "Scram you, just you still want to touch my goddess?" "Chang Ruoyan, come down, let me do it." "How can I let you guys do this kind of thing?" "Get out of the way, I'll do it." "You guys calm down, it's better to let me bear this kind of thing." Touching little faces and whatnot, they were the best at it. Chang Ruoyan cooperated with Lu Jia and used makeup remover to remove her makeup. The pure white makeup remover cotton was still very clean. Snow G whitening effect stonehammer, a weak black to white, sunscreen useless. Bye. On the Snow G this effect, not to mention 3,000, 10,000 I also wanna buy. Mom asked me what I was going to do in the summer. I told her I wanted to go to work to buy Snow G, now my father because of hiding private money in the kneeling scrub board. I just want to know when Yukiheim will go on sale. I have tens of thousands of dollars in my hand, I want to spend it. The female audience could no longer stand seeing this scene at all, and couldn't wait to rush to the launch site to buy it right away. Chen Jingting had long anticipated this consequence. She said at the right time, after Shueji's interview was over, the pre-sale of 10,000 pieces of Shueji with a bonus of Xiaoyang will be limited to 1 piece per person. With that, Chen Jingting turned her head to Chang Ruoyan again and said, "Thank you for this beauty's participation. After the interview is over we will give away 1 genuine plus small sample of Shueji as a token of appreciation." As Chen Jingting's words fell, many of the female reporters present cast envious glances at Chang Ruoyan. Chang Ruoyan had gained an authentic plus small sample of blood just by participating for a little while they would still have to fight their way to the front line to grab the Snow G in a little while. In contrast, who wouldn't envy Chang Ruoyan? After the stone hammering of Snow G's effect, it was 10 minutes of interview time for the reporters. "Mr. Chen, we found out that before you were just a sales of Yuqing. We would like to ask you, why did you suddenly become the president of Snow G?" Chen Jingting wasn't surprised that they would find out about these things. Even Chen Jingting didn't intend to hide it. She sincerely said, "I met the nobleman in my life. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have had the chance to work with Ms. Dai, let alone have the achievements I have now." As Chen Jingting's words fell, everyone present all drew in a breath of cold air. So, Chen Jingting and Shueji were both the result of that nobleman's arrangement? How powerful must this be? The reporters hurriedly picked up their small notebooks to jot down this explosive point. Even though the reporters didn't know who Chen Jingting's VIP was, it didn't stop them from writing it down as a hotspot when the time came. Then someone else directed their questions at Lu Jia. "Lu Jia, what do you want to do the most after becoming the spokesperson of Shueji?" Lu Jia didn't expect to be asked so soon. She smiled shyly and said, "I most want to thank Mr. Chen for his choice in my male god. If not for the opportunity they gave me, I might still be as dark as before." The reporters had never seen a female celebrity openly say that she was black, so they couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, who was Lu Jiajia's male god? Curious in their hearts, the reporters hurriedly picked up their small notebooks and wrote it down again. When they went back, they would definitely pick up on the matter of Lu Jiajia's male god. Then, a bold reporter asked Dai Shanshan a question. "Ms. Dai, may I ask if the mysterious man you dated at the Michelin restaurant a few days ago was that old classmate of yours?" As soon as the reporter's words left her mouth, almost all the cameras were aimed at Dai Shanshan. After gazing at the camera for 20 seconds, Dai Shanshan nodded her head and said, "Yes. If it wasn't for the help of my old classmate, Dai's group wouldn't have gotten the Seoul agency, so of course I have to treat myself to thank him." "So you and that old classmate of yours are a couple?" The reporters continued to ask. "Not really, there are too many people who want to chase after my old classmate. I would like to pursue it if I can." The reporters present were all shocked by Dai Shanshan's words. What kind of person was Mr. Dai's old classmate? Surprisingly, even Mr. Dai was willing to go out of his way to pursue him. "I want to get to the bottom of this. Hurry up and take a small notebook to write it down."
After the interviews, the reporters were all writing, and no one was willing to leave first. Shen Jingting looked at Dai Shanshan and the reporters, who left with a smile on their faces, smiled and went to work. It wasn't long before the news about Xueji on Weibo was immediately topped on the hot search.
Hashtag who is Mr. Chen's man of honor? Ask for a pickpocket online. Hashtag who's Lu Jiajia's hero? Hashtag who is the mysterious old classmate that Dai's daughter wants to chase after? The author has something to say. Chapter 103. The Chu God has done something big without a word. Inside the villa. Xu Yang, who was watching the live broadcast, was so shocked by Dai Shanshan's words that a mouthful of dragon well spurted out. Xu Yang quickly asked Bai Yue to turn off the projection. He could already envision what was going on in the network. As expected, Xu Yang opened his cell phone Weibo and found that his message was on the hot search again. Xu Yang was somewhat speechless. Dai Shanshan, is it so happy to have a little skin? Immediately after that, Xu Yang saw a nearly 1,000-word-long article posted by a netizen with an ID called Entertainment Star Detective was topped to the first of the comments. Under the trend of curiosity, Xu Yang seriously brushed it. Hello everyone, I'm Entertainment Star Detective. First of all, we can be sure that Mr. Dai's old classmate as well as Mr. Chen's nobleman are both male and have very rich assets, as seen by Xueji's current operation status, which is why Mr. Chen called him nobleman. Secondly, Lu Jiajia's male god is the Chu god who recently punched the Goryeo and drove the Koenigsegg 1-1, and then when I think about the fact that Lu Jiajia's company is the Chu god's industry, I have reason to suspect that the Chu god is Mr. Chen's nobleman. Coupled with the fact that Mr. Dai once said that the person he likes must be more powerful than himself, and that the $100 billion Chu Xin and Dai's group are both strong in their marriage, I suspect that the person they're talking about is the same person, and both are Chu Xin. Taken together, Chu Xin is most likely the owner behind Xueji, Mr. Dai's old classmate. Here's the evidence I've gathered. The Entertainment Star Detective spoke with reason, illustrations, and clarity, which was breathtaking and at the same time, made Xu Yang a little frightened. Nowadays the netizens are so omnipotent? A little bit of clues do you pick out? Half an hour you hole out a bunch of evidence out is to have an awe. Then look at the bottom of the comments, but no one thinks the owner's analysis is wrong. Laughing to death, 3 goddesses on the same stage, even Xu God's new industry exposure, Xu God said, their own like low-profile good heart awe. Come to think of it, apart from Chu Xin, who else can make Mr. Chen turn over, and who else can facilitate the cooperation between Dai Group and Xueji? Lu Jiajia is also very cowhide now. After the launch, I heard that the resources received a soft handshake, rose 3 million powder, and was also sealed as a veiled goddess. Chu God deserves to be Chu God. Casually in industry is full of turnover. Next door to Zhongqing, Universal, and Huanqing are examples. I just went to a live broadcast room. A buddy is flying upside down because he questioned Xueji. Brothers, go and watch. Holy, so cowhide? Room number, report me. Xu Yang is brushing the comments to see the official website of Xueji suddenly sent a congratulatory push message. Congratulations, Snow G sales in a minute broke 10,000. Set beauty people, don't be anxious, soon baby will arrive home. Oh. Selling 10,000 beauty creams in 1 minute, this record has set a new shortest time and record in the Magic City. Even so, there were still quite a few people who left messages under the comments hoping that Xueji would restock again. I'm single for 20 years, proud of hand speed even a copy of Snow G cannot grab. Crying Liao, my home Wi-Fi full signal actually cannot grab a copy. Angry, I pulled the cable. The next door neighbor asked me why I pulled the cable. Delayed, his child on the Qingbei cannot afford to pay. I was angry, dislike of a sentence. Your home is so capable of, why do not you have a Wi-Fi? 2333, upstairs you should dislike back. If it is not his child study robbed the network, you will not be able to grab the Snow G, let him play money. +1 for those who didn't grab it. Snow G, hurry up and replenish it. The signal on my rooftop is top notch. I can definitely grab a copy. I actually didn't grab Chu Xin's new industry products, tired of not loving it. Chu Xin's female fan group is here. Xueji, you guys go ahead and add goods, me and my sisters can buy anytime we want. Xu Yang brushed the comments and was about to close when Xueji suddenly sent another push message. 3 days later, Xueji's physical store will open. Welcome the beautiful women of Magic City to come and shop. Xu Yang looked at the message on Snow G's official website and instantly felt a little less at ease. Just one physical store, I'm afraid that the threshold will be stepped over. In 3 days' time, at the very least, 10 or so outlets would have to be opened. Xu Yang was considering whether to find someone to buy 10 or so stores when the Magic City Big Young Group's 8 let Xu Yang's eyes light up. He's still looking for what people the group of the top rich second generation, who does not have a store that can be Shu Yang opened the WeChat interface, and the Magic City Great Young group was very lively. Shu Yang, you muffled and did a big job again. Shui is actually your industry. That's right, Shu Yang, you hide us so bitter. Snow G cooperation still lack of people not, I can. Shu Yang, you want to open a backdoor for me, I want to hold a few bottles of Shui G. I want to beg for 20 bottles, my mom personally robbed all the Snow G, Shu Yang, can you send me a bottle? Shu Yang brushed the message, 30 or 40 messages, all begging for Snow G. Although the price of the Snow G is not high, but can't help the amount is small. Coupled with the beauty effect is excellent, the rich wife who begged is not a few. Especially after Snow G was exposed as Chu Yang's industry, the top rich second generation has not less by the family's mother instructed them to come over to get close to. The big young men were bitter in their hearts, but they couldn't say anything. Isn't it just Shui Ji? I'll have someone send it to you later, 10 bottles per person, by the way, I also want to buy stores from you, just 15 first. Shui Ji was currently only within the Magic City and it was this hot. If it were to expand further out, the degree of fire would definitely be high. Once the great young men heard Chu Yang ask for stores, they all brightened up. There were at least 100 or so stores in Magic City in their hands, so a few stores were nothing. Shu Yang, you are saying this poorly, all our friends, talk about what to buy or not to buy. Right, a store is just a store, how much money can there be? Which location of the store does young Chu want? I'll go and arrange it right now. Does Xiao Chu want to arrange for Shuiji's store? I have several cosmetic stores on hand, should I send you the location? Ever since the great young men had gotten to know Chu Yang, they had been refreshing their knowledge of Chu Yang. Just Chu Yang's currently exposed industries alone had exceeded $100 billion, not to mention the other industries that had yet to be exposed. On the current development trend of Shuiji, in the future at least is also worth 10 billion companies, make friends with Chu Yang is not an imperative thing. Buy is definitely to buy down, not bad money cannot play so you send me the store location, I good and bought. Chu Yang's words fell, and soon received a dozen private chat messages from a dozen great young men. In these dozen of private chat messages, everyone had arranged at least 20 stores in their hands, mostly beauty stores, with prices floating around several million to 10 million, showing how rich the resources of the top rich second generation were. Chu Yang, after some selection, selected 15 stores after letting Bai Yue to the corresponding big young public account to call money. After determining the stores, Bai Yue operated her cell phone on the side, transferring out an amount of $200 million to the public accounts of the young masters. Ever since she followed the young master, the orders she received rarely exceeded $10 million. This kind of feeling of spending money like running water every day, surprisingly some inexplicable cool what to do. The author has something to say. Chapter 104, I'll definitely do better next time. It was already a few hours later when the store transaction was completed, and Bai Yue personally found Chen Jingting, who was inside the Shueji store, to make the handover. Mr. Chen, this is the store that young master arranged for you. Bai Yue took out a stack of real estate certificates, making Chen Jingting's eyes go straight as she looked at them. A store in Kyoto had to have at least a few $1 million at the bottom of the pile. This stack, at the very least, smashed down 1 to 200 million. Chu Xiao really deserved to be Chu Xiao, too rich. Troubling butler Bai to make a run for it, it's me who didn't think it through well, Shuiji's current situation as store is indeed too busy. Chen Jingting couldn't help but reveal a chagrined look after careful consideration. It had been too smooth sailing for Shuiji all the way, so much so that she had gotten a little carried away and almost made a big mistake. If she had really only arranged for one physical store, there was no telling what would have become of it by then. Shuiji can grow until now without Mr. Chen's efforts, it's just a dozen stores, Mr. Chen doesn't have to take it to heart, as long as we strive to be better next time. Bai Yue smiled and said in relief. Chen Jingting nodded gratefully and said, don't worry butler Bai, I will definitely do better next time. Hearing Chen Jingting say this, Bai Yue didn't say anything more and quickly excused herself to go back. Chen Jingting sat down on her desk without any image and began to check out the property. Hiss, this is a branch of Lillian Beauty, the store is at the very least a few $1 million, backed by the top stream Meng family all bought by Chu Xiao? Oh my god, the branch of Shilan Beauty, it's also a big fire beauty company in this neighborhood, surprisingly, it was also bought by Chu Xiao? Wow, there's also Golden Veil, this cosmetic company still seems to be a branch under the Meng family, right? Chen Jingting inventoried the stores in her hand. The entire person was almost dumbfounded. Surprisingly, there wasn't a single store in her hand that wasn't backed by the top stream family and in good operating condition. How in the world did Chu Xiao get so many stores from the top stream family that were also geographically close to the Shueji headquarters stores? After Qin Jingting's shock, a happy expression appeared on her pretty face, because these stores were all beauty stores. Although the layout was similar, it was completely possible to get them done within 2 days. It was just as well that she could take advantage of the wave of advertisements before they were finished. After Qin Jingting thought so, she clicked on the Weibo of the official website of Shueji and posted an update. Snowji has added a new physical store address, welcome all customers to come and buy. Soon after Snowji's official website pushed the message out, there were over 10,000 comments, reprints, and clicks. Ever since Shueji was Chu Yang's property, Shueji's official website fans had at the very least angrily risen by a few million, with the total number of fans breaking 10 million. No wonder I saw all these stores closed a few hours ago, so it was bought by Shueji. I did some math, these 15 new stores, at the very least, are worth over $100 million, Chushin is at the very least 100 million or more. Chu God's joy is, casually take out a few hundred million, and then ask you if it's enough. Upstairs bold and this show my face, but Chu God that is really powerful, I checked, these are all the top stream family's properties. I'll go, it's true, more than a dozen stores, all of them in good operating condition. Hiss, the good business conditions have all been bought, I want to know how exactly Chushin bought them from. After the official announcement of the store's new addresses came out, netizens noticed that the stores were backed by top stream families such as the Meng family and the Zhang family. Can make top stream family let out more than a dozen well-run stores, because Chu Yang's face is big enough, top stream family let out. So the question arises, how big of a face does Chu Yang have to make the top stream family let out their stores? Under the netizens' pull, a deep-picking Chu God action was launched. And Chu Yang, who was the center point of the topic, was chatting with the Magic City's great young men in the villa. Chu Xiao, do you want to go to the sea with us? Chen Xiao's family recently bought a cruise ship, we're counting on having a party on the cruise ship for fun. Xin Mu ate Chu Yang in the group, and Chen Wei issued a timely formal invitation, come play together if it's convenient for Chu Xiao. After Chen Wei's words fell, several more great young men chimed in, wanting to invite Chu Yang over. Good, when? I don't have much to do lately. Chu Yang thought about it and felt that going on a cruise for fun was not bad, so he agreed. The cruise ship will leave around 4 p.m. today, stay for a day and night, and is expected to return in the afternoon. Chen Wei said, and sent Chu Yang the details about the cruise in private chat. After Chu Yang understood the general process, he said in the group, no problem, I'll be there on time at 4 p.m. Chu Yang had just agreed with Chen Wei and the others when Bai Yu Wei also returned to the villa. Young master, it's already been arranged, after the purchase of the stores, currently we still have $90 million of liquidity left in our hands. Bai Yu Wei saw Chu Yang and reported to Chu Yang about the liquidity in hand. Chu Yang's recent expenditures during this period of time, 3.3 billion squandered almost to the bottom. Got it, you help me prepare the supplies for traveling, Chen Xiao recently acquired a cruise ship, I'll go for a ride on the sea with them for fun. Bai Yu Wei sniffed and nodded, and immediately went to pack for Chu Yang. Soon, 4 in the afternoon arrived. When Chu Yang came to the cruise ship, Wang Song and a bunch of other great young men were standing on the deck. When they saw that Chu Yang had arrived, they immediately greeted Chu Yang. Chu Xiao has come, welcome, welcome, come on people, hurry up and send Chu Xiao's luggage to the room. Once Chu Yang arrived, the atmosphere livened up quite a bit. Chu Xiao just caught fire again on the internet, now a lot of people are picking apart Chu Xiao's industry. Speaking of industries, my dad even said a while ago that he would give me $1 billion saying that he would let me start my own business, but as a result, it's still not as much as Chu Xiao's casual family of industries. Yes, Chu Xiao is really powerful, the seat is Koenigsegg 11, I don't have that kind of money, so I bought a Maybach. I said how recently wanna buy Maybach cannot buy it, the original is Zhang Xiao bought I went to the time are out of stock. The great young men were commercially blowing each other up while not forgetting to tout Chu Yang. Detected Song Yang Hui bragging with the host, the system specially gifted the host 10 billion. Chu Yang was happy to hear the system's prompts. Bai Yu Wei had just said that the funds on hand were not enough, and in the turn of the day, the great young men bragged about $10 billion. It seems that in the future, this kind of outing will have to be attended more often. Chu Yang smiled and said, yes, this cruise ship is really quite luxurious, I have thought about buying a cruise ship to play on the sea before, I didn't think that, the plan hasn't started yet, Chen Xiao first bought on. Chu Yang's current fortune was not ordinary, and when he opened his mouth, he immediately made the great young men vigorously praise Chen Wei. Or Chen Xiao has a good eye, when I was still looking at the Maybach, Chen Xiao had already bought a cruise ship. I'm even worse, Zhang Xiao at least bought a Maybach, I just bought a small villa to enjoy myself. Compared to you guys, the little thing I just started my business is not even worth talking about. The author has something to say. Chapter 105, just want to say, Xu Xiao is awesome. Not long after, a gentle sea breeze blew on the deck of the cruise ship. The scenery of the pier pushed far. Chu Yang realized that the original cruise ship had already opened. Chen Wei's men came to Chen Wei's ear and whispered a few words. Subsequently, Chen Wei cheerfully said to Chu Yang and other big young people, "Inside is ready, let's go inside to play. The facilities in this cruise ship are quite full, let's go first to play a little too, then go to play golf, and then see fishing to play in the evening." The facilities inside this luxury cruise ship of Chen Wei were still quite comprehensive. Things like a luxurious restaurant, bar, open-air pool, game hall, gym, and golf course were all available. "Oh yo, this game hall of Chen Wei is really good, and you can even gamble a little." Chen Wei guided Chu Yang and the others to the game hall. There was a 1-meter-long table in the center of the dazzling array of game equipment. The distribution of idlers and bankers on the table was the stream of baccarat play. "How about it, do you want to play baccarat or big and small points?" Chen Wei said casually. He clapped his hands, and a Cheongsam beauty wearing a high-cut open-worked hollowed-out hip dress walked down the rotating staircase of the gaming hall. "Agu I go, what a beautiful beauty. Chen Xiaokana, such a good-looking beauty is arranged. I'll give 9 points for the face value alone, the rest goes to those big white legs. Tisk, young Chen deserves to be young Chen, the operation is different from others." The crowd of great young men had flirted with Chen Wei when they saw a beauty like the Cheongsam beauty who was a combination of voluptuousness and temperament. Chen Wei also revealed a smile as he listened to the words of the great young men. "A small play which cannot have a beauty in addition to Wang Xiao brought his own 2 beauties, the rest of the big young girls I also arranged, all down." Chen Wei's words fell, another dozen or so plump, good-looking, coolly dressed beauties came down from the stairs. "Introducing, this is Lotus Officer Shoei, for playing baccarat, all cards are dealt by Shoei. If you're playing big and small points, I've additionally arranged a table as well, that table is handled by Si Jia." Chen Wei said, and introduced a beauty with flaming red lips and a plump figure, especially the chest drum. It was called a fierce ah. "Hello great young men, I'm Shoei Si Jia." After the 2 beauties introduced themselves, the rest of the beauties also each found a big young man to surround them. By Chu Yang's side also came a girl dressed in purple seductive clothes, with a face value of 9 points at the very least. "Hello big young man, my name is Jinjin." Jinjin wrapped her arms around Chu Yang's arm, her eyes had turned into peach blossom eyes, this great young man was so handsome. "Young Chu, what are you going to play, baccarat or big and small points?" Chen Wei looked at Chu Yang and saw that he wasn't really resistant to Jinjin, he immediately put his heart down. According to the information he had investigated so far, there was no lack of beautiful women around Chu Yang. "Young Qin, what are you going to play?" Chu Yang wasn't too familiar with either of these two, so he simply turned his head and asked Qin Mu, who was on the side. Qin Mu was suddenly named, he couldn't help but have a bold guess emerge in his mind, there wouldn't even be this kind of baccarat in big and small points there that hadn't been arranged for Chu Yang, right? Thinking of the mystery there in Chu Yang's amazing business talent, Qin Mu thought for a moment and said, "I'm going to play big and small points, Xu Xiao will play with me." The rules of big and small points are relatively simple, 3 dice, 4 to 10 is small, 11 to 17 is big. Chu Yang also felt that big and small points were relatively simple, he nodded and said, "Then let's play big and small points." Chen Wei sniffed and turned to Wang Song who had his arms around 2 netizen beauties. "What is young Wang playing?" Wang Song has been quite upset recently because of Sun Ningning's matter, otherwise he wouldn't have agreed to come out for a ride with Chen Wei to play. "I'll play baccarat." Seeing that Chu Yang and Wang Song and Qin Mu had all chosen, the rest of the great young men also spoke up and chose what they wanted to play. Playing and coming down, there were just about 10 people at a table. "Chu Yang first come and play a hand to try," Chen Wei said, smilingly handing 3 dice to Si Jia. Si Jia put the dice into the dice pot and held it in her vegan hand and began a violent shake. Only after a minute or so did Si Jia put down the dice pot, the corner of her lips slightly hooked, her red lips slightly opened and said, "Chu Yang guess, is this big or small?" Chu Yang didn't have a great desire to win or lose at dice, he casually said, "Open big." "Then Si Jia will open it." Si Jia nodded and opened the dice pot, 3, 3, 5. 11 points, big. Xu Xiao is bullish, opening a big in the first hand. Xu Xiao deserves to be Xu Xiao, so powerful. I'm impressed. This luck of Xu Xiao's is a great one. Seeing that Chu Yang had bet on it, a bunch of great young men touted Chu Yang. "It's just luck, let's officially start playing next." Xu Yang's words fell, and the scene began to liven up.
The valet arranged by Chen Wei arranged 2 million chips for each of the great young men. Because they were going to play golf in a while, the chips weren't opened much. A game of small and large points was a bet of 100,000, with no ceiling. Start betting. Si Jia shook the dice pot and the big youngsters placed their bets. Xu Yang listened to the sound, hesitated, and still chose a small. Xu Yang was originally an expert in the realm of the state arts patriarch, and after distinguishing the size of the dice, he was able to hear the dice size very quickly. The size point was just like a game to an expert of the state arts patriarch realm. Young masters, the buy is set. Oh, Si Jia is going to open it. Si Jia said, opening the dice pot in her hand. 1, 2, 3, 6 points, small. I go, Chu Xiao Niobia. Most of them have pressed the big, just Chu Xiao pressed to win. Chu Xiao changed hands and earned $400,000. How can luck be so good? I will also follow the Chu Xiao pressure. Ha, I also plan to try with Chu Xiao. Once the great young men saw that Chu Yang had brought Qin Mu to bet on the winning bet, they were all surprised by Chu Yang's luck. However, they didn't care. Entertainment, winning or losing was second place. Soon, the second hand opened again. With the passage of time, a group of great young men looked at Chu Yang's expression all changed. Chu Xiao, how did you manage to buy all of them? Chu Xiao, are you sure you are playing for the first time? Chu Xiao, are you the legendary gambling expert? The chips in my hand are all gone. Chu Xiao even used the size of the point to finish abusing me. After only 10 or so minutes of work, except for the few great young men who had been following Chu Yang to win, the chips in the hands of the rest of the great young men were almost at the bottom. None of them dared to believe that Chu Yang was the first time he played big and small points. The first time they played a handful of winners, it was called entertainment. The handful of winners, it was called the god of gamblers. Chu Yang heard the words of the great young men, and only then did he notice that many of the great young men's chips had already reached the bottom. Cough cough, indeed it's the first time I played. Dice sounds quite interesting. Chu Yang touched his nose and said with some embarrassment. As his words fell, the entire room fell silent. They were touching the real god of gambling. The first time you played you won every bet just by listening to the dice. If you really let Chu Xiao concentrate on playing the big and small points of this kind of entertainment games, it is not allowed to. Also people can play the casino shut down. The great young men now only want to say 4 words, Chu Xiao Nyobi. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. The author has something to say. Chapter 106. So lucky? Young Chu, you can really hear the size of the dice? Jinjin, who was following Chu Yang, couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. It just so happened that Chen Wei also came over. He heard the second half of Jinjin's sentence and inquired with some curiosity, what dice size? As soon as Jinjin saw that it was her boss, she hurriedly said in a delicate voice, Chen Xiao, Chu Xiao can hear the size of the dice, and hit them all. Can hear the size of the dice. How bullish does this have to be? Is Mr. Chu still a gambling expert? At the very least, he's a god of gambling. Chu Xiao, I didn't expect you to have this skill? Chen Wei was surprised to look at Chu Yang. He then noticed the mountain of chips in front of Chu Yang that were at least more than 10 million. Chu Yang waved his hand. No, it's also my first time playing, just a bit more lucky, all guessed. The big young men on the side who lost almost no chips were all speechless. They were all speechless. Then, are they the kind of people whose father opened the door to their backs, and their backs have gone home? Ahem, that, Chu Xiao, why don't we play golf? Qin Mu looked at the miserable chips in front of some of the great young men, and quickly spoke out to change the topic. Yeah, golf is quite fun. Chu Xiao, let's play golf. Yes, golf is quite fun. Young Qin plays it very skillfully. A group of big young men were also afraid that Chu Yang would continue to play, and even couldn't help but secretly celebrate. Fortunately, Chen Wei gave 2 million chips. If Chu Yang played a big one on a whim, casually smashing a few 100 million or so, it is estimated that without 10 minutes, that is, 10 billion casinos can be played in the hands of Chu Xiao in a minute. The big young people cannot help but brainstorm a picture. 10 minutes ago, 10 billion casino door wide open, external greetings said, welcome to come. 10 minutes later, the person in charge of the casino silently closed the casino door. Sorry everyone, do not come in again, our casino closed. Thinking of this, the big young people cannot help but secretly thankful. Fortunately Chu Yang is just starting to play, have not thought of a handful of pokies. Then go play golf, I haven't played golf yet. Chu Yang listened to the words of the great young men and immediately became interested as well. Under the leadership of Chen Wei, Chu Yang and a group of great young men arrived at the golf course. There was a scene of greenery in front of them, making people look extra comfortable. Shu Young, Jinjin also has attainments in golf, why don't we let her teach you hand in hand, I'll go play with Qin Young and them first. Shenwei said, pointing to Jinjin on the side. After Chu Yang looked at Jinjin with surprise, he nodded and said, okay, I'll go play after I learn. Seeing that Chu Yang agreed, Shenwei went to play golf with Qin Mu and the others.
On Chu Yang's side, Jinjin was also dutifully teaching Chu Yang.
Young Chu, let's correct your posture first, your legs have to be a little further forward, your waist has to be bent a little, and your hands are holding the club. Jinjin said while teaching Chu Yang the movements with her hands. Chu Yang felt the softness on his body, and a certain position of his body paid homage to Jinjin somewhat uncontrollably.
Ahem, is that so?
Chu Yang cleared his throat and tried his best to focus his attention. Jinjin didn't notice Chu Yang's abnormality, she softly said, yes, the legs should be opened a little more, wait a moment, I'll help you with it. As Jinjin said, she reached out her small hand to pluck Chu Yang's inner thigh. Hiss. Chu Yang's specialty was wrapped by the small hand for a moment. That soothing touch was completely different from the feeling of Chi touching it. Chu Shao, sorry. Jinjin, a small face reddened, the palm of her hand still felt a piece of scorching heat.
Chu Shao is also too big. 7-7 just accidentally fell last time, and didn't savor it very carefully. Jinjin was different, smoothly grasping the width.
Ahem, this specialty seems like you are quite satisfied. It wasn't the first time Chu Yang was sneak attacked by a sister, he calmly finished his sentence, and Jinjin's small face once again turned red. What does Chu Shao mean by this?
Could it be that I'm going to contribute my that tonight?
Jinjin was brainstorming some strange things. And Chu Yang, in order to divert his attention, adjusted what he thought was a more comfortable position before swinging a club. Swoosh!
The golf ball flew out in the air before going straight into the hole-in-one.
Hit. Jinjin listened to the sound of Chu Yang's swing, looked up and was instantly shocked.
Is Chu Shao a genius? The golf ball just arrived and it went into the hole-in-one? Oh, it's quite simple. Chu Yang muttered, and after slightly adjusting his posture, he swung another shot. Again, it went in again.
Chu Yang listened to Jinjin's words and immediately became interested. He took another ball and swung out with one shot. As time went by, the balls that reached Chu Yang's hands were almost all holes in one, even switching at a speed that could be read in seconds.
Is Chu Shao really playing for the first time?
Jinjin was looking dumbfounded at the side. Wang Song saw such a picture when he arrived at the golf course with two netizen beauties and a group of great young men. Jinjin was watching Chu Yang play from the side. Chu Yang casually scored a full score with a ball that went into the hole. Even Qin Mu and the other great young men on the side all looked dumbfounded.
Could they still play golf with Chu Yang? Just now he was the god of gambling, and now he's the god of golf in the blink of an eye? Qin Shao, in a moment, what should we do?
Shenwei thought that his golf skills were pretty good, and compared to Chu Yang, he felt that he was a scum. But he was the host, it was impossible not to participate.
How about we change to sea fishing?
Qin Mu also gave up his intention to play golf with Chu Yang, he didn't want to find abuse. Wang Song wrapped his arms around the two Netflix beauties and inquired about Qin Mu before realizing that Chu Yang was actually so powerful. Listening to the dice and hitting them all.
Playing golf is easy on the eyes.
Worthy of being someone who came out from there.
Let's change to sea fishing. Wang Song also lost the desire to play golf with Chu Yang.
If he played on with Chu Yang, he was afraid that his face would be lost to him. Shenwei came in front of Chu Yang in the intense sight of the crowd. Young Chu, there's been a change in plans, why don't we go sea fishing? In a short while, we can still come across private islands.
All right.
Chu Yang agreed with alacrity. Anyway, he was abusive when he played with a bunch of great youngsters, there was no need to play anymore. The group of great young golfers didn't even play and came to the deck to play sea fishing. Almost around 6 in the evening, Chu Yang saw the private island that Shenwei had mentioned. When Meng Xiaobai saw the private island, he also couldn't help but get in the spirit. He said to Chu Yang, Chu Shao, this is a relative of mine's private island called Qingyan Guide. On the island there are detached villas, open-air pools, entertainment areas, and so on, covering an area of 1,000 square meters, surrounded by the sea on all sides. The scenery is not to mention how cool it is. I heard that my relative smashed 300 million into it at that time, and now this private island, at the very least, is worth 500 million. Detected Meng Xiaobai bragging with the host, the system special gift host Qingyan Private Island.
Chu Yang was a bit surprised. Meng Xiaobai was actually bragging? The author has something to say. Chapter 107, Blowing It Out of Proportion?
A private island that covers an area of 1,000 square meters only cost 500 million, you can't get it without some energy, can't see that Meng Xiao even has such a powerful relative. Xinmu looked ahead from a distance, and the scenery of the private island was quickly taken in by him. Wang Song, who was holding the two beauties in his arms, also nodded in agreement. Young Qin is right, there weren't many private islands in the country. I wanted to get my hands on one at first, but didn't get my hands on one. With Qin Mu and Wang Song's successive openings, the other great young men have heard one after another. Meng Xiao Cowhide. It feels like Meng Xiao hides quite deeply even relatives who can buy private islands. The private islands in the country are originally few, and most of the ones that can be bought are on the same level as Chu Xiao. Yes, you have to start early. That's right, most of the private islands with owners are not that bad, it's normal that they can't be bought. As the great young men spoke, their gazes toward Meng Xiaobai all carried the color of shock. If it wasn't too inconvenient to be too revealing, they were all planning to ask Meng Xiaobai about that relative. Most of the great young men present were top-tier rich young men with over $10 billion, so any cooperation could be arranged with Meng Xiaobai's relative. Meng Xiaobai had also been to this private island with his dad once before because of project cooperation. He didn't realize that Chenwei's cruise ship just happened to sail to this side, so he blabbed in passing. As a result, he went too far. How can he get back now? Meng Xiaobai's heart was flustered. So that gentleman is a relative of Meng Xiao. I should have known that I would have raised the price a bit when I bought it. Xu Yang revealed that this was the case and nodded, dissolving Meng Xiaobai's embarrassment without a trace. As his words fell, the people present all revealed astonished gazes at Xu Yang. Young Chu was bullish. Actually bought this private island. Truly worthy of being the most mysterious great young man in Magic City, even buying a private island with a solid eye. I told you how Chu Xiao didn't bid on the cruise ship, the feeling is that he was buying the private island and didn't have time to buy the cruise ship. That said, this thing also have to thank Chen Xiao, if not he's suddenly into the cruise ship, we still do not know that Chu Xiao bought another island. Chen Xiao bought a cruise ship, and Chu Xiao exposed a private island, I don't even know what to say. The great young men touted Xu Yang, and even Chen Wei was praised by the crowd. Chen Wei also revealed a surprised expression. Chu Xiao, you bought another island without saying a word this? Among the top rich second generation, Xu Yang was undoubtedly the most mysterious and the richest of the great youngsters. Just the financial power he had displayed so far alone was worth the sum of the family fortune inherited by some great youngsters. Having a Koenigsegg 1-1 was already enough to surprise Chen Wei, and now a private island? Just how many other unknown properties does Chu Xiao have? It also happened to be bought from Meng Xiao's relatives, otherwise this island is afraid that it is already owned by Wang Xiao. Xu Yang said with a smile. The great young men looked at Meng Xiaobai on the side, then at Wang Song, and did not comment on Xu Yang's words. Xin Mu saw that the private island was getting closer and closer and suddenly became interested in boarding the island. He cheekily said to Chu Yang, Young Chu, what are you planning to do tonight? Why don't you take us to the island to have some fun? Luxury cruise ships and whatnot. Xin Mu and the others had sat on too many of them. Private islands were different, without some connections they simply couldn't get in. Especially in the case of domestic private island is relatively small, big young people are a few million up and down, every day to inherit the family business are quite busy, nothing who into the private island to play off. Xu Yang couldn't help but listen to Qin Mu's words, he happened to also want to go see Qingyan Island. He turned his head to look at Chen Wei and said with a gentle smile, I don't have a problem with that, young Chen is the host, if he doesn't have a problem with it, I'm naturally all for it with both hands. Chen Wei saw that all eyes were focused on him. He helplessly spread his hands and said, young Qin has said so, I'll take the lead and agree, what do you plan to do, young Wang? Wang Song wrapped his arms around the two netizen beauties with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, you've all gone and you're asking me what I'm going to do about it? It just so happens that I also rarely see private islands in the country, Chu Xiao gave such an opportunity, of course I'm going. Chen Wei saw that all three of Chu Yang agreed, and immediately let the cruise ship dock over towards the island. Anyway, with Chu Yang brushing his face into the island, what were they waiting for? Under Chen Wei's arrangements, the luxury cruise ship quickly docked to the side of Qingyan Island. Xu Yang's appearance also made the people on the island quickly admit the people on Chen Wei's island. When Chen Wei saw the group of great young men get off the cruise ship and was also ready to go down, Chen Wei's men suddenly pulled him back. Chen Xiao, there are still some fish that haven't been caught from the sea fishing, what should we do? Chen Wei couldn't help but have 3 black lines on his forehead after hearing his men's words. Xu Xiao seemed to be a bug-level existence in the piece of playing games. Playing the big and small points can listen to the size of the dice, golf all hit. And sea fishing is even worse, this side just arranged on, was manhwa casually a sentence exposed Chu Xiao's island.
Now I'll go to the island to play, who has time to fish ah?
Put it all away, you guys catch some more fish, and arrange a whole fish banquet at night. After Chen Wei finished speaking, he followed suit and went to Qingyan Island.
Chen Wei's men were dumbfounded after hearing Chen Wei's command. Young Chen, did you forget that there is a luxurious restaurant on our cruise ship?
Chen Wei's men were about to remind Chen Wei when they saw Chu Yang chatting with the person in charge of Qingyan Island. Upon seeing Chu Yang, Chen Wei's henchmen couldn't help but recall the images of Chu Yang playing big and small points in golf today. Then associating it with his own young master's fishing skills, Chen Wei's men couldn't help but cover their faces. Fortunately, the young master and his men had gone to Qingyan Island. If they were still hung up by Chu Xiao and sea fishing today, it would be too unjustifiable. Thinking of this, Chen Wei's henchman turned his head and commanded, "Hurry up and arrange to go down and catch some more fish, young master wants to eat a whole fish banquet." Chu Yang did not realize that his playing a game today had already impressed Chen Wei's men. In order to be able to give their young master a better face, Chen Wei's men had devoted themselves to the business of fishing. When Chu Yang's group boarded Qingyan Island, they saw a large villa and open-air swimming pool covering an area of 300 square meters, as well as a huge helipad. On top of that, there was also a game room and a gym, tennis court, and other venues. And according to the introduction of the person in charge of Qingyan Island, although Qingyan Island only cost $500 million in the early stage, but later on, another $500 million were smashed into it, and at present, Qingyan Island also has self-sufficiently provided electricity, water supply, and sewage treatment system and so on. Wang Song, Qin Mu and other rich young people listened to the words of the person in charge of Qingyan Island. All were shocked by his words.
So, Chu Xiao casually bought a private island and smashed out another $1 billion? The author has something to say.
Chapter 108, I have nothing to suggest, all listen to Chu Xiao's arrangement. Chu Xiao deserves to be Chu Xiao. The ninth villa has already cost $1 billion, and turned his hand and smashed another $1 billion to buy a private island. I think if not Chu Xiao recently busy, estimated next to the helicopter parking pad also arranged on.
The cruise ship is estimated to have a set taken away as well.
The former owner of Qingyan Island all smashed $1 billion into it. Chu Xiao can buy it is also a real cowhide. The great young men in Chu Yang followed the person in charge of Qingyan Island towards the villa piece by piece. As the person in charge of Qingyan Island explained, the deeper the great young men understood Qingyan Island, the more they could understand Chu Yang's mystery. How rich could a person who could smash $1 billion to buy a private island be? How powerful must Chu Yang be to be able to buy a Qingyan Island from him? Even Wang Song and Qin Mu couldn't help but look at each other with shocked expressions. Chu Xiao was worthy of being the one who came out from there, even getting his hands on a private island.
What are you guys going to arrange tonight?
Chu Yang sat on the sofa inside the villa with the big youngsters. He looked towards Wang Song, Qin Mu and Chen Wei, his eyes filled with inquiries. Originally, everyone had come out to relax on Chen Wei's cruise ship, but it turned out that they had arrived on Qingyan Island by mistake to play. The great young men were also somewhat helpless when they reacted. Who let Chu Xiao be too mysterious? Revealing shocking industries at the drop of a hat was just too much to catch people off guard. Qingyan Island is Chu Xiao's territory. We'll play however Chu Xiao arranges it, but it's Chen Xiao. Do you have any suggestions? Wang Song wrapped his eyes around the great young men, wrapping his arms around the two beauties and voiced out carelessly. Chen Wei now which still have any suggestions continuously arranged 3 games all because of Chu Yang collapse.
Play on, it is estimated that you cannot beat Chu Xiao.
I don't have any suggestions, all listen to Chu Xiao's arrangement. Chen Wei spread his hands. Seeing that everyone had no suggestions, Chu Yang let them rest on the island for a night today, relaxing and unwinding along the way. The person in charge of Qingyan Island suggested that there was a nice viewing platform behind the villa. The viewing platform was large enough to see the nice night sky and also have a glimpse of the scenery on the island, making it a very good place to go. Seeing that the person in charge of Qingyan Island was so reliable, Chu Yang simply dumped the arrangements for the big youngsters on him. Chu Yang and Qin Mu came to the villa's observation deck after having a windy dinner.
The rest of the great young men also found their own fun and went their own way.
Chu Yang sat on the observation deck, blowing on the slightly cool sea breeze, looking at the stars dotting the sky, and suddenly felt a piece of the years. If there was no system, he should have been in his old home by now.
What are you doing, young Qin?
Chu Yang was lamenting when he saw Qin Mu unexpectedly start taking selfies.
What hasn't Qin Xiao seen? How come he suddenly played with selfies?
To commemorate my happy time on the domestic private island, I have been abroad to some partners' private islands, however, can in the hands of the country to buy a private island, and covers an area so large rich young, Shu Yang can be called the first person which. Shinmu nagged Shu Yang while taking pictures of the surrounding scenery. Shinmu had not seen a lot of scenes, but a rich young man like Shu Yang who had a private island in his hands was rare in China. The key thing is that Shinmu was familiar with Shu Yang. Shoot down the picture today, and later on, when you run into some of the juniors you can still pretend to be a good friend. My neighbor has a private island in the country, there are pictures in truth Xin Xiao, you say this, if it is not that I start early, the island may be bought by Wang Xiao, it is not bad, right? Shu Yang cried and laughed a little. After the two of them nagged and viewed the scenery, and ate a whole fish banquet organized by Chen Wei, they rested around 10 o'clock. The rest of the great young men had their own arrangements and had fun on the island. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Chen Wei's luxury cruise ship set off again. With Chu Yang's previous experience, Chen Wei arranged for some entertaining games, such as bowling, shooting range, and other games. Until the return voyage back to the pier at 6 o'clock that afternoon, the great young men were still talking about the island with great interest. Shinmu was much more direct than the other great young men, directly sending out a friend circle, openly showing off, the night sky on Chu Xiao's private island is so beautiful. Shinmu's flow as a top-tier rich second generation was unquestionable. Once his friend circle was sent out, it immediately caused the reproduction of the circle's great young men. Xin Xiao and Chu Xiao made a cruise ship to go out to sea just to play on a private island? Chu Xiao Tian Xiaoa, at the drop of a hat is to buy islands to play. Envious private islands are not affordable with money, Chu Xiao's height is something we can only look up to. No wonder I've never heard anyone in the neighborhood say they bought a private island, so it's not something you can afford to buy. Without $100 billion of assets, even the land of the private island is estimated to be unable to buy. My BMW accidentally hit my dad or given a stop card, Shu Yang unexpectedly even have a private island. Most of the people who can add Qin Mu's WeChat friends are rich young people with tens of billions of dollars and collaborators and so on. After Qin Mu's wave of bragging friend circles, there were people who had the heart to send Weibo directly to the network. It didn't take long for the matter of the newest and most mysterious top-tier rich second-generation Chu Xiao getting his hands on a private island to spread on the internet. Nay, old man has no culture, a sentence goes all over the world, the top big young man is different, I also saw a luxury cruise ship. The night sky is quite beautiful, but my focus is on the private island. Chu Xiao really deserves to be the newest and most mysterious top rich second generation, the private island is all arranged. I just want to say, cowhide. If it wasn't for Qin Xiao, I wouldn't even know that there are private islands in this world. Shu Yang opened Weibo after returning to the villa and saw a message about himself. Hashtag Qin Xiao Chu Xiao luxury cruise ship out to sea hashtag. What's going on? I've been so low-key lately, how come I'm still on the hotspot? Shu Yang clicked to take a look, that big V was clearly written on the news about his private island. Shu Yang was all confused. How come his own private island was exposed on the internet? Shu Yang deep skimmed all the way to a certain big V's account, and after seeing the reproduced news, he was speechless. A great young man of Qin Mu's level would even send out a friend circle to show off a wave. This was great, his own private island had been exposed again. Young master, another $10 billion has arrived in our account, do you have any recent arrangements? Bai Yuwei obviously saw the news as well. Shu Yang couldn't help but think of the bear helipad as he listened to Bai Yuwei's inquiry. Arrange for someone to get in touch with the person in charge of Qingyan Island, buy a helicopter and arrange for it to be on Qingyan Island. Buy a helicopter? Bai Yuwei was a bit surprised. Young master's private island even had an apron? Okay, young master. The author has something to say. Chapter 109, just a random painting. Not long after Chu Yang's command, Bai Yuwei spent $200 million on a top-of-the-line helicopter. Young master, the helicopter will arrive at Qingyan Island in 3 days, it cost a total of $200 million, by the way, tomorrow is Shueji's physical store sale, do you want to go over and take a look? Shu Yang nodded, well, you can just make your own arrangements for the ones below $500 million, I'll go over to Shueji tomorrow, let's schedule it around 9 o'clock. Okay, young master. Bai Yuwei answered obediently and then retreated. Shu Yang swiped his cell phone for a while and suddenly wanted to go to the study to draw the night sky he saw last night. Shu Yang had just gone upstairs for half an hour in front of him, when Qin Mu came to his door in the back. Butler Bai, where is your young master? Qin Mu came into the villa with a bottle of long-cherished Moutai in his hand. Young master is in the study, young Qin this way please.
Bai Yue said, guiding Qin Mu up the stairs. Study room? Xu Xiao is painting? Qin Mu's eyes revealed surprise along with some excitement. Other than the top-tier rich youngsters in Tang Xinran, very few people knew that Xu God and Xu Xiao were the same person. To say who was the person who was most mindful of Chu Yang's paintings, that person must be Qin Mu. In a while, Qin Mu's grandfather's 80th birthday was coming up, and Qin Mu's grandfather didn't have any other hobbies such as collecting ancient paintings and famous wines. If Grandpa Qin Mu could obtain Chu Yang's paintings, it would definitely become Grandpa Qin Mu's most memorable and happy birthday. Young master, young Qin is here. As Bai Yue's words fell, Chu Yang's faint voice came from the study, let him come in. When Qin Mu arrived in the study, he saw Chu Yang standing in front of a long table made of Hainan yellow pear writing something with a wandering pen. At the back of Chu Yang's large study, there were 3 or 4 extremely large bookshelves. The bookshelves were filled with all kinds of books, and the walls of the study were hung with scrolls of characters, scenery, and other paintings, each of which was at the peak level of meaning. Behind the mahogany table where Chu Yang was standing, there were also framed words, on which it was written, when traveling to the water's end, sit and watch the clouds rise. Qin Mu looked at the words on the top, and a picture of a person walking casually, unknowingly coming to the end of the flowing water, so that the person sat down and looked up at the white clouds in the sky immediately appeared in his mind. Another piece of work at the peak of meaning. Qin Mu subconsciously gulped, the excitement in his eyes could not be hidden. Only after arriving at Chu Yang's study did Qin Mu react to the fact that the original Meixiang Shuzhai, including everyone on the internet, thought it was wrong. Chu Yang was able to paint the peak of meaning because he only showed his painting skills. But no one would have thought that Chu Yang's attainment of the peak of intent had already reached the peak. Not only paintings, Chu Yang could even do calligraphy at the peak of the realm of intent at his fingertips, calligraphy and paintings that were, at the very least, at the level of a grandmaster. And then look at these paintings and calligraphy in Chu Yang's study, randomly placed there are a dozen pieces, just this house of paintings and calligraphy is worth $10 billion. Qin Mu said in his heart, this is the most luxurious study he has ever seen, there is no one. Come in, what are you doing standing around? Xu Yang looked up and saw Qin Mu standing still and not moving, he couldn't help but laugh a little. Qin Mu only came back to his senses when he heard Chu Yang's call, he slowly walked to the Hainan Wanwali long table. Only to see that the starry sky that he and Chu Yang had seen that night was casually drawn by Chu Yang. The image of the shining stars directly brought Qin Mu into the sea of stars that he had seen yesterday. Truly worthy of being a painting at the peak of intent, only a character like you, Xu Xiao, can make calligraphy and painting reach the peak of intent at the same time. Qin Mu walked out from the mood in the painting, his eyes filled with marvel. It's all a small meaning, what is it that you came to see me about? Xu Yang smiled, not taking Qin Mu's compliments to heart. This, Xu Xiao, private islands I have to give you an apology, I also did not expect the matter will make such a big mess, this is my father's collection of golden bottle of Madai, I heard that it is a bottle of hard to find, and the wine is also called agar and jade, drink a mouthful of living like winning the gods. Qin Mu returned home and slept for a while before realizing that the news of Chu Yang's private island had been exposed. He thought left and right and could only take out his own old man's golden bottle of mutai to ask for forgiveness. He knows that Chu Yang does not count so much, but Qin Mu this person is like this, right is right, wrong is wrong. Otherwise, he would not have played the game and smashed in $100 million. Detected Qin Mu bragging with the host, the system hereby presents the host with a copy of the agar jade formula. Xu Yang listened to the system's prompt and smiled at Qin Mu in a friendly manner, whether or not this golden bottle of mutai is an agar jade won't be obvious if you taste it in a while. As soon as Qin Mu heard Chu Yang's words, he knew that the matter of the private island exposure was over. He smiled cheerfully and said, that's fine, drink it all together in a while, it's just as well that I'm staying here to dabble in a meal. Xu Yang had accidentally obtained a recipe for agar jade and was still very welcoming to Qin Mu. I almost forgot, your paintings are all paintings at the peak of the realm of meaning. Qin Mu suddenly picked up the golden bottle of mutai in his hand again and examined Chu Yang's paintings. He was a first-hand witness to the fact that the blowjob lady's painting had been bid at $1.1 billion online. Then look at this starry sky painted by Chu Yang, how could it be $1.5 billion to hit the bottom? Chu Yang was Qin Mu's behavior caused some tears and laughter, just casually painted paintings, if you fancy which one, just take it away. Qin Mu heard Chu Yang's words and immediately brightened up, Xu Xiao, what you said is true. He hadn't thought about how to ask Chu Yang for a painting, Chu Yang turned around and actually took the initiative to send him one? Of course it's true, you just pick a pair. Xu Yang nodded frankly. Qin Mu swallowed his saliva. He circled around the wall and finally selected a pair of word paintings that Chu Yang had mentioned on a whim. Can I have that pair of word paintings? Chu Yang looked up with some surprise in his eyes. Are you sure to pick this one? Chu Yang took the calligraphy and painting down. The only thing written on it was a poem. The long wind will break the waves sometimes, hanging straight from the clouds and sailing across the ocean. Okay. Shinmu took it from Chu Yang's hand as if it was a treasure. That careful look saw Chu Yang helpless for a while. I'll have Yue frame it for you and send it to the villa. Shinmu sniffed, hastily nodded like garlic. Also line, I'm afraid of getting broken. Right, you have a seal not, give me a stamp chant. Chu Yang was a bit dumbfounded. He took out the seal with Chu Yang written on it from the table and stamped it. Shinmu then revealed a smile. Chu Xiao, I have to thank you. With this seal, in a while my grandpa's 80th birthday, I can definitely be the brightest junior. When Chu Yang heard Shinmu's words, his face showed surprise. Your grandfather's birthday? This calligraphy and painting is not quite appropriate. Why don't you take another one? Shinmu hurriedly waved his hand. No, just this one will do. Chu Yang called Bai Yue to arrange the painting and send it to Shinmu's villa. In the evening, Chu Yang and Shinmu opened the golden bottle of Mao Tai and had a sumptuous dinner before resting separately. The author has something to say. Chapter 110, Shushin knows nothing about his charms. On June 24th, the official sale of Shueji's physical store began. Wearing a mask, Chu Yang arrived at the door of Snowji's head office in a low-profile manner, and saw a long line in front of the door. Sister Zhang, you're quite fast, you actually came earlier than me. You're not slow either, right? How many bottles are you going to buy back? I'm going to buy 2 bottles. Shueji, even dark skin like Lu Jiajia, turned white. How can I also buy 4 bottles to go back? Beautiful women, you can leave some to our bucket. I get up early in the morning and work hard to give my wife Q to buy a bottle bucket. Haha, young man is a good man but big sister cannot afford to let Gosh, how so long line Snowji good hot Come to the Snow GQ. People look at the long line in front of them. Most of them are shocked for a moment and then immediately joined the queue in the middle of the queue. A small portion of them, after occupying a favorable geographical position, began to chat with familiar people about the topic of purchasing Shueji. Bai Yue followed by Chu Yang's side and gave Chu Yang a report on the status of the other stores of Shueji that she had collected. Young master, all of Snowji's stores are on fire, including the online shopping platforms are also selling out. Chu Yang had already anticipated the extent of Shueji's fire. He just didn't expect Shueji to be so hot to this extent. You go and arrange for the security situation to avoid an orderly and chaotic situation. After listening to Bai Yue's report, Chu Yang immediately asked Bai Yue to proceed to arrange security. After Bai Yue answered and left, she saw Chi-Chi, who was wearing a white dress, walk to the very back of the crowd. Hello fans, good morning, I'm 77, the location I'm at right now is outside the store of the Shueji physical store. As you can see, there's already a very long queue here. Chi-Chi was taking a live stream with her cell phone, and her serious words couldn't help but make her fans laugh with joy. Although 77 is seriously telling us that there are a lot of people, I inexplicably want to laugh a little. Want to laugh +1, the forced business 77 is a bit miserable. I just want to know if Chushin will show up today. The internet says that Shueji is the property of the kitchen god, 77 is the mascot for capturing the Chu god alive. Of course we have to go out and try our luck. That's right, early riser 77 has Chu god to meet, 77 Ali give. 77 looked at the pop-ups on her phone very helplessly. Ever since she had run into Chu god twice live on air in a row, she had been labeled as a mascot by the fans. If it wasn't for the fans' wall-to-wall request for her to come over to Shueji's head office to join in the fun, she would be beautifully waiting for Shueji's express delivery right now. Shushin is worth hundreds of billions of dollars and has a lot of work to do, so how would he have the time to pay attention to Shueji? Chi muttered. She casually opened the external camera, and after the camera circled around, a sharp-eyed fan immediately spotted Chu Yan wearing a mask. God. 77, look at that masked handsome guy over there wearing casual clothes and standing at 1 meter 8. 77 cowhide, just that temperament, the absolute pen is Chu god without running. 77 really deserves to be a mascot. The crowd shakes a little bit, unexpectedly captured the Chu god alive. 66666, I'm kneeling down for Chi-Chi, from now on, Chi-Chi is my goddess, whoever is robbed from me. Chi-Chi, go interview the male god. Yes, Chu god is the boss behind Shueji. Hurry up and go interview. After staring at the pop-up screen for a few seconds, Chi-Chi was shocked and looked not far away. Chu Yang, who was wearing a mask, was sticking his hands in his pockets. His pair of deep eyes and extraordinary temperament were very striking. Then, I'll go and try. 77 said and slowly walked to Chu Yang. Chu Yang knew that he had been exposed when he saw Chi Chi come in front of him. He helplessly said, 77, can you tell me how exactly you recognized me? As Chu Yang's words fell, the fans in the live broadcast room were dying of laughter. How the hell did the god recognize me? Chu God didn't know anything about his charm. Even if Chu God was wearing a mask, he couldn't resist the extraordinary temperament and charm through and through. Okay. Chu God, you may not believe me when I say it, you were recognized just because I took one more look at you in the crowd. 77 honestly replied. After Chi Chi finished speaking, the fans once again laughed and jerked. The rockets alone flew about 10 times. If you say so, I'm quite happy. What questions do you want to interview this time? Chu Yang shrugged his shoulders. His active inquiry made Chi Chi involuntarily redden her face. Xu Shen seemed to have understood his own routine. Xu Shen, are you really the boss of Xueji? Chi Chi inquired curiously. Chu Yang looked at Chi Chi's curious expression, the corner of his mouth under the mask slightly hooked. You guess? 77 did not expect Chu Yang to have such a side, and was dumbfounded on the spot. Not only 77, even the audience in the live broadcast room had quite a few who laughed out a goose call. Chu God was also too bad, right? He even directly asked a rhetorical question that you guessed. Even 77 wouldn't have thought that Xu Shen would answer like this. When Chu Yang saw Chi Chi freeze, he let out a low laugh. Only then did Chi Chi react to the fact that she had actually been stupidly asked by Chu Yang, and her pretty face immediately turned red. You have interviewed me so many times, why don't I interview you, or is Chi Chi more satisfied with herself? Chu Yang casually said, and the audience in the live broadcast room all exploded. It appeared, the Chu God online molesting 77 name scene. I'm more satisfied with my face, what about you, Chu God? Chi Chi blushed in shame, she couldn't say that she was more satisfied with her 34D. Chu Yang touched his chin and contemplated. He seriously said, I am more satisfied with your 34D. Chi Chi? How did you see my size? Eyeballing should not be so accurate. I'm not asking what you're satisfied with me, I'm asking what you're satisfied with yourself. Chi Chi covered the softness of her chest with one hand, her delicate ears reddened. Why doesn't Xu Shen follow the rules? I'm most satisfied with my 8-pack abs and specialty, do you want to touch it again? Chu Yang said with a smile. Chi Chi subconsciously glanced towards Chu Yang's waist and abdomen. Her mind couldn't help but suddenly recall the scorching heat that had inadvertently touched Chu Yang's specialty earlier. Gosh, why would I remember such a thing? Chi Chi couldn't carry it anymore. Xu Shen's offense was so strong. She stammered, touching is not necessary, the interview will end here. After saying that, Chi Chi fled. Xu Yang didn't care too much about Chi Chi, who was running away, and turned his head and returned to the Mercedes Big G. Overall, he was quite satisfied with the situation of Xueji. Chen Jingting, who was busy in Xueji's head office, didn't notice the situation outside. She couldn't help but secretly thank Xu Yang for arranging another 15 stores, otherwise according to today's situation, she still didn't know what would happen. Through today's brick-and-mortar sales, Chen Jingting also once again recognized the fire of Xueji. Soon, a full and busy day hurriedly passed. Chen Jingting was busy until 3 in the morning before she managed to stop her hands. She looked down at the flowing water in her hands, her eyes filled with high excitement and thrill. In just one day, Xueji's turnover online plus offline water flow was as high as 10 million. It's too awesome. The author has something to say. Chapter 111. What if you mess up? The next morning at 9 o'clock. Xu Yang arrived at the office of the president of Golden Sun Energy. Tang Xinran was dealing with documents in front of his desk, and looking at the way he was traveling with ease, it was obvious that he had already gotten the hang of it. If it wasn't for the fact that I personally gave the order, I would have thought that I was sitting in front of a long-established veteran president. Xu Yang flirted. Tang Xinran looked up sharply at the familiar voice, and couldn't help but show a delighted look on his face. Brother Yang, why are you here? Shaoli, how did you do your job? Tang Xinran hurriedly got up to greet Xu Yang, and while he invited Xu Yang to sit on his office chair, he chided the female secretary who brought in coffee. The female secretary was about to speak, when she saw Xu Yang waved his hand and said, I'm the one who told them not to inform you. Jin Yang will be arranging for the launch in a few days, so no, I've come to see how you've been arranging things lately. When Tang Xinran heard Xu Yang mention the launch event, his eyes were both happy and torn. Now that there are many different brands and types of cell phones on the market, coupled with the fact that Golden Sun's cell phone had a certain amount of heat before,
there is certainly nothing wrong with arranging the launch as usual, but the content of the launch, it makes Tang Xinran very entangled. Tang Xinran recently got his hands on the Jinyang energy to realize that the Jinyang cell phone is really to achieve the effect of charging for 1 minute and playing for 24 hours. Relatively speaking, the disadvantages of the Golden Sun cell phone are also very obvious. The total weight of the Golden Sun cell phone is as high as 500 grams, and the price is still $99.99. In the case of the unknown, the first day of sales is certainly not ideal. Not to mention that the inventory sold was still 5,000 units. Brother Yang, I don't have a problem with the launch, but I'm not very satisfied with the launch copy. Tang Xinran said, taking out a few copies of the copywriting from his desk drawer. Each copy contained explanations on the contents of the launch. It was just that these contents were too uniform in Tang Xinran's opinion, and didn't have much appeal. I'll take a look first. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and casually picked out a copy of the text and looked at it. It didn't take long for Chu Yang to finish scanning through all the copywriting. Just like what Tang Xinran had said, none of the copywriting had reached the point of being eye-catching. Most of the publicity nowadays is a routine. Why don't we do the opposite? Anyway, the usefulness of the Golden Sun mobile phone has already been laid out in plain sight, so we can focus on emphasizing the heavy and expensive issue of the Golden Sun mobile phone. Chu Yang's words immediately surprised Tang Xinran. Focus on emphasizing the heavy and expensive of the Golden Sun cell phone? Brother Yang, right now the outside world is not optimistic about the Golden Sun cell phone. If we focus on emphasizing the heavy and expensive, I'm afraid that the product won't sell out even more. Tang Xinran frowned, his face sad. Chu Yang smiled. The Golden Sun cell phone can charge for a minute and high play for 24 hours, other cell phones can't do that, and I just looked at the copy. The cell phone should also have some of the energy development technology on it, right, and the durability is twice as much as an ordinary cell phone. In that case, what does the focus matter? Don't you worry about losing money, let go of it, I'm not short of these tens of millions. Chu Yang still understood Tang Xinran's mind. Eager to make achievements and afraid of losing money, that's why there were so many tangled issues. What's more, judging from the situation of Jinyang's cell phone, it might not be as bad as Tang Xinran expected. But the Golden Sun cell phone was not looked upon favorably by anyone. Tang Xinran glanced at Chu Yang, who was blandly self-contained, and then silently swallowed all the subsequent words he wanted to say. Then follow what Brother Yang said. Tang Xinran said to Chu Yang after throwing all the launch paperwork into the trash can. Between the actions, Tang Xinran did not notice that the launch program he had made earlier was exposed in front of Chu Yang. Chu Yang picked up the launch program and took a look at it. The launch event was to be broadcast live, arranging for a 10-minute opening, a 40-minute or so explanation of the Golden Sun cell phone, and a 10-minute pre-sale. Underneath this flow, there were also preparations made before the launch and so on, so it was evident that Tang Xinran was attentive. Inspection is not necessary, but this flow, I can see your intention. The 40 minutes of explanation here is changed to 5 minutes. 5 minutes to explain a cell phone brand? Tang Xinran was dumbfounded after hearing that. But once he thought about the fact that Chu Yang really wasn't short of these tens of millions of dollars, he gritted his teeth and agreed in one bite. Well, right, besides that, I still have one more thing to give you. This is a formula for an agaric jade dew that I recently obtained. You go open another company and arrange this as well. Chu Yang said in a faint voice, pulling out a recipe from his pocket. Tang Xinran looked at the formula of agar jade dew and froze on the spot once again. This kind of formula of agar jade dew was a brewing formula that was hard to find in the country and even abroad, and Brother Yang just gave it to me like this? Brother Yang, why don't you try someone else? I don't have the experience. It's better to leave this kind of thing to the professionals. Tang Xinran looked at the recipe and panicked. If the agar jelly was operated well, it could definitely make hundreds of millions of dollars in assets. It was completely different from the Golden Sun energy he was currently working on. Brother Yang gave such a good project to himself, what if he smashed it? What's the point of switching? Jin Yang, you're doing fine, I'll leave it to you. I'll let Yue give you $300 million, do a good job, Brother Yang is optimistic about you. Chu Yang saw Tang Xinran on the hands of Jin Yang, did not hesitate to reject Tang Xinran's request. To be able to get his hands on Golden Sun in just you today shows that Tang Xinran is still very talented in business. Chu Yang was sure that agar jade dew would definitely not lose money in his hands. Brother Yang, I will definitely work hard on this. Tang Xinran watched Chu Yang leave, his hand holding the agar jade dew formula slightly clenched. He called out to his female secretary Shaoli, you go and hurry up to organize the matters of the new company, and then find a better winery to buy.
Tang Xinran immediately began to work on the follow-up arrangements for Agar Jade Du.
He had just finished his orders when the SMS alert on his cell phone came with a message about the arrival of $300 million.
Good, Mr. Tang.
Xiaoli was originally still a bit confused listening to Tang Xinran's words, but after making sure, she honestly went ahead and did it. She really couldn't connect her own boss with the distillery.
Wasn't Jin Yang a cell phone manufacturer? How did it get involved with wine? The female secretary left in a daze.
Tang Xinran sat his butt on the office chair and started to drastically change the launch process he had done before. He must make Jin Yang's launch the brightest of all cell phone launches. Oh yeah, before that, he had to find some people to help out. Tang Xinran turned his head and made a call to his old man's right-hand man. Hey, Uncle Tang, do me a favor, I want the cell phone numbers of the people in charge of Universal Entertainment and Shueji, and yes, there's also the phone number of that spokesperson Lu Jieja, give me a copy of that as well. Also, help me check Lu Jieja's recent schedule, I have a big use for it. The author has something to say. Chapter 112, Contact me when the time comes. Uncle Tang was very happy about Tang Xinran's change. He immediately answered and turned his head to report to Tang Xinran's father. Speaking of Chu Yang, he had just come out of Golden Sun Energy's head office and got into his Mercedes-Benz Big G when he received a call from Qin Mu. Hey, Xu Xiao, are you free on the 28th? It's not much, what's the new activity? Xu Yang looked at the time, today is 25, there are still 3 days before 28, why did Qin Mu call himself today? Qin Mu heard that Xu Yang is fine, immediately rejoiced. 28 is my grandfather's birthday, I recently heard that Professor Mao of Meixiang Shuzai went to a rich second generation's house to celebrate his birthday, and made the old lady so happy, ahem, so I want to shamelessly ask you to go over and have fun. Qin Mu knew that Plum Fragrance Bookstore was Chu Yang's property, but compared to Professor Mao, he was more interested in inviting Chu Yang over. Not only could he show off his relationship with Chu Yang, but he could also make himself doubly honorable at his grandfather's birthday banquet, and could also improve his relationship with Chu Yang. This was a 3-for-3 thing for Qin Mu. When Chu Yang heard Professor Mao, he knew that it was old lady Tang's birthday banquet that was very successful. He was not resistant to attending the birthday banquet, after all, where there were many people, there would definitely be no shortage of braggarts. You've opened your mouth, it doesn't matter if I go, but the time is a bit too rushed, and I don't have anything good in my hand that I can give away yet. Qin Mu immediately let out an ouch when he heard Chu Yang's words. Xu Xiao, it's already a blessing for me if you go personally, or else do I need you to send a birthday gift? That's it then I'll go over to you at 7 o'clock on the 28th. Chu Yang, such a figure with the peak of the realm of intent, most of them are the lord of the money, cannot be invited. If it wasn't for the fact that Qin Mu's relationship with Chu Yang was still quite good, he wouldn't even dare to open his mouth. What's more, Chu Yang even had a private island, people weren't bad with money. Okay, contact us at that time. After Chu Yang hung up the phone, he brushed up Weibo again. He inadvertently flipped to Lu Jieja's latest news and couldn't help but be a little surprised in his eyes. Since Lu Jieja endorsed Shueji, the heat had been high, and her face powder had also risen by nearly 6 million fans. Just the endorsements she had received recently alone were 3, and there was also a new movie's opening conference on July 6. In terms of Lu Jieja's current popularity, she could already be ranked directly as a second-tier actress. With her current popularity, it was estimated that if she met again in a while, she would already be ranked as a first-tier. This meant that Shueji and Huanxing Entertainment had created a win-win situation of cooperation. His own industry was flourishing, and for Chu Yang, it was also a very good news. Just as the Mercedes-Benz Big G drove to the villa, a group of donkeys also started a discussion about the Golden Yang cell phone in the group. Most of this group of donkeys were well-off families, and getting out a $10,000 was not much of a problem at all. The key lay in the fact that they had gotten the gossip and were sure that the publicity of the Golden Sun cell phone was absolutely reliable. I'm going to grab a Golden Sun cell phone in a few days to see, it's not that expensive anyway, it's only about $10,000. I'm also ready to grab one. When the cell phone arrives, I'll try the effect first, if the effect is good, I'll go skating in the deep mountains. 666, Lao Zhao is bullish, last time I climbed a mountain and almost fell, where do you plan to go this time? Hee, last time was an accident, this time is different, I'm going to go to the deep mountain there near Magic City. The terrain over there in the deep mountains isn't very good, in case you get lost, then you won't be able to get out. What kind of person is my Lao Zhao, I definitely won't get lost. A group of donkeys were blowing water in the group and were looking forward to the launch of the Jin Yang cell phone to start soon. If Tang Xinran knew about it, he would probably jump for joy. Because this was the first batch of customers he had met since he took control of Golden Sun, who were looking forward to the Golden Sun cell phone. Tang Xinran, who was blissfully unaware of this, had just gotten the cell phone numbers and other information of the people in charge of Huanqing Entertainment and Xueji. He was now communicating with the person in charge of Huanqing Entertainment about matters related to the Golden Sun cell phone. Lu Jia has been quite hot lately. I want to arrange for her to use our Golden Sun cell phone first. Well, it's kind of an endorsement for us. Lu Jia's recent fire was very good news for Huanqing Entertainment. Tang Xinran just wanted to arrange for Lu Jia's endorsement, so of course there was no problem. But the bad thing was, the current Jinyang was a state of group ridicule all over the internet. There was no need for Huanqing Entertainment to smash Lu Jia on the side. Let's do it this way, let's compromise. On July 6th Lu Jia has a conference. We can arrange for her to use the phone in front of the reporters, but not endorse this phone. Do you think it's okay?
That's fine.
After Tang Xinran communicated with the person in charge of Huanqing Entertainment, he made another call to Chen Jingting, the person in charge of Xueji. He planned to link up with Xueji, and if he spent a certain price, he could give away a cell phone. After the Golden Sun cell phone went on sale, if the results were unsatisfactory, this would be Tang Xinran's next step. After Tang Xinran communicated with Chen Jingting, he went back to Yi Yuan and made a call. Hey, Yi Yuan, do brother a favor. Yi Yuan knew that Tang Xinran had also recently become a boss, and he was still a bit surprised as to why Tang Xinran had suddenly called himself. He heard Tang Xinran open the door and said, in the future, in public, give brother a call with a Jinyang cell phone, and show more of the goodness of our Jinyang cell phone.
Yi Yuan was mesmerized after hearing Tang Xinran's words. Brother Ran, are you sure you want me to use the Golden Sun cell phone? Only then did Yi Yuan realize that Tang Xinran had become the president of Jinyang Energy and was responsible for the Jinyang cell phone. That's right, brother by brother, you do it or not. Tang Xinran gritted his teeth. He also has no way, the first time when the old boss, cannot really let the Golden Sun cell phone launch over the Dry, of course dry, if it is not Ran brother I will not have today. It happens that our company has a large-scale launch tomorrow, I will use it tomorrow. Ran brother you arrange for someone to send it to me today. Yi Yuan agreed without thinking.
After hanging up the phone with satisfaction, Tang Xinran arranged for someone to quickly send a Golden Sun cell phone over to Yi Yuan. After finishing his work, Tang Xinran started to busy himself with other things without stopping. Regardless of how the launch of the Golden Sun cell phone went, he had to let Brother Yang know that he would not fail him. Yi Yuan listened to the busy tone in his cell phone and immediately called out to his secretary. Xiao Chun, keep an eye on the Golden Sun launch, wait until the day of the launch and spare me an hour out. Yi Yuan had more or less heard about the Golden Sun cell phone, and after thinking about it, he decided to spend some money to give Tang Xinran a boost. President, the launch of the Golden Sun cell phone is on July 7th, you still have to make an appointment to meet a $10 billion old boss that day. Can you tell me what exactly you're going to do with an hour of your free time? Buy a Golden Sun cell phone. What? Freeing up an hour of your time just to buy a Golden Sun cell phone? The secretary was dumbfounded. What is this? The author has something to say. Chapter 113 Why did Mr. Chu come over? Under Tang Xinran's arrangement, Golden Sun cell phone was methodically making the final impact before the launch. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xu Yang rode in the Mercedes-Benz Big G and Qin Fan arrived in front of the top single-family villa in Magic City, the Maple Forest Villa. The Maple Forest Villa was where Qin Mu's grandfather, Elder Luo, lived. Outside the Maple Forest Villa. At first glance, one could see several top-class supercars worth over $100 million, and there was a wide array of luxury cars with a value of over $10 million. Xu Yang did not expect Qin Mu's grandfather's birthday to be so grand. Xu Xiao, let's go, my grandpa will definitely be very happy to see you. Qin Mu brought Xu Yang to the front door of the villa. Seeing that it was Qin Mu, the attendant immediately and respectfully arranged for someone to take the two to the banquet hall where the Maple Forest Villa was hosting the banquet. The banquet hall was decorated in a very grand manner, and after seeing Xu Yang and the two of them, the adapted student in uniform quickly handed over red wine to the two of them. Standing in the huge banquet hall, Xu Yang could even see some familiar people. For example, one of the center figures surrounded by all the tycoons was Qin Pei Chen, the president of Chen Group whom Xu Yang had met before at the Red Romance Club. Mr. Chen as a $10 billion president every day was considered to be a day job. Why did he personally come to attend Elder Luo's party? Qin Mu saw Xu Yang's face showing surprise. He followed Xu Yang's line of sight and immediately came to a realization. Qin Mu said to Xu Yang,
Chen's group's old boss career just started. Is my grandfather invested a sum of money. Chen is also a capable, 10 years or so of effort to develop the company to hundreds of millions of dollars, to the point where it is now already 10 billion old boss. Chu Yang didn't think that Mr. Chen and Elder Luo still had such a relationship. However, General Manager Chen was indeed a remarkable character. After all, not everyone could do business with Morning Biao. When General Manager Chen noticed 2 lines of sight coming at him, he turned his head to look over and was instantly shocked. Why did Chu Xiao come over? Excuse me, I still have some business to attend to, everyone please make way. After Mr. Chen spoke to the rich and powerful people surrounding him, he rushed over to where Chu Yang was with large strides. Recently, Mr. Chen's group had not only opened up a new channel due to the identity of the friend of the old boss of Bonjour Manor, but also gained some contacts of the $100 billion old bosses as a result, and became more and more like a fish out of water in the circle. Even still, to go to the next level. Many people marveled at Chen's surprisingly able to achieve such extraordinary results. But no one knew that this was just a result created by Chu Yang casually. Where is Mr. Chen going? It should be to look for Young Qin. Master Luo has known Mr. Chen well. By the way, who is the one next to Young Qin? He looks so familiar. The guy next to Chu Xiao is called Chu Yang. He's a newly crowned 100 billionaire, with Zhongqing, Huanqing Entertainment and Global International under his banner. Old Zhang, you're outdated. Chu Xiao has more than just these 3 companies. The recently infamous Xueji is also his property. Hiss. Xueji is also his product? My wife has been nagging me every day about how good Xueji is, and I actually ran into the boss today. Sorry everyone, I have to excuse myself for a moment. Sorry, excuse me too. After the tycoons surrounding Mr. Chen understood Chu Yang's identity, some of the ones who reacted quickly had already started to follow Mr. Chen's steps and walked over. As 1 or 2 people reacted, more and more tycoons also followed over. General Manager Chen came to Chu Yang's side and respectfully said to Chu Yang, Mr. Chu, long time no see. Xin Mu was about to greet General Manager Chen when he saw him respectfully greet Chu Yang. Xin Mu was all confused. General Manager Chen and Mr. Chu actually knew each other? And so respectful? He turned his head to look at Chu Yang, only to see Chu Yang nodding lightly and said, long time no see, Mr. Chen. I originally thought that I wouldn't meet any acquaintances at Elder Luo's birthday banquet, but I didn't think that Mr. Chen would personally come. Mr. Chen touched his nose, the corner of his mouth raised a smile. If it wasn't for Elder Luo, I wouldn't be here today. Why did Mr. Chu come over as well? Young Qin invited me, we are neighbors. Only then did Mr. Chen notice Qin Mu on the side. He hurriedly greeted, Young Qin, good evening. Qin Mu waved his hand indifferently. Good evening, Mr. Chen. I'm a little curious, Mr. Chen, how do you know Chu Xiao? Chu Xiao? General Manager Chen froze. Wasn't Chu Yang the newly promoted 100 billionaire? Listening to Young Qin's tone, it didn't seem to be the case. Before Mr. Chen could inquire, those tycoons who had previously surrounded Mr. Chen began to gather around. Hello Mr. Chu, I'm the president of Blast Shoes, Chu Changyue, and this is my business card. Mr. Chu, I'm Tian Wenwen, the president of Divine Dream Games, this is my business card. Hello Mr. Chu, I'm Wei Xing, the president of Fengyan Beauty. Hello Mr. Chu. The tycoons walked to Chu Yang's side and busily handed Chu Yang their business cards. This was 100 billionaire. If it wasn't for Elder Luo's banquet, all these billionaires of theirs who were worth tens of billions of dollars might not be able to meet once. They had to pass their business cards over first. In case Chu Yang thought of himself one day and cooperated with him on a business deal, the company's further advancement would not be a matter of Chu Yang's word. Xin Mu was right next to Chu Yang, so he was also stuffed with a lot of business cards. Just when the tycoons were as enthusiastic as fire towards Chu Yang, a group of not so uncommonly dressed great young men came outside the door again. At the head of them were Chen Wei and other great young men. A banquet of Master Luo's level, according to Chen Wei's seniority they would not have been able to rank. But there was no way, they were busy. Not any billionaire with hundreds of billions of assets could be as relaxed as Chu Yang. In the case that Pops couldn't come, Chen Wei and the other big youngsters were arranged to come over to congratulate him on his birthday. As soon as the great young men entered the door, they saw Chu Yang and Qin Mu who were surrounded by the tycoons. Seeing the Magic City's top tycoons walking over, the tycoons all had the good sense to excuse themselves and leave. Meng Xiaobai arrived in front of Chu Yang one step ahead of Chen Wei. Chu Xiao, why did you also come? If I had known earlier, I would have come with you. Xin Xiao, you're really not interesting enough. Chu Xiao came and didn't inform us. That's right, Chu Xiao came over and didn't tell us. Xin Xiao, you're not decent.
Meng Xiaobai's group of great young men were accusing Qin Mu there in 3 words.
Qin Mu nonchalantly rolled his eyes over.
I also didn't expect you guys to come in the past when your family was busy, which time you didn't arrange for the secretary to come over and walk around.
Chen Wei laughed at Qin Mu's nonchalant words.
He made peace and said, young Qin is right, everyone has made mistakes, come on, all punish yourselves with 3 cups. With Chen Wei rounding up the situation, the atmosphere returned to a friendly one. As for the group of tycoons who had just handed Chu Yang their business cards, looking at the top tycoons who were drinking and chatting, all of them revealed a dumbfounded expression.
How did these top tycoons call Mr. Chu Xiao? Author has something to say. Chapter 114. Did you paint this picture? Young Qin, you guys keep calling Mr. Chu Xiao, could it be that Mr. Chu is related to Xiao Chu in some way? Mr. Chen curiously inquired out loud.
As his words fell, the crowd of tycoons also coincidentally perked up their ears. They were also curious about the relationship between Chu Yang and the newly promoted most mysterious rich second generation, Chu Xiao.
Both surnamed Chu, could it be that these 2 people were related? Young Chu, can we talk about this?
Qin Mu couldn't help but reveal a mysterious smile when he heard Mr. Chen's inquiry, and he turned his head to ask Chu Yang, who couldn't help but feel somewhat helpless.
What can't I say about this? I can't even lay low if I want to now.
Chu Yang's helpless words drew a crowd of great young men to laugh.
It's not true, Chu Yang is now having his industry exposed every other day.
Shui Ji was hidden quite deeply, right, and froze because of the spokesperson's words, and was raked over the coals by the netizens. For Chu Xiao's industries were endless and extremely mysterious, it was too difficult to keep a low profile. Mr. Chen, to give you a formal introduction, this Mr. Chu you know, is our Magic City's new mysterious top rich second generation, Chu Xiao.
After Qin Mu's solemn introduction, everyone present drew a breath of cool air.
Chu Yang's explicitly exposed industries were already worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Everyone, under his such huge financial power, had simply not connected the 2 people, Chu Yang and Chu Xiao, to one another. After all, the industries of the top rich second generation were equally quite a lot. Red Romance Club, Huijin International, Bonjour Wine Manor could all be Chu Xiao's industries. And a lot of people know, Chu Xiao himself lives in the villa is the value of 1 billion of the eastern suburb of 1 courtyard of the 9th villa. Who would have thought that the network rumored 100 billionaires and the top rich second generation Chu was actually the same person? Then Chu Xiao's worth was simply more than 100 billion. The tycoons were all shocked by the financial power that Chu Yang had displayed. They had thought that Chu Yang was already very rich in their perception, but they hadn't expected that Chu Yang would be so rich. To be less than 30 years old and to be sitting on more than $100 billion of assets, how rich must this be?
Mr. Chu is Chu Xiao?
Mr. Chen was also shocked by this news. He had thought that Chu Yang being able to be Funeral Biao's big brother was already very impressive, but he hadn't expected to be sitting on so many assets in person. Ha, Xiaomu has invited such powerful friends to Grandpa's banquet, Grandpa didn't love you for nothing. Right at this moment, a bright voice came from far and near. Chu Yang turned his head to see that it was an old man in tang suit with a head full of silver hair and a twinkling spirit. He walked extremely slowly on his crutches, with a kind smile on his face as he slowly walked towards Chu Yang and Qin Mu. This old man whose body was still quite stiff was today's host, Elder Luo Xinghuai.
Good day old Mr. Luo. Chu Yang politely greeted.
Elder Luo smilingly answered, hello Mr. Chu, welcome to my birthday banquet. Before Xiaomu has been telling me about you, my old man's ears are getting cocooned. Qin Mu was uncovered by his own grandfather, he couldn't help but change the topic somewhat helplessly and said,
Grandpa, which I have been talking about, by the way, I brought a gift that surely your heart desires, do you want to take a look?
It was the first time that Elder Luo had seen Qin Mu so actively requesting that he open his birthday congratulatory gift.
He looked at Chu Yang in surprise, and with Elder Luo's old and skillful eyes, this matter was most likely related to Chu Yang. However, Elder Luo did not reveal Qin Mu's small mind. Good, then let's wait a little while and see. Elder Luo smilingly answered Qin Mu's request. Because of this episode, the progress of Elder Luo's banquet sped up quite a bit, and soon, it was time for the gift-giving session. Qin Mu, no matter how close he was to Elder Luo, was still only a junior, so his gift was put on the back burner. At Elder Luo's age, most of the gifts given by the guests were jade Buddhas, ancient paintings, and so on. It didn't take long before it reached Qin Mu's juniors. Elder Luo unwrapped the birthday congratulatory gift from Qin Mu in front of everyone. The long wind will break the waves sometimes, hanging straight from the clouds and sailing across the ocean, good poem, good words.
Elder Luo looked steadily at the calligraphy and painting for a minute before shaking his head and exclaiming loudly. As his words fell, someone immediately took a curious look. Hiss. How could a picture of a ship riding the waves in the ocean appear in their minds? This was calligraphy at the peak of the realm of intent. This is calligraphy at the peak of the realm of intent. Peak of intent painters are few and far between. Where did Young Qin find a peak of intent calligrapher? It's too heartfelt. Calligraphy at the peak of the realm of intent is hard to find. Young Qin really put his heart into it for the old man. Not only that, the price must be over $1 billion. There were quite a few knowledgeable tycoons present, and between their words, their eyes were filled with amazement. Shenwei and the other great young men came back to their senses in the calligraphy and paintings, and their eyes were all filled with marvel as well. Meng Xiaobai, on the other hand, glanced one more time at the stamped drop of the calligraphy and painting, and he looked at Chu Yang in shock. Xu Xiao, this was written by you? It's not. Isn't Xu Xiao a painter at the peak of the realm of intent? Holy, it's really written by Xu Xiao. Xu Xiao is even a calligrapher at the peak of the realm of intent. I've refreshed my 3 views on Xu Xiao again. It was only after Meng Xiaobai's reminder that the top-rich second generation noticed that the lower right corner of the calligraphy and painting was stamped with Chu Yang's seal. The top-rich dichotomies were going crazy. Young Chu was also too awesome. The number of people in this world who could achieve the pinnacle of meaning in both calligraphy and painting could be counted on one finger. Xu Xiao was actually one of them. Not only the top-rich second generation, even the rich men who heard the news were all dumbfounded. They had thought that Chu Yang was just a 100 billionaire, but it turned out that the moment these top tycoons came, they exposed Chu Yang's identity as the newest top-rich second generation. Just when they simply thought that Chu Yang was just a top-tier rich second generation, the great young men then told them that Mr. Chu was also a character who could paint calligraphy and painting to the peak of the realm of meaning. Mr. Chu, this painting, you painted it? Elder Luo asked himself that he had seen a lot of big waves, he had yet to see a genius like Chu Yang. At less than 30 years old, he had achieved the pinnacle of the realm of intent, or someone who had achieved the pinnacle of both calligraphy and painting. He had only seen 2 people so far. I painted it. Xu Yang touched his nose and said in embarrassment. Good, old Luo, hurry up and hang up this painting. Elder Luo put away the shock in his eyes. Old Luo, meeting on the side, immediately arranged for someone to hang the painting on the wall of the hall. This way, but anyone who came in would be able to see this painting and calligraphy by Chu Yang for the first time. Calligraphy at the peak of meaning was even more unattainable than paintings. Elder Luo was very satisfied with the butler Old Luo's approach. Old Luo was worthy of being Old Luo, he understood his mind at a glance. As Elder Luo was thinking, he heard Old Luo at the side whisper, Master, Xu Xiao has also brought you a birthday gift. The author has something to say. Chapter 115. This is a 1,000-year-old ginseng. Old Luo, quickly bring out Mr. Chu's congratulatory gift for me to see. Elder Luo froze at the words of his butler, Old Luo, and turned very happy. The contemporary emerging top-rich second generation, or a descendant who had reached the peak of the realm of meaning in both calligraphy and painting, gave himself a gift. Not to mention that Chu Yang's gift is expensive or not, as long as it is a gift from him, Master Luo can also blow a wave of people. My family Shomu has made a fortune, make friends with the younger generation who can paint the pinnacle of the realm of meaning calligraphy and painting, and also gave a gift to the old man I. But this kind of thing is not necessary for old Luo, he said. But this kind of thing still need to Luo old man in the future to brag to everyone? The rich and powerful people who were now at the birthday banquet watched as Butler Luo held the congratulatory gift sent by Chu Yang in front of old Master Luo, and their eyes were almost red. It's really a case of people being more angry than people. They were all grandfathers, how come they didn't have such a good grandson as Qin Xiao? Paintings at the peak of the realm of meaning were originally hard to find for $10,000. Not only did Master Luo obtain a handwritten painting, but he also personally gave his grandson a gift at his birthday banquet for his grandson's sake. The more envious the people present were, the more curious they were about what Chu Yang had sent. Elder Luo couldn't wait to open the yellow pear wooden box in front of him. Human, ginseng? Butler Luo was slightly stunned. This ginseng sent by Chu Xiao didn't seem quite the same. Butler Luo fixed his eyes on it and immediately widened his eyes. Old master, this is a 1,000-year ginseng. 1,000-year ginseng? The tycoons all drew in a breath of cold air. 1,000-year ginseng was also an extremely rare thing nowadays, basically priceless. Such a precious thing, Xu Yang even used it to send a congratulatory gift?
Ha, Mr. Chu's gift is quite special, it's heartfelt. Elder Luo looked at the 1,000-year ginseng in front of him and immediately praised Chu Yang aloud. As his words fell, the crowd of tycoons also echoed Elder Luo's words. Chu Xiao is really heartfelt nah, giving away a 1,000-year ginseng just by saying so. This 1,000-year ginseng has a price that can't be found on the market. Where can it come from as a congratulatory gift? It can be seen that Chu Xiao's relationship with Qin Xiao isn't ordinary I really envy Elder Luo, and then think about my grandson, every day he knows how to play the piano, he's not good enough. Your grandson is much better than my grandson just knows how to play games every day. Xu Yang stood by the side and listened to the words of those tycoons and was instantly happy. Detected Ruan Yangfu bragging with the host, the system hereby rewards the host with a new skill grandmaster pianist. As expected, in a crowded party, there would always be one or two people who couldn't help but brag. Master, can you let me take a closer look at this 1,000-year ginseng? At this moment, a middle-aged man who was still on good terms with Elder Luo suddenly spoke out and inquired. Elder Luo was still in a good mood right now. He glanced at the middle-aged man and said, Old Xin, I remember that you are in the jade business. When did you become interested in ginseng? The middle-aged man who was called Old Xin by Elder Luo couldn't help but let out a bitter smile at his words. Master, I'm not going to hide it from you, I've also been looking for 1,000 years of ginseng lately, and yesterday there happened to be an auction for 6 ginsengs, and I wanted to grab one for my wife. On the contrary, that mysterious tycoon was just too rich and generous, the shouted price went up to 60 million, the one who disliked the process was too slow, and privately quoted me a base price of 100 million, if I exceeded that price, she wouldn't follow it. Lao Xian's situation Luo Laozi is aware of, his wife's health is not very good. Recently spent time looking for 1,000 years of ginseng is also well known. But it just so happened that there were exactly 6,000-year-old ginsengs in this one Wally wooden box that Lao Xian was looking at. Elder Luo and Butler Luo looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. How could they not expect that Chu Yang would spend $60 million to prepare a congratulatory gift with such heart for the old master? Old Xian was thinking of seeing if he could get the old master to cut his favor and let out the 1,000-year ginseng to him. Just then, he saw that there were no more or less than 6,000-year ginseng lying exactly in the yellow pear wooden box. Xu Xiao, it was your people who spent $60 million on the 1,000-year ginseng yesterday? How could old Xin not understand anything at this point? It's just that he didn't expect that Chu Xiao and Qin Xiao's relationship had already gotten so good to this point. The tycoons all exploded when they heard old Xion's words. What? Chu Yang sent out 1,000 years of ginseng is actually 6? The tycoons who reacted all coincidentally looked at the yellow pear wooden box in old man Luo's hand. No one had thought that Chu Yang's outburst would be so bold to such an extent. They even wondered, if it wasn't for the fact that old Xin had really quoted $100 million, would Chu Yang's people really stop? The tycoons present coincidentally inwardly denied this answer. Because, Xu Yang really wasn't bad with money. I had some business yesterday, and I asked the butler to come out on my behalf. Xu Yang frankly admitted it. As his words fell, the entire room was instantly plunged into a silence. How rich was Chu Xiao in the end? Even if it was the butler who stepped in, the offer was $100 million? None of the tycoons dared to answer. Seeing the silence of the crowd, Elder Luo laughed and rounded off the conversation. If it wasn't for old Xin, I wouldn't have known that Mr. Chu actually spent so much effort to prepare congratulatory gifts for my old man. Mr. Chu, you don't mind if my old man and I send one of them to old Xin as a thank you gift, do you? As Elder Luo's words fell, old Xin immediately showed a look of gratitude. His wife's situation really needed the 1,000-year ginseng too much. Chu Yang smiled faintly. How would I mind if the old master disposes of his own congratulatory gift? Elder Luo only felt extraordinarily comfortable in his heart as he listened to Chu Yang's words. He turned his head to Qin Mu who was at the side and said, Xiaomua, you learn more from Mr. Chu. Seeing that Elder Luo was so happy, Qin Mu hurriedly said yes. After Chu Yang's congratulatory gifts were delivered, Chen Wei and the other juniors also offered congratulatory gifts one after another. A birthday banquet where all the guests and hosts were happy finally came to an end under the passage of time. After Chu Yang and Qin Mu said goodbye to Elder Luo, they left with Chen Wei and the other juniors. Old Xian also got the life-saving Millennium Ginseng thanks to Elder Luo's generosity. Elder Luo, I'm really thankful to you for the ginseng, however, Mr. Chu is indeed powerful, even by Yue of Tianhai's household management is his housekeeper. Elder Luo only felt his brain go wong when he heard Lao Xian's words. What? That genius butler of Tianhai home management was Chu Yang's butler? This little scion of Chu Yang's, he's not to be trifled with. Old Xin which, tell me more about the specific news. Elder Luo whispered to Lao Xin, and the guests had pretty much dispersed. And the news of Chu Yang's network of 100 billionaires as well as the new top rich second generation, Xu Xiao, also went not only in a way in the upper class rich circles. Along with these news, there was also the news that Chu Yang was able to draw calligraphy at the peak of the realm of meaning. The tycoons who learned of Chu Yang's news were all shocked. They immediately arranged for their men to check Chu Yang's news, and the results they got even more shocked them. Chu Yang's housekeeper was the talented and beautiful housekeeper by Yue of Tianhai Home Management. Chu Yang's assets topped more than 100 billion even if, under the name of the Koenigsegg 11 in Qingyun Island, this kind of private island covering an area of 1,000 square meters. Are all the top rich kids in Mordor already this awesome? I'm not going to be able to do that. The author has something to say. Chapter 116, Another Tasteless Day. Xu Yang and Qin Mu got high until after 11 o'clock and they returned to the villa to rest. The next day, it was another sunny morning. Xu Yang sat at the 3-meter-long table in the dining room. Today's breakfast staple was rice. The side dishes had more than 10 dishes such as shredded chicken soup, white burned shrimp, hairy crab from Yangcheng Lake, West Lake vinegar fish, Longjing shrimp, and so on, which were made by the chefs of the 8 major cuisines respectively. Xu Yang on fresh shrimp, more like breakfast, and the dishes were also focused on the arrangement of the chefs. Bai Yue stood on the side and inquired to Pure Yang, young master, today's breakfast also is xiaolongbao and crystal steamed dumplings, do I need to arrange them up for you? Xu Yang looked at the more than 10 colorful and fragrant dishes in front of him, he shook his head, there's no need to serve them now. Bai Yue answered and retreated shortly. Another beautiful maid came over to peel white burnt shrimp and other shrimp shells for Xu Yang. Xu Yang took a bite of the already Longjing shrimp, his mouth was filled with the top quality Longjing tea aroma and the flavor of the shrimp exploding in his mouth at the same time. The taste was delicious. This dragon well shrimp is well done, young Wei, you are afraid some more top quality dragon well over. Xu Yang's words fell, Bai Yue immediately answered yes. Anyway, the fruits and fresh produce in the villa were all flown in, and the top teas such as dragon wells were all arranged for a dozen or so, at most, just have someone bring more top quality dragon wells tomorrow. After eating a sumptuous breakfast, Xu Yang sat on the sofa and drank a mouthful of the top grade de hong pao that the maid had soaked up, and picked up a cut-up air freight fruit in his hand, as an after-dinner fruit to digest and digest. After Bai Yue finished working on the airlift arranged by Xu Yang, another team wearing Bonjour Manor uniforms came outside the villa door. They carefully carried the red wine in their hands and arrived in front of the large wine cabinet in the villa. Seeing the wine in the wine cabinet, the employees of Bonjour Manor almost lost their grip on the red wine in their hands. Most of the wines in the wine cabinet are 82 years of Lafite, 94 years of whiskey, gold bottles of Mutai, Romane Conti, etc. All are treasures that cannot be bought on the market. The owner of the villa even has a wine cabinet. Even Bonjour Manor may not have such a comprehensive collection of wine in the owner's wine cabinet, but the owner of the villa has collected all of them. According to the price estimation, this wine cabinet is at least worth more than $500 million. $500 million. Just to buy wine to drink. The happiness of the rich is too unimaginable. The employees of Bonjour Manor carefully filled up the vacant spots with the wines in their hands one after another. The red wines they sent over were also all worth over $1 million. If they accidentally smashed a bottle, they couldn't afford to pay for it even if they sold themselves. Bai Yue was wearing a V-neck ruffled vintage suit today, and with her pretty face and refined temperament, it made the employees' eyes go straight. Good, what a beautiful beauty. Only to see Bai Yue casually took a bottle of Romane Conti start to open and called out to a servant to first give Xu Yang to wake up. You take the red wine over to wake up for half an hour first, and then send it over to the young master afterward. The employees of Bonjour Manor saw that one of the maids Bai Yue casually shouted over was a beautiful woman. Once again they were envious of the villa owner they had never met before. The maid took the red wine and said respectfully, "Okay, butler, bye." The employees of Bonjour Manor were dumbfounded. Such a beautiful sister, but only a housekeeper? After Bai Yue arranged the red wine, she went back to busy herself with other things. The crowd of people who were carrying the red wine in their hands while envying Xu Yang rose up with heartfelt envy. I heard that the selling price of Villa number 9 is $1 billion. More than that, you guys didn't notice it, there is a Koenigsegg that just came in and out, at least $50 million. This cabinet of wine is also worth at least $300 million. When I just passed by the dining table, I saw that the servants had cleaned up a dozen or so dishes, and every one of them made people drool when they looked at them.
The bottle of wine that butler beauty just took away is worth more than $10 million at the very least. The employees of Bonjour Manor discussed what they had seen, and after they finished their busy work at hand, this was the end of their work. What they didn't realize was that the owner of the villa, whom they hadn't met before, was the boss behind the Red Wine Manor. And the main character Chu Yang, who was being discussed by the employees of the Bonanza Manor, was sitting in the newly modified private movie theater in the villa watching a movie. The one he picked was a zombie movie from Rice, Resident Evil. The top-notch sound and ultra-high-definition picture quality made the movie look very sensational. Time rushed by unconsciously. Chu Yang drank the Romane Conti that the maid had woken up and watched the entire movie while drinking it. It wasn't until the end of the movie that Chu Yang realized that he had accidentally finished a whole bottle of Romane Conti. Bai Yue saw Chu Yang come out from the room and hurriedly came forward to report, "Young master, today is the first day of capital return. Just now we have received $3 billion of put-away capital return. Tomorrow is the 30th. There are still about $7 billion of capital that will come over one after another." The industry in Chu Yang's hands had already exceeded $100 billion. Due to the fact that some of the companies did not have a uniform time of repatriation, the accounts that were repatriated were also different. However, to be able to recoup $10 billion in a short period of 1 month was enough to show that all of Chu Yang's industries were being run very well. And this was still in the case of Chu Yang being the hands-off boss progressing away. Chu Yang listened to Bai Yue's words and only felt a bit tasteless. He faintly nodded his head and said, "Got it." Money was just a string of numbers for the current Chu Yang. He casually spent tens of millions of dollars every day. Okay. Bai Yue nodded and retreated again. The end of the month was all about the return of funds, and Bai Yue was at her busiest these days. Chu Yang saw Bai Yue leave and opened his iPad again to look at his schedule. Apart from the Golden Sun cell phone conference on July 7th, he didn't seem to have anything else to do. "Why don't you go out tomorrow and buy a piano that suits you?" Chu Yang remembered the skills he had acquired yesterday, and the idea of purchasing a piano sprang up in his heart. After all, in the villa, Chu Yang didn't have the chance to meet anyone who dared to brag in front of him. If he went out, there were only Qin Mu, Wang Song, and other top youngsters to play with. Wang Song had recently opened another company, so he was probably quite busy. Qin Mu's grandfather had just finished his birthday party, so he ran to his grandfather's house to play. As for Chen Wei and other big youngsters, everyone had at least tens to hundreds of billions of properties to inherit, which had the time to engage in activities every day. "Yue, send me the piano stores within Magic City that have a better reputation." Chu Yang came to Bai Yue's side and said to Bai Yue. Bai Yue showed a rare look of surprise. "Young master, you want to buy a piano? I'll arrange for someone to buy one over for you." Chu Yang waved his hand. "Don't bother, you send me the location, I'll personally go out tomorrow to buy one." Bai Yue froze for just 3 seconds before answering yes. In the evening, Bai Yue received another $2 billion of incoming funds. Chu Yang listened to Bai Yue's report and couldn't help but sigh, another tasteless day. The author has something to say. Chapter 117, Where is this piano got from? June 30th. Chu Yang wore a mask and got down from the Mercedes-Benz Big G and came to the front door of a Louis piano store. Louis Piano was a relatively famous piano store in Magic City. Especially the Harmony Tanway grand piano in the store made Louis Piano famous in the industry. If it wasn't for Chu Yang's itch to buy a piano, he could have waited for another week. A week later, the Magic City has a Hongxin auction open auction of Bechstein Louis XV. Chu Yang is still very interested in the Bechstein Louis XV, but this is not much of a problem. Anyway, Chu Yang's villa is big enough, 2 pianos can't take up much ground at all. Moreover, Chu Yang also wanted to try the Harmony Tanway grand piano of Louis Piano. When the Hongxin auction opens, then let Bai Yue go to the auction to buy the Louis XV is also the same. Chu Yang was wearing a light white trench coat today, with a black mask over his mouth, only revealing a pair of deep black eyes. His slender figure and unique temperament immediately attracted the sight of the Louis piano saleswoman. "Hello sir, may I ask what kind of piano you want to buy?" The saleswoman greeted her, her eyes filled with excitement. This handsome man is so handsome, he is still wearing a mask, he can't be a star. Chu Yang had long had a target. He said in a low voice, "I want to try the Harmony Tanway grand piano you have here." Harmony Tanway grand piano? The saleswoman was shocked. The Harmony Tanway grand piano was bought by the boss after he had entrusted a lot of connections, worth $10 million. Is this gentleman coming for the Harmony Steinway? Okay, this way please, sir. After the saleswoman was shocked, she welcomed Xu Yang to the Harmony Steinway piano in the hall. The Harmony Steinway was worthy of being a master's work that took 3 years to complete. At first glance it looked very unusual, and there was also an ink peacock image, and even more so, there was the Steinway logo printed in real gold. Duo. Xu Yang sure sat in front of the piano and started auditioning. The low and pleasant silver color in his ears made Xu Yang couldn't help but light up. While Xu Yang was auditioning, a girl wearing a white short tee, blue jeans and a ponytail came before the Louis store. The girl's arrival caused the saleswoman to reluctantly come to the front door. "Hello ma'am, may I ask what kind of piano you want to buy?" The quality of the saleswoman at Louis piano store was still okay. The girl let out a sigh of relief before she gathered the courage to speak. "May I ask, do you recruit piano salesmen here?" The saleswoman was a bit surprised. She looked up and down at the girl. "Do you know piano?" The jeans that the girl was wearing were a little white in some places, and the headband tied on her head was the kind that cost 50 cents a piece. It wasn't that she looked down on people, but the average family basically couldn't afford a piano worth tens of thousands of dollars. In the piano store, saleswomen basically need to be able to play the piano, but also understand the brand of each piano, value, history, and so on. Those who haven't been exposed to it simply can't do this business. "I can play the piano, and know it too. This one is an upright piano, from Boast-True." The girl pointed to a few pianos near the doorway and talked about the information of the pianos as if they were in her pocket. Seeing that she was indeed a connoisseur, the saleswoman nodded and said, "What's your name? I'll ask the store manager." "My name is Xia Xiaoyu." Xia Xiaoyu said with her head held high. After the saleswoman recited Xia Xiaoyu's name, she went into the small door behind the front desk, and not long after, the saleswoman walked out again. She was also followed by a bit of a black-haired man in casual clothes with a peach blossom face. "Hello Xia Xiaoyu, I'm Jiang Liren from the store here. Do you play the piano?" After Jiang Liren introduced himself, Xia Xiaoyu immediately nodded her head like garlic and said, Will. Xu Yang had long been attracted by Xia Xiaoyu's voice. He stopped the audition on his hands. He saw Xia Xiaoyu sitting in front of a piano, and after a simple audition, she played a song called City in the Sky. City in the Sky wasn't considered a difficult tune. However, the little girl was obviously a bit nervous and accidentally played a wrong syllable. Overall, she played quite well. Xia Xiaoyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after playing a tune. She looked towards the store, Jiang Liren, and was about to ask him if she could apply for her own, when she heard a melodious tune coming from the front. It was also City in the Sky. The City in the Sky played by Xu Yang as a grandmaster pianist not only added his own knowledge of the song, but also had a certain mood within it. All the people who heard the music had a picture that was uniquely their own in their minds. Those somewhat sad, yet soothing past events were evoked one after another with the ebb and flow of the music. Those who were listening to the music were attracted by the sound of the music, and came to the front door of Louis Piano Shop, listening to the music as if they were mesmerized. There were people with sad faces, some with tears in their eyes. There were also people who struggled for 3 seconds from the sound of the music, pressed their cell phones to record the screen and continued to listen as if they were mesmerized. The 3 people from the store, Jiang Liren and Xia Xiaoyu, were the first to hear the music, and they were similarly immersed in the sound of Xu Yang's zither. Waiting until the song ended, they only noticed that the doorway did not know when came a huge piece of people. Through the transparent glass of the store, Jiang Liren also saw a lot of people rushing to the store one after another. This is where the piano got Jiang Liren looked at Xu Yang in shock. Since he became the store manager, he had never seen so many customers. The customers that were all attracted over because of Xu Yang's City in the Sky. If it wasn't for Xu Yang, Jiang Liren didn't even know that there was this way of attracting customers. Learned. After Jiang Liren came to a realization, he immediately walked in front of Xu Yang and said in a low voice, "Hello sir, I'm Jiang Liren from the store. May I ask if you have the time? If it's convenient, I would like to invite you to come to our store to play the piano." Jiang Liren came out in a hurry and didn't notice that there was still a Xu Yang sitting in front of the piano that was blocked by the receptionist. When the saleswoman heard Jiang Liren's words, she hurriedly pulled Jiang Liren's sleeve. "Store manager, stop it, this gentleman is here to buy a Harmony Steinway." Jiang Liren was dumbfounded after hearing the saleswoman's words. What? This handsome gentleman who played the piano well was a customer. And he wants to buy a $10 million Harmony Steinway grand piano? The piano is good, wrap it up for me, swipe your card. Xu Yang nodded to Jiang Liren, took out his bank card from his pocket and handed it to the saleswoman at the side. Jiang Liren had been in the workplace for a few years, and when he saw Xu Yang pretending not to hear, his heart was relieved. If Chu Yang had rejected him directly, he wouldn't have been able to end it well instead.
Okay, sir. The saleswoman respectfully received Chu Yang's bank card and swiped it away.
Chu Yang gave a he looked up and was shocked.
Good fellow, how come so many people came in the effort of playing a tune? The author has something to say. Chapter 118 Challenge me, you're not worthy. Sir, you play another song? It's so good, it's the best tune I've ever heard. Sir, are you a pianist? When is the concert? I want to go and listen.
Yes, handsome, please play another song. The customers outside the door, after a short period of emotions, came out to plead Chu Yang to play another song.
Chu Yang froze. Were all these people attracted by the sound of his piano?
He looked at Xia Xiaoyu on the side. Only to see Xia Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed red as she said, Sir, these are all attracted by your piano sound. Xia Xiaoyu said, looking at Chu Yang's pair of deep eyes, filled with thumping hearts.
Mr. is so handsome.
However, the current self was not worthy of him at all. Thinking of Chu Yang's stance of offering $10 million without even frowning, Xia Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel gloomy. The saleswoman quickly completed the formalities with the help of the handsome man and money.
Right after Chu Yang received the small ticket from the saleswoman and signed his name with a dragon's flourish.
An old man wearing a printed robe with meticulously combed hair walked out from the crowd.
Young man, your piano is good, I think you still have room to rise, are you willing to worship me as your teacher?
Chu Yang frowned. Who was this old gentleman? How could he let people worship his teacher at the drop of a hat? The old man saw Chu Yang frowning, his face immediately showed a surprised color.
Wang Yuanqing was a renowned piano master who was very famous in the piano world.
Xia Xiaoyu looked at Wang Yuanqing in shock. Wang, old Mr. Wang. Xia Xiaoyu was a young lady from a poor family, and she had heard of Wang Yuanqing's great name many times since she was a child under her parents' personal teaching. How could she not expect that she would meet her idol after her family's fall from grace?
You know him?
Chu Yang turned his head to look at Xia Xiaoyu. Xia Xiaoyu was all confused.
Mr. Chu actually didn't know old Mr. Wang? Wang Yuanqing was also confused. He had been famous for so long, but there was still someone who didn't recognize him? Zhang Liren was even more confused.
What was going on in the store today? Not only had a piano god come to buy a piano worth $10 million, even the long-famous Wang Yuanqing had appeared.
However, what made Zhang Liren confused didn't end there. On hearing the news, there was also a rising young genius in the piano world, Shenyanga.
Shenyanga had just turned 20 this year, and came from a piano family in Linchang, and had always been a little famous in the piano world. Shenyanga's piano skills were a few points better than many of his peers, so Shenyanga was very proud of his skills. He was originally shopping with his friends today. As a result, after shopping for a while, he was attracted to Louis' piano shop by Chu Yang's amazing piano sound. What made Shenyanga even more baffled was that the famous teacher Wang Yuanqing, who he had begged and begged to be recognized, had taken the initiative to ask Chu Yang to be his disciple.
Chu Yang looks quite handsome, also plays very well, but Shenyanga is not convinced. He didn't think he was inferior to Chu Yang.
Old Mr. Wang, please wait for the matter of accepting an apprentice. I want to compete with this handsome man. If I win against him, I also ask you to accept me as your apprentice. When Wang Yuanqing heard Shenyanga's words, he finally found a little sense of his existence. He told him, how could someone not recognize himself? He thought that this gentleman was extremely talented, so it was normal for him not to recognize himself.
Wang Yuanqing's heart instantly became in love with talent.
Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Shenyanga. He said in a faint voice, did you guys forget to introduce yourselves? I don't even know you guys, so why should I accept the inexplicable conditions you gave me?
Shenyanga?
He had thought that his appearance would give Chu Yang a bit of pressure. It turned out that the other party didn't recognize him at all. Inexplicably, Shenyanga was a bit thankful again. Fortunately, Chu Yang didn't know old Mr. Wang either, so if he thought about it like this, Shenyanga's heart was inexplicably balanced.
Wang Yuanqing coughed lightly and was about to speak.
Just then, he heard Shenyanga proudly say, my name is Shenyanga, I'm the pianist of the Shen family in Linchang, and this gentleman who wants to take you as his disciple is called Wang Yuanqing, a renowned piano master. Wang Yuanqing saw that someone had introduced himself. He nodded his head haughtily, a style of everyone watching the audience could not help but be amazed. No wonder this old gentleman opened his mouth to take in an apprentice, so it's a piano master.
Shenyanga, I've heard of his name, he's a famous little genius in Linchang.
Hiss, a piano master and a little genius, I'm actually fortunate enough to see both at once.
Will Mr. accept the challenge?
I would like him to accept, the piano he plays is just too good. Wang Yuanqing listened to the words coming from the crowd, his eyes filled with pride.
He was determined to accept Chu Yang as his disciple. And Zhang Liren had a bit of a headache watching all this. Because he realized that it seemed like most people hadn't noticed that Chu Yang had just gotten his hands on a $10 million Harmony Steinway piano. A person who could afford a Harmony Steinway piano and played tunes that attracted countless people to come and listen to them, would lack the teaching of a piano master? Zhang Liren was about to speak when Shen Yonga could no longer hold himself back. He respectfully said to Wang Yuanqing, "Elder Mr. Wang, if I win against this gentleman, I would also like to ask you to accept me as your disciple." Wang Yuanqing's heart was also a bit fluttered by Shen Yonga's words. In fact, even without this, he was planning to accept Shen Yonga as his disciple. But Shen Yonga being so flattered made Wang Yuanqing quickly make a decision. When he accepted Chu Yang, he would accept Shen Yonga as well. Cough, since you know me, then you also know that my Wang Yuanqing's vision is still very high, so let's do it this way. Whichever one of you wins, I'll accept whichever one of you as my disciple. Wang Yuanqing spoke out.
His statement also silently expressed the idea of favoring Chu Yang's match with Shen Yonga.
Chu Yang was speechless, he hadn't even said anything yet, and one or two of them had arranged to follow up?
Zhang Liren looked at the passers-by who were recording the screen and only felt a headache. He said to Shen Yonga, "Then please ask Mr. Shen to play a song."
Could he, as the store manager, still stop the little genius from playing? Not able to.
Shen Yonga picked a piano at random, and after a short audition, he began to play the Piano Concerto No. 3 that he had recently practiced. Piano Concerto No. 3, commonly known as La 3, ranks first in difficulty among piano pieces. Chu Yang did not expect Shen Yonga to take out this piece to challenge himself, and immediately became interested. Wang Yuanqing's eyes also revealed a light. He was surprised to look at Shen Yonga, eyes full of admiration. Shen Yonga is worthy of being a small genius, and Lin Chang even played the third piano concerto, a good seedling.
Onlookers of the audience, even with Shen Yonga's piano, all immersed in it. Until the end of the song, they applauded and applauded.
Shen Yonga proudly turned her head to look at Chu Yang, her eyes full of provocation. "I finished playing, it's your turn." When Shen Yonga's words fell, everyone's eyes were unanimously cast on Chu Yang.
Would Chu Yang take Shen Yonga's provocation? The author has something to say.
Chapter 119 accidentally collected 100 million from you. Under the eyes of everyone, Chu Yang faintly shook his head and said, "Challenging me, you are not worthy."
Chu Yang's words left everyone present stunned. What kind of person was this handsome man in the end? Why did he say right out of his mouth that even the piano genius Shen Yonga was not worthy of challenging him?
Shen Yonga was also furious to the point of turning red when she heard Chu Yang's words.
"What did you say? I'm not worthy? Who are you to say I'm not worthy?" Not only Shen Yonga, even Wang Yuanqing also revealed an unhappy expression because of Chu Yang's arrogance.
Just having comprehended a little bit of the realm of intent, he was unexpectedly proud to such an extent.
Wang Yuanqing even somewhat regretted that he had stepped forward and wanted to accept Chu Yang as his disciple.
"Your realm of intent is not even 1/10,000th of mine, how do you deserve to be my opponent?" Chu Yang said lightly, placing his hands on the piano keys. "Forget it, let's show you the gap between us." Wang Yuanqing was not happy that Chu Yang said that, when the tune of the Piano Concerto No. 3 suddenly resounded in his ears. Immediately afterward, a picture of joyful and beautiful notes jumping around suddenly appeared in his mind.
Is this really the third piano concerto?
Wang Yuanqing was lost in thought as he listened to the sound of the piano, and his entire body just sank into it. Even piano master Wang Yuanqing was like this, not to mention Shen Yonga and the crowd of listeners who were not as good as Wang Yuanqing. Although Chu Yang was playing the third piano concerto, the mood of his playing was completely different from that of Shen Yonga. Moreover, Chu Yang's piano music was more powerful and moody than Shen Yonga's. Xiao Xiaoyu on the side, before she lost herself in the zither music, her eyes were still stuck on Chu Yang's slender fingers. In all the time she had been playing the piano, she had never seen anyone who could play the piano like it was alive. Every note danced joyfully under Chu Yang's hands, singing a feast of piano sounds she had never seen before. With the piano performance of the third piano concerto, more and more people were attracted by the song to the front of the Louis piano shop. Their eyes were full of joy and delight, and their souls were washed in the notes of the piano. At the end of the song, the scene was silent. After 3 seconds, thunderous applause came like a tidal wave. Wang Yuanqing woke up in the applause, and while looking incredulous, he couldn't help but blush. It could not be blamed on Wang Yuanqing's act of braggadocio. It's because there are so few master pianists in the world, one can count them on the palm of one's hand. And most of them are famous piano teachers who have made their mark on the world. Wang Yuanqing only thought that Chu Yang is some of the mood, did not think that Chu Yang looked not very young, but actually is a master pianist. This has to be practicing the piano since one's mother's womb to be able to achieve such a level, right? Countless thoughts flashed through Wang Yuanqing's mind. In the end, he made a decision that he would worship Chu Yang as his teacher. Thinking of this, Wang Yuanqing said to Shenyanga at the side, "Shenyanga, your talent is good, come to my place tomorrow, I, Wang Yuanqing, can accept you as a disciple." As Wang Yuanqing said that, he walked to Chu Yang again and said, "Master, please accept me as your disciple." Wang Yuanqing's wave of maneuvers made the countless people present flash their backs. "God damn it, Master, please accept me as your disciple. Wasn't it you who just said that you would take someone as your disciple? How come in the twinkling of an eye, you let them take you as their disciple?" Chu Yang glanced at Wang Yuanqing. This old Mr. Wang was really taking it in stride, hearing that he was a grandmaster pianist, he even had the cheek to want to be his disciple. Not accepted. Chu Yang directly rejected Wang Yuanqing. Chu Yang's outspoken refusal once again shocked the people who had learned of Wang Yuanqing's identity. What exactly was Chu Yang's identity that he wouldn't even accept a piano master begging to be his disciple? Subconsciously, the listeners turned their gazes to Wang Yuanqing. Only to see Wang Yuanqing looking as usual, seemingly not discouraged by Chu Yang's refusal. It would be strange if all pianists of the grandmaster level were to accept disciples that easily. Just as Wang Yuanqing was about to put in more effort, he only heard a plop, and Shenyanga knelt down. "Master, it's because I'm blind, I didn't see that you're a big brother, Master, please accept me as your disciple." Wang Yuanqing's eyes widened. "Lad, you are more relaxed than the old man. This tile ground you say kneeling ah." The operation of an old man and a young man blinded the eyes of Zhang Liren's crowd. What did they see? The piano master and the piano genius actually begged Chu Yang to accept the apprentice without any face. They even knelt down? Wang Yuanqing pulled back Shenyanga, who wanted to kowtow. "Shen kid, didn't you say you want to worship me as your master?" "I've agreed, why did you go back on your word?" Shenyanga nonchalantly rolled his eyes. "Master Wang, it is said that people go to high places and water flows to low places. You want to worship the master's person, the kid has to try it with a thick skin, don't you?" Wang Yuanqing was so angry that his face went black. "Young man, you do not speak martial arts virtue ah." Wang Yuanqing couldn't tense up, face and other things were not important, what was important was that if he didn't try, the master was going to be snatched by Shenyanga. Wang Yuanqing bent down and prepared to kneel as well. Zhang Liren was shocked. "Old Mr. Wang, if you kneel down in our store, I'll lose my job tomorrow ah." "Old Mr. Wang, you shouldn't put up such a fight." Zhang Liren held on to Wang Yuanqing's arm, his expression a little flustered. Wang Yuanqing's eyes reddened as he looked at Zhang Liren. "Young man, the old man is so old, originally not as popular as the young man, if I don't put up a bit of a fight, the masters will all be snatched away ah," said Wang Yuanqing again ready to kneel. Zhang Liren pulled back, "Old Mr. Wang, I think, if you don't kneel, this gentleman won't accept you." Wang Yuanqing's body stiffened, he turned his head in shock, "Why?" Shenyanga also turned her head and looked at Zhang Liren, her eyes full of inquiries. The female sales suddenly came over in a hurry, with an anxious face, she said to Chu Yang, "Mr. Chu, I am really sorry, the Harmony Steinway piano that you bought I typed an extra zero, and I accidentally charged you 100 million. As the female saleswoman's words fell, everyone was shocked by Chu Yang's wealth. God meowed and typed an extra zero. $10 million became $100 million. Surprisingly, the payment was successful. How can you be so arrogant to buy a piano? Is it? Let me see. Chu Yang clicked on the cell phone consumption text message and took a look, it was indeed 100 million less. The saleswoman's sharp eyes saw that the 199 on Chu Yang's card was followed by a series of numbers. The balance on the card is 19.9 billion. The eyes of the female saleswoman looking at Chu Yang again was no different from looking at a moving mountain of gold. God's great man ah. Well, it's true that I consumed 100 million, you guys just go through the normal procedures, just return the remaining $90 million to me in 2 days. Chu Yang finished lightly, after writing down his address, he walked to Louis Piano's main gate in a graceful manner. The audience still standing at the main entrance subconsciously gave way to Chu Yang. No one dared to stop Chu Yang, who had made both piano masters and piano geniuses beg to be his master. The author has something to say.
Chapter 120, Stone Hammer didn't run away. Xu Yang got into the Mercedes Big G and ran away in full view of everyone. Wang Yuancheng and Xin Yanga were dumbfounded. Master ran away? How could they worship the master?
Not only Wang Yuancheng and Xin Yanga, even the people who were attracted by the third piano concerto were somewhat baffled. They only saw an old man and a young man requesting to worship a master, but they were not clear on the specifics. For a moment, there were murmurs in front of the Louis piano shop.
What the hell is going on here?
I don't know either, I just heard a very nice tune and was attracted here.
What kind of person was that gentleman just now? It's the tune he played, right? It's superb. I've already recorded it, hurry up and send it to the internet to see if any netizens recognize this handsome man.
The people in front of Louis' piano shop were still curious about what happened. Reacting, Xin Yanga immediately ran out of Louis' piano shop and stopped a cab.
Master, follow that Mercedes Big G in front.
Sitting in the cab, Xin Yanga was full of ambition, he must worship Xu Yang as his master. The driver was a middle-aged uncle. Hearing Xin Yanga's words, he instantly became energized. He had already automatically made up a bloodshed scene of a boyfriend saving his girlfriend.
Young man, it's right for you to ride in uncle's car. When uncle was young, he was the god of the car and Choming. Sit tight.
Good in front of the red light, Xu Yang's Mercedes-Benz Big G and many famous car, although not very prominent, but cannot help his license plate cowhide.
Tail number 8888, there is no license plate number more cowhide than this. The uncle stepped on the gas and quickly followed the traffic. Xin Yanga was shocked. Uncle, are you serious about this speed? The gas pedal is disliked to the bottom. I just want to worship not want to be reincarnated Xin Yanga left in a cab, and Wang Yuanqing was a bit unresponsive. The saleswoman is definitely not going to give him Xu Yang's address, but don't address, how can he find someone Wang Yuanqing was confused. He had lived for so many years, and had never come across a situation where he wanted to worship a master, but didn't know where to find one.
Zhang Liren looked at the crowd of eaters at the door and a mature plan emerged in his mind. He raised his voice and said, "Our Louis piano has a 10% discount today. If you want to play a piano as good as that gentleman just now, come to our Louis piano, eh?"
Xu Yang's name was still extremely good.
As soon as they heard that they could play a piano as good as Xu Yang's, the masses only had 3 words left in their minds: bye bye bye. Xu Yang sat on the Mercedes Big G and didn't notice that there was a cab following behind the traffic.
At this time, the internet had already made a mess.
Many people were looking for who the tycoon piano god was who spent $10 million at Louis Piano and ended up paying $100 million by mistake. 77 happened to brush up to this video, and as she listened to the music played in the video, her pretty face couldn't help but show a shocked look.
What the hell is going on here? Xu even knows how to play the piano? That young man seems to be famous in Lin City as well, he was even on TV a while ago. How did he kneel down?
After 77 finished brushing the video, she started brushing the comments underneath the video. To give you a little bit of popularization, the young man kneeling down, called Xin Yanga, is Lin Cheng's little piano genius, arrogant as hell. The old gentleman next to him is called Wang Yuanqing, very famous in the piano industry.
2 such bullish people begged the masked tycoon to pay homage to them, and they were rejected? I'm confused, I'm stupid, I'm envious, why didn't anyone beg me to take an apprentice? I nodded my head on the spot.
Upstairs, you know, I've been learning the piano for 20 years, I can tell you very seriously, this masked handsome man's piano skill is definitely a master level. There are no more than 5 in the world that can have his kind of skill.
Oh my god, so cowhide? Brothers, hurry to the next building, someone next door picked up that dude's identity.
Seeing this, 77 clicked on that person's link and saw the graphic of Chushin being deepiked in public. According to the goddess anchor 77's last live broadcast, we can see that the masked piano god and Chu god's height is the same, and the 2 people's temperament is also very similar, plus the tycoon 100 million are not in the eyes, and so young tycoon, there are almost not a few. Then the question comes, most of the rich second generation in Magic City will not be so low-key, besides Chushin, who else will be so low-key? The graphic is based on 77's previous live broadcast in front of Xueji that captured Chu Yang and the current Louis piano shop mouth masked piano god, from the height, background, temperament, including the degree of generosity of the hand to do a very detailed comparison. The more Chi-Chi looked at it, the more shocked she became, and under Chi-Chi's loss of concentration, she actually slipped her hand for a moment and liked one of the comments that she was sure was Chushin.
77's pretty face went white.
What to do? It seemed like she had unintentionally solidified things. Just as Chi-Chi thought, her like attracted countless attention.
77 was recognized online as the mascot for capturing Chu God alive. Even she liked it, the stone hammer hadn't run away. In less than 3 minutes, Chu Yang was once again on the hot search. Hashtag the piano saleswoman accidentally added an extra zero and actually entered 100 million hashtag. Hashtag the masked tycoon from Louis Piano is Chushin hashtag. Hashtag the 100 billionaire Chushin is multi-talented hashtag. Hashtag Chushin has been knelt down by piano masters and piano geniuses to learn from him hashtag. Hashtag the goddess Anchorman, Stonehammer's masked piano tycoon is the god of cookery hashtag. Chi-Chi's face went white as she looked at the news on the internet. It's over, she exposed Chushin's identity. Chu Yang sat in the car and looked at the microblogging messages that ate himself one after another, helplessly threw his cell phone to the side, out of sight, out of mind. He had covered himself so tightly, why was he still exposed? Chu Yang felt that it was so hard for him to keep a low profile. The Mercedes Big G drove for about 30 minutes and then arrived at the 1 East suburb courtyard. Shinyanga had long known that Chu Yang was rich, but did not expect Chu Yang to be so rich. It seems that their own road to worshipping the master will be bumpy. Shinyanga thought about wanting to use money to beg Chu Yang to accept the apprentice. This seemingly perfect plan was mercilessly killed after Shinyanga came to 1 East suburb. People who can afford to buy a villa in 1 East suburb are mostly billionaires. Shinyanga thought about his own family's little assets and decisively gave up this one plan. Young man, your girlfriend is not ordinary, or you just give up, the sky is the limit. Driver uncle saw Shinyanga fell into contemplation, and then look at the not far from the door of the eastern suburbs of the first courtyard, kindly comforted. Shinyanga were shocked. Uncle, what have you brainstormed? However, the driver uncle's words reminded him. He had to hurry in and find a master before he could do so. Thinking of this, Shinyanga gritted his teeth and got out of the car. He had to rush in front of Wang Yuanqing to pay his respects. The author has something to say. Chapter 121, what about the said technician? Shinyanga did want to get close to the security guard of the 1 Eastern suburb and learn about Chu Yang's news. As a result, before she could open her mouth, she was mercilessly invited out by the security guard. Since the villa was sold out, the system of the villa has become very strict, except for the vehicles and people registered in the villa and the people who have notified the security room in advance. The rest of the people can't be let in. Shinyanga had some regrets about not being able to learn the news from the security guards of 1 Eastern suburb. But it didn't matter, he still had time. What Shinyanga, who was trying to squat Chu Yang, didn't realize was that Chu Yang's appearance made the entire piano world explode. Originally, there were only a handful of pianists in this world who could reach the Grandmaster realm, and now that there was a pianist like Chu Yang who was both young and able to play in the realm of meaning, it would be strange if the piano world didn't explode. Thus, under Chu Yang's Weibo, such a picture appeared. A bunch of long-famous piano masters and piano geniuses had begun to leave messages under Chu Yang's Weibo after their Weibo authentication, begging for disciples. Chushin, I, Liliang Ping of the Lin Cheng piano family, please Chushin accept me as a disciple. I'm Yi Jiamu, I'm currently a piano master and want to go further, please Chu God give me a chance. Zhangcheng Huangzhang begs Chu God to accept Huangqing as his disciple. Tongcheng He Yangyan wants to worship Chu God as his disciple, please Chu God accept me. That neatly organized image of self-reporting as well as begging for an apprentice made a crowd of eaters eat their fill. There were also some undying piano geniuses who also followed the almighty netizens to deep dive into Chu Yang. When they learned that Chu Yang was a 100 billionaire, they were all shocked. This is which family out of the experience of the son of the right? Not only did he have a $100 billion family fortune, but he was also a painter and pianist at the peak of his intent. The most unbelievable thing was that Chu Yang was also very capable of fighting. Most of the people who learned about Chu Yang's news were on the verge of being skeptical of life, and they suspected that they had lived to a dog's death. After so many years, they still only know how to play the piano. Look at others. Chu God, casually a slap can teach the Goryeo people to be human. And then look at themselves, others can huff and puff them to death with a slap. Okay. Quite a few people who were similar in age to Chu Yang were also going crazy. No wonder people on the internet call Chu Yang Chu God. What is this if not a god? Chu Yang did not know that his existence had become the shadow as well as the ceiling of the geniuses in the piano world. What's more, he didn't know that the many people on Weibo had already begun to formally want to request a teacher from him. He was currently at home leisurely eating fruits, drinking tea, watching TV, and incidentally muting his cell phone. After today's lesson, Chu Yang decided to go in and not go out.
It didn't take long for Chu Yang to receive the Harmony Steinway piano from Louis Piano also sent. After Chu Yang arranged the piano in a relatively empty room, he wandered into the sea of piano sounds. Just like that, Chu Yang spent a pleasant day, and Yuan Liang, too, survived his most difficult day. Because Xie Jianhua was shameless enough, the entire Red Sky Alliance mobilized for most of the month because of Chu Yang, and even helped Xie Jianhua poach a hardware technology bull from the collapsed Westloss. A group of technicians were under the tutelage of a group of experts from the Red Sky Alliance. Their knowledge was growing rapidly. The Red Sky Alliance's masters had profoundly seen Xie Jianhua's shamelessness these days while counseling the employees of Pingle Company. A foreign aid logically arranged for the entire Red Sky Alliance's experts to help break through the hardware technology even if it was not enough, but also let Yuan Liang help dig up a hardware technology bull to come over and study a piece of it. With the addition of the technical bull, Xianyou's hardware technology finally developed the basic class generation helmet after a small half-month's effort. Thank you, Alliance Master, the generation helmet is finally completed. Xie Jianhua smiled as he typed in front of the computer. Yuan Liang, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, replied with 2 ahas before turning off the computer as if he was relieved. These days of continuously accompanying the Pingle employees to explore designs and discussions had already caused his mental energy to reach its peak. Before going to sleep, Yuan Liang's mind also floated with an infinite emotion. It's really great to be able to rest. When Chu Yang Xingxing came to Xianyu, what he saw was such a state of affairs. A group of Xianyu technicians were testing Xianyu. They were holding the handles and were fighting hard against the demonic beasts in the forest. That absolutely fast speed and bulging muscles made Chu Yang look sideways. Where are the promised technicians? How is it that after a small half-month of not seeing him, he even cultivated his muscles? Good day, Mr. Chu. After an intense test, someone finally discovered Chu Yang's existence. The crowd of employees greeted Chu Yang with excited faces, their eyes filled with admiration. Immortal Journey was the best game they had ever done, except for the fact that it was a little bit of a physical effort to use the handle. If the place wasn't big enough, accidentally there would even be a case of smashing things because the picture was too real. For this reason, Guan Pingle also established a 2-hour mechanism of caring for the employees, and all the employees would go to the gym to work out for an hour after work, and most of them were single dogs anyway, so it didn't matter if they went back early or late. Hello guys, how do you feel? Can Immortal Journey be released in a month and a half? Chu Yang nodded and inquired to Guan Pingle, who was at the side. Guan Pingle smiled and nodded excitedly. Boss, don't worry, we can definitely release Immortal Journey. After the excitement, Guan Pingle paused and said, only, the game facilities in the country are not perfect enough, and the requirements of Immortal Journey are too high. It's not good at all to perform without specialized equipment. Speaking of this, Guan Pingle was a bit excited and helpless. Immortal Journey was definitely made for the public, and it could be a multiplayer online game, but because of this, if the place at home wasn't big enough, it was impossible to play Immortal Journey well. It would be the end of the world if playing a handful of games demolished the home. Since it's like this, I'll arrange another 300 million investment for you. See if you can find a more generous place to buy it and change it into a VR gaming hall exclusively for Immortal Journey to play. The equipment will be bought according to the top of the line, and if there's a problem with the economy, you'll contact my housekeeper again. Chu Yang heard Guan Pingle's words and immediately clapped his hands. After Guan Pingle heard Chu Yang's words, in his mind, an immature idea suddenly surfaced. Alright, Mr. Chu. Guan Pingle nodded before leading Chu Yang to inspect another round in Pingle game. Chu Yang was quite satisfied with the current situation of Pingle game and skipped around before leaving. After Chu Yang left, Guan Pingle brought people to develop the second generation of Xianyu game helmet without stopping. A set of helmet and handle supporting although good, but the hardware is not good. If it becomes a bracelet will not be better point? The author has something to say. Chapter 122 didn't expect it. Cell phones can still be used this way. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of the Golden Sun cell phone launch. Chu Yang head wearing a pure black duck tongue cap, black mask low profile sat on his seat. Next to Chu Yang, there were also quite a few reporters who were filming. Since the show hadn't started yet, the reporters simply chatted with each other. Old Wang, I didn't expect your company to send you here. It seems that your company is very unfavorable to the Golden Sun cell phone. No, my old Wang has been doing cell phone news for so long, I've never heard of a cell phone that can punch a minute to get high for a day. Yes, our company sent me to just go through the motions. There's no way. Who let Jin Yang stand behind Chu Xiao? Brother, you're right. If it wasn't for Jin Yang's back standing on Chu Xiao, I wouldn't even come. The reporters were talking at the same time, not realizing that their conversations were all stopped in Chu Yang's ears.
Gossiping about myself in my face is okay? Xu Yang was somewhat speechless. He raised his head to look ahead, and just happened to meet Tang Xinran, who entered the venue with his secretary. Tang Xinran saw that Xu Yang actually came in person, and immediately gained a lot of confidence. Brother Yang has come to my launch event even though he has a day job, he obviously has a lot of confidence in me. Thinking of this, with a bewildering confidence Tang Xinran walked to the stage. The secretary also dutifully opened the cell phone live broadcast. Tang Xinran's arrival also made the reporters start to pick up the camera in their hands to shoot up. There were even a few reporters who had nothing better to do than to leave their seats and shoot around for material. At this time, quite a few reporters also noticed Xu Yang, who was wearing a duck-tongued hat. Even though they didn't know what this handsome man was, there were still reporters who casually snapped a few pictures. It wasn't long before the conference started. Tang Xinran confidently stood on the stage and said to the stage, "Welcome to the launch of the Golden Sun cell phone. I've only arranged 20 minutes for this process, the first 5 minutes to introduce our company's products, and the second 15 minutes to arrange the pre-sale." Tang Xinran's words made all the reporters present all dumbfounded. God, arranged 20 minutes. How is this routine of yours the same as Shuiji's? It's not easy for us to come here as reporters, and you're giving us 20 minutes? The reporters reacted and began to frantically take pictures. 20 minutes to gather good material for posting an article is really too difficult for reporters. Tang Xinran said, opening the pre-prepared PPT, "The reason why the Golden Sun cell phone has been controversial ever since it appeared is because of the battery durability of our Golden Sun cell phone. Here, as the president of Jinyang Energy, I can promise that if the Jinyang cell phone can't do 1 minute of charging and 24 hours of high playing, then the Jinyang cell phone supports a full return for a refund." As Tang Xinran's words fell, there was an outcry in the room. Even Golden Sun cell phone's official live broadcast room was flooded with pop-ups in an instant. Did I hear it right? Can't do charging for a minute and playing for 24 hours? Golden Sun cell phone supports full return for refund? This pre-sale is 5,000 units, if it's rounded up to 10,000 units, that's a whole $50 million. TSK, Golden Sun Kaohai worthy of being Chu God's industry, rich and generous, just for his words, 10,000 I smashed it. 666, I'll buy it too. As soon as Tang Xinran's words came out, many people were about to smash 9,999 to buy a cell phone. Only to see Tang Xinran reach out and open another PPT, on which only one word was displayed, heavy. Of course, in addition to the long-lasting battery, our Jinyang cell phone also uses the latest energy technology, and using it for too long won't cause lagging, broken screen, poor signal, not waterproof and other phenomena. Comparatively, our Golden Sun cell phone accounts for a disadvantage that many cell phones rack their brains to avoid heavy. Our phone weighs 230 grams. Tang Xinran's second PPT directly wrote the word heavy, making the audience watching the live broadcast and the reporters taking pictures all dumbfounded. They were a little skeptical as to whether Tang Xinran was here to arrange the launch or to smash the scene. Others were racking their brains to arrange their advantages and avoid disadvantages. You are good, first tell the audience how heavy your own cell phone is. Then what did the audience buy Jinyang for? Smash walnuts? A hand of the secretary who was dedicated to the live broadcast on the side was also trembling madly. Boss, please speak some human words. Our family's cell phones are going to be unsold, don't believe me, look at the pop-ups. Mr. Tang is bullish, half a caddy machine was built for you. Heavy has its advantages, nothing to smash walnuts with, something to smash hooligans with. Jinyang cell phone users to the hooligans' hideous smile, hey, did not expect it, the phone can also be used this way. Laughing to death, is upstairs to be funny? I'll make a note of it first, the way to use a half a caddy machine. I can't even hold an egg since I was a child, half a caddy machine even if I don't have 99.99. With my current salary, I'm still 5,000 bar short of 9,999, I can't afford it. The secretary looked at the pop-up screen and then looked at her own president, and could only tearfully continue to broadcast. She could already foresee the scene of her own phone not being sold. Who has nothing to do to buy half a caddy machine back? Just as the secretary was thinking, she heard Tang Xinran flip open the third PPT, on which only one word was written, expensive. Many people are very controversial about our prices, so I've arranged a special new user raffle for a period of 1 month, geared towards all customers who have purchased a Golden Sun cell phone. In order to celebrate the official sale of the Golden Sun cell phone, the new user raffle event is also very generous, and the prizes for the raffle include the 6888 Genuine from Shuiji, as well as the 8888 Experience coupon from the Rendezvous Hot Spring Hotel.
Tang Xinran looked at the time and spoke extremely fast to give the prizes. After listening to Tang Xinran's words, the reporters went from disdain on their faces to solemnity in their eyes. Some reporters even could not resist the excitement inside, picked up the cell phone, opened the live broadcast, ready to grab the Golden Sun cell phone. The taunts at the launch event on the official website of the Golden Sun cell phone all quieted down as well.
What kind of godly launch is this, Nima? The 6888 Shueji and the 8888 vouchers for the Rendezvous Spa Hotel were just fine. The latest skincare package of Iran May, Shining Computer City's computer worth 8888 is very nice. Is it excessive to allocate these services over 9,999? Not at all. After Tang Xinran introduced the raffle, the reporters at the bottom couldn't wait to ask. Mr. Tang, 5 minutes are up, when can we grab it? Yes, Mr. Tang, we want to have an idea of the sales situation. Mr. Tang, does Jin Yang have any more services? General Manager Tang.
Tang Xinran listened to the reporters and couldn't help but slightly froze. The rest we don't have any service, that is, there is also a damage within 1 year, free door-to-door warranty service, the rest no, since 5 minutes are here, then start the cell phone pre-sale. Tang Xinran said. The secretary also quickly arranged the subordinate people began to prepare the cell phone pre-sale countdown. Chu Yang was shocked after sitting on the stage and listening to Tang Xinran's words. Tang Xinran, you really deserve to be my little brother. I just plainly part of the industry, you arranged for me clearly.
The author has something to say. Chapter 123. Let's go, back to the villa. The 1-minute countdown started right away.
The pop-ups on the internet also all subsided, and everyone silently opened their cell phones and clicked on the platform link on the official website of the Golden Sun cell phone live streaming room to prepare to grab a cell phone. Xu Yang also opened the live broadcasting room and paid attention to the follow-up. At this time, Xu Yang heard 2 idle chats coming from his ears.
Old Wang, you're going to buy 2 Xu Yang turned his head. The reporter who was called Old Wang looked at that reporter meaningfully and said, yeah, bought it for a friend of mine. That reporter nodded and said with a hefty smile, that's kinda troublesome, I'll just buy it for my wife.
Old Wang smiled without saying a word and turned his gaze to his cell phone, waiting for the countdown.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start.
After the countdown started, the Golden Sun cell phone sold out 5,000 units within a minute. The secretary was so excited that she didn't know what to say. Tang Xinran was even happier. It didn't matter whether the customers came for the linkage service or for the Jinyang cell phone. Anyway, the first day of Jinyang cell phone ushered in an open door. Overall, it is still a happy and congratulatory. After the Golden Sun cell phone was sold out, many viewers began to leave messages on the pop-up screen of the Golden Sun cell phone live broadcasting room.
Didn't grab it. I'll go, what happened when I went to the restroom? How are the products all gone? KAM, I skipped class to watch the Golden Sun cell phone joke, and you guys are telling me it's sold out? Upstairs, are you sure you came to see the joke, not to buy a cell phone? What about the promise to kill myself not to buy a Golden Sun? You talking animals cheated my feelings. Let's not talk about feelings or anything, let's talk about money. Sorry guys, I just happened to grab one, waiting for the lucky draw. Waiting for the lottery +1. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were frantically refreshing, and the secretary was also holding her cell phone and aiming it at Tang Xinran. There were still 14 minutes of interview time to follow. Old Wang and other reporters interviewed Tang Xinran after grabbing Jin Yang's cell phone. Mr. Tang, what was your initial intention for arranging so many linked services? Mr. Tang, do you have any thoughts on the Golden Sun cell phone selling 5,000 units in a minute this time? Mr. Tang's launch is considered a complete success so far. What do you plan to do next? Mr. Tang. The reporters had a variety of questions, but again, they didn't interview too many sharp questions. Everyone knew that Tang Xinran was that newly promoted top-rich second-generation Chu Xiao had a close relationship, and even had a great relationship with the top-rich second generation. In case Tang Xinran was pissed off, what if they lost their jobs? Tang Xinran listened to the reporter's words and smiled lightly. I'm only arranging for the linkage service to give the users of the Golden Sun cell phone a better experience. Moreover, the users of the Golden Sun cell phone will only get more, so just handing out a little bit of welfare is nothing. Tang Xinran's words made the reporters present feel a trenchant aura rise out of thin air. If the lucky draw for the link service was true, Jinyang Energy would have to be more than $100,000 less at the very least. This was just a small benefit for Mr. Tang? There were even some people who were slandering within their hearts. Mr. Tang, if it wasn't for your linkage service, I wouldn't have bought Golden Sun even if it killed me.
However, there was no doubt that apart from the price and weight of the Golden Sun was indeed worth the price of 9,999. The reporters asked some more questions, and Tang Xinran answered them all. Xu Yang looked at Tang Xinran, who was still at ease in the face of many reporters, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction.
Tang Xinran's growth he can see.
In less than half a month he had transformed so amazingly, it was evident that he was born to be a businessman's material.
Xu Yang didn't wait for the interview to be completely finished, so he left first.
In his opinion, there was no point in continuing to watch.
Tang Xinran was still in a very happy state until the end of the interview.
He subconsciously looked towards Xu Yang, hoping to share his joy with him. However, he saw that Xu Yang's seat was empty. Tang Xinran was a little lost, but was quickly replaced by excitement. Today's launch not only slapped the faces of those viewers who mocked Jin Yang, but it also allowed him to raise his eyebrows in the circle of rich young men. Many people in the rich young man circle were secretly giving Tang Xinran a bad name behind his back, thinking that there was some kind of conflict between him and Xu Yang. In reality, Tang Xinran had learned things and knowledge that he had never learned before in this short half-month.
Even, Tang Xinran experienced what was called the joy of making money.
Thinking of this, Tang Xinran secretly decided within his heart. After this period of busyness, he must find a good opportunity to show off and go back, ruthlessly hitting a wave of those rich second-generation people's face.
Unfortunately, imagination is beautiful, reality is cruel.
After Tang Xinran finished the interview, he was busy with the agar jelly thing again without stopping. Since the Golden Sun cell phone conference took the form of a live broadcast, it quickly triggered a hot debate on the internet. Many netizens still maintained a less than optimistic attitude when they learned that the Jin Yang cell phone was sold out in 1 minute. Golden Sun cell phone sold out in how, half a caddy machina brothers, linkage service, and then a good SA. That's right, just those hot-brained young ladies bought in one breath. That's right, now most of the lucky draw activities are hanging sheep's head to sell dog meat. I estimate that the activities of the Golden Sun draw to death cannot draw a tisk, just look at the price of the linkage service, it is enough to buy a Golden Sun cell phone. What does Golden Sun do in the end? The figure face looks good, Mr. Tang is backed by a big man, not lack of money. The internet is full of opinions, and there are still a lot of spammers. Tang Xinran is still busy with the matter of agar jelly and jade dew, so Tang Xinran does not know that there is already information on the netizens began to notice the arrangement he sat before. Look guys, what is the veiled goddess Lu Jejia holding in her hand?
Golden Sun? Why is the goddess using Golden Sun too? Is Golden Sun really that good?
I don't know if Golden Sun is good or not, I only know that even the president of Zhongqing, who is a $10 billion boss, is also using it. No way, a big group like Zhongqing has negotiated several $10 billion projects alone, would it be too low to use a Jin Yang cell phone? The netizens were still discussing Yi Yuan and Lu Jejia's use of Golden Sun when an explosive news suddenly came from downstairs.
Shocking.
The old president of Zhongqing actually sent a Golden Sun cell phone to the $10 billion old president of the cooperation, and the old president has personally sent a Weibo thank you.
With this unknown netizen's explosive news, the netizens downstairs were all shocked.
What the hell? I've been alive for more than 20 years, and this is the first time I've heard of cooperation to send a cell phone.
Has the old president of Zhongqing drifted? I just want to know why the old boss sent a Weibo thank you. This thing is outrageous, just now the old boss sent out another Weibo, and won a draw for a genuine Shueji 6888. I go. The old boss, this what luck. Frightened, I hurriedly called to urge the customer service of the Golden Sun. Customer service kindly told me that the same city tomorrow too. That $10 billion old boss's luck was also against the heavens. The Weibo was sent just right, directly rubbing the faces of those spammers who said the winning rate was not high on the ground. Xu Yang sat in the Mercedes-Benz Big G and looked at the updates on Weibo, and couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded.
Tang Xinran was a capable tosser, he had arranged everything he could.
Let's go, back to the villa. Xu Yang didn't forget that there was still a Hong Xin auction today.
I don't know if there are any other eye-catching lots worth buying at the Hongxin auction besides the Bazistan Louis XV.
The author has something to say. Chapter 124. Then buy it back first. 7 p.m., Hongxin auction. Wearing a navy blue tuxedo, Xu Yang attended the Hongxin auction. His handsome face and the noble aura emanating from his body quickly caught the attention of some tycoons. That handsome-looking one wearing a tuxedo is young Chu, right?
Right, remember to be respectful once you meet Chu Xiao, his industry is very mysterious, remember not to offend.
Okay, thanks for reminding me, right, who is the beauty next to him? This beauty is so familiar.
Familiar is right, her name is Bai Yue.
What? Genius housekeeper Bai Yue has actually become Young Chu's housekeeper?
Bai Yue was holding Chu Yang's arm, wearing a light white dress, elegant temperament, standing beside Chu Yang was not inferior. Only compared to Bai Yue's looks, her name was a bit more famous, many people had only heard of her name and had never seen her. Only a small portion of the rich and powerful, and Bai Yue dealt with, can be considered to be familiar with. Therefore, when she came out on Chu Yang's arm, it immediately shocked many tycoons who knew her. No wonder Tianhai Home Management hasn't heard anyone booking into Bai Yue lately. It turns out that Bai Yue has gone to work as a housekeeper for Chu Xiao.
Hiss, I heard that Bai Yue had made appointments with countless tycoons, is this true or not?
Of course it's true, I made an appointment at first, but unfortunately, I didn't get a spot.
No? You didn't even get one?
Bai Yue's name was passed between the rich and powerful, and before long, everyone in the circle knew the news that Chu Yang's housekeeper was Bai Yue. Many people were even marveling that Chu Yang was worthy of being called the newest and most mysterious top-tier rich second generation. They had heard that the person behind Tianhai Home Management was very mysterious, causing Tianhai Home Management's manager to have a very tough attitude, and most of the many tycoons dared to speak out, so naturally they couldn't strive for a top-level housekeeper like Bai Yue's resources. Now look at Tianhai Home Management to White Youngwei arranged in the past thing, the rich and powerful people on Chu Yang's view and cannot help but raise a few points. After all, this was an auction, so Chu Yang didn't experience the situation of being forced to stuff business cards by the tycoons again. However, the situation was not much better than at Elder Luo's banquet. Who let Chu Yang's face be too recognizable? Before he entered the private room that belonged to him, he heard gasps of amazement all the way, murmurs resounded one after another, and the many tycoons were all coincidentally focusing on Chu Yang's every move.
They didn't want to have any conflict with Chu Yang.
After about 10 minutes or so, the Hongxin auction opened. Chu Yang received the auction list handed over by Bai Yue and carefully looked through it. Hongxin auction ranked in the top 10 in Magic City, and most of its lots were tens of millions of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars.
Chu Yang didn't have much interest in anything except for the persistent Louis XV. Well, this necklace is not bad. Chu Yang pointed at a nice butterfly necklace and said.
Bai Yue had done her homework before coming here. When she heard Chu Yang's words, she immediately said, "Young master, this necklace is called Butterfly Love. It was designed by a famous designer, which symbolizes that those who get the necklace can love each other forever." Chu Yang carefully scrutinized the photo and found that the butterfly on the photo indeed looked very sweet.
Then buy it back first.
Chu Yang finished speaking in a faint voice and looked through the other lots again.
Not long after, Chu Yang looked at another rare Duanfang inkstone and an out-of-print wolf hairbrush. Just these.
After Chu Yang finalized the lots, he handed the lot list to Bai Yue. Bai Yue nodded and also sat beside Chu Yang.
At this time, the auction also started.
On the stage was a beautiful female auctioneer. She was wearing a proper cheongsam, holding a microphone and briefly explained the process today, then began the first lot.
The first lot is the jadeite bracelet.
Chu Yang only looked at a glance. There is not much interest. There is no Chu Yang this level of tycoon bidding. The bottom of the tycoon for the side of the female partner also grab hot. Soon the jade bracelet was auctioned back with $10 million. Then, the second lot was up again, a painting at the peak of its meaning.
Chu Yang had even less interest in it.
He could casually paint a dozen or so, much less need him to spend money on it. The third piece. Chu Yang sat in his seat and watched the lots come up one after another, his face filled with indifference. After about half an hour, Chu Yang said to Bai Yue who was beside him, "I'm going to the restroom, you continue to watch here, and if there's something I like, I'll buy it." Bai Yue answered yes, and Bai Yue went out. Chu Yang, guided by Hongxin auction, came out after going to the restroom, and then rubbed shoulders with two boys who were not too old and were covered in famous brands. Chu. After a short-haired boy who looked more cheerful and outgoing reacted to the fact that it was Chu Yang, he was about to call out to Chu Yang, but he was stopped dead in his tracks by the boy next to him. "Gao Yu, you don't want to die, Chu Shao, you dare to shout down?" The other man with clear eyebrows deliberately lowered his voice, fearing that Chu Yang, who was not far away, would hear it. Gao Yu slightly froze. "Chu Shao? Isn't it Chu God?" Gao Yu had just returned from abroad not long ago, so he did not realize that Chu Yan was the news of Chu Shao. He couldn't help but be a little bewildered. He only wanted to ask Chu Yang for a painting at the peak of the realm of meaning. How could it be that in the effort of a trip abroad, it seemed as if the idol's identity had changed again?
Chu God and Chu Xiao are simply the same person. A top-tier rich second generation, a character that even Wang Xiao wouldn't easily offend. Are you sure you still want to shout? Seeing that Gao Yu was uninformed, the buddy hurriedly recounted the events of Elder Luo's banquet. Gao Yu listened to the whole thing and was confused. What situation? He just went out of the country, Chushin dropped a few more vests? It's not even if he's the newest top-ranking rich kid in Magic City, but what about the pianist and calligrapher at the master's level? Why does it feel like every time Chu Xiao appears, he always exposes something that catches people completely off guard? When his companion saw that Gao Yu was bewildered, he couldn't help but sympathize a little within his heart. He also thought so a while ago, but after his father beat him up, he didn't think so anymore. Thinking about it, the companion cried inside his heart while persuading Gao Yu, so you don't want to think about looking for Chushin to ask for works anymore. People can pinch you to death with just one finger. Go, let the water go. Saying that, Gao Yu was half pushed, half pulled by his companion and dragged into the toilet. Just what the two people didn't know was that Chu Yang, as a Grandmaster-level national art expert, had long ago listened to the two people's conversation word for word. Chu Yang was not interested in these trivial matters. As he crossed a corridor, he happened to hear a middle-aged man wearing Armani and a gold ring on his hand was bragging about his female companion next to him. Fong, this time I do have tighter funds on hand. I really can't buy that butterfly love you want. This way, I have a very good relationship with the president of Shunji Jewelry. Turn around and I'll send you a piece of jewelry that's worth more than $100 million. How's that? Fong's heart blossomed when she heard the middle-aged man's words. She shyly nodded her head. Detected Kong Weikai bragging with the host. The system specially gifts 100% of the shares of Shunji Jewelry. The author has something to say. Chapter 125 Bidding with Your Skills. Xu Yang didn't think that he could run into a bragger even when he went to the toilet, so he couldn't help but be a little surprised. After he glanced at Kong Weikai, who was still in love with him, he returned to the private room. When Bai Yue saw Xu Yang come back, she immediately got up and respectfully reported, "Young master, you came back just in time. Right now, the auction of the Basistan Louis XV is going on." As Bai Yue's words fell, the door of the private room was knocked once again. Bai Yue got up and opened the door, gently closing it after receiving the wolf hairbrush that the person handed over. "Young master, the forbidden wolf hairbrush has been purchased." Bai Yue had just spoken when the refreshing yet high voice of the female auctioneer underneath rang out. Next up for auction is our Basistan Louis XV. The Louis XV is the brand of piano that the Piano Demon King Liszt held in the highest esteem during his lifetime. The female auctioneer narrated the origin of the Bechstein Louis XV, and then said, "Bechstein Louis XV, our starting price is $10 million, an increase of $1 million. As the female auctioneer's words fell, there were immediately a number of rich people who were interested in the Basistan Louis XV bidding. Number 36, 11 million. Number 54, 16 million. Number 66, 17 million. The female auctioneer excitedly quoted the price, and suddenly, she froze slightly. Number 1, 20 million. She had just finished quoting, and the previously lively bidding scene suddenly went cold and silent. Number 1 was the private room where Chu Yang was. Who dared to grab it from Chu Yang? Non-private room area. A few youths in not-so-good clothes, who were about to raise their cards to call for a price, were all stopped dead in their tracks by the people next to them. Didn't you hear what the people said? Box number 1, what Chu Xiao wants you dare to grab? No one is allowed to call, look for yourself. After Chu Xiao called for a price, did anyone dare to call for a price? The youths were suddenly scolded and their minds were all confused. They had only come a little late. How could they buy a piano and still have to see if box 1 bought it or not? Due to the people around them, the youths could only all hold their breath and wait for the next lot. The female auctioneer was witty enough to rush into the next section after 3 firm bids. Congratulations to number 1 to obtain the Basistan Louis XV. Our next auction is the Old White Pit Duanfang Inkstone. Inkstone material is high mountain white duanxia. The overall simplicity and elegance, the shape of the vessel is exquisite. Female auctioneer in some narrative finished, began to offer, Old White Pit Duanfang Inkstone, the reserve price is 15 million, raised the price 2 million once. The youths had long held their breath and began to frantically bid. Number 6, 20 million. Number 15, 24 million. Number 31, 26 million. The female auctioneer quoted the price with high excitement, and suddenly, a pair of beautiful eyes were fixed once again. Number 1, 30 million. After the female auctioneer finished calling the price, the entire room fell silent once again. The female auctioneer was on the verge of crying. Chu Xiao really deserves to be called Chu Xiao.
casually making a bid that no one dared to report upwards. Don't ask why you don't dare, because this is what Xu Xiao wants. The youths who were pressured by their families before were also going crazy. They just want to shoot an inkstone ah. But the family held down their excited hearts and trembling hands. Son, don't shoot, that's what Xu Xiao wants, don't grab it. Little good grandson, obedient, this is what Xu Xiao wants, don't grab it. Didn't you see that Xu Xiao wants it? Don't grab it. The youths were once again restrained and felt very broken. Was this an auction or not? Dad, you have to tell me why I can't grab it. Who the hell are the people in the first private room? A young man really couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked his own father. That's the newest and most mysterious top-tier rich second-generation Xu Xiao, the youngest pianist, painter, and calligrapher of the Grandmaster class to date, and also a 100-billionaire, so do you still want to grab it? The youth was dumbfounded. He just went out of the country for one trip. Are the ceilings of the top rich second generation in the country so high? No, no more robbing, can't afford it. The youth covered his face and honestly sat down. Inquiries such as the youth's also happened in different private rooms. The female auctioneer's heart silently oozed lasagna. Xu Xiao seemed like a bug of the Hongxin auction. No one dared to steal from him and shout the price. Congratulations to our number one, for obtaining the old white pit Duanfang inkstone. Our next auction lot is the emerald wrench from Shunji Jewelry. The female auctioneer continued to auction the next item. Everyone coincidentally paid attention to the dynamics of Chu Yang's private room after the bidding was called. After determining that Chu Yang was not interested, the bidding became very enthusiastic. Number 8, 10 million. Number 10, 12 million. Number 61, 20 million. The female auctioneer, after a burst of bidding, excitedly said, "Congratulations to number 61 for winning our emerald wrench. Our next auction item is." The female auctioneer continued with the auctions, each time obtaining no less than the $10 million reserve price. She had forgotten all about her previous upset and excitedly displayed the Butterfly Love. The Butterfly Love is a piece designed by a famous designer, with a reserve price of $10 million, and each time the price increases by $3 million. Number 9, 13 million. Number 23, 16 million. Number 66, 24 million. The female auctioneer was getting excited when she saw number 1, her expression once again stagnated. He's here again, the top rich second generation's Xu Xiao has struck again. The female auctioneer shouted outwardly in a very high voice, number 1, 35 million. Without a doubt, there was another silence. The female auctioneer said that she was somewhat adapted to this coldness. Xu Xiao was just cowhide. As long as he called out the price, there was no one present who dared to follow. Alright, congratulations to our number 1 for obtaining the Butterfly Love, let's move on to the next lot. The female auctioneer had just said that, when she saw the door of the number 1 private room being opened by someone. Only to see Chu Yang in a navy blue tuxedo walking out with Bai Yue blandly and calmly. Young Chu doesn't have anything left to buy? There shouldn't be any more, he took the white housekeeper and left. Then what are you waiting for? I have my eye on the next lot. Me too, bid on it with your ability. Chu Yang's leaving figure was noticed by many tycoons. Some of the rich tycoons who were eager to try began to frantically call for bids after Chu Yan left. Congratulations to number 36. Congratulations to number 55. Congratulations to number 69. After Chu Yan left, the bidding soared to over 100 million in a flash. The female auctioneer finally found the feeling of bidding. This is the auction ah. The female auctioneer thought as she did, and Chu Yang, who had left the Hongxin auction, returned to the villa with Bai Yue. Not long after, Bai Yue received a message from the manager of the Hongxin auction. "Miss White, is this so? This time is indeed our Hongxin auction cannot do place. Next time you want what auction, can tell us in advance Hongxin, we if we have, can give you advance arrangement." The stewards of the Hongxin auction were also out of options. They had discovered that others didn't dare to bid at auctions with Xu Xiao present. Because Xu Xiao was simply too mysterious, no one dared to offend him. Author has something to say. Chapter 126 Young Master's New Industry. After obtaining the Besiston Louis XV, Xu Yang spent a pleasant night in the villa. Early the next morning, Xu Yang again rose to take the auction over the old white pit inkstone began to put brush to do a painting. In the afternoon, again in the home pool that high play all afternoon. Until the evening, Xu Yang just remembered that he seemed to have obtained a Shunji jewelry yesterday. So sitting by the pool, Xu Yang called out to Bai Yue. "Yue, you arrange it tomorrow,
I'm going to shun G jewelry. Bai Yue came to the pool and saw Chu Yang sitting on the side of the pool, with his calves still submerged in the water below. Chu Yang's body belonged to the type that had meat when stripped. The 8-pack abs and tight waist and stomach as well as those slender legs looked very impactful. After Bai Yue fixedly looked at Chu Yang for 2 seconds, she hurriedly averted her gaze. Young master, are you buying jewelry? Chu Yang shook his head. No, that's my property, I plan to inspect it tomorrow. Young master's new property? Bai Yue froze. She saw water droplets dripping from Chu Yang's head, and hurriedly ran to the recliner on the side and took a towel over. This time, perhaps the visual shock was too great. Bai Yue didn't know how, her feet went soft and she stumbled into the pool. Chu Yang saw Bai Yue fall into the water and quickly jumped down to save her. Bai Yue had just choked on a mouthful of water when she felt a pair of strong arms picking herself up from the water. Young master. Bai Yue subconsciously hugged Chu Yang's neck. The corners of Chu Yang's lips hooked slightly, his deep eyes filled with astonishment. It seems that my beautiful housekeeper also has moments of carelessness. This is also quite good. Bai Yue listened to Chu Yang's words, and her face instantly turned red. She also didn't know why her always shrewd self would make such a small mistake. She chagrined as she followed Chu Yang to the side of the pool. It was then that she noticed that one of her hands was still resting on Chu Yang, and she hurriedly loosened her hands. Young master, yes, sorry, I didn't mean to do it. Chu Yang lightly laughed and shook his head. It's just human instinct, what's the point of apologizing, can you stand up? Chu Yang let go of Bai Yue, letting her try to stand by holding onto the side of the pool. He did not expect that Bai Yue, who was known as a genius housekeeper, could not swim. If it wasn't for this accident, Chu Yang wouldn't even know that the original Bai Yue could also be so cute. After Bai Yue calmed down, she smiled and nodded. It's okay, you. Reassured that the 2 words had not yet been said, Bai Yue's feet slipped and directly jumped into Chu Yang's arms. Chu Yang felt the softness against his chest, and was speechless. Beautiful housekeeper this model, a bit fierce. Bai Yue felt like she experienced the legendary social death. She had just finished saying that she could, and the next second she flipped the car. Would the young master think she did it on purpose? Bai Yue tried to climb up from Chu Yang's body, but her unskillful technique really gave Chu Yang some headaches. Girl, I'm not a Lu Xiaohui either. If you light a fire like this, my 20-centimeter specialty will have to salute you. Let me help you up. Chu Yang took a step back and held Bai Yue's shoulders. Bai Yue nodded lightly, and with Chu Yang's help, she finally reached the edge of the pool. Thank you, young master, why don't you come up as well? Bai Yue got onto the shore and said to Chu Yang. Chu Yang lightly coughed. No need, I'll swim a little longer. Swim a little longer? Bai Yue was slightly stunned. She nodded in response and retreated. Chu Yang saw Bai Yue retreating out, and only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Chu Yang swam in the pool for a while, half lying on the surface of the water trying to calm down, when he saw Bai Yue coming over with a prepared bath towel. Young master, this is what I prepared for you. Before the word bath towel could be said, Bai Yue saw Chu Yang's specialty of showing respect. Don't be like this. Chu Yang hurriedly stood up from the water and turned his back to Bai Yue. Bai Yue's face was so red that it could almost drip water. No wonder Chu Xiao wanted to swim a little longer, so it was like this. I'll put the bath towel on the table for you first. After Bai Yue finished speaking, she immediately retreated out. Chu Yang didn't dare to half lie down in the pool this time, so he could only rely on other exercises to vent his energy. Bai Yue retreated from the pool, and only then did the redness on her face drop a bit. Young master deserves to be young master, so amazing. Bai Yue hurriedly shook her head. Young master, that kind of character, how can she think of it? Thinking of this, Bai Yue hurriedly went to busy herself with other things. Happy times always fly by. The next morning at 10 o'clock. An explosive event attracted Bai Yue's attention. A group of donkeys were trapped in a deep mountain adventure, and Jin Yang's cell phone actually took the first credit. Bai Yue is one of the most clear characters to Chu Yang's industry. Besides, she is not quite sure how many other industries Chu Yang actually has. Basically, the industry that has passed her hand is still clear. What is the relationship between Jin Yang's cell phone and Donkey Trapped? Bai Yue curiously clicked into the meager live video record. At 5 o'clock in the morning today, the rescue team received a request for help from a donkey friend from the deep mountains. A group of donkeys ready to explore in the deep mountains because of the darkness outside in the dead of night, lost their way, trapped in the deep mountains, and couldn't find their way. Fortunately, we brought a charging treasure in Jin Yang's cell phone to obtain a signal to the outside world to get in touch.
Bai Yuwei was shocked after reading the message.
Are all the donkeys now dying to this extent? Is it serious to be in a hurry to explore deep mountains at night?
Shu Yang happened to come down from upstairs. After he heard the video message, he was also happy at that time. The signal grid of the Golden Sun cell phone is pulled full, using advanced means of energy development. If it was replaced with an ordinary cell phone, it really wouldn't necessarily be able to pull a signal. After listening to Chu Yang's words, Bai Yuwei couldn't help but come to a realization. No wonder, young master, you want to make the Golden Sun. This is indeed an unprecedented technology in the history of cell phones.
Chu Yang smiled faintly and did not say anything.
Immediately afterward, Bai Yuwei swiped another message. This is a local news report from Magic City. We just received news that an old lady living alone got help from her neighbors after fainting for 20 hours because the Golden Yang phone in her house was ringing too loudly. Now, the old man has been resuscitated, signs stable. The doctor is also very emotional, fortunately contacted in time. If in contact a little later, I'm afraid it is very difficult to save.
Network reports with the donkeys, one after another out of the good news.
There is even a little girl openly ate Jin Yang's cell phone micro thin watch. I am also a beneficiary of Jin Yang's cell phone. Yesterday encountered a hooligan. In order to self-protection, I threw the cell phone in the heat of the moment. Hooligans caught off guard by me smashed fainted. Surprisingly not bad. Jin Yang's cell phone quality bar. After the little girls ate, the local police surprisingly retweeted the tweet to do the little girl justice. The quality of Jin Yang's cell phone is indeed good. The person in question was still in a coma before we arrived. But we suggest that, just to be safe, it's better not to go out at night, just in case you meet a bad guy. With 3 messages in a row, Jin Yang's reputation directly exploded. The number of people begging for Jin Yang's cell phone online instantly grew by hundreds and thousands. The author has something to say. Chapter 127 Beauty, who's in charge here? Tang Xinran looked at the news online, and of course he wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. He immediately retweeted the girl's Weibo and wrote on the retweet comment, "Girl, your fearlessness and resourcefulness deserve a new Golden Sun. Private message me your address and I'll send you a new one."
Under Tang Xinran's Weibo, it immediately caused a wolf howl. "Ow, General Manager Tang deserves to be General Manager Tang. This wave of operation, I'm convinced. I want to interview that girl on the spot. What is the thing you want to do the most after you own 2 Golden Sun cell phones?" The girl said, "The thing I want to do the most is to play games with the Golden Sun in my left hand and smash walnuts with the Golden Sun in my right hand. Holy, this image is deep in my mind for some reason and won't go away." The comments intensified as the police commented. The heat of Jin Yang's cell phone was also directly topped to the #1 hot search. Tang Xinran looked at the flurry of online envy and went crazy with joy. Before, how many people felt that Jin Yang's cell phone couldn't be sold and sang Jin Yang's praises? Now, there were at least over 10,000 people begging for Jin Yang's cell phones to be sold more vigorously. Tang Xinran thought about it and asked his secretary to arrange for the recent mass production of cell phones to be increased to 20,000 units. 4 days in a row, 1 day sales of 5,000 units, and then let the design department and publicity department to do the appropriate publicity. The secretary was also very happy that Jin Yang's cell phone had such a good situation, and immediately went to do as he was told. Tang Xinran sat on the office chair, crossing his legs, that expression don't mention how dejected. He thought about it, and said a friend's circle with deep emotion, "I didn't expect Jin Yang's cell phone was a big seller. I thought that I had to lose money when I took over." Tang Xinran's identity is now different from the past, coupled with the fact that the Jin Yang cell phone is in a state of great popularity. It didn't take long for it to be topped on the first of the hot searches. #General Tang Jin Yang surprisingly sold a lot. #666, General Manager Tang is General Manager Tang, everything he says is so Versailles. General Manager Tang, please start your show. Listening to Mr. Tang's tone, he's only taken over Golden Sun for a short while? Ahihihi, seeing this I'm suddenly a bit curious, does anyone want to pick on Mr. Tang as much as I do? The netizens were powerful. It didn't take long for a big V number to pick up the news that Tang Xinran had a close relationship with a certain top-tier rich second generation. And it also came with a comparison of the difference between before and after Tang Xinran didn't hang out with the top rich second generation. According to the gossip, before, Mr. Tang was close to the newest and most mysterious top-tier rich second generation, Xu Xiao. Before Mr. Tang didn't meet Xu Xiao, Mr. Tang hadn't even met Wang Xiao and other top tycoons, but after meeting Xu Xiao, Mr. Tang not only became the boss of Jin Yang Energy, but he also had a good relationship with the top tycoons. As the news from the Big V was sent out, the netizens were once again shocked. The newest and most mysterious top tycoon was actually connected to Mr. Tang. The point is, before this, I had even sprayed Mr. Tang.
The netizens panicked, and many of them silently deleted their previous unfriendly comments. Thus, under various reasons, Xu Yang was once again topped by another vest of his own on the hot search. The news on the internet became harmonious with the relationship between Xu Yang and Tang Xinran, and there were even more rich young men in the rich young circle who looked at Tang Xinran's circle of friends with ironic faces. There were as many people who gave Tang Xinran a bad rap for being the president of Jinyang. There were as many people who were jealous of Tang Xinran's friendship with Xu Yang. After all, other than Tang Xinran, there wasn't anyone who was able to befriend Xu Yang. On the contrary, Tang Xinran came to a Jedi turnaround. Not only did he hit all of them in the face, but he also sent out a circle of friends to show off a wave. They weren't blind. How could they not see the big hit of the Golden Sun cell phone and the business opportunities behind it? There were also some cheeky rich young men who started licking their chops and wanted to seek some cooperation with Jinyang. Tang Xinran was just waiting for them to beg for it. He smiled and said in an outwardly unified manner, "Sorry, Jinyang doesn't lack investment," Brother Yang said. "Don't be afraid of losing money because he lacks money the most." After Tang Xinran gave a wave of show to the rich young men, he went back to busy himself with the matter of the agarwood. And these things, Xu Yang didn't know. He was wandering around Shunji Jewelry, incidentally inspecting the situation of Shunji Jewelry. Xu Yang only wore a mask today, wearing a light blue jumper. His unassuming temperament and slender figure made a bunch of Shunji Jewelry's sales ladies scramble to serve him. "Handsome man, what kind of jewelry do you want?" "Handsome man, would you like to consider the rings over here, for your girlfriend or yourself?" "Handsome man, we have a latest men's necklace here." The enthusiasm of the sales ladies made Xu Yang a bit overwhelmed. He was about to ask the ladies to give way first when he saw two familiar faces. Kong Wei Kai and his female companion Fong Fong. Xu Yang was a little curious as to how Kong Wei Kai, who had exported $100 million, would actually arrange to settle it. Since the system ruled that Kong Wei Kai was bragging, the plan must have fallen through. Then, what would Kong Wei Kai do? "Fong Fong, thanks to you being considerate yesterday letting me buy what I wanted, I got the manager to get a good thing. Come, let me show you." Kong Wei Kai took Fong Fong's shoulder and spoke sweetly, calling out to the counter sales. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Beauty, bag me that 8.3-gram Cartier large pearl necklace." Fong Fong didn't expect Kong Wei Kai to actually buy himself such an expensive gift and was ecstatic. "Brother Kai, why are you so good to me?" Kong Wei Kai smiled dotingly. "You're so sensible, of course I have to be nice to you." Detecting that Kong Wei Kai bragged with the host, the system hereby gifts the host with the patriarchal discriminating skill. As the system's words fell, Xu Yang only felt a lot of jewelry knowledge pouring out of his mind. When Xu Yang looked at the jewelry placed on the counter again, he just casually swept two eyes, and was already familiar with it. Xu Yang had thought that Shunji Jewelry should not have made any mistakes. As a result of this mistake, instead, Xu Yang had found out a huge problem. Examples of substandard and indiscriminate products, one counter down, surprisingly 9 out of 10? "Beauty, you guys here, who's in charge?" Xu Yang casually inquired towards one of the sunny and cheerful female sales with light makeup. Seeing Xu Yang asking herself, the female saleswoman hurriedly said excitedly, "Our manager here is Manager Shin. What do you want to find him?" As the saleswoman said, she saw Manager Shin walk over to where Kong Wei Kai and Fong Fong were. She pointed and looked at the middle-aged man in his early 30s, in a Shunji uniform, wearing a Shunji work badge, with some small beer belly, and said, "Here, that one is our Manager Shin." Xu Yang nodded lightly, and was about to walk over when he saw Meng Xiaobai walking to Manager Shin's location with a beautiful woman in his arms, and said to the counter sales, "Wrap up the Cartier large pearl necklace for me." Manager Shin's face went white after he recognized Meng Xiaobai. This Nima, what to do when the top rich young man and the rich man bought things that clashed with the order? The author has something to say. Chapter 128. Chu Shao, are you inspecting? Xu Yang looked at the unsuspecting Meng Xiaobai and Kong Wei Kai choosing the same product. He couldn't help but show amusement on his face. He said to the salesmen who were blocking in front of him, "Beauties, I'll come back later to take a look at the products here, you guys get busy with your work first." Only then did the salesmen remember that they had forgotten their own jobs by looking at handsome men. One by one, they ran away with blushing faces. Manager Shin now felt like he was in a dilemma. He couldn't afford to offend Kong Wei Kai, and he couldn't afford to offend Meng Xiaobai even more. Moreover, Meng Xiaobai, such a top-rich second-generation casually out of 100 million, is he can get out of the hand. In comparison, Kong Wei Kai might not. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked him to fool this girl named Fong Fong by offering him second best. What? No? Meng Xiaobai wrapped his arms around the beautiful girl and glanced at Manager Shen, his brows slightly clustered. His cousin was going to go abroad to study in a while, and insisted that she wanted a Cartier large pearl necklace. Meng Xiaobai is not without 100 million, had to bring his female companion over to buy. But look at the expression of Manager Shen, it does not look like there is the appearance of awe. Manager Shen looked to the side of Kong Wei Kai, he was about to think of a way to discuss with Kong Wei Kai.
Fong Fong was not happy.
This handsome man, I'm sorry, the Cartier large pearl necklace has already been bought for me by my boyfriend, I suggest you take another look.
Saying that, Fong Fong took out the necklace she hadn't even covered yet.
Before Meng Xiaobai could say anything, the female companion he had his arm around was instantly happy. Your boyfriend is really licking his chops, just this few $1,000,000 or less to act as a Cartier large pearl necklace?
Fong Fong's eyes widened. What did you say? It can't be.
This is clearly the packaging of the Cartier big pearl necklace. And the selling price is still $100 million.
Meng Xiaobai's female companion was amused by Fong Fong's ignorance.
It's only a package, what's it? Our Meng Xiao casually sells for a few $100 million, just this stuff of yours, what's the point of showing off, Manager Shen, right? You come and explain it to this young lady. Meng Xiaobai's female companion's temperament, dress, and insight were all quite good, and when she exited, she still had a few points of intimidation. Manager Shen was so named by her that he was at a loss. He apologized and glanced at Kong Wei Kai, and said to Meng Xiaobai, I'm sorry Xiao Meng, it's a dereliction of duty on the part of the people underneath to make a mistake, I'll bring the stuff over for you.
Fong Fong wasn't a cutie either.
Where she still didn't know that it was Kong Wei Kai and Manager Shen colluding to trick her. Brother Kai, how dare you do this to me?
Fong Fong was so angry that she covered her face and ran out. Kong Wei Kai almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood.
There was no one else to blame for his luck. It was so hard to pretend to be a good guy, and before he could even start, he was cut off by Meng Xiaobai. Since you don't have money, don't come out to pretend to be better than you are, you can't afford $100 million, and you're still learning to pretend to be a big spender.
Meng Xiaobai's female companion mocked nonchalantly. Kong Wei Cai's face immediately looked as good as a color palette. Xu Yang didn't expect things to end so dramatically as he got up and walked in Meng Xiaobai's direction.
That handsome guy is coming my way.
It's towards my side, okay.
Must be fancying the stuff on my counter.
The flamboyant noises from the female saleswomen caused Meng Xiaobai to frown.
Handsome guy? He turned his head to look, and Chu Yang's half-covered handsome face instantly appeared in front of him.
Chu Shao, why are you here as well? Are you planning to buy jewelry?
Meng Xiaobai was still a little shocked to see Chu Yang. His female companion was even more surprised with her pink lips slightly open. There was only one person in the Magic City who could be called Xu Shao, and that was the newest and most mysterious top-tier rich second generation, Xu Shao.
The female companion didn't expect that she would be able to witness a real person one day.
Why did this Xu Shao look somewhat familiar? The female companion was in the process of retrieving the news in her mind when she heard Manager Shen's voice coming from far and near.
Young Meng, your Cartier large pearl necklace is here.
Manager Shen quickly walked to the counter, and just as he put down the item in his hand, he saw Chu Yang.
Chu, General Manager Chu.
Manager Shen was shocked. It was only yesterday that Shunji Jewelry had given a notice that the company's boss had changed. Manager Shen relied on special connections to get the news of Chu Yang. But to death Manager Shen wouldn't have thought that he would actually run into Chu Yang in this situation.
Mr. Chu?
Meng Xiaobai and her female companion as well as the crowd of sales were all shocked.
Chu Shao, this handsome man was actually the president of Shunji? Young Chu, Shunji Jewelry, is it your new industry? Meng Xiaobai reacted and immediately inquired.
Chu Yang shrugged his shoulders and faintly said, well, it also just arrived not long ago. Meng Xiaobai heard Chu Yang's familiar lines in breezy tone, and her heart was light. Xu Shao was still like this, always able to lightly tell the onlookers that he had newly arrived at an industry. However, Xu Shao's new industry was billions, tens of billions upwards every time. And the industries were currently not duplicated. Then what are you doing, inspecting, Xu Shao? Meng Xiaobai looked at the Cartier large pearl necklace on her hand and signaled for the salesman to wrap it up. Xu Yang nodded lightly and said, there's not much going on lately, so I came out to inspect, and I didn't expect to really find out a lot of problems. Xu Yang said and looked at Manager Shen who was on the side. Manager Shen was gently glanced at by him, and in a split second, his face went white.
He had thought that a 100-billionaire like Chu Yang would not have much time to come to a small industry like Shunji Jewelry, but it turned out that Chu Yang had come. He had even found out the problems with Shunji Jewelry. What should we do next?
Manager Shin was a bit confused.
Chu Yang didn't have the time to care about Manager Shin's fluke.
He turned his head to look at Meng Xiaobai on the side and faintly said, "Meng Xiao, I'm sorry, I still have some things to take care of today, so let's get together again some other day."
Meng Xiaobai nodded briskly and said, "That's fine, it just so happens that the things I bought have arrived."
Meng Xiaobai took out his card and swiped it for the lady at the counter, wrapped his arm around his female companion and left. Only then did Chu Yang turn his head to look at Manager Shin.
"Manager Shin, what are you going to do?" Chu Yang said nonchalantly, instantly shocking everyone present. "What? Manager Shin was actually one of the beneficiaries?"
Manager Shin didn't dare to hesitate this time. He fiercely censored himself and begged for forgiveness. Mr. Chu, please spare me. I was momentarily blinded by lard, and I went so far as to substitute the second best for the best and enrich myself, but I'm not the only one who does this kind of thing."
Manager Shin didn't hesitate to start selling his teammates. He had to fight for Chu Yang's lenient treatment.
Manager Shin could tell from Meng Xiaobai's attitude towards Chu Yang. How could someone who could make even the top rich second generation polite by 3 points be as simple as just 100-billionaire? The corner of Chu Yang's lips outlined a faint smile. "Manager Shin, you don't need to be anxious. The people who have committed crimes with you, no one can escape. How did you guys take my things? How can you spit them out for me?"
After hearing this, Manager Shin couldn't help but let his legs go limp and paralyze on the ground. It's over, it's all over.
The tens of millions of dollars he had coveted had been spent.
How to pay it back? The author has something to say. Chapter 129. Young Master will still appraise raw stones?
Manager Shin's current situation was all the result of his own excessive greed, and it didn't take long for a security guard to come over and subdue Manager Shin.
With a phone call from Chu Yang, Shunji Jewelry cleared out all the guests on the grounds of company reorganization. And the president of Shunji Jewelry was still on his way over.
At the same time, Bai Yue, who was called over by Chu Yang, also rushed inside Shunji Jewelry. Chu Yang currently had no trusted person in Shunji Jewelry, so he could only shout Bai Yue over first.
"Young master," Bai Yue respectfully said.
Chu Yang nodded. "Yue, you came just in time. The matter of Shunji Jewelry, you look after it." Saying that, Chu Yang briefly talked about the situation of Shunji Jewelry. When Bai Yue heard this, her face was solemn. "Young master, if that's the case, I estimate that at the very least, more than $10 million have been privatized."
Chu Yang nodded noncommittally.
The problem lay in this: Manager Shin, a small experience, dared to corrupt the next $10 million. The rest of the people involved were afraid that it would only be more or less. "Let's go, first go inspect the others." Chu Yang finished speaking to Bai Yue, and the two of them inspected the company as well. The company's jewelry appraisers had also started inspecting the jewelry on the counters, and the salesmen were all gathered together. Before the truth was known, anyone in the company would be suspected. When Chu Yang led Bai Yue on his inspection, he found that there was still some visible dust on the road. He turned his head to the assistant manager here and inquired, "What's with this dust?" The assistant manager took a closer look at the dust and said with some sudden realization, "President, this is the raw stone that the company bought."
Original stone?
Chu Yang possessed a patriarchal level identification skill and was quite knowledgeable about raw stones.
In addition to identifying jewelry, was it also possible to identify the good and bad of raw stones?
After Chu Yang had a guess, he said to the assistant manager, "Take me over to take a look." The assistant manager saw Chu Yang's interest in the original stone, also did not excuse himself, and led to the second basement. There was a small warehouse on the second basement level, and a stone decomposition machine as well as 2 experienced stone decomposition masters. When Chu Yang came to the warehouse, he saw a mountain of raw stones placed on one side. After the 2 masters selected the raw stone, they began to solve the stone. This, too, was the source of Shunji Jewelry's good jewelry. Bai Yue swept a glance around and stepped forward to faintly say, "Young master, general jewelry companies have their own channels, but here, it's obviously arranged privately by Manager Shin and the others." The price of the raw stone was not that expensive. As the saying goes, one cut is poor and one cut is rich, and it was unknown how many good things there were within the raw stones. But it didn't matter, it was the company that paid out the money anyway. Manager Shin and the others didn't care at all. Even Manager Shin and other people also have the audacity to privately hire 2 of the stone master, 3 meals a day supply, just to let the two can open more raw stone, from which to obtain many benefits.
Deconstruction masters saw Chu Yang with so many people, then panicked. How come there are so many people? Where were Manager Shin and the others? Well, it can be seen.
After Chu Yang swept a glance at the shocked assistant manager beside him, he turned his gaze to the raw stone. Immediately after, a lot of knowledge related to raw stones appeared in Chu Yang's mind.
Chu Yang couldn't help but light up.
Although the matter of Shun Ji jewelry had caused many grievances, it had to be said that the system's arrangement was really shocking. As he swept over with a glance, quite a few of the raw stones were likely to produce green, and there might even be emeralds.
What are you guys? One of the stone solvers with 2 mustaches finally couldn't hold back and started to ask Chu Yang. Bai Yue was about to reprimand, when she heard the assistant manager say, "This is the new president of the company, it's you guys, who are you and why are you here?"
The 2 stone solvers looked at each other, and instantly backed off in their eyes.
The new president had personally come to the underground warehouse. Did this mean that Manager Shin and the others were finished?
The stone solvers figured out the crux of the matter, and immediately had the intention to run away. The assistant manager, who had always been dissatisfied with Manager Shin's strong head pressure on him, had wisely called out for security guards to squat at the door. Waiting for the 2 decolonizers to run out of the door, thinking that victory is in sight, was 2 strong security guards like catching chickens to catch back. Bai Yue glanced at the assistant manager if she had a deep meaning, turned her head and placed her gaze on Chu Yang again.
"Young master, what should we do with these people?" Bai Yue inquired in a low voice.
Chu Yang waved his hand without looking back. "What comes next, you just watch and deal with it."
Bai Yue got Chu Yang's words and was about to exit.
She saw Chu Yang picking up a raw stone and placing it on the stone solving machine.
"Young master, this is preparing to personally decode the stone?"
Bai Yue was shocked. She had never seen young master deciphering stones before. Thinking of this, Bai Yue's pace that was about to leave stopped again. She still had some understanding of stone deciphering. But this piece of raw stone in Chu Yang's hand is relatively large, the probability is that it will not be able to open anything.
But what if? Bai Yue was a little unsettled.
After all, Chu Yang was already a patriarchal pianist, painter, and calligrapher.
It can't be that he can even solve the original stone, right?
Only to see Chu Yang after marking the surface of the raw stone with a pen, he began to cut the raw stone with familiarity. Cutting it like this won't produce any green at all. This piece of raw stone is not good material at all, and with such a large size, it's impossible. The 2 stone solvers were anxious when they saw Chu Yang cutting on that piece of raw stone that was nearly around 5 pounds. That piece of raw stone was appraised by them, it was simply impossible to produce green.
Chu Yang glanced at them. "With this vision of yours, you still call yourselves a stone decoder?"
The 2 stone solvers were exasperated by Chu Yang's words. "Just cut it if you don't believe me, it definitely won't produce green. Since I've been in the industry, I haven't seen a raw stone this big that still produces green." Chu Yang continued to operate the stone decomposer. Not long after, a faint green color appeared in front of them.
"Good Yang green, this is ice-seed jadeite."
Such a large and complete piece of ice-seed jadeite, at the very least it's worth more than $10 million.
The 2 stone solvers were shocked by Chu Yang's operation. The raw stone that they thought was useless had actually opened up an ice-seed jadeite.
Chu Yang couldn't help but have a satisfied expression on his face when he heard the exclamations of the stone solvers. The situation of Shun Ji jewelry was not good, but the value of all the raw stones here could at the very least exceed 100 million. Compared to that, those losses of Shun Ji jewelry were nothing at all. Bai Yue was also shocked when she looked at the ice jade. Young master really know how to identify the original stone? And to casually open one that is an icy jadeite? Yue, you arrange for 2 stone analysts to come over, and then escort these 2 noisy people out of here, and the matter of Shunji jewelry is also dealt with today.
Chu Yang ordered in a faint voice.
It was only then that the 2 stone solvers remembered that they were still being escorted.
"President, please spare us."
Chapter 130, I'm not worth these tens of millions of dollars.
"Okay, young master." Bai Yue answered, and the 2 security guards escorted the 2 people away.
Chu Yang had his back to Bai Yue, so he didn't see the gorgeous light flowing in Bai Yue's beautiful eyes. After Bai Yue came out, she suddenly received a lot of information about Shun Ji jewelry from a mysterious person in her private mailbox. She viewed them one by one, and found that they were all hard evidence of Manager Shin and others stealing and replacing the beams. Judging from the time, it was highly likely to be true.
Bai Yue thought about it and arranged for someone to confirm the information in it again. Soon after, Bai Yue received an accurate reply. The information that Bai Yue had obtained was all true. This time, Bai Yue even saved the time to investigate. Immediately after, Xu Yang sent a Weibo message over, "How long will it take for the stone solver to arrive? Have you received all the information I arranged?" Bai Yue was finally sure that this mysterious sender was the person the young master had arranged. "The information has been received, the stone solver will arrive within 30 minutes. After Bai Yue replied, she straightened out Shunji jewelry with a thunderous gesture. As the police cars whizzed by, the sound of Manager Shin and the others begging for mercy constantly echoed within Shunji jewelry. President, please spare me. Beauty, 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 we know we're wrong." Bai Yue couldn't help but snort coldly as she watched Manager Shin and the others being taken away. If it wasn't for these assholes, the new industry that the young master had just taken over wouldn't have gotten to the current state. After Manager Shin and the others were taken away, Bai Yue arranged for people to sift through the jewelry in the company without stopping. There are a lot of abusive things here that can't be sold anymore. When Bai Yue sifted through the jewelry, Xu Yang's side of the stone solvers also arrived. They looked at the 10 or so icy jadeite, imperial green, poplar green and other jadeite that Xu Yang had solved out, and all of them showed shocked colors in their eyes. Where did this gentleman come from? How is he so powerful? Just the ice seed they could see was worth over $100 million at the very least. Moreover, this gentleman is still solving. Watching him casually draw the line and cut the stone solvers were both shocked and surprised. It was because they observed that Xu Yang had actually grasped even the approximate degree to which the raw stone was cut to with perfect precision. The two stone solvers looked at each other. No, this was definitely a skill that only top-level stone solvers could achieve. Thinking of this, the two stone analysts were a bit puzzled again. "You all have top-notch stone solvers here, why are you still calling out to us?" After Xu Yang finished cutting the last imperial green emerald, and casually put it to the side, he said to the two men, "You two are stone solvers?" The two stone solvers also did not know what Xu Yang's identity was. One of them answered, "Yes, we are stone decoctors. Which master's disciple are you?" The assistant manager who was on standby at the side hurriedly waved his hand. "The two of you are mistaken, this is our new president, he is just playing with the stone deciphering on the spur of the moment." The stone solvers were stunned. God played with the deciphering stone on a whim. If Xu Yang specialized in stone solving, they were afraid that they would lose their rice bowls. Then, "President, what should we do?" The stone solvers felt like there was a breath held in their hearts. Their proud skill of stone deciphering was even inferior to a president who was halfway decent at deciphering stones. This was solid. "It's nothing, it's just that the two previous stone solvers weren't very skilled. I arranged for them to go away, so you guys continue to cut the raw stones, and after you finish cutting these, your task will be done." Xu Yang clapped his hands and said indifferently. The two stone solvers looked at the piles of raw stones. There was some surprise in their eyes, and some uncertainty. "President, our skills are not at all at the same level compared to yours. If we were to get it, it would more or less cause losses." It was certainly a thing to be proud of for a stone solver to be able to solve a good jadeite. But after watching Xu Yang's operation, they knew that their own point of pride in their skills in front of Xu Yang, it became a show-off. Speaking of the stone solver also feel very difficult, and Xu Yang then, these specialized dry stone solving is that amateur, this set out of the estimate no one dare to believe. "Oh, the problem is not big, I'm not bad this tens of millions of dollars, you guys are busy." Saying that, Xu Yang left. After the two stone solvers saw Xu Yang leaving, they have measured up the jadeite that Xu Yang had cut. Under some careful observation, the two stone solvers couldn't help but tsk. The jadeite that Xu Yang cut out was the most accurate and perfect jadeite that they had ever seen. Can't help it, the two stone solvers took out their cell phones and sent a friend circle. "This is the most bullish stone solver I've ever seen." However, the real identity of this stone solver is a company president. Once the stone solver's friend circle was sent out, the circle of stone solvers instantly exploded. No way? Which company boss can excise such a perfect jadeite? What kind of divine raw stone is this? Ice seed jadeite, Emperor Green. Which company's emerald is this? I'll buy that ice seed emerald for $50 million on the line. I want to spend $80 million to buy that piece of imperial green. The two stone solvers looked at the blown-up circle, and their hearts were immediately comfortable. It couldn't just be the two of them who were shocked. As for some of the comments about the company, the two stone solvers did not reply. They didn't know what the new president of Shunji Corporation was called. Anyway, it's pretty awesome.
Xu Yang didn't know that his casual wave of operations had caused the entire circle of stone solvers to explode. Since Bai Yuwei still had things to deal with, Xu Yang didn't stay at Shunji Jewelry for much longer. He had just walked to the front door of Shunji Jewelry when his phone's vibration suddenly rang. Xu Yang pulled out his phone to see that it was a message from the Magic City's Great Young Group. "The Cartier large pearl necklace bought for my cousin, how do you guys feel about it?" As soon as Meng Xiaobai's message came out, it immediately blew up several rich young men. "Yo, Meng Xiao has been free again lately, he even has the time to go out and buy a necklace. So envious, I'm miserable, I'm recently working at my old man's company." The same work, however, I heard yesterday that Qin Xiao smashed another 100 million to rush the game. Elder Luo's birthday, Chu Xiao sent such a big gift, Qin Xiao has been in the limelight these days. The rich young men chatted with each other and another rich young man popped up. "Meng Xiao, where did you buy this necklace? I see that Shunji Jewelry is closed, what's going on?" When Meng Xiaobai heard about Shunji Jewelry, he was instantly happy. He ate Xu Yang and said, "Xu Xiao, it's time to introduce your new industry to everyone." The crowd of great young men collectively shot out 3 question marks. What's the situation? Shunji Jewelry was Chu Xiao's new industry? Qin Mu was the first one who couldn't sit still. He also followed suit and ate Xu Yang. "Xu Xiao, you've acquired a new industry again?" After Qin Mu ate Xu Yang, there were some more great young men who ate Xu Yang. Xu Yang couldn't help but feel a little helpless after brushing through the messages in the group. He nodded his head and said, "Well, Shunji Jewelry also just arrived not long ago, there are some small problems, ready to straighten up a little bit, close down for a day to fix it up." Chapter 131 I still have things to do, I'll withdraw first. Another newly arrived industry, Xu Xiao Cowhide. 6666, worthy of being Xu Xiao, another million up and down a minute. "Xu Xiao, Shunji Jewelry's cooperation with our family, should we talk about it?" A group of rich second-generation people were discussing in the group when another rich young man suddenly spoke out. "Xu Xiao, can I ask you about something?" This rich young man called Zhou Fei, in the top rich second generation of people is quite good, usually also hang around, rarely have so serious to ask people. When he said this, the big youngsters all came to be interested. "Zhou Xiao, what is it that is going to bother Xu Xiao? Tell me. I'm also quite curious." Once Zhou Xiao is serious, I'll listen to be curious about what he wants to say. The words of the great young men made the corners of Zhou Fei's mouth in front of the cell phone twitch slightly. He is not just a little dangling, to so damaged him one by one. However, Zhou Fei, you heart anxious, also did not break with them. He operated the next cell phone, sent the photo of the circle of friends to the group. Seeing the content of the great young men all drew a breath of cold air. What kind of fairy photo is this? Such a large piece of intact icy jadeite, an imperial green, and still 10 or so. A photo was worth several $100 million. And they also saw the raw stones piled up next to it. This is intended to open out how much? Especially the traces on the top of the icy jadeite, you can't see a single blemish, it's definitely a connoisseur's shot. At Xu Xiao, I would like to ask, do you know if there is any company boss who is this good at deciphering stones? Zhou Fei had no choice. He had a favorite raw stone in his hand, only the raw stone was expensive, the situation was very tricky, and the connoisseurs did not dare to take it over easily after seeing it. Zhou Feiyu saw this picture, immediately found the person who released the news to ask about the situation. The result of an inquiry to know, the original solution out of the ice jadeite is actually a company's boss. To say that the whole top of the rich second generation in the circle of who was the largest, that is certainly Chu Yang. Zhou Feiyu thought about it, decided to ask Chu Yang for help. Because now not only is Zhou Feiyu looking for this stone solver, even a bunch of bigwigs in the stone solving world also want to find the company president who solved the stone, and even some jewelry companies are also looking for. Chu Yang looked at the pictures and couldn't help but look odd. Aren't these the icy jadeite that he just solved out not long ago? When the rich young men saw Zhou Fei's words, the group immediately became lively. At Zhou Fei, Zhou Xiao, what you mean is that this person who deciphered the stone is the company's boss? More than that, Zhou Xiao hasn't even inquired about what that person's identity is. Hiss, it's definitely a connoisseur's hand, it's likely that the original stone solution is no more than 3 cuts. My family has owned a jewelry store for so long, I've never seen such a powerful stone solver. At Zhou Xiao, where did you find it? The great young men had a heated discussion around the stone solver. Zhou Fei was unsurprised by the buzz in the group, and he bitterly smiled as he sent out a message. Right now the entire stone deconstruction community of stone deconstruction masters, jewelry companies, and rich young men are all looking for this stone deconstruction master. I came to beg Chu Xiao only after I found someone to check the news and had no way out. In fact, Chen Wei that he had begged as well. Only the reply Chen Wei gave was that he hadn't been able to find out either, and suggested that he come to ask Xiao Chu for help. Thinking about it, he still had the cheek to come and ask Chu Yang. Zhou Feiyu words fell, Magic City Big Young Group was quiet as a chicken. Even the stone community, jewelry companies, and rich young people are looking for a stone solver. That has to be more than awe. Chu Yang looked at the messages in the group and sent a puzzled expression. What are they all looking for me for? After Chu Yang finished his words, the rich young men were all confused. What are they looking for Chu Xiao for? After half a day, these stone solvers who shocked the stone-solving world were actually Chu Xiao himself? Now, the rich young men couldn't help but think of the Shun Ji jewelry that Chu Yang had just gotten his hands on. So, these ice jade, all is Shun Ji jewelry open out of the raw stone? Zhou Feiyu also confused. He asked a circle did not ask the news, even asked to myself? He was shocked to Chu Yang, Chu Yang, this is your solution? Chu Yang hadn't figured out what was going on. He replied with a I solved it, just casually solved a couple of plays, listened to you as if it was quite a big deal. A few randomly solved for fun? The rich young men didn't know what to say. Chu Xiao was known to be rich. He was talented and capable of fighting, and he was also handsome. But if Chu Xiao casually decodes a stone and opens up $1 or $200 million, it's very confusing to people. Chen Wei was one of the characters who knew the most about the current situation in the world of stone solving. He looked at the news in the group and was equally at a loss as to what to say. It's not just a big mess. The circle was almost looking for the sky. The result was that this person was Chu Xiao. It's quite a big fuss, but none of it is very important. Chu Xiao, can you do me a favor and help me see how to cut this raw stone? Zhou Feiyu was also a smart one. He immediately sent the photo of the raw stone he had on hand to the group. Chu Yang took a look and said, You're lucky from this outward view, there is likely to be icy jadeite, you so? Chu Yang took a look at the photo and then casually drew a cutting diagram with his cell phone and sent it to the group. Zhou Fei immediately let the stone solver do the same. It didn't take long before Zhou Fei passed on the happy news. Chu Xiao really opened out the ice-type jadeite, good sunny green. As soon as Zhou Fei's news was exported, the rich young men all sat up. Chu Yang's stone solving technology is superb even the original stone to look at a glance can identify the internal situation. This has to have more understanding of the original stone how thorough in order to do this degree Is that so? That's quite good, I still have things to do, so I'll withdraw first. Chu Yang was not surprised by Zhou Fei's answer. As he said that, he closed his cell phone screen. He didn't have much interest in deciphering stones right now. Compared to that, he was more interested in finding a place to relax and unwind. And the Magic City Big Young Group also because of Chu Yang's words once again fell into silence. They all went to find Zhou Feiyu private chat, to understand the details went. What Chu Yang didn't realize was that his casual operation had created a big sensation on the internet. The news of the mysterious stone solver in the stone solver and other efforts of many parties, directly sent to the first hot search. As soon as the picture came out, the netizens were shocked. What kind of genius player is this? A few $100 million casually is okay? I drop mama, I've never seen so much small money. It's also too good looking, so I want to gouge my eyes out. Nima, upstairs when a beautiful picture you have to turn into a horror movie? While the hot search was still hanging on the top, the news that Chu Yang was a mysterious stone solver also spread fast in the circle of top tycoons. Some of the top tycoons who still wanted to invite the mysterious stone deconstruction master heard the news, and all of them rested their minds. Chu Yang would have been worth hundreds of billions of dollars, even if they want to invite, but also cannot afford to invite Chapter 132, It wasn't me, I didn't. Chu Yang turned off his cell phone screen and wanted to skate around a bit. The voice coming from his ear, however, made him furrow his good-looking eyebrows. You guys don't come over again and I'll shout As soon as the nice-sounding girl's voice fell, Chu Yang heard a few sounds of silver laughter. You scream no one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. I've never seen someone hanging around a dead end and still wanting to shout. Little girl, you look around, there is no one around here. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows, dead-end neighborhood? He walked over to the left after passing the message in his mind. There was only one cul-de-sac near Shunji Jewelry, that place was sparsely populated, few people passed by. If that girl was hurt there, it was normal that she wasn't noticed. If it wasn't for the fact that Chu Yang was an expert in national arts, he wouldn't have heard the girl's voice.
Master, do you need us to make a move? The Galaxy Guard's voice suddenly rang out.
Chu Yang didn't want the Galaxy Guard to be exposed so early. He waved his hand and said, "No need, next time I'll arrange for some bodyguards and let them take care of these troublesome matters. Today I'll just make my own move." If he hadn't come across this today, Chu Yang wouldn't have thought of arranging some bodyguards or something to take care of it again. But thinking carefully, Chu Yang felt that it was still necessary. For example, today, if he had bodyguards or something, would he still need to take care of it himself? It seems that this matter has to be put on the agenda. While thinking about it, Chu Yang came to the entrance of the dead alley. A little Lin family girl wearing a cheap white shirt and blue jeans was having her hands confined by a few tall punks. Her eyes were full of tears and she looked very pitiful. "Shan, so you're here, I've been looking for you for a long time." Chu Yang casually shouted a name and arrived in front of the girl. His movements were fast, so fast that the few punks only felt that in a blink of an eye, Chu Yang had arrived in front of them. Then let's go. The little girl wasn't stupid, she could see that Chu Yang was saving her. Even though she didn't know what this masked handsome man was, as long as she could save her from going out, she must treat him to a good meal of spicy hot pot sold at home. Go! I say kid, you're advised to get the hell away, or else, don't blame us for not being polite. One of the bald guys, with tattoos tattooed on both arms, the whole person looked fierce. As he said that, he raised his fist to intimidate Chu Yang.
That tattoo with the white tiger, the tiger's eyes were round and frightening.
Chu Yang laughed softly, "Since you guys like to roll, then it's just right to let me take a look as well."
Several punks were shocked after hearing that.
What kind of brain circuit was this kid? Their boss told this kid to roll, and he even said that they like to roll. "Boss, I think this kid just owes it to himself, I'll let him see how powerful our Magic City F4 is."
"That's right, big brother, watch me."
"Big brother, I'll let him kneel down and call his father." The three little punks clamored and were about to hit Chu Yang with their hands. Chu Yang looked at their movements and lightly shook his head, "Too slow."
"Slow?" The punks were a bit annoyed. "When I was fast and accurate, you still don't know where you are."
The punks reached out and greeted Chu Yang. Chu Yang lightly slapped his right hand. Half of the punk's teeth were gone, and the person was hooted to the wall, his brain was buzzing. Immediately after that, Chu Yang slapped his backhand again. That little punk in Chu Yang's slap, a mouthful of teeth all gone, not to mention, the person is still face grabbing the ground, hit out 2 lines of nosebleed, pain cannot. Subsequently, Chu Yang lifted his foot again and kicked the punk directly opposite him.
The seemingly light kick almost didn't make the punk faint on the spot.
His body directly hung a 2 character on the wall, the kind that can't even be buckled down. Visible. Chu Yang's force is how big? The leader of the bald punks are confused.
Where is this Nima's dragon? Less than 3 seconds directly to his 3 little brother cam no longer.
After Chu Yang finished resolving that little brother, he turned his head to look at the bald guy. "Are you going to roll out on your own, or am I going to do it?" The bald guy's legs went soft and he kneeled on the ground.
I'll roll out myself."
He knew that he had kicked the iron plate. These 3 little brothers of his were considered capable fighters in the Magic City, but he couldn't even walk a single move in front of this masked man.
"Wait, I seem to remember that one of you wanted me to kneel down and call out to my father?"
The bald guy's eyes were almost round. "It wasn't me, I didn't." He was about to speak, and after touching Chu Yang's gaze, he wimped out.
"Dad, I didn't say that just now."
Chu Yang was speechless when he heard the bald guy's words.
"Who cares about being your dad?" "Dad, I was wrong." "Dad, please don't hit me anymore."
Dad, I was wrong." Chu Yang only felt his brain popping out as he listened to this cry of dad.
He just had a fight, and he had a few more sons?
Without thinking, Chu Yang turned his hand and gave each of the 4 people a slap.
As this slap went down, the Magic City F4's mouthful of flush white teeth were all lost by Chu Yang.
"Baba, can we go?"
"Oh no, roll?"
The bald guy in the lead had a mouthful of teeth gone, and was still tenaciously correcting his pronunciation. Fear that he was careless and angered Chu Yang to get angry again.
"Hurry up and roll."
Chu Yang's good-looking eyebrows knit up, he let out a rebuke. The bald guy who could still walk and his 2 little brothers were like amnesties, hurriedly climbed up from the ground and obediently rolled out. Thus, the people who were still passing outside the entrance of the alley saw the 3 tall punks who rolled out from the mouth of the dead alley like dumplings. Just when they were still a bit strange, they heard a cold shout coming from the mouth of the alleyway. "Slow down, gouge the wall for me as well." The 3 punks had a jolt.
The bodies that were rolling outward rolled back in very unison into the dead-end alley. The three people got up with a grunt, and after keying the punks off the wall, they rolled out again in unison. Shu Yang saw that the four were gone, and only then did he turn his head to look at the little neighbor girl behind him. "Are you all right?" When the little girl next door heard Shu Yang's words, she only felt a warmth in her heart. "I'm fine, thank you for saving me. My name is Cheng Xian. What is your name?" After Cheng Xian gratefully bowed to Chu Yang, she then looked up at her own savior. She looked up and only then did she notice that her benefactor was so handsome. Compared to Chu Yang, those school herbs in the school that the nymphomaniacs were chasing after, they were all hot chickens. "My name is Chu Yang, if you're alright, then I'll leave first." After Chu Yang reported his name, he was ready to leave. Cheng Xian was anxious when she heard it. "Mr. Chu, don't be in a hurry to leave, my house sells spicy hot pots, there is nothing I can repay you for, why don't you go to my house to eat a bowl of spicy hot pots before you leave?" Chapter 133. Are all the girls so crazy nowadays? Spicy hot? The $6 kind? Shu Yang turned his head, he raised an eyebrow like a sword blade, his eyes full of laughter. Cheng Xian's small face reddened. She was not talking about that kind of spicy hot. But Cheng Xian glanced at Shu Yang, also, not impossible. No, what am I thinking? Cheng Xian shook her head and said seriously, "My family is a small vendor selling spicy hot pot on the next street. You saved me, there is nothing I can return, I can only treat you to some spicy hot pot first." Shu Yang sort of heard it. The little girl has nothing to return, can only please eat spicy hot first. Harm, thought it was the $6 kind. According to my golden gun skills, 1 time a night is estimated to be there. Shu Yang muttered in his heart, but did not really mess up his thoughts to where. Shu Yang swept a glance at Cheng Xian, his mind suddenly added a lot of strange knowledge. There's no need to arrange for me to identify this type of model. I just noticed that Cheng Xian is still a little scared, why give me copies of these? Shu Yang's handsome face under the mask is also slightly red. Cheng Xian figure, also. Still quite good. ABCD second level, visual estimate this year 18, can still develop another wave. No, wait, why do I have to identify this kind of thing? Shu Yang's face was dark. He sighed lightly and said, "Let's go, treat me to some spicy hot pot." Cheng Xian saw Chu Yang agree and her eyes immediately became bright. She smiled and said to Chu Yang, "Alright, and calm, you go this way." Even though Cheng Xian did not show it on her face, she was still scared in her heart. "Well, wait a moment, I'll make a call." Shu Yang remembered the driver Lao Chen who was still in the car, so he made a call over. "Hey, Lao Chen, I'm going to the next street to eat a little bit of spicy hot pot, you can come over to pick me up a little later." Old Chen was confused when he received Chu Yang's call. "Young master, are you serious? You are now worth hundreds of billions of dollars, and you still go to eat a few dollars of spicy hot pot? Is it that the rice cooked by the chefs of the 8 major cuisines doesn't smell good anymore?" Good. Old Chen couldn't help but mutter in his heart as he listened to the busy tone coming from the phone. Could it be that the young master suddenly wanted to experience the life of an ordinary person? Should I propose to Butler by whether or not to arrange a hot pot pill or something for the young master recently? Shu Yang, who hung up the phone, didn't know that Old Chen's mind had already brainstormed n number of plots. He followed Cheng Xian to the next street. This was a specialized snack street with all kinds of snacks. When Shu Yang looked around, there were not a few signs that were selling hand-cooked cakes, roasted cold noodles, pancake fruits, and so on. When Shu Yang was in school, he often patronized some pancake stands and the like, cheap and filling. Since going to work, it is basically a takeaway. Suddenly came to such a place, let Shu Yang eyes also revealed a nostalgic look. When Cheng Xian brought Shu Yang to the spicy hot pot stall, a middle-aged woman wearing an apron and around 40 years old was busy at the stall. That person was Cheng Xian's mom, Mother Chang. There weren't too many customers today, so after the woman finished her busy work, she also saw Cheng Xian, who had brought Shu Yang. "Xian, why did you come over so early? This one is?" Cheng mother saw Cheng Xian come over, while showing a surprised face, she also looked at Chu Yang, who was on the side. Although Chu Yang was wearing a mask, he had an excellent temperament, and at a glance, he was either rich or noble. What was the relationship between him and Cheng Xian? As a mother, Cheng mother immediately thought of something not good for her daughter. She pulled Cheng Xian with a bad expression before apologizing. "This young master, you sit down for a while, I'll have a word with Xian alone." Shu Yang nodded unconcernedly and obediently sat down on the stool in front of him. Even though Chu Yang didn't do anything, the people passing by still noticed Chu Yang in front of the stall at a glance. Chang's mother pulled Chang Xian and said in a deep voice, "Xian, tell mom honestly, are you in love?" Chang Xian held her forehead. She knew that her mom was thinking the wrong way. She pouted, "Mom, it's not like that, it's that I met a few bad guys on the road, it was him who helped me fight off the bad guys and sent me back." Chang's mother's face went white with fear after hearing her words. "What bad guys? Are you alright?" It's fine, it's fine." Chang Xian spun around in front of Chang's mother. Her intact appearance made Chang's mother relieved. "Oh, right mom, Chu Yang helped me so much, I want to treat him to our spicy hot pot." Only then did Chang Xian remember the main event. When Chang's mother heard her own daughter's words, she was so angry that she couldn't speak. "He did you such a big favor, and you're just going to treat him to a dozen or so dollars of spicy hot pot?" Chang Xian bristled. "If I ate $6 of spicy hot pot, you would probably have to send me a whipped fried meat. But it's not like the family has any money, and besides, I see that Mr. Chu is very rich, so he shouldn't have eaten spicy hot pot yet," Chang Xian said seriously. Mother Chang looked at her own naive child and couldn't help but sigh. "No matter what, he saved you after all, how can you treat him to these?" Mother and daughter were talking there, oblivious to the fact that Chu Yang had already heard it all in his ears. The corner of his lips slightly hooked, could not help but be somewhat amused. Rich people do not necessarily have never eaten spicy hot pot. What kind of brain circuit is this? Chang's mother finished training her own daughter, was about to talk to Chu Yang, the stall suddenly more than several good-looking beauty. They were very familiar with themselves and sat beside Chu Yang, their eyes full of joy at the sight of the hunt. "Handsome man, is it convenient to add a WeChat? I'll treat you to $6 of spicy hot pot." "Oh. Right, handsome man, I can also, I'll treat you to $12. Handsome guy, spicy hot pot or something, I can treat you to $120. Chu Yang was shocked as he listened to the words of the girls. Are all the girls nowadays this crazy? The big D girl who said to buy $120, are you serious? I'm not the kind of person who does it 13 times a night. I can take it one bowl at a time. Wait, why is my focus on this weird stuff again? Chang Xian was all pissed off. She hadn't even had the time to invite Chu Yang, but this group of women invited her first? As the beauties joined in, many boys also came to the spicy hot store on their own. Thus, a situation of treating each other to spicy hot pot opened up in a very strange way. Chu Yang sat in place, looking at Chang Xian's mother and daughter who were busy like a gyroscope, and was somewhat speechless within his heart. Why did he promise Chang Xian to come here to eat spicy hot pot? Chu Yang was thinking like this. He heard a few men who had already successfully invited the girl to eat spicy hot pot were spinning a bottle of beer and bragging about it with the girl next to them. It's not that I'm bragging, my family has a farmhouse that's worth $10 million, and the melons and fruits there can both beautify and nourish your face, and also make your body become even more good. When you're done eating, how about I take you to see the grove and the richly harvested farmland there? As soon as the man's words fell, Chu Yang heard the system's beep. Detected Zhou Qixing bragging with the host, the system hereby gifts the host with Yongfeng Nanjiale 100%. Chu Yang did not expect spicy hot pot has not yet reached his mouth, first took a Nanjiale. You have nothing to blow what Nanjiale cattle do. Chapter 134, don't need to change the day, let's do it today. You're annoying, I can go over with you, but I want to see the fat cows plowing the land in your place. A woman said to the man with a delicate smile. The man shuddered at the sound. How about, don't wait for another day, I want to plow the land now. Chang Xian couldn't help but regret a little as she listened to the conversation between the man and the woman. She shouldn't have brought Chu Yang over. I don't know what he would think when he heard these words. Chang Xian took the time to look at Chu Yang who was there, and was instantly surprised by the array around Chu Yang. By Chu Yang's side, there were a lot of pretty girls surrounding him. Chu Yang, why don't you go back first? I'll treat you to spicy hot pot some other day? Chang Xian walked to Chu Yang and said stiffly. She felt that the eyes of those girls were about to kill him. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, there's no need for another day, just today. Chang Xian heard him say that and had to take out a dinner plate or something and give it to Chu Yang. Chu Yang slowly and methodically received the things and started to pick up the spicy hot pot that had been cooked in the pot in advance to make the dipping sauce. The identification skill arranged by the system was really versatile. Surprisingly, it could even do the identification of spicy hot pot. This patriarchal level identification skill was also absolute.
Only after Chu Yang had made all the preparations did he slowly take off his mask. His action immediately made the crowd of beauties staring at Chu Yang take out their cell phones. They had asked for WeChat for so long, and this handsome man hadn't even given it. It was always fine for them to just take a picture. If they used it as a screensaver, they could definitely lick it for the rest of their lives. So handsome. So handsome. Chu Yang took off his mask, his good-looking looks and temperament made everyone startled. Good, so handsome. The beautiful women who were previously flirting with the men instantly felt that the spicy hot pot in their hands didn't even smell good anymore. Could wanna be invited to eat spicy hot pot by Chu Yang. Chang Xian looked at Chu Yang and became infatuated. She had known for a long time that Chu Yang was very handsome. She didn't think that after removing the mask he would be so handsome. Chu Yang, you're Chu Yang, right? A beautiful girl screamed in shock. The girls who reacted to seeing Chu Yang also all screamed madly. The name Chu Yang represented 100 billionaire. What did I just do? 100 billionaire is right in front of me. And I actually made a date with another man to treat myself to spicy hot pot. What a loss. Chu Yang listened to the deafening screams in his ears. He circled his eyes around, and after gently pressing his index finger on his lips, he revealed a very nice and mysterious smile. Shoo, don't scream, it'll make noise next door. This mesmerizing voice paired with a good-looking handsome face instantly killed a crowd of excited girls. Mom, I seem to be in love. Chang Xian was all confused. Was Chu Yang so famous? Why were these beauties so surprised and listening to him so much? Could Chu Yang be a star? Chang Xian pulled out her Nokia and sent a message to her best friend and bestie star chaser Lu Wenin. Do you know Chu Yang? It had indeed been a long time since Chu Yang had eaten spicy hot pot at a stall. He finished eating slowly and said to Chang Xian, it's already good that spicy hot pot can be like yours, thank you for your hospitality, this time, we're too clear. After Chu Yang finished, he got up and left. Chang Xian looked at Chu Yang, who seemed to be not slow and disappeared in the twinkling of an eye, and couldn't help but be a little confused. What's going on here? The girls reacted and all went crazy. The male god has run away, quickly chase after him. Luckily I took a recent photo, hurry and make a screensaver. You guys are too slow, I've already sent it to Weibo. I also just showed off a wave in my circle of friends, from today onwards, I'm also the one who has eaten spicy hot pot with 100 billionaire. Some of the fast-reacting girls had already thrown their money onto the table and went after Chu Yang. Some of the girls who were slow to react were calmly turning on their bragging mode. As for Chang Xian's mother and daughter, they looked at a number of red bills on the table and were almost petrified in place. What kind of person is Chu Yang in the end? At this time, Chang Xian's old Nokia cell phone, suddenly came the SMS ringtone. Chang Xian opened to look, is a good friend's reply. Gosh, Xian, you actually don't know Chu Yang? That's 100 billionaire A. Young and handsome, and especially able to fight, but also very talented, casually a painting, there are people who offer more than $1 billion to buy. Chang Xian's jaw was almost closed. What? 100 billionaire? A casual painting can be sold for more than $1 billion? Chang Xian felt that this was a bit too much information. She had invited 100 billionaire to her home for spicy hot pot. And he even agreed to come? Chang Xian felt that today's experience was just like a dream. Not long after, Chang Xian received another text message from her best friend. Wow, Xian, you're on the hot search. No, your home is on the hot search, not right, it's your home spicy hot pot that's on the hot search. Chang Xian sent 3 question marks back to her friend. Talk properly, is my house on the hot search or is it the spicy hot pot that is on the hot search? Her best friend also felt that she was having a hard time talking, so she simply called over. Xian, listen to me, Chu Yang is 100 billionaire with great traffic, his every move is highly scrutinized by netizens, and his girlfriend's fans are up to more than 10 million. So, your family's spicy hot pot is now on fire because he's on the hot search. Many people want to go to your house to eat a bowl of spicy hot pot. Chang Xian didn't expect things to develop to this point. Was this the real reason why Chu Yang agreed to come and eat spicy hot pot? Chang Xian's heart fluttered. Chu Yang was so nice, not only did he save himself, but he also made his small stall of spicy hot pots a place that everyone paid attention to. If she and her mom worked hard, she wouldn't have to worry about the tuition fees for the start of the school year. Right, Xian, I'll go tomorrow. No, I'll go over to your family's spicy hot pot place right away to help out. Lu Wenin looked at the hot searches on the internet, quickly hung up the phone, drove her own small car, and rushed over to Chung Sin's spicy hot store. On the internet, the news about Chu Yang appearing at the spicy hot food stall was intensifying. Hashtag spicy hot that even Shushan praised hashtag. Hashtag spicy hot stalls that even Shu God has clocked. Are you guys sure you don't want to take a look? Hashtag from today, I'm the one who ate hot pot with 100 billionaire hashtag. Hashtag pretty girl, do you want some hot and spicy food, the kind that the god of Chu has eaten? Hashtag. When the hot search came out, Bai Yue was shocked. Young master, how could young master think of eating something like spicy hot pot? Is it because the dishes made by the chefs of the 8 major cuisines are not to your liking lately? She swiped through the comments underneath and couldn't help but show a contemplative look under her eyes. After thinking about it, she said to the chefs of the 8 cuisines, you guys see if you can make something like spicy hot or something like that as a snack tonight, to give young master a taste. The chefs of the 8 major cuisines? Butler Bai, are you serious? Young master is such a character, and you're asking us to make him a snack? Chapter 135 Chu Xiao, please be a human being. Xu Yang returned to the villa from Shunji Jewelry and Qin Mu came over. Xu Xiao, just tell me what you don't know how to do. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Qin Mu inquired to Chu Yang with a bitter face. After listening to Qin Mu's words, Xu Yang thought seriously for a while, to say what you really don't know, that only leaves giving birth to a child. Qin Mu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Xu Xiao, is a man will only plant children, give birth to children, this thing is a man will not good. Xu Yang, ball you as a person, originally because you I and my grandpa that good, the result of today you will be deciphering the stone thing out, I was my grandpa directly kicked out. Speaking here, Qin Mu face also showed a little difficult expression. Originally, his grandfather because Chu Yang in his birthday this mattered too much face, a happy and gave him a few billion. Once he was happy, he played games every day in Elder Luo's Maple Forest Villa. Those cooks and housekeepers in Qin Mu's villa were no match for Master Luo's housekeeper, so it became Qin Mu's quest to play the game every day and still have a rich meal. As a result, this pursuit hadn't even begun for long before it was broken by Chu Yang's new skill of deciphering stones. Elder Luo's original words were like this, you learn from other people, Chu Xiao, young and talented, a painting drawn with his hand is worth more than $1 billion, and a piano piece played casually, there are countless geniuses begging to worship his teacher. Then look at you. In addition to playing games, smashing money have smashed several 100 million, right? What else can you do? Hurry up and go and study with Qin Xiao, and come back to me when you've become more powerful. Qin Mu was confused. How he did not expect, he played a game, but also almost played himself out. If he hadn't run fast, Elder Luo might have made a move. Cough, Chu Yang was drinking water and was choked by Qin Mu's pitiful spit. Qin Mu hurriedly smoothed Chu Yang's air, and incidentally stated his purpose, Xu Xiao, you see that I'm so miserable, recently let me come over to you to dilly-dally? Following Elder Luo these days, Qin Mu's mouth had been raised. When he ate the meals made by his own cook, he always felt that there was less flavor. It was still the dishes made by Chu Yang's family's 8 cuisine chefs that were delicious. You said so, can I still refuse? Xu Yang shook his head helplessly. Qin Mu hemmed and hawed and pulled out his cell phone to play with it for a while. Xu Yang watched Qin Mu play the game, he couldn't help but think of Xianyu, recently they should be preparing for the VR game hall, I don't know how the arrangements are going. Thinking of this, Xu Yang looked to the side of Qin Mu said, Qin Xiao, in a while, I have a good game under me to be released, do you want to have a set to play? When Qin Mu heard it was a game, he immediately brightened up. Come to a set, Xu Xiao's company's game, I have to play it anyways. Qin Mu's words fell before he reacted, huh? Xu Xiao actually had a game company? Xu Xiao, the game company under you, what game are you planning to release? Qin Mu is considered a high-end player in this aspect of playing games, he has played a lot of games and smashed a lot of money, not any game is worthy of Qin Mu's thoughts. VR game, multiplayer online type of immortal game, it will be released around August 15th, I'll have someone arrange it for you then. Qin Mu subconsciously furrowed his brows when he heard Chu Yang's words. Domestic VR games were not selling very well for 2 reasons, the first was that the VR equipment was not realistic enough in terms of experience, and the second was that the games were not rich enough in terms of content. Most of the VR games focus on panoramic and immersive gaming experiences, such as the recently listed Virtual Girlfriend, which has good content but still does not have a high rating. If it wasn't for the fact that there really weren't many decent VR games in the country, even Qin Mu might not even know the name of Virtual Girlfriend. Okay, then I'll definitely try it out when the time comes. Xu Yang simply mentioned it, and Qin Mu saw that Xu Yang was blissfully unconcerned, and didn't put it on his mind at that time. Later on, he inquired about the name and only knew that the game was called Immortal Journey. With Chinmu enlivening the atmosphere, time still flew by.
Soon, it was dinner time. Chinmu cheerfully followed Chu Yang to the dining table. He looked at the dishes in front of him and was dumbfounded. What the hell was all of this? Spicy hot pot, pancake fruits, cake with vegetables, hot pot meatballs, and so on. He looked at the 8 cuisine chefs on the side, a pair of black eyes rounded. Chefs, are you serious? I came with great difficulty to dabble in a meal, and you guys are making me eat this? Where are my 8 major cuisines? Where are those delicious king crabs and lobsters? Where have they all gone? Chu Yan looked at the dishes on the table and couldn't help but hold his forehead. The dishes prepared by the chefs every day were all personally arranged by Bai Yue. Today's meal, I'm afraid that Bai Yue misunderstood something. Prepare some more to serve some of your specialty dishes. Chu Yang commanded. As his words fell, the chefs of the 8 major cuisines entered the kitchen in a row. Immediately afterward, the chefs were seen coming out of the kitchen, each carrying a plate of their specialty dishes in their hands. It was only after Chinmu looked at those dishes that he put back his shock. For a rich young man of Chu Yang's level, king crabs and the like were the normal unfolding well. Young Chu, why did you suddenly remember to eat these snacks? Chinmu inquired curiously after taking a few bites of the large lobster. As he spoke, he picked up another hot pot pellet and put it in his mouth. So far, Chinmu only knew about these things but had never eaten them. If it wasn't for Chu Yang's serving today, he really didn't know what flavor donkey meat hot pot really tasted like. Cough, cough, nothing, it's just a whim to go eat a spicy hot pot. After Chu Yang coughed, he said with a straight face. Chinmu was violently choked and hastily drank water in a big gulp. Chu Xiao, is this spicy hot food of yours okay? I almost choked on a mouthful. After having dinner, Chu Yang lay on the sofa in boredom and swiped his cell phone. Chinmu saw that Chu Yang seemed a bit bored and suddenly remembered an idea. Young Chu, why don't we go to a bar today? Chinmu's proposal made Chu Yang faintly froze. Go to a bar to play what? Of course it's to get together, there are all kinds of people in the bar, and with the dim lighting, few people can recognize your identity, and you can still get high, how fun. Chinmu's words made Chu Yang think of another thing. The bar was full of dragons and snakes, just the right time to listen to people bragging about themselves. Okay, let's go. Chu Yang immediately agreed to Chinmu's proposal. Seeing that Chu Yang agreed, Chinmu also didn't call out other great young men to come out and play together. He brought Chu Yang to a top bar in Magic City, Meek's. Meek's minimum consumption is 1,000, no ceiling, and will not disclose the privacy of the guests. It is said that behind Meek's there is a person with a heavenly background. As for who this behind-the-scenes character is, Chinmu doesn't know. Chapter 136. More than money has not been afraid of anyone. Chinmu and Chu Yang came in a very low profile, and did not go to a specialized private room, just a private seat, and incidentally asked for 2 bottles of whiskey. Come, Chu Xiao, today it's rare for both of us to come out together, let's have a drink first. Chinmu arrived at the bar, very familiarly opened the bottle and filled it up for the 2 people. The atmosphere in the bar was very good, the colorful lights and DJ songs detonated the frenzied hearts of men and women on the dance floor. Come and go wearing a cool girl is not a few, there are a few couples who cannot wait, has run into the dark kiss to go. Chu Yang has rarely entered and left the bar since he has been working, let alone playing in the top bar in Magic City. However, Chinmu's proposal was really good, because while Chu Yang was sipping his drink, he heard a few boys in the neighboring seat who were drinking their way to the top discussing Meek's most talked about news tonight. I heard that there's a resident who left after the last song today, it seems like a family member got some kind of serious illness. Brother Chang, do you want to rate it? Is it the one who wears a silver mask and refuses to show her face? That's her. That girl won't sing after today, if you don't want it, Brother Chang, I'll smash the first one today. Hey, that girl is so powerful, last time I intentionally got drunk to stop her, she actually knew how to run away, and I didn't even get a word in edgewise with her. Now is the time when she lacks money, I will smash a first in a while, let her come with me to drink a cup of wine, then. Brother Chang is worthy of being Brother Chang, brother I'll drink first. Chu Yang and Chinmu drank while listening to the conversations in the neighboring seats. After hearing the ins and outs, Chu Yang also looked at Chinmu. What do they mean by smashing the first? Chinmu had been here a few times and knew the rules of this bar. The resident singers at Meek's have a reward mechanism, and the resident singer who receives the highest reward every day as well as the person who gives the resident singer the first reward can give the resident singer a small request.
The request can be for a drink, a song, etc., but it can't be too much. As for underhanded maneuvers like theirs, Meeks is expressly forbidden. However, bars are already mixed with dragons and snakes, and if they do it covertly, Meeks can't do anything about them. It was good enough that Meeks could do this as a bar. This was the real reason why many of the resident singers came to Meeks. Unfortunately, something like a tumor could never be cleared. Even if Meeks had explicitly banned it, it would still be difficult to stop some artificial things from happening. Oh, there's actually this kind of play. Shu Yang raised his eyebrows. Shinmu smiled, it's just a small fight, Meeks' highest resident singer just smashed a few 100,000, as for out of Meeks, what choices the singer makes has nothing to do with Meeks. Shinmu said very subtly, but Shu Yang heard it. There were resident singers who degraded themselves, and that was something that could not be helped. Since that's the case, then I'd like to see what kind of resident singer that makes people go out of their way to operate in the dark is like. Shu Yang immediately became interested. As soon as his words fell, he heard a timid male voice, inquiring to that Brother Chang, if we do this, will we be targeted by Meeks people? I heard that the person behind Meeks was very powerful. In case he offended that person, his family would have to whip him to death if they knew about it. Seeing that he was scared, Brother Chang waved his hand with a disinterested face and said, what are you afraid of? It's the manager of Meeks who has to sell me a few points of face, not to mention, the person behind Meeks is still my big brother. Detected Lei Jichang bragging with the host, the person behind Meeks, Yen Xiang, has become the host's little brother. Shu Yang was all set to smash a first out. I didn't expect Kung to take off with the bull first. Now this situation is, I have another little brother? It's like this, then I'm relieved, I haven't been afraid of anyone more than money. When that boy heard Brother Chang's words, he immediately patted his chest and assured. They were all rich second-generation people from good families, and when it came to this thing called money, they had never really lacked it. Shinmu laughed when he heard that person's assurance. Even he, the Qin family's eldest young man, couldn't compare to Chu Yang's wealth. Who did he fear more than money? That was because he had never met Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao, what are you going to do? Shinmu asked Chu Yang with interest. Chu Yang shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, I, Chu Yang, have nothing else, but a little money, since this matter is like this, then we'll smash some money into play. As soon as Shinmu heard Chu Yang's words, he knew that this matter definitely could not end well this day. It wasn't long before Chu Yang and Shinmu saw the resident singer who was missed by the neighbor. It was a girl with a ponytail, white halter dress, and a silver mask. Immediately after she went on stage, quite a few people called out from underneath. Little Dance looks so good in her suspenders today. Little Dance with these hands and long straight big white legs, I can play for a year. I just want to know what Little Dance would look like if she learns the pole. Bro, when you say it like that, I want to be a pole. Shu Yang and Shinmu listening to those people's voices also looked towards the resident stage. This girl was wearing a silver mask, mysterious not to mention that her figure was also very good. No wonder it was missed by so many people. Especially those long legs, they should be 1 meter too. Today, it's the last day of our Little Dance residency, please have our Little Dance sing the last song for you all. After the DJ opened the microphone and acted as the host, he started doing his job. Xiao Dance, on the other hand, also sang a song called As Long as It's Ordinary after the accompaniment started. Xiao Dance's voice was very low, with a unique voice and emotions, sounding like a very storytelling person. Shu Yang's attainment in music was already very high, and he couldn't help but light up as he listened to Xiao Dance's singing. If this little girl went to be a full-time singer, she could definitely be a big hit. Open 10 bottles of Roman for Little Dance. Just when Shu Yang had a change of heart towards Xiao Dance, he heard Brother Chang's voice come over. Shinmu reminded from the side, Young Chu, Little Dance's reward has already started, Meeks' opening wine as a reward, 20% of the commission will be given to the singer. The price of a bottle of Roman is 1,000, and even more expensive than Roman is red Roman, which costs 2,000 a bottle. Shu Yang nodded and also spoke, open 100 bottles of Roman for Little Dance. What, 100 bottles? Lei Jichang and the others were dumbfounded after hearing Chu Yang's words. What kind of situation was this? What kind of people were the two people in the neighboring seat that they opened their mouths for 100,000? No, brother, you also have your eyes on Little Dance? Lei Jichang wondered, he turned his head to look at Chu Yang. The lights were a little dim, Lei Jichang could only vaguely see Chu Yang's face clearly. Chu Yang smiled and nodded, yes, I also have my eyes on him, as long as you can win over me, Little Dance's first place will be yours. I go?
My brother Chang was actually declared war by a nobody?
Compared to money, my brother Chang has never been afraid of anyone.
Come on. Chapter 137. You're afraid of a tiger's mouth, looking for death. Open 200 bottles of Roman for little dance.
Brother Chang looked at Chu Yang and gritted his teeth to open another 200 bottles. With 200,000 smashed in, Brother Chang then provocatively looked at Chu Yang.
Compare rich with me?
It's not that I, Brother Chang, am bragging.
With me sitting together, there is no one who has more money than me.
Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and followed suit, opened 300 bottles for little dance. Shin Mu watched as Brother Chang smothered his head in a dead heat with Chu Yang, and was about to die laughing at his lack of knowledge.
Comparing money?
In terms of Chu Yang's current assets, at least a few million or even 10 million a minute. Not to mention a few 100,000 in one breath, is a few 100 million, for Chu Yang or a few dollars, a bottle of water is no difference. Brother Chang is good, a breath of 100,000 and dare to provoke.
You are afraid of a tiger's mouth to pull teeth looking for death?
Chu Yang and Lei Jiqiang made a big noise. At that end, Lei Jiqiang shouted 200 bottles of wine just open. Chu Yang sighed followed by 300 bottles of wine. I don't need to see to know that these two parties just got on.
Watching the fun is something that most people enjoy.
This was not the case. Quite a few people had sat in their seats to be the eating crowds. The people in seat 23 and seat 24 are starting to smash money for little dance. Who says it's not? This wave goes down. I'm afraid that at the very least, they'll have to smash a few 100,000 puts.
TSK, a little bit of fun. 24 seat, that man I do recognize, called Lei Jiqiang. 23 seat, who you know?
23 seat over there do not see very clear, but from the handwriting on the point of view, it is estimated to be which family of rich young it. It may also be that they don't want to reveal their identity. The light of block 23 has always been more hidden.
Look at just two people over there, maybe one of them is a familiar customer.
The customers sat in their own private seats and discussed the conflict between Chu Yang and Lei Jiqiang passionately.
Lei Jiqiang was considered a relatively famous figure in Meeks.
The Lei family behind him was still a very forward family among the second-rate families, and Lei Jiqiang was a person who didn't like to keep a low profile, so many of the people who came to patronize Meeks knew of his Lei family's great young man's reputation.
In contrast, the neighboring rich second generation who dared to confront Lei Jiqiang head-on was even more striking.
After all, the private seats were usually patronized by second-rate families and other big youngsters. Among the second-rate rich second generation, those who dared to fight with Lei Jiqiang were basically proved by Lei Jiqiang with the actual proof. Their heads were not iron enough, but KM could not beat Brother Chang. At this time, the arrogant Brother Chang could not have thought that today, sitting in the neighboring seat is Chu Yang and Shin Mu, this kind of top-rich second generation. If he knew, certainly not with Chu Yang, then who was rich? Unfortunately, 1,000 gold cannot buy early to know. Strong brother, this money smashed down 10,000 gold, destined to not smash out a little splash. Because, he is rich again, also not as rich as Chu Yang. As soon as Brother Chang saw that Chu Yang smashed 300 bottles down, he was not willing to show weakness and shouted 400 bottles again.
Come, open 400 bottles for me.
Brother Chang had recently asked for $1 million from his father, and his bottom was full of energy. This wave of outbursts from Brother Chang immediately caused many of the neighboring tables to gasp in shock. I'll go, table 24 has smashed out $600,000 this time. Who in the neighboring seats is so desperate to be rich, actually comparing with Brother Chang?
In the second-rate family's rich second generation, there is no one better than Lei Xiao's bull.
When it comes to second-rate family young masters, Tang Xiao is one. He and that Chu Xiao are said to be very close. Your news is outdated. I heard that Tang Xiao is Chu Xiao's little brother, that Koenigsegg 11 know it? He also drove it. Chu Xiao's Koenigsegg 11 can be driven, Tang Xiao really bully. Tang Xinran was technically not considered a first-rate young man, and was not considered top-notch in the second-rate in the first place.
Compared to Lei Jiqiang, it was even weaker.
Now Tang Xinran is different. Not only does he have a great relationship with Chu Yang, even the top-rich second generation are more or less selling him some face.
The second-rate second generation rich kid who can do what he does is the only one in the Magic City.
Not only were the people in the nearby neighboring seats not optimistic about Chu Yang, even the rich second-generation people in the same seat as Lei Jiqiang gave Lei Jiqiang a thumbs up. Brother Chang is Brother Chang, smashing hundreds of thousands of dollars in a minute. I just saved up a few 100,000 and I want to buy a new car. The same are all rich second generation. Brother Chang is just enviable. Harm, otherwise how is it Chang brother? Waving his hand, hundreds of thousands of dollars is a trifle. Strong brother, this wave of hand, I half a month's pocket money are gone. Lei Jiqiang listened to the bragging of the people around him, and his whole person drifted up. With the strength of his drink, he mocked at his neighbor. What, you won't follow it for 400,000? Can't afford to follow? Qin Mu almost died laughing at Lei Jiqiang's words. Just smashed 400,000 and drifted away? I'm afraid that I'll cry after I smashed the money. Qin Mu looked at Chu Yang, only to see him waving his hand and saying, then open 500 bottles for little dance. Xu Yang's words fell, and the people underneath opened 500 bottles with nimble hands and feet. $500,000 smashed down, not to mention Lei Jiqiang, the rich second generation next to him were all confused. This neighbor is what people? So follow down almost smashed $1 million. Listening to him, it seems that $1 million is nothing at all. When did a second-rate rich kid come out with such an awesome rich young man? Could it be Yi Yuan? The brains of the neighboring great young men were spinning rapidly, and Lei Jiqiang was also surprised by Chu Yang's actions. $500,000 just like that? Earlier, he smashed 100,000, followed it up with 300,000, and now he opened 500,000 again. Just who is the son of the family? $1 million just like this hokum, your father doesn't beat you? Lei Jiqiang inwardly spat madly at Chu Yang, while Chu Yang also noticed the dynamics on Lei Jiqiang's side. He turned his head to Lei Jiqiang and smiled. What, 500,000 and you won't follow? Can't afford to follow? Chu Yang returned Lei Jiqiang's words as they were. This wave of face slapping made the faces of the rich second generation in Lei Jiqiang's seat go white. How could they not know that Lei Jiqiang had kicked the iron plate off? Lei Jiqiang heard Chu Yang's words and became even more furious. Always only I Lei Jiqiang take money to smash people's part, today I was even a nobody to use money to smash. Thinking of this, Lei Jiqiang did not hesitate to put his only remaining 600,000 all to pressure up. Originally he was planning to save the previous 200,000 pocket money to find a girl to dash. How could Lei Jiqiang care now? Open 600 bottles for a little dance. I just don't believe it, you still have more pocket money than my brother Chang. This wave of action from brother Chang made the rich second generation in the same seat even more vain. Brother Chang, wake up, people are really richer than you. But now Lei Jiqiang has already smashed money and smashed red eyes, who cares how rich the opposite person is? Lei Jiqiang has not yet put pressure on Chu Yang, letting him retreat. Just heard Chu Yang faintly voice, come on, open 700 bottles for Xiao Dance, if the 24th private seat is still with Roman I'll give me to change into red Roman. Saying that, Chu Yang also turned his head to look at the neighboring seat. So far, I haven't been smashed by someone to lose money, if you have the ability, although come and try. The moment Chu Yang's words came out, huffing sounds resounded everywhere in the bar. What kind of person was in the 23rd seat? It would be very Versailles if he hadn't been smashed and lost. Lei Jiqiang had run into a tough opponent this time. Chapter 138, If you don't believe in him, you have to believe in me. Though try? Lei Jiqiang thought about his almost empty pockets, and a mouthful of teeth were about to crumble. Until now, he had never encountered the current situation where his pockets were cleaner than his face. Then go on? He didn't have the funds. But not to compare? Everyone here knows my name, Lei Jiqiang. If I don't compete, where will I put my face? Brother Chang, why don't we stop competing? A smart rich second generation quickly gave a step. As he spoke, he put the prepared cell phone screen interface in front of Lei Jiqiang. Brother Chang, this person is a thug even if he's rich, why don't we start somewhere else and let him know how powerful the rich second generation of Magic City is? What this rich second generation said made Lei Jiqiang as if he was enlightened and awake. Yes, there were already a lot of thugs from Kyoto. Occasionally, a few ruffians came out, and it was normal for him to be unable to compete. Thinking of this, Brother Chang waved his hand and said, forget it, a resident singer is just a singer, don't smash it. Saying this, Brother Chang sat back in his seat. Thinking that he had smashed $1,021,000 into it and it had all gone down the drain, Brother Chang's heart was dripping blood. If this was replaced with a girl, how many of them could be replaced? This is good, then did not pretend to be round, but his face was swollen. When Chang himself said he wouldn't follow, the eyes of the crowd of Meek's customers changed. Thought Brother Chang was so bullish, he won't follow after $1 million or so? Shoo, keep your voice down, be careful that Brother Chang will turn around and find you in trouble. You say this, I seem to suddenly understand why Brother Chang not follow, feelings are ready to settle scores off. To the 23 seat is also a rash or thug, dare to just with Brother Chang, I'm afraid to eat a lesson. Some people who knew Brother Chang had already begun to speculate about Lei Jiqiang's intentions of wanting to settle scores in the fall.
However, would Chu Yang be afraid?
Xin Mu had more or less heard an earful. He turned his head to look at Lei Jiqiang, who was drinking with the rich second generation again, and couldn't help but show a look of pity in his eyes. Where did the bare child brain so what? Compare money with Chu Xiao even if it is, but also want to settle scores?
Lei Jiqiang's father may not be richer than Chu Yang.
Who is going to settle the score for who is still not certain? Thinking of this, Xin Mu also lost his mind to follow Lei Jiqiang. Soon, Little Dance, who was wearing a silver mask, appeared in front of Chu Yang. Xin Mu carefully sized up Xiao Dance, and a flash of amazement flashed through his eyes. This Little Dance, close up to see the skin is fair, features are exquisite, body posture is slender, small waist is also a handful. No wonder Brother Chang wants to smash a million or so, also want to get her into the hands of. On this looks, he also can't help but get up the idea of peeking at the face under the silver mask. However, Xin Mu was Xin Mu after all, and as a top-tier young man, he had seen a lot of beautiful women. He quickly discarded the idea and leaned back in his seat. He wanted to see what exactly Chu Yang wanted to do by smashing $1 million or so. As far as he knew, there weren't a lot of beautiful women surrounding Chu Yang, the genius housekeeper by Yue Dai's daughter Dai Shanshan, as well as the president of Shuiji, Chen Jingting, and that endorsement Louis Yi and so on. These women, more or less, have some relationship with Chu Yang. Not to mention, there was also a goddess anchor Chi-Chi on the network. As for the girls whose names Xin Mu didn't know yet, Xin Mu thought that the number would only be more and not less.
Hello sir, may I ask what your requirements are?
Little Dance's voice was very nice, shallow and low, with a slight touch of sweetness.
I listened to your voice and thought that you have a talent for being a singer. Is there any interest in going to Huanqing Entertainment?
Chu Yang dug into his pockets, his brows slightly clustered. It seemed like he didn't bring the business card of the president of Huanqing Entertainment. It seemed that next time, it would be better to let Yue prepare the president's business card of the industry under her name.
Huanqing Entertainment?
Little Dance was confused. What kind of divine talent scout was this?
After dropping over $1 million, they just want to invite me to be a singer? And it's still to go to Huanqing Entertainment?
Xin Mu was also slightly stunned. Young Chu, when you say you have a crush on her, are you looking at her talent as a singer? He had thought that Chu Yang was interested in Xiao Dance.
But it turned out that after half a day, he actually wanted to talk about work?
You're 100 billionaire, but you don't even forget to pick up talent for your own company even when you're out playing? Yeah, she sings well, she should be able to make a big hit. How can she earn more than a few $1 million?
Xu Yang nodded noncommittally.
Xin Mu was all shocked.
Xu Xiao, are you the one who is short of those millions?
Little Dance froze as she listened to the two people's conversation.
This young master who had smashed the first place for her didn't seem to have a simple identity? Can you really let me go to Huanqing Entertainment?
Xiao Dance bit her pink lower lip, hesitation written all over her pair of autumn water-like eyes.
She had heard that Huanqing Entertainment had become a clear stream in the entire entertainment industry since the new president took office.
Anyone who wanted to obtain resources had to speak from strength. Since the new president took office, the reputation of Huanqing Entertainment had risen like crazy, and in the past few months, there were even fewer famous stars.
If
she really had a chance, then Grandma's illness would be saved.
If you don't believe in him, you have to believe in me.
Xin Mu didn't expect Xiao Dai to hesitate he signaled Xiao Dai to sit down. Only after Xiao Dai sat down did she notice that the person who had been talking to Mr. Chu was actually Xin Mu.
Magic City's top rich second generation, how could he appear in the private seat? And Mr. Chu, what kind of person was he?
Xiao Dance quietly glanced at Chu Yang and was instantly stunned by his handsome face and stayed in place. Xin Mu couldn't help but heave a smile when he saw Xiao Dance freeze. Even Dai's daughter hadn't escaped Chu Xiao's face, it was even more unlikely that Xiao Mai would succeed.
Little Dance, trust you.
Little Dance said excitedly. Seeing that she agreed, Xu Yan let her contact by Yue at that time. After Xiao smashed $1 million and gained a new minion, Xu Yang didn't have the heart to continue playing any further. He said to Qin Mu, "Let's go, young Qin, it's getting late, let's go back." Seeing that Xu Yang didn't intend to play anymore, Qin Mu shrugged his shoulders and followed, getting up and leaving.
Since seat 24 had its back to seat 23, Lei Jiqiang didn't notice the two men's appearance.
After he quietly photographed the two people's attire, he sent it to the contacted Wan Pengyun.
Wan Pengyun is a small head of the Magic City Underground organization, and his top boss is Mad Dog.
Mad Dog loves to let his juniors play with some rich kids and get some benefits from them. No, Won Pingyun received a job from Lei Jiqiang. Around just to scare a few people only, the magic of the rich and powerful, Won Pingyun did not even check the background, with a small brother to go to mix outside the neighborhood squatting people. Chu Yang and Shin Mu came to the Mercedes-Benz Big G before, was Won Pingyun with people to block. Kid, you have offended the person who shouldn't be offended. If you were sensible, follow me, as long as you kneel down and kowtow to that person for 3 times, and then offer $1 million, this is over. Won Pingyun was being complacent as he spoke. Just then, he saw a handsome-looking, short-haired handsome youth wearing a white shirt and black suit pants walk over with a gloomy face. What are you, worthy of making my big brother kneel? Chapter 139, Who actually gets paid to do whom? What kind of person are you? Won Pingyun saw that the youth looked unfamiliar, but his temperament was not bad, so he was immediately a bit shocked. Chu Yang was really just a thug? Then how did his little brother's aura look so strong? Yen Zion? Shin Mu had a rare outburst. He was really fortunate to have met Yen Ziong once at a cocktail party. Yen Ziong wasn't from Mordor, he was said to be from Lin Chang. His methods were tough and he did things in a very thunderous manner. His prestige in Lin Chang was no less than Mordor's Morning Biao. On top of that, Yen Ziong's connections in Mordor were also very strong. I heard that Yen Ziong is so powerful that even Morning Biao would sell him some face. However, Shin Mu didn't know whether it was true or not. When Chu Yang heard the name Yen Ziong, he knew that his new little brother had arrived. Standing in my territory and asking who I am? Who arranged for you to come? Yen Ziong narrowed his eyes slightly and walked with one hand in his pocket in a confident manner, giving off an overwhelming intimidation. Of course, this aura was only directed at Won Pingyun. Won Pingyun was dumbfounded. His territory? Won Pingyun's face went white on the spot as his mind spun. If this was truly Yen Ziong's territory, that could only mean one thing. Yen Ziong was the person behind the legendary Meeks. This Nima, clean up a thug to clean up the person behind the scenes? Lei Jiqiang Nima is trying to pit the laborers to death. I also take money to do things. I do not know this gentleman is your big brother. Won Pingyun reacted all close to tears. I took a few $1,000s in favor and offended a big brother that my big brother couldn't even afford to offend? And this big brother is also the boss of the target I want to cam? If my big brother knows... Won Pingyun shivered raw. It was estimated that Mad Dog would be so angry that he would even do something like whipping a corpse. No? Yen Ziong narrowed his eyes, and as his words fell, 2 large, athletic, 1-meter-tall men immediately rushed amongst Won Pingyun and his minions like wolves into a flock of sheep. These 2 are Yen Ziong personal bodyguard, huge can fight, is one of them a little tiger, the other force is a little big, other no shortcomings. Immediately after that, screams rang out one after another. And Yen Ziong, he was very conscious of pulling out a good cigar, handed in front of Chu Yang. Big brother, do you smoke? Shin Mu looked at Yen Ziong in front of him and was instantly shocked. When he first met Yen Ziong, even when he ran into Morning Biao, he was only a nodding acquaintance. By the time he got to Chu Yang, he condescended to light a cigarette? Cigarettes will not be smoked, this cigar is not very accustomed to smoking. Chu Yang waved his hand, Yen Ziong immediately withdrew the cigarette in his hand, and answered yes with goodwill. That speed and efficiency, it was really eye-opening. Shin Mu even thought about how to brag about it. To tell you the truth, you may not believe me, I've seen the most humble appearance of Yen Ziong, the big brother of Lin Chang. However, these things were just a thought. Yen Ziong this level of character, many things even if you know are still hidden things. For example, the matter of his elder brother being Chu Yang had to be kept secret. Won Pingyun took a beating for a while and was finally called off by Yen Ziong. Ask them first, don't beat the crap out of them. Yen Ziang's words fell, Won Pingyun's face was punched again. You say no. Boom. You say no. Boom. You say no. Boom. Won Pingyun received 3 punches in a row, his face swelled twice, and half of his teeth were knocked out. He used his hands to block his face, and his entire body whimpered as he tried to speak. As a result, the moment he opened his mouth, he realized that it was leaking. The bodyguard who hit Won Pingyun was not happy. Ouch, you don't say even if, but also dare to block? Won Pingyun's little brother heard all want to give their own old man called aggrieved. You let's say, we are not say ah. The key you didn't ask what it was ah. No, you didn't ask. Wan Pengyan finally saved up enough breath to say the words he had held back for 3 punches.
The bodyguard scratched his head in embarrassment and looked at his own boss. Boss, sorry, I forgot to ask you, what did you ask me to ask?
Shinmu looked at the beaten Wan Pengyan and a group of juniors and only felt that this bodyguard was a tiger.
Wouldn't it be better for you to ask first and finish the beating? After beating for half a day, you realize that you didn't ask?
Look at the buddy who received 3 punches, tears are coming down.
Ask, who hired them? Yan Xian's face went black. Tiger, you're a real tiger, in front of my big brother, can't you be smart enough to give me face?
Tiger ejaculated and was about to speak, when the nearby Dali Kuala slapped Wan Pengyan.
Wan Pengyan lost half of his teeth, not to mention the whole brain is confused.
He could even see a starry sky and a white-bearded old grandpa in this not-so-good weather.
Wan Pengyan?
Why can I see such strange things?
Come on, who hired you guys to come here?
Dali spoke like a growl, shocking people's ears. Wan Pengyan's brain was still not good, and his ears almost went deaf again.
This, in the end, who takes money to do hua?
How does he feel that he took a job to take himself to waste?
I say, you guys don't fight, it is a person called Lei Jiqiang who hired us to come. A junior brother just couldn't carry the fight anymore.
If the fight continued like this, he would have to go into the hospital and lie down for half a month. Wan Pengyan looked at the little brother, and tears were soaring out of his eyes.
Little calf, this time also talk about what professional ethics, you damn early said I still need to take so many beatings?
Small calf, tomorrow, brother, again, clean you up.
Wan Pengyan died of anger. This word to the ears of the tiger and vigorously, this is dissatisfied with the little brother complained ah.
The 2 men's eyes met in a wave, the little brother did not fight, caught Wan Pengyan is a fierce beating. Wan Pengyan received a beating are fast skeptical of life.
I hate my little brother said slow, you guys hit me for what? Dry. What? What?
Yan Xian looked at the people lying all over the place, he clapped his hands and out came 2 more people who were about the same size as Tiger and Dali. You guys go and arrest that what's his name Lei Jiqiang, and by the way, find out what his identity is. Even though this was not Lin Chang, with Yan Xiang's current identity, it was not to say that it was more than enough to deal with a first-class family or something, but at the very least, it would have to break bones. The most fundamental reason why many people were unwilling to mess with Yan Xian was that Yan Xian was like a wolf king, and the wolf pups under him were also very protective. It didn't matter how powerful the opponent was, as long as Yan Xian had his sights set on someone, no matter what, he would have to let you leap behind an arm and a leg before this matter was considered finished.
Yes, big brother. The 2 men answered and went to do it.
As for Wan Pengyan and the others, Yan Xian planned to personally escort them to his boss tomorrow. At that time, he could also ask for another wave of moral damages along the way. Big brother, this is something that little brother will definitely deal with for you to understand. By the way, little dance I've already arranged for you, she'll be down soon.
Chapter 140, didn't you say you had your eye on her?
Shu Yang froze slightly as he listened to Yan Xian's words.
What do you mean, little dance has made arrangements and will be down soon? Are you misunderstanding something?
Yan Xiang's words just fell not long ago, so wearing a silver mask, wearing a maid outfit Xiao Dai, appeared in front of him. I'm not sure if this childish face is childish or not.
But this model, that's still very nice. Maid Sago. Shu Yang inwardly exclaimed.
Turning his eyes immediately calmed down.
Wait a minute, why did Xiao Dai suddenly come down wearing a maid outfit? What the hell was Yan Xian's arrangement? Chu, Mr. Chu, I am your maid, Little Dance.
Little Dance had never worn such shameful clothes before. As she spoke, she gave Chu Yang a maid's salute. This shameful look and line made Xiao Mai shy.
Mr. Chu actually liked this kind. Xin Mu's eyes changed as he looked at Chu Yang. Young Chu, you like this kind? Xin Mu thought that Yan Xiang, as his little brother, should be more knowledgeable about Chu Yang.
It's just that Xin Mu didn't expect that Chu Yang, who looked cloudy, had an excellent temperament, and was a decathlon expert, would even like this kind of tone from a maid. Thinking of this, Xin Mu was even considering whether or not to use the name of gift-giving to stuff Chu Yang with a few more maids. The only thing Xin Mu predicted wrongly was that Yan Xiang, this little brother, had just been arranged by the system not long ago.
Yan Xiang couldn't count on knowing Chu Yang's hobbies very well, however, maids and whatnot were still necessary.
When it's cold, you can warm the bed, when it's hot, you can serve the shower, and when you're hungry, you can still eat.
How good ah!
Xu Yang's eyes were horrified. I don't have one, don't talk nonsense.
Made or something, he really didn't have any other thoughts. Simply thought it looked good. No, Zian, why are you making this kind of joke again? Little Dance is a singer that I'm going to send to Huanxing Entertainment. Xu Yang said in his serious manner. The way he did not look away, he really did not seem to be interested in Xiao Dance's maid outfit. Xiao Dance's eyes were slightly lost in thought, so, Mr. Chu didn't like this kind of singer? Didn't you say you have your eye on her? Yan Zian looked at the information sent on his cell phone and was instantly confused. I've been excited for half a day, excited for loneliness? Fancy her as a singer under me. Xu Yang covered his face. He was just trying to disrupt Lei Jichang's plan, but he even caused such an oolong. Ahem, but this oolong was still okay. At least it rounded up his idea of looking at maid costumes. I don't know what Bai Yu Wei looks like in a maid outfit. Xu Yang's heart suddenly had a little more other thoughts. Then, what kind do you like, Mr. Chu? Little Dance looked down at the hem of her skirt and asked such a question without thinking. Xu Yang was tempted to say, actually, you'd look good in this. However, before he could say anything, the topic was first ended by Qin Mu. Girl, next time you ask, let us know in advance. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to see tomorrow's sun. Yan Ziong, who was at the side, also nodded his head in deep thought. Although he was only a junior, he also wanted to live for a few more years. Xiao Dance's face under the mask quickly reddened. Why didn't she just ask without thinking? By the way, big brother, haven't you arranged any bodyguards recently? Mike's security, I think I'm doing pretty well, but it doesn't mean it's safe to go out. If you need it, I'll arrange a few for you. Yan Ziong knew that the little girl was thin-skinned and quickly digressed. Xu Yang couldn't help but light up when she heard Yan Ziong's words. If you have the right people to deliberately arrange for me, it's just as well that I can stop looking for people. After experiencing these recent days, Xu Yang indeed needed to arrange a few bodyguards. Yes, where do you live now? I'll have them go straight over tomorrow. Most of Yan Ziong's men were very brave people. They struck cleanly, fought hard enough, and were extremely efficient in their work. Qin Mu was dying of envy when he heard Yan Ziong's words. If I had such little brothers, why would I hire bodyguards? Oh yeah, you guys escort these guys down. Involving the issue of the address where Chu Yang resided, Yan Ziong then remembered these few stragglers of Wan Pangyun. After he raised his voice and finished speaking, the security guards immediately came up with a dozen or so people, arresting Wan Pangyun and the others all into the mix. They were Yan Ziong's important role in knocking, oh no, claiming mental damage fees tomorrow. They couldn't be lost. Mad Dog was still plowing on the recently raised little beauty at this time, not knowing at all what kind of a violent storm would be waiting for him tomorrow. Okay, send the person to the 9th villa of the east suburb 1 house tomorrow. Xu Yang said casually. Little Dance's small mouth slightly opened, her beautiful eyes looking at Xu Yang were full of shock. That villa, I heard that it was worth 1 billion, right? Mr. Chu actually lived there? Little Dance suddenly thought of the matter of Lei Jichang smashing money with Xu Yang. A flash of sympathy suddenly arose. How thoughtless was Lei Jichang, smashing money with someone who lived in a billion-dollar mansion. Big brother is Bola, it's getting late, are you resting over here in Mixor? Yan Ziong immediately gave a thumbs up after hearing Xu Yang's words. Xu Yang smiled and waved his hand. No, I'll go back to the villa to rest and come back next time. After Yan Ziong answered yes, he smilingly sent Xu Yang to the Mercedes-Benz Big G car. Little Dance, also because of the mess, returned to Mix to change clothes, was arranged by Yan Ziong to send people home. These things had been arranged. Yan Ziong's smiling face instantly became very cold. Did you find out? One of Yan Ziong's men hurriedly walked over and whispered to Yan Ziong, Brother Yan, it's been checked out clearly, that Lei Jichang is the only son of the second-rate family Lei family. If we move, it's estimated that it'll take us a night's time. Then move for me, however, before we move, call out some more people to give me a beating of Lei Jichang before sending him back to me. In my territory, smashing money with my big brother, and hiring people to deal with my big brother, the legs are broken for me first, and the hands and arms are also arranged. That mouth is also not honest, beat it swollen and send it back, don't leave a single tooth. Well, that's it for now, you guys see to the rest. Yan Ziong frowned, considering the coyote attributes of his own little brothers. Yan Ziong decided to point and shoot. Anyway, if it was decentralized according to standards like his, at the very least, it would be a case of a 3-month VIP package for the hospital. The premise was that if the Lei family still had money from tomorrow, then there would be VIP. At that time, they could also experience how fast the hospital's Wi-Fi was. Okay, Brother Yan.
Yan Xiang had originally come over to Magic City to check on Meek's business situation. Unexpectedly, just after arriving at Meek's, he saw the image of Wan Pengyun leading people to prepare to deal with Chu Yang.
If they didn't move Lei Jiqiang and Wan Pengyun today, did they really think that no one in Magic City could move them?